You just sang an impromptu performance of Someone Like Me at the bar, which made the single 88-year-old heiress of a wealthy family unable to forget you. As a superstar, you collapsed in the hospital bed due to overwork, only to wake up and find yourself in the body of a boy sitting in a bar on the Blue Star. At this moment, you are quickly receiving the memories of the original owner. It turns out today is Valentine's Day, and the original owner intended to propose to his girlfriend of 2.5 years, but was stood up on the spot. On the way back, a fairy-like girl handed him the bouquet intended for the proposal. So, you went to the bar with her to have a drink. Due to excessive sadness, after a few bottles, you were already unconscious. After receiving the memories, you lifted your head from the table and saw the girl across from you looking at you with a slightly concerned look. You smiled slightly and said, "Sorry, I made a fool of myself tonight. Let the past be the past. Life must go on. Don't be too sad. I believe you will find someone better." The girl's name is Mary, the daughter of Ma Xiaoyun, the chairman of the domestic Ma group. Because it's Valentine's Day today, she was forced by her mother to attend a business gathering. She knew very well in her heart that such a business gathering was actually a blind date event in the circle. She didn't want to go, so she made an excuse to go watch a movie with a friend on Valentine's Day. Then she saw you wandering around with a bouquet of flowers, clearly having been rejected after a confession. With the idea of taking a rose bouquet back to fulfill her duty, Mary called out to you. As expected, she smoothly received the bouquet, coming to the bar with you at this moment. She also wanted to stay out a bit longer to make her mother believe that she was really out on a date tonight. Well, the past is in the past. I also believe I can find someone better and more suitable for me. Thank you. As you said that, you turned your head and saw the singer on the bar stage just finishing a song. To thank you for accompanying me, I'll sing a song for you. Without waiting for Mary to respond, she walked over to the resident singer, whispered a few words, took the guitar, sat on a stool, strummed it a few times, felt the sound was okay, and thought of the original owner's experience. Inevitably, a song came to mind, a song called Someone Like Me, dedicated to everyone. The guitar sound slowly rang out, followed by the singing. Like me, like an outstanding person like me, I should have shone brightly throughout my life. But why, after more than 20 years, am I still drifting in the sea of people? Sing a few simple sentences, with your deep voice, making the somewhat noisy bar quiet down in an instant. After the quietness, the bar customers start whispering to each other. What song is this? Have you heard it before? No. Let's quickly search online. Indeed, no information about this song can be found. Could this guy have composed this song himself? So, the customers take out their phones one after another and start recording videos of you. How many people like me, lost and searching, idle and aimless, have you encountered? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the gentlemen in the bar began to fill with tears as they watched you singing on stage. Feeling indignant, on Valentine's Day you came here to sing and make me cry. Are you still human? It sounds good, really good, and it also hits the heart. This is not just a song, but the life of everyone present. As the song finishes, the once quiet bar erupts into enthusiastic applause. You stand up and bow towards the audience, thanking everyone for their applause. Mary, at this moment, covers her mouth, staring with her watery eyes at the stranger she just met and whose name she doesn't even know. At this moment, Mary feels that you are truly shining. What kind of person are you? And what experiences have you been through to write lyrics that are both plain and touching? Especially when she hears the last line. Will there be anyone who will feel sorry for someone like me? She almost loses control and wants to say to you loudly, yes, there will be. How could there not be? I will feel sorry for you in the days to come. Then she suddenly realizes that you are just a stranger she has just met, not even someone she knows well. Her snow-white face blushes slightly, and you return to sit on the stool, looking at the girl in front of you who has taken off her scarf due to the warmth in the bar. You are secretly surprised because she had been covering her face with the scarf, almost only revealing her eyes. You had already decided in your heart that she was a beauty, and now seeing the girl's entire appearance, you, who have lived 2 lives, finally feel that you understand what it means to be enchanting and beautiful. You can't help but sigh in your heart, the ancients did not deceive me. However, you only appreciate her and don't have many other thoughts. Looking at the girl's behavior and attire, you know without guessing that she must be the proud daughter of a wealthy family. Such people, even in your previous life when you were at the peak of your popularity, would not have paid attention to them, let alone in their current destitute state. After leaving the bar, you stop and say to Mary, Miss, thank you for accompanying me for a drink. It's already late. Can you go back by yourself? No problem. My car is parked not far away. She nods. Well then, goodbye, you say, turning away gracefully. Mary shouts after you're back. Hey, thank you for the flowers. I had a great time tonight. Yang Guang didn't turn around this time, lifted his right hand and waved it as he left in big strides. Lin Yushu watched quietly as Yang Guang disappeared around the corner, then looked down at the bouquet of flowers she was holding in her arms, smiled slightly, and turned towards the parking lot of the pedestrian street. Arriving next to a treasure blue Maserati President, Lin Yushu opened the door and sat in. Then with a roar from the engine, the blue coupe seemed like a sharp arrow off the string, disappearing at the end of the street in a flash. Rosewood Villa. This was a rich area in Magic City. Many tycoons and celebrities had purchased properties here. Lin Yushu drove her car in through the gate of the villa area and came directly to a villa in the most central area. The car door opened. Holding the bouquet of flowers, she got out of the car and pushed the door into the courtyard. On this journey, Lin Yushu's mind was filled with the shadow of Yang Guang singing in the bar. How could she shake it off? As the daughter of a top tycoon, she could say that she had seen a lot of all kinds of people, but for some reason, this strange man left such a deep impression on her tonight. There was also that sentence that she almost couldn't help but blurt out. Opening the front door of the villa and realizing that her mom and dad hadn't returned from the party, she went to her room and placed the bouquet of flowers on the dressing table, which gave her time to take a closer look. Looking closely, Lin Yushu found a small red box and a card stuck in the bouquet. Opening the box, inside was a diamond ring, which should have been used for his proposal. This kind of ring Lin Yushu herself wouldn't care too much about, and casually put it aside. Then she took out the card, and saw 4 lines of small letters written on it in a flowing style, in death and life. With your son, hold your son's hand, and grow old with your son. In the lower right corner, there was a signature, Yang Guang. Lin Yushu read it a few times in a low voice, and in her mind, Yang Guang sang the line, "Will someone's heartache for someone as inexplicable as me," in the bar. And finally the tears could not be held back, and slid down from her eyes. While Lin Yushu was grieving, the sound of a car engine came from outside the villa. If it was a normal day, she would have opened the villa's front door and greeted her mom at the door to come home and give her a big hug and pamper her for a little while longer. But today she completely failed to notice the movement outside. In the car, Lin Yushu's mother, Hu Shuangjin, saw the lit-up villa and said to Lin Yao with a smile, "It seems that precious daughter of ours is back from her date, so let me go and see what kind of person it is that she didn't even go to the party with us." Lin Yao smiled and shook his head. "It's to find out clearly. We can only have this one baby girl. Don't get cheated outside." Saying that, the two parked the car and pushed the door to see the empty hall. Hu Shuangjin glanced at Lin Yao and tried to call out, "Yushu, Mom is back." But there was no response. Only then did they feel that something wasn't quite right, because usually whenever her daughter was at home and the two of them came back, they could always hear her voice. Lin Yao said, "Go to her room and see if she's asleep." Hu Shuangjin nodded. Letting Lin Yao sit on the sofa to rest, she herself gently walked to Lin Yushu's room on the second floor and slowly pushed open the door. This look startled Hu Shuangjin, only to see Lin Yushu sitting in front of the dresser, staring at the bouquet of roses in front of her. The key is that her eyes are still red. It looks like she just cried. Hu Shuangjin hurriedly closed the door from the inside and quickly walked to Lin Yushu's side before she had a chance to speak. When Lin Yushu saw her mother come over, she couldn't hold back and shouted with a sobbing voice, "Mom," and then stretched out her hands and hugged Hu Shuangjin's waist, leaning her head on her body. Hu Shuangjin touched Lin Yushu's head and asked painfully, "What's wrong, Yushu? Aren't you happy with your date today? Tell Mom who bullied you." Lin Yushu shook her head and didn't say anything, just hugged quietly like this. "Yushu, why don't you say something? Who bullied you? Anyone else dares to bully my Hu Shuangjin's daughter, I won't spare him." Seeing her mom's anxious look, Lin Yushu shook her head again and said, "Mom, no one bullied me. No one bullied you. Why are you crying alone in your room?" "Mom, today I didn't actually go on a date." "What? Didn't have a date? Then I just didn't want to go to that business party with you guys and lied to you, so I just went outside by myself." That business party is essentially a circle of people, to see whose family has a daughter and son of age. Bring them over to let them exchange, to see if there is a suitable one. The essence is almost the same as a blind date. Silly girl, you don't want to go on a blind date. Directly tell Mom, even if you don't marry in your life, Mom and Dad won't force you. Hu Shuangjin had just finished speaking, but felt that it was not right. How could there be a bouquet of roses without a date? Then you don't have a date. Where did you get this bouquet of flowers? Lin Yushu hesitated for a while and finally decided to tell Hu Shuangjin about today's events. So she got up and pulled her to sit on the bed with her. Then she narrated the night's events to her. After finishing, Lin Yushu was like a child who had made a mistake, lowering her head to secretly observe Hu Shuangjin's expression. After Hu Shuangjin finished listening, she reached out and rubbed her head. Our Yushu has grown up and knows how to feel sorry for people. Lin Yao, who was in the hall, couldn't help but come over to take a look when he saw that his wife had gone in for so long without coming out, and happened to hear these words at the door. He simply pushed the door and walked in, sat down on a chair and asked, "Heartbroken? Heartbroken about who?" Seeing that her dad had also discovered her secret tonight, Lin Yushu instantly covered her face with her hands in shame and didn't say anything. Hu Shuangjin found it interesting and made a wink towards Lin Yao. Lin Yao turned his head and saw the flowers and card on Lin Yushu's dresser. He picked up the card and looked at it, asking Lin Yushu, "Daughter, is this card written by that boy?" Lin Yushu nodded. Lin Yao lamented, "Daughter has indeed grown up. There are some things that are good to do according to your own heart. Being decisive in everything is ultimately better for everyone, especially in relationships." Saying that, he and Hu Shuangjin exchanged a glance. The two of them got up and left Lin Yushu's room, and closed the door from the outside. Lin Yushu thought back to her dad's words, "Be decisive." Yes, be more decisive. Since I can't shake off your shadow, I'll try to understand what kind of person you really are. Lin Yushu, who had made up her mind, finally didn't dwell on it, got up, went to the bathroom, took a shower, turned off the light, got under the covers and went to sleep. On the other hand, Lin Yao and Hu Shuangjin were lying on the bed. Hu Shuangjin told Lin Yao what her daughter had told her. Lin Yao listened to it and also sighed long and hard. "Our precious daughter has really grown up. But I just read the words written by that young man. I don't think he's like a treacherous and slippery person. His character should still be okay." Hu Shuangjin said, "It's a pity. According to Yushu, that lad should just be an ordinary family's child." Lin Yao hummed, "As long as the character is good. I don't care if he and his family have money or not, because even if they are rich, they are not as rich as me. As long as they are good to Yushu, as long as Yushu is satisfied, I think I still have the ability to keep them clothed and fed for the rest of their lives." After Hu Shuangjin heard this, he slapped Lin Yao. "Look at your dead face, showing that you're rich, right?" Then he added, "It still depends on Yushu's meaning. It's the first time I've seen her shedding tears for a boy. It's really rare." The two chatted for a long time, and gradually, the room quieted down. While at this time, Yang Guang walked slowly in the cold wind for a long time. There were no more people on the street now. Thinking back to what happened today, he let out a bitter smile. Fate. It's really amazing. At this time he already knew. This person is also called Yang Guang, and like him, also has a music dream. But this world, the entertainment industry is too declining. In total, there is no one who has written a few good songs. So Yang Guang can only be in order to make a living, struggling in an advertising company. Not to mention the movies and TV shows. These movies and TV shows, either you love me or I love you, or it's a love triangle. It's impossible to watch. However, these situations were not considered any problem for him, a soul who had crossed over from the previous life, because what was missing here was exactly what he was good at. And the copyright management of works in this life was quite interesting, such as the copyright of songs. When you uploaded your work to the platform, the system would automatically recognize the identity of the lyricist and singer, and then automatically bind the copyright of the work. This also provides great convenience to the newcomer Yang Guang. But this Yang Guang is also bitter enough. A girlfriend for 3 years, only on the first base. Valentine's Day proposal was stood up. Think about it, there is no way. No money in his pocket, no other social connections. His parents are still farmers in the countryside, but his parents are really great. Hard to bite the bullet for him to finish the Conservatory of Music. Yang Guang thought of this, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, because his parents died early in his last life, so he can be said to be a real orphan. Did not expect to cross over here. God not only sent him a second life, but also gave him a pair of parents. This feeling, it is really quite good at. In his heart, he thought, don't worry, since I am now living in this world as your son, I will definitely honor you and let you live a good life. Then he remembered Lin Yushu, the girl whose name he didn't know at the moment. That's really pretty. Even Yang Guang, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, hadn't seen such a pretty girl. It would be nice if she was my girlfriend. Pa! Yang Guang came a slap to his face. What are you thinking about? People look like real noble children. What is your status? Now it's nothing more than a hangman. Your lives are not intersecting. A slap pulled himself from fantasy back to reality. Yang Guang began to plan what he was going to do next. First of all, this shitty class is not going to go on for a day. Tomorrow we'll go to the company to resign. Good in this kid in front of the negotiation of a large single. Draw achievement has $100,000. Enough to cope with a period of time for themselves. Rent is just paid half a year. Is a private room inside the village, although not big, but electricity and internet. This is enough. Then the first step to break into the entertainment industry alone. Let's start from the platform live broadcast. After I finish leaving my job tomorrow, I will go and buy a computer, cell phone and live broadcasting equipment. After making up his mind, Yang Guang tightened the clothes on his body and cursed, "It's damn cold." Then he walked quickly towards his own little nest. At this moment, he was spirited, "Showbiz, ready to meet your king?" Inside the rented house, Yang Guang slept this sleep until the sun rose before waking up leisurely. He had no idea how long it had been since he had slept so comfortably for a whole night. At least before he crossed over last night, he was suffering from sickness and pain, and he hardly slept a good night. Picking up his cell phone and glancing at it, it was already 10 in the morning. In addition, looking at the dozen or so missed calls on his cell phone, and the dozens of messages in the company's Penguin group, he threw it aside without a care in the world, and changed into a new set of washing tools to go wash his face and brush his teeth. However, he did not know that the song he sang in the bar last night was recorded by several customers at the time and then transmitted to the short video platform Jitterbug above. After a night of fermentation, this morning has been completely on fire. Today, the third place of the Fast Sound Hot Search list is Valentine's Day Bar Now Mysterious Man, a song of ordinary life. As of this morning, those videos have been forwarded by countless people, and under any video, there are hundreds of thousands of likes and more than 100,000 comments. This song is really good. 6666. This brother is really talented. Going to a bar on Valentine's Day to stab someone's heart. This is singing about me. How more than 20 years to the end. Still floating in the sea of people. Crying to death. I searched. Vapor music. NetEase cloud. Kudu above all do not have this song. This is this little brother original? Yeah. I couldn't find it either. I want to hear the full version. Kneel down and beg little brother to come out in situ. What the hell are those singers singing now? However, because the lighting in the bar was too dark at that time, he didn't take a clear picture of his face. Otherwise, with Yang Guang's current looks, he might really be able to attract a large wave of female fans. Yang Guang washed up and went to the company to resign as planned. Into the company, in the eyes of colleagues surprised, sat down to their own workstation, in the company's system to find the application to leave, print A, and then casually take a pen to start filling out. After writing it, he took it to the leader's office to find him to sign. After Yang Guang pushed the door to go in, the sales manager saw the person who came, opened his mouth and said, "Yang Guang, your attitude at work cannot work. Although you just negotiated a large single for the company, but also cannot be absent without reason. Is it? This time you make up a note of leave even if the next time to pay attention to." Because Yang Guang was more handsome, so when he talked to female customers, the success rate was always higher than others, resulting in his performance in the company every month is not too bad. The leadership is also considered to take care of him some. Plus he just negotiated a commission of 100,000 large single, so this time absent from work for half a day. The manager also intends to help him muddle through. However, Yang Guang put down the application for leaving the office on the desk in front of the manager and said to him, "Sorry, leader, I decided to leave the job because of some reasons of my own. Please sign for me." Leave your job? Why are you leaving your job after doing a good job? Did you have a conflict with Xiao Hu from the modeling department? Yang Guang didn't want to tell him too much, so he pretended to be sad and replied, "Yes, we broke up last night. Although I don't want to part with it, I still think it's better to leave this sad place." After saying that, he even pretended to wipe his tears. The next thing is logical. The manager signed, and then went to the human resources department to handle the departure formalities. When leaving the company, Yang Guang ignored his office co-workers' gossipy comments about his departure, because he was now in a hurry to buy live broadcasting equipment, and didn't have the time to waste on this kind of inconsequential things. Magic City Pacific Digital Plaza. This is the largest digital mall in the entire Magic City. Almost any electronic product you can think of, you can buy it here. Yang Guang looked at his cell phone's navigation, and after tossing and turning for an hour and a half on the subway and bus, he finally arrived here. But it's a good thing that there aren't many people in the digital plaza, because other than the fact that he really has a need to buy these things, very few people come to this side to shop. Just as he was about to go in through the front door to buy the equipment he needed for his live broadcast, he suddenly heard a voice behind him that he thought he seemed to have heard somewhere before. Handsome. He turned his head and glanced around, thinking that he should have no other female friends in Magic City other than that so-called girlfriend that he had broken up with last night. So he felt that it shouldn't be shouting at him, and it was more important to hurry up and do his own thing. Yang Guang. This time, there was no need to doubt that it was him that the girl was shouting. Turning around, seeing behind him, a Burberry, boots, slung across a small bag, standing in the sunshine smiling like a flower girl. Yang Guang momentarily actually a little infatuated. Yes, this girl is Lin Yushu. This digital plaza is her best friend Zhu Wenxin's family opened, asked her to come over to play. What she didn't expect was that she had just made up her mind last night to get to know this man well, and she didn't expect to meet him here today. Lin Yushu smiled in her heart, feeling that when fate comes, it really can't be stopped. Seeing Yang Guang just looking at himself and not saying anything, Lin Yushu walked a few steps forward and came to Yang Guang's side, smilingly opened her mouth and asked, "What? You just gave this girl a bouquet of roses last night, and you're pretending not to recognize it today?" This sentence directly put Yang Guang heard silly. That bouquet of flowers is not your own initiative to ask for the past? However, looking at the surrounding crowd looking at him, that kind of you kid a little bit do not know what's good for you eyes, and hurriedly swallowed this sentence into his stomach. He could only scratch his head and asked, "How do you know my name is Yang Guang? Are you stupid? Didn't you write a card yourself in there?" Oh, Yang Guang couldn't wait to slap himself twice. How can he say that in his last life, he had experienced many big scenes, even in a concert of tens of thousands of people, he didn't even bring a little bit of nervousness. How come when he met this girl, he couldn't even speak? And his reaction was also much slower. When Lin Yushu saw his dumbfounded appearance, the smile on her face never disappeared. "Are you coming over to buy something?" Yang Guang hurriedly explained. "Ah, yes, to buy something. I resigned from the company today. I planned to buy a set of equipment, and go live on Jitterbug by myself. After all, I also graduated from the Conservatory of Music, and I still know a little bit about writing songs and singing and stuff." Lin Yushu thought to herself, "Which you know a little just one song last night?" Just drilled into this girl's heart. She gave him a blank look, then asked, "Yourself?" Seeing Yang Guang nodding, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "It just so happens that I have nothing to do today. Why don't I accompany you to take a look? I'm quite familiar with this place. My friend is working inside." Yang Guang thought about it. He usually doesn't have the chance to come here at all. It's quite good to have someone who is more familiar. Besides, the ancient saying that men and women don't get tired of working together, let alone shopping with a beautiful woman. Convenient? Lin Yushu waved her hand airily. What's not convenient? After saying that, she took the lead and walked towards the inside with her legs. Yang Guang saw this and hurriedly followed. Lin Yushu asked Yang Guang what he wanted to buy as she walked, and after asking him clearly, she directly led him towards that area, seeming to be quite familiar with this place. No wonder. Usually she used electronic products. Cell phones, computers and so on, are often changed, and all R and girlfriend Zhu Wenxin from here never spent money. During this time Lin Yushu received a call from Zhu Wenxin. "Hey, Yushu, have you arrived yet?" "Arrived early, but I have something today, so I won't play with you." "What? I've been waiting for you for half a day. My makeup is done. The restaurant is booked. And you finally tell me you have something to do? Go. Step aside. It's not convenient now. I'll talk to you tonight." "No way. I didn't put my makeup on for nothing. Unless you tell me what you're going to do now." "Auntie, there's really something this time. Next time, my little lady will make amends to you." After saying that, Lin Yushu hung up the phone and continued to act as if nothing had happened and led Yang Guang to procure. Only then did Zhu Wenxin feel that it wasn't quite right. If it was usual, Lin Yushu wouldn't have disliked her right back. Why is she so weak today? So she took out her cell phone and sent her a message. "Just wait. I won't spare you today." Yang Guang bought everything and thanked Lin Yushu, then wanted to go back. Lin Yushu said, "It's not convenient for you to take the bus or subway with so many things. Why don't I send you?" Without giving Yang Guang a chance to refuse, she walked towards the parking lot. Yang Guang thought about it. Anyway, he already owed a favor. He wasn't afraid of a little more, and it was really inconvenient to carry so many things to the subway. He didn't dwell on it, and chased after him with his things. The two of them walked to the parking lot and saw Lin Yushu open the trunk of that blue Maserati. Yang Guang was even more certain in his heart that Lin Yushu was indeed a child of a rich family. But he didn't say anything, put the things in and got on the passenger side. He was fastening his seatbelt when he heard Lin Yushu ask him where he lived, so he reported a place name. And then Lin Yushu set up the navigation on the center control screen, and then drove Yang Guang out of the digital plaza. Coming to the urban village where Yang Guang lived, Lin Yushu parked the car at the entrance. Watching Yang Guang take the things down, ready to thank her, she then guffawed. "I've done you such a big favor today. What do you want me to do?" Yang Guang was also really quite embarrassed, and asked tentatively, "Why don't I finish my favor and treat you to dinner some other day?" Lin Yushu reached out. "Bring the cell phone." Taking Yang Guang's cell phone, she dialed her own number and waited for her own cell phone to ring before hanging up, then opened his WeChat and added a friend. Handed Yang Guang his cell phone. "You said it, ha. I'm waiting for your call," said also shook his cell phone at Yang Guang, turned around and sat in the car, and when she was leaving, she dropped the window and said to Yang Guang, "Remember well, my name is Lin Yushu." Then, drove the car and disappeared into the street corner under Yang Guang's gaze. Yang Guang stood still, looking at the direction Lin Yushu disappeared and froze for a long time. He wasn't a fool, and he could vaguely feel that Lin Yushu, this proud daughter of heaven, might have that much curiosity about herself. If he said that he liked himself, he was absolutely not convinced. At best, he was just a little bit favorably disposed. Ask yourself, do you like her? Yang Guang smiled bitterly. How could he not like it? This elf-like girl. No one would not like it, right? Only, now what do you like? It is imperative that he follows his own plan first. Hopefully, one day, one would be truly qualified to like her. Throwing away the distractions, he carried his things back to his room and began to pack up the equipment he used for live broadcasting. Hot and sweaty, Yang Guang finally got this set of equipment installed and debugged. In his previous life, although he also did live broadcasts, but these are assistants to do. Today is the first time to fiddle with these things. He got up and filled a cup of water, only to notice that it was already dark outside, and his stomach grumbled and began to protest. Looked at the time, 7:30, simply put on a jacket and go out to eat something. Urban village, lack of anything will not lack food stalls. Yang Guang walked on the road, looking at all the different kinds of passers-by and the surrounding lights, and for the first time felt that life was so real. He casually found one, asked for a bowl of wontons, and found a table to sit down. While he was eating, his cell phone suddenly rang, and when he opened it, it turned out to be Lin Yushu sending him a message, asking if he had finished. Yang Guang replied that he had just finished, and was now eating outside. Lin Yushu asked him when he was going to start broadcasting. Yang Guang thought about it and typed on the screen while eating. After eating, I'll go back and tell you when I start broadcasting. After going back, Yang Guang washed his face, connected his cell phone to the computer, and opened the live broadcast device. Open Shake. Change the original name to Sunshine. Then open the live room. Give the name of the live room I have a song. Do you have a story? Then he sent Lin Yushu his jittery name on WeChat, telling her that he was going to start broadcasting live. Looking at Lin Yushu's reply of cheering emoticons, Yang Guang smiled and clicked the button to start the live broadcast. Just like this, watching the number of people in the live room slowly rise from 1 to 25. These people had never seen such a live room before, so they were curious to come in and take a look. They didn't expect it to be a handsome guy, so they simply waited inside to see what this anchor was actually going to do. Over there, Lin Yushu was also lying on her bed early to enter Yang Guang's live room, looking at Yang Guang who was sitting there holding a guitar in a daze, and softly said, "What a nerd, and don't know to say a word to communicate with the audience," then suddenly blushed, but it's really quite photogenic. Yang Guang finally began to speak. "Hello everyone, I'm a newbie little anchor, with no other specialties. I can sing. Friends in the live broadcast room, you can tell me your stories. I will create songs based on your stories and give them to everyone." When this sentence was spoken, these 20 people in the live broadcast room could explode. This anchor, the northwest wind doesn't even dare to blow like this. Brother, really? I know you want to be on fire, but you'll easily get hit in the face like this. Sit and wait for the anchor to be hit in the face. What are you guys talking about? Such a handsome little brother. How can he get hit in the face? Yang Guang looked at the pop-ups floating by in the live broadcast room and didn't care, whether it's a lie or not. Which one of you will come and tell a story you're impressed with and try not knowing? Let's just make friends and chat. Even if I can't write a song, you won't lose anything, right? Seeing Yang Guang said this, the live these 20 or so viewers thought about it. No matter what, they won't lose out. Not to mention, it's quite good to chat with such a handsome little brother here. At this time, Yang Guang realized that there was a connecting application in the live broadcast room, and hurriedly connected. Hello to this netizen called Blip. Anchor, hello, you said that you can write a song for us based on our story. Is that true? This Blip sounded like a lady. Yang Guang replied, of course it's true. Below, please ask Blip to tell her own story. After saying that, Yang Guang and the audience in the live broadcast room quieted down and quietly waited for the lady. I'm a northern drifter. My hometown is in a small county, and since I was young, my family has told me to study hard so that when I grow up, I can go outside and see a wider world, and I have always done so. The more I grew up, the more I yearned for the outside world. Until I graduated from high school, I was admitted to a university in Beijing. I still remember when I received the acceptance notice, how excited I was that night. I didn't fall asleep in the middle of the night. Later, when the school year started, my parents sent me to the station, and I could tell that although they couldn't bear to part, they were still happy for me in their hearts. Forced to hold back tears and they said goodbye. I came alone to this strange city. Study hard. After graduation also found a job they are still satisfied. Later talked about a boyfriend. He is also from our county. At the beginning of our relationship is very good. has been close to the point of marriage, but ultimately cannot beat the years. 4 years later, because he wanted to go back to his hometown, and I want to continue to stay in Beijing. Finally, we broke up to now. There are 3 years These 3 years I have experienced a lot of human warm and cold, and now the heart is very tired. Often late at night to think of themselves every time they leave home. Parents do not want to leave the gaze. And when he broke up with him, crying red eyes. But mist is mist. Looking back, suddenly found the most beautiful scenery. The most right person was once around, but do not know to cherish. Perhaps, this is youth. Blip finally slowly finished her story, and when she got to the end, her voice seemed to carry a sobbing tone. But again, it was as if it wasn't her own story, and seemed to tell everyone's youth. This time, the crowd in the live broadcast room broke the whole defense. Alas, my youth, can never come back. This netizen, why did you lie to my tears on this night? If you want to kill me, please don't use the knife of youth. Thank you. Yang Guang was also listening with great devotion. Hearing Blip finish speaking, he said to her, thank you for this netizen's story. I believe the audience in the live room has also listened to it very carefully. Then next give me half an hour to write a song for this Blip lady. With that, he picked up a notebook and a pen on the side and began to write and draw seriously. And at this time, because of the story just now, the number of people in the live broadcast room had come to 200. These 200 people just quietly watched Yang Guang bow his head and write something on the notebook. Although the story is good, but you big words out, cannot write a song, I should spray you. So for the sake of their own keyboard flood, first endured, more than 200 people in the live broadcast room, watching Yang Guang lowered his head, seriously writing and drawing on the notebook. At this point, 10 minutes had passed, and finally someone couldn't help it. Look at the anchor this way, pretending quite like it. 9494, sitting and waiting for the anchor to be hit in the face. Ha ha, laughed to death, and said half an hour to write a song. Children's song, right? Upstairs, even if it's a children's song, you can't write it in half an hour. Yang Guang didn't see these comments, but Lin Yushu, who was watching the live broadcast, saw them, and angrily tooted her mouth and wanted to send a pop-up screen to confront them. Before she had time to type, she suddenly saw Yang Guang put his laptop on the table, picked up his guitar and casually strummed it twice, and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, you've all been waiting for a long time. Next, a song titled The Wind Has Risen, original, by Chili Peppers, and use coupons too, for Blip and all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Then, without giving them a chance to speak, he began to hold his guitar and play the intro of the song. Before even opening their mouths, just listening to this intro, it already gave people a feeling of lightening up. Guys, why do I feel like this intro is good, Yeah, I also feel it's very good. Without waiting for them to say a few words, the 10 seconds or so of the intro quickly ended, and Yang Guang opened his mouth to sing the lyrics. Walking and stopping on this journey, following the traces of a teenager drifting. The moment before I step out of the station, I was a little hesitant. Before he could sing a few lines, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room exploded. Anchor, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. Wow, it really sounds good. This anchor is something. Great God. None of this was what Yang Guang had to care about. He was still singing. Once upon a time when I first knew this world, all kinds of lingering. Looking at the sky seems to be in front of me. I was willing to go through fire and water to walk through it again. Now I've walked through this world. I've seen the world in 1,000 different ways, turning over the different faces of the years. I can't help but notice your smile. I used to be overwhelmed by the size of the world. I've drowned in its dreams. I didn't know if it was true or not. I didn't struggle. I wasn't afraid of jokes. I once turned my youth into her. I've played summer with my fingers. I've made my heart sing. So let it be. Walking against the light, letting the wind and the rain blow. Yang Guang, who was singing the song, didn't realize that the number of people in his live room was rising rapidly. 200, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000 soon reached over 20,000. This anchor sings beautifully. Great God, pay attention. I just checked. I didn't find any information about this song online. It should be original, but I still don't believe it was written in half an hour. Even if it's not, just for being able to write such a good song, I'm still a fan. At this time, Lin Yushu, who was watching the live broadcast, also covered her mouth in excitement, afraid that she would make a little noise and affect this good-sounding song. She thought that the song Yang Guang sang in the bar yesterday was just written by chance, but she didn't expect to sing such a good song today. Yesterday's song, she understood it, so Yang Guang lived in her heart. She couldn't empathize with this song today, but it didn't affect her feeling that the song was good, nor did it affect her feeling that Yang Guang was talented. Yang Guang's song still continued to come out of the live broadcast room. I still marvel at the size of the world. I'm also intoxicated by the love stories of my childhood. No truth or falsehood left. No struggle. No unnecessary jokes. I finally returned my youth to her. I gave her back my youth. And the summer that popped out of my fingers. The heart's desire is gone with the wind. In the name of love, are you still willing? The song was finally finished. Yang Guang looked up and glanced at the live broadcast room and was startled because the number of people in the upper right corner now showed that it had reached more than 50,000 people. For one song, more than 50,000 viewers had come in, which Yang Guang hadn't expected, and with the gift special effects, it almost covered the entire live broadcast screen. Yang Guang finished playing the last note on his guitar and opened his mouth to say, a song called The Wind is Gathering, for Blip and all the viewers, may you go away for half a lifetime, and come back still as a teenager. This time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room directly exploded. What kind of divine song is this? Love it. Haven't heard such a good song in years. This song is both good and straight to the heart. Anchor, I'm sorry, I admit I spoke too loudly to you just now. I'm crying, this is my lost youth. Going away for half a lifetime, returning as a teenager. Isn't this better than meow meow meow? Begging the anchor to come out in place. At this time, the lady called Blip had already cried uncontrollably. After stabilizing her emotions, she said to Yang Guang, with this song from the anchor, I'm much better in my heart now. I figured it out. Since I'm tired, there's no need to hold on to it. I decided to go back to my hometown, and if he's still single, I'm also going to find him to continue both of our lives. Thank you, anchor. After saying that, Yang Guang saw a line flashing in the live broadcast room. Blip for Anchor Carnival X2. After thinking about it, his live broadcast was just accumulating popularity. The ultimate goal was still to debut. So these gifts became dispensable, and they didn't sign with Jitterbug. These gifts were estimated to be split in half. So he opened his mouth to the audience in the live broadcast room and said, if you all like my song, just point a concern, or help me publicize the live broadcast room. As for the gifts, everyone will decide on their own financial strength. I'm not interested in gifts. Simply just come to make friends with everyone. 6666. I'm not interested in money. Anchor, why are you so loaded? Live well, why don't you reward me? Anchor, make a debut. I can't stand those slobbering songs in the music scene now anymore. Watching everyone's discussion get more and more intense. Yang Guang coughed and asked in the live broadcast, anyone else willing to come and share a story? There are 2 more songs to sing tonight. Anchor, that song just now gave me a whole broken defense. People in middle age. It is not that we like to recall the past, but the current life has too many things to worry about. Go to work to do a bad job to worry about. Off-duty family members don't understand to also worry about. The child's school grades are not ideal. Or to worry about. Right. This bitter society. Next life, never again. Lin Yushu was lying on her back on the bed, her 2 small and delicate feet sticking up and swaying. Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast on the tablet, there was no way for her, a rich girl who didn't know sadness since she was a child, to understand these contents. But for her, it was enough for her to be able to understand Yang Guang's song and to experience Yang Guang's mood. At this time, her cell phone rang, picked up a look. It was her best friend Zhu Wenxin who was stood up by her today, so she had to pick up the phone. Who knew that just as soon as she connected, a growl came from inside. Lin Yushu, do you want to die? Auntie, didn't I tell you I was wrong? You old man, calm down. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Okay? Dinner? Is this something that can be solved with a meal? Hey, don't go too far. It's just that I stood you up once. What's the big deal? Listen to what you're saying as a human being? I saw that you were in a bad mood last night, and waited for you for half a day in order to accompany you to go shopping for a break. But you're good. But you told me that it's inconvenient when you arrived at the place? That you don't understand. The situation at that time, it was indeed inconvenient. No, you definitely have a situation. Quick, tell me the truth. Lin Yushu took her cell phone, went to the front of the dresser, took a picture of the bunch of roses, and sent it to Zhu Wenxin. Then she held the cell phone away from her ear and mentally counted 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, a scream came from inside. To hell with this, Lin Yushu. What the hell is going on here? You would accept flowers from a man? Listening to her best friend's agitated scream, Lin Yushu didn't care about her, but just asked quietly, if I say that this bouquet of flowers is me taking the initiative to ask a boy for them, do you believe me? Oh my god. Who is so honorable? You want our Miss Lin to take the initiative to ask for flowers before you're willing to deliver them? How about this? You go into Jiayin, search for an account called Sunshine, and go into his live meet to see. Not caring what the opposite side's reaction was, Lin Yushu hung up the phone on her own. Zhu Wenxin with doubts, On the tablet opened Jane according to what Lin Yushu said, then found Yang Guang's live room and clicked in, and immediately brightened up. Wow! This man is so handsome. No wonder our Miss Lin's ice heart melts. At this time, in the live broadcast room, Yang Guang fiddled with his guitar a few more times and opened his mouth to say, "Since we're talking about this topic, I'll write a song for everyone." After saying that, he picked up the notebook from earlier and started to write and draw seriously. As usual, Yang Guang raised his head and strummed his guitar twice, and opened his mouth to say, "Alright, friends of the audience in the live broadcast room, it's been a long time. The following song Fading Sorrows, original song, Maui, is for everyone. When you walk into this field of joy, with all your dreams and thoughts on your back, all colors of face, all colors of makeup, no one remembers what you look like. After 3 rounds of drinks you were in the corner, stubbornly singing a bitter song." When Xu Wenxin heard this, her eyes lit up and she took out her cell phone and sent a voice to Lin Yushu. "You can. How did you find this handsome guy? Handsome and talented." When Lin Yushu heard this, somehow her best friend was happier to praise Yang Guang than herself. "A cup to the sunrise, a cup to the moonlight, awakening my yearning, warming the cold window, so one can fly against the wind without looking back, not afraid of the rain in my heart and the frost under my eyes. A cup to my hometown, a cup to a faraway place, keeping my goodness and urging me to grow up, so the road between north and south is no longer long. My soul no longer has nowhere to lay its head." Yang Guang had just finished singing half of it, and the audience in the live broadcast room could no longer stand it. Didn't the anchor say to dispel sorrow? Why is it so tearful? This word, I'm convinced, it hangs over all the songs in the current music scene. This you say is a song written in this moment? A toast to the sunrise, a toast to the moonlight. Cheers! Meanwhile the song in the live broadcast room continued. "A cup to tomorrow, a cup to the past. The body that supports me thickens the shoulders. Though I never believed in the so-called high mountains and long rivers, life is too short to forget. A cup to freedom, a cup to death. A glass to freedom, a glass to death. A glass to forgiveness for my mediocrity, a glass to confusion." Well, it's always a scribble after dawn. Sober people are the most ridiculous. Sober people are the most ridiculous. After singing the last line, the guitar in Yang Guang's hand skipped out the last note and stopped there for a long time without speaking. And so did the audience in the live broadcast room. The new audience into the live broadcast room also thought that their phones were stuck, because looking at the number of people in the live broadcast room, there are more than 30,000 people, and the screen anchor did not speak, and even pop-ups are not. So try to ask in the live room, "So many people, how no movement? Make my phone stuck?" Then he heard Yang Guang say, "A song called Fading Sorrows, for everyone, in honor of our group of people who are still persevering and working hard for a living." These words were like an ignited fuse, instantly setting off the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Anchor is really good at writing. That's true. How else could you write such knife-edge lyrics? Humph. What is sung? It's far worse than our family brother. Ha ha. Upstairs, don't you have any coins in your heart? 1 cup for the sunrise, 1 cup for the moonlight, 1 cup for the faraway place, 1 cup for the hometown, 1 cup for tomorrow, 1 cup for the past, 1 cup for freedom, 1 cup for death. Our whole life is these 8 cups of wine. Such a talented anchor. Paying attention. Sit and wait for the anchor to debut and fix the music scene. And at this time, Xu Wenxin dialed Lin Yushu's phone again. Yushu, quickly tell me, how did you find this treasure boy? Hearing Xu Wenxin's words, Lin Yushu's pretty face slightly blushed. Don't talk nonsense, I only met him last night as well. Sister, don't be shy. It's not like you're a kid anymore. If you have an idea, grasp it or I'll be rude. Lin Yushu's big round eyes glared. I'll give you a chance to repeat that sentence just now. Xu Wenxin smiled sarcastically. And la, I just said that. Lin Yushu didn't joke with her anymore, so she started to talk about how she and Yang Guang met over the phone. And at this time, some thought viewers in the live broadcast room asked Yang Guang, "Anchor, life is too hard can you tell us what kind of life you desire most in your heart?" Seeing this question, many viewers in the live broadcast room were also curious and started sending pop-ups. Yeah, tell us about it. There should be a life that everyone aspires to. When one reaches middle age, who can still hold on to their ideals? Whose life isn't a mess? Yang Guang saw that someone asked this question and remembered a song that was sung by a folk singer in his last life, and he didn't know how many people had sung it into their hearts. If you ask yourself what the life you aspire to be like, then it would really be like what was sung in that song. A house with a big flashing window, a bed and a girl, a stove and firewood, a green ridge and a green slope. This is what Yang Guang has been longing for, a peaceful and harmonious life. So he looked to the live broadcast room and said into the microphone, "Since this netizen asked me what the life I long for is like, Then next, to give you the last song of the day. This song is The Life I Long For in My Heart, Anchor Bull. The original song is sung as if it doesn't cost any money. Is this another original song? Don't doubt the talent of the anchor. Ha ha. Today I have the blessing of ears. I didn't expect to hear a few songs that hang on to today's music scene in a live broadcast room. Night Wind listening to rain sends Anchor Big Rocket X5. A Little Frog gives Anchor Carnival X1. It wasn't until Yang Guang's guitar sounded that the audience in the live room quieted down. And Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenxin, who were chatting at this time, also stopped and listened carefully to the music coming out of the live broadcast room, expecting in their hearts what kind of surprises he could still bring. Draw a moon for the lonely night sky. Paint me to sing beneath that moon. Paint a big window for a cold house. Paint another bed. Paint a girl to keep me company. Paint a lace comforter. Paint a stove and a fire. A simple melody with a faint sadness. Yang Guang used a slightly hoarse voice and sang his best yearning in the most plaintive tone. Not only did the audience in the live broadcast room freeze in their tracks, including Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenxin who were now watching the live broadcast, they also listened attentively, because no matter how rich or poor, everyone from a young age would have sketched out such a place for themselves in their hearts, wanting to live in it to give their minds a moment of serenity. I don't have an eraser to erase quarrels, only a pen that draws loneliness. The moon in the night sky is no longer bright, only a melancholy child sings. I don't have an eraser to erase the quarrels, I have only a pen to draw loneliness, and the moon no longer shines in the night sky, only a melancholy child sings. Draw a moon for the lonely night sky. The last verse of the song shows that this is just a beautiful yearning that is not available to everyone. When everyone was immersed in the beautiful picture that the song had outlined for them, Yang Guang's voice came out again. A song called Painting, original singer, Zhao Lei. For everyone, I hope everyone can find the utopia in their hearts. Yang Guang's words pulled everyone back to reality, followed by countless pop-ups floating up in the live broadcast room. This song is so beautiful. Anchor can obviously rely on his face value, but he has to rely on his talent. Anchor, can you draw me 8 girls and 2 female herbalists? Upstairs, you know how to draw. Ha ha. Then, Yang Guang looked at the time. It was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening, unknowingly broadcast for almost 3 hours, but it was quite tired, so he said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Okay everyone, today's 3 songs have been finished, then everyone take an early rest, we'll continue tomorrow night, bye." After saying that, he clicked the button to end the live broadcast, and the audience in the live broadcast room who were about to say something to retain, before the words were finished typing, they realized that the live broadcast room turned into a black screen, and many of them angrily deleted their half-typed words of retention and started to be indignant. This old 6, set off the air, this hand speed is really single 30 years practiced. This anchor is really not care about the tens of thousands of viewers in the live room. Say go. Come on. Everyone did not pay attention to the point wave of attention. Tomorrow continue to come to listen to the anchor sing. Yang Guang also did not expect that just the first day of live broadcasting, there are people who spontaneously help him pull fans. Looking at the black screen of the live room pop-up screen is still so lively. Yang Guang feels that his first step is considered a success. Turn off the computer and live equipment. Undress into the quilt. And soon fell asleep. The 3 songs he sang live tonight were recorded on the screen by many viewers and sent to the Jitterbug platform, and occupied the hot search headlines at a very fast speed. A music anchor, using 3 songs to lift the shroud of today's music scene. At around 12 in the evening, Lin Yao returned to the villa from outside. Afraid of disturbing his family's sleep, he closed the door and gingerly went upstairs to his room. "Why are you back so late?" Hu Shuangjin saw Lin Yao come in and rubbed her sleepy eyes to ask him. "I went to do some errands today." Lin Yao took off his jacket while handing over a file bag to Hu Shuangjin. "Take a look." Turning on the bedside lamp, the two of them just nestled on the bedside, flipping through the documents in the bag page by page. If Lin Yushu saw it, she would definitely be shocked, because these were exactly Yang Guang's information. The content inside was very detailed, including his family, parents, elementary school, middle school, university, the company he worked for after going to work, and even included information about Hu Ku, who had just broken up with him. Even if it was Yang Guang himself, many of the things in here were afraid that he could no longer remember. This information, the two looked very carefully. When finished reading the last page, it was already half an hour later. Hu Shuangjin raised his eyes and asked Lin Yao, "Where did you get the information?" "Spent a huge amount of money, looking for a private detective to investigate. It was supposed to take a week to get it. I added money so I got it all in one day today." It said that several groups of them split the investigation. "You're quite generous, that's for sure. We only have Yushu as our precious daughter, and judging from the situation, even if she can't talk about liking this Yang Guang now, she's still very interested in him. Think about it. What kind of person is our daughter, since she was a child? When have you ever seen her so interested in anyone of the opposite sex? Hu Shuangjin nodded thoughtfully. You don't say. This Xiao Yang, apart from his poor family conditions, his character is still okay. Lin Yao nodded. Children who grew up in this environment, in their hearts they know how to be grateful. Under the premise that they work so hard, they still send money to their parents back home every year. Rare. What are you going to do after that? Lin Yao thought for a moment. This still depends on the meaning of the daughter. I do not agree or oppose. Look at their own development. If in the end the two people really come together, then we will help him, so that the daughter follows him not to be unable to eat enough food. Hu Shuangjin laid down, covered the quilt and said to Lin Yao, I do hope that they can come together. Look at those sons and daughters in our circle. If you ask me, there's not a single good thing. Lin Yao said helplessly, alright, just your precious daughter is the best. Hurry up and go to sleep. Pa! Hu Shuangjin slapped Lin Yao. Look at that dead look of yours. And at this time, Lin Yushu was still listening to the last song painting sung by Yang Guang over and over again on top of Jitterbug. So, this is the life he wants? Then the girl in his heart. What exactly is she like? Then lying on the bed, looking at the bunch of roses, he slowly fell asleep. The next day, Yang Guang slept a natural awakening. Anyway, has finished the separation. He is currently a good point is a freelancer. Bluntly is a hobo. After washing up, he went out to the street to look for food. At a breakfast store, I asked for 2 buns and a cup of soy milk, and just sat there, looking at my cell phone while eating. But just after opening Jitterbug, Yang Guang squirted out the mouthful of soy milk he had just drank with a wide-eyed stare, because overnight, he had 1.5 million followers on his Jane. He knew that his song would be on fire, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. In fact, Yang Guang had underestimated the killing power of the songs he sang in this world. In the words of netizen comments, Yang Guang is here, and with these few songs, he can loudly say to the music world, I'm not targeting anyone, I'm saying that everyone here is trash. Open Jitterbug, and half of the 10 videos swiped are recordings of him singing yesterday. Some netizens even made a comparison, which was to take the video of singing in an internet cafe on Valentine's Day and the recorded screen in the live broadcast room to make an all-around comparison. Although the internet cafe video was not clearly captured because the lighting was too dark, but from the voice, body shape and other factors, it can be determined that this is the same person. After this comparison video was sent out, Yang Guang was even more fiery. I thought 2 geniuses came out at once. Sure enough, I was overthinking it. To be honest, I felt his voice was familiar when I watched him live yesterday. What time does he start live streaming? Handsome looking and good singing. Same request. Everyone can follow the jittery account Sunshine. Yesterday the anchor said that he will also start broadcasting tonight. Go. Hurry up and follow the wave. Your ears will be blessed at night. This unexpected heat made Yang Guang feel that the first step of his plan was sort of overdone. And the next step was to sing a few more good songs to stabilize his popularity. And the last thing he needed to worry about was not being able to come up with good songs. With the songs inside his head, he could sing 3 songs a day for a year and not finish them. Seeing this situation, Yang Guang's mood instantly got much better. Feeling that the Xiaolong bao in his mouth smelled better than just now, when he was almost finished eating, he heard his cell phone ringing and took it out to see Lin Yushu sending him a message. Yang Guang, when will your song be uploaded to Vapor Music? It's so good. I want to hear the lossless version recorded in the studio. It must sound better. Yang Guang slapped his head. How did he forget about this? Immediately a little embarrassed. In his last life he relied too much on his assistants and managers, resulting in these most basic procedures he didn't think of now. After thinking about it, he replied to Lin Yushu, I had planned to contact the recording studio during the day today. Now I just finished breakfast. I haven't had time to do it yet. When the message was sent over, Yang Guang's old face turned red. He would never admit that he had forgotten about this matter. Really? That's great. I have a friend who is a music lover. He got himself a band and happens to have a recording studio. Why don't I go pick you up and we'll go there to record? Yang Guang had just finished reading this message. Then Lin Yushu sent another one. That I just want to hear your songs earlier. Nothing else. Looking at this message, Yang Guang didn't think too much about it. He just thought it would be good to save himself the trouble of looking for it again. He had just come to this world, and could be described as unfamiliar with the world. So he replied, good. Then where do we meet? Soon. Lin Yushu's message came. Then I'd better pick you up from where you live. It's easier to drive. Yang Guang felt that this wasn't very good, but thinking that this was considered the most time-saving method, he didn't refuse. So he stuffed the rest of the Xiaolong bao into his mouth in 3 or 2 tries, and after settling the bill, he went back to the small house. wanting to rush to write the lyrics of those 4 songs in his notebook before Lin Yushu came over. Seeing that Yang Guang didn't refuse, Lin Yushu gripped her cell phone and said happily, yes. Seeing her so happy, Hu Shuangjin looked at her favorably and asked, what's wrong Yushu, what's so happy? Say it to make mom happy too. Lin Yushu took a glass of milk and said to her mom and dad as she drank it, it's that Yang Guang. He sang 4 songs and said he wanted to find a studio to record them. I thought, didn't Zhang Pinghui and the others set up a recording studio? Why don't we just take him there to record? It's more convenient. Lin Yao was surprised and asked, Yang Guang can still sing? Hearing her dad say this, Lin Yushu was excited. Not only can he sing, but he's also very good at it. He just sang 3 songs live last night, and now his fans on Jane have almost reached 2 million. And the key thing is that the songs he sings are all written by himself. Looking at his daughter's frowning face, Lin Yao and Hu Shuangjin looked at each other and were also slightly helpless. However, the fact that Yang Guang still had this kind of talent was a bit of a surprise to them. After drinking the milk, Lin Yushu wiped her mouth, grabbed the car keys as soon as she could, and shouted at Lin Yao and Hu Shuangjin, Mom and Dad, I'm going out. Then she ran to the garage and got into the car, driving out the door with a kick of the gas. Because she had used the navigation when she sent Yang Guang home earlier, she found the address in the records and drove towards her destination. In the middle, she dialed Zhang Pinghui's phone. Hey, Miss Lin, why did you think of calling me? Don't be poor. I'm looking for you for something. Are you guys in that recording studio of yours? Recording studio? What? Has Miss Lin started singing too? Not me. I brought a friend over to record a few songs. That's not a coincidence. We're at a bar outside to talk about the night's performance. Zhang Pinghui, let me tell you, I'm going to pick up someone now. About 2 hours to that recording studio of yours. If you're not there when I get there, you're dead. After saying that, he didn't care how the person on the other side of the phone reacted. He pressed the hang up button on the steering wheel, and over there, listening to a busy tone coming from the phone, Zhang Pinghui, with a bitter face, said to his boss that there was something 100,000 urgent, and that he would talk about it another day. Then he greeted a few brothers and rushed to the recording studio. The owner of the bar also knew that Zhang Pinghui and his brothers were all famous rich kids in Magic City, so he didn't show any opinion and just sent them out with a smile. Yang Guang was very familiar with these songs, so it could be said that he could write them with his eyes closed, and in about an hour, he had already finished writing the 4 songs. Then he looked at his cell phone and realized that Lin Yushu hadn't looked for him yet. She shouldn't have come to the place yet, but estimating that the time was almost up, he simply took his laptop and went to the door to wait for her. Without image to the roadside road teeth a squat. Now although the weather has not warmed up, but already spring, half-noon sun shines on people. Warm, not a moment will make Yang Guang feel drowsy. Good time soon. Yang Guang heard a roar of the engine, looked up and saw the treasure blue coupe parked next to himself. Through the front windshield, he saw that inside Lin Yushu was waving her hand at him to get on the car, her big eyes smiling into the shape of a crescent moon. It is said that aristocratic temperament is not something you can pretend to have if you have money. At best you can be regarded as a rich man. But Lin Yushu in Yang Guang's eyes, between her hands and feet, between her knitted brows and her smile, she reveals her elegance. In his heart, he once again sighed, this is really a collection of advantages in one of the heaven's daughter. I don't know which window God has closed for her in the end. Without any nonsense, Yang Guang pulled open the door and sat in the passenger side. A fresh fragrance came to his face, making him relaxed and happy. Lin Yushu watched Yang Guang put on his seatbelt, released the brakes and sped towards the recording studio. Looking at Lin Yushu who was driving the car skillfully, Yang Guang was a bit envious, because it seemed like he didn't have a driver's license until now. On the way, Lin Yushu curiously asked Yang Guang how he wrote such a good song. There was no other way but to tell her that he loved music, so he went to college at the Magic City's Conservatory of Music. Later, because of his family and some other reasons, he entered his last company. Couldn't tell her that she had traveled across the world and that these songs were originally in her head, right? Because it was past 10. It was already past the morning rush hour, so the road was still relatively smooth. In about 50 minutes, the two of them arrived at the recording studio that Lin Yushu said was her friend Zhang Pinghui's. When Zhang Pinghui heard the car, he came out early to welcome them in, and then Lin Yushu introduced them to each other. When they went in, there were still 2 people in the hall fiddling with a bunch of musical instruments, and when they saw the 3 of them walk in, they put down what they were holding, stood up and shouted, Sister Yushu. Yang Guang was a bit confused. Looking at the gentle Lin Yushu, she didn't look like a big sister of the triad. Zhang Pinghui is a familiar. Know that Yang Guang is Lin Yushu's friend. Did not take him as an outsider. See Yang Guang look at Lin Yushu's eyes a little meaningful. Quickly put his arm around Yang Guang's shoulder to explain, Yang Guang this group of people. When I was a kid, I did not get a lot of cleaning up of Miss Lin. Do not look at her age is not big, but cannot bear to see that she is smart. Always come up with some underhanded tricks, to make us a bitter and unbearable. After going home to report to parents, we have to go home and tell them to the police. Bitterness, after going home and telling our parents, then saying that we can't even handle the girls, and then being beaten up again by our own old man. Listening to Zhang Pinghui's words, Yang Guang's eyes changed when he looked at Lin Yushu. Looking at her now, she looked like a lady of the world. Who would have thought that she used to have such a glorious history? When Zhang Pinghui opened his mouth to continue, Lin Yushu slapped him on the back. What are you talking about? You're ruining my reputation in front of my friends, aren't you? Say one more word and you'll lose your life. Zhang Pinghui hurriedly nodded and apologized, then hurriedly changed the topic. Missy, your old man said he wanted to record a song? Yang Guang, he wants to record a song. I know you have a recording studio, so I brought it over. Yang Guang then handed over the notebook and said, just these 4 songs, I've already written the lyrics and music on it. Zhang Pinghui took the notebook. The other 2 people also gathered around. When they saw what was written on it, a crap rang out. Then the 3 of them looked at Yang Guang with adoring eyes. Great God, are you the newcomer vocalist that is rumored to be beating the music world on Shake Tune today? Lin Yushu looked at the 3 people's worshipful look. Her heart couldn't be happier. Now that someone was praising Yang Guang, she was even happier than praising herself. Yang Guang also nodded helplessly. Zhang Pinghui several people started to ask questions around Yang Guang, such as asking him how he wrote these songs, asking him if he was enlightened, and asking him when exactly he would debut. In the process, Yang Guang also knew the names of the other 2 people, a chubby one called Wang Wenshi, and a tall and thin one with long hair called Li Chengfeng. Next Li Chengfeng lamented. Yang Guang is so bullish, he must have traveled over. The speaker had no intention, but the listener had the intention. Yang Guang's heart thumped a few times when he heard it. Then he sneaked a glance at Lin Yushu, seeing that she was playing with her cell phone and didn't seem to be paying attention to this side, so he quietly sighed in relief. Next Zhang Pinghui greeted several people and came outside the recording studio, discussing to make up the tunes at noon and then start recording in the afternoon, as there was a band here, so it was more convenient. Yang Guang was too familiar with these songs, so arranging the tunes was a piece of cake for him, so he quickly finished arranging the song under the worshipful gaze of the 3 Zhang Pinghui. Looking at the time, it was already 1 in the afternoon. The 3 of them walked out of the recording studio and saw that Lin Yushu had already set up a large pile of rice on a table. Seeing a few people come out, she smiled sweetly at Yang Guang. Out? Hurry up and wash your hands and come over to eat. I don't know what you like to eat, so I let the nearby hotel send a table. Yang Guang has not yet had time to say anything. Zhang Pinghui 3 people owe a sound, Miss Lin atmosphere. After saying that, the 3 of them neatly gave Lin Yushu a thumbs up, then pulled Yang Guang to the restroom to wash his hands. When he was pulled away, Yang Guang helplessly glanced at Lin Yushu. Looking at him, Lin Yushu covered her mouth with a smile and ignored them, setting up the dishes there. The 4 of them washed their hands and came to sit beside the table, naturally squeezing Yang Guang to Lin Yushu's side. Seeing that the 3 of them were so cooperative, Lin Yushu handed Zhang Pinghui a "I count on you to know what you're doing" look. Then, in the midst of the jokes of the few people, a lunch was quickly settled. During this time, Lin Yushu asked Yang Guang several times if the food was to his liking. Yang Guang nodded his head helplessly, because he realized that Lin Yushu seemed to be a little too enthusiastic about herself. Even he, a virgin in 2 lives, had the thought in his heart that she was not having thoughts about him. However, thinking about the gap between the 2, and hastily suppressed this idea, Lin Yushu in his eyes, the beauty of his heart did not dare to give birth to the idea of blasphemy. After dinner, a few people went into the recording studio again. In the afternoon, they had to finish recording the instrumental parts first, and then record Yang Guang's vocals. Lin Yushu, on the other hand, called the hotel and asked them to send someone to collect these dishes, because Zhang Pinghui and the 3 of them originally played in a band, and Yang Guang was also a connoisseur in this area. The vocal part was recorded especially smoothly. When Yang Guang entered the glass room to record the vocals later, he shocked Zhang Pinghui even more. They have never seen. There is anyone recording is almost no need to repair the sound. Precisely Yang Guang is such. He sang the song. A few people listening to the outside almost do not need to record a second time, greatly reducing the work of the latter part of the tuner. Soon after recording 4 songs, the 4 of them came out of the recording studio. It was already more than 6 o'clock. At this moment, Lin Yushu was outside holding a book and reading intently. When she saw several people come out from inside, she put down the book and asked them if it went well. Zhang Pinghui gave Yang Guang a thumbs up and said to Lin Yushu, "Miss Lin, when did you meet this great god? That singing skill, It's really at the level of a great god. Seeing that it was already early lights outside at this time, he opened the door for everyone to go out for dinner. 5 people went out and bragged and laughed on the way. Yang Guang felt that this was a good feeling. In his last life, he was a heavenly king-level figure in the entertainment industry. He had to do everything on his end, for fear of being photographed in a bad way and affecting his and the company's reputation. Then he found out that the cancer was already in an advanced stage, and every day he was either lying down at home or in the hospital, and he simply didn't have the opportunity to be like this, with a few friends pressing on the street. He is now enjoying this feeling. Several people in Zhang Pinghui's leadership came to a night market street, because people are used to shopping in the night market at home after dinner, so now the night market is not too many people. They found a barbecue that they often ate, and sat down at a table set up outside. Then Zhang Pinghui hooted and hollered and went to order food with the boss. Looking at his vigor, Yang Guang knew that they usually definitely did not come here less, because there weren't many guests at the barbecue stall at this time. Their kebabs were served very quickly, set up a large table full, and moved to 2 boxes of beer. Although the weather has not yet warmed up, but barbecue this thing, do not drink beer always feel not quite in line with the atmosphere. Zhang Pinghui bang 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 a few times to open a few bottles, distributed to several people, automatically filtered Lin Yushu, then took the bottle and touched it, directly blowing half of the bottle into the mouth. After 3 rounds of drinking, the voices talking at their table gradually grew louder. Zhang Pinghui, Wang Wenshi, Li Chengfeng, and Yang Guang told about them. These 3 brothers were also the sons of rich families in Magic City, and when they were young, they went to the same noble school as Lin Yushu. However, they really couldn't be interested in studying, but they loved playing music since they were young, so after graduating from university, they started a band together. For this reason, a few of them even argued with their families a few times. In order to support the band, they have to go to the bar every now and then to perform, but the talent is really limited. Singing other people's songs, there is no original, so the band is only in the neighboring bars inside a small fame, but just cannot fire. That's why they took out their usual pocket money and built this recording studio, because the studio's equipment was better. It attracted many people to come and record their songs. Therefore, even though the band wasn't very hot, their income was still considered sloppy. After saying this, Zhang Pinghui despondently poured a large mouthful of beer. Turning his head to look at Yang Guang, he asked, "Brother, you're doing live broadcasts on Shake Voice now, right? You're so talented. You won't stay in this small live broadcast room for the rest of your life, right?" Yang Guang shook his head. "Of course not. I'm only doing live broadcasting to accumulate a little popularity. When I have the chance, I definitely still want to debut and enter the entertainment industry." Zhang Pinghui's eyes lit up after hearing this. "Come on, brother, is it convenient to talk about your plan?" Yang Guang was almost drunk at this time, because he knew that they had been friends with Lin Yushu since they were young, and he trusted the character of a few people. And taking a step back, this head of songs of his own, no matter what, he could get out of the road he wanted. Then he didn't hold back anymore, and told a few people what he thought. And Lin Yushu also put down the kebabs in her hand, took a piece of paper to wipe her mouth, sat there and looked at Yang Guang, listening carefully to him. "I plan to attract some singer talent shows to notice me after I accumulate a certain amount of popularity in Shake Live. As long as I can get into that show, I'm confident that I can win the show and be a hit." Zhang Pinghui, however, shook his head and said, "Brother, you're thinking too simply. That kind of talent show, usually the final winner is decided by capital." When Yang Guang heard this, he tilted his head and drank a mouthful of beer and said disdainfully, "Capital? I believe that sometimes capital can't overcome talent." Zhang Pinghui's 3 brothers picked up their bottles. "Brother, for your words, for your momentum, we 3 brothers toast you." After drinking, Yang Guang put down the bottle and continued, "Debut is just my first step. I'm going to set up my own entertainment company later on. I'm not only going to be in the music industry, I'm also going to gnaw a piece of their meat in the movie and TV industry. Look at the current movies and TV shows. Either you love me and I love you, or a third party interfering in a marital crisis. There's literally not a single one that's watchable. I'm going to make movies and TVs myself that are 10,000 times better than them. I'm going to change the status quo of this showbiz where fresh meat reigns. I'm going to let them know who exactly is the emperor of this showbiz." At this moment, Yang Guang, in Lin Yushu's eyes, shone brightly. Zhang Pinghui 3 people had already listened to the stupid, originally was a casual question. Did not expect Yang Guang would say such words. "If these words were heard by outsiders, will certainly eliminate the teeth," said Yang Guang whimsical. Do not know the height of the sky, but in the eyes of Zhang Pinghui's 3 people, they felt that Yang Guang might not be talking big words, because they had seen Yang Guang's talent, such an awesome singing skill. not to mention that they had never seen it in amateur singers. Even those singers who had been famous for a long time now, they could guarantee that the ones who were more powerful than Yang Guan were simply fewer than Yang Guang. When they looked at Yang Guang again, their eyes changed. Their group of rich kids' vision was very high. Not everyone could call them brothers and sisters. Before they were polite to Yang Guang, just because he was Lin Yushu's friend. And then because after seeing Yang Guang's talent in music in the recording studio, they accepted him from the bottom of their hearts. Now, after hearing these bold words from Yang Guang, the three of them, Zhang Pinghui, began to admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Then they said to Yang Guang, "Brother, when your entertainment company opens up, don't forget about us three brothers. We'll mix with you from now on." Yang Guang had seen the basic skills of the three of them today and felt that there was nothing wrong with them. What they lacked was only the ability to create, and it just so happened that what he lacked the most was songs. At that moment, he patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, I don't have many friends in Magic City. Thanks to you guys who can afford to recognize me as a brother. If you don't mind at that time, I'll write songs for you guys, and make sure you'll be able to catch fire all over the country." Zhang Pinghui. Three people heard Yang Guang said so, excitedly holding the wine cup's hand are a little bit shaky. "Brother, thank you words will not say. We brother three will wait for that day." A meal that lasted for 2 hours, during which Lin Yushu didn't talk much. Most of the time she was looking at Yang Guang and they were talking. However, when she heard Yang Guang say that he wanted to set up his own entertainment company in the future, her eyes lit up. She had been suffering from not being able to find a common topic between her and Yang Guang, and setting up a company was something she had learned by ear from growing up next to Lin Yao. So naturally, she was handy with it. She was not interested in the entertainment industry, but setting up a company could be done with Yang Guang. When she thought of this, she immediately felt that she had gained a lot from this day. Zhang Pinghui and the boss settled the bill, and the few returned to the recording studio. Since the three of them were staying here for the night, Lin Yushu only needed to send Yang Guang home. When they parted ways, Zhang Pinghui said that tomorrow morning, the mixer would finish mixing the song, and at that time, he would send the file to Yang Guang for audition, and if there were no problems, it could be released on the music platform. Then Yang Guang expressed to them again. Then he was pulled into the car by Lin Yushu, because he had drunk a lot of wine. He went up and lay down on the backrest and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took to be woken up by Lin Yushu shouting, drowsily surveying the surroundings, and realizing that the car had already steadily listened to the door of that small house of his. Then he unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door to get out of the car. Lin Yushu chased down and asked Yang Guang if he could do it. How can a man say he can't, especially in front of a beautiful woman? Yang Guang waved his hand at Lin Yushu and said he had no problem. "Don't worry," and urged her to drive carefully on the road. Then opened the door and walked in. Although his footsteps were a little frivolous, but his brain was still sober at the moment. According to his alcohol consumption, his current state was between seemingly drunk and not drunk. Watching Yang Guang already enter the room, Lin Yushu also got into the car and left the place. She had to go back and check out how the entertainment company should operate. At this moment, Lin Yushu did not have the gentleness she had when she was with Yang Guang, but instead revealed a hint of a competent and decisive temperament all over her body. Tonight, she was very happy in her heart because she understood that Yang Guang was not the kind of person who was satisfied with the status quo. He also had ideals and was acting to realize them. Extra points. Yang Guang returned to the house, went into the bathroom and washed his face, then came out and opened a bottle of pure water and gurgled and drank most of the bottle. Only then did he feel a little more comfortable. Looked at the time. This time has been 10 o'clock in the evening. Thinking about the state of their own at this time is still good. Simply open the live broadcast room began to live. The live broadcast room was opened, and instantly flooded in nearly 200,000 viewers. Wow. Anchor, I'm going to call the police if you don't open the broadcast. Today, I listened to your song for a day in Jitterbug, and now I'm here to worship the great God. Anchor sucked in 2 million fans in 4 songs, to which I only want to say 4 words. Terrifying as hell. Looking at the pop-ups floating up in the live broadcast room, Yang Guang smiled and opened his mouth to say, "Sorry everyone, because I went to the recording studio to record a song today, so I came back a bit finished. However, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow everyone will be able to hear the lossless versions of those songs at Vapor Music." As soon as the words on this side fell, the audience in the live broadcast room was directly excited. The pop-ups that floated by almost jammed the live room. 5 minutes after Yang Guang opened the live broadcast room, the number of people in the live broadcast room had soared to 500,000. These 500,000 people were all curious to come and see what kind of person Yang Guang was after listening to the songs at Shake It Off during the day, and why he was able to write such a good song. When he said the reason he was late was that he had gone to the studio to record the song and that he would be able to hear the lossless version in Vapor Music in a couple of days. the audience in the live broadcast room directly boiled over. A song, the simple version without a soundtrack in the live studio and the full version recorded in the studio sounded completely different. But Yang Guang's simple version sung in the live studio was so good, so the audience was even more excited about the studio recorded version. Immediately, a group of people said that they will definitely go to open a membership to listen to the song when it goes live. Yang Guang shook his somewhat dizzy head and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "I drank a little wine tonight, or let's not sing, how about just chatting? Why don't you say that there are many right and wrongs when people are red?" As soon as Yang Guang finished speaking, a few people desperately swiped their pop-up screens. "What? Is the anchor seeing that he's red and starting to play big? Ha ha ha, I knew it. How can there be so many good songs? Genius anchor Jiang Lang talent. If you can't write anymore you just say so." Looking at these small black fans, Yang Guang didn't care. Joke, did he have less black fans in his last life? This kind of live broadcasting room to brush the pop-up screen can only be considered a small scene. However, the black fans could only be considered a very small number. As soon as the pop-ups were sent out, they were quickly drowned out by the sea of other pop-ups. "Anchor, ignore them, we do believe in you." "That's right, Anchor today as long as I open Shake It, it's all your songs I'm almost brainwashed." The upstairs is right. If you only listen to the anchor sing it, the key is a lot of covers. It's called a ghost cry. Ha ha. Looking at the fire-like enthusiasm of the audience in the live broadcast room, Yang Guang felt that his drowsy head, after this moment of rest, was a bit better than just now, so he simply got up, took off the guitar hanging on the wall, sat down and fiddled with it twice before saying to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Let's do it this way. Although I drank a little bit of wine today and my head is a little bit drowsy, but seeing that everyone is so enthusiastic, I'm going to sing a song today. What do you think?" Hearing Yang Guang say sing, the people in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. "Anchor, I like your words. 6666. Still singing an original song? Silly bird upstairs. Where is so much originality? Ha ha, does he think original songs are cabbage? $2 a caddy? No matter. Anyway, it's either original or a jungle." Looking at the noisy audience in the live broadcast room, Yang Guang opened his mouth and said, "Okay, everyone stop arguing first. Listen to me. Today, we still follow the rules of the live broadcasting room. I'll open a continuous microphone. Whoever of you feels that you have a story, go on the microphone and tell it to everyone. And I'll write a song based on your story and give it to you." When this sentence was said out, those who watched yesterday's live broadcast were not very shocked because they had already experienced it once. The ones who were really surprised were those who watched Yang Guang's live broadcast for the first time today. "Anchor, I'll give you another chance to speak properly. We're here on a cloudy day. I opened the window and saw a herd of cows flying in the sky. Anchor can write it. I'll stand upside down and eat shang. Upstairs, I'm paying attention to you, sitting and waiting for the follow-up." Just as the pop-ups were bickering, one of the boys succeeded in connecting to the microphone. Yang Guang said, "Let's welcome this winter never closes. Come and say hello to everyone." "Hello everyone, I'm Winter Doesn't Close, a Hangzhou native. Today I saw the video of the anchor singing in Shake voice and was amazed. I feel lucky today. I didn't expect that the first time I came to the live room, I succeeded in connecting with the anchor." Yang Guang, "Okay, please tell your story. I'm from Hangzhou. How can I say this? Since I was young, I had a childhood friend. We were in the same class since kindergarten, all the way through elementary school, middle school, and high school. During this time, we played together, studied together, did homework together, and even skipped classes together. I don't know when it started, but I carved her figure in my heart, and she told me very clearly that she liked me in her heart as well. So we made a promise for tomorrow and fantasized about the future. I don't know if people's feelings are always not so smooth sailing. In high school after the first half of the semester, the two of us about to play in the Westlake, she told me that she will not participate in the domestic college entrance examination. Her parents in foreign countries to find a good school for her, and so on a few days to go. At that moment, I felt that my whole body was cold. At the broken bridge, we hugged each other for a long time. Then she left, and the two of us were left alone on our way to school. After that, I began to study and do my homework on my own, without her around anymore. After I graduated from high school, I got into our local university, but I still couldn't forget her. This year's winter vacation, I have to go to the broken bridge stood until the middle of the night, head back to the scene we experienced. No matter how can not forget. I hope her studies abroad go well and she has a bright future. When this winter never closes finished his story, Yang Guang then told the audience in the live broadcast room to wait for himself for half an hour, and began to lower his head in serious songwriting. Perhaps everyone has a regret buried deep in their heart when they first start to love? So after listening to the Winter Never Closes story, no one spoke out to mock him, but instead, all the pop-ups fluttered up with crying emoticons. At this time, in the recording site of Future Star in the capital, in the opinion conference room, director Li Weiwei was gathering the staff for a meeting to prepare for the program. Li Weiwei asked her assistant, "What's the situation with the contestants now?" Assistant He-won opened her laptop and looked at it. "Right now we have received about 80 contestants who have signed up from more than 20 entertainment companies and studios. But most of these people signed up for the Charm of Face track. And after screening, the Charm of Face and Heavenly Melody tracks have just enough for the initial quota of 15. But the Chosen Sun track has just enough for 14 right now because of the need for songwriter-type singers. There's still one more person missing." Li Weiwei frowned because the recording of the program would start in another week. And although there were many sign-ups, for the sake of the quality of the program, there still had to be a screening process because there were too many abusive people. Li Weiwei couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Now this music scene is already very watery. In order to be able to really discover a few good seedlings, to inject fresh blood into the music scene, Penguin Video will launch this talent show. But so far, the most important Chosen One track has not met her expectations, and these existing contestants always feel a little less interesting. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard her assistant He-won say, "Mr. LV, what are you looking at?" Mr. LV mean, the music director of the program. Hearing He-won ask himself, "LV mean hemmed and hawed." Recently a music anchor appeared on top of Jae-in. In just 2 days he gained more than 2 million fans. He sang the song he wrote during the live broadcast, which was sent upwards by netizens. And overnight, Jae-in was full of videos of him singing. When Li Weiwei heard this, her eyes lit up. "Really?" LV mean rushed Li Weiwei and shook her cell phone. "Now he is live broadcasting. Jitterbug into the Sunshine Live room. Don't believe you see for yourself." Li Weiwei thought for a while and felt that she couldn't negotiate any good solutions sitting here right now. So she simply announced that the meeting was adjourned and took her assistant He-won back to the room where she was resting. Although she didn't think it was too reliable. But if LV Emin could be the single music director on the program, then he still had a high level of music appreciation, and had once been a music composer that had taken the country by storm. Since he was interested in that music anchor on Jitterbug, then the dead horse might as well take a look himself. And anyway, if it didn't work out in the end, he had nothing to lose. Back in the room, Li Weiwei asked He-won to find Yang Guang's live broadcast and cast it onto the TV in the room. At this time, Yang Guang had just finished writing the song, played the guitar twice to try out the sound, and was planning to sing to the audience. Yang Guang spent about 20 minutes writing the song. Raising his head, he said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Audience friends have been waiting for a long time." Based on the story told by this Winter Never Closes friend, a song called Broken Bridge and Broken Snow, original singer, Susan, is given to you all. Just hearing Yang Guang say the title of the song, the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room lit up. Just a song title was so poetic. Could this song still be difficult to listen to? Anchor this damn talent. Broken Bridge and Broken Snow. Anchor, this song title of yours doesn't feel like it has anything to do with that netizen story. The class rep is here. Quiet. All be quiet. Listen well to the anchor singing. Not only the netizens, Li Weiwei and He-won, who were now watching the live broadcast, were also brightened up. She felt from this song title that this Yang Guang had real talent. The broken-winged deadleaf butterfly that can't find a flower, can never see the withering, the eaves of the bridges in the night of Jiangnan. I can't read the wilderness of northern Serbia. The plum blossom is haunted by loneliness. After the return of spring, it is quickly extinguished. I'm left alone to watch the fireworks flying all over the sky. After swaying, they drift away with the wind. At the beginning, netizens listening to the really confused, because it seems out of the Jiangnan scenery. The lyrics inside the content and Winter Does Not Close story seems to really have no relationship. They are thinking that this anchor is really going to turn over this time? Unexpectedly, the last 2 lines were sung, and the lonely atmosphere immediately came up after this separation. Did it snow on the broken bridge? I look at the lake. The cold moon in the water is like snow. My fingertips melt with a tap. Has it ever snowed on the broken bridge? I think of your face again. If I never see you again. The willow curtains of the white dike shed tears several times. After the first chorus was sung, all the audience felt their scalps numb because the lyrics were too awesome. Which were lyrics? This was simply a beautiful poem. Li Weiwei and He-won also looked at each other. They both saw each other's shock in each other's eyes. Yang Guang didn't know about this reaction from the crowd, but continued to sing with dedication. I'm left alone to enjoy the fireworks flying all over the sky. After swaying they drift away with the wind. Did it snow on the broken bridge? I think of your face again. If I don't get to see you again. The willow curtains of the white causeway shed tears several times. The song finally ended after Yang Guang played the last note. Looking up at the live broadcast, there were now 1,200,000 people, but he suspected that these 1,200,000 people were fake, because after he finished the song, there was not even a single pop-up screen inside the live broadcast room. There was really not a single pop-up screen. There was no other way. Yang Guang could only speak out that classic ending line with a hard head. Friends of the audience in the live broadcast room, a song called Broken Bridge and Broken Snow is sent to Winter Never Closes and all the people in front of the cell phone. I hope you all like it. At this moment, the pop-up screen suddenly exploded. Ah, singing it so quickly? Yeah, it's too fast. Listening to a song surprisingly put myself into it. This Anchor, there's no one else. Anchor, I would like to call you the god of song. Winter Never Closes is given to Anchor Carnival X3. Chicken Run gives Anchor Super Rocket X2. The pop-ups and gift effects once again blocked the screen of the live broadcast room. Yang Guang had no choice but to remind again. Friends in the live room, no need to brush me with gifts. I said on the first day, I'm not interested in these gifts. Come to the live broadcast is to chat with everyone and make friends. Humph, just give it away. Whether we send or not is our business. Whether you receive it or not is your business. I advise the anchor not to mind his own business. Seeing these pop-ups, Yang Guang also smiled helplessly. Kapatul. After listening to the song, Li Weiwei was immediately amazed at Yang Guang. Remembering that LVE said that he had a few other songs that were very hot in Douyin. She told He Wan to hurry up and find them. She wanted to hear whether Yang Guang was really high caliber or the legendary Nerve Knife. He Wan found the 4 songs in turn in Jain. People Like Me, Windy, Sadness, Painting. Li Weiwei slapped her thighs after listening to them and told He Wan, send a message to Yang Guang and ask him if he's interested in joining our program. Also tell the others that the last person in the Chosen Sun track is confirmed, so tell them not to look for anyone else. As for whether Yang Guang would refuse to participate in the program, Li Weiwei felt that it was simply impossible. He Wan promised, and then edited a private message to Yang Guang's account in the backstage of Jitterbug and sent it over. Just as Yang Guang wanted to talk to the people in the live broadcast room about going off the air, he suddenly realized that he had received a private message. Although he had received more private messages than he could count in the past 2 days, this one was sent to him just after he had cleared his unrets. It still caught his attention. Opening it, it was from the official account of a program called Future Star, and the content was that they had watched Yang Guang's live broadcast on Shake, and felt that he was very talented and wrote good songs, and invited him to participate in the program, and it was the most difficult Chosen Sun track, and also left the phone number of the program team. Yang Guang looked at it, did not feel anything, because now there are too many fraud news. Immediately turned off the private message, muttering to himself, now the liar is so professional, also specifically changed into the name of the other's program group. Cut, to brother this IQ, can on you this win? After saying that, he also skimmed his mouth with great disdain. Originally still immersed in Yang Guang's song just now in the live broadcast crowd, to see Yang Guang about to go off the air came on such a scene. Suddenly they all laughed and sprayed. Having the pop-up message. Ha ha ha, laughing, witty anchor. That account. How do I feel really as the Future Star program group? Oh, anchor you this fan operation. Do you want to laugh me to death and inherit my flowers? I'm convinced. It's true that when God opens a door for you, he will definitely close a window. Ha ha. I can't believe I took the program's invitation as a scam. Eyes on the dog. He Wan, who was also watching Yang Guang's live broadcast at this time, was also crying and laughing. This anti-fraud awareness is also too strong. But don't you see that my account is a blue V with platform authentication? How could I possibly scam you? So, He Wan had an extremely difficult time calming down, and sent Yang Guang a private message again, asking him to look at the account homepage. They are a certified account with a platform, and it's definitely the official account of the program group, not a scam. At this time, Yang Guang also saw the audience's pop-ups, and felt that he had not really made a mess. His old face reddened and wanted to explain, but before he could open his mouth, that account sent another private message. According to what it said, Yang Guang clicked into the account homepage, and sure enough, there was a small blue V under the account name, which represented that the account had passed the platform's official certification. Then the possibility of fraud could be ruled out. He didn't expect that in this world. He had attracted the attention of a talent show and invited him to participate in the program after singing just 5 songs, but he still had to make sure what kind of process the program was. So he replied on the private message, the program's invitation. Please allow yourself to think about it, and give the program a reply by 12 noon tomorrow. When He Wan saw Yang Guang's reply, he put down his cell phone with satisfaction. The task assigned by the director had finally been completed. Then he notified everyone in their program group's workgroup that the last member of the Chosen Sun track had been found and was being communicated with. so that everyone could stop continuing to look for contestants. When this notification was sent out, and everyone was asking who the other person was, the corner of LVE mouth gently hooked up. Sure enough, his own vision was still good, and he made himself a cup of tea with a small song across his face. The viewers of Yang Guang's live broadcast saw that he didn't immediately agree, but replied to think about it, and they were anxious for him. I say anchor, you're in a hurry. Forget it, such a good opportunity you don't agree? I heard that this program, which is produced by Penguin Video in conjunction with 2 other very powerful companies, has a huge investment. With the anchor's looks and talent, participating in this program can definitely be a hit. I think so. Maybe the winner is even possible. What's the use of us being anxious? Oh, look at this anchor. Not interested at all. Really anxious for him. Yang Guang saw that everyone was advising for him, so he explained. I didn't agree in time. I just want to carefully study what the process and system of the program is like. If it suits me, I will definitely go and participate. Then after saying something about letting everyone wait for his good news, he said goodbye to everyone and exited the live broadcast. And as usual, tonight's song was passed on by the audience to the top of Jitterbug. Yang Guang did drink quite a lot tonight, and although he wasn't so drunk, his head stayed groggy, barely able to raise his spirits. He finished singing a song in the live broadcast, and now he just wanted to lie down on his bed and sleep comfortably. As for the program's invitation, Yang Guang decided to give them a definitive answer after he woke up from his sleep, because he didn't really understand what the program's rules and regulations of the tournament system were really like right now. And for him, a person who had died once due to illness, the heavens were large and the body was the largest. As for other things, let's talk about it when he wakes up. It was almost 10 o'clock at night when Lin Yushu drove home. Opening the door, she found her mom and dad sitting and talking in the hall, and when she saw herself come in, Hu Shuangjin asked her, "Why are you back so late?" Lin Yushu closed the door, took off her jacket and hung it on the hanger, changed her slippers, and ran all the way to the sofa, slamming her body onto it. I'm exhausted. Didn't I take Yang Guang to record a song with Zhang Pinghui today? And that guy, Zhang Pinghui, had to drag us to dinner after recording, and ended up having a barbecue, and they drank quite a bit of wine, and bragged about half a day of bull, and only then did it get delayed. Lin Yao drank a mouthful of tea, looking at Lin Yushu's eyes full of favor. So how was the recording? Lin Yushu nodded. The process is still quite smooth. Zhang Pinghui and the others are almost becoming Yang Guang's little fans. Said that the songs he sang once don't even need much tuning. Saying that, she opened her cell phone and habitually opened Jitterbug, and suddenly let out an ah. Hu Shuangjin slapped her. Why are you still so startled when you're so old? Lin Yushu showed her her cell phone and said, I didn't expect to drink so much wine, but Yang Guang even opened another live broadcast and sang a song. Lin Yao said, really? You show us louder. Lin Yushu then turned up the sound of her cell phone and placed it on the coffee table in front of her mom and dad. Inside the cell phone, Yang Guang, holding a guitar, played and sang, with a soothing rhythm and a nice voice. Cannot find the flower of the folded wings of the withered leaf butterfly broken bridge weather snow. I look at the lake if there is no chance to see again. The white dyke willow curtains drooping tears a few times. Hu Shuangjin listened to it and lamented. Who wrote this song? It's so beautiful. The words are also good. So old. I've never seen anyone write such beautiful lyrics. Lin Yushu saw her mom praising Yang Guang, smiled proudly and said, the songs Yang Guang sings, he writes them himself. Lin Yao took over. Well, this young man is good, talented, and doesn't look like an immodest person. Lin Yushu looked at Lin Yao in surprise. She had never heard her father praise any boy like this before, and her heart added a few more points to Yang Guang. However, she didn't dare to show it too obviously, but kept her head down and continued to play with her cell phone. Suddenly, there was another ah scream. Hu Shuangjin looked over and said, you stinky girl, what's wrong again? Lin Yushu swiped to the part where netizens recorded Lin Yao receiving an invitation message from the Future Star program group on Jiayin, and excitedly said to Hu Shuangjin, when Yang Guang was singing live tonight, he received an invitation from the Future Star program group for him to participate in their program. Hu Shuangjin wasn't interested in these variety shows on a regular basis, so when she heard Lin Yushu say this, she frowned with some doubt, as if she had never heard of such a program. Surprisingly, Lin Yao said he knew about this. I have heard of this program. Then he explained to Hu Shuangjin, last time I went to the capital, I met old Li. He said that there was a variety show being prepared at his place. It seems to be this Future Star. It seems to be produced by Penguin Video, and it said that all the entertainment companies in the country have sent their young people over to participate. Hu Shuangjin nodded in understanding. Then if you want to put it that way, this young Yang should still be quite impressive to receive an invitation from the program. Lin Yushu immediately replied, that's for sure. She herself didn't even realize that the look on her face when she said this was as if she was praising herself. Then she saw her parents looking at her with smiles on their faces. Their eyes were a little bit off. And only then did she react to the fact that she had acted a little too obviously. Shrinking her neck, she leaned back and pretended to play with her cell phone again. Lin Yao got up and went upstairs. And when he came back a little while later, he had an extra file bag in his hand, placed it in front of Lin Yushu and patted it, saying to her, "You should also take a look." Lin Yushu opened the file with doubt, then immediately stared with wide eyes. "You went to investigate Yang Wang?" Lin Yao took a sip from his teacup in an old-fashioned manner. "Why, my daughter's favorite young man. Of course I had to go and check how the character is." Lin Yushu didn't say anything, just picked up the document and read it carefully. Inside Yang Wang's parents, family situation, some experiences from childhood to adulthood, including the ex-girlfriend who had just broken up on Valentine's Day. All of them were clearly recorded on it. After reading it, he loaded the material back and returned it to Lin Yao, and sat there by himself, not speaking for a long time. Hu Shuangjin thought that Lin Yushu was angry that they were privately investigating someone close to her, and hurriedly came out to solve the problem. "Yushu, your father is doing this for your own good. You can't be angry with him." Lin Yushu shook her head. "No, it's just that I didn't expect that someone's life as a child could be so bitter." Lin Yao said, "Now that you've finished reading it as well, what thoughts do you have in your mind?" "Thoughts?" Lin Yushu replied. "Let's walk around normally like this for now. I feel as if he is a bit afraid of me. Now that I think about it, it should be because the family gap between our two families is too big." Hu Shuangjin said, "Yushu, Dad and I have never forced you to get married. What about this time? It's no exception. What kind of person is this Xiao Yang? I think this information, even if it's not allowed, it's still not too far off. At least the character is still over the top. We haven't seen you grow up so big, really care so much about which boy. Only this little young, although you haven't known each other for a long time, but your care for him is not less at all. If you really like him, then bravely go after him. Mom and Dad here, there is no such thing as a girl must wait for a boy to come after her. You and him together. We both have no opinion, so that he also do not have to worry about the family factor. All these are unimportant. The most important thing is that you can be happy. This is enough. Mom thinks that anyone who can write a song like Broken Bridge and Broken Snow won't have a bad character." Lin Yushu didn't expect that her parents would have a showdown with her tonight. And even more so, she didn't expect that they wouldn't object to her and Yang Wang being together, and immediately blushed. "I know, Mom." Suddenly thinking of what Yang Wang had said when he was having dinner with Zhang Pinghui tonight, he looked up and asked Lin Yao, "Dad, if I want to open an entertainment company, what do you think?" Lin Yao was surprised. "Oh, why do you have this idea?" Lin Yushu told Lin Yao about the chat between Zhang Pinghui and Yang Wang when they were having dinner today. Then said, "Yang Wang definitely wants to go on to the entertainment industry, and his dream is also to open an entertainment company after he becomes famous himself. But I feel that if that happens, we won't have anything in common, and I would like to open the company now. With Yang Wang's talent, if he goes on the program Future Star, he'll definitely catch fire. That way I can sign him up to this company of mine, and then I can let him use his influence to replace his equity. That way, this company will be run by the two of us together." Lin Yao did not have much to say. Hu Shuangjin started to get excited after hearing this. "It's okay, old Lin. Our daughter is really smart. So not only do they have a common topic, but they also have a common cause. I'm telling you, you have to support it." Lin Yao thought about it and thought it was okay. "Anyway, it's just a matter of $10 or $20 million. Let her go. The big deal is to lose it all." So he said to Lin Yushu, "This way, since the engagement, do not be too petty. I will give you $20 million. In addition to the AO Long building to give you 2 floors of office buildings, and then give you 2 people. You look at your own, toss it." Lin Yushu excitedly jumped up, ran over and wrapped her arms around Lin Yao's neck, and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, Dad. I knew you were the best." Looking at his daughter's happy face, touching the face that was just kissed by his daughter, Lin Yao heatedly smiled, instantly feeling that this amount of money was really worth it. Yang Wang couldn't care less and slept blindfolded until dawn. After waking up, the head is still a bit of a hangover. It seems that you still cannot drink too much wine before going to bed. A night cannot slow down. As usual, after washing up to go outside the breakfast store to eat dinner, only to go back to slowly on the internet to check up the specific information of the program Future Star. Future Star has not yet been officially recorded. The first phase in the capital. The competition is divided into 3 tracks. The charm of the face, the voice of the sky and the chosen sun. The charm of face, as the name suggests, is the contestant who is good at face value and appearance, while the voice of heaven simply requires voice, And The Chosen Son is the most difficult because it not only requires you to have a good singing voice, but also your face value can't be too low, and most importantly, the contestant is required to perform a song that he or she has created. There are initially 15 contestants for each of the 3 tracks, so that's 45 in total. The program has 3 judges. Look at the news revealed in advance. Are the film and television industry's popular flower girl Gu Cc, the entertainment industry's top flow of Young Won Dong, the music industry strength singer-songwriter Zhou Yunxian. The program is divided into 12 issues. The first 3 programs, there is no audience on the scene. Each phase of the program by the 3 tracks each out of the 5 players to perform, by the mentor on-site voting. And so on the third phase of the performance of all the people finished, announced the promotion list, each track eliminated 5 players. The 4th to 6th period, according to the sum of votes, each track eliminated 3 contestants, counting votes including mentors and live audience. Phase 7 to 11, 1 person from each track will be eliminated in each phase. In the 12th finale, you are free to find a guest to perform together. After the 6 performances, according to the live audience's votes, the person with the highest number of votes will become the current future star. The program airs 1 episode every Saturday on Penguin Video, with a total duration of 3 months. Seeing this, Yang Guang had a basic understanding of this program in his heart. When he took out his cell phone and wanted to listen to other people's opinions, he suddenly froze, because he suddenly realized that he didn't even have a friend that he could discuss with when things went wrong, and he couldn't help but curse Yang Guang for being a loser. Just as he wanted to put away his cell phone, suddenly Lin Yushu's beautiful face flashed in his mind. He froze, hesitating whether to find her to talk about this matter. Finally clenching his teeth, he still dialed the phone. This was the first time he dialed Lin Yushu's number, because Lin Yushu had finalized the matter of setting up an entertainment company with Lin Yao last night. She was currently nestled in her room looking up all the information about other entertainment companies. Although she was a girl, she was a graduate of Yenjing University's Manhwa College. Her IQ was naturally not low, and since she had grown up with Lin Yao, she had even more of an ear for business operations. That's why she had such confidence and dared to agree with Lin Yao to give her $20 million to do this. Suddenly heard the cell phone ringing, thought it was Zhu Wenxin, did not expect to pick up a look, is Yang Guang called. She was a bit surprised because this was the first time Yang Guang took the initiative to call her. When she picked up she felt that Yang Guang should be talking to her about going to participate in the program Future Star. Hello. Yang Guang heard Lin Yushu's voice coming out of the phone. It was very gentle, as if it was poking right at the most itchy place in his heart, making Yang Guang feel very comfortable. That Lin Yushu, I have something. Yang Guang hated to slap himself twice. How could he be so nervous in front of her? Outrageous. You can call me Yushu. That's how my parents call me. Lin Yushu finished. Her face was also slightly hot, because the intention of this sentence was a little too obvious. Telling him that his own parents all call him this way, and also letting you call him this way, obviously treating you as someone you are very close to. I hope you can understand what I mean. Well, Yushu, I have something I want to discuss with you. Yesterday during the live broadcast I received an invitation from the Future Star Program Group, asking me to participate in the recording of this program of theirs. Yang Guang took a few deep breaths, then reorganized his language. When Lin Yushu heard that Yang Guang was really looking for her because of this matter, her heart was sweet. For such an important matter, he came to ask for his opinion, showing that her status in his heart was still very high. At that moment, she didn't talk nonsense. She directly told him, I know about the program Future Star. I heard that they invested quite a lot in it, and Penguin Video will surely focus on publicity when the time comes, and if you go to participate in it, with your talent, you will surely be able to make it to the end. That way your dreamland is one step closer. When Yang Guang heard these words from Lin Yushu, he didn't know why, but the only bit of doubt in his heart dispersed, and just said to her, okay, then I'll go. Lin Yushu said, then I wish you success. You go to the program, and if you win the championship, I'll give you a surprise then. Surprise? What surprise? I've said it's a surprise. Surely I can't tell you now. What's a surprise if I say it now? There was no other way. Yang Guang could only say goodbye to Lin Yushu and hang up the phone. Then he found the phone number of the program group in the message he once sent him last night and dialed it, telling them that he was confirmed to participate in the program. The other party then told him to arrive at the location where the program was being recorded within a week, and would send the location to himself later. When he hung up the phone, the other party repeatedly urged Yang Guang to be on time. There would be pressure in one's heart when something was undetermined, but once it was determined, then that pressure would dissipate, which was the case for Yang Guang at this time. So far, everything was moving forward in an orderly manner according to his plan, and he was full of confidence in the future. With nothing to do for the day, Yang Guang was in his room preparing the songs he would sing when he recorded the program. By the time he went live in the evening, he told the audience in the live broadcast room that he would not sing for the time being this week. Just as the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were verbally attacking him, Yang Guang revealed the reason. Because he was going to record the program Future Star in a week's time. So he was going to shut down to create a new song. Hearing this incomparably legitimate reason, these people in the live broadcast room also said they could understand, and wished him the best of luck in his endeavors, singing all the way to the top and finally winning the championship, and immediately said that after the program aired, they would watch every episode and go to the program pop-ups to support themselves. Yang Guang expressed his thanks and then turned off the live broadcast. After looking at the Shake fans, it was already 3 million, and suddenly realized that the previous videos of the Shake account had already been deleted by him, and no content had been posted as of now. After thinking about it, he put the phone on the selfie frame, shot himself to record a paragraph, said that his live broadcast in the jittery voice should be suspended for a period of time, because he has to go to record the program, so the last few days will be very busy, and said that after participating in this program, he will continue to live. I didn't expect this video to be uploaded, and the likes and comments quickly passed 100,000. The comments were all wishing themselves to win the championship in the program, and of course, there were some people who felt that they didn't know the heights of heaven. In response, Yang Guang just laughed it off. The next day after breakfast, Yang Guang received a phone call from Zhang Pingwei, saying that the 4 songs he recorded had already been done and the original files had been sent to his mailbox. Yang Guang went back to open his mailbox and downloaded them, and after listening to them, he felt that there was nothing wrong with them, so he expressed his thanks to Zhang Pingwei. After the two of them politely said a few words and hung up the phone, Yang Guang registered his account with Vapor Music and registered together as a singer-songwriter, then uploaded the 4 songs to the platform. Then he took out his cell phone and recorded another video, telling everyone that his previous 4 songs had been recorded and uploaded to the Vapor Music platform, so everyone could go to the top to download and try it out. In the following 3 days, Yang Guang was very leisurely every day, because he had enough songs in his head that he didn't have to specialize in preparing anything at all. Before boarding the plane to the imperial capital, Yang Guang made a phone call with Lin Yushu, telling him that he was going to report to the program today. Lin Yushu was busy with registering her company, so she didn't say much. She just wished him a safe trip and they hung up. In response, Yang Guang still had a little loss in his heart. However, when he got off the plane and Yang Guang took a taxi to reach the recording venue of the program, he shook this point of loss to the back of his mind, because the most important thing at the moment was to play well in this program and not to be careless, so as not to overturn the boat in the gutter. Yang Guang got out of the cab, carrying a guitar on his back and a canvas bag in his hand, which was simply filled with 2 replacement clothes. When he walked to the entrance of a villa, he was stopped by the security guard and asked who he was and what he was doing here. Yang Guang repeatedly said that he was here to participate in the program, but the security guard looked him up and down and just didn't believe him. Yang Guang had no choice but to ask the security guard to contact the director's assistant, He-Wan, and tell him that he had already arrived at the entrance of the program. The security uncle hung up the phone and told Yang Guang to wait at the entrance, during which he still kept staring at him, which made Yang Guang a little bit cry and laugh. He really could not imagine that he could still be stared at like a thief one day. At the time when he was so embarrassed that he could use his toes to pick out 3 rooms on the ground, a woman came out from inside the villa, probably in her 30s, with a head of long hair simply tied in a ponytail, and in a greenish-gray professional outfit, looking clean and sharp. He-Wan walked out and saw Yang Guang, who was being stared at by the security guard at the door, because she had seen his live broadcast in Jitterbug, so she came out and shook hands with Yang Guang very warmly, saying that he was welcome to participate in this program. When the security uncle saw that this person was really here to record the program, he was a little embarrassed when he thought that he was staring at him like a thief. Yang Guang on the other hand gave him a look that seemed to say, "See, I said I'm here to record the program, but you don't believe me." Then He-Wan brought Yang Guang into the villa, the first day, and still a vegetarian, and the director personally instructed. Yang Guang came over the first time to bring to her. She has some words to advise Yang Guang. The two came to the door of a room. The tightly closed door had the sign of the general director hanging on it. He-Wan knocked twice and a woman's voice immediately came out from inside, "Come in." He-Wan opened the door and took Yang Guang in with her. Entering the room, Yang Guang finally saw the person's appearance. About 40 years old, short hair on the ear, because there was a heater in the room, so he only wore a shirt on his upper body, and a pair of tight jeans underneath, with a pair of high heels on his feet. He-Wan introduced to him, this was the chief director of the program, Ms. Li Weiwei. Yang Guang knew that the director's face still had to be given, and immediately hurriedly stretched out his hand and shook Li Weiwei's hand. "My name is Yang Guang, Please take care of the director. Li Weiwei looked at Yang Guang. The person is very handsome. Even if it is to participate in the charm of the face track is more than enough. Singing skills are also good. In the live broadcast, even if it is just a guitar accompaniment, cannot hear any problems. The most critical point, there is talent. He wrote those songs, even the mentor invited by the program group, the strength of the singer-songwriter Zhou Yunxian, are all praise, and even listen to his speech is still a little bit willing to pay tribute. This kind of person who had all the advantages together, just like the name of that track, in Li Weiwei's opinion, was the true chosen one. She could predict that if Yang Guang's songs in the program could maintain his previous level, then by the time the program ended, there was no need to wait until the end of the program. He could become a rising superstar in the domestic music scene. This point, Li Weiwei was incomparably certain. At that moment, Li Weiwei said to Yang Guang, I won't say more. I'll just ask you one question. Coming to prepare for this program, how many songs have you prepared? Hearing Li Weiwei's question, Yang Guang didn't say anything, but stretched out a finger at her. Li Weiwei frowned. Only one song? How are you going to record the program going forward with one song? Yang Guang smiled and said, No, director, you misunderstood. What I mean is that as long as the program isn't over, I can keep singing. Li Weiwei didn't react for a moment and froze. Only after a while did she slap Yang Guang. You kid, you're quite humorous, but when you say that, I feel relieved. I still think highly of you this time. Cheer up. After saying that, he let Yuan take Yang Guang to the hotel not far away. It was a 3-star hotel. All the staff, no matter if they were contestants or program staff, were concentrated to live in it, and the rooms were chartered for 4 months. Yuan brought Yang Guang to the door of a room, opened the door with the room card she had just received from the front desk, instructed Yang Guang to take a good rest today, and to go to the recording site at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning to start the recording of the program, and then left. Yang Guang walked in and closed the room door with his hand, surveying the room's environment. A 3-star hotel room was still okay. At least it was much better than the tiny rented room he was in now, because in his last life, the last period of time Yang Guang stayed in a hospital room, so it caused him to not be too demanding on the conditions of his accommodation now, because to him, no matter what bed, it was more comfortable than a hospital bed. Putting away the things he carried with him, Yang Guang went to the restroom and washed his face with cool water, and saw that the daily toiletries were already prepared inside, so he could not have to buy them himself. Then also didn't take off his shoes. He made a trip to the bed, pulled a corner of the quilt over his body, and began to rest with his eyes closed. No matter what time of the day, rushing is the most tiring. Today Lin Yushu met the 2 people that her dad had given over to him. Both of them were his right-hand men from the group's headquarters. One was called Huang Jing, head of the finance department of Tiansheng Group. One was called Ding Min, the deputy manager of Tiansheng Group's human resources department. Both of them were around 40 years old, and since Lin Yushu often followed Lin Yao to the group, both of them knew this big miss of Tiansheng Group. Lin Yushu then told the 2 of them about her plan, asking them to go to the business registration company first, and after the formalities were done, they would wait for the renovation of the 2-story office building in Aolong Mansion. When the renovation was almost done, they could start recruiting staff. However, during this period of time, Lin Yushu arranged for Ding Min to make more contact with the management of several large entertainment companies to see if she could poach a few. The most important thing was the manager. It had to be about character. The kind of manager who had exploded in the past should not be considered. Regarding what Lin Yushu said, Ding Min and Huang Jing naturally nodded their heads in agreement. Although the treatment and room for growth in the Tiansheng Group wasn't as good as it was now, for the 2 of them, since Lin Yushu, the new boss, and the original boss were family, there wouldn't be too much of a difference between being here and being there. As for the name of the company, Lin Yushu had already thought of it. It was called Sunshine Entertainment. Sending the 2 of them out, Lin Yushu pinched her brow with some fatigue. In order to put the company on the right track before Yang Guang's catalog was finished, Lin Yushu really didn't dare to rest for a moment these days. But now that she had Ding Min and Huang Jing, she should be able to relax a little. In fact, the company initially does not need too many departments. First, the human resources department, the financial department, the administrative department, the public relations department, the legal department, and these major departments to establish, and then the other can be slowly perfected. Lin Yushu decided to take a break and then went to have lunch. In the afternoon, she had to go to the design company to find a designer to determine the decoration plan. As for the construction, Tiansheng Group had a specialized decoration company. When Yang Guang woke up again, it was already getting dark outside. The grumbling of his stomach reminded him that he needed to go out to eat. There was no other way. Man is iron and rice is steel. One meal not eaten will make you hungry. Taking his cell phone and room card, he went out of the room. This corridor was a bit quiet, and the doors of the surrounding rooms were barred, but according to Iwan, this floor was occupied by contestants who were participating in the program, so that meant the soundproofing was still good. When he went downstairs to wait for the elevator, a person ran over from behind. Yang Guang turned his head to see, is a 18 or 19-year-old girl, wearing a beige coat, head tied with a double ponytail, 1 meter 6 height, because a little thin reason looks a little thin, but looks quite beautiful. Daegai's double eyelids now seems to have become the standard for beautiful women, although now he himself is only 21 years old, not much older than her, but the soul within his body is already in its 30s. Seeing that she was also living on this floor, then it was safe to assume that she was here to record the program just like himself. At that moment, Yang Guang smiled at her in a friendly manner, but didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, that girl listened to the social cow, extended her hand towards him to shake it and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Feng Wenwen. I'm here to participate in this future star program. How about you? Yang Guang replied. My name is Yang Guang, also here to participate in the program. I just got here today. I took a nap in the afternoon and went to get some food. Hearing Yang Guang's words, Feng Wenwen stared with wide eyes and said with slight admiration, You just arrived today and you can still sleep? The program will start recording tomorrow, eh? Yang Guang smiled and didn't say anything, but she didn't expect this girl who looked a bit quiet to talk quite a lot. Speaking again, she said, Seeing how calm you are, your agency must be very strong, right? Yang Guang shook his head. I don't have an agency. I came to the competition by myself. What? You're a pure roadie. Ha, you know, these 30 or so people who came over this time, almost all of them were sent in by major agencies, and I've still only seen you as a pure passerby. Hearing her say that, Yang Guang became curious because he hadn't had time to learn about the others. He wanted to ask something, but at that moment the elevator had stopped and opened the door. The two walked out and Yang Guang asked, Where are you going? Why don't you go out to eat something together? Thought Feng Wenwen would have some concerns, but didn't expect her to say with a big grin, Sure, it just so happens that I'm also coming down to eat, then walked to the front and waved her hand at Yang Guang. I've been here for many days. I know where there's good food. You come with me. The two of them, one after the other, walked out of the hotel's front door, because they were now just little rookies who hadn't yet made their debut, so they weren't afraid of being photographed by others at all. It was estimated that the paparazzi had no intention of photographing the two of them and were too tired of taking up camera memory. Feng Wenwen brought Yang Guang to a Chongqing hot pot restaurant. Seeing this place, Yang Guang had a nodding head. He was from the north, so although he could eat some spicy food, but this spiciness of Chongqing hot pot was still a big challenge for him. However, what's the saying, come all the way, right? Looks like Feng Wenwen is not the first time to come over. Familiar with the store to find an empty seat to sit down, took the waiter handed over the menu began to sketch. Soon after, she handed the menu to Yang Guang, letting him see what he liked to eat. Yang Guang, on the other hand, said it didn't matter, anything would do, but after looking at the pot base she wanted was a mandarin duck pot. It seemed that she still took care of her own, and instantly raised her favorability by a large margin, because it was a hot pot. The back kitchen didn't have to prepare much, and the dishes were quickly served. When the two of them were eating, because Feng Wenwen was there as a social cow, the conversation was still relatively pleasant. Yang Guang learned that Feng Wenwen was a Chongqing girl, and also learned the basic situation of the others. According to what Feng Wenwen said, most of the 30 or so people were newcomers just like the two of them, but there was one exception, and that was Zhou Qi. This boy had been pushed by his company Tian-E Entertainment for a long time, and had followed the company's artists to participate in a lot of programs, and also appeared in several people's concerts, and now his fans were almost as big as a second-tier artist. Yang Guang curiously asked Feng Wenwen, What about you? Which company are you from? Feng Wenwen waved her hand. The company I work for can't compare to Zhou Qi. Jinxiu Entertainment, a small company. I guess I won't make it to the end of this program. After saying this, she didn't worry about it, and mindlessly fished a slice of tripe from the pot, dipped it in the oil dish and stuffed it into her mouth and ate it with a big mouthful. Looking at her, this does not know the appearance of sadness. Yang Guang cried and laughed, but had to accompany her to eat up. The two quickly finished eating. Yang Guang grabbed the bill, then returned to the hotel, out of the elevator, waved goodbye and went into their respective rooms. Yang Guang took out a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator, opened the lid and tilted his head to pour a few mouthfuls. He wanted to drink something to relieve the spiciness when he ate the hot pot just now, but seeing as a girl didn't care, he definitely couldn't lose face with his own damn pride. After sitting on the bed for a while, Yang Guang decided to go to bed early tonight and try to go to the competition tomorrow with a better state. He went to take a shower and lay on the bed in his pajamas, but there was no sleep at all. He picked up his cell phone and saw Lin Yushu's phone number. Thinking of her gentle and soft voice, Yang Guang's heart fluttered. Gritting his teeth, he still dialed her. At this time, Lin Yushu was also lying on the bed after dinner and shower. Her legs and feet were sore because she ran the design studio in the afternoon to determine the decoration plan, and then ran a field trip with the designer to a Yolong mansion. When she was about to go to sleep, she found that Yang Guang actually called her. Thinking that there was something going on, she hurriedly picked up. Hello, Yang Guang. Hearing Lin Yushu's nice voice, Yang Guang felt comfortable in his heart. Yushu, asleep? No, I ran all day today. I'm too tired and was planning to sleep. Ran all day? What were you busy with? Ha ha, I won't tell you. Didn't I say I wanted to give you a surprise? Telling you wouldn't be a surprise. Oh, then you also need to take care of your health. It's not good if you get tired. Don't worry, I know. What's the matter with you calling now? Not much, it's just that the recording of the program starts tomorrow, and the first 3 installments just don't know which one I'm on. Well, are you nervous? I'm not nervous. It's just that I suddenly wanted to give you a call to talk about. Hearing Yang Guang say this, Lin Yushu's heart thumped twice. Sweetly, he was now starting to take the initiative to talk to himself about him. Then you have to cheer up. Oh, I believe you can definitely get the championship. Then I'll lend you my blessing. It's getting late, so get some rest. Bye. Lin Yushu hung up the phone after saying that, thinking, he must like himself now too. Well, must be, because she was really too tired. She soon fell asleep with a light smile on the corner of her mouth. Yang Guang was also very excited at this moment. In fact, if he was asked if he liked Lin Yushu, Yang Guang would definitely think that it was nonsense. That elf-like girl. Which man would not be moved when he saw her? It was just that he didn't dare to show it considering the huge gap between the two of them in terms of their family backgrounds. Whenever he was with Lin Yushu, he always put on a stance of not crossing the line. Today, I don't know what happened, but I finally got up the courage to say a little bit of heartfelt words to her that slightly crossed the line, and he could also tell that Lin Yushu was a little bit fond of herself. Sitting here, Yang Guang thought a lot, and in the end he didn't even know what he thought about. Then he clenched his teeth. No matter what, since he met this girl, would he regret it for the rest of his life if he held on tightly? The answer was yes. In order not to let himself regret. Also in order not to let her family look down on. Cheer up and do is. The current Yang Guang's fighting spirit was high, and he had never had any moment of such a high desire to win or lose for the future matches as he did now. If a man dies, he will not die for 10,000 years. Isn't it just chasing a girl? What's there to be afraid of? With an incomparable passionate fighting spirit, Yang Guang lay down on the bed and drifted off to sleep. He slept until 6:30 the next morning, because he had to arrive at the recording site at 8 o'clock. Yang Guang didn't dare to stay in bed, put on his clothes, washed up and went down for breakfast. Just went out and met a lot of people, all young people about the same age, in 2s and 3s, all have their own circles, but each other are potential rivals, so they don't have a very good attitude towards each other. Yang Guang didn't care that much, he was happy that no one was bothering him. The hotel restaurant was on the first floor and provided one breakfast a day, so most people would come here to eat. Yang Guang took 2 buns, a stack of small dishes and a bowl of pumpkin porridge by himself, and just have found an empty seat to eat. Suddenly, he felt the light in front of him dim, and when he looked up, Fong Wenwen also sat down with her food. Look at her eating only a bun and a cup of soybean milk. Yang Guang asked her, so little, can you eat enough? Fong Wenwen put on a pained look and said, there's no way. I have to lose weight and control my figure. Yang Guang didn't expect to be able to say something like lose weight from her mouth. Then last night when we went to eat hot pot, you ate more than me. Simply do not be too speechless. After eating breakfast briefly, these people started walking towards the recording site in groups of 3 to 5. Recording site for the first 3 periods in that villa. According to the rules of the program, the first 3 periods do not need the audience, so the 3 mentors will be waiting in a room. The performance of the program contestants go in one by one to perform, and then the mentors voted on the spot. If more than 2 mentors give a pass, then the contestant will be promoted to the next round. At the end of the 3 rounds, 5 people are eliminated from each track. If too many people are accidentally eliminated, the 3rd episode of the program will let the reserve members make up for them and then go back in to perform for the mentors to vote on, knowing that they will meet the requirements of 10 contestants from each track. Because the program was not too far from the hotel, it was only a 10-minute foot walk slowly, so Yang Guang and Fong Wenwen didn't walk too fast, and when they entered the assembly hall, the contestants had almost arrived. The 2 of them found an empty seat and sat down, waiting for the people to gather. the director began to officially announce the rules of the competition. Although which contestant will participate in what track has actually been determined long ago, but the program recording still needs to go through the motions, so that the audience can see the process of choosing the track when it is broadcast. After the selection was made, the drawing of lots within the same track began, with each track going from number 1 to number 15. The first installment of the show was performances from 1 to 5. The second installment was from 6 to 10. And the third installment was the remaining 11 to 15. After introducing the rules, he let these team members go to the dressing room to put on their makeup, and then it was time for the staff to make the final preparations before recording. This kind of makeup thing, Yang Guang was not much of a fan, so when it was his turn he just let the makeup artist simply do his hair. Good thing this face of his was okay. When everyone was ready and in the waiting room, the host Xia started to come out and stood in the center of the stage to read the opening speech and the sponsor's title advertisement. His speech was a bit fast, but his spitting was exceptionally clear. This process lasted about 3 minutes, followed by the introduction of the rules for this show. Blah 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 said a whole lot, making Yang Guang, who was sitting there waiting for the show, drowsy. Next was the part where the contestants came out to choose a track. Each track had prepared an area in advance for the contestants to freely choose. After everyone stood according to the previously determined track, they realized that only the chosen one track was missing one person. When the camera's lens moved to the waiting area, it found that Yang Guang was sitting on a chair and fell asleep. The director's face instantly darkened a bit, perhaps feeling that the surroundings had suddenly quieted down. Yang Guang rubbed his slightly dazed eyes and realized that he was the only one here. Hurrying to stand up, he knew from Yuan's gesture off camera that he was now going to choose the track. What killed him was that he even yawned on his way over. This series of actions did not matter, but the heavenly melody track had a pair of eyes staring at him. The owner of this pair of eyes was Zhou Qi, because he was the one with the most fans amongst the group of contestants. He had followed his company's seniors on countless programs, and had even been to concerts with tens of thousands of people more than once. In his heart, he was the deserved king of this program, but just now Yang Guang's unconcerned look made him feel uncomfortable in his heart. When Yang Guang was left alone at the end, the camera gave him a close-up. He felt that Yang Guang didn't deserve this close-up. However, all of this, Yang Guang was just a little bit awake now and was not aware of it. I believe that even if he knew, he would not put Zhou Qi in his eyes. When Laozi opened the concert, you should still be a tadpole. The next step was for each track to draw numbers. From number 1 to number 15, randomly, Zhou Qi drew the 15th number of Heavenly Melody. And it so happened that Yang Guang drew the 15th number as well. Only it was the 15th number of the chosen sun, while Feng Wenwen was the 10th number of the chosen sun. After the staff counted the numbers, the host announced to the camera that those who needed to perform today, according to the 3 numerical order of Charm of Face, Voice of Heaven, and Chosen Sun, were to be performed in order by the number 1 to 5 of each group. When Yang Guang heard that, come on, there was nothing for him to do tonight again. The performance started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then the director announced to dismiss. All the contestants went out to fix their lunch by themselves. Before 1 o'clock, the 15 contestants who were going to perform the program in the afternoon came over to gather. Because the camera would only shoot the room where the mentor was in when the performance was going on, so the contestants who didn't have any performances could take a rest in the hotel room. Yang Guang leisurely put his hands into his pants pockets and went out to look for food without any hurry. In his conception, eating, for him, was the number 1 priority and one of the happiest things. When he just walked out of the gate, there was a sound of footsteps coming from behind him. At the same time, he heard someone shouting at him. Yang Guang, wait a minute, are you going to have lunch? Let's join together. Yang Guang stopped his steps and turned his head to see Feng Wenwen running fast, catching up with himself, listening there bending over and panting heavily, waiting for her to slow down for a while before she straightened up and said to Yang Guang, alright, let's go. What are we going to eat today? Before Yang Guang could reply, he realized that he was blocked by a person. Fixing his eyes, it was the Zhou Qi that Feng Wenwen had told him to watch out for. Yang Guang raised his eyebrows. What? Something wrong? Zhou Qi looked at the way he didn't put himself in the slightest. The resentment in his heart grew even more. You're Yang Guang, the vegetarian who doesn't even have an agency? Yang Guang was now certain that this person had come over to pick a fight, but he couldn't think of anything that he had offended him. Zhou Qi saw Yang Guang frowning and not saying anything, thinking that he had wimped out, and immediately pointed at Yang Guang's nose in a slightly smug manner and said, a clown should have the appearance of a clown. Obediently shrinking his tail, under the spotlight is not suitable for people like you. As the saying goes, a clay bodhisattva still has 3 points of fire, let alone a big young lad like Yang Guang. Immediately picked at Zhou Qi. Oh, who is the clown talking about? Zhou Qi couldn't imagine that Yang Guang would still resist himself with such an attitude. and immediately became a bit furious. Remember well, the clown said you. When this sentence was finished, Yang Guang hadn't done anything yet, but Feng Wanwan on the side laughed out with a pfft. Zhou Qi realized that he had fallen into the hole dug by Yang Guang. This time he was furious. His face changed from white to red, from red to black. If he was not afraid of the program group to deal with himself, he would have already beaten Yang Guang down. A pair of fists clenched and clenched, but in the end, he held back hard, pointing at Yang Guang with hatred. Kid, you wait. In the next program, I will let you know what is the real king. I am the one who will be the champion in the end. For this kind of childish youngster, Yang Guang was too lazy to argue with him. How capable he is. Just see the real thing in the program. Why come and put harsh words at others? Is he really not afraid of hitting his face? At that moment, he nodded his head very seriously. I see. You are the real undead. Little brother, I am willing to bow to you. Saying this, he reported a fist clasp at Zhou Qi and greeted Feng Wanwan with his eyes to hurry up and leave the place. The priority now was to go and eat. After the two left, only Zhou Qi was left standing there, panting heavily. He didn't expect that this one nameless vegetarian would not give himself any face at all. But Yang Guang couldn't care less. As the saying goes, people eat 3 meals a day. Eat enough in the morning, eat well at noon, and eat less at night. Now for the noon meal. Yang Guang and Feng Wanwan unanimously decided to go eat something good. Anyway, there was no performance for them in the afternoon. So the two of them found another old Beijing shabu-shabu hot pot restaurant, ordered 3 pounds of mutton and a bunch of side dishes, and ate happily. After eating and drinking, Yang Guang said goodbye to Feng Wanwan and went back to his room alone to rest. Just lying on the bed, he heard his cell phone ringing. Looking at the caller ID, it was Lin Yushu calling, and without hesitation, he immediately answered the call. Hey, Yushu. Now the word Yushu was incomparably natural for him to shout. Yang Guang, today is the first day of recording the program. How do you feel? It doesn't feel like much. I just went to draw a signature at noon. It's probably not until the 3rd installment that I'll have my performance. Oh, that long? I'm really looking forward to what kind of surprises you'll bring on your first time on this kind of program. Don't worry, it definitely won't be bad. Good, then you have to work hard. After recording the first 3 episodes of this program, I can have a 2-week break, and the subsequent episodes will be recorded 1 week in advance, and 1 episode will be recorded and broadcast. So in that case, how are you going to organize it? And come back? I don't think the director lets the contestants leave, in case something happens. Alright, I'm just asking about your situation, so I'll leave you alone. Okay, thanks for caring, ha. With me you're still polite. Lin Yushu smiled as she uttered these words, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Had their relationship already reached this point? Then there was a silence between the two. Each other could only hear the other's breathing. The atmosphere at the moment began to turn subtle. Then Lin Yushu reacted and hung up the phone in a panic. On the 3rd day of the recording, it was finally Yang Guang's turn to perform with this last group. This time, it was much simpler. The opening of the program had already been recorded in advance, and all they had to do next was to follow the order. And under the host's greetings, one by one, they would go into the small room to perform. Therefore, Yang Guang brought his guitar here today, because he was the last number in the last group. His performance was lined up last today, and it was another difficult day for him. In the waiting area, a dozen or so contestants were sitting there, and there was a TV screen in front of them, on which the contestants and mentors in the room could be seen in real time. And throughout, there would be cameras filming the waiting area to see the expressions of the other contestants as they performed. After Yang Guang patiently watched 5 or 6 of them, he found it really uninteresting and felt a little drowsy again. For Yang Guang, the biggest difference between this time and last time was that last time it was just a hard bench, while this time it was a small sofa, making it much more comfortable to sleep than last time. Seeing Yang Guang fall asleep again, the director was really completely speechless. She was now a bit bottomless in her heart. Was it a blessing or a curse to find Yang Guang to come over for the program? But come over all came. Now want to back out also useless. Can only hope that he can come out in line with his level of workout, and only in this way can let the audience on his behavior can produce greater tolerance. Otherwise, as it is now, not to mention out of the way, the program will be aired will be sprayed to death. Assistant Hewan noticed the director's expression and quietly leaned over off camera and asked in her ear if she wanted to go and shout Yang Guang awake. The director thought for a moment, but still shook his head. Woe is me. If Yang Guang, who performed this previous do-gooder act, plays brightly in the program, then the impact on the audience is huge. And this will also help tremendously in terms of the program's ratings. Finally, after almost 3 hours, all the people in front of him finished their performance, leaving Yang Guang alone again, but he was still in dreamland and hadn't woken up. The contestants who had finished their performances early and sat back down were furious when they saw Yang Guang, who was huffing and puffing, especially Zhou Qi, who felt that Yang Guang was scornful of them and his actions. Now that it was finally Yang Guang's turn to appear on stage, they were all ready to stare at Yang Guang with a magnifying glass. It was best if they didn't let them find out the slightest flaw. When the camera moved to Yang Guang's face, he hadn't woken up yet. There was no other way. The director could only let a field worker go over and push his arm. Yang Guang, who woke up in a daze in the camera, rubbed his eyes and looked left and right, not reacting for a moment to what he was about to do. Suddenly saw the camera in front of him, startled him. Only then did he react to the fact that he was here to perform a program today, and he didn't know how he fell asleep again. A mistake. Really a mistake. Hurriedly organized his clothes, came to the door of the room where the show was performed, and waited for the host's curtain call. Xia Xia heard inside the earbuds that it was ready to start, so she picked up the microphone and said to the camera, "Let's have the next contestant. Yang Guang, please." When Yang Guang heard this, he walked onto the stage amidst the cheerful music and opened his mouth to introduce himself to the three mentors. But the mentors could only see Yang Guang's mouth moving, but they didn't hear any sound. Gu Sisi was surprised and said, no sound." Xia Xia hurriedly took over and said, "Sorry, Yang Guang, we have to do it again." Yang Guang walked back and rejogged up again to the sound of music, and when he was doing his self-introduction, the three tutors below realized that they were again seeing Yang Guang's mouth moving, and they still couldn't hear the sound. Zhou Yunxian once again interrupted Yang Guang, picked up the microphone and said, "Wait a moment, once again, just now you spoke and again there was no sound recorded. Sorry, let's do it again, haha." Hearing that there was still no sound, Yang Guang almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but still did what his mentor said, walking back again and rejogging on stage again to the sound of the music. But this time it was finally normal. Yang Guang opened his mouth and said, "Hello everyone, I'm a small amateur anchor Yang Guang. Next, I'm going to boldly walk forward." Then it was time to walk through the long-time tunnel to the sound of music. When he was almost at the door, he picked up the microphone on a table to the side according to the process. Walking down the steps, Gu Sisi saw Yang Guang and greeted him happily. "Hi, hello, Yang Guang." Yang Guang had participated in too many of these variety shows in his last life, so he knew exactly how a variety show should be recorded. Immediately, he pretended to be surprised and hugged his arms. "Oops," host Xia Xia asked. "What's wrong?" Yang Guang was embarrassed. "Wow, living star." Zhou Yunxian gritted his teeth and asked, "What, do you still want to see dead stars?" Yang Guang replied, "There's no such chance." This answer caused the three tutors to only laugh bitterly, not knowing how to answer. Then when they were about to enter the next segment, Zhou Yunxian suddenly stopped Xia Xia, who was about to speak. Wait a minute. Did you guys see that he doesn't seem to be too awake?" Gu Sisi and Xia Xia took a closer look and said, "Yes, it really seems like he didn't wake up from sleep." Yang Guang pretended to be shy and said, "Oops, did you guys find out?" Wang Dong, who hadn't opened his mouth for a while, asked, "Why did you sleep before going on stage?" Yang Guang thought for a moment and said, "It's not that I'm going to meet you guys. I'm a little nervous." Zhou Yunxian was surprised and said, "You can sleep when you are nervous. Amazing." Xia Xia, on the other hand, said on the side, "You've almost got the result today." Yang Guang was startled. "What, is it so hasty?" Zhou Yunxian picked up the pen that had just fallen to the ground and said, "It'll be even more hasty than this later. Believe it or not?" This series of conversations made Li Weiwei, who was staring in front of the monitor, laugh miserably. She really didn't think that this Yang Guang, who usually looked honest and simple, was so poor when recording the program. She could imagine that if this segment was broadcasted, the effect of the program would be so good that it would explode. At this moment, Zhou Yunxian said to Yang Guang, "Okay, please start your performance below." But Yang Guang still stood there, looking left and right, and didn't say what program to perform. Xia Xia asked him at this time, "Are you in need of a stool?" Yang Guang tried to ask, "May I?" Then at Xia Xia's signal, the staff quickly sent a stool and a microphone stand, in addition to sending Yang Guang's guitar along. After Yang Guang sat down, he adjusted the height of the microphone and opened his mouth. "The next song I'm going to sing is called If I Become Rich One Day, original singer, Mao Yi." This time, Xia Xia really couldn't hold it together and laughed out loud with her mouth open. Zhou Yunxian also cried and laughed. "How can you be so thoughtful?" Yang Guang then explained, "Because suddenly one day, I realized that the money in my bank card was really too little, and then realized that there were really too many places to spend money in life." Xia Xia said, "And then you wrote this song?" Yang Guang admitted dryly, "Yes, and then it was like, if I had money, how would I spend it?" Then the three mentors listened a little confused and spoke up. "How would I spend it?" Gu Sisi said, "That would be annoying, wouldn't it?" Yang Guang immediately denied. It doesn't bother me. What's bothering me when I'm rich? Why are you like this? Everyone at the scene burst out laughing when this sentence was said. After a while, Xia said. The young anchor reprimanded the popular flower girl on the spot. You're still troubled when you're rich. What kind of person are you? Gu Cece covered her mouth and laughed, unable to say anything either. Zhou Yunxian felt that the atmosphere of the scene was almost over and said to Yang Guang, okay, please start your performance. Then the mentor trio looked at Yang Guang seriously, wanting to hear exactly how he wanted to spend his money when he had it. Yang Guang sat there to find his mood and slowly started playing the guitar. He didn't start singing for the first time, but whistled a simple and cheerful melody, proving that if one really became rich, one would really lose a lot of worries. Then it was Yang Guang who opened his mouth to sing. If one day I become rich, my first choice is not. Before the second line of the lyrics were finished, another unexpected situation happened on the scene, startling Yang Guang and the three mentors on the stage, plus the host standing next to him. The guitar Yang Guang was holding in his arms had a broken string. Before Yang Guang even finished the second verse of his song, the guitar in his arms broke a string. Gu Cece was the first to speak. Wow, Yang Guang, your strings are taut. Yang Guang opened his mouth to the microphone and didn't say anything for a while, thinking in his heart, did he forget to read the yellow calendar today? Zhou Yunxian took a look at the guitar in Yang Guang's arms, picked up the microphone and asked, have you not changed the strings for 2 or 3 years? Look at it, it's all rusted on it. Yang Guang said helplessly, I was just thinking that if I become rich one day, isn't this the time to become rich? Then Zhou Yunxian breathlessly said to the staff, please ask the program to bring a guitar over for him. After the staff brought a new guitar onto the stage to replace the bad guitar in Yang Guang's hands, Yang Guang resumed his performance, and this time, finally finished the program smoothly. If I become rich one day, my first choice would not be to travel around the world, lying in the biggest and softest sofa in the world, eat and sleep and wake up and eat again for a year first. The song was slow, but it was so good that Zhou Yunxian had just finished listening to the first few lines and had already started to laugh uncontrollably. If I become rich one day, then I can keep everyone by my side, eat, drink and chat happily every day, without worrying about tomorrow and parting. Become rich, I'll become rich. How many people waste their time day and night? Get rich, I'm getting rich. And then they pretend to be humble and say that money isn't everything. Several tutors were listening and shaking their heads along with the rhythm, and Zhou Yunxian muttered to himself, the 4 uses of the word humble are very interesting. If I become rich one day, I'll buy all the rare smiling faces, so that all the poor children will no longer be timid. All the evil people no longer hold the power of speech. If one day I become very rich, I'll do everything I can to turn back time. Not for the sake of human ideals, I just want to tell her I'm sorry. Get rich, I'll get rich. How many people waste time day and night? Get rich, I'll get rich. And then they say, in all humility, that money isn't everything. I'm rich, all your worries are left in the sky. I'm getting rich, and say from the bottom of my heart that money isn't everything. After singing the last lyrics and playing the last note, Yang Guang said into the microphone, okay. Then, several mentors began to applaud enthusiastically. Wang Dong said, this is the only original song in the room that you can keep humming along to. Gu Cece then spoke again. His song, light, soft, but listening to it just can't help but make you think a lot. Yang Guang was embarrassed. Gu, it's not that good. Zhou Yunxian said to Yang Guang, look at him, look at his smug look. Yang Guang then replied, it's not, and then changed his words. Is it obvious? Xia on the side said, is it obvious? It's really super obvious when you remove that word. Zhou Yunxian began to comment from a professional point of view. First of all, your music is very simple. And secondly, I'm sorry. Yang Guang couldn't help but go ha, gave a cry. Zhou Yunxian immediately broke down. I haven't finished and you're just ah? Then ignoring Yang Guang, he continued, I'm very sorry. Yang Guang waited with bated breath for Zhou Yunxian to give the final result. I, very, like you. Hearing this, the breath Yang Guang had been holding finally came out. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yunxian continued, I like you very much because although you have a simple melody, but from your song, I can hear that you have found an attitude towards your work. Yang Guang blurted out, ah, I found it. This sentence almost didn't suffocate Zhou Yunxian. After taking a breath, he continued, as of now, although some people write complex melodies and some people write good melodies, they didn't make me feel their attitude towards their works. You're the first one to make me feel an attitude. Yang Guang wanted to open his mouth to speak, but he didn't expect Zhou Yunxian to continue. But, this was really like a roller coaster, causing Yang Guang to wonder if he had chosen the wrong song today. This was after Zhou Yunxian purposely paused for a moment, and then continued, but, I'm just going to give you a pass. Then he took out a sign from the side and handed it to Yang Guang. The host hurriedly announced, "Congratulations Yang Guang, your result is a direct promotion." Then to the sound of cheerful background music, Zhou Yunxian said, come on, dance together." Then several mentors started to stand up and dance. But Yang Guang came to Gu Sisi with a book at this moment. "I like you too much, Mr. Zhou, can you sign my autograph?" Seeing that Yang Guang had actually turned the program scene into a stargazing scene, Zhou Yunxian immediately stopped and asked him, "Were you dancing just now or not? The three of us were dancing so enthusiastically and you were asking for an autograph. Is that like it?" Yang Guang said, "This is possible, right?" Zhou Yunxian stretched out his hand. "Then please give us back the pass sign I just gave you." Yang Guang hurriedly hid the sign in his arms. "It's impossible for me to want this back after giving it to me." Zhou Yunxian directly gasped and laughed, helplessly signing Yang Guang's notebook along with Wang Dong as well. By the end of this episode of Yang Guang's program was finally recorded. He himself was still relatively satisfied with his performance just now. After coming out, director Li Weiwei gave Yang Guang a thumbs up, because Yang Guang's sense of variety was really too good. This entire program was recorded, and Yang Guang's segment was the most wonderful. She could imagine how lively it would be on Penguin Video's pop-ups if this episode was aired afterward. It was estimated that Yang Guang would have his own fans by then. When he returned to the waiting area, he found a dozen or so contestants there, looking at him with not too friendly eyes, especially Zhou Qi, who had originally thought that Yang Guang was just a small rookie who had never seen the market, but didn't expect him to know so much about variety arts. Even so, he was also so good at writing songs. Looking at Zhou Yunxuan's attitude towards him, it told everyone, "This Yang Guang, I like it very much. From now on, he's my man." So causing Zhou Qi to look at Yang Guang's eyes, even more somber. Next, there was a closing session. That is, all the contestants re-stood on the stage, and the host Xia Xia read out the promotion list. There were a total of 30 people who advanced this time, 10 for each track. The mentor for the Charm of Face track was Gu Cc. The mentor of the Heavenly Melody track was Wang Dong. The mentor for the Chosen Sun track was Zhou Yunxian. Fong Wenwen, who had a better relationship with Yang Guang, also advanced to the next round. After today's catalog, there was a 2-week break, and the next recording, it was going to be performed in the studio, which would be filled with the audience in addition to the mentors. After each person performs, the audience votes on the spot, and the last person from each track is eliminated. So director Li Weiwei urged the crowd, "Although these 2 weeks are a break, I still hope that everyone will seriously prepare for the programs they will perform in the future, so as not to misplay and hold out." After the last shot, Assistant He Won announced the dismissal. Those who were eliminated went back to the hotel to pack up their belongings and return home. Those who had advanced went to the hotel in 2s and 3s in high spirits. Fong Wenwen screamed, ran over and patted Yang Guang's back, saying excitedly, "We both advanced. Great, come on, sis will take you to eat something delicious." Said also did not care whether Yang Guang agreed or not, directly toward the outside. Yang Guang had no choice but to follow. After eating a bunch of food outside, Yang Guang returned to the hotel room, sat on the sofa and looked at the night scene outside the window, looking very cozy. In the next 2 weeks, he didn't have much to do. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity to be a lying youth was also very good. Although he was a starry-eyed heavenly king in his last life, he hadn't strolled through the great scenery of the capital because almost all of his trips were arranged by his agent. As for the Yang Guang of this life, there was even less need to mention it because he had joined an advertising agency right after graduating from college. And in order to maintain his girlfriend who Ku's expenses, he was busy as a dog every day, not to mention the opportunity to take a trip. So these 2 weeks, Yang Guang decided to go out for a spin. Thinking of going out to play, Yang Guang's mind unexpectedly involuntarily floated out Lin Yushu's perfect face. Yang Guang asked himself in his heart, if he were to find someone to play with, who would he choose? If it was before, he would have considered various factors in his mind. But now, Yang Guang surprisingly didn't have any hesitation, and the figure of Lin Yushu naturally surfaced in his mind. As soon as this thought rose, it grew like a spring shoot after the rain. It couldn't be suppressed. Taking out his cell phone, he looked at the time, 9:30 p.m., not too late, hesitated for a long time before making up his mind to find Lin Yushu's number, and just when he was about to dial out, he found that his cell phone rang first. Seeing the incoming call, it happened to be Lin Yushu calling. Fate. Wonderful. Yang Guang picked up the phone. Hey, Yushu, are you asleep? Not yet. What's wrong? Aren't you recording a program today? How's it going? Did it go well? Okay. Just a little bumpy process. Ha, what happened? Ha, nothing much. It's just that when I first went on stage, the mic broke and I couldn't get any sound. It was hard to get it done, and when I started to sing, the guitar broke a string again, and I ended up borrowing the program band teacher's guitar. So many accidents happened. Did that affect the result? The result wasn't affected, and in the end, it also advanced smoothly. Ha, that's good. Listening to what you said, I'm now kind of looking forward to seeing this installment of the show. Well, this Saturday night should be the first installment, but for the first installment I'm just going up and dividing up the groups, and the performance will be in the third installment. Then I'll wait until the third installment. Right, Yushu? I don't have much to do in these 2 weeks, and the director doesn't allow to leave the capital. My idea. Take this opportunity to drop by here. That do you have you got time? Finally summoning up the courage to issue an invitation. At this moment Yang Guang's heart was thumping. Lin Yushu also didn't expect Yang Guang to invite himself to go on a tour with him, and didn't react for a moment. Yang Guang waited for a while. Seeing that the other party didn't react, he hurriedly said, it's okay if you don't have time. I'll just go and casually wander around by myself. When Lin Yushu heard Yang Guang's slightly lost tone, her heart was sweet and she let out a poof of a laugh. Fool, I didn't say I won't go either. At this moment, Yang Guang's mood was as if an airplane falling from a high altitude suddenly reversed its direction and instantly shot straight up into the clouds again. Surprised, he asked, really? Lin Yushu gave a soft After thinking about it, she said, then I'll drive there tomorrow morning, and I can probably get there in the afternoon. Yang Guang thought for a moment and said, drive? It will take about 10 hours to get there. No. That's too unsafe. You'd better take a plane and come over. I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. Hearing that Yang Guang could still think about his safety now, Lin Yushu was very happy, and immediately said that she would book a plane ticket later, and then after saying goodnight to each other, she hung up the phone. Yang Guang threw the phone to the side and lay on the bed dancing with excitement for a long time, unable to calm his excitement. After about 10 minutes, he received a message on his cell phone. Lin Yushu told him that the flight would be at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and he would arrive at the capital airport in 2.5 hours. Yang Guang replied to her that he would go to the airport early to pick her up. Then he began to look forward to his journey with Lin Yushu starting tomorrow. After Lin Yushu booked her flight, she thought of Yang Guang telling her that the strings on her guitar were broken. Then she found Zhang Pinghui's phone and called. Hey, Missy, calling so late. What's up? Lin Yushu listened to the chaos on the other side of the phone and guessed that he was drinking. So she said, stop drinking for a while. Find a quiet place. I have something to ask for your help. Listening to the phone came a walking sound. Not a moment later, inside those messy sounds disappeared. Then came Zhang Pinghui's voice. Well, you can say now. What is it? Lin Yushu listened to the phone inside which was really quiet and started to say, I need a guitar now. Don't you usually play in a band? Can you get it for me? Zhang Pinghui was surprised and said, a guitar? Did I hear you right? What do you need a guitar for? Lin Yushu didn't want to talk too much with him. Just ask if you can get it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Seeing Lin Yushu's reluctance to talk, Zhang Pinghui suddenly remembered Yang Guang, who Lin Yushu had brought to him to record a song a few days ago, and immediately let out a bad smile. You didn't buy it for Yang Guang, did you? Lin Yushu rebuked. What do you care? Fine. I don't care. But how much do you want for the guitar? You watch. The price doesn't matter, but it can't be too bad. When do you want it? Tonight. You get it and send it to my house. Tonight? So urgent? Well then. You wait. I'll ask the owner of the piano store. If there's something similar I'll send it over to you with him. Lin Yushu was satisfied and hung up the phone. Zhang Pinghui thought about it and called Jun, the owner of the piano store who he had a better relationship with on weekdays. I said, brother, have you slept yet? Jun laughed and scolded. Are you nuts? You think you're a night owl like me? What do you want to call? Zhang Pinghui said with a smile. Nothing. Is to see you sleep posture is not right? Shouting you up to re-sleep. Jun, you. If this sentence is placed in the jitterbug, what you hear is beep 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 beep. Zhang Pinghui stopped teasing him. Brothers, hurry up. Take the best guitar in your store over. Come to my studio to pick me up. Jun knew that Zhang Pinghui wasn't a boring person who called to tease himself, and when he heard him say this, he immediately got energized and wasn't sleepy anymore. What? There's a big business? Zhang Pinghui, I'll give you an hour. Don't blame my brother for not taking care of you. Remember, the best. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Pinghui went into the house with a group of drinking friends and said there is an urgent matter. Another day to make an appointment. Then put on his jacket and went back to the recording studio. About 40 minutes. Squatting in the doorway smoking, Zhang Pinghui saw Jun's car listening to the curb in front of his door. Immediately got up and pulled open the car door and sat in. Lying in the back row, Zhang Pingwei asked Hee-jun, where's the guitar? Hee-jun pointed to the back, the trunk, the bottom of the good goods. Martin's true love. 150,000 A. Zhang Pingwei nodded after hearing this. That's not bad. Quickly drive. Rosewood Villa. Know the way, right? Hee-jun originally wanted to say that it's a $150,000 guitar, but it's still not bad? But when he heard Zhang Pingwei say to go to Rosewood Villa, he immediately held back the words he hadn't said. Joke. Rosewood Villa. That is the Magic City really rich area. Don't look at their own open a piano shop. Business is also good. Usually outside the people also 5 people 6, but and that inside the people compared to, really do not count a fart. The car drove forward smoothly, drank a lot of wine. Zhang Pingwei slightly dizzy, leaned on the backrest and closed his eyes to sleep. The only good thing about driving at night is that there is no traffic jam on the road. About an hour later, Hee-jun parked the car steadily at the front door of Rosewood Villa. When Zhang Pingwei felt the car stop, he opened his eyes and looked out the window, realizing that he had already arrived. So he picked up his cell phone and made a call to Lin Yushu. Hey, Missy, we're at the entrance of the villa area. We can't get in. Come out and pick it up. Okay, you wait there. Well, there's no rush. We're on top of a black BMW. After saying that, he heard Lin Yushu had hung up the phone. Turning her head, she said to Hee-jun, just wait, we'll be out in a while. After saying this, she patted her head, still a little dizzy, and spoke again. Go down for a breath of fresh air. Then pull open the car door to the outside. The cool air to Zhang Pingwei package. Instantly feel refreshed. Then get out of the car. Hee-jun walked to his side, handed a cigarette over. By the way to help him light, tightened his clothes and asked, brothers, who so big face, let you send the piano over in the middle of the night? Zhang Pingwei slanted him a glance. You don't set my words. This missy I can't afford to mess with. First to give you a good greeting, wait for the next person. You pay attention to your eyes, don't go too far. To make her angry, who can't save you? Hee-jun skimmed his lips. His girlfriend do not know how many have changed. What kind of women have not seen? Do I still need you to give me this kind of greeting? Seeing Hee-jun's disbelieving look, Zhang Pingwei slapped him on the back. Don't take it so damn seriously. This is Miss Lin. Hee-jun didn't react. Lin family? What Lin family? Zhang Pingwei was furious. Usually quite a smart person. What's wrong with him today? What Lin family are you talking about? The Tianshang group's Lin family. Hearing Zhang Pingwei say Tianshang group, Hee-jun finally reacted, walked aside to loosen the zipper of his jacket and cursed. This ghost weather. Why is it so hot? Said also wiped a hand on his head to wipe the sweat. The two stood for about 20 minutes, and several cigarette butts were thrown on the ground. Suddenly a beam of light shone over, and then a blue coupe stopped beside Zhang Pingwei. The door opened. Lin Yushu got out and asked, Zhang Pingwei, where's the guitar? Zhang Pingwei pointed at the BMW and said, it's inside. Hee-jun, go get the instrument out. Said half a day. Found that Hee-jun did not respond. Zhang Pingwei twisted his head to look. Hee-jun at this time is staring blankly at Lin Yushu. The soul do not know where to fly. Hee-jun has not seen beautiful women. As he said, in the Magic City can afford to open a piano shop. Is also some family background. Weekdays girlfriends do not know how many have changed. Just now, he thought that Zhang Pingwei saying those words to himself was purely redundant. But now, he looked at Lin Yushu's beautiful appearance, really stayed, suddenly realized that the world actually have such a beautiful girl, compared to their own previous girlfriends, said that the difference between the mud, the slightest bit too much is thinking of God, suddenly felt that he was pushed a little, finally back to God. Hee-jun, heard Zhang Pingwei gritted his teeth and said, still not fast to go to the guitar out? Hee-jun hurriedly opened the trunk and took out the guitar from it and handed it to Zhang Pingwei. Zhang Pingwei took it, and only then satisfied. He walked to Lin Yushu and handed it to her. Missy, I've gone through a lot of trouble to find it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. After saying that, he also handed her a meaningful look. Lin Yushu was originally stared at by Hee-jun. Her heart was slightly unhappy, thinking that he was delivering the guitar together with Zhang Pingwei. So she held back and didn't have a fit. Now seeing this guitar, she nodded her head in satisfaction. Tell me how much. I'll transfer it to you. Thanks. Then he got into the car, turned a corner, and entered the gate of the villa area. Seeing Lin Yushu's car disappearing from sight, Zhang Pingwei turned his head and snapped at Hee-jun's head. You kid, what did I just tell you? You didn't listen to a single word. Normally, a man basically can't tolerate being hit on the head by someone else. But the other party is Zhang Pingwei, who is also the son of a magical city's family, so Hee-jun doesn't dare to resist. In addition, he did make a bit of a fool of himself just now. If he really let Miss Lin misunderstand that he had bad thoughts about her, Then he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold in Mordor. Fortunately, Zhang Pinghui interrupted in time and saved his own life. Immediately snapped and said, "Quickly say no more, brother. Who would have thought that Miss Lin looks so beautiful? Out of the ugly. Did not give you shame, right?" This last sentence was He Jun tentatively asking Zhang Pinghui if Miss Lin was angry. Zhang Pinghui smiled and waved his hand. "Not so much. Let's go. $150,000, right? Go back and transfer the money for you," He Jun said while getting on the car. "Money is not urgent. It depends on whether Missy is satisfied with that zither." The corner of Zhang Pinghui's mouth curled up slightly. He guessed what Lin Yushu wanted this piano for. So this Martin's true love just fit the occasion. True love. Was there anything more suitable to give to a sweetheart? The two got into the car and closed the door, disappearing down the street in a puff of smoke. Lin Yushu drove back to the front door of her house and took the guitar from the passenger side back to the house. Couldn't wait to open it and take a look. Saw that the guitar was Martin's true love. And the little bit of displeasure that she had just felt suddenly dissipated. Said to himself, Zhang Pinghui did a really good job this time. True love. Ha ha, can. Looking at the vintage pattern on the top of the guitar, she couldn't play the instrument, but just by seeing the appearance of this guitar, she had already fallen in love with it. Thinking of Yang Guang holding this guitar and singing on stage, a rush of wanting to see Yang Guang immediately rose in her heart. At this time, Lin Yushu heard her cell phone ringing and opened it to see the message from Zhang Pinghui. "How is it, Missy? Is this guitar still satisfactory?" Lin Yushu replied, "It's okay that you're good at what you do this time. I'll give you credit for that." Zhang Pinghui said, "I'll keep that in mind. This guitar is $150,000. The price is not too shabby." Lin Yushu, "Not bad. Wait, I'll transfer it to you." Zhang Pinghui looked at Lin Yushu's reply, covered his head and let out a strange cry. This young lady, she doesn't know anything about what a $150,000 guitar represents, but on second thought, $150,000 for her seems to be really nothing. The coat she was wearing just now still want to be more than $150,000, although the same as the rich kid, but the rich kid inside there is also a difference. This side of Zhang Pinghui is still thinking nonsense. The phone suddenly prompted 15 million has arrived in the account. Yang Guang lying on the bed for a long time cannot sleep. Full of thoughts are tomorrow and Lin Yushu meet the situation. To say strange, although he and she know is only a short 10 days. Although the two of them have a huge difference in the family, but they only see as if they have known for a long time in general. There is no feeling of strangeness. Yang Guang never used to take the initiative to find someone to share about himself. But now, from the moment he met Lin Yushu, he wanted to call and chat with her every night. This night, Yang Guang felt incomparably long. His mind was full of random thoughts, but he just couldn't sleep. It was hard to stay up until the sky turned slightly brighter and gradually drifted off to sleep. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Hu Shuangjin heard something moving downstairs, ding 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 ding, then looked at his cell phone. Now at this time, the aunt who cooks at home should not have come over yet. Getting up and putting on her clothes, she went downstairs and saw her baby girl in the kitchen getting food. Feel very fresh, because she knew that her daughter was never in the kitchen. So gently and quietly walking behind her, she suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Yushu, what are you doing?" Lin Yushu was startled, turned her head and saw that it was her mom, Hu Shuangjin, and patted her chest. "Nothing, making some food. I'm going to the airport right away." Hu Shuangjin was puzzled. "To the airport? What for?" Lin Yushu said, "To the capital. Now Yang Guang is recording a program in the capital. He said that there is nothing to do in the last 2 weeks. I will go over there to accompany him to play for a few days in the capital." What kind of person is her daughter? Hu Shuangjin is very clear. So now it has come to this point. Although it is not explicitly said that what is the relationship between the two people, but if it is not to a certain extent, she will not go all the way over. She didn't stop her either, but instructed her, then pay attention to safety on the road. When Xiao Yang comes back, you bring him to the house. Ha! Mom's words startled Lin Yushu. She did like Yang Guang, and she had also felt in the past 2 days that Yang Guang seemed to have a good feeling about himself as well. But this was brought to meet the parents. Wasn't it also a bit too fast? So she said with a bitter face, "How long have we only known each other? Now the 8 characters haven't even started yet. Isn't it too fast?" Hu Shuangjin waved her hand. "Not too fast. Not too fast. I also want to meet that Xiao Yang, to see what kind of god he is, mesmerizing our baby girl." Lin Yushu immediately felt her face burning. Just as Lin Yushu was packing up to go out, Hu Shuangjin called out to her and asked, "When is that little Yang's program going to air?" Lin Yushu said as she got into the car, "Saturday night at 8 o'clock, on Penguin Video." Then she closed the car door and disappeared around the corner with a kick of the gas. leaving Hu Shuangjin shaking her head with a bitter smile. It was said that a woman was too big to stay, but having a good home was what she and Lin Yao were looking forward to. 40 minutes later, Lin Yushu listened to the car in the parking lot of the airport and went to check in. And at this time, Yang Guang slowly opened his eyes as a flash of morning light shone on his face, took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already more than 7 o'clock. Immediately lifted the quilt, bed clothes to go wash up, then in front of the mirror to organize the clothes and hair. Pointed to the person in the mirror, "You're damn handsome today. Come on," said, turned around and left in style. "When I went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast, I met that Chongqing foodie girl Feng Wanwan again. Just after picking up her meal and sitting at the table, Feng Wanwan asked him, 'What are the arrangements for these 2 weeks?' Yang Guang shrugged, 'Nothing much, just going out and enjoying the scenery of the capital.' Feng Wanwan looked at him with wide eyes. 'Are you crazy? You finished writing all the songs for the future competition?' Yang Guang took a bite of his bun. 'Isn't that a small thing?' Feng Wanwan was about to collapse after hearing this. 'Still your bull. Great God, so much fun. I can only bitterly hold back in my room and write songs. Also born as a human. Why is the gap so big?' Yang Guang patted Feng Wanwan's shoulder when he left after eating and said, 'Little comrade, cheer up. I'm optimistic about you, yo.' Delivered the dinner tray, went out and took a taxi straight to the capital airport. The place where Yang Guang recorded the program is far away from the capital airport, and it takes almost an hour and a half to take a taxi. Yang Guang didn't care to look at the scenery outside the window. He was just calculating the time. Lin Yushu got off the plane at almost 11 o'clock. He should be able to get there at 10:30. As for the program, Yang Guang didn't worry in the slightest that he wouldn't make it to the end, because in his head, he was loaded with almost all of the classic songs from his last life. Just take out any one of them, and it would hang the current music scene. This time, his luck was very good. There was no traffic jam all the way to the airport. So, at 10:40, Yang Guang got out of the car and walked to the exit for domestic arriving passengers. Here there are many people picking up the airplane. Some are eagerly waiting, anxiously looking at the monitor above the exit channel over and over again. With the waves of people coming out, can't see the one they are waiting for. Full of disappointment and at the same time, full of hope for the next wave of the flow of people. Some of them are holding up homemade signs, which are always held high in red, "Welcome so and so to come to our company to guide the work." Even when there is a gap in the flow of people, in the face of the empty channel, his arm does not dare to put down, because what he is holding up is the hope of his entire family life. Some have white hair, but a glance from the crowd recognized their old friends who have not seen for many years, hugged tightly together, because they know that when this short gathering is over, a turn when they leave, is a lifetime. Yang Guang was also staring tightly at the exit, like a clueless teenager who was longing to see the love of his life deepen his heart. At this moment, his longing to see Lin Yushu reached its peak. As the airport radio sounded, another flight arrived in Hong Kong. After about 10 minutes or so, the passengers of this flight arrived at the exit. Many people surrounded them, stretching their necks, trying to find the person they had been waiting for in the crowd. But Yang Guang didn't need to, because he saw Lin Yushu from the crowd at a glance. This beautiful girl, even though she was walking amongst millions of people, the aura on her body was like a pearl in the dark night, which instantly drilled into Yang Guang's eyes. Just like that, Yang Guang stood right in front of the exit, looking at her with a smile on his face. Lin Yushu was carrying a guitar on her back, and she also saw Yang Guang waiting for her ahead early. The feeling in her heart at the moment was so wonderful. She had been on many airplanes and been picked up many times. Friends, girlfriends, and parents, but they had never felt the way she did now when they came to pick her up. It was like being separated for a long time, lovers. Long time goodbye reunion. Just like this, slowly walking to Yang Guang, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Yang Guang didn't know where the courage came from, stretched out his hands, and wrapped Lin Yushu in his arms, hugging her tightly, sniffing the fresh scent of Lin Yushu's body, a flavor that instantly spread to every cell of Yang Guang. He knew that he couldn't forget this flavor for the rest of his life. Lin Yushu did not struggle. Everything seemed so natural. Closing her eyes, lying in Yang Guang's arms, listening to his powerful heartbeat, her heart was very peaceful. Finally, also reached out her arms and wrapped them around Yang Guang's broad body. Lin Yushu wasn't sure why she was so bold today. For the noble children in the country, the education she had received since she was a child, decided that she was very conservative in her feelings. But today, she couldn't care less, because she realized that Yang Guang, the boy who had walked into her heart through a song, was looking at her just now with all of herself in his eyes. They didn't know how long it took. The travelers came out from the passageway one by one, and when they saw the two embracing over here, they all gave a smile and then sincerely blessed them. This was the first time they hugged each other. Suddenly, but also as if it was a matter of course, Yang Guang pulled the shy Lin Yushu, came outside, waved and got into a cab. In the car, Yang Guang didn't ask her where to go to play, and Lin Yushu didn't say anything, letting Yang Guang arrange it. But the hands that the two held together, it seemed like one didn't let go. The road back was a bit congested, so it took about 2 hours to get back to the hotel where Yang Guang was staying. Taking Lin Yushu with him, he opened another room in the hotel, because Yang Guang and his team were on the 2 floors of the program, so the other residents could only open rooms on other floors. Yang Guang was afraid of meeting the show's crew, so he took Lin Yushu up the stairs from the elevator at the other end, and after entering the room, he took out his phone to find out if the hotel had installed any pinhole cameras or something like that. After checking that everything was normal, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled shyly at Lin Yushu. Lin Yushu from the door. See Yang Guang in the room jumping up and down busy work. Generally this kind of 3-star hotel, the probability of installing a camera is very small, but also do not speak out to stop. But instead of sweetly look at him to do all this for himself, when she saw that he was finally busy, Lin Yushu had the chance to take this guitar, hand it over to Yang Guang and said to him, "You said your guitar is broken. This is my gift to you." Yang Guang opened the package and saw a quaint guitar appear in front of his eyes. As a showbiz king in his previous life, he was very familiar with these musical instruments, and with just this glance, he recognized the guitar as Martin's true love, which translated means true love. He knew that this girl was now full of himself. He couldn't help but thank the heavens for ending his years of illness and allowing him to come to this world, and then meeting Lin Yushu. This was God's generous love for him, all the more reason for him to cherish it. Looking up at Lin Yushu, he said seriously, "Thank you, I really like your gift." Hearing Yang Guang's words, Lin Yushu smiled, as if it was a touch of warm sun in the cold winter, making Yang Guang's body and mind happy. Yang Guang suddenly remembered that Lin Yushu had gone to the airport early this morning and hadn't eaten anything until now, so he asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want me to take you to eat something?" Lin Yushu liked the current atmosphere, so she shook her head. "I ate on the airplane. I'm not hungry yet." Yang Guang sat on the sofa, holding his guitar and tuning it, and said to her, "Then why don't I sing you a song?" "Yes." Lin Yushu nodded in surprise, then sat opposite Yang Guang, propped her chin on her hand, her big beautiful eyes looking at Yang Guang, full of joy. Looking at her expectant look, Yang Guang lowered his head and started playing the guitar. "The sky wants to rain so much. I so want to live next door to you. Standing stupidly downstairs in your house, lifting up my head and counting the dark clouds. If a piano appears in the scene, I'd sing to you, even if there's a lot of water pouring down. You know how I feel. This song for you has no style. It just means I want to make you happy. I want to thaw out the ice and be a moth to the flame. There's nothing that's not worth it. There's no style in singing this song for you. It just means I want you to be happy. What's wrong with giving up the world for you? The end of summer and the coolness of autumn have a little warmth. The colors of the changing season. Soon, Yang Guang finished the song. As Lin Yushu listened, her eyes unconsciously completed the shape of a crescent moon, and her heart was more than happy. Especially that line, "Why not give up the world for you?" simply sang to her heart. He asked Yang Guang, "What's the name of this song?" Yang Guang didn't even think about it and said, "Why not, original singer, Su Song. How is it? Do you like it?" Lin Yushu nodded her head and said, "Aha." After thinking about it, she added, "I want you to sing it again for me when you record the program." "Sing it again on the program? What, you don't want to? How can I? How about this? I'll sing it at the final. When I do, I'll say that I promised a girl that I'd sing this song for her at the final." Lin Yushu happily nodded her head straight. Yang Guang looked at the time, it's almost 5 o'clock now, and said to Lin Yushu, Let's go out. I'll treat you to dinner." Feeling a little hungry, she got up and followed Yang Guang out of the room. The two walked outside and slowly pressed the road. Yang Guang didn't dare to hold Lin Yushu's hand now, because her turnaround rate was too high. No matter where she went, people would always gather their eyes on her. At this moment, Yang Guang seemed like a brat who had just fallen in love for the first time, and his mouth kept telling her about the things he had done in the past few days when he came to the program. He told her about the director, the foodie Feng Wenwen, the mentor Zhou Yunxian, and also Zhou Qi who had friction with him, and Lin Yushu was just by Yang Guang's side, quietly listening. At this time, she hoped that this road under her feet would never end, because he knew that Lin Yushu was from Mordor and had light tastes in her meals on weekdays. Yang Guang took him to eat at Beijing open local cuisine. Lin Yushu eats very elegantly, chews slowly, and does not talk much while eating. Yang Guang thinks that this is the real elegance. When he finished eating, Yang Guang went to settle the bill. Walking out of the front door of the restaurant, it was already brightly lit outside. Lin Yushu walked beside him and suddenly shouted, "Yang Guang! Yang Guang turned his head and looked at her and asked, "What's wrong? You don't have to worry too much about my taste when you eat. Even though I'm from Magic City, I can eat anything." Lin Yushu thought about it and still said this to Yang Guang because she didn't want Yang Guang to feel too tired when he was with her. Yang Guang nodded and said, "Okay." Then, Yang Guang called out again, "Yushu." Lin Yushu let out a hem and slightly tilted her head to look at Yang Guang. Yang Guang's eyes fluttered a bit as he looked around and asked, "Are you considered my girlfriend now?" After asking these words, Yang Guang's heart started to get nervous, and his anxious look caused Lin Yushu to giggle. However, Lin Yushu didn't say anything, but took the initiative to put her hand on Yang Guang's palm, then interlocked her fingers, and then raised their hands to Yang Guang's eyes and shook them, asking, "What do you think?" Yang Guang laughed happily. Back at the hotel, Yang Guang sent Lin Yushu back to her room, because he knew that she must be a little tired after coming to the capital from Magic City today. After saying good night to her and urging her to have a good rest, he went back to his room. Today's Yang Guang was in a cloudless mood. What more could a man ask for if he had this beautiful woman to spend the rest of his life with? After Lin Yushu went into her room to wash up, she lay on her bed and dialed her mom Hu Shuangjin's phone. "Hello, Yushu. Mom, have you had dinner yet?" "Had it. Where are you now?" "Just had dinner. At the hotel." Hearing Lin Yushu say she was at the hotel, Hu Shuangjin asked tentatively, "Are you alone?" Lin Yushu's pretty face blushed. "Mom, what are you thinking?" "Okay, not to tease you. How is it? Have you seen Xiaoyang?" Yes." Lin Yushu hesitated and decided to tell her mom. "Mom, I'll tell you something. Go ahead. I'm listening. I agreed to be Yang Guang's girlfriend today." Lin Yushu had just finished speaking, when she suddenly heard a loud and clear sound on the other side of the phone, and then she heard Hu Shuangjin yell, "You old man, what are you so excited about when your girl is in love?" Then she heard Lin Yao apologizing vigorously. Then Lin Yushu heard Hu Shuangjin say to herself, "Yushu, since you're all together, then find a time to bring Xiaoyang to your home." Lin Yushu was shocked. It was also her first time in a relationship, and she thought it would be awkward to wait for her boyfriend to meet her parents. So she asked, "So soon?" Hu Shuangjin said, "Not so fast. Not so fast. The boyfriend you're talking about. You have to bring him back to let me and your father see what kind of young man he is, right? I'm still worried that my precious daughter has been cheated." Lin Yushu knew that Hu Shuangjin was determined to see Yang Guang, so she just had to promise. "Okay, then when he finishes recording this program and goes back to Magic City, I'll bring him over." In fact, imagine also, with this family of theirs, although mom and dad always said that they didn't care if the other half they found was poor or rich, but the character absolutely had to be good, and to make Lin Yushu happy for the rest of her life, before they would agree. Therefore, no matter what, his own parents this hurdle, Yang Guang is necessary to pass. Hearing Lin Yushu say this, Hu Shuangjin happily said, "Then it's a deal. That's it. Playing outside is still very tiring. You rest early." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yushu to reply, she directly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lin Yushu helplessly threw the phone aside. Pulling the quilt over her head, she slowly fell asleep. The next day when he woke up, Yang Guang went down early to buy breakfast, the classic combination of soy milk and donuts with tea leaf eggs. Carrying breakfast to the door, he rang the doorbell. After Lin Yushu confirmed that it was Yang Guang, she opened the unlocked door from the inside and let Yang Guang into the room. Letting him sit on the sofa and wait, she quickly went into the restroom and simply brushed her teeth and washed her face. Yang Guang saw Lin Yushu, who had just gotten up for the first time. Although she had a plain face, it wasn't much different from usual, just a little less immortal, making it feel more real. To Yang Guang, the current Lin Yushu was even more attractive. Just as Yang Guang was mesmerized by what he was looking at, Lin Yushu had already cleaned herself up and made it to the opposite side of him, naturally asking, "What are you looking at?" "Looking at you," Yang Guang blurted out. Only after saying it did he feel if it was a bit abrupt. He was about to explain something, but he didn't expect Lin Yushu to say anything, but opened the bag that Yang Guang had brought and set breakfast on the table. When the goddess and life merged into one, then she must be the most charming. In Yang Guang's eyes, the current Lin Yushu was like this. The two of them ate breakfast together and threw out the garbage on their way out. Today's plan was to go to the Forbidden City to take a look. Because it was a shame that Yang Guang had never entered the gates of the Forbidden City in his 2 lives, Lin Yushu of course had no problem with it. She had followed Lin Yao and Hu Shuangjin almost all over the world since she was a little girl, so it made no difference to her where she went to play. What mattered was who she was with. Now for her, even if it was just pressing the road, as long as she was with Yang Guang, she felt like she was surrounded by the best scenery in the world. Taking a taxi to the neighborhood, he bought 2 tickets from the main entrance. Then he held Lin Yushu's hand and leisurely entered the forbidden city through the noon gate. The two walked slowly and leisurely through the Taihe gate, the first 3 halls, the second 3 palaces, then through the imperial garden, and finally came out from the Shinwu gate. And most of the day had already passed. Out of the forbidden city, Yang Guang looked at the time. It was already 4:30. The two people slowly played inside for most of the day. Their legs and feet are soft, so they sat on top of the roadside bench to rest their feet. Seeing a milk tea store next to him, Yang Guang told Lin Yushu to wait here and ran over to buy 2 cups of milk tea, and the two of them sat together on the roadside and drank it. At night, the two found a snack street. Yang Guang pulled Lin Yushu to eat from the street to the end of the street. Since Lin Yushu was a child, she had never been so unrestrained, and there had never been a day as happy as today. Touching her propped-up round stomach, she said to Yang Guang, "It's all your fault, letting me eat so much. I can't even walk." Yang Guang thought about it and walked to Lin Yushu's front and squatted down. "Come up, I'll carry you back." He, that's more like it. Then plopped down on Yang Guang's back and wrapped both arms around his neck. Then Yang Guang stood up and held her thighs with both hands to keep her from falling. Slowly walking forward under the streetlight, Lin Yushu lay on Yang Guang's back, recalling the days when she fantasized about growing up with her friends when she was a child. She fantasized countless times that her other half, on a certain night, would carry her on her back as she slowly walked through the night with a sense of security. Now she was literally on the back of the man she loved and who loved her back. Along the way, many people were attracted by them, but Lin Yushu didn't care, because this was her own happiness, and at the moment she couldn't wait to make it known to the world. The snack street was not far from the hotel they stayed at. Yang Guang carried Lin Yushu on his back for half an hour. Back to the room, Yang Guang put Lin Yushu on the sofa, and took a basin to the restroom to get half a basin of hot water. He took the basin and went to the restroom to get half a basin of hot water. He brought it out and put it in front of her, and asked her to take off her shoes and socks. Seeing this, Yang Guang squatted down, dragged her feet and helped her take off her shoes. As he took off his shoes, he said, "I walked too much today, so I need to soak my feet in hot water at night. Otherwise you won't be able to sleep when you lie in bed at night. I used to walk too much during the day. It's always like this. Catch half a basin of hot water." As he said that, Yang Guang suddenly stopped. Originally, he was simply letting Lin Yushu relieve her fatigue, so he didn't think that much when he squatted down to help her take off her shoes. But when he took off Lin Yushu's socks, a pair of white as if crystal clear little feet just suddenly appeared in front of Yang Guang. He was not the slightest bit prepared and did not think that this pair of jade feet would have such a big impact on him. When Lin Yushu saw Yang Guang looking at his feet in such a dumbfounded manner, she felt her face burning with shame and hurriedly called out to Yang Guang. Hearing Lin Yushu call out to herself, Yang Guang reacted and hurriedly put the jade feet in his hands into the hot water. Then he stood up with his hands in a frenzy. His eyes didn't know where to look, and he couldn't say anything in embarrassment. Happy times always pass quickly. 2 weeks. Yang Guang and Lin Yushu almost played all over the capital. That day Yang Guang finally managed to escape from Lin Yushu's room. Until now, as long as he closed his eyes, he could always flash over Lin Yushu's snow-white jade feet. So these days, he didn't know exactly how many times he had silently recited the clear heart mantra in his heart. In the morning, on Yang Guang and Lin Yushu's way to the capital, Yang Guang accidentally found a construction site by the roadside. Because the fence was circled very high, so he couldn't see what was being built inside from the outside. Out of curiosity, he asked the driver, "Master, what is this construction site building? Look at the movement is not small." Driver, young man from abroad, right? We are not going to organize the Olympics next year? The stadium is being built here, and I heard it's almost finished. Yang Guang thanked the driver after hearing this. Then he thought of the classic theme song from his previous life when the capital city hosted the Olympics. That was the song that moved the entire music scene to participate. And as soon as it came out, it was regarded as a masterpiece by the people at that time. Almost one person had 2 lines of lyrics. The MV was set in various famous places in the capital, and the video, which was more than 6 minutes long, with the catchy lyrics, perfectly showed the capital. Lin Yushu saw Yang Guang's contemplative look and touched him with her arm. "What are you thinking about?" Yang Guang came back to his senses and smiled at her apologetically. "I got a little lost in thought just now, and suddenly thought of the places we've traveled to in the capital these days. What do you say I write a theme song for next year's Olympics?" Hearing this, Lin Yushu's eyes lit up. She knew too well about Yang Guang's talent, although he didn't write many songs now, but every one of them was very good, and every one of them could be sung to the listener's heart. Yang Guang even said that he wanted to write the theme song for the Olympics. If this matter really came to fruition, then Yang Guang would become an overnight sensation, and he would be one step closer to his dream. Before Lin Yushu could say anything, the driver in front of him spoke up. "Young man, you can still write songs? Yang Guang scratched his head in embarrassment. A little bit, just a little bit. Lin Yushu made a face at Yang Guang and whispered, "Can you really write it?" Yang Guang nodded firmly. He had absolute confidence in that song. But the most important thing right now was to finish cataloging the excerpts. When he got off the bus, the driver master got off the bus and had to take a photo with Yang Guang with his cell phone. Because he heard that Yang Guang would write his own song, he thought that he was some singer that he didn't know, but he wouldn't be at a disadvantage to take a photo. If Yang Guang knew what this driver master was thinking, he would have given him a thumbs up and complimented him, "Witty as you are," accompanying Lin Yushu to pick up her boarding pass. Because there wasn't any large luggage, the check-in procedure was saved. At the domestic departure security checkpoint, Yang Guang and Lin Yushu said their final goodbyes. As he turned to leave, he suddenly heard her shouting his name. Yang Guang stopped and turned around to ask her what was wrong, but before he had time to open his mouth, he realized that Lin Yushu had jumped into his arms and hugged himself tightly. Yang Guang also stretched out his arm around main Lin Yushu's back, sniffing the smell of her body and asked, "What's wrong, Yushu?" Lin Yushu raised her head, looked into Yang Guang's eyes and said, "I told my parents about the two of us starting to date. They said that when you return to Magic City, they want me to bring you to our house. They want to meet you." After saying that, Lin Yushu got up from Yang Guang's arms and waved her hand into the security check channel, leaving Yang Guang there by himself at a loss for words. The program had already aired for 2 episodes, but the ratings weren't very high, and the hit rate in Penguin Video wasn't too high either. But Li Weiwei, as the director, was not in a hurry because she dared to be sure that the ratings of the 3rd installment would be higher than the first 2 installments combined. This was because when the first installment of the show aired, the beginning of the contestant selection track, all the viewers already remembered Yang Guang because he was sitting there huffing and puffing. At that time, there were those who laughed on the pop-up screen, those who scolded him for pretending, and those who praised him for having a big heart. But no matter what, all of these people were looking forward to seeing Yang Guang perform on the program to see if he was pretending or if he really had the guts to do it. That's how things are. When everyone is going by the book, the one that's different always catches the eye. So when the first 2 installments of the show aired, the pop-ups were always clear of Yang Guang's name. And in the 3rd installment, the unexpected situation that happened when Yang Guang was recording the program, Li Weiwei didn't cut it out at all. It was just presented in its original form. With her experience of doing variety shows for so many years, all of them were laughing at the scene. She didn't believe that this part couldn't conquer the audience. But no matter what, the 3rd installment would not be aired until Saturday, and it was time to record today's program. The contestant that Li Weiwei was most looking forward to now was Yang Guang. Today's Yang Guang was still dressed in a simple outfit, but the guitar on his shoulder was different from the stall goods in the previous installments, but the one Lin Yushu had given him. Because there were 30 contestants performing at once in the recording program tonight, it would be a long time. Yang Guang, who was sitting in the waiting area, after watching the performances of a few contestants from the Charm of Face track, realized that there really weren't any contestants that made him feel amazing. So sleepiness struck him again. Thinking about the previous recording of the program, he slept while waiting for the stage. Because at that time, there was no audience on the set. But from this installment onwards, there were indeed 500 live viewers sitting in the venue during the recording. If he slept now, the impact would be too bad. So this time Yang Guang forced himself not to let himself fall asleep. However, Li Weiwei guessed that Yang Guang would definitely not be like the other contestants who were serious about maintaining their image in front of the camera. Although these situations would affect his evaluation in the audience's mind for a short period of time, as soon as the program aired, that guy would definitely rely on his talent to conquer the audience. The biggest advantage of a star who relies on his talent is that even if you have some scandals, it won't affect your status in the hearts of your fans, because they don't just like you as a person, but also like your talent. Therefore, at the recording site of this program today, Li Weiwei specially arranged a camera to be in charge of Yang Guang's filming task, and gave the cameraman a death order to make sure to capture Yang Guang's distinctive small movements. However, Yang Guang was not aware of all this. Now he was watching the performance on the stage, listening to the mentor's comments and the audience's cheering and applauding below the stage. However, all of this seemed like a lullaby to him. So Yang Guang, sitting in the waiting area, yawned non-stop one after another, and his eyes were sleepy with tears coming out. In his heart, he thought, this world's entertainment really can't be compared to the previous life. What kind of crap is this? What kind of crap is this? Just as he was struggling with his sleepiness, the tutor had already finished evaluating the previous contestant's performance, and at this time, the director's voice came from inside the return, reminding Yang Guang that it was his turn to go on next. With a burst of nervous BGM, that contestant's votes were finally tallied. Then Yang Guang all heard the host Xia Xia chime in. Next, we welcome the next contestant. Yang Guang to the stage. Applause. What was different from the previous one was that this time, the scene didn't ring with too much applause, and was even filled with boos. The show had already aired 2 episodes so far, so a part of the audience had already seen Yang Guang's act of pretending to be a fork when he slept during the grouping, so they had a preconceived notion of whether Yang Guang was participating in this program purely for the sake of hype. Seeing this situation, the staff on the set broke out in a cold sweat, but the director, Li Weiwei, was excited. It's worthy of Yang Guang. He can make a big commotion in every scene. She was convinced that after Yang Guang's performance, the reaction of the live audience would definitely be worlds apart from now. As for Yang Guang, he didn't care about the reaction of the live audience, because in his opinion, he was merely a nobody now, so it was normal for no one to like him. Although he said that he had more than 3 million followers on Jitterbug now, but he hadn't updated his video for so long and hadn't opened a live broadcast, so it was normal for no one to recognize him. Carrying his guitar, he came to the center of the stage, bowed towards the audience and the tutor's seat, and then began to introduce himself. Hello everyone, my name is Yang Guang, and next I'll bring you an original song called Borrow, original song, Maoichio. As soon as Yang Guang's words fell, the audience booed again. If he wasn't recording a program, if he was in a concert or on some other stage, Yang Guang would have been kicked off the stage. Yang Guang nodded his head to the band teacher, signaling that it was time to start. Then the music started and Yang Guang sat there holding his guitar and played, Borrow a dim light from the midnight street, to illuminate a pair of human shadows on the bumpy road. Borrow an inch of warm sunshine in the 9 days of March, to melt the coldness of the earth. Borrow an ancient river with its 9 bends, floating to a faraway place with the flickering candle flame. I'll borrow a melody from the past. Sing softly what cannot be said. Those who are blown away by the wind say they don't love deeply. Those who are drenched by the rain say they won't be cold. How many more people will be blinded by the infinite night? It's written in his eyes. He doesn't dare to admit it. After the first chorus was sung, the audience had become silent, all staring, some with their mouths wide open in shock, just staring at Yang Guang. They didn't expect that person on the stage. That Yang Guang who was huffing and puffing in front of the camera during the first grouping. The Yang Guang that they all agreed was on the program just for the sake of hype. The Yang Guang who was cursed by the audience in the pop-up screen when the first program was aired. The moment he came on stage today, he gave them such a big surprise. This song is too good to listen to. There is no complicated melody. There are no flashy lyrics. It's like an old man who has seen through the world's vicissitudes of life, slowly talking about the warmth and coldness of the world. The most crucial thing is that this song is really too good. Yang Guang on the stage did not know the thoughts of the audience under the stage. Since his last life, treating his every performance with immense seriousness, otherwise it would be the greatest disrespect to the audience. So now, all he had to do was to finish the song with all his heart, borrow a touch of the parting dusk's languid slanting sunlight, to add a ray of light for the rest of this long life, borrow a line engraved in my heart for a long time to come. If we have to be on different sides of the world, those who are blown away by the winds say they don't love you enough, those who are drenched by the rain say they won't be cold. How many more people will be blinded by the endless night? It's written in his eyes. He doesn't dare to admit it. But there's always a seriousness that the wind can't break. There will always be tears that even the rain can't erase. One day the sun will rise in the morning. A rainbow. 2 people. I'll give him a place to stay. I'll give him an ordinary life. Borrow a place for him to live. When Yang Guang finished singing the last line, the music gradually stopped. The scene resounded with one of the most enthusiastic applause of the night. Countless audience members screamed, and countless people shouted Yang Guang's name, which appeared in stark contrast to when he first came on stage. Li Weiwei revealed an expression that it was true, and in her heart, she was once again glad that she had found Yang Guang to participate in this program. However, Zhou Qi in the waiting area, looking at the scene's reaction, looking at Yang Guang on the stage, hated his teeth, and in his heart, he was scheming how to make Yang Guang make a fool of himself. At this time, the host Xia Xia took the microphone on stage and stood beside Yang Guang. Wow, the audience at the scene is really enthusiastic. I would like to ask Mr. Yang Guang, where is the bottleneck of your creation? Yang Guang smiled and replied, the bottleneck of my creation is that there is no bottleneck. As soon as this sentence was said, the audience that had just quieted down stirred again, and the entire studio became incredibly boisterous. Xia Xia looked at the guitar in Yang Guang's arms and teased, don't I remember that the guitar is broken? Is this a new one you bought? Yang Guang replied, no, a friend gave it to me. Xia Xia's eyes revealed a look of surprise. This guitar he recognized, but from the workmanship, he could guarantee that it was not water goods. What kind of friend is Yang Guang? What kind of friend is Yang Guang? He said that he would give away this big 100,000 things? Lamented to, this friend of yours, can you introduce me to know? I like to make friends the most. Yang Guang, then I can only say sorry. Feeling that it was almost time, Xia pulled the topic back. Okay, here's the tutor's review. Please invite Gu Cece. Gu Cece asked back. This is from Zhou Yunxuan's group. Shouldn't he come first? Xia immediately added. Then we have Zhou Yunxian. Zhou Yunxian, do you have any bottom line left? Xia, then we have Gu Cece. Gu Cece. Zhou Yunxian. Live audience, ha 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 ha. Xia, okay, just now it was just a joke. We have Zhou Yunxian to comment. Zhou Yunxian, before commenting, I would like to ask Yang Guang, do you want to become a superstar? Yang Guang purposely pretended to be embarrassed and replied, it's okay. When he finished speaking, the audience laughed. Looking at Zhou Yunxian standing there gritting his teeth, Gu Cece added fuel to the fire and said, come on, pick it up. Zhou Yunxian roared into the microphone and said through gritted teeth, he speaks really hard to pick up all at once. You dislike, chatting Terminator After the live audience screamed, Zhou Yunxian then said seriously, Yang Guang, I now hear a lot of demos every day. No matter if it is someone else who sends it to my mailbox, or directly contacted my studio in the hope that I will sing, all kinds of, I will listen to it. You, Yang Guang, are still the one who writes songs with the most spirit in my narrow vision, of all to see now, of the younger generation. But because of this, my expectations of you will only be higher, because you are not yet a superstar. What are the characteristics of a superstar? He personally has at least 30-90% or more compositions. For example, Zhou Ranhua. For example, Zhang Zai. For example, just kidding. But you, I've heard those songs you sang before you joined the program yourself. Someone Like Me, Fade Away, The Wind Rises, and Painting count as 4 songs, and today's song Borrow counts as the 5th. I hope you stick with it, because you, even if this competition only ends here now, and you go out, you can still become a second-tier singer. You're merely a shooting star, but I believe that if you stick with it, and insist that every piece of work be created with such a serious attitude, you're a superstar. After Zhou Yunxian finished speaking, the audience resounded with another burst of screams, because they then realized that the songs they liked to listen to before were actually sung by Yang Guang. Xia waited for a few seconds, and after the scene quieted down again, she picked up the microphone and said, recently, although the episode of the program that Yang Guang recorded hasn't been aired yet, but when you walk down the street, you find that his songs are playing everywhere. You can hear them when you go to get a haircut, you can hear them when you go to eat a hot pot, and you can hear them even if you swipe a jitterbug at home. Many people love to listen to Yang Guang's songs, especially when it's late at night, saying that listening to his songs can give our hearts a momentary rest for a while, and can make us think about life. However, lately Yang Guang has been really under a lot of pressure because I found out that a lot of people are saying that he plagiarized on the internet. We all know that a person when there are many people who like you, at the same time there will be more that make you hate you. There are a lot of people who say that although Yang Guang's songs are very popular now, he's merely a shooting star that passes by in a flash. I want to ask Tutor Gu Cece, is Yang Guang a shooting star or a superstar? Gu Cece said into the microphone. I think no matter if it's a superstar or a shooting star, it's the stars that shine, and all stars, people need to look up to see them. I would say, Yang Guang, just be there. Let them look up and see you shine. Don't bother with what they're really saying. Xia continued. Okay, Yang Guang has gotten 2 votes. Next, Wang Dong. Wang Dong got up and spoke. Just now, Zhou Yunxian and teacher Gu Cece have both finished their reviews and their votes have been given. Then this vote will be placed with me for the time being. Before the words were finished, the audience had already raised many voices of doubt. Wang Dong continued. I'm very happy that you were able to write this nice song, and I believe that after this show is aired, more people will like you and recognize you. However, as you stand on this stage now, you are still just a contestant. You haven't become a superstar yet. I'm not giving you this ticket, just reminding you to keep your creative beginnings, because I feel like I'm helping you do better afterward, so that when you actually enter the music scene in the future, you can use your talents to contribute to the music scene. When Wang Dong finished speaking, Xia opened her mouth and said, thank you to our 3 mentors for their comments. Below, audience at the scene, please take out the voting machines in your hands and start voting now. After Xia finished speaking, tense music rang out from the studio, and the live audience took out their voting machines and pressed that red voting button. Everyone stared nervously at the big screen on the stage, where the voting data was displayed in real time. The 1-minute voting time ended, and everyone saw that in the end, Yang Guang's votes were fixed at 455 votes. With 500 people on the scene, he got 455 votes, directly surpassing all the contestants in front of him. Seeing this result, Yang Guang felt it was well deserved, but the host next to him, Xia Xia, had already screamed, "Let's congratulate Yang Guang for his successful advancement." Then he had all the contestants stand on the stage again, and based on tonight's vote rankings, he called out the one contestant with the lowest number of votes for each track, and had them say goodbye to the stage and the audience in front of the screen. Then, the recording of the episode was considered complete. When the director announced the dismissal, the staff carefully organized the audience to evacuate the scene in an orderly manner, while the 3 eliminated contestants looked at the stage with some reluctance, because anyone who came to participate in this program wanted to go to the end and gain both fame and fortune. There were many pairs of eyes staring at Yang Guang, envious in their hearts. How they wanted to be like Yang Guang. Every song they wrote was a masterpiece. Every song could be liked by so many people, but talent was something that not everyone possessed. The recording of the 4th installment of the program was officially over. At this time it was already 10:30 p.m. Yang Guang and Fong Wenwen went outside together, because they came to the recording site from 6 p.m. and didn't eat anything until now. Their stomachs were already protesting. Now the weather had started to gradually warm up, not as cold as it was during the spring festival. People's nightlife was also gradually becoming more colorful, and all the big stalls in the various snack streets had set up tables. Fong Wenwen proposed to go for a barbecue. In her words, "Night and barbecue are the best match." Yang Guang had no choice but to go over together. He was curious. Fong Wenwen could eat so much. Why was she still so thin? The two of them found a barbecue stand and sat down. After the boss served up the skewers they ordered, Fong Wenwen picked up her wineglass and clinked it with Yang Guang, tilting her head back to drink the beer in one go. Quite the chivalrous woman. Then Yang Guang finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Fong Wenwen then scratched her head in distress. "I don't know, I also want to grow some meat. This looks too thin." After saying that, she also pinched her small thin arms, with a sad look on her face. Yang Guang skimmed his lips. "I haven't seen you so Versailles. You only eat not fat ability. How many people can only dream of to you still dislike it." Fong Wenwen, "Then let's switch I'd rather eat fatter. I dream of having a skill like yours Sometimes I want to crack open your head to see how it grows inside. Why can you write such a good song? But we can't." Yang Guang said smugly while jerking off the skewers. "Alas, there's no way. Natural born people like me. It's just God chasing after and feeding them. You can't learn." Fong Wenwen was speechless, rolled her eyes and said, "Still talking about me Versailles? I think you are the ancestor of Versailles." Yang Guang already didn't have much to do for the next week, just waiting for Monday to record the next installment of the program, while the other contestants were worrying about their creations and trying their hardest to prepare for the next program. Yang Guang was very free. Every day, he either slept in his room or went out to find some local food that he hadn't eaten before. Then he would play videos and chat with Lin Yushu. Ever since the last time Lin Yushu came to Beijing and the two of them established their relationship, they had been talking more and more casually to each other, and their relationship was getting better and better. Lin Yushu was now busy with the company every day, and with the help of 2 big players, Huang Jing and Ding Min, the work was moving forward in a smooth and orderly manner. In between, her best friend Zhu Wenshin had approached her twice, and she had put off the appointments because she was too busy. In the end, it caused Zhu Wenshin to complain on the phone for a while Lin Yushu had no choice but to promise her that she would go shopping with her next time. However, Hu Ke, the ex-girlfriend who broke up with Yang Guang, met a director Li Fei with the help of the modeling department manager, and because of her outstanding figure, she finally got her wish to star in a web drama directed by Li Fei as a female co-star. It is said that this female supporting role in the drama is quite a lot, second only to the female third. As for the price Hu Ke paid, it is not appropriate to say. However, she was still very satisfied with the result because after the first few episodes were aired, relying on her figure, her Weibo account rose by 500,000 followers, and she was considered to have crossed over into the entertainment circle as she wished. Just a few days ago, Tian-E Entertainment sent someone to her, saying that the company saw her potential and wanted to sign her up. These days, Hu Ke was so excited that she couldn't sleep every night. In her heart, she even felt that these 3 years of love with Yang Guan was a waste of her youth. Time came to Saturday in a flash. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the 3rd installment of Future Star went online as promised. Because there was a performance by Yang Guang in this installment, Lin Yushu pulled Lin Yao and Hu Shuangjin to sit in front of the TV early and then cast the program on it. At this time, director Li Weiwei was also paying close attention to the hits and viewer ratings of this installment. The performances of the 14 people in front of them were the same as the previous 2 installments. So even if the program was edited well, it couldn't resonate with people because they had already watched too many similar variety shows. The last contestant in front of Yang Guan finally came off the stage. Next, The camera panned and the huffing and puffing Yang Guang suddenly appeared on the screen. When Lin Yushu saw this scene, the mouthful of water she just drank spewed out with a pft, and she secretly glanced at Hu Shuangjin, secretly pulling out 2 paper towels and wiping the table. Hu Shuangjin slapped her. "You girl, you don't pay attention to your hands and feet." The pop-up screen had exploded by this time. "Look, this one is starting again. What is this Yang Guang here for? Contestants sleeping online? Wang Jingza, put my words here. If I want to watch this kid sing in the future, I'll jump through the window. Front, I remember your LD." When the screen played to the point where Yang Guang finally felt that it wasn't quite right and opened his eyes to see the camera in front of him that almost disliked his face and was shocked, Lin Yushu finally couldn't help but laugh. She really didn't expect that Yang Guang was so big-hearted that he could fall asleep on the set of the recording program. And the pop-ups were wonderful. Ha ha ha, I started to think he was faking it. Now I realize I was wrong. This dude is really asleep. Look at the way he jumped in shock. If it was an act, I'll directly award him a trophy as a movie star. At this time, the program's screen, Yang Guang had already stood at the door of the contestants' channel, waiting for the host Xia Xia to finish her curtain call. He went on stage. The only thing seen on the screen was Yang Guang's mouth moving, but there was no sound. When the audience thought whether their stereo was broken or whether they had accidentally muted the video, they suddenly heard Gu Cici say, there's no sound. Then came Xia Xia asking Yang Guang to do it again. At this point, the audience have spat. I thought it was my stereo was broken. I did not expect it was really no sound. Yang Guang came up the second time. Still the same. Only see the mouth moving. Just can not hear the sound. At this time, the pop-up screen is full of question marks. After Zhou Yunxian asked Yang Guang to come up again, Yang Guang came up on stage for the third time and the audience finally heard what he said. Ha ha ha, still knows he's a nameless little anchor. Nameless little anchor. Recording a program and daring to be so reckless. The next scene made the audience burst out laughing again. Only Yang Guang came in front of the mentor with a microphone and said in a bitchy manner, "Wow, living star." Zhou Yunxian gritted his teeth and asked if he had ever seen a dead star before. Yang Guang said again regretfully, "There's no such opportunity." Not only were the 3 tutors gritting their teeth, even the viewers in front of the screen were feeling that Yang Guang was really cheap. He's so good at playing. This is not a nameless little anchor. This is simply a variety artist. I announce that Yang Guang wins this round. Ha 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 ha. Seeing one didn't speak, Wang Dong asked Yang Guang why he slept before going on stage. Then Yang Guang carefully said because he was too nervous. The audience simply died speechless. You sleep because you are too nervous? Shouldn't you be too nervous to sleep? Look at you. There is no trace of nervousness. At this time, Xia Xia said, "You've almost got the result today." The audience was shocked to see Yang Guang and asked rhetorically, "So rash?" They said that they couldn't take it anymore. This program? No. This Yang Guang is really too good at playing And at this point, most of the viewers had already forgotten all about the resentment they felt when they watched him sleep in the first installment. After a series of hilarious conversations, Yang Guang finally entered the main topic of the day, sat there and adjusted his posture and the height of the microphone, and then opened his mouth in a serious manner to introduce the song he was going to sing today called If One Day I Become Rich. When not only did the tutors below burst out laughing, but the viewers in front of the screen also burst out laughing. I can't. The rice in my mouth sprayed all over the table as I laughed. Crap. Me too. I just took a sip of water. Isn't this a dream I often have? Yang Guang wrote him into a song? My cell phone. I laughed too hard and dropped it in the water. At this time, Lin Yao but turned his head to look at Lin Yushu and said, "This little boyfriend of yours, he's quite interesting." Lin Yushu didn't dare to say anything and just spat out her tongue. The program and the screen continued. Yang Guang introduced himself as writing this song because he was thinking that if he became rich one day, how exactly should he spend it? The 3 tutors below were also curious. The audience was even more curious at this point. The pop-ups were filled with, how to spend it. Gu Cici, however, talked about whether it was troublesome at that time. Seeing Yang Guang looking at her with disgust, he asked, "What's bothering you when you've become rich?" The pop-up screen exploded again. This brother 666 999 9999 6 flipped no problem. All rich, what else am I bothered about? Ha 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 ha. After ending this spine-tingling conversation, Yang Guang finally entered the performance session. The guitar intro sounded, and the audience in front of the screen finally quieted down, because the intro was surprisingly good, and Lin Yushu in front of the screen, who had been on tenterhooks because she had been worried that something would happen to Yang Guang again, was finally relieved. As the intro started, Yang Guang whistled cheerfully. Countless audience members were beating the beat along with this rhythm, as if they were really brought into the name of the song, thinking about if they became rich one day. But after Yang Guang sang 2 lines, Suddenly boom sound, everyone froze, including the audience in front of the screen. Then there was a screen full of question marks. Ha 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 ha, I can't do it, I can't live laughing. Yang Guang, why is even the guitar against me? On the 81 difficulties experienced in recording a program. Indeed, he recorded a program that was more twisted than the longevity monk's quest for scriptures. However, in the end, after the program staff changed the guitar, Yang Guang finally finished the song smoothly. In the end, Zhou Yinshan gave Yang Guang the sign to pass, and while several mentors were dancing, the scene where Yang Guang was holding a notebook to get an autograph made the audience laugh even harder. They had never seen a music variety show with such a good comedic effect. Someone declared in public, I won't watch all future funny variety shows without Yang Guang participating. I support it with my real name. Look at Zhou Yunshuan's anger as he tried to get his sign back, laughing his ass off. Why does this kid live so much? Please ask Yang Guang to come out in place. Obviously he can be a comedian, but the songs he writes are so good. After listening to this song of his, I Can Have a Beautiful Dream Tonight, the third installment of the program finished airing. Li Weiwei, who had been staring at the backstage data, was pleasantly surprised to find that the broadcast volume of this installment was higher than the previous two installments combined, especially after Yang Guang appeared. Some viewers even skipped the front directly and went to watch the Yang Guang segment specifically. As for the video pop-up statistics, the number of pop-ups after Yang Guang appeared was 10 times that of all the previous people combined. That is to say, after Yang Guang came on, the pop-ups on the screen never stopped. It could be said that Yang Guang was now the deserved king of popularity of this program. For this result, although Li Weiwei had expected it, what she thought was not so exaggerated. Now more than once, she was even glad in her heart that it was fortunate that she had invited Yang Guang to participate in this program at that time. Immediately, Yang Guang's favorability in her heart skyrocketed, letting her assistant notify the rest of the program team to discuss how to increase Yang Guang's footage and program effects. Lin Yushu's home. The family finished watching the program and turned off the TV. Lin Yao looked at Lin Yushu and asked, That company of yours? How's it going? Lin Yushu replied, The basic framework of the company has been built, and the people have been recruited almost. In addition, the business side has completed the formalities, and now we are waiting for the renovation to be completed, so the company can open for business. Lin Yao, what does Xiaoyang think? Lin Yushu, I haven't told him yet. Wait for him to finish his festival catalog. I'll give him a surprise then. Lin Yao nodded, then what do you want to arrange then? Lin Yushu, I've already found an agent for him. It's He Yun Lu, the ace agent in the circle before. When the time comes, I'll sign him to the company and give him half of the shares. Lin Yao smiled bitterly and said, It's much harder for him to accept than to reject the shares you gave him. After a while, he added, However, if he can really accept it without any pressure, it's considered that he's passed my hurdle. Listening to Lin Yao's words, Lin Yushu's eyes lit up. Although her parents had always said that they didn't have a problem with finding a boyfriend as long as his character was passable, but Lin Yushu knew that if this person couldn't fit into her dad's eyes, then it wasn't really a good idea for them to just see each other. Now that she saw her dad say this, Lin Yushu's heart was shallowly relieved, saying to herself, There's no rush. Wait for Yang Guang to finish cataloging the festival. I'm sure he'll pass dad's hurdle. At the same time, Yang Guang's ex-girlfriend, Hu Ke, also saw the program, and when he saw Yang Guang, his eyes were full of incredulity. She didn't understand why Yang Guang, who had been dating himself for 3 years and honestly doing business in the company, why after breaking up with himself, he would be on such a highly popular variety talent show. And it seemed that his popularity was still so high that even Zhou Qi, the trainee that their company was promoting, was overshadowed by him. The more Huka thought about it, the more angry she became in her heart. She had dreamed of entering the entertainment industry, being a big star, and having a group of fanatical fans wherever she went. How much did he himself pay to get to this point? I don't know how many bad old men I've accompanied and had to disgustingly cater to them. Although she was now involved in a web series herself, she was only a female co-star. After all the hard work up until now, the microblogging has only gone up by more than 500,000 followers. But what did he, Yang Guang, have? Why can he participate in such a hot variety show? What makes him so popular with the audience? What makes him so easy to cross into the entertainment industry? Why didn't he start doing these things before he broke up with himself? If he did this before he broke up, why would he still break up with him? The more Huka thought about it, the more angry she became, and even the expression on her face gradually distorted. Finally unable to hold back, with a snap, she smashed the water cup in her hand onto the floor. Outside, the agent Ding Qianqian heard the movement in Huku's house and hurriedly ran over to ask her what happened. But Huku just shook her head, staring blankly without speaking. Seeing her like this, Ding Qianqian looked at the program on the TV screen. and did not say anything else, but called out to the company to Huku with the assistant, cleaned up the broken glass on the floor. In fact, Ding Qianqian's heart is looking down on Huku, broke up with such a handsome boyfriend, in order to make a debut. I do not know how many people to accompany, an actress who relied on subterfuge to get to the top. How far can she go? But she wouldn't show it, because who would have trouble with their own salary? Looking at the spirited Yang Guang in the screen, Ding Qianqian thought to herself, if I could be his agent, how nice it would be. But these things can only think. I heard that the company's Zhou Qi was suppressed by him, and was very dissatisfied, and was making trouble with the company, asking the company to communicate with the program team to give Yang Guang small shoes to wear. Early the next morning, Li Weiwei opened the microblogging, do their profession, to the hot search list are very sensitive. So every morning early in the morning habitually look at today's hot search and the end which a few. When she looked at the first few of the hot search gang, excitedly sat up from the bed, only to see the first place above is written, if one day I become very rich. Looking down, the second place was, the 81 difficulties Yang Guang experienced when he participated in Future Star. Looking at these two hot searches, and the heated discussions from the users below, Li Weiwei couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out loud in her room. She was now certain that as long as Yang Guang could make it to the end of the program, then their Future Star this time was considered a complete fire. Time rushed by. Yang Guang laid in the hotel for a day, and in the blink of an eye, it was Monday again. For other contestants, this week could not wait to pass a little slower because their programs were not ready yet. For Yang Guang, on the other hand, he only needed to visualize which song he was going to sing and write out the tune to the band teacher. So, during this week, the biggest idler in the entire program was Yang Guang. The third installment that aired last Saturday, he had already watched it. The effect of the program was considered within his expectations, and when he thought of the way Lin Yushu called herself to celebrate after the program was aired, Yang Guang had never felt a sweetness in his heart before. Today was the day to record the fifth installment. Yang Guang ate breakfast and went back to his room to catch up on his sleep, because he fell asleep on the set the first 2 times, so this time, he had to refresh himself and was determined not to let himself fall asleep on the set. It had to be said that Yang Guang's sleep quality was still very good. After lying down on the bed, when he opened his eyes again, it was already 12 noon. After getting up and casually eating some lunch, it was time for the gathering set by the program. This time, there were 3 less contestants than the last installment, and there would be 3 more at the end of this installment, but Yang Guang was beyond certain that he would definitely not be among those 3. Today's Yang Guang, still in a simple casual dress, unknowingly has come to the capital for almost 2 months. At this time the roadside trees have begun to send out buds, a revival of the season. The weather has also warmed up a lot. Because the popularity gap between Yang Guang and the other contestants was too obvious in the previous broadcasts, when he arrived at the scene today, there were a lot less contestants who were friendly to him. Only Feng Wenwen still greeted him heartlessly. Sitting in the waiting area, Yang Guang realized that Zhou Qi, who had always looked at him in a bad light, was looking at him with a grim smile. Yang Guang, who was used to seeing the showbiz world in his last life, immediately raised his guard in his heart. He felt that according to the current situation, Zhou Qi's most likely course of action was to let the Tiani Entertainment behind him find the program group to carry out underhanded operations and simply eliminate himself. Out of sight, out of mind. As for the other methods of framing, Yang Guang thought that he had not reached that level yet, and Zhou Qi did not have that much face to let the company go out of its way to do something illegal. Today, Yang Guang is still the finale. Sitting in the waiting area and watching the performances in front of him, he could only summarize it in 2 words, boring. He suddenly realized that if he had the opportunity to set up a studio in the future and specialize in training trainees, it would also be a good choice, especially in the last life. The Kimchi Country's girl group, that is simply a glance at all the legs. Not to say popular all over the world. Popular throughout Asia is still very easy. Just when Yang Guang was rambling, the director prompted the previous contestants to finish their performance. It was time for Yang Guang to appear. Still carrying that guitar, Yang Guang once again stood in the center of the stage. After walking through the process, he nodded towards the band teacher. Now that the program was almost halfway through, the popularity that should have been there was almost there. So Yang Guang decided to stop relying on variety effects to attract eyeballs. So let's just go straight to the music and stomp the opponents under his feet. The music slowly started, and Yang Guang played the guitar in harmony with the music. After a whole summer, the sadness didn't get any better. Driving down the highway with no boundaries, got the feeling of leaving myself. Can't finish a song. Tiredness still leaves dark circles under my eyes. In a world of feelings, hurt is inevitable. No matter how beautiful the dusk is, the night will come. I still remember the words that came out of your mouth as if they were iron. In the darkness, There is an illusion that the sun is burning my body. The horizon of dusk. A parting line is drawn. Love enters the eternal night. I still remember the tears that slipped from your eyes. In the confusion, I feel like I'm being burned by hot tears. The horizon of dusk. Cutting off happiness and joy. Love has been disillusioned. Dusk, originally sung by Zhou Chuanxiong. As the last note ended, Yang Guang ended his performance for the day. But this time, and for the first time, there was not a single sound in the entire scene after the performance. Li Weiwei hurriedly asked the camera to sweep the lens over the faces of the audience. Almost everyone's expression carried a faint sadness. Some even had tears floating in their eyes. Yang Guang used one song to sing emo to more than 500 people on the scene. Everyone's youth. Have experienced a breakup? Everyone's heart. There is always a belong to their own regret. Dusk. People's sunset afterglow. Always becomes sentimental. Now Yang Guang has written dusk into his song. And with that soothing melody with sadness in it, he sang it into everyone's heart at the scene. It took a whole 3 minutes for the audience to come out of that emotion. And the scene finally erupted into an incomparable applause. Seeing this kind of stage effect, Zhou Qi, who was sitting in the waiting area, turned incredibly embarrassed. But the company had already told him that they would get the program to do a backroom operation, and the final champion would definitely be his own. So this time he didn't feel too lost. Instead, he was holding the posture of watching a good show, thinking that the higher Yang Guang jumped now, the more pain he would fall in the future. The host, Xia Xia, walked to Yang Guang's side with a microphone and started to enter the critique session. First was Gu Sisi. Yang Guang, I very much appreciate your talent to write such a song. You've sung dusk, this crippling yet beautiful word, into each and every one of our hearts. I can predict how hot this song of yours will be once it's aired, but a momentary fire is nothing. 10 decades and decades later, the music industry will constantly produce many songs and drown many songs, but a good song can always withstand the choice of the years. I believe that your song Dusk is a classic that will still be sung in people's mouths after a few decades of baptism by the years. Gu Sisi finished her review and put down the microphone, looking at Yang Guang standing on the stage. Her heart was full of emotions, but talent is such a thing, it can't be obeyed. Zhou Yunxian was very happy and picked up the microphone and said to Yang Guang, Yang Guang, you are really good. This song, whether it's the lyrics or the song, has almost reached the point of perfection. I'll give you 100 points for this Dusk. I'm not afraid that you'll be proud. You are a person who dares to challenge. Writing a song with such a simple and melodic melody. If you are not careful, you will write the tune in a vulgar way. But if you can write it well, the benefits are also huge, because the melody is simple, so it is more suitable for people to sing. It is obvious that your song belongs to the latter. Congratulations. Wang Dong continued. The previous two have finished praising what they should have praised. I can only congratulate you here. Follow this path. You will definitely become that brightest star in the music industry. After each of the three mentors finished their comments, the host, Xia Xia, announced that the voting would begin. The exciting music started right on time, and it was time for the intense audience voting session. After the music stopped, the number of votes displayed on the big screen above the stage was fixed at 496 votes. What a horrible number of votes was this? Out of the 500 audience members in the audience, only 4 of them did not vote for Yang Guang. Before Yang Guang, Zhou Qi, who had the highest number of votes, had only just 300 votes. Therefore, when such a result came out, Zhou Qi looked at Yang Guang as if he really wanted to eat someone. After the recording was over, Zhou Qi rushed off. He now impatiently wanted to hurry back to his room. He wanted to contact the company to get rid of Yang Guang quickly. Now he couldn't stand Yang Guang's unbeatable appearance in front of him for a moment. In fact, he thought too much, because in Yang Guang's heart, he didn't regard Zhou Qi as an onion at all. And Tianyi Entertainment also felt an immense headache about the appearance of Yang Guang as a contestant in this future star program. The last few days the company had an internal meeting to study what kind of person Yang Guang was, but other than knowing that he was the ex-boyfriend of Hu Ku, an actress the company had recently signed, there was no information about his background. The more this happened, the more they dared not act rashly, because in their eyes, if a person didn't have any capital support behind him, a lone wolf breaking into the entertainment industry would die a horrible death. So it was determined that there was bound to be a force behind Yang Guang that was holding him up. Since this person couldn't be moved, they could only start with the program itself. Tianyi Entertainment didn't have anything else, but there were still a few top-stream fresh meat. Because they had already invested a huge amount of capital in Zhou Qi, it was a certainty that Zhou Qi would debut as the winner from this program. Since there was no way to screw up with 500 votes, let's have a universal participation. They were going to put pressure on the program group to change that final episode to a live broadcast. This way, the maneuverability was greatly enhanced. Li Weiwei had been having a pretty good time recently, waking up with a smile almost every day in her dreams. The program Future Star had high ratings because of Yang Guang's steady play. Yang Guang seemed to her to have superstar potential. If she could really debut as the champion in her program, then her Li Weiwei's fame would completely resonate throughout the variety show circle. In the future, there will be a steady stream of investors who will ask her to cooperate with them, and from then on, she will receive both fame and fortune, and go to the pinnacle of her life. In the room, holding the coffee that had just been brewed, she gently took a small sip, put down the cup, picked up her cell phone and wanted to read the audience's comments on the program on Weibo. Unexpectedly, just after opening his cell phone, another call came in. After glancing at the caller ID, Tianyi Entertainment Qin Xiaochuan. At once, Li Weiwei's head went big. Although she hadn't picked up the phone yet, she probably already knew the Qin Xiaochuan's intention for calling this number, because their company's Zhou Qi came to participate in this program with the purpose of being the champion. But now that the program group had produced such a demon as Yang Guang, they couldn't sit still. She really didn't want to answer this call, but there was no way. As long as she still wanted to hang out inside the entertainment industry, she couldn't offend Qin Xiaochuan, because there were too many traffic stars inside Sky Arts Entertainment, which was an incomparably large fan base. But then again, if he wanted him to secretly mess with Yang Guang, what should she do? It really was due to the old saying that it was too difficult for a lone wolf to mix with the entertainment industry. Watching the cell phone ringing hypnotically, there was no way but to connect. Hey, how come a busy person like Boss Qin has time to call me? A thick middle-aged male voice on the other side of the phone said. Director Lee, you're overstating things. Who doesn't know that whoever you want to promote in your program will be on fire? Then I'd like to thank all the bosses for their love. I wonder if Boss Qin is this time. Oh, it's like this. As for me, I've been watching Future Stars since its first installment, and I feel that the show's popularity is very high right now. Do you think it can be like this? I think about it, for the sake of the contestants, and also in the future this program can be taken to the next level. Let's make some adjustments to the format of the finals. Then how does Boss Qin think it's better to adjust it? Hearing this, Li Weiwei frowned. Look, isn't live broadcasting popular for everything you do now? Why don't we just make the final installment of the program a live broadcast? What do you think? To be honest, when Li Weiwei heard this, she was a bit moved. The influence of live broadcasting could be much greater than recording. But, can the Penguin Video side agree? As soon as Qin Xiaochuan heard this, he knew that Li Weiwei was very interested in live broadcasting, and immediately packed his bags. Don't worry about this, I've already asked over there. They don't have any opinions, and there is no problem with the technical level, Li Weiwei said uncertainly. Then let's find time to touch base with the people from Penguin Video? Qin Xiaochuan said. This can be done at any time. Just that I have one more suggestion. What if you think it's feasible? Just refer to it. And if you think it's not feasible, just take it as I didn't say it. Li Weiwei, Boss Qin. Look what you are saying. The suggestion you made. Of course we have to seriously consider it. It's like this, because if this program, Future Star, is changed to a live broadcast, the final vote, if it's still going to be those viewers in the arena, there will definitely be some people who will question the program group for engaging in backroom operations. I think it would be better if we change it to a network vote, so that all the people watching this live broadcast can vote, so that it's more convincing. When Li Weiwei heard Qin Xiaochuan say this, she instantly understood what he had in mind. She just couldn't figure out why Qin Xiaochuan was giving her advice and looking for Penguin Video to communicate with her. According to the story, he wasn't some kind of a good person. It turned out to be the drunkard's intention. They must have felt that Zhou Qi was definitely no match for Yang Guang. But if they still followed the previously determined recording method, Tianyi Entertainment had no way to control the number of votes. But if it was changed to a live broadcast and the entire population was allowed to participate in the voting, then there was too much room for this maneuver. This idea that Qin Xiaochuan had come up with was simply a tailor-made championship winning package for Zhou Qi. It seemed that Tianyi Entertainment had really invested a lot of money in order for Zhou Qi to win the championship. But even if she knew this, Li Weiwei had no reason to refuse, because she also needed fame and profit. Immediately, she agreed to Qin Xiaochuan's proposal and agreed to meet with Penguin Video's side as soon as possible to prepare for the finals flow, venue, and equipment. Hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaochuan leaned back in his boss chair, his face full of complacency. Zhou Qi had called more than once to tell the company how that Yang Guang was frivolous and unbeatable. He also listened to the songs written by Yang Guang. They were indeed good. Even the entire Sky Arts Entertainment artists couldn't write this kind of songs. But, so what? This was an era where traffic was king. At the same time it was an era where capital was king. I can't beat you within the rules of the program, but I can change the rules. Qin Xiaochuan was from a gray background. so he didn't have the slightest pressure in his heart when he did this kind of thing. Seeing that a musical genius was about to be destroyed by himself, he was vaguely excited in his heart. So he hooked his finger at the female secretary on the side, who came over, and he grabbed her head and pressed it towards his waist. The female secretary naturally knew what the boss meant, skillfully squatted down and stretched out his hand to undo his waistband. On the other side, after Li Weiwei hung up Qin Xiaochuan's phone, she immediately asked Yuan to gather the main staff of the program team to the conference room for a meeting. When Li Weiwei spoke out Qin Xiaochuan's proposal just now in the conference room, everyone sitting below got excited. Seeing that not a single person was against it, Li Weiwei was very happy, and immediately asked the planner to make a program. She had to get it to the Penguin video site as soon as possible to communicate, because the live broadcast, the technical requirements were higher, and this part needed to be done by Penguin Video's professional staff. Yang Guang, on the other hand, knew nothing about these changes at this time. Other than sleeping in his room and talking to Lin Yushu on the phone every day, he spent almost all of his time outside, either eating or on his way to eat, because he had relied on the hospital's nutrient solution to keep him alive almost every day before he passed away from stomach cancer in his last life. Right now, he seemed to have developed an obsession with food. The fourth installment had already aired. His song Borrow, naturally, was on fire again, and at the same time along with the song, there was also his guitar. It had to be said that there were still a lot of knowledgeable people among the audience. On the day the program aired, there were people who could tell that the guitar was not ordinary. There is even a blogger that night specifically made a video to analyze the brand and price of this guitar. When this video was transmitted to Shake, quickly on the Shake Popular, overnight only to see the likes exceeded 2 million. The comments have nearly 300,000, in addition to countless people forwarding, then naturally focused on the name of this guitar above. Martin's True Love, True Love. And then the blogger put the program Yang Guang replied to Xia Xia's sentence, "This is a friend to send." This fragment cut in. Then netizens, one by one, disguised as Sherlock Holmes, played a game of deduction in the comments section. To be able to send him a guitar whose name is True Love, then what kind of friend is his friend? What's the point of asking? I dare to conclude that it must be a female friend. But, the blogger said that the guitar is over $150,000. Tears, is it possible that it's still a rich white woman? Cry 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 cry. Upstairs, what do you all mean Yang Guang cannot have a white rich friend? That's right, it's not a girlfriend, is it? I hope Yang Guang introduces his friend to me. That's right, I hope he won't be so insensitive. This dog thing damn it, writing such a good song, singing so well, and popping up with such a heterosexual friend. I guarantee you, that friend of his must be ugly. Seconded, +1, plus 10,086. However, although most of the comments seemed a bit nonsensical, the combination of the several with the highest number of likes was still very restorative of the truth. And when Yang Guang saw these comments, he just felt that this generation of netizens was too difficult to bring up and didn't take it to heart. Suddenly, Yang Guang, who was lying on his bed watching the netizens bragging in the comment section with great interest, received a call from Li Weiwei's assistant Yuan. Suddenly, he was called by Yuan to Li Weiwei's office. Yang Guang sat in front of Li Weiwei with questions. Yuan took a cup and received 2 cups of water and placed them on the table in front of the two, then sat to the side with her book. Li Weiwei was the first to speak. Yang Guang, what about calling you here this time? Mainly because there is something I want to tell you. Yang Guang was even more puzzled. What is it, director? Just tell me straight. Based on the current momentum of the Future Star program, the popularity will go all the way up. Our program team and Penguin Video studied it and decided temporarily to change the final to a live broadcast. Hearing this, Yang Guang felt that there was nothing wrong with it. I think live streaming is good. It can test the contestants play more. I don't have any opinion. Li Weiwei nodded. For the live broadcast, we've decided to give the right to vote to all the viewers. So on that day when the program starts, the number of votes for the 6 of you will be updated in real time. Looking at Li Weiwei's meaningful eyes as she said these words, Yang Guang felt as if this matter was not that simple. But he didn't say anything and just nodded his head in response. Now he was just a vegetarian, so his arm couldn't be twisted. If others wanted to mess with him, then just let the horse come over. Knocking down the opponent from the front would be the only way to win soundly. Out of Li Weiwei's office, Yang Guang returned to his room. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and called Lin Yushu. Yang Guang realized that recently Lin Yushu was very busy, but she didn't know what she was busy with, and she had asked a few times, but she said that she would give herself a surprise when the time came. Yang Guang realized that Lin Yushu was very busy lately, but she didn't know what she was busy with. This time, she quickly picked up the phone. Yang Guang, Yushu, busy? Not today. Things are almost done. Everything is ready now. All we need is the east wind. Oh, that's good. Is there something wrong with calling now? Today the director of the program called me over and told me that the final of this program has been changed to a live broadcast format, and that the voting has been changed to a full vote by the audience watching the program live. There's a saying that when things go wrong, there must be a demon. Why do you think that is? I didn't have a grudge against anyone when I came to participate in this program. If I really had to find one, it would be Zhou Qi. I've heard that he is a trainee that Tianyi Entertainment has put in a huge amount of effort to put out. I think that they came to this program with the intention of debuting as the champion, but they didn't expect that a variable like me would appear. Hearing what Yang Wang said, Lin Yushu instantly figured it out. That's why they secretly manipulated the program to change it to a live broadcast altogether at the end and asked for a referendum. Because of that, they could then tamper with the votes without showing it. Yang Wang nodded. That's what I think too. Lin Yushu suddenly laughed and said to Yang Wang, but you don't have to be afraid. There's a saying that water comes to cover earth and soldiers come to block. Let them mess with whatever they want to mess with. As long as your level of creativity is placed there, whether you're the champion or not, you're a deserved winner. Hearing Lin Yushu say this, Yang Wang suddenly felt a rising fighting spirit and said with quite a bravado, originally, I didn't want to make too deep a grudge with them, but since they've set their sights on me, I hope I won't regret it in the end. On the day of the finals, I'm going to let them know who's really the king of this music scene. Hearing Yang Wang's bold words, Lin Yushu's heart thumped. The man that Lin Yushu, should be like this. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yushu's eyes gradually became sharp. Tianyi Entertainment. Since you're doing this, don't blame me. Picking up her cell phone, she called Ding Min and asked her to continue recruiting a few more agents. Originally, her idea was just to be able to work in the same industry as Yang Wang, so that there was a common language between the two. But now she realized that as long as she was in this business, she couldn't escape from the deceitfulness inside. Although Lin Yushu looked harmless on weekdays, standing there as if she was an innocent and beautiful silly white sweetie, it was only in front of Yang Wang that she would show this side. Since she was a child, she had followed Lin Yao's side and had seen many fights with him. She knew clearly that once the struggle between her and Sky Arts Entertainment had drawn to a close, then she could not give them a chance to catch their breath, and she had to build up her strength to fight for a sure kill. Time passed quickly. The weather was still a bit chilly when Yang Wang first arrived in the capital. Now it was already enough to wear just a shirt. Now that Yang Wang was eating out, there was no longer any Feng Wenwen by his side, as she was eliminated during the 10th installment. When she was leaving, she even had a drink with Yang Wang outside. In her words, she called it a long way to the Jianghu. See you again sometime. Of course, the contact information should still be left. After drinking a little too much that night, Feng Wenwen pulled Yang Wang and patted him on the shoulder and said, "You're the most talented musician I've ever seen. You must take the final title." Then they went to their respective rooms. Next Saturday was the day of the final. Yang Wang sang Born Like a Summer Flower, The Road to Ordinary, Cyanide, Hair Like Snow, Hometown and Free as the Wind in these installments. These 6 songs along with the previous one, Dusk, had allowed Yang Wang to accumulate a very terrifying popularity, causing him to wear a mask when he went out for a meal now. This was because he knew very well that being recognized outside would be very troublesome. Right now, the most frequent message under the program's official microblog was asking them what Yang Wang's microblog account was called. For this question, Li Weiwei also asked Yang Wang, but Yang Wang's answer left her dumbfounded because Yang Wang said that he didn't have a microblog yet. In Li Weiwei's opinion, with Yang Wang's current popularity, it's a waste of resources if he doesn't open a microblog to attract a wave of fans. The program group also sent out a microblog after the 11th episode aired, with a notice posted directly on it. The notice said that in order to create a better visual effect, in order to let people more intuitively see the level of the players, but also in order to let all the people have a sense of participation, the final will be changed to live broadcasting in the Penguin video. The game location selected in the capital city of Wuxong Stadium. In addition, will be in the evening at 12 o'clock in the beginning in the My Network start ticket sales. The final ticket total of 20,000 tickets, while stocks last. In addition, in order to more fairly decide the winner of this program, the first half of the program, by the 3 mentors based on the performance of the players, to decide the final showdown between the two. After the start of the showdown, the program team gave the right to decide to all the viewers on the spot and in front of the screen, all of whom can log into Penguin Video and vote for their favorite contestants on the live broadcast page. The one with the most votes at the end will be the brightest star of this episode of Future Stars. Penguin Video also created a special page for Future Stars on the client early, and the photos of Zhou Qi and Yang Wang, the 2 favorites to win the championship, were hung on it, and everyone who opened the Penguin Video client would see this page at the first time. This was a big deal. The comments underneath that microblog directly exploded. What is the situation? Why did the good one turn into a live broadcast? I'm going crazy. Such a trashy show. Suggesting that no one should buy tickets. Upstairs. None of us are buying. All reserved for you, right? Great. Finally I can meet my brother Joe Chi at the scene. Brainwashed fans upstairs. Firm over. Yang Guang is the hope of the music world, right? One thinks Yang Guang sings well, but when I saw the poster of Penguin Video today, I realized that his face value is not below Joe Chi's. The first time I saw a song written so well, the face value is still so able to fight. Yang Guang 10 years old fan, uninvited. Ha ha ha, Wook song is very close to my home, so looking forward to it, like going to hear Yang Guang's new song live. +1, +10,086. But everything has two sides. Some people are excited and some people are worried. At this time people who thought deeper began to send out questions in the comments section. If it's a referendum, will there be such a thing as vote brushing? Then may I ask if the program group has made a good plan for action? This one sentence pulled people back, because in this era where traffic was king, they were all too aware of the horrors of those traffic fresh meat. And the company that Joe Chi worked for happened to be an expert in this area. The discussion on Weibo about the Future Star final has reached a white-hot level. There are those who think about buying tickets to go to the scene to listen to Yang Guang's new song. There are those who want to go to the scene to support their brother Joe Chi. And there are also those who are worried that the final referendum will be conducted in a secretive manner. In short, after the program team sent out this microblog, it occupied the first place on the hot search list on the same day. After the clock struck 12 o'clock in the evening, com began the sale of tickets for this Future Star final, priced at 200 to 800 yuan by region. From the beginning, Li Weiwei was staring at the sales data, but 2 minutes after it started, she realized that her side of the webpage was unresponsive. Puzzled, she clicked refresh and instantly got the site stuck. After logging back in several times, she barely managed to log in successfully, but the data in front of her made Li Weiwei's jaw drop in shock, because it showed that 20,000 tickets were sold out at 5 seconds past midnight. She was still worried about what to do if the final site was not full of people a moment ago, and in response to this problem, she had asked the staff to make 2 sets of response plans. Looking at it now, these 2 sets of programs could not be used. However, it was time to redo 2 sets of contingency plans to avoid a riot at the scene. Those who were frightened were not only Li Weiwei alone, but also the fans who were guarding in front of their computers ready to buy tickets. Zhang Qing was a northern drifter whose favorite entertainment was listening to songs after a busy day at work. In a chance encounter, he saw that Penguin Video had put online a variety show called Future Star, and he skimmed his lips. It's the same old thing again. This kind of program has been filmed badly. You can't lose, but the mouth is too big for the body. While spitting, he still clicked into the program, intending to spray it at the pop-up screen, but just after going in and seeing the contestants grouped together to choose their tracks, he found that one person had actually fallen asleep sitting on a chair in the waiting area. This one made Zhang Qing's jeans move stupidly, and took it on to output madly in the pop-up screen, again pretending to be a fork, again hype, etc. In short, what is difficult to hear what? Fast-forwarded through 2 installments, thinking that the program was really as average as he thought, but when I clicked into the 3rd installment, I found that the one called Yang Guang was actually sleeping again. Zhang Qing skimmed his lips and wanted to output in the pop-up screen again, when he found that Yang Guang woke up and was shocked by the camera footage that disliked his face, and he immediately burst out laughing, thinking that it seems that this kid is really asleep, not pretending. The next series of accidents made Zhang Qing laugh crookedly even more, and the song If One Day I Become Rich, even more so, made him think that Yang Guang this is the dream he himself made into a song to sing out. Just these short 10 minutes made Zhang Qing fan Yang Guang. He would watch every subsequent program just to hear Yang Guang's new songs. That one song that casually crushed the current music scene was sung by Yang Guang so lightly, which was not the most critical. But the key was that the lyrics and compositions of these songs were actually composed by Yang Guang himself. Zhang Qing began to admire Yang Guang from the bottom of his heart, and now he has become a fan of Yang Guang's brain, and has joined the fan group that Yang Guang's fans have set up on their own. After the 11th episode was aired, he didn't expect the program group to send out a microblog saying that the final had been changed to a live broadcast and that they would be selling tickets for that night. A whole 20,000 tickets. As a fan of Yang Guang, he decided that he must buy a ticket to go to the scene to hear Yang Guang sing once, and intended to go out of his way to buy the most expensive infield ticket. That night when it was almost midnight, he was in front of his computer, opened calm and stared at the time. As the time jumped to exactly 0 o'clock, he excitedly clicked on the purchase, but things would always often not go according to plan. His webpage got stuck for a moment, and when it buffered over, he saw the words sold out first on it. which almost made Zhang Qing so angry that he spat out blood. It had only been a mere 5 seconds that had passed. 5 seconds, farting isn't that fast. Zhang Qing opened his cell phone and depressedly spat at his fan group that he hadn't gotten a ticket. Many fans who were like him also came out to spit, but there were always those who had fast hands and good luck, and they took screenshots of their successful purchases in the group. It attracted a large wave of envious gazes. There was even a tycoon who wanted to offer a high price and asked the fans who bought the tickets if they wanted to transfer them, because Yang Guang's fans were all fans of him because of his songs. A large portion of the group were people in their 30s, exaggeratedly up to 50 years old, and a significant portion of this group had already been in society for decades, and were really not short of money. These things are happening all over the country. There were many fans like Zhang Cheng, looking blearily at the tickets that other people had sunbathed in, tears of envy flowing from the corners of their mouths. There were still 6 days to go before the finals, when Yang Guang was surrounded by fans blocking the hotel entrance during a dinner outing. After tossing and turning for an hour and a half, he decided to stay in his room for these 6 days and not go anywhere. If the final is a live broadcast, then the songs will have to be chosen well. Yang Guang, who had many concert experiences in his last life, knows exactly what songs are more able to drive the audience's emotions on this kind of occasion. The final will be 3 songs, 2 in the first round, then the mentor will comment on it, and based on the audience's vote, 2 people will be decided to enter the ultimate showdown, and then each of these 2 people will sing a song. During the final, each person can get a guest to come over and help sing. After the performance, whoever had the highest number of votes would be the final overall winner. Yang Guang had promised before that he would sing the song What's Not to Like for Lin Yushu on the final stage, and as a man, he certainly had to do what he said he would do. As for the other songs, he only needed to write out the lyrics and music and give them to the program's band teacher 2 days in advance. In order to cope with the special situation, Yang Guang purposely wrote one more song, because no way to do anything. Preparing one more hand is always favorable to him, even if he can't use it in the end. It doesn't matter, and he doesn't lose anything. At the same time, the company behind Zhou Qi, Sky Arts Entertainment, also developed a series of programs for Zhou Qi's final, and for the final help singing stage, they were going to let the company's most trafficked fresh meat, Fan Yuhua, be the help singing guest. When Zhou Qi heard this decision, he excitedly jumped 3 feet high in place. In his opinion, with this guest with huge traffic, it was really a sure thing that his votes would overpower Yang Guang. As for what song to sing, did it matter? Magic City. Lin Yushu called He Yunlu and the newly recruited legal counselor Zhang Jingawei to her office, telling them to prepare materials and rush to the capital before the final of the Sun of Tomorrow. She wanted to have Yang Guang sign the contract at the end of the finals, no matter if Yang Guang ended up winning the title or not. She believed he was the brightest star in the room. In addition, He Yunlu was asked to register a microblog account with Yang Guang's identity, and when the contract was signed, he would submit materials to the platform for authentication as the company's artist. Just less than a week before the finals, the various contestants could be said to be showing off their skills, launching a final sprint for that final championship, for their future fame and fortune. At the Wuxong Stadium, the staff of Penguin Video and the Future Star program team had also pulled their equipment into the arena and started to build the stage and lights. This was the first time they had done a live webcast of a variety show, and if it was successful this time, then more programs would take this form in the future. It had to be said that Qin Xiaochuan had really used his brain in order for his people to win the championship. In order to better present the effects of the program, Penguin Video spent a lot of money to bring in the lighting and choreography studios and sound engineers noted in China. So it was evident that they attached great importance to this live broadcast attempt. Time passed by, and it soon came to the day of the final, which started at 8 p.m. sharp. Before this, the stage in the stadium had long been set up, and the lights and sound had also been debugged. The entire final had also been secretly rehearsed 3 times by everyone according to the process. For the sake of confidentiality, everyone in the program group had signed a confidentiality agreement, and there would be no other contestants present when each contestant rehearsed. For the authenticity of the program's effect, Li Weiwei could be said to have used the strictest secrecy measures. Everything was ready. All we needed was the east wind. At noon, all the contestants ate lunch and took the bus prepared by the program team to collectively head to the final venue for final preparations. As Yang Guang stepped onto the bus, he received a message from Lin Yushu, telling Yang Guang that she had already arrived in the capital, and for the sake of convenience, this time, instead of checking in at the hotel where Yang Guang was staying, she had stayed at a 5-star hotel next door. She would watch his performance in the final in her room at night and wished him success. Yang Guang saw a slight smile and sent her a cheering emoji back above, stating that he would do his best to take it. Arriving at the stadium and entering the backstage from the staff channel, someone immediately led them to the dressing room. Since there were only 6 contestants now, the makeup artists became significantly more abundant, so they went one by one and started to put makeup on the contestants. As for tonight's guest singers, they would only come over when the competition was about to start, because apart from Yang Guang, the other 5 were all backed by entertainment companies, so the companies would arrange for more popular artists to come over and help their own people pull popularity. As for Yang Guang, who was a loner, he only had to fight alone. Time quickly came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. With only 3 hours left before the finals started, the audience had already started entering the venue one after another. The staff had already placed a tote bag on each seat early, which contained a bottle of water, 2 loaves of bread, a box of yogurt, and in case it rained, a disposable raincoat was also put in. The support tags, on the other hand, were to be picked up at the entrance aisle when the audience entered the venue, as this was the time when you could choose the support tags of whomever you supported. Penguin Video also started to do preheating publicity early, and all day today. As long as there are users who open the Penguin Video client, they will be the first to see the link to the Future Star Final Live broadcast room pushed on the homepage. Every hour, the program team sent out a microblog and inserted posters of the 6 finalists. Everything was proceeding in an organized manner. Knowing that the auditorium was already blacked out and filled with people, when the security personnel closed the entrance, they began to patrol the side of the venue to prevent anyone from causing trouble. It was already dark at this time. Yang Guang came from the backstage to the side of the stage, and seeing the blacked-out audience in front of him, holding colorful and 6-colored support signs, the long-lost memories once again hit him. He missed this feeling too much. In his last life, he had held concerts more than once, and every single one of them was filled to capacity. But then after his health problems, he never had the chance again. So this final that he participated in this life, although it wasn't as large as the scale of the concert, but it was good that there were also 20,000 viewers. Yang Guang's was actually a bit uncontrollably excited, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. Suddenly, he felt that his shoulder was tapped. Yang Guang turned his head back to see Director Li Weiwei smiling and asked, "What's wrong? Nervous?" Yang Guang shook his head and didn't say anything. Li Weiwei added, "The other contestants' backup singers have all arrived. What's yours?" Yang Guang spread his hands and said helplessly, "I'm a nobody. I can't be invited, so I'm the only one left to fight alone." Li Weiwei smiled and said, You're not a nobody anymore. I believe that after tonight is over, your big name will resonate throughout the music scene, and by then, don't pretend that you don't recognize me as an old friend." Yang Guang clasped his fists. "Borrow your good advice. If that day really comes, I will definitely not forget it." After saying that, the two of them walked towards the backstage together. On the way, he saw that Zhou Yunxuan's 3 mentors had also arrived and waved at them, counting it as a greeting. When the show started at 8 tonight, the first program would be their mentors performing collectively for a warm-up. Then it would be their own batch of contestants performing. Because he hadn't been on this kind of scene for too long, Yang Guang felt that he was still slightly nervous and sat there, closing his eyes and taking a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. The time came to 7:59, and all the bands, lights, and sound on the stage were ready. Penguin Video's live broadcast room had also been opened. Countless viewers swarmed to the room, and in an instant, the number of people in the live broadcast room came to 1.5 million. Suddenly the big screen lit up with a number, and in the midst of the live audience shouting in unison, a countdown of the last 10 seconds took place. After the number 1 was counted, all the lights on the scene dimmed. When they lit up again, Zhou Yunxian, Gu Sisi, and Wang Dong, the 3 mentors, were already posing on the stage. As the music came to life, Zhou Yunxuan's classic song, Seriously Yours, began to be sung on the stage. Although only Zhou Yunxian was an authentic musician, Gu Sisi was an actor, and Wang Dong belonged to a flow star from a boy band. But the 3 of them chorusing this song was still a success. The audience under the stage listened to their familiar melody and followed suit, waving the glow sticks in their hands. The atmosphere, in an instant, was up. After the trio finished singing, they got off the stage and made it to their mentor's commentary table. The next step was for the host, Xia, to read the opening speech, including some information about the sponsors. The audience actually didn't want to listen to this, and while he was reading the commercials, the audience didn't have a moment to spare. Opening up pop-ups, I have to say, this atmosphere is still okay today. So hate it, didn't grab a ticket. I heard it sold out in 5 seconds. I was numb as a whole. Weren't they all saying that this one crappy show, still wanting to rely on tickets to make money, resolutely not going? Ha ha ha, there's a saying that the mouth is too big for the body. Worthy of being Zhou Yunxian. I like his song Seriously Yours too much. I used to think that Gu Sisi's acting was okay, but I didn't realize that the level of singing was also quite good. As far as singing is concerned, I favor Yang Guang. Humph. Yang Guang is nothing. How can he compare to my brother Zhou Qi? The brainwashed fans upstairs don't come to throw people away. This Xia Xia is so annoying which has so much to say Hurry up and start. My pants are off and you're showing me this? 666666666. Amidst the audience's spitting, Xia Xia finally finished reading his lines and announced that the program's competition had officially begun, and then invited the first contestant and the helpers to the stage. Because the first two were both contestants from the Charm of Face track, they mainly performed stage effects, and most of these contestants chose to dance. Because of the finals, the entire stage was magnificently reflected by their performances. Even the mentors said many words of appreciation. It was the turn for the contestants of the Heavenly Melody track to appear. Because this final was broadcast live, all the contestants sang with open mics, so as soon as they opened their mouths, the audience at the scene revealed puzzled expressions. The audience in front of the screen, on the other hand, was much more indulgent. First, a screen full of question marks floated by. Then there were people mocking wildly. Ha ha ha, that's it? Fortunately, I didn't buy a ticket. Now you can also mute. To go to the scene. The ear is not suffering from the old crime. Usually watch the program did not find them singing so hard to hear. A million tuners, understand? The gap is too big. Right, this still go to the final? Alas, the domestic music scene is finished. It doesn't matter, there's still Yang Guang behind. These people in front of us have all flipped. Do you think Yang Guang isn't repairing his voice in front of him? Is it possible that the live sound is broken? What are you looking at, Yang Guang? Wait to see our brother Zhou Qi. I see you ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Originally the number of people had reached nearly 3 million, and now it had fallen back to 1.5 million at the beginning of the program, which was exactly double, compared to the pop-ups on the Grumpy. Although the audience on the scene convergence of many, but also began to whisper, 20,000 people in the audience. No longer the beginning of the kind of quiet, changed into a chaotic peace, and even some people blew a few rogues whistle. In this environment is unusually ear-piercing. At this time, Li Weiwei's face turned gloomy. She knew that there might be a situation when these contestants were singing, but she didn't expect it to be this serious. At this rate, this live broadcast would turn into a disaster. Fortunately, the live audience was quite restrained, and although they were very dissatisfied, they stayed in their seats and persevered until now. But the good thing was that they finally got through it. After the mentor finished commenting on the last contestant, it was Yang Guang's turn to appear next. For some reason, Li Weiwei's heart suddenly quieted down. The voting channel for the finals was opened at the beginning of the program, and all the viewers who watched the live broadcast on Penguin Video were able to vote, with each LD having 2 opportunities to vote. And the results of the voting were displayed in real time on a big screen above the stage. Currently the highest vote getter is Zhou Qi, 950,000 votes, pulling away from the second place 200,000 votes. The next Zhou Qi looked at this vote type. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but slightly hooked up, because there was Fan Yuhua, a huge traffic star, as his guest vocalist. It was only natural that his own vote should be the first place. As for Yang Guang, Zhou Qi already knew that he was a bare-bones singer tonight, so he wasn't worried at all that his votes would surpass his own. Xia Xia walked up to the stage to crosstalk and said to the audience, "Let's have the next contestant. Yang Guang, come on stage." Although there were a few previous contestants who had flopped, because Yang Guang's previous original songs were all very good, the audience still retained a sliver of hope for him. So when Xia Xia finished speaking, the audience still erupted into a round of applause. On the passage to the stage, he met Zhou Qi. Yang Guang saw Zhou Qi staring at him with so much mockery in his eyes, but he didn't care, because he was going to use a few songs today to rub Zhou Qi on the ground. Yang Guang, who was standing on the stage, still had his guitar with him, just casually standing towards the center of the stage, looking at the black pressurized audience in front of him, and the many colorful support signs. Yang Guang's heart instantly warmed up. From the moment Yang Guang went on stage, the number of viewers that had originally slipped in the live broadcast room began a new round of pulling up. The words on the original pop-up screen that were full of mocking and abusive words also suddenly changed in style and started to discuss. You don't have to say. Yang Guang just stood here. I suddenly felt stable in my heart. Right. I also have this feeling. What are you guys talking about? Just him is far worse than my brother Zhou Qi. Are you blind? Don't be brainwashed here. Hurry back where you came from. I suddenly realized that Yang Guang's face value is also very high. Why didn't I notice it before? Yang Guang's damn talent completely hides his face value. Just as the crowd was discussing heatedly, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room came to over 2 million again. At this time, Yang Guang made an unexpected gesture to the audience, only to see him stretch out the index finger of his right hand, put it vertically at his mouth, and made a gesture to silence his voice. A portion of the artists who saw this scene almost laughed out loud. Who do you think you are? A nobody pretending to be a big name here. You win if there is a single person in the audience who pays attention to you. But before they could laugh out, the expressions on their faces froze, only to see Yang Guang just made this action. The original cluttered voice of the audience immediately disappeared. Suddenly the entire venue became silent. The audience in the live broadcast room also changed their faces slightly when they saw this. Afterward, a piece of All Rise floated across the screen. Yang Guang did not expect the audience to cooperate with him so much. Seeing that the venue was quiet, he began to speak into the microphone. Good evening everyone. Finished looking at the microphone, smiled and said, today is the last installment. This time the microphone is very facetious. Did not continue to mess with me. Just as he finished speaking, a burst of ha-ha laughter came out from the scene. Then Yang Guang held his guitar in front of his chest and played it twice. Then said, I remember the first time I went on stage to perform, as if everything was against me, even my guitar, which I had used for several years, somehow broke a string, and I thought in my heart at that time, it's all over. Shouldn't I come to participate in this program? When Yang Guang said this, the audience on stage, including those in front of the screen who had watched Yang Guang all the way up to now, had images in their minds of Yang Guang from the beginning to now, all the way up to now. Suddenly some female fans on stage shouted, Yang Guang, I love you, the future star needs to be light. Hearing the shouts from the stage, Yang Guang was touched and continued to speak. Thank you all for liking me and the songs I sing. After that period ended, a friend of mine came to the capital and gave me this current guitar as a gift. At that time, I promised her that if I made it to the final stage, I would definitely play this guitar and sing a song for her. All the people were beautiful in their hearts. Hearing Yang Guang tell such a romantic story, whether they were watching the live broadcast on the internet or the audience at the scene, they all shouted out loud madly. This scene was hilarious for a while, forming a strong contrast with before. Li Weiwei finally felt relieved when she saw this. It's worthy of being Yang Guang. He hadn't even started singing yet. He just simply told a story and the audience was so enthusiastic. As for Lin Yushu, who was watching the live broadcast in the hotel room at this moment, when she heard Yang Guang say this, she suddenly covered her mouth and was moved to tears in her eyes. At this moment, she simply loved this man on the stage. Then, the lights on the stage dimmed, and the band started to play at Yang Guang's signal. When the prelude sounded, the audience also quieted down, listening to the prelude. This was another new song. As the lights on the stage slowly lit up, under the spotlight, Yang Guang played his guitar and gradually found the mood of the song. The sky wants to rain so much. I so want to live next door to you. Standing stupidly downstairs in your house, lifting my head and counting the dark clouds. If a piano appears in the scene, I'd sing to you, even if there's a lot of water pouring down. Summer's almost over. Please buy less ice cream. Don't wear short skirts when it's cold. Don't be so naughty. If you're not so happy sometimes, I'll lend you my grommet. You actually understand my heart. The eyes of the mentors sitting downstage suddenly lit up, especially Zhou Yunxian, who had never thought at all that Yang Guang would still write this type of song, and write it so well, and the five who had just finished performing in front of them. At this moment, they were even more blue in the face, because they rolled over. If all of them rolled over, then it was that the equipment at the scene didn't work, but, coincidentally, it happened that they rolled over. But the last one, Yang Guang, didn't roll over. What does this mean? The audience was not stupid. It meant that except for Yang Guang, all of them were trash. Who could stand this? But regardless of whether they could stand it or not, there was nothing they could do to Yang Guang now. The audience also slowly swung the glow sticks in their hands with the rhythm of Yang Guang singing, and the audience in front of the computer, listening to the song, does not expect the whole live. How come the broken stereo is fixed by Yang Guang? Ahahaha, are you trying to laugh me to death? Can you save face for the other players with this comment? Humph, far worse than my brother Zhou Qi. Scram, there's no place for you to talk here. Just as they were frantically working on the whole thing, the first chorus started. Singing this song for you, there's no style to it. It just means I want to make you happy. To thaw the glacier for you, to be a moth to the flame for you. There's nothing that's not worth it. Sing this song for you, there's no style. It just means I want you to be happy. What's wrong with giving up the world for you? A little warmth in the cool of summer and autumn, the colors of the changing seasons. What's the harm in giving up the world for you? Just after the first chorus, the audience started to scream, and some people even desperately shouted Yang Guang's name at the top of their voices. because they didn't expect at all that the song Yang Guang sang would be so sweet. I don't know how many female fans were envious of Yang Guang's friend. The pop-ups were even more reckless. Husband, I love you. Yang Guang, I want to give you a monkey. If this song was written for me, I'd directly marry him and place lesbians, please pay attention to the words. Little fairies, please wipe the tears from the corners of your mouth. That being said, I really didn't expect Yang Guang could sing such a sweet song. He is really good at teasing. In the hotel room, Lin Yushu listened to the song coming out of the TV. Although she had already heard it once, she was still very happy. Come to think of it, after she and Yang Guang confirmed their relationship, they hadn't seen each other until now. I don't know why, but at this moment, the feeling of wanting to see Yang Guang in my own heart had reached its peak. Then, Yang Guang started to sing for the second time. When he sang the chorus for the second time, a considerable part of the audience under the stage was already able to sing along. This time, the other No brothers were jealous. What did it mean that the audience knew the chorus after only hearing it once? It meant that this song was destined to be very hot again. They could already think of what kind of situation tomorrow's hot search would be. After singing this song, the audience under the stage went completely crazy. They had never heard Yang Guang sing such a sweet song and it was so good. Immediately, an audience member said, "If a boy confesses to me, I'll let him sing this song to me." Yang Guang stood on the stage and slowed down for a while, and since there were 2 songs to be sung in this session, he then said, "The following song is Once Upon a Time, for each of us." Then the lights of the arena went out again. When the audience heard this name, they were talking about how Yang Guang, tonight, was net singing these lovey-dovey songs, especially in the pop-ups. Yang Guang has turned into a love song prince today? You don't say. The last song was really good. I'm going to Lian and sing it to my girlfriend. Wake up in front. Where did you get a girlfriend? Besides, the 5 girls don't understand, but the name of this song seems like a breakup song. Suddenly, the prelude of the song began to sound. Yang Guang's songs currently had a characteristic, that is, the prelude was almost always very good, but after listening to it, the audience realized, why was the prelude of this song so long? General song intro in more than 10 or 20 seconds even if not short, but this song, already more than 30 seconds. Still do not see Yang Guang has opened to sing the signs. A whole minute had passed, and just when someone wanted to start spraying in the pop-up screen, under the slowly lit spotlight, Yang Guang opened his mouth to the microphone. I once dreamed of opening my sword and going to the ends of the earth, to see the prosperity of the world. Your young heart was always a little crazy. Now you're at home in all corners of the world. The girl who once made your heart ache, now she's gone. Love is something you long for and feel troubled by. It once left you bruised and battered. Yang Guang had just finished singing 2 verses when the audience under the stage raised the glow sticks in their hands and started screaming. When had they ever heard such a song? Everyone was incredibly thankful in their hearts that they didn't leave when the previous few flopped just now, but held on hard until Yang Guang came out. Zhou Yunxian and Gu Sisi glanced at each other and were both able to see the look of shock in each other's eyes. At this time, Yang Guang was still continuing to sing. Di li 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 di li 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 denda. Walking on the path of courage. There's sadness and there's splendor. Let's drink this cup of wine. A good man's heart is like the sea. They've been through life's ups and downs. This smile is warm and innocent. Once upon a time you. Originally sung by Su Wei. After Yang Guang finished his song, almost all the audience went crazy. Standing up and waving their hands. Shouting Yang Guang, Yang Guang, Yang Guang. The audience watching the live broadcast at this time had already covered the entire screen with pop-ups. I'm going to go crazy. This intro, it really grabbed my heart. At first, I felt that the intro was too long, but by the time Yang Guang opened his mouth, I directly knelt down. Why do I have the urge to quit my job after listening to this song? I have this feeling too. How do I solve it? I can't go on this shitty class for a day. What man hasn't had the dreamland of walking to the end of the world with a sword? Some of the people in the pop-up screen did say this. Which man's dream as a child was to have a house loan and car loan? I'm afraid that if you go to the street and ask 100 people, none of these 100 people will say this. But why do we become like this when we reach middle age? Is this really the life we want? No. Everyone as a child has a dream of traveling the world with a sword and being chivalrous. Everyone has imagined themselves as a white-robed warrior. But what about reality? Car loan, mortgage, rent, children. Life has smoothed out one's edges and pressed one's breath away. However, Yang Guang's song today is really like a key that opens the long-sealed door in the hearts of these helpless middle-aged people and releases their dreams. After Yang Guang finished singing, he just stood on the stage holding his guitar like that, enjoying the cheers of the audience under the stage. It is this feeling, he was born for this stage. In his last life, he was able to walk to the position of the heavenly king. In this life, I believe that he can go even further. And today, it is just a beginning. Zhou Yunxian stood up, picked up the microphone and said to Yang Guang, Yang Guang, I haven't misjudged you. You're really great. I remember at the beginning of the program I asked you if you wanted to be a superstar or a shooting star. Now that you've come this far, I can responsibly tell you that you're a superstar, the brightest one in the music world. Gu Cc then got up and took Zhou Yunxuan's words and said, Yang Guang, you're really talented. You're the most talented one among the musicians I've seen. Before I came to this program, I just had a TV drama that was finalized. Can you write a song for me? I'll take it to be the theme song of this drama. Hearing Gu Cc say this, Yang Guang's fans on stage felt even more that they hadn't powdered the wrong person. The movie and TV industry's most popular flower girl Gu Cc was asking for a song on the spot. What kind of card is this? All the old iron on the pop-up screen were not calm anymore either. WC, Yang Guang is still bullish. Gu Cc even asked him to write a song. It still has to be my husband. This talent really crushes everyone. Upstairs, send a picture to see if you're worthy. Nonsense. That's clearly my husband. What are you guys talking about? Isn't my brother much better than him? Hurry up and come to someone. P to bear this upstairs to wake up. Wang Dong is now in a difficult situation, because before he came to the program today, the boss Qin Xiachuan called himself and said that the task of today's scene is to step on Yang Guang and hold up Zhou Qi. But with this performance of the two, the gap was too big. How can he still step on it? If he stepped hard, would the audience on the scene come up and spray themselves to death with saliva? Unable to do so, he picked up the microphone. Yang Guang, although I want to splash cold water on you today, so that you won't be so proud, but I have to say, your two songs today are great. Perfect. Congratulations. Look, this Wang Dong doesn't seem too happy to praise Yang Guang. At this point on the pop-up screen, there were already viewers who had noticed Wang Dong's reluctant appearance. Then what's the point? If you don't think about it, Wang Dong is the top streamer of Tianyi Entertainment while Zhou Qi is a trainee of Tianyi Entertainment. I guess he came to this program as a mentor with a mission in mind. To be honest, I'm a bit scared now. Yang Guang is a loner, but behind Zhou Qi there is Tianyi Entertainment, the behemoth of the entertainment industry. Network voting, this can be too good for them to operate. Brothers, vote away a wave. Can't let capital defeat talent. For a while, these people who watched the webcast ran around, letting the people around them vote for Yang Guang. Family members, WeChat, phone calls, as long as they could be contacted. They were all contacted. Even if the old people in the family won't get it, they personally picked up their cell phones and registered their Penguin video accounts on the spot, and voted for Yang Guang with those precious 2 votes. Li Weiwei looked at Yang Guang's rising number of votes, and the more than 5 million viewers in the live broadcast. She knew that this final tonight had been a huge success. This session ended, and in the end, Yang Guang and Zhou Qi rightfully became the top 2, while the other 4 were eliminated from the game. In fact, by the time they reached the final stage, the popularity of these 6 contestants was considered to have opened up, and their popularity wouldn't be too low as they debuted as future star finalists. So when these 4 people left, they didn't have the slightest bit of frustration in their hearts, because of those 2 people on stage, one's talent they couldn't match, and the capital behind the other, they couldn't match. Now only Yang Guang and Zhou Qi were left on the stage, because at the end of the last session, Yang Guang's votes had just reached 900,000, which was 20,000 votes less than Zhou Qi. So the next session of the ultimate showdown between the two was to be Yang Guang's first performance and Zhou Qi's finale. Facing Zhou Qi's provocative gaze, Yang Guang smiled with slight disdain in his heart. The finale? Do you think that this axle is so good to press? My Yang Guang's field is not something that just anyone can catch. Hopefully, you won't regret it. The two of them went down to the stage to get ready, and the host, Xia Xia, walked up to the stage to maintain order in the audience, and began to read out the hosting script according to the cards in his hand, most of which were advertisements from some sponsors. But the good thing was that his speech was fast enough, so the audience didn't wait too anxiously. Finally, in the midst of all the waiting, he announced loudly, the final of the first season of Future Star, the last segment, the ultimate showdown, officially begins, and we'll see who the final champion falls to. The following welcome Yang Guang. Let's welcome Yang Guang. This Yang Guang's word for light. Xia Xia pulled a long tone, and the audience started screaming and shouting along with his voice. Yang Guang walked onto the stage amidst the cheers of the audience, still with his guitar. Next, Xia Xia handed the stage over to Yang Guang, standing under the spotlight in the center. Yang Guang made that silencing gesture to the audience again, and just like last time, the audience who was originally cheering cooperated and quieted down. At this time, even the audience in front of the screen, after seeing Yang Guang's action, Some of them covered their mouths for fear of making a sound that would affect the program's effect. Yang Guang felt that it was almost time, and said to the microphone in front of him, "This way, thank you for supporting me, and thank you for liking my song, that's my honor." After this sentence Light finished, the audience below started to shout, "It's our honor to hear your song. I love you, Yang Guang." Listening to the chaotic shouts, Yang Guang was a little touched in his heart. He stretched out his hands towards the audience and pressed them down, and after the scene regained its quietness, he went on to speak. "Every one of us is a dream chaser, and in the pursuit of our dreams, there are flowers as well as mud. A song of pursuing dreams with a red heart, original vocals, the Gala Band, is given to all of you. Wishing that everyone can keep their hearts and realize their dreams as soon as possible. Realize their dreams." Hearing that Yang Guang was going to sing an inspirational song next, Zhou Qi behind the stage was disdainful in his heart. It's not like no one in this world has ever sung it, but without exception all of them didn't catch fire, because this kind of song is too old-fashioned, even with a hint of didactic meaning. Weekdays everyone is quite busy at work. Come to listen to the song is entertainment to relax. Who will listen to you preach? Now Zhou Qi had even been imagining Yang Guang's grey face after losing to himself. Where exactly is the world full of flowers? If it really exists then I will definitely go. I want to stand on the highest mountain peak there. I don't care if it's a cliff or not. Simply sung in 4 lines. Everyone's face changed. They couldn't imagine that inspirational songs could still be sung in this way. Weren't these 4 lines exactly saying that when they were young, they were dreaming about their dreams? Said at that time they did not know the height of the sky or thick. Said he was ignorant and fearless. But at that time it is true that everyone has a reach and cannot reach the dream. Live in love with all your might, even if you have to put your life on the line. I don't want anyone to be satisfied, but I just want to be worthy of myself. I never choose to give up on my dream, even in the gray days." Hearing the audience here, there are many middle-aged people's eyes have been red. This is simply their true portrayal. Young dreams, how spirited, but the mountain of life has bent their backs. Even so, even in such a messy life, they have been upset and secretly shed tears in the dead of night. At this time, Lin Yushu in the room saw this. Her eyes were also red. She knew that Yang Guang was a graduate of the music academy. He definitely had a dream of music, but life had trapped him in that small advertising agency. But he had never given up, and at this moment, he stood on that shining stage, moving closer to his dream step by step. Maybe I don't have the talent, but I have the naivety to dream, and I'm gonna prove it with my whole life. Maybe my hands are dumber than my feet, but I'll keep searching. I'll give all my youth with no regrets. Is it because you don't have the talent? Or is your dream just a little too big for your britches? But it doesn't matter. Even if you're clumsy, even if you're not talented, even if your dreams are really naive, you still have to work hard, don't you? Even if in the end really cannot be realized, at least they have worked hard, and later in life on the line, will not feel that they were so easy to give up. Youth, no regrets. At this time, no matter whether it is the scene or in front of the screen, many of the audience silently clenched their fists, running forward facing the cold eyes in ridicule. How can we feel the vastness of life without going through trials and tribulations? Fate cannot bring us to our knees, even if blood is spilled all over our arms. Keep on running, with the pride of our sons. How can we see the glory of life without perseverance? Instead of dying, let's burn. One day it will sprout again. Yang Guang hissed and sang the chorus. Some parts of the chorus were already obviously broken, but he didn't care, because this is the kind of passion that is needed here. And only with this kind of hysteria can you sing out the unwillingness of the little man to face his fate, and use it to fight against his fighting spirit. There is no technique in this section. It's all emotion. In fact that was exactly what it was. And apart from Yang Guang, the singer, all the other audience members heard it as well. When the first line of the chorus was hissed out by Yang Guang, all the audience felt their hairs stand up. This hissing made them feel a spirit in fighting spirit to fight against fate. The pop-up screen began to swipe again. All rise. I would like to call Yang Guang an eternal god. I've decided that this will be my battle song from now on. Brothers, for the sake of your dreams, let go. Greet the cold eyes in ridicule. Work hard to move forward. There's more to life than the lingering days in front of you. You can still burn with vigor and put up a fight. The first chorus finished. Yang Guang stood on the stage panting slightly. Many of the audience below the stage had long since burst into tears. They really did not expect that the inspirational songs that they usually did not even bother to listen to could make them cry. Almost everyone stood up, waving the fluorescent gangs and signs of support in their hands vigorously, hissing and shouting Yang Guang's name. When it came to the second time, the audience unexpectedly stood up, not caring whether Yang Guang was singing or not, screaming and hissing without a break. Until the second chorus, countless audience members shed tears and loudly sang along with Yang Guang. Run forward against cold eyes in ridicule. How can we feel the vastness of life without going through trials and tribulations? Fate can't bring us to our knees, even if blood is spilled all over our arms. Keep on running, with the pride of our sons. How can we see the glory of life without perseverance? Instead of dying, let's burn, for the sake of what's good in my heart. Until we grow old, we will not compromise. Not only the audience, including many of the program's crew, including Zhou Yunxian, all loudly sang together. Knowing that the last line had been sung, the scene erupted into even more enthusiastic screams, which eventually gradually unified into a single voice that said, Yang Guang, Yang Guang, Yang Guang. When the entire audience of 20,000 people shouted out a person's name in unison, the shock was indescribable. Of course, there is not only shock, but also overwhelmed. At least now in the backstage waiting, Zhou Qi has been overwhelmed. Fan Yuhua also do not know what to do. Can only pat Zhou Qi's shoulders, did not say anything. He was only here to help sing. He was incredibly happy that the first session was over, and next he just had to watch from the stage. Otherwise, there was a possibility that tonight would be the Waterloo of his career, and that kind of result was not something he could afford. What's meant to be will always come. Xia Xiao went to the stage and announced that when Zhou Qi came on, the audience still shouted Yang Guang's name in unison. At a loss for words, Zhou Qi walked up stiffly, forcing himself not to care what the audience was shouting, nodding his head for the band teacher to hurry up and start. He had prepared a rock song for today's final, a rock song from his predecessor in the same company, and had wanted to rely on this song to stomp Yang Guang to the ground, but he hadn't expected it to be the current situation. After only a few lines of singing, the audience on the stage became impatient. Not knowing who started it, they suddenly began to shout in unison, Go down, go down, go down. Hearing the shouts, Zhou Qi instantly broke out in a nervous sweat, and even worse, he forgot what he was going to sing next. Just like this, he stood stupidly on the stage. His face was blue, his hair was soaked with sweat and stuck to his head. Yang Guang saw all this, his eyes gradually turned grim, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. You guys want to mess with me? Then you have to see if you have the ability to do so. Is my scene that good to take? Seeing Zhou Qi, who was at a loss for words on the stage, Li Weiwei also opened her mouth to curse. With this kind of mental quality, you still want to press Yang Guang down? Originally, Yang Guang had pulled the audience of the live broadcast to the terrifying number of 7 million, but Zhou Qi's current performance directly caused the pop-up screen to explode. Go down, go down, go down. The entire screen was brushing this sentence. Zhou Qi on the stage couldn't see the pop-ups, but he knew that he was finished. If it was a recording, he might still be able to get himself back. But this was a live broadcast and had created this broadcasting accident with his own hands. But no matter how he thought, the program's band couldn't care less, and they finished playing the music of the song in the allotted time. At this point the audience was still shouting, Go down, go down, go down. It lasted until the mentor's review and the audience's voting session, when they saw Yang Guang walk on stage again, and the scene quieted down. Zhou Qi finally came back to his senses and wiped the sweat on his forehead. At this moment, he was actually a bit grateful to Yang Guang. If he hadn't walked up, he would still be sprayed by the audience right now. Coming to the mentor review session, the three mentors looked at each other. Zhou Yunxian helplessly picked up the microphone and said, Now in this situation, it doesn't matter if we point or not to critique, because the audience on the scene has already explained everything. Now I only have one thing to say, and that is to congratulate you, Yang Guang. You are truly radiant tonight. Wang Dong took the microphone. His heart was helpless, because the boss Qin Xiaochuan's arrangement. Now there is really no way to finish it. All forgot the words. How else can you make me hard to boast? In the end, he just said helplessly, Yang Guang, your performance tonight is impeccable, including your song, your stage style. Of course, Zhou Qi's performance is also great. The most important thing for you to do next is to work on your mental quality, and bring out a better version of yourself on stage. Gu Sisi, on the other hand, didn't care so much. Seeing Wang Dong finished, picked up the microphone and said to Yang Guang, Yang Guang, remember what you promised me, the matter of writing songs for my TV series. Go down there and let's have a good chat. Looking at Gu Sisi's man-eating eyes, Yang Guang could only nod his head with a bitter smile. Lin Yushu likewise saw this scene, and at this moment, she was incredibly relaxed in her heart, because with the competition having come to this point, it no longer mattered whether Yang Guang's votes were first or second. There had never been any talent show that could make all the live audience become so crazy on stage. And there had never been anyone who could make the audience directly spray the contestants behind him in such a way that they would even have to be directly kicked off the stage. Therefore, after tonight was over, Yang Guang's great name would spread throughout the entire entertainment circle. She decided to sign the contract tonight and authenticate Yang Guang's Weibo account to see how horrible of a fan sucker he really was. Next came the final vote counting session. This session was quite simple. It was to give 2 minutes for the final vote, and after the cutoff to see who had the highest number of votes who would be the winner. When the voting started, the votes of the two people were rising crazily, but Zhou Qi's votes rose a little bit faster than Yang Wang's. At this time, the same attention to the final. The votes of the two people were rising crazily. At this time, also paying attention to this final, there was also the boss of Tianyi Entertainment, Qin Shaoxuan, who hadn't felt anything, but when he saw the number of votes, his head instantly exploded. He had just forgotten that he had already found a good vote scrubbing team, and was frantically scrubbing the votes at this moment. It was fine when it was put in normal times, but now, with Zhou Qi's performance on the court just now, on what basis could he overpower Yang Wang in terms of the number of votes? That is to say that this vote, Zhou Qi's votes are lower than Yang Wang. Everything is fine. If in the end he has a higher number of votes than Yang Wang, then it is going to be a big deal. But now everything was too late. The 2 minutes ended very quickly, and the big screen behind the stage showed the two people's vote types. Yang Wang, 2,350,000 votes. Zhou Qi, 2,400,000 votes. Coincidentally, Zhou Qi just had 50,000 more votes than Yang Wang, and won the first place with a slight advantage. Seeing this result, Qin Xiaochuan fell helplessly onto the sofa and the cell phone in his hand fell to the ground. He knew it was all over. Tonight, Zhou Qi and even his Tianyi Entertainment would have to be prepared to bear the wrath of the public. As expected, seeing this result, the audience at the scene first erupted. The entire program was rubbed on the ground by Yang Wang, and the final even forgot his words on stage, but he didn't expect to win the vote in the end. Who is this treating anyone like a fool? The audience all stood up and shouted, "Shady, shady, shady, shady." Some cranky old men sitting in the first few rows even threw the glow sticks, support signs, mineral water, bread, and anything else they could in their hands to the front. Some were even so agitated that they threw their cell phones out. In the face of the 20,000 viewers' rage, everyone at the scene was nervous, fearing that they would do something even more drastic, and if there was really a stampede or something like that, then today's final would be a complete failure. Host Xia Xia went on stage to try to stabilize the audience's emotions, but unsurprisingly failed. At this time, the pop-ups were also outputting crazily, and there were even Zhou Qi's brainwashed fans arching their fires, not knowing if they were little hacks or if they really had no brains. Ha ha ha, I knew brother Zhou Qi would win. That's right, just with Yang Wang, how can he compete with his brother for the championship? Families, who understands? Today I met a guy who doesn't know the sky and wants to grab the championship with brother. I've never seen such a brazen person. Are you guys demonic disorder? Just with Zhou Qi, is he worthy of comparing with Yang Wang? Brothers, start blasting. Let them know what it means to lose is to win and win is to lose. Our Yang family army is not a bully. Brothers, that's a good name. From now on, all of our Yang Wang's fans will be called the Yang family army. I want to know exactly how many voted for Zhou Qi. I didn't. All my votes went to Yang Wang. Me too. Those who aren't blind shouldn't have voted for Zhou Qi. Ditto. Ditto. Lin Yushu looked at the chaos of the scene, and the various trolls in the pop-up screen. She knew in her heart that tonight, Yang Wang was the final winner. Just like the pop-up said, sometimes you seem to win, but you lose. And sometimes you seem to lose, but you're the real winner. It was supposed to be a normal final, and if it was really flat for Yang Wang to win, then he would just be a champion of future star. But now, the public opinion caused by the fact that Yang Wang was alone, had traveled all the way to the finals, and finally made it to the finals. And despite performing perfectly and crushing his opponents, he still lost to the other side on the polls, and this caused an explosion of public opinion. People nowadays, their normal lives are too bland. What they want to see the most is Yang Wang, this kind of lone hero who represents the individual. On the scene, the live broadcast hadn't been broken yet. The person in charge of Penguin Video felt that this was a crisis. Again, if it was solved well, it was a heavenly opportunity. That would make the audience of this program reach an unimaginable level. Just look at the audience in the live broadcast room continues to rise now. Will soon reach 10 million viewers, no previous program, a single period to reach this number. So, Penguin Video was just blocking. They were blocking Yang Wang to be able to handle this riot. When they were about to be in a mess, suddenly the spotlight in the center of the stage lit up, and the audience fixed their eyes and found that Yang Wang, who had just stepped down from the stage, had walked up again at some point. Standing straight in the center of the stage, Yang Wang made his silent gesture again. The thing that made everyone dumbfounded happened. The emotional audience on the scene really slowly stabilized, then sat back to their original position. The scene was back to quiet. This time, Zhou Yunxian, Li Weiwei and everyone else was in a trance. So, without realizing it, Yang Guang already had such prestige in the hearts of his fans. Yang Guang, under everyone's gaze, said to the microphone in front of him, "Thank you all for liking me. What virtue can make you all act so excessively for me? Everyone comes to listen to the song to make themselves happy. So for the sake of everyone's personal safety, I hope that everyone can exercise restraint." After saying that, Yang Guang retreated a step back and bowed deeply towards the audience, then got up and bowed deeply again towards the audience on both sides of this, and finally, towards the camera that was broadcasting live. He bowed deeply towards the audience in front of the screen as well. The audience who saw this scene immediately felt that they hadn't powdered the wrong person, and some of the more emotional fans were already in tears. On the pop-up screen as well, looking at Yang Guang also purposely bowing towards the camera, towards himself, the audience in front of the screen immediately felt warm in their hearts, and all of them brushed out, "One day Yang Family Army. One life Yang Family Army." Feeling that it was almost time, Yang Guang went back to the front of the microphone and said to everyone, "In order to thank everyone for their love for me, and in order to pay tribute to all the people who are struggling for a better life, I'll give you another song. Do you want to listen to it?" Hearing Yang Guang say that he wanted to sing another song, the camera turned his head to look at Li Weiwei, as it seemed a bit out of order. Li Weiwei, on the other hand, was very dry. With the current situation, if she really stopped Yang Guang, the program team would all be washed up by the fans. Right, so she agreed without hesitation. The live audience was even more excited and shouted in unison, "To listen." The pop-up screen was also full of "Want to listen," and there was no other content to be found. Looking at the audience's reaction, Yang Guang turned his head to look at the direction of the band, and the captain made an OK gesture at Yang Guang, indicating that there was no problem on this side. Then he said to the audience, "Next, a song called Lone Brave Man, original singer, Eason Chan, for everyone." Amidst the enthusiastic applause of the 20,000 people in the audience, the band began to play the intro of the song. "All are brave. The wound in your forehead. You're different. The mistakes you've made don't have to hide. Your worn-out dolls. Your mask. Your ego. They say to carry the light. To tame every beast. They said they'd sew up your wounds. Nobody loves a clown. Why is loneliness not honorable? It's only the imperfections that are worth celebrating. Who says a man covered in sludge is not a hero? In this world, how many people leave their homes and work alone for the life they want? Alone in his hometown to study in the university. After graduation to find a job. Every day is to go to work. 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 No time to go out to play. No time to exercise. No time to make friends. And even more no time to fall in love. Regardless of how life was going. Every time my parents called, I always told them I was fine and asked them not to worry. But after hanging up the phone, it's time to hide alone in your own little room, licking your wounds in solitude. When the next day, and continue to wear their own unique mask, to repeat the previous day's life. So, we are all brave. Who says sludge-covered is not considered a hero? We shall henceforth, with light, go and tame the beast that is life. Love the way you walk alone in dark alleys. Love the way you don't kneel. Love the way you've confronted despair. Love the way you won't cry a single tear. I love your tattered clothes, but you dare to block fate's gun. I love that you're so much like me. The gaps are all the same. After the audience listened to this paragraph, their hearts felt sour, as if there were stones in their eyes, tilting their heads. They could not stop the tears that flowed down from the corners of their eyes. Hearing this, they all felt that Yang Guang really understands himself too well. Although it is very hard to confront with life, sometimes also very desperate, but looking at his wife and children at home, all he can do is to hide his tears and give them a big smile. This is something that probably every middle-aged man is a lot like. Brothers, I've already dried a glass of wine. This song is really quite drinkable. Me too. Here's to you. How did Yang Guang the brain write such words? Yang Guang YYDS. From this song onwards, I'm his brainwashed fan. Congratulations to the further growth of our Yang Family Army team. Alas, it's a pity that I didn't grab the tickets for this one. It must be great to hear Yang Guang sing live. For crying out loud, a song that made a large group of middle-aged men become Yang Guang's loyal fans. Go, match, this ragged cloak. Fight, fight, with the humblest of dreams, to the whimpering and roaring of the night. Who says that only those who stand in the light are considered heroes? When the chorus came out, everyone's scalp went numb. It was as if they saw a person who had been weighed down by the mountain of life, tilting his head in the darkness of the night and letting out a defiant roar. Come on, I'm the one who's going to fuck you. And then upon closer inspection, isn't this person exactly himself? Who says that only those who stand in the light are considered heroes? Our whole life in obscurity, for their own lives, for the children, for the family struggling to struggle in the sea of people, is also a hero. You will build your city-state on top of the ruins. Go, go, with the humblest of dreams. Fight, 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 with the most lonely dreams, to the whimpering and roaring of the night. Who says a hero stands in the light? Yang Guang finally finished the song. In fact, this song is just to deal with the occasional need, and did not intend to sing this song tonight. If there is a more important occasion, singing this song will be more effective. But because of those unexpected things in front of him, Yang Guang felt that it was worth it to stabilize this angry audience with a song. So he said to the audience, a song called Lone Brave Man, for every ordinary person like me, who is fighting for their lives. It's getting late now, so for the sake of everyone's personal safety, please observe the order of the venue when you leave the stage, and make sure to pay attention to your safety. Thank you everyone. Amidst the cheers of countless spectators, this grand final finally came to a successful end. At this time, the one who was most grateful to Sunshine was the director Li Weiwei. Because of the live open mic singing, there was no way to do post-production sound fixing, so the first 5 rollovers were too outrageous, resulting in the number of viewers falling all the way down. Knowing that it was only when Yang Guang came out that the downward trend was stopped. If it wasn't Yang Guang, then this installment of Future Star would have flopped. And this time Yang Guang also in the eyes of the Penguin video earned enough goodwill. It is because of him, originally to overturn the live broadcast. As of Yang Guang's last song Lone Brave Man song, the number of people watching the live broadcast came to 15 million. This is only the number of live broadcasts. Tonight we'll upload the recording to the platform. The number of clicks do not need to think to know how horrible it can be. And the people from Penguin Video thought the same thing. They had seen many top streams in the entertainment industry over the years, but someone like Yang Guang, who was handsome and talented, was the most terrifying. So they had already put Yang Guang on Penguin Video's list of key concerns. This Future Star Season 1 finale, which had been hotly debated before it started and almost flipped over after it started, was considered to have come to a complete end by this point. However, the discussion of Yang Guang did not stop. Underneath the microblog of the Future Star program group, a large number of fans suddenly flooded in. Their messages summed up to one thing, which was to ask the program group what Yang Guang's microblog was. When the official microblogging operation told Li Weiwei about these situations, Li Weiwei smiled bitterly. As far as she knew, Yang Guang didn't have a microblogging account at all. Although Yang Guang was the second place, the eyes of the capital were also bright. They were already on the verge of blowing up Li Weiwei's phone, asking for Yang Guang's contact information. With Yang Guang's consent, any entertainment company that called to ask for a phone call, Li Weiwei told them truthfully. As for how Yang Guang would cope there, it was out of her hands. As for the champion Zhou Qi, he was like a transparent person at the moment. No one paid attention to him at all. Yang Guang returned to the hotel, hastily packed up his things, and quietly left. So when he left, the only difference may be that the weather has now warmed up. The body did not wear so thick clothes, called a car, went straight to the hotel where Lin Yushu was, because he had just called. Let him must arrive there tonight. Sitting in the car, the driver who was driving in front of him looked up at the mirror and realized that the person who got into the car was Yang Guang, and immediately greeted him with excitement. Aya, you're Yang Guang, right? I like you so much. Yang Guang heard the driver say this and also took a closer look at him. This look didn't matter. He felt that this world was really full of coincidences everywhere. This driver master was exactly the one who sent Lin Yushu to the airport when he was there, and remembered that at that time, he even insisted on taking a picture with himself. Yang Guang smiled. It's you again. What a coincidence indeed. The driver hemmed and hawed. I've earned it today. When we get to the place in a while, you have to take another picture with me. My daughter is also your fan. Go back and show it to her to make her happy. Yang Guang nodded his head and said no problem. The driver said, then you do well. We'll leave here. This time the fare is free for you. The old cab driver in the capital. His skills really had no comment. He knew the road conditions like the back of his hand, and he didn't need to use the navigation at all. After getting out of the car, pulled Yang Guang to take several pictures, hard to confiscate the fare, and quickly left. Yang Guang watched the car's taillights fade away, also shook his head helplessly, went inside to find the elevator, and came to the floor where Lin Yushu had booked a room. Finding Lin Yushu's room, Yang Guang knocked on the door, and heard a footstep coming from inside, then waited for a while, and supposedly saw from the cat's eye that it was himself who knocked on the door, and opened the door from inside. Yang Guang walked into the room and closed the door from the inside again, putting his things down on the sofa to the side, turning around and just about to speak. Lin Yushu suddenly rushed over and jumped into his arms. Yang Guang was flabbergasted for a moment and also reached out to merely hug her. At this moment, in the room, there was no sound. The two embraced for a long time. For Lin Yushu, who had received a good traditional education since she was a child, and Yang Guang, who had been a virgin for 2 lifetimes. Embracing was by far the most intimate action they could think of, so there were no more transgressive actions between them. After telling each other how much they missed each other, the two of them went to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Lin Yushu said to Yang Guang, "Do you still remember when I first started on the program? I said I would give you a surprise when it was over?" Yang Guang nodded. He had always been curious about what Lin Yushu said the surprise was, only to see her pick up her cell phone, dial a number, and say to the person on the other side of the phone, "Now you can come over. Remember to wear the contract." Then she hung up the phone and told Yang Guang to wait for a while. About 2 minutes later, when they heard someone knocking on the door, Lin Yushu got up and went over to open the door, bringing 2 people with her. It was none other than Sunshine Group's legal department manager Zhang Jingwei and agent He Yunlu. Under Yang Guang's puzzled gaze, Lin Yushu had Zhang Jingwei place 2 contracts in front of Yang Guang. Picking them up, one was a contract for the signing of an entertainment company and the other was an equity transfer contract. Next, Lin Yushu introduced to Yang Guang what exactly she had been busy with in the past few months. Finally, she said to him, "I know your dream, so I want to work with you to turn it into reality. This one signing contract is for the Sunshine Entertainment that I set up, and you are the first artist. Then the other one is the equity transfer contract of Sunshine Entertainment. I will give you 49% of the shares and I will keep 51. Yang Guang was just about to open his mouth to speak when Lin Yushu stopped him. "I hope you don't refuse, because with your current popularity, you are completely worth these things." Yang Guang pondered for a long time, seeing Lin Yushu's eyes with hope. He finally gritted his teeth, picked up a pen and signed his name on top of the 2 contracts. After $10 million, his heart was much lighter. Looking at Lin Yushu in front of him, Yang Guang was sincerely thankful that God had not been mean to him, letting him just come to this world and met this elf-like girl. From the things she had done in the past few months, she must be dead set on recognizing herself. Therefore, Yang Guang also discarded any other thoughts in his heart. Since she wanted to help himself, then accepting her good intentions was the best response to her. After signing, he smiled and said to Lin Yushu, "From the time I finished until now, just past 2 hours, I've already received calls from more than 10 entertainment companies. I didn't even know that I'm so sought after." And seeing Yang Guang sign the contract, Lin Yushu's heart finally sighed in relief. Because in her heart she was worried before this that Yang Guang was macho and felt that she was doing this as a favor to him. Just like her own dad Lin Yao said, "These things, Yang Guang accepting is much more difficult than rejecting." It seems that he understands himself in his heart, which makes Lin Yushu cheer a little. After watching Yang Guang sign, he pulled He Yunlu over and said to him, "This is Sister He Yunlu, the ace agent that the company poached from outside. From now on, she will be your exclusive agent." Yang Guang looked at He Yunlu, short hair with ears and a gray suit, making this woman in her 40s look incredibly competent. He hurriedly got up and shook He Yunlu's hand. "Then please take care of Sister He in the future." He Yunlu said repeatedly that this was the right thing to do. She didn't realize until now that the company had dug herself over to be an agent for Yang Guang. In fact, she was reluctant to come over at first, but the price Sunshine Entertainment offered made it impossible for her to refuse. When she came to Sunshine Entertainment, she stayed for almost 3 months, and her boss didn't give her any assignments, nor did he tell her whose agent she was actually going to be. In fact, she had been paying attention to Yang Guang since the very beginning of Future Star, and as a talented vegetarian, she had also thought in her heart that it would be great if she could be Yang Guang's agent, because she had been in the circle for so many years. She understood too well how big a market a contestant like Yang Guang could have. He was handsome, he could write songs, and at the same time, he sang well, and his stage style was so good that it exploded. All of this concentrated in one person was simply a god of fan attraction. Next, all of Yang Guang's activities in the entertainment industry would have to be arranged by himself. Thinking of this, He Yunlu was a little bit excited in her heart because it was as if she saw a shining superstar that was rising up with her help. Seeing Yang Guang being so polite to himself, He Yunlu was happy in her heart. She was worried about meeting the kind of artists who didn't treat their assistants and agents as human beings after they became hot. Because in the entertainment industry, as long as you are hot, then you are the sky. Lin Yushu asked He Yunlu what was more important to do next. He Yunlu thought for a moment and said, "First of all, we need to make Yang Guang's Weibo account an official certification. Then using Sunshine Entertainment's official microblog, send out a notice telling everyone that Yang Guang has signed into the company. As for the next step, let's finish this first and see how everyone reacts." Lin Yushu hurriedly made a call and asked the company's people to hurry up and do this. It was believed that after tonight's finals had fermented over the night, tomorrow would be the time to really explode. He Yunlu and Zhang Jingwei looked at each other and felt that things were done. so they greeted the two of them and wanted to leave. But when they were almost out the door, Hyunlu turned back to Lin Yushu and said, "Boss, we need to find an assistant for Yang Guang back at the company tomorrow." Although Lin Yushu had followed Lin Yao from a young age and had come into contact with many business tycoons and learned many ways of doing business, she wasn't very clear about how to cultivate an artist in the entertainment industry. But she knew that when she wasn't sure how to do something, it was never wrong to listen to the advice of a professional. Seeing Hyunlu say this, it must be necessary, so Lin Yushu simply agreed. The signing and equity matters were finally settled. After Hyunlu and Zhang Jingwei left, Yang Guang got up and moved to sit beside Lin Yushu, reaching out to take her shoulders, letting her head rest against his own, then incomparably solemnly said, "Thank you, Yushu." Lin Yushu shook her head and leaned into Yang Guang's embrace and said softly, "We were meant to be together in the future, weren't we? What's mine is yours. There's no need to be so polite with me. To be honest, I was starting to really worry that you would refuse." Looking at Lin Yushu in his arms, Yang Guang thought to himself, what reason is there for him not to love and cherish this girl whose eyes are full of himself? After the night of the finals, Yang Guang was already tired, so after the two of them talked for a while, Lin Yushu gave him a room card and told him to go to the next room to have a good rest. Yang Guang, who came to the room, didn't clean up anything, fell on the bed and fell asleep. This night, Yang Guang slept soundly, but there were many people outside who couldn't sleep, especially Qin Xiaochuan. Just after the final, he called Zhou Qi and scolded him. This time, he had contributed money and effort to Future Star, originally thinking to push Zhou Qi down to the champion throne, so that Tian-E Entertainment would have another top streamer. But Zhou Qi's performance in the final is really too bad. Singing off-key, the last even appeared to forget the words of this situation. The audience are not all fools. In this case, Zhou Qi still got the title. The audience's anger naturally spread to the Tian-E Entertainment. Now Tian-E Entertainment's official microblog was all washed up. Another group of people who couldn't sleep were Yang Guang's fans, the Young Family Army. Tonight, Yang Guang sang 4 songs, each of which was a classic, each of which was a masterpiece that crushed today's music scene. So as soon as the finals ended, the program team uploaded the audio of the live version to all the major music platforms, and then watched as the downloads of these 4 songs skyrocketed. Soon to the next day, Yang Guang hadn't woken up yet since he was too tired. Hyunlu woke up early with her eyes open. In fact, she barely slept last night as well, because it was all like a dream, jumping ship and coming to a freshly established entertainment company, not expecting that the artist who brought himself to the show would be Yang Guang, the musical genius who came out of nowhere from Future Star. After waking up, she simply washed up and opened the microblog. The scene in front of her left her dumbfounded, only to see that the top of the hot search bar was almost all related to Yang Guang from top to bottom. Yang Guang, Lonely Brave One. Yang Guang, the future of the heart of the red sun. The song Lone Brave Man allows ordinary people to see their own stories. Yang Guang was the runner-up in the Future Star finals. The song Once Upon a Time made the listeners set off a wave of leave-taking. What exactly is Yang Guang's mysterious friend? Yang Guang's final stage sweetly opens with Why Not? The Future Star final. The difference between the winner and the runner-up. Brushing votes? Looking at this one hot search, Hyunlu felt like she was dreaming, thinking if she hadn't woken up yet. Rubbing her eyes, she looked at her phone again. These hot searches were still hanging there without the slightest change. She was starting to get excited now, thinking that Yang Guang's popularity wouldn't be very low after last night's final, but she didn't expect it to be this high. She has been in the industry for more than 20 years and has followed several stars, so she is basically very clear about those unspoken rules in the circle, even if there are people with high popularity. But she has never seen such a horrible one like Yang Guang. Perhaps, people waiting for a real talent artist, really waiting too long. Now it is not easy out of Yang Guang, such a geek. From the beginning of singing to now, more than a dozen. Almost every capital is a fine product. The key is still their own lyrics and compositions. How can people do not love it? Turn off the microblogging. One by one opened the major music platform, looked at their hot song charts, found that these are similar. Last night Yang Guang, that 4 songs, without exception, have entered the top 10 charts. The first and second place is almost all Dreaming Red Heart and Lonely Brave. Vapor Music and even What Cannot Be and Once You is ranked the 3 or 4. This is only the live version. If you go to the studio and record the lossless version and pass it on, the effect should be better. With excitement in her heart, Hyunlu got up, washed up and dressed up carefully. She wanted to greet her first official day of work in her best condition. When she came to her boss Lin Yushu's room, she saw that she had already asked the hotel attendant to send breakfast up, but she didn't see Yang Guang. Lin Yushu told her, Yang Guang was too tired last night. He should still be asleep and didn't come over. Then after thinking about it, she added, you should hurry up and have some breakfast now, and drive back to the company with Zhang Jingwei. Two things. The first is to hurry up and get Yang Guang's Weibo authentication approved, and the second is to find an assistant for him. He Yunlu nodded her head in agreement after hearing this, so she took 2 buns from the table and went to find Zhang Jingawei, while Lin Yushu continued to wait in the room for Yang Guang to come over. Almost half an hour later, Yang Guang opened the door to her room and walked in. Seeing Lin Yushu sitting there smiling and looking at herself, then seeing the breakfast on the table, he immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. I was too tired last night, and accidentally slept through it. Lin Yushu said gently, "It's okay, come over and eat some." I just yelled for the waiter to heat it up. Sitting next to Lin Yushu, he picked up a bowl of millet porridge and took a few sips, asking, "What about the two of them?" Lin Yushu said, "Because there are some things to be busy with." I shouted for them to drive back to the company first. "You see, if you still have things to do in the capital, we can go back whenever we want. If there is nothing to do, I'll book a ticket for today." Yang Guang thought about it, remembered that the last time he sent Lin Yushu back from the capital, he saw the national stadium on the way, and said that he would write a song for the Olympics, and now that the catalogue is finished, he happens to not have anything to do, or else he would take advantage of the time to write it now. But he doesn't have to stay in the capital, he goes back to write it just the same. I told Lin Yushu about my idea and heard that Yang Guang really wanted to write a song for the Olympics. If the Olympics really use Yang Guang's song, then in this music world, he will immediately stand on the top of the pyramid, proud of the crowd. After making sure there was nothing else, Lin Yushu took out her cell phone and booked 2 tickets on it for the flight from the capital to Mordor. Ding Yong is a capital city cab driver. This year 45, he has been in this business for 20 years. Yesterday he drove a night car. It's a coincidence to say that while waiting for a job, he happened to meet the singer who was very hot in a recent program. Remembering that this is the second time he took his own car, the first time seems to be with his girlfriend. Remember, his girlfriend's appearance really is a fairy general. Their lives have not seen such a beautiful girl. Ding Yong cannot help but praise a sentence, "They really are a man and a woman." After the morning shift, Ding Yong came to his home. Today is Sunday, so the family did not go out. Even his own baby girl did not go to work. Looking at the family is waiting for him to eat breakfast together. Ding Yong entered the door to change shoes, rushed to the bathroom to wash his hands, and sat on the chair at the dining table. While eating, he saw his daughter playing with her cell phone all the time, so Ding Yong asked her what she was busy with. Her daughter, Ding Shanshan, said, "I'm looking at the microblog. Yang Guan, you know, right? It's one of the contestants from that Future Star we watched earlier. The final ended yesterday." Ding Yong took a bite of a steamed bun and said, "I know that lad. The winner of this program is him." Ding Shanshan, on the other hand, shook her head. "The champion isn't really him. It's another person called Zhou Qi." Ding Yong was surprised. He didn't even win the championship? Is that Zhou Qi even better than him? "That's not true," Ding Shanshan said, picking up her cell phone and shaking it in front of her dad. "The netizens are furious right now, and they're scolding Tianyi Entertainment behind Zhou Qi for swiping votes." Then when you say it like that, I think they should really brush the votes, because they had dealt with each other twice. Ding Yong was inwardly more inclined to Yang Guang taking the title. Then he said, "Alas, I thought Yang Guang took the title." Then he didn't in the end. I didn't take a picture with him for nothing. After saying that, he also shook his head sadly. Who would have thought that after he finished speaking and just picked up the bowl to take a sip of porridge, her daughter, Ding Shanshan, went with a scream. She grabbed Ding Yong's arm and asked, "What did you just say?" Hearing his daughter's scream, Ding Yong was choking on the rice, desperately covering his mouth and coughing for a while, before slowing down. Ding Shanshan's mom then slapped her. "Eating? What are you doing here in a panic?" Ding Shanshan made a face at her mom, grabbed Ding Yong's arm and asked again, "Dad, what did you say just now? What group photo?" Ding Yong drew a napkin and wiped his mouth, took out his cell phone and said, "It's that Yang Guang. I've dragged him to work twice, and even took a group photo with him." Said, "Open the cell phone album, let Ding Shanshan see." Ding Shanshan grabbed the phone, looked at the dad album. Inside the photo of himself and a young man. Not Yang Guan, who else? She was stunned and said to Ding Yong with wide eyes, "Dad, your luck is too heavenly." He moved his chair to the side of Ding Yong and said eagerly, "Tell me, what was the situation at that time?" Ding Yong said as he ate, "It's nothing, it's that he just happened to make it to my car." "Didn't he watch that program with you earlier?" Recognizing him, I pulled him to take pictures with me. In her heart, Ding Shanshan envied her father to death, and asked, "So how is he?" Ding Yong replied, "He is a good young man. His temper is also good. Last night I said I would give him a free ride. He was not willing to do so, and had to race the money to me." Turning his head and looking at Ding Shanshan's eyes full of little red hearts, he opened his mouth again and said, I have another exclusive news here. Do you want to hear it? Ding Shanshan came back to her senses and looked at her dad doubtfully. What exclusive news? Ding Yang said mysteriously. Yesterday was the second time I pulled him in. The first time he did my car was 3 months ago, and at that time he wasn't alone, but was sending a girl to the airport. After saying this, he also gave Ding Shanshan a meaningful look. After hearing this, Ding Shanshan was thrilled, because she remembered that in the program, when Yang Guang sang in the third installment, his guitar broke, and in the fourth installment, he replaced it with a new one, and said that it was a friend of his who gave it to him. Yesterday on the final, Yang Guang also sang a song, What's Not to Like, to this friend. I didn't realize that Dad had even met this friend of his, so he quickly asked, so what does that friend of his look like? Ding Yang said with conviction, this young man's vision is really good. His friend's looks really can't be beat. Let's put it this way. Your dad, I've lived for more than 40 years. I've never seen such a beautiful girl, and from her demeanor and dress, it must be a rich kid. In your young people's words, there is a word for it? After saying that, he cocked his head and didn't think of what to say during the day. Ding Shanshan blurted out after hearing this. White rich girl? Ding Yang suddenly realized. Yes, white rich beauty. That's the word. After Ding Yang's family finished their meal in laughter, Ding Shanshan hurriedly took his cell phone and sent the original pictures of the ones he took with Yang Guang to herself. Saved to his own cell phone. Joyfully flipped through, and then picked one and sent it to the Yang Guang fan group where he was, and made a note underneath, Dad and Yang Guang in a group photo. Two handsome men. This one photo improperly tight. Instantly the fan group detonated. Wow. Shanshan, how did Uncle take a photo with Yang Guang? Taken their beg for coordinates. We also want to take a picture with our idol. We envy Uncle Ding's first day. Ding Shanshan took her phone to her dad for a look. Ding Yang looked at the fan group inside the refreshed a message of envy himself. Very surprised. Asked his daughter, isn't Yang Guang just a contestant of a talent show? Why does he have such high popularity? Ding Shanshan thought for a moment and said, this you don't understand. Although he is only participating in the program for the first time and appearing in everyone's view, but before that, he has already sung a few songs live on Jain, and it's as if each of his songs carries a magical power, always able to sing into other people's hearts, especially in this program. His songs Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart and Lone Brave Man at the end of the program filled this group of ordinary people who were silently struggling in the capital with strength. Although the number of votes in the end was so much lower than Zhou Qi's, however, the eyes of our masses are all sharp, and none of us are fools. Our fans from all over the country have formed local fan groups, and I heard that there are some middle-aged fans who have also formed a separate group, and they have a very domineering name, called the Yang Family Army. Ding Yang's eyes lit up when he heard his daughter say that there were even specialized fan groups for middle-aged people, and he hurriedly asked her to inquire about it and pull him in as well. Seeing that her dad also wanted to get into the group, Ding Shanshan asked in that group of theirs, does anyone know anyone in the Yang Jejun group? Someone soon replied, I do. The boss of our company is one of the group leaders. When Ding Shanshan saw someone reply, she hurriedly asked, then can you help me pull someone in? My dad also wants to enter the group. Then she sent her dad's account number to the past. After less than 5 minutes, Ding Yang's cell phone received a message, suggesting that someone had pulled himself into a group called Yang Family Army Capital City 16 Group. Once inside, the group was immediately lively. A variety of welcome messages simply cannot see to brush up. Yang Guang now has countless fan groups, but fans have been inquiring. His microblogging LD in the end what? Just then, a microblog account called Sunshine Entertainment sent out an announcement. This was the first microblog released by this account, and it was written simply, it's my honor to tell you all the news here. After the negotiation with Mr. Yang Guang, from this day on, the artist Yang Guang signed with Sunshine Entertainment. At Yang Guang. Then below is a photo of Yang Guang holding a guitar and singing in the Future Star Final. At the same time, Yang Guang's personal Weibo account had completed the platform's Blue V certification, and now there were 2 small lines under his LD, artist under Sunshine Entertainment, creative musician. This account was now in Hee-Yun Lu's hands, so she took her phone and used Yang Guang's Weibo account to also send out a microblog. I'm honored to join at Sunshine Entertainment. Please take care of me in the future. 2 simple microblogs were quickly dug up by fans and then quickly spread to fan bases all over the country. Next, Hee-Yun Lu saw a scene that she could never believe in her life, only to see the likes and retweets of Yang Guang's microblog rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. And at the same time there was also a rise in Yang Guang's followers. After posting this microblog for just 2 hours, Yang Guang's fan base came to 500,000. This is only 2 hours. I believe that after the news spreads, this account will reach a horrible number of fans. At this time, Yang Guang and Lin Yushu had already boarded the airplane from Beijing to Magic City. The two of them sat in the front first-class cabin. Lin Yushu asked Yang Guang if he had any plans when he arrived in Mordor. Yang Guang thought for a moment. I'll find a house first. It would be too inconvenient if I still live in that rental house now. Find a quieter place, so it's convenient to write songs in it later without anyone disturbing me. Lin Yushu thought about it and said, I have a villa in the suburbs. Why don't you live there? Don't be in a hurry to reject it first, because now you're not only the company's artist, but also the company's shareholders. Even if you rent a house outside, you still have to be reimbursed. It's just as well that you're living in a ready-made house, and we've saved a huge amount of rent, and fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders' fields. Yang Guang was going to refuse, because it felt like she had already given herself enough, so he didn't want to make her break the bank again. But the reason Lin Yushu gave this time made Yang Guang have no way to refuse. She was right. If she insisted on going out and renting a house now, the rent would definitely be reimbursed by the company. And since she had a ready-made house that was still in the suburbs, it would be better to live over there so that she could also save on paying out another amount of rent. There is also a saying, called debt is not ah. Simply throwing the messy thoughts to the back of his mind. He nodded his head and agreed to her suggestion. Lin Yushu saw Yang Guang agreed to live in the past, suddenly happy like a little girl who got her favorite toy. Bright smile made Yang Guang trance. He still can't believe that this girl in front of him is actually his girlfriend. In order not to have a long night's sleep, Lin Yushu said, go back to your place and pack up. I'll go back to my car and pick you up. Today you'll move over. Yang Guang thought about it. There was no point in staying in that house now, and there was nothing left for himself, so he nodded his head and agreed. 2.5 hours later, Yang Guang and Lin Yushu got off the plane, and after leaving the airport, the two of them each took a car to go back. Yang Guang came to the rental house, pulled the suitcase out from under the bed, simply packed up his personal belongings, and then looked for a box to load up the live broadcasting equipment that he had previously purchased, which didn't amount to much in total. Not long after he finished packing, he received a call from Lin Yushu, saying that he would be there in almost an hour. After hanging up, Yang Guang took out his cell phone and called the landlord of this house, telling him that he would move out today. The landlord is a 50-something-year-old woman, and when she heard that Yang Guang wanted to move out, she was a little hesitant, and squeaked for half a day, but didn't say anything. Yang Guang knows what she thinks, but also lazy and her bullshit, simply said to her, I'm those rent you return to me. The deposit as a sudden withdrawal. Compensation for your losses it. When the landlord heard this, she was overjoyed and simply transferred the remaining 5 months' rent to Yang Guang, and she didn't dare to mention a word about the deposit for fear that he would back out. Looking at the landlord's reaction, Yang Guang thought to himself, this deposit, even if he wants to come back, it is probably also very difficult. After packing up the things in the room and moving them to the door, and then putting the key on the windowsill at the door, Yang Guang squatted on the suitcase and waited for Lin Yushu. Almost 20 minutes, saw Lin Yushu's blue coupe parked in front of him. Lin Yushu came down and opened the trunk and the door at the back, and Yang Guang stuffed his things in piece by piece. Then sitting in the co-pilot, Lin Yushu kicked the gas and drove Yang Guang away from this place. Yang Guang looked at it and thought that he probably wouldn't have a chance to come here in his life later. After an hour and a half, the car turned into a villa area on the outskirts of Mordor. This villa area was also developed by Tian Shang Group. Lin Yao chose the best one, and after decorating it according to Lin Yushu's requirements, he left it for her. Thinking about such a house, Lin Yushu had a few sets in Mordor. She couldn't even count them herself, because for every property development Lin Yao made, he would always think of leaving her a set, so that she wouldn't have no place to live when she was in the neighborhood in the future. However, Yang Guang didn't know about all this. Otherwise he would have sighed. Lin Yushu was really rich with many billions of dollars. The environment of this villa area is much better than the one in the city center, because in the suburbs, the district is very delicate, no matter whether it's the green area or the garden that comes with each villa. Especially the distance between each villa was very far. This was the place Yang Guang was most satisfied with. The car drove on the neighborhood's boulevard for 10 minutes and finally came to a villa door and stopped, only to see the sign on the villa's yard door that said White Heron Garden No. 1 Villa. Yang Guang looked at Lin Yushu with surprise. He didn't know what was the situation of Lin Yushu's family now. He just guessed that she was rich, but he didn't expect to be so rich. But from the outside, this villa, even in the whole Magic City, is quite okay. This courtyard is very large. Inside the garden, lawn, artificial lake landscape, pavilion, rockery, everything. Just a glance, Yang Guang liked this place. Looking up, the villa with 3 floors above ground has a large terrace on the second floor, which is arranged in a unique way. Lin Yushu took out the remote control and opened the gate to the courtyard, driving the car to the garage reserved on the side of the villa's first floor. The two of them got out of the car and started to move things. Entering the interior of the villa, Yang Guang tilted his head and looked at the huge 3-story high living room. The decoration style was not opulent, but it was also light and elegant, revealing an unhidden grace and splendor. After the two of them moved everything from the garage to this hall and placed it on the floor, Lin Yushu patted the dust on her hands and pointed to the second floor and said, "The first floor is usually the nanny's room and the guest room, as well as the kitchen and dining room. The study and bedrooms are on the second floor. The third floor is the utility room, and the basement got a private theater and other entertainment facilities at that time. I'm not sure of the specifics of what's there. There are 5 bedrooms on the second floor. You can go up and choose one. The one in the corner over there is mine, but basically I haven't come to live here." Once Yang Guang heard that Lin Yushu's bedroom was on the second floor, he said with some embarrassment, "Then I'll stay on the first floor. Wherever it is, it's much better than my original place anyway." Lin Yushu waved her hand. "How can that be? I don't usually come over here. You'll treat it as your own home. You definitely need to live more comfortably." After thinking about it, she simply carried the small bag that Yang Guang had packed his clothes in. "Forget it, I'll choose one for you." While saying this, he walked towards the stairs. Yang Guang had no choice but to follow. Seeing Lin Yushu open the door of a room next to her bedroom, she walked straight in. Yang Guang followed her in and saw that this bedroom had a large area, and the things inside were also very complete. The closet, big bed, bathroom and other things to meet the needs of life, all of which were prepared inside. What surprised Yang Guang was that there was even a desk inside. Compared to the study, Yang Guang still preferred to write in the bedroom. Lin Yushu put her bag on the floor, opened the closet, took out the bedding from inside, and began to lie there to make the bed. Yang Guang hurriedly said, "This is too much trouble for you. It's better if I do it myself." Lin Yushu didn't turn back. While making the bed, she said, "How can you make the bed as a boy? It's better for me to do it, although I don't do it very often. But when I used to follow my mom, I've done it a few times." Yang Guang just stood there, looking at Lin Yushu, who was making the bed for herself. Her shoulder-length hair slipped down from one side and naturally hung on one side. The sunlight shone in from the window and just hit her. What a beautiful picture. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he was not in a relationship with Lin Yushu, but that they were originally a couple. A couple that had been together for a long time. After a while, Lin Yushu, who was finally busy, turned around and saw Yang Guang staring at himself and smiled sweetly at him. "Thinking about what, eh?" "Thinking about you," Yang Guang blurted out, but just after he said it, he froze, feeling as if he had lost his words. Lin Yushu then continued to ask, "Thinking about me what?" "Just now when I saw the way you made my bed, I suddenly had an illusion in my heart, as if we weren't in a relationship." "Ah, what was that for?" "Today's you are not like the usual, as if you are a fairy on high, letting people see are dwarfed. Just now saw you in the way of making the bed, as if falling into the mortal world of the fairy, with more than a trace of smoke and fire on the body. I suddenly feel as if we are a couple that has been together for a long time, an old married couple." Having never heard Yang Guang say any love words to himself, Lin Yushu felt her face getting a little hot when she heard Yang Guang say this, but she didn't avoid it. Instead, she just met Yang Guang's eyes and looked straight at him. "I like what you just said, and I also hope that one day we really become what you imagine an old married couple to be." Yang Guang saw the blush on Lin Yushu's face and took 2 steps forward to hug her. "Yes, there will definitely be that day." Just as the two of them were embracing obliviously, Lin Yushu's cell phone suddenly rang and hurriedly broke away from Yang Guang's arms in a hurry. Taking out her cell phone, she saw that it was Zhu Wenshin calling. After answering the call, her voice came from the cell phone. "I say Miss Lin, now a day and a day also cannot see you shadow. In the end, and busy what?" Lin Yushu made it to the bed and said, "I'm not busy with anything. I'm just working with someone else on an entertainment company." "What? When did you become interested in an entertainment company? What do you care?" "Forget it, it's fine if you're interested in it anyway." "Right. We haven't seen each other for so long. Why don't we get together tonight?" Lin Yushu glanced at Yang Guang. "This I have to see if there are any arrangements. I'll get back to you later." "What? This young lady asked you out and you even have to think about it?" Seeing that Zhu Wenshin was about to get mad, Lin Yushu hurriedly hung up the phone. Explaining to Yang Guang, "The one who just called is my childhood best friend, called Zhu Wenshin. Because I've been busy with the company recently, I haven't looked for her for a long time, so she just asked me to get together tonight. Do you have any arrangements for the evening?" Yang Guang was embarrassed and said, "It's not too good for me to follow your girlfriends when they're having a date, right?" Lin Yushu was very dry and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a good time to introduce her to my boyfriend." Yang Guang was touched, but from this, one could tell what kind of attitude Lin Yushu had towards herself, not to mention the fact that she had been helping herself since they met. Since she had said this, if he said anything else, he would look a bit squirmy. After thinking about it, She simply said to Lin Yushu, "Why don't we do it this way? We just moved in today. We need to go out and buy some necessities anyway. Why don't we go to the mall directly? Buy some food on the way. I'll cook at home at night. And you'll call your best friend over as well." Cook at home? Lin Yushu didn't react for a moment, but soon realized that Yang Guan was talking about cooking here. Home? Other than the place she lived with her parents, there was actually no other concept of home in her consciousness. Just now, when Yang Guang said cooking at home, it was as if he had poked the softest part of her heart, making her feel her eyes sour. Inhaling deeply, she looked at Yang Guang with a smile. "Yes, we'll cook at home." After saying that, she turned around to get the car keys. At this time, Lin Yushu looked up at the scene inside the villa, and realized that everything here gave her a different feeling. It was no longer so cold and icy, but gave her a light, warm feeling. She also looked at Yang Guang, who was standing there arranging things, and thought to herself, could this be the feeling of a man and a woman together? If that's the case, then it's really quite good. Thinking about this, he walked over to Yang Guang and asked, "Are you packed? Pack up and we'll leave." Yang Guang casually put his things on the ground. "Let's go. These things aren't important anyway. Come back and pack them up." After saying that, he and Lin Yushu walked out of the gate of the villa together, came to the garage next to it, got into the car. Lin Yushu opened the courtyard gate. When the car drove out, Yang Guang saw that the gate started to slowly close until it was completely closed. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yang Guang thought back to everything here, even his own last life. There is no way to get such a set of villa in the Magic City, where every inch of land is gold. Not to mention that this is only one of Lin Yushu's properties. Unable to help it, he sighed. "Looks like it's time to redouble our efforts." Hearing Yang Guang sigh, Lin Yushu smiled and asked him, "What's wrong? What are you sighing for?" Yang Guang joked, "Right now it feels like I've been adopted by you." Hearing Yang Guang say this, Lin Yushu said with a bit of seriousness in the midst of jokes, "Good. Just take it as if I've adopted you, and be good and obedient in the future." Yang Guang clasped his fists at her. "Then I'll ask Miss to take care of me for the rest of my life." Looking at Yang Guang's serious demeanor, Lin Yushu finally couldn't help herself and reached out to slap him. "Very good. Your own position is clearly laid out." In the midst of their jokes, Lin Yushu drove her car to a shopping mall, Shanglong Plaza, under the Tianshan Group. Because this mall wasn't far from the White Heron Garden where they were currently living, there were many high-end luxury brands inside. Lin Yushu parked the car in the underground garage and took Yang Guang to the elevator to the second floor. Similar to the layout of most shopping malls in China, the supermarket of Shanglong Plaza was also on the first floor, while the second floor was stores selling men's clothing. In Yang Guang's doubt, Lin Yushu pulled him into a men's clothing store. The waitress inside looked at Yang Guang's dress as quite popular, originally did not want to entertain him, but then saw Lin Yushu aside. Suddenly eyes lit up, was about to go forward to greet, but was stopped by Lin Yushu reaching out. She is not too accustomed to shopping when someone is in the ear of the nonsense talk. Thinking about Yang Guang's figure, her eyes swept through the shelves. Then she reached out and took a few casual clothes, and didn't let Yang Guang try them on, so she directly handed them over to one of the waitresses for her to hold up, and opened her cell phone to directly pay for them. At this time, the store inside, a few waitresses look at Yang Guang's eyes are not quite right. Look at the long and clear-eyed. Did not expect or a small white man. The two walked out of the clothing store. In a deserted place, Yang Guang said, "You don't have to be like this. In fact, I still have money to buy clothes." Lin Yushu glared at him. "Have you forgotten what you said? I'm the one who's underwriting you now. Just be good." Then it took 2 hours. Yang Guang followed behind Lin Yushu. His body was already covered with large and small handbags, part of which were Lin Yushu's clothes, and part of which were bought for him by Lin Yushu. Secretly wiped a handful of sweat on his forehead, and in his heart he celebrated, "Luckily, I didn't charge a big head and had to pay for it with her. And in this moment, I spent more than $200,000, and I don't have this kind of money even if I add up all of my own money now." "Feel almost," shouted Lin Yushu said. "Look at the time is not early. Why don't we send the clothes to the car? Go to the supermarket to buy food." Lin Yushu looked at the handbags hanging all over his body, pondered for a while and also agreed to Yang Guang's proposal. Going down to the garage, Yang Guang arranged the things on his body one by one to the trunk, just enough to fill it up. The two of them went to the supermarket on the negative floor in company again. This supermarket is also in the category of high-end supermarkets because it is opened in this shopping mall, and you need a membership card to enter. Yang Guang doesn't have one, but Lin Yushu does. After going in, the two people pushed a shopping cart, and went along with the various areas, taking some of the necessities of life to load. Things for washing, slippers, also bought a few pairs, and meat, eggs, fish, shrimp, vegetables, fruits, and fruit juices. Because Yang Guang does not like to eat snacks. Asked Lin Yushu want to buy. This question does not matter. Cake, potato chips, candy and so on is a large pile loaded in. The two people loaded with two large shopping carts. Pay at the cash register. Just scanning the code almost spent half an hour. And finally after paying more than $8,000, Yang Guang looked for two supermarket attendants. Help stuff things into the back of the car. On the way back, Lin Yushu received another call from Zhu Wenxin. I say Miss Lin, it's getting dark. How are you arranging for the night? Tell me about it. Lin Yushu slapped her head. She was so focused on shopping with Yang Guang that she forgot about Zhu Wenxin. She apologized. I'm sorry. My fault. How about this? If you come to my place today, I'll make a family dinner at home to entertain you. How about it? This time Zhu Wenxin will not be able to get it. You're crazy. In front of your parents, how can we let go? Lin Yushu explained. Who said go back there? You come here to White Heron Garden. Call me at the door. I'll have the security guard let you in. White Heron Garden? How did you move to that shithole of a place? That company address of mine is quite close to here. It's more convenient to come and stay here to go to the company. It's only 20 minutes by car. Alright then, it's 5:30 now. I promise to be there by 7. After saying that the two hung up the phone, Lin Yushu secretly laughed, thinking that Zhu Wenxin would be shocked to see Yang Guang when she came over. Back to the villa, Lin Yushu parked the car, and the two of them started to move things into the house again. What should be put in the refrigerator was put in the refrigerator, and what would be used in the evening was put in the kitchen. Yang Guang rolled up his sleeves and asked Lin Yushu, Yushu, what flavors do you both like to eat? Lin Yushu said, there's no need to be too deliberate. We can eat anything, just watch what you do. 4 or 5 dishes is about right. Then Yang Guang dove into the kitchen and started packing the ingredients, while Lin Yushu made several trips to carry the clothes she bought in the afternoon up to the second floor and hung them separately into the closets of her and Yang Guang's rooms. She also came down and asked the people at the neighborhood water station to deliver a bucket of mineral water to fill the water dispenser, and then placed the several pairs of slippers she had bought inside the shoe cabinet at the entrance. She had only come to live in this villa twice since it was finished, but now, as she looked at Yang Guang's busy figure in the kitchen, the compromises placed in the shoe cabinet, and the fridge full of juices and snacks, she felt that the originally cold room had suddenly become incredibly cozy. Packing up these, Lin Yushu sat down to turn on the TV. Sitting on the sofa while eating snacks and taking the remote control to find a random program to watch to consume time. Probably wait until 6:50. Lin Yushu called to say has arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Lin Yushu let the security guard listen to the phone. Put Zhu Wenxin in. Open the courtyard gate. Let her drive the car into the garage and park it. Then took Zhu Wenxin into the room. Just after walking in and changing her slippers, Zhu Wenxin saw Yang Guang busy in the kitchen, and then stood there as if struck by lightning, pointing her hand at Yang Guang for a while, and at Lin Yushu for a while. He didn't say a complete sentence in half a day. Lin Yushu was waiting to see her reaction, and immediately bent down and laughed. Hearing the laughter, Yang Guang turned his head and saw Lin Yushu waiting for a girl to come over, and without thinking, he knew that it must be Zhu Wenxin who was on the phone with her, wearing a black and white dress, a ponytail simply tied behind her head, beautiful and delicate face, accompanied by and Lin Yushu about the same, about 1.68 m height. Looks give people a very comfortable feeling. Immediately smiled and greeted her. Hello, my name is Yang Guang. Zhu Wenxin still didn't react, but when she saw Yang Guang greeting herself, she could only return with a stiff upper lip. Hello, I'm Yushu's best friend, Zhu Wenxin. Yang Guang smiled and said, you guys sit on the sofa for a while, the food will be ready soon. After saying that, he continued to busy himself with the things in his hands. Zhu Wenxin, on the other hand, pulled Lin Yushu over and sat on the sofa, pinched her neck and asked, who is that handsome guy? Tell me the truth. Lin Yushu broke away from her clutches, rubbed the place she had choked and said, my boyfriend. How is it? Quite handsome, right? Zhu Wenxin was a bit disbelieving. Your boyfriend? Didn't you grow up with a disdainful attitude towards men? How did you suddenly find a boyfriend? Lin Yushu coughed. That's a long story. Seeing this, Zhu Wenxin hurriedly got up, picked up a cup and received a glass of water from the water fountain, respectfully handing it to Lin Yushu. I'd like to hear more about it. Lin Yushu took a sip from the cup and started to tell Zhu Wenxin how she met Yang Guang, how she started to fall in love, why she opened this company, and so on, one by one. For a while, she was dumbfounded. After finishing these stories, almost half an hour later, Lin Yushu didn't look at Zhu Wenxin, but picked up the water cup and drank water by herself. Zhu Wenxin felt that his brain capacity was too small. Looking at the familiar Lin Yushu in front of him, for a moment he didn't know if this was still the person he knew. just sitting on the street, casually calling out to a man, asking him for the flowers in his hand, and then the story of the two began? You're the Lin family's eldest young lady. Haven't you been unforgiving to men since you were a child? Why would you take the initiative to ask for flowers from a man? Xu Wenxin spat madly in her heart, and also opened an entertainment company just for him. From all these signs, it could be seen that Lin Yushu was afraid that she was really dead set on him. When he was about to pull Lin Yushu to inquire about the details, he heard Yang Guang call out for the two to wash their hands for dinner, and from the kitchen, he brought the food to the dining table, and took out a few bottles of juice from the refrigerator, opening the caps and placing them on top. The three of them sat down at the dining table and Lin Yushu picked up a bottle of juice and raised it, to thank Yang Guang for the first family dinner. Cheers! Xu Wenxin and Yang Guang also picked up a bottle each, clinked it with Lin Yushu, and gently took a sip. Only then did they notice the meals on the table. A boiled pork slice and a reddish soup, vegetables and sliced meat mixed with chili peppers and peppercorns. It looked appetizing. There was also a garlic prawn, sweet and sour fish, plus 2 bok choy. The simple 5 dishes were enough for 3 people to eat. Xu Wenxin was not polite, picked up the chopsticks and tasted them one by one. His eyes immediately lit up. Not to mention, this flavor is really okay. He gave a thumbs up to Yang Guang. With this skill, you can get rich even if you go out and open a restaurant. Yang Guang politely said, "You're flattering me. I'm just thinking blindly. These dishes are all homemade." Lin Yushu also put down her chopsticks and said, "I think Wenxin is right. When we really can't make a living, we'll go to the roadside and rent a store to open a restaurant." Yang Guang smiled at Lin Yushu. "Good. When the time comes, I'll be the chef and you'll be responsible for collecting the money." Xu Wenxin had an opinion at this time. Pushed Lin Yushu a bit. Ugh. Excessive you guys. Still, let's not eat. Now the meal is not eaten. The dog food is almost full. A meal was naturally eaten by the guests and hosts. After packing up things, Yang Guang went to cut the fruit again, and together to the second floor of the large terrace above. Tables and chairs had already been set up here, and in this night, the three of them sat here, blowing the evening breeze. So cozy. It was the first time for Yang Guang to come up to this terrace, and the view here was quite good. Looking at the scattered lights around, he suddenly wondered if it was time for him to go back and meet Yang Guang's parents. Lin Yushu and Xu Wenxin were chatting. Yang Guang was sitting next to them, interjecting one thing or another while thinking in his mind. As they chatted, they naturally came to Yang Guang. Xu Wenxin remembered that Lin Yushu said she sent a guitar to Yang Guang, so she wanted him to bring it over for a look. There was no other way. Yang Guang could only get up and go back to his room, and when he came back, he was holding the guitar in his arms, handing it over to Xu Wenxin. She also plucked the strings with her hands in a stylish manner. In fact, she didn't know much about music, so she couldn't tell if the guitar was good or bad. She just looked and felt quite personalized. Yang Guang took it from her and sat there and said, "Why don't I sing you guys a song?" Lin Yushu and Xu Wenxin unanimously agreed and clapped their hands. Only Yang Guang contemplated for a moment. Then his fingers began to pluck the strings. The soothing tones, which reached the ears, made people feel as if the time around them had slowed down all of a sudden. "Every morning I wake up naturally at 7:30 a.m. The wind chimes ring, another day the clouds are light. The smell of sun-dried clothes is reassuring. Everything is soft and peaceful. It's the most ordinary day ever. Do you miss it too? I don't chase. I don't rush. I walk home slowly. I'm just wasting my time. I'm just wasting my time. I'm just wasting my time. No worries. Only the evening breeze brushes my cheeks." Listening to Yang Guang's unique magnetic voice singing, Lin Yushu felt that the world around her seemed to have quieted down all of a sudden. Unlike the songs Yang Guang sang before, this song sounded very relaxing. Perhaps, the world is busy, but the pursuit of such an ordinary life. Xu Wenxin looked at Yang Guang's concentration on singing, suddenly began to envy Lin Yushu in her heart. At first she did not understand why. With her character, with her vision, she would be so dead set on Yang Guang, and did so many things for him. But imagine carefully, what does Lin Yushu lack? Money? Don't kid yourself. To exaggerate. She had long ago had no concept of money. What she lacked was the person who could make her feel comfortable and talk to her. Without a doubt, Yang Guang was such a person. Seeing the evening breeze blowing Yang Guang's hair and swaying it slightly, Yang Guang, who was concentrating on singing at this moment, seemed to have such a unique charm. The table is set in a courtyard full of flowers. Slightly drunken bursts of laughter and song. Never thinking about where I should go tomorrow, for the wind is too balmy tonight. It's the most perfect day ever. Do you want it too? Life could be less complicated. You could just spend your years like this. No worries. Just the evening breeze on your cheeks. Someday, we'll find her. Ordinary Day. Originally sung by Maui. One song, just 3 minutes long. But it was as if the three people on the terrace all felt as if a century had passed, sitting there, unwilling to think about anything, not wanting to do anything. Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenshin had never felt that there was any night where sitting outside with the wind blowing was so pleasant. On the road in front of the villa, a car passed by, finally breaking this atmosphere. Zhu Wenshin was the first to speak. Yang Guang, you're so awesome, what's the name of this song? Yang Guang thought about it and said, let's call it Ordinary Day. Zhu Wenshin tickled Lin Yushu. You said you're really quick with this, otherwise I'd be moved. Lin Yushu slapped her hand away and waited for her with her waist crossed. I'll give you one more chance to repeat it. Zhu Wenshin begged for forgiveness. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, but I now realize that Yang Guang is really handsome. You're really catching on. Lin Yushu said proudly. That's right, you know my vision. The two of them then joked around for a while. Zhu Wenshin twisted her head and looked at Yang Guang and suddenly came up with, Yang Guang, I don't want the position of the queen mother. Have you ever considered taking a concubine? What do you think of me? When she finished speaking, she felt Lin Yushu aggravate the movement of her hands. Yang Guang couldn't stand this and fled with his guitar in his arms, leaving the two girls to play around on the terrace. Happy times always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye it was already 11 o'clock at night. When Zhu Wenshin wanted to leave, she was pulled by Lin Yushu and said, It's too late. I don't feel comfortable for you to go back by yourself. You can stay here with me tonight. Zhu Wenshin smiled evilly. Won't I disturb you if I stay? Lin Yushu, disturb us from what? The man making exercise. Just as she finished speaking, she was slapped by Lin Yushu. What are you thinking? We are all very traditional. Okay? Saying that, she said goodnight to Yang Guang and pulled Zhu Wenshin back to her room. Yang Guang, on the other hand, went down and turned off the lights and also went back to rest. Lying on the bed, tossing and turning, he couldn't sleep, thinking about how the company should develop. Relying on himself alone is definitely not enough. So I thought of Feng Wenwen, who I met while recording the program. Her voice is quite good. What's missing is a good song. So I'll ask her tomorrow to see if she's willing to come here to develop. There is also Zhang Pinghui and the others, but they are all rich kids. I don't know if their families are willing to let them mix in the entertainment industry. The eyes of the truly rich people are looking down on the entertainers who show their faces. Thinking about it, Yang Guang felt that his eyelids became heavy and slowly he couldn't open them. There were no words in the night. Early the next morning, Yang Guang got up to see the time has been 7:30, put on the clothes and wash up, found that the house has not moved, looked at Lin Yushu forbidden bedroom door. Do not know how long the two of them went crazy last night. Simply came to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Omelette, slices of old bread, hot milk, the classic breakfast three-piece set on the dining table, just in time to see Lin Yushu and the two of them walking down the stairs. Seeing Yang Guang and the breakfast on the table, Zhu Wenshin pulled Lin Yushu and said, Wow, look at your family. Yang Guang is so thoughtful. Breakfast with love, eh? Lin Yushu rolled her eyes and asked, Are you going to eat it? If you don't eat, hurry up and leave. Zhu Wenshin, eat. Don't be so mean. Sitting there while eating, she said, Seriously, Yang Guang, are you really not considering taking a concubine? Said and threw a wink at her. Yang Guang's desire for survival was so strong that she could only pretend not to see it and lowered her head to concentrate on the fried eggs on her plate. After breakfast, Zhu Wenshin drove back, while Lin Yushu and Yang Guang went to the company together. Parking the car downstairs, Yang Guang tilted his head and looked at A.O. Long building, the towering staircase, the outer layer of dark blue glass curtain wall, full of oppression. On the way up, Lin Yushu introduced the company occupying the 16 and 17 floors of this building. There is a special elevator directly to the company, exclusively for the company's personnel to go up and down. To enter the door to brush the employee card, the elevator speed is more than 3 seconds a floor. From the first floor to the 17th floor, almost a minute's time. So in and out is still quite convenient. However, Yang Guang was still puzzled in his heart. There are so many companies in this building. Why do you get a special elevator when you only occupy 2 floors? Lin Yushu smiled and didn't explain. Yang Guang didn't ask again when he saw this. The elevator door opens. The first thing you see is the front desk of the company. There is a girl sitting inside, wearing a professional outfit and looking pretty. Seeing Lin Yushu coming over, she hurriedly stood up and greeted. Good morning, Lin. Lin Yushu smiled and nodded her head in response. When he walked over, Yang Guang saw that the receptionist lady was looking at herself suspiciously. She should feel familiar but didn't know what her name was. Entering the office area, Yang Guang realized that there were already a lot of people working in the company, and there were people greeting Lin Yushu along the way. Followed Lin Yushu to the general manager's office. The decoration inside is very characteristic. Simple but not simple. Looking at a little bit of white heron garden villa decoration style, It seems to be her handiwork. Sitting on the office sofa, Lin Yushu said to Yang Guang, "Your office is next door. Do you want to go in and take a look?" Yang Guang shook his head and said, "Ms. Lin, what am I going to work on next?" Lin Yushu was about to say something, suddenly heard someone knocking on the door, shouted in and found that the visitor was Yang Guang's agent He Yunlu. Behind her there was also a girl, probably in her 20s. She should have just graduated from university. She looked a bit restrained. He Yunlu saw that Yang Guang was also here, so she introduced the girl to him. "Mr. Lin, this is He Lin, who will serve as Yang Guang's assistant in the future." Seeing that the assistant had gotten a girl, Yang Guang felt that it wasn't too convenient and frowned at Lin Yushu. Unexpectedly, Lin Yushu treated it as if she didn't see it and expressed her satisfaction. Then He Yunlu took out her phone and opened Weibo, which was logged into Yang Guang's authentication account, and held it out to Lin Yushu, saying excitedly, "The news that I started yesterday and released at the same time as the company's Weibo said that Mr. Yang Guang has signed with Sunshine Entertainment, and as of right now, the fans of Yang Guang's account have already reached 7 million, more than 7 million fans in a single day. This has never happened before. So in the next few days, I reckon there will be many people who will look for Yang Guang to record programs." Yang Guang nodded his head and said, "As for the announcements, if someone contacts you, just sift through them yourself first, and just give me a confirmation if you think it's similar." Seeing that there was nothing else, he let He Yunlu lead her to go through the induction process. After they went out, Yang Guang complained to Lin Yushu, "Why do I need to find a girl to be my assistant? Won't it be inconvenient?" Lin Yushu sat next to Yang Guang and held his hand. "I know what's in your heart. You're afraid that I'll get suspicious of you. But for artists, they will be running around outside all year round. If they find a male assistant, they will always take care of their lives less well. So I think it's better for a girl to be more attentive." But Yang Guang wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Yushu. "Okay, don't but. What you need to do now is to participate in a few more announcements to further enhance your popularity. You don't need to worry about these small things. Leave it to me, okay?" Yang Guang heard Lin Yushu say this. There was no way to change it. He simply nodded his head and didn't think much about it. Suddenly remembering the question he was thinking about last night before he went to bed, he opened his mouth and said, "The company will probably be a bit overwhelmed if I'm the only artist on my own at the moment, so I'd suggest signing up a few more." Lin Yushu nodded her head and said, "Ding Min and the girls have already started contacting. There are a few target artists. I just don't know how many can be negotiated in the end. After all, we're just a new company that's just starting out." Yang Guang understood, because a new company is still too unstable for those famous artists. Even if you give him better conditions than those big companies, they still won't choose you. So he didn't say anything. He just instructed, "Tell them to do a background check when looking for a target, and those artists who are tainted shouldn't be signed over." Lin Yushu agreed with this, because this company she had originally started for Yang Guang, so she was very protective of her feathers, and those tainted artists signing over would ruin the company's image in the hearts of the fans, and it would not be worth the loss. Seeing that she agreed with her point of view, she continued, "When I recorded the program, there was a singer who was quite good. Her image and voice conditions were great. I suggest to see if we can sign her over." Lin Yushu looked at Yang Guang. "If you think it's possible, just contact her. The conditions can be given a little higher, no problem." After saying all the things that need to be said, because the company has just started, Lin Yushu still has a lot of things to do at hand. Yang Guang got up and said, "You get busy first. I'll go to the office to take a look, and contact Feng Wanwan on the way." Seeing Lin Yushu nod, he opened the door and went to the next office. Entering the door, he found that the decoration of the place was similar to Lin Yushu's one, making people feel comfortable when staying inside, without the depressing feeling of a normal office. Sitting down, he took out his cell phone and found Feng Wanwan's phone number and dialed it. It didn't ring for more than a few times, and the other side picked up. "Hello, Yang Guang? It's me. How have you been?" Don't mention it, because the ranking in this program wasn't too good, so the company decided to tilt the resources. Now I'm kind of left out to dry." "How come? Can't they see the condition of your voice?" "Don't mention it. Not everyone looks at it as much as you do. That bad thing about entertainment companies. Let's not talk about it. By the way, I saw the microblog. Did you sign a new company?" Yes." Yang Guang didn't deny it, directly admitted it, then said, "I called you this time just to ask you, do you want to come over to our side? Just started a small startup company, inviting aspiring people to join." Put. Feng Wanwan heard Yang Guang say this, she directly laughed and sprayed, but still said, "Sure, if you guys don't mind, I'm more than happy to do it." Yang Guang raised his eyebrows. "Trust us so much?" Feng Wanwan corrected. It's not trusting you guys, it's trusting you, because with your talent, no matter where you are, you will succeed. Then when are you coming over? Let's talk in detail. No way. Phone 11 suddenly refused again. Even though I'm a trainee, I still have a breach of contract on me. This is how companies like them sign trainees. You should understand. How much? A trainee's liquidated damages shouldn't be too high. It's probably just about $100,000. Upon hearing that it was only $100,000, Yang Guang said dryly, in this case, you tell me the address. I'll let the company's legal affairs go over there, and we'll pay out the liquidated damages for you. Trust me so much? To break such a big capital for a nobody like me, it doesn't seem too appropriate. It's not that I believe in you, I believe in me. With your voice, I'll write you 2 songs and make sure you catch fire. Hearing Yang Guang say that he would write songs for himself, Phone 11 got excited and immediately said, you said it. Don't back out when the time comes. I'll send you the location. Let them contact me directly when they arrive. Then she hung up the phone. Phone 11 was aware of Yang Guang's strength. She had listened to every song he had written, and without any hesitation, they were all existences that were hanging on to today's music scene. If he could write a song for himself, there wouldn't be any surprises at all as to whether it would be a fire or not. Then without a moment's delay, she sent the company's location to Yang Guang. After doing all this, Phone 11 got up and came to the manager's office of the artist management department, and without knocking on the door, she directly pushed it open and rushed in. This manager was a 50-year-old balding man with a rounded body. Seeing his office being rudely pushed open, he frowned and wanted to curse. But once he saw that the person who came was Phone 11, he suddenly changed his face, got up and came to the front of the desk, smiled and said in a very disgusting tone, what? Have you figured out that thing I told you? This is only right, young people, to know what is most important to you now. While saying this, he also wanted to hold Phone 11's hand. Seeing this pig-like bald manager, Phone 11 slapped away his palm that immediately touched her hand. Thinking back to the time when Future Star was eliminated, she had just returned to the company and was informed that due to her unsatisfactory results, it was not suitable for her to continue taking up more company resources, so she was directly marginalized. The next day this balding manager had called himself to his office and then smilingly hinted that if he could satisfy him, it wasn't like he didn't have a chance. What kind of person is she? Phone 11, can she still let you take the pinch? On the spot, she slammed the door and left, not paying any attention to her at all. At that moment, Phone 11 felt unusually dashing, but the result was also obvious. She was hung out to dry by the company. If it wasn't for Yang Guang calling her, she had thought about spending time in the company until her contract expired and just walked out, and wouldn't have put up with their ugly faces like everyone else. When the bald manager saw Phone 11 slap herself away, her originally lustful eyes immediately turned a little cold. The situation you are in now, you yourself should be very clear. If you don't have the company's resources, you won't be able to get ahead in your life. One side said. See Phone 11 just stand there looking at himself did not refuse. The other side, and reached out his hand to touch up, and then the mouth also continued to say, so, you obediently from me, to your posture. I guarantee that the company slightly give you a little inclination of the resources, you will be able to fire. Unexpectedly, Phone 11 snapped again and slapped his hand to the side. This time the balding manager froze, gritting his teeth and asked, what do you mean? Don't want to mix in the circle anymore, right? Phone 11 grunted. Shu Gang Lai. I came over to inform you that I'm quitting. Find someone to come over and terminate my contract. The balding manager, whose name was Zhu Gang Lai, heard Phone 11 say this and stared at her grimly. I'm giving you a chance to take back what you just said. Phone 11 said arrogantly. Retract? Are you kidding me? With you dare to lust after old me? Be careful, I'll karma you. Saying this, she even used her fingers to make the shape of scissors and gestured at Zhu Ganglai's lower body. As the manager of the artist management department, Zhu Ganglai had never had an artist who dared to speak to him like this, and he was furious as he reached out his hand and pointed at Phone 11 for half a day, and finally said a complete sentence. Good, you're very good. Phone 11. I'm going to put my words here today, and you won't be able to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry in this lifetime. Phone 11 was undaunted and raised her eyebrows. Just by you? After saying that, she didn't give him a chance to talk back, turned around and slammed the door. Zhu Ganglai was trembling with anger by Phone 11. Even when he sat back inside his desk and took out his cell phone to look for the human resources manager, his hands were trembling. Gnashing his teeth, he told the other party that he must be within the scope of the law, to the maximum extent possible to make Phone 11 this bitch take the most liquidated damages, or else he will be trapped in the company bench. It wasn't until he hung up the phone that he slowed down a bit. Want to think of their own from the age of 20 mixed in the entertainment industry. Now this Van Een Entertainment, although not compared to the Tian E Entertainment such a giant, but in the circle to speak, is also to say a word counts. Their own as Van Een Entertainment Artist Management Department Manager. Diving over the actress and trainee don't know how many. This Fong Won is a difficult bone to gnaw on, if it is not to see that she has so much beauty, and has not yet eaten in the mouth. I would have kicked her to sit on the cold bench. Fong Won is now refreshed. She has long heard that the fat pig is what kind of person? Sitting in the position of manager. I do not know how many people in the company was he slept with, and she has long seen this dead fat pig on their own ideas, and has been hinted at many times, before the company is still mixing, so has been careful to prevent, did not let him get his hands on, but also tolerated. Now I'm going to leave the person. Will still spoil you? Back to their own dormitory. Took out 2 large suitcases. The personal belongings packed up and loaded in. Just stuffed the 2 boxes. The tired and sweaty Fong Won sat on the bed. Casually picked up a book on the fan up. At this time, the dormitory door was opened. Roommate Li Shui came in. Seeing the 2 large suitcases on the floor and the sweaty Fong Won sitting on the bed, she was surprised and asked, "What's wrong, Won? Are you leaving?" Fong Won just gave a soft and didn't explain much. She and Li Shui lived in the same dormitory, and their relationship was quite good in the beginning, but after a long time, it became clear what problems the other party had. Li Shui is the kind of person who can give up anything as long as she can catch fire. Just inside the company, there are several rumors with her. Once she witnessed Li Shui coming out of Zhu Ganglai's office with her hair in disarray and wiping her lips with toilet paper. As for what she did inside, anyone who wasn't a child could figure it out. But in the entertainment industry, this path was kinda useful. So since then, Fong Won despised Li Shui from the bottom of her heart, and the relationship between the two naturally declined extremely rapidly, although it did not reach the point of not communicating with each other. But it was also a chance to be cynical. Seeing Fong Won's lack of reaction, Li Shui sat down in front of her dressing table and said while applying makeup, I'm really annoyed. I have to go with Wang to sign a contract with a theater group in the afternoon to play the second female role. I clearly said that I don't have such good acting skills, but I have to let people go and act. So annoying." Hearing Li Shui's face, Fong Won sneered and did not answer. Unexpectedly, Li Shui continued her attack. "Alas, Won, once you leave, are you planning to launch the entertainment industry? It's such a pity that you have such good looks. As the saying goes, there are still 3 fire breaths in a clay bodhisattva, let alone a Sichuan girl who was already a bit fiery." Immediately laughed and asked Li Shui, "Wow, acting such an important role? You didn't discuss the script with others privately at night, right?" This sentence was simply a second. Li Shui was furious, but she didn't think of what words to use to retaliate. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Fong Won was also happy to be quiet, lying on the bed and sending a message back to the people from Sunshine Entertainment. Sunshine Entertainment. He Yunlu hurriedly entered Yang Guang's office, sat across from Yang Guang and said to him, "Just now I received an invitation from Hong Lei of Mango TV, asking if you are interested in participating in one of their current variety shows. I'm the king of songs, to be the challenge singer." Yang Guang was still sensitive to this type of variety competition program because he had just participated in a program called Future Star, so he immediately let He Yunlu introduce him to the rules of the program. He Yunlu, as an agent, was hoping that Yang Guang would go to this program, because as a newcomer who had just stood out from a talent show, the most important thing at this moment was to appear in the public eye often. The notice fee given by the program I Am the King of Song is also very high for a newcomer. 3 million a period. As a newcomer who has just debuted, it is enough to see the sincerity of the program group. Seeing Yang Guang's interest, He Yunlu immediately opened the tablet and introduced him to the program's system and rules. Each season of I Am a Singer was divided into 4 rounds, with the first 3 rounds being the same, divided into qualifying rounds, elimination rounds, and challenge rounds, with each round being aired in 3 installments. The 4th round then becomes the qualifying round, elimination round, breakout round, and finals, which are broadcast in 4 installments. Each installment will have a theme set by the show's team, which means that the contestants who participate in that installment and are prepared to sing a song must be in line with this theme set by the show's team in order to do so. But in order to succeed in the challenge, you have to be in the top 4 of the current installment. Once you succeed, you will replace one of the last-ranked singers in this issue and participate in the next round of qualifying. Since I Am the King of Song is now on its 3rd round, if you agree to participate, you will go on Monday to record their 3rd round of the challenge, and if the challenge is successful, you will continue to participate in the recording of the subsequent program. He Yunlu blah 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 said a whole lot. Yang Guang finally understood. The biggest difference between this program and the previous one he recorded was that the previous one belonged to the debut of trainees, While this program was a fight between the gods and goddesses of the music industry's famous characters, if he participated, he would, to be frank, be just a small newcomer, and if he succeeded in the challenge, it would still require a great deal of difficulty. But wasn't one's favorite thing about challenges? It was time to let them know who exactly was the king of this music scene. After making up his mind, Yang Guang didn't dawdle, so he directly told He Yun Lu, "I'm sure, go participate. You communicate with them about the specific details." He Yun Lu answered, took her tablet in a flurry of wind, turned around and left Yang Guang's office. After she left, Yang Guang also walked out and knocked on the door of Lin Yushu's office next door. Pushing the door in, he said to her, "Just now, He Yun Lu came to me and said that Hong Lei contacted her and asked me to join his I Am the King of Song and be the challenging singer for the next installment." Lin Yushu smiled sweetly. "I knew you wouldn't be idle for too long. In that case, our Sunshine Entertainment is considered to be officially opened." Yang Guang suddenly thought of Zhang Pinghui and said to Lin Yushu, "I remember the last time you took me to Zhang Pinghui to record a song. Didn't he start a band? See if you can contact him if he has any idea of entering the entertainment industry. If he can be signed in, I can write songs for them." Lin Yushu was aware of Yang Guang's talent in music, so when she heard him say that he would write songs for Zhang Pinghui and the others, that meant that Zhang Pinghui could definitely catch fire. And as playmates who had known each other since they were young, Lin Yushu also knew that they liked to play music, and that this would be a great opportunity for them as well. So right away, she took out her phone and called. "Hey, Miss Lin, what's the order?" "That guitar from last time. Thanks. It's a favor." "Why are you so polite? I'm calling you this time to ask how that band of yours is doing." "What, has Miss Lin become interested in music too? I've opened an entertainment company. If you're interested, you can sign in and play." "What, you opened an entertainment company?" "Yeah, what's so surprising?" "Ha ha, this isn't too surprising. Of course there's no problem signing us. The key is that I don't have much confidence in myself." "That Yang Guang, do you guys still remember?" "Of course I remember. Last time you brought him here to record a song. But we were surprised. He signed to my company too." "Yang Guang went there too? Oh, I see. That guitar before. You gave it to him, right? What's all this nonsense? If it's good or not, just say it." Besides, Yang Guang said that if you come in, he'll write a few original songs for you guys then. "Really? He's a bit of a musical talent. Yang Guang's productions are sure to be fine. I'll sign it, even if I don't pay for it." "Good. Then you guys come over when you have time. The company address is in Aolong Mansion. Let me know when you arrive downstairs. I'll have someone go down to pick you up." "As you wish." That's it then. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yushu made an okay gesture to Yang Guang. "Done. We'll wait for them to come over and sign the contract. Then you'll write the song." Yang Guang was slightly relieved to see this, because no matter it was Feng Wanwan or Zhang Pinghui, their singing skills were still very good, and according to his observation, their characters shouldn't be bad either. Not to mention in Lin Yushu since childhood to know Zhang Pinghui, even Feng Wanwan, if her character is really not good. Seriously, with her posture, in this circle a little bit of crooked brains, can be mixed with the wind? Absolutely not, to the point of being mixed into the company into the cold palace. Songs, their own have plenty. On the former music charts those songs, casually bring are able to dominate the existence of the list. Now the lack of is singing people. Therefore, Yang Guang is eager to find some of his own lineage, to ensure that he will not jump out and bite back after he has been raised. While Yang Guang was lost in thought, Lin Yushu suddenly came to his side and reached out to hold his hand. "Yang Guang, let's go back early today." "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Lin Yushu shook her head slightly and said lightly, "Our family, old Lin and MS, who want to meet you." "Oh." Yang Guang didn't react at first, so he casually answered. But the next moment, he suddenly stared at Lin Yushu with wide eyes and stood up with a huff, staring at Lin Yushu and asked, "What did you say?" "Old Lin and MS. Who they are?" Lin Yushu couldn't hold herself back and laughed out. "You guessed it right. It's my parents. They want to see what kind of young talent has abducted their precious daughter." Hearing Lin Yushu say this, Yang Guang immediately scratched his head in embarrassment, thinking, with Lin Yushu, it is indeed he who has climbed high. If he were to do it himself, I am afraid that he would have to take a good look at what kind of person the other party is, and whether or not he is worthy of entrusting his daughter to him. So he sat back again, took Lin Yushu in his arms, let her head rest on his shoulder, gently said, "It's time to go on a trip. Let your parents see. I'm not worth letting them put you at ease to me." Lin Yushu didn't look up either and asked, "Then do you think it's worth it?" "Worth it." Yang Guang didn't even think about it and said decisively, "I will definitely not disgrace you in front of them." Lin Yushu squeezed Yang Guang's hand. "I believe you." Then continued, "Since I was little, in the eyes of everyone around me, I have been a person with a very high vision, and I can't see eye to eye with a lot of people and a lot of things, not to mention any boy who can enter my heart. But on Valentine's Day night, I sat on a bench on the side of the road on Walking Street, and from a long way away I saw you holding a bouquet of roses, walking in a hurry, and I felt that you were different from all the people on Walking Street at that time. I don't know where I got so much courage. On impulse I called out to you and asked for the flowers in your hand. I went to the bar with you that day, only I didn't want to go home so soon and didn't think it would be a good idea to leave like that having just taken your flowers, so I followed you. I didn't realize you were sitting there just pouring bottles of booze. It was weirdly scary at the time and I was ready to call an ambulance when you got drunk. I didn't realize that you went on stage later and sang a song. It was that song that poked into my heart so hard that I wanted to get to know you despite everything. And when I got home that day, as soon as I closed my eyes, it was the image of you singing. Later I watched you sing in your live broadcasting room, and realized that you were so different, so talented, making me think that you would not be just one obscure. It was also from that time that I started to like you. Your talent, your truthfulness. When you went to the Capitol to record the program, I was thinking about how to do it in a way that I could have something in common with you all the time. That's why I opened this entertainment company, signed you in, and we'll have half of the shares each and run it together, so that we'll have a common cause, and we'll be able to keep going towards a common goal. Yang Guang was touched by these words of Lin Yushu. His arm unconsciously made a strong effort and tightly embraced Lin Yushu. This real heavenly beauty, every time he thought about it, now that she became his girlfriend, Yang Guang would feel that the heavens were really too good to him. Immediately, he swore, Yushu, don't worry, I will never, ever let you regret it. I will accompany you just like this together. I will let you be happy all the time, so that you will know that you didn't look at the wrong person, and so that your parents will know that they didn't look at the wrong person either. Lin Yushu sat up from Yang Guang's arms. Her eyes looked straight at Yang Guang. I believe you. Just at this moment, Yang Guang but suddenly said with a start, bad. Let's hurry up and go. I didn't prepare anything when I went to meet my parents today. Let's hurry up and go buy something. Saying that, he opened the door and walked outside. Looking at Yang Guang's anxious appearance, Lin Yushu didn't say anything, just smiled faintly and followed behind him. Looking at Yang Guang in front of her, Lin Yushu suddenly felt at peace in her heart. This was the boy whose eyes were full of himself. The two of them drove to a shopping mall near the company. Yang Guang felt that the first time he made a visit, he still had to bring enough gifts, but as soon as he came in, he was a bit worried, because he had no idea what his future father-in-law actually liked. Looking at the smiling Lin Yushu by his side, he immediately showed a bitter face. Yushu, you have to help me this time. What does my future old man-in-law like? Lin Yushu said, actually you don't need to take anything, he's just looking at how you are as a person. Yang Guang instantly refused. How can that be? If you don't bring anything to the door for the first time, wouldn't you not know any manners at all? Seeing Yang Guang insisting on buying, he said, let's do it this way. My dad likes to smoke and drink wine and tea. Now that cigarettes my mom doesn't allow him to smoke anymore, so you can just buy some wine and tea. After saying that, she took Yang Guang to the tobacco and wine area and tea store, and bought 2 cases of Mao Tai and 2 gift boxes of poor tea cakes of some years. When paying, Lin Yushu took out her cell phone and wanted to scan the code, but was stopped by Yang Guang. You have to let me pay this time. Lin Yushu still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yang Guang and continued, don't worry, I have money. Before the advertising agency negotiated a big order and raised 200,000, and then there wasn't much opportunity to spend money, so it's been lying in the card. Seeing Yang Guang say this, Lin Yushu no longer forced herself and silently put away her cell phone. Seeing that Yang Guang had finished paying, he found a cart and pulled the stuff to the parking lot and loaded it into the trunk. Just as Lin Yushu wanted to get in the car and leave, she was pulled back by Yang Guang. Don't go, I bought it for your dad, and your mom's place. I have to bring her some gifts too. Lin Yushu spat out her tongue, and in her heart, she felt that Yang Guang was quite thorough in considering the problem. Then she pulled Yang Guang to the clothing area upstairs, and said as she walked, my mom doesn't really have any hobbies, although she can't wear all the jewelry she owns, but it's better to buy a gold necklace. My mom is strange to say the least, not interested in diamonds and emeralds or anything, but just likes gold things. In the end the two held hands and walked around the mall, buying a gold necklace, and a few boxes of gum. Also bought several boxes of fruits and stuff. Stuffed the trunk full. Lin Yushu looked at the time. Already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Sitting in the car, she took out her cell phone and called her mom, Hu Shuangjin, and told her that she was now taking Yang Guang to her home, and that she would be there in about half an hour. When came to Lin Yushu parents live in this villa area. Vision completely dumbfounded, because this one villa area known as the ceiling of the Magic City housing prices. The average rich family simply do not want to think. But see, Lin Yushu's car is very smooth into the neighborhood interior. Yang Guang finally could not help but ask, Yushu, your parents is what reveal it? Let me also have a psychological preparation. Lin Yushu didn't take it seriously and casually replied, do you know about Tiansheng Group? My father is the chairman of the board of directors. My mom usually does not do anything. Hobo, every day is to find her sisters to play. Tiansheng Group, 4 words like a thunderbolt exploded in Yang Guang's brain. So the latter words Yang Guang was not listening to a word. This is a giant in the domestic real estate industry, with branches all over the country in various provinces. Almost more than 50% of the luxury homes on the market are developed by them. Turned his head to look at the cloudy Lin Yushu. The heart cannot help but feel, boy, in front of this is actually the big Miss Tiansheng Group. No wonder open a company for her, and others go out to eat a meal so simple. No wonder casually in the AO Long building, that kind of place to get to the 2-story office building. That office building is developed by their family. Isn't it very simple to get it? In addition, they also got a special elevator. Trenchless. Now Yang Guang's heart is under a lot of pressure. It seems that he has to work harder to make the company bigger and stronger as soon as possible, so that he can also let the chairman of that Tiansheng Group rest assured that the girl will be handed over to me. Thinking about it, he sighed. Hearing Yang Guang's reaction, Lin Yushu immediately pulled the car over and turned her head to look at Yang Guang in the passenger seat and asked, what's the point of sighing? Besides, that Tiansheng Group is theirs, not mine. We both just need to do a good job with our Sunshine Entertainment. Won't that be enough? Yang Guang let out a bitter smile. Although I feel the same way in my heart, but I'm still worried. You were born in this kind of family. And me, my parents are farmers in a small county in the north. I'm afraid that your father won't be satisfied. Lin Yushu comforted. You don't have to think about this, because he doesn't care about these things. This time he called you over. He just wants to see your character. Yang Guang also slowly tried to accept this and said with a bitter smile, it's the first time I'm meeting this kind of level of big brother. If I get nervous at that time, you'll have to speak up for me. Hearing Yang Guang's words, Lin Yushu laughed. What kind of big brother is he? Just an old man. Saying that, she released the handbrake and the car resumed driving forward. Soon came to the front of a villa. This villa was different from the one in White Heron Garden. This one was obviously permeated with an ancient flavor, in line with the aesthetics of their generation. Hearing the car ringing outside, Hu Shuangjin knew that Lin Yushu was back, so she hurriedly opened the villa door and stepped out. Seeing the 2 people standing behind the car who were getting something from the trunk, she smiled and said, Yushu, this is Xiao Yang, right? Yang Guang heard the voice and saw a beautiful woman in her 40s. He hurriedly stopped the action in his hand and said respectfully, hello auntie, my name is Yang Guang, I'm Yushu's. This side of the half unsaid. Aside Lin Yushu took over. Mom, this is my boyfriend Yang Guang, how do you look? Hu Shuangjiang looked at Yang Guang's height of nearly 1 meter 8, well-proportioned body, handsome appearance, the heart, not to mention how beautiful, her daughter found herself such a son-in-law. In the future in the other sisters, there can be a show-off, although I have seen him sing in the program before, but it is not as real as standing in front of your eyes. Seeing the things in Lin Yushu and Yang Guang's hands, she immediately said, just come, what else are you holding? Yang Guang immediately threw a look of help to Lin Yushu. Lin Yushu immediately walked 2 steps quickly, took Hu Shuangjin's arm and walked inside, while walking also said, I also don't want him to buy, but he said that the first time he came to the door, these etiquettes still need to be done, and had to drag me to buy. Hu Shuangjin, this little Yang, is also quite polite. Ha ha. Saying that the 3 of them entered the house, Hu Shuangjin pointed to an empty space next to the sofa and said, come, little Yang, just put the things here. Yang Guang put the 2 cases of mitai he was carrying in his arms on the empty space Hu Shuangjin said, and Lin Yushu also put the things she was carrying in her hand. At this time a middle-aged man on the sofa stood up and looked at Yang Guang as if with a hint of substantial pressure, making his heart thump. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. The ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet the in-laws. Once his heart was open, Yang Guang suddenly became much more natural. Hu Shuangjin pulled Lin Yao at this time and said to Yang Guang, little Yang, this is your Uncle Lin. Yang Guang respectfully shouted, Uncle Lin. Other words, really do not dare to say, because Lin Yao, this kind of long stay in high position, cultivated the temperament, brought Yang Guang a lot of pressure. Hu Shuangjin slapped Lin Yao with a slap at this time. Look at you. It's your child's first time here and you still put on a smelly face. Who are you doing it for? Lin Yao was helpless. He was not convinced by anyone in his life, but he just couldn't take Hu Shuangjin. Seeing her attitude, Lin Yao knew that this was the mother-in-law looking at the son-in-law. The more he looked at the better. Under Hu Shuangjin's greeting, Yang Guang made his way to the sofa on the side, while Lin Yushu took the initiative to get 3 cups, received warm water and placed it on the coffee table in front of the 3 of them. Then Lin Yao looked at Yang Guang and asked the first question of the night. As Yang Guang was nervously thinking about how he was going to get through the night, Lin Yao looked at Yang Guang and asked, "Yang Guang, right?" Suddenly hearing Lin Yao open his mouth and ask himself, Yang Guang didn't react for a moment and froze for a moment before he hurriedly nodded. "Yes, Uncle Lin." Hu Shuangjin couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Lin Yao, you think this is in the company? And making it so serious?" Then he changed to a smiling face and asked Yang Guang, "Little Yang, where is your family from? Who's in your family?" Yang Guang answered naturally the home address of Yang Guang in this life. "Auntie, my family is in a small county in Shandong province, and my parents are doing farm work in their hometown." Hu Shuangjin, "Quite good. Your parents are marvelous. Such difficult conditions, and still provide you with such a college student out." Lin Yushu didn't say a word, but she felt that the atmosphere was much better than at the beginning. Hu Shuangjin quietly kicked Lin Yao with her foot. Lin Yao understood and opened his mouth to ask, "Yang Guang, you're a singer now?" Yang Guang was always a little bit in awe of Lin Yao. When he heard Lin Yao ask, he sat up straight as a reflex. "I started out working in an advertising agency, but then something happened and I participated in a variety show by mistake. And now I've signed up for Sunshine Entertainment, which is run by Yushu." Lin Yao nodded. Lin Yushu engaged in this company. He was supportive, even gave Yang Guang 49% of the shares. He was aware of this. At that time Yang Guang did not refuse. It really impressed him. He could see that he had big ambitions. Throwing your head around a lot is ultimately not going to make it to the top. Yang Guang knew that Lin Yao's kind of people, for these so-called stars with the entertainment industry, is very uncomfortable. Don't look at the weekdays in the fans, but in their eyes, to put it bluntly, the fart is not even a 1. It seemed that whether or not he could pass tonight depended on whether or not he could convince Lin Yao. So, Yang Guang decided to tell Lin Yao all about his plans. "Uncle Lin, it's like this. I plan to go out on my own first, and get a firm foothold in the entertainment industry first, and then the company will gradually sign other artists. And when it becomes a scale, they will also start signing trainees, standing firm in the music industry. According to the company's revenue status, it will expand to other businesses step by step. What I'm planning now is that I'll set up a series of branches one after another, such as Sunshine Film and Television in charge of movies and TV dramas, Sunshine Animation in charge of animation and animated movies, Sunshine Investment, and so on. I still have a regret in my heart. That is, our domestic science fiction movie has been pressed by the West without any power. So I also intend to set up a Sunshine Science and Technology, specializing in the production of special effects. When all these businesses are on track, I'll step back and work with Yushu to make Yang Guang Group bigger and stronger." Lin Yao didn't have much of a reaction as he listened to these plans of Yang Guang's, but instead faintly asked rhetorically, "This series of your conceptions are all based on the premise that you can succeed. How can you guarantee that your first step will go out smoothly?" In fact, Yang Guang didn't have the slightest doubt as to whether or not he could catch fire. If he wanted to, he could now rub these people in the entire music scene on the ground. Hearing Lin Yao ask this, Yang Guang instantly became bold. "Because these people in the music scene right now, I'm confident that I can press them all down." Lin Yao raised his eyebrows and asked, "So confident? You should know that blind confidence is arrogance." Yang Guang nodded. "I know, because I'm confident that the songs I write are better than all of them." After saying this, Yang Guang said in his heart, "Su Song, Shui Jiqian, Zhou Dong and other great gods of his past life, please forgive me for pretending with your works here." At this time, Lin Yushu said, "Dad, the songs written by Yang Guang are really good. The songs he participated in the program before are now hanging in the top 10 of the list. 2 of them have been dominating the first and second place for many days. Now that you open Shake Voice, almost all of the singing masters on the entire network are covering his songs. He even said earlier that he would write a song for next year's Olympics as our promotional theme song." Oh, hearing Lin Yushu say that Yang Guang was going to write a song for the Olympics, Lin Yao immediately raised his interest. Because their generation was the one that had experienced the country's downturn, they viewed national glory as incredibly important. Lin Yao even has a strong sense of social responsibility. Every time when there is some kind of disaster somewhere, he is always the first to come forward to donate. With interest, he asked, "You said you want to write a song for the Olympics? Any ideas yet?" Originally he was just asking this question, because writing this kind of song represents the image of the country. How could it be so easy? But he didn't expect Yang Guang to nod his head. "Almost already have an idea. I'm going to participate in a program in a few days. When that program is finished, I'll start writing the song." Lin Yao nodded. "Good. Feel free to write it. hand it over to me at that time, I'll help you hand it over. Hearing Lin Yao say this, Yang Guang's eyes lit up, because he wasn't worried that the song he wrote wouldn't work. Instead he was worried that he wouldn't be able to pass it on, or that it would be buried in the dust and go unnoticed after he passed it on. Since Lin Yao said that he could help him deliver the song up there, then he must have a way. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, Lin Yushu stood up from the sofa and said, "Oops, I'm starving, I'll go see if Auntie has made dinner." Hearing Lin Yushu say this, Hu Shuangjin saw that the kitchen was almost busy, so she pulled Lin Yao, greeted Yang Guang and said, "Little Yang, you're starving, right? Let's go. The meal is ready. Let's go eat." Yang Guang didn't dare to move, but looked at Lin Yao. Lin Yao is still very satisfied with Yang Guang tonight. He has ideas. The key is to do things with confidence, which is rare. And even more points is that his daughter even said that this kid is going to write songs for the Olympics. If this really became Lin Yao in front of the gang of old buddies, the face shall not be up to the sky to go? Thinking about it is very cool. So he opened his mouth and said, "Come on, little Yang, have a drink with me today." Yang Guang was a bit flattered. When Lin Yushu saw her dad saying this, she was also happy in her heart. It seems that Yang Guang has passed the test. Auntie brought the meal to the dining table, so she said goodbye to Hu Shuangjin and the others and went home. Because she doesn't live here, she comes over every morning and goes back at night. At this meal, Lin Yushu's family plus Yang Guang, the four of them had a happy meal. After the meal, when Yang Guang was about to leave, Lin Yushu said she would drive to see him off. And Lin Yao and Hu Shuangjin looked at them differently. Because Lin Yushu didn't come back last night, Hu Shuangjin pulled Lin Yushu and asked, "You're giving her a ride? Do you know where he lives?" Lin Yushu didn't think about it that much. It's at the White Heron Garden, because it's close to the company. So saying that, she suddenly stopped, and sure enough, Hu Shuangjin's eyes weren't quite right when he looked at her anymore. Pulling her, she asked, "You didn't come back last night, honestly, where did you go?" Lin Yushu knows her own mom is very smart. This want to hide also cannot hide. Simply hard across, yesterday we just came back from the capital, because Yang Guang signed to the company, to provide him with a place to live. Think Egret Garden is closer to the company. Let him live there. What a coincidence that when Xin came over to play with us yesterday. So we slept there as well. Seeing Hu Shuangjin wanting to speak, Lin Yushu hurriedly interrupted her. Yang Guang was in a room by himself. The two of us didn't do anything. I promise. Hu Shuangjin said. You promise? How can you promise? A man and a woman are under the same roof. Lin Yushu said. Yang Guang said. Before we get married, he will never do anything wrong. I believe him. Hu Shuangjin said. You're all adults. You know what you should and shouldn't do in your own hearts. And your father and I can't control it even if we want to. But I'm warning you, don't wait until you get married and get me a big belly. Lin Yushu instantly blushed. Mom, what are you talking about? Amidst Hu Shuangjin's laughter, Lin Yushu hurriedly pushed Yang Guang, who was already almost drunk, into the passenger seat, then got herself into the main driver's seat and drove away. Watching Lin Yushu drive out of sight, Hu Shuangjin closed the door and walked back inside. Lin Yao glanced at her and said, "What were you saying to Yushu just now?" Hu Shuangjin didn't take it seriously and waved her hand. Yushu said she won't be coming back at night. They're staying at the villa in White Heron Park. Hearing that Lin Yushu and Yang Guang live together, the hot tea that Lin Yao had just drank in his mouth spewed out with a poof. He hurriedly pulled out a piece of paper to wipe his mouth and asked after a while, "What did you say? She's living with Yang Guang? How can this be?" Hu Shuangjin sat next to Lin Yao, patted his back, helped him smooth out his breath, and said, "You still don't know what kind of person our Yushu is? Have you ever seen her treat any boy like this since she was a child? She is always determined to go all the way to the end. This time, I see that our baby girl is also serious. And besides, Xiao Yang, this person I see is also quite good. Shandong people, real," said also picked up the front of the cup of water and took a sip, put it down and continued, "Besides, they are adults. What to do, what not to do. They are clear. We do not blindly worry about it. Besides, what do you care?" But Lin Yao felt that his wife had a point, but felt that something was wrong. Hu Shuangjin pulled him upstairs. "Aya, don't but. When you were young, you just met me a few days ago." "It's not. This side has not finished," was interrupted by Lin Yao. Well, stop. That is not young and uninformed. Ha ha, look at you." When Lin Yushu drove Yang Guang back to White Heron Garden, it was already past 10 in the evening. On this journey, Yang Guang leaned on the backrest of the passenger side, and because of the alcohol he drank, he was now asleep. Lin Yushu parked the car and didn't bother to wake Yang Guang up. Instead, she lay on the steering wheel and twisted her head to look at him quietly. Thinking about the things that happened tonight, her heart was very happy. Yang Guang had already passed the hurdle of mom and dad, so there was no more resistance between the two of them. I don't know how long it took, probably because he felt that the car wasn't moving. Yang Guang slowly woke up, rubbed his sleepy and a little bit confused eyes, before he could see the environment outside the window, and now he had arrived home. Seeing Lin Yushu was smiling at herself, Yang Guang rubbed his head. Your dad's drinking capacity. It's really a cow. I've been drinking like this, and he's still acting like nothing. Lin Yushu explained. According to what my mom told me, when he was young and starting his own business, there was hardly a day that he didn't drink. In their time, they couldn't help it. I think, although he rarely drinks now, he still sips a few glasses after dinner every day. You can't drink him as normal. Saying that, she opened the car door and just got out of the car when she saw Yang Guang's legs soften underneath, almost falling on the ground. Lin Yushu hurriedly turned this way and helped him into the house. Letting Yang Guang sit on the sofa, Lin Yushu jogged to pour a cup of water for him. Yang Guang took it and drank it in one gulp. Only then did he feel that the dryness of his mouth had eased a lot. Then Lin Yushu assisted Yang Guang back to his room, letting him take off his jacket and go to bed. When she turned around to go out, she was grabbed by Yang Guang's small hand and pulled back. Lin Yushu didn't stand still for a moment and lay down on Yang Guang's bed. Then she felt herself being held in his arms. Yang Guang flopped down beside Lin Yushu, leaned over and took a deep sniff beside her ear, and said obsessively, Yushu, don't go back tonight. Stay here with me. Lin Yushu's brain was still a little blank at the moment. Hearing Yang Guang say this, she didn't know how to explain, but she couldn't bear to refuse. At this moment, Yang Guang didn't know where he got the guts to raise his head and kissed Lin Yushu's pink lips. This time, Lin Yushu couldn't believe it, staring wide-eyed at Yang Guang who was close by. Wanted to push him away, but felt that her whole body couldn't make any effort. And when her brain cleared up a bit, she felt that she liked this feeling. After hesitating for a while, he finally hugged Yang Guang with his own two arms and started to try to cooperate. This kiss, which lasted for a long time, finally separated when both of them felt like they were going to run out of breath. Just like this, they lay side by side on the bed, wearing a big mouthful of rough air. After a while, Yang Guang twisted his body around, looked at Lin Yushu and said, Yushu, will you stay here with me tonight? Lin Yushu shook her head. I just promised my mom today that I won't do that kind of thing with you before marriage. Yang Guang smiled and reached out to caress her face. Idiot, who said that two people sleeping together must do that kind of thing? I just want you to stay with me tonight and we won't do anything. Lin Yushu half-heartedly asked. Really? Yang Guang nodded and assured. I promise, I really won't do anything. Lin Yushu was a little moved, because just now being held by Yang Guang, her heart was very stable, and for a moment she couldn't leave his embrace. Then with big watery eyes, she looked at Yang Guang shyly and said, Then you can't bully me at night. Yang Guang saw Lin Yushu agreed, happy to feel that the wine had woken up a few points, jumped down from the bed at once, went to close the door of the room, came back to embrace Lin Yushu, turned off the lights, pulled a thin blanket over them. Both of them were sharing the same bed with the opposite sex for the first time. At this moment, although both of them didn't say anything, but in their hearts, they were nervous, and finally heard Lin Yushu ask, Yang Guang, are you asleep? Yang Guang didn't move and directly said, No, I can't sleep. Lin Yushu, I can't sleep either. After another swing, she suddenly laughed, twisted her body around, faced Yang Guang and said, I feel like the two of us are like little kids who secretly do bad things. All things, after the first time, the second and third time would be natural. Yang Guang saw Lin Yushu turn around, held her head with one hand and kissed her with another bite. Lin Yushu wasn't as nervous as she was earlier this time, but immediately wrapped her arms around Yang Guang and matched his movements. Separating her mouth, Lin Yushu looked at Yang Guang. Today is the first time I lay with a man, and just now was also my first kiss. Yang Guang hugged her and said, Me too. I'm too nervous to sleep. Lin Yushu pushed him away a little. You're lying. Obviously you had a girlfriend before. Yang Guang sighed. I really didn't lie to you. My ex-girlfriend is only nominal. Right. We've been talking nominally for 3 years, but she's never treated me with the attitude of a real boyfriend. To put it bluntly, she just treats me as just a spare tire. And I don't know why I was so stupid at that time. Saying that, Yang Guang wanted to tell Lin Yushu that after that night, Yang Guang was no longer the same Yang Guang as before. The current Yang Guang was no longer the licking dog he was before. Since that day when I was stood up by her, I drank a lot of wine in the bar. I don't know why. Suddenly I had a very strange feeling. I felt that I had gained a rebirth. I am no longer the same person as I was before. The Yang Guang in the future belongs to you alone. Lin Yushu wasn't that boring. Since she liked him, she liked everything about him. She had tied her future happiness to him, so it would be good to go on with him. So she smiled and said, "You don't need to explain so much to me. I just need you to be good to me in the future." Looking at the girl in front of him, Yang Guang's heart is very touched. What reason do you have to let her down this love for yourself? That night, the two of them shared the same bed for the first time, and for the first time they had more intimate movements. But Yang Guang still held back from doing more excessive things. Finally, after not knowing how long they had talked, they fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. When Yang Guang opened his eyes, he saw Lin Yushu lying beside him, one hand propped up on her head, looking at him with a smile. Very naturally, he went to shake her hand. His heart was happy. "The first thing I saw when I woke up was you. It's so nice." Feng Wanwen slept in the dormitory another night. Although the afternoon and Li Shui unpleasant, but they have long been accustomed to a dormitory as if by an invisible wall separated into two halves, two people each in their own turf. Do not disturb each other. Wake up the first look. Feng Wanwen habitually pick up the phone to see the time. Now already 8:30. Twisted his head to look at. Found that Li Shui also early has gone out. Then again found that there is a missed call in the cell phone. Clicked to see. It is an unfamiliar number. After dialing back, the opposite party quickly connected. Without waiting for the opposite side to speak, Feng Wanwen took the initiative to say, "I'm sorry, I didn't hear the phone ring just now. May I ask who you are?" The person on the other side of the phone spoke politely. "Hello, MS. Feng, I am Sunshine Entertainment's legal affairs. According to our manager Zhang's instructions, I came here to help you with some matters regarding the termination of your contract." Feng Wanwen couldn't imagine that they had arrived so quickly. She hurriedly got up from the bed and said into the phone, "Then what is your current location? I will go over to pick you up. I'm right in front of your Van In Entertainment. There's a black Magic City license plate SUV. Okay, please wait for me for a while longer. I'll go down right away." "Well, it's okay, no need to be in a hurry." Hanging up the phone, Feng Wanwen was excited because she could finally get rid of this disgusting Zhu Ganglai. Rushed to wash up, sat there and simply put on a makeup, then sat a small bag out, came to the company downstairs, in the entrance parking lot inside the black car, ran over to confirm the license plate is not a problem, then knocked on the driver's seat glass. Not long after, she saw the glass fall. Feng Wanwen saw the young man sitting inside and asked her, "Hello, are you MS. Feng Wanwen?" Feng Wanwen nodded her head and saw him push open the car door and come down, holding a briefcase in his hand, and said to him, "Our manager has instructed us on the specifics, so next go to your original company to handle your departure. It is estimated that those who study law are so windy, without half a sentence of nonsense. Let Feng Wanwen take him back to the company to do the formalities." In Zhu Ganglai's gloomy gaze, he helped Feng Wanwen pay off the $1,200,000 in liquidated damages, and then helped her take out her luggage from the dormitory together and loaded it into the car. Out of the door, Feng Wanwen turned her head, took a last look at the company. The heart cannot say what feeling, but still more happy than reluctant to give up. The entire procedure is completed. Only spent an hour. To put it bluntly, is as long as the money to keep up. Everything else is good. Now is 10 o'clock. If the road a little faster, before the evening we'll be able to almost to the Magic City. I didn't waste any time, so I got in the car and headed straight to Magic City. In the car, Feng Wanwen gave Yang Guang a phone call, telling him that she had finished her side, and was on her way to Mordor in Sunshine Entertainment's car. Yang Guang was very happy, counted the time, to hear almost dark, and then find the administration in the nearby hotel opened a room, sent the address and room number to Feng Wanwen, let her first live down, the next morning to the company signing. In the car, Feng Wanwen saw Yang Guang's message back. Her heart felt warm, although the contact time with Yang Guang is not long, but Feng Wanwen still trust him. To be honest, she herself didn't know how this new company, Sunshine Entertainment, was in the end, because there was a saying that the world was as black as a crow. As long as you were in the entertainment industry, you couldn't avoid subterfuge. After all, there were too few geniuses like Yang Guang. He was purely the type of person that God chased after to feed him. Feng Wanwen thought a lot last night. Even she has already made up her mind. Even if she can't avoid it in the end, she would rather the one who submerges her is Yang Guang, so that it is easier for her to accept it. And even in her heart she is still vaguely looking forward to it. Yang Guang was sitting in Lin Yushu's office at this time. After receiving Feng Wanwen's phone call and sending her the room number and the name of the hotel, he looked up and smiled to Lin Yushu and said, "Our team is finally getting bigger. Feng Wanwen will come over in the morning, or else you can give Zhang Pinghui a call to let him come over in the morning as well, and they'll all sign off together, and the conditions will be the same. I'll write the songs for them, and the company will split the money with them 50-50, and they split the bill 50-50. Lin Yushu thought about it and asked Yang Guang, What about the contract time limit? Aren't you afraid that you'll leave the company alone after you've made them famous? Yang Guang smiled confidently and said, no, firstly, I believe in their character. They won't do something like this. Secondly, I think they are not that stupid, because there are not many people who can let me write songs. It's not that I'm looking down on the current music scene, all of them, there's one that counts. As far as the songwriting aspect is concerned, I can beat a bunch of them. Yang Guang's confident look made Lin Yushu's heart thump as she watched. Taking out his cell phone, he called Zhang Pinghui, and when he got through, he didn't say anything else to her, but just told him that if his family had discussed it, he would bring someone to the company to sign the contract tomorrow morning. Originally, the last call to tell him to come at any time, but Zhang Pinghui they returned home and parents discussed, not only did not get permission, but also scolded them face to face. In the words of Zhang Hanzhong, Zhang Pinghui's old man, how much do you weigh? You don't even know how much you weigh. Do you? You still want to sign with an entertainment company? You're not even that kind of material, okay? After all these years of fooling around, what have you made of yourselves? You're still singing in a bar. Zhang Pinghui discussed with his old man for several days, but failed to convince him. This day he suddenly remembered Lin Yushu's friend Yang Guang. That day Lin Yushu also said that if he signed to their company, Yang Guang would write songs for himself. With a twinkle in his eye, he tiptoed over to his old man's side and sat there. Actually, I should really try it this time. That's Sunshine Entertainment. It's Lin Yushu's company, and her boyfriend is in it too, and has promised to write me a song. Let me tell you, Lin Yushu's boyfriend is very talented. There isn't a single song he wrote that didn't catch fire. Zhang Pinghui's words startled his old man, Zhang Hanzhong, and asked in surprise, what did you say? That company is run by that girl from the Lin family? Zhang Pinghui nodded. That's right, it's hers. Zhang Hanzhong, and you said her boyfriend? That girl has a boyfriend? Zhang Pinghui was a bit weak this time, because he didn't know exactly what the relationship between Lin Yushu and Yang Guang was, and this time it was pure nonsense to say so, but his old man asked, so he could only be tough. Yes, his boyfriend's name is Yang Guang, the one who sang Lone Brave and Chasing Dreams with a red heart in front of him. Zhang Hanzhong suddenly realized, because he was also staying inside the Young Family Army's group now, if what his son said was true, then since he liked music so much, it would be quite good to give it a try. However, he was still clear about what his son was like, so he immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Yao's number. Zhang Pinghui saw his old man call. No need to guess as to call Uncle Lin. Immediately scared to sneak away, but was Zhang Hanzhong glared, only to obediently sit down. In his heart, he kept begging the Bodhisattva to bless him and never reveal his identity. The phone was connected. Lin Yao was surprised. Hey, old Zhang. Why did you remember to call me? Zhang Hanzhong laughed, because the relationship between the two families on weekdays is also relatively close, so there is no polite. Straight to the point, old Lin with you to inquire about. Listen to my family boy said that your daughter engaged in an entertainment company? Or is it with her boyfriend? Do you know about this? Just as Zhang Pinghui's heart was about to jump into his throat, he heard Lin Yao's voice coming out of the phone. Yes, I know about this. The company's office space is still given to her by me. Why are you asking about this? Zhang Hanzhong said with a smile. This is not my son wants to go to her company to play. Just afraid that he cheated me. Lin Yao, that's a good feeling. Let them young people go and make trouble by themselves. Anyway, it can't be a big deal. The two men exchanged a few words of politeness and hung up the phone. Zhang Pinghui was really surprised now. He couldn't imagine that Lin Yushu and Yang Guang really came together. The key was that listening to the tone of Uncle Lin's speech just now, it seemed like they had even met their parents. Boy, this was a big event in their circle. Lin Yushu, a goddess who didn't care about men, actually had a boyfriend. Just as he was lamenting, he heard his old man, Zhang Hanzhong, say, alright, I won't stop you this time, but let's say it first. It's fine for you to go and have some fun, but don't get involved with those customs in the entertainment industry, or else I'll break your legs. Hearing these words, Zhang Pinghui immediately jumped up from the sofa. Don't worry, I promise to mix well and not cause trouble for you. After saying this, he went out in a huff to contact the others. Time quickly came to the next day, because today they had to sign Feng Wanwan and Zhang Pinghui, so Yang Guang and Lin Yushu came to the company early. When they arrived downstairs, they saw Feng Wanwan and Zhang Pinghui already waiting downstairs. After greeting them, Yang Guang said, this is not the place to chat, let's talk after we go up. The few people took the elevator to Lin Yushu's office. Feng Wanwan kept sizing up Lin Yushu. This was their first time meeting. Before in Future Star, it was rumored that Yang Guang had a white rich beautiful friend who gave him a Martin's True Love series guitar. But since Yang Guang only said that it was a gift from a friend at that time and no one else had seen it before, so in the end, it was left unsettled. Just now I saw Yang Guang and Lin Yushu come together. It is very likely that the two of them have already lived together. Then the rumor that Yang Guang's rich white girlfriend should not be an empty rumor. It is very likely to be this beautiful girl in front of her. Even though Feng Wenwen felt that her face value was already very capable, but now that she was standing in front of Lin Yushu, she still felt a bit dwarfed. Yang Guang saw that she kept staring at Lin Yushu, so he secretly looked at her. Noticing Yang Guang's gaze, Feng Wenwen secretly gave him a thumbs up. Yang Guang knew what she meant and just smiled at her without saying anything. Feng Wenwen thought back to the road in Magic City. She was worried about whether she would be suborned or not, so she couldn't help but feel amused. Soon, the group arrived at the office, and Lin Yushu called Ding Min and Zhang Jingwei to bring the contract over. That's when Zhang Pinghui surveyed the office and lamented. It's still you, Missy. This company opened up when you said it did. Uncle Lin is really supportive of you too. Lin Yushu smiled and said, what, envious? Zhang Pinghui, envy can't come from envy. You don't know. When the three of us said we wanted to sign up for an entertainment company, we almost didn't get beaten to death by our own old man at home. Finally said the company is you open. Only counted to let us go. Saying this, he also pushed Wang Wenshi and Li Changfeng beside him. Tell me, is it like this? The two of them nodded in unison. Brother Hui is right, or else he would still be locked up at home right now. Lin Yushu smiled lightly. Come on, don't be poor. Wait for the contract to be sent over. You guys take a good look at it. And if you have any ideas, just mention them directly. Although we have a pretty good relationship, but the matter of signing a contract, what should be done is still what should be done. Zhang Pinghui waved his hand. Hey, what's the point of looking at that thing? Besides, the brothers came over not to make money. Just heard you say that Yang Guang will write songs for us, and only came over. Yang Guang took over and said, don't worry about this. When I finish this period of time, I will write some songs for you. Zhang Pinghui's trio hemmed and hawed. That's a good feeling. We'll wait for that day. Several people were chatting passionately. Feng Wenwen sat there watching and couldn't intervene. Lin Yushu saw it and asked her, you're Feng Wenwen, aren't you? I've heard Yang Guang praising you, saying that you have a great voice. And he even said more than once that if he writes you a few songs, he'll make sure that you'll be a hit in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Feng Wenwen didn't know what was wrong. Her usual fearless self always felt a bit timid in front of Lin Yushu. Seeing Lin Yushu talking to herself, she also answered with a slight squirm. How can he say that powerful if that's true, I'm not already on fire. Yang Guang was instantly reluctant. Hey, Feng Wenwen don't spoil my image in front of Yushu. I can do it when I say I can. If you don't believe me, just wait. Feng Wenwen said. Okay, then I will wait and see. As the few people chatted, the office door was suddenly knocked on. Then Ding Min and Zhang Jingwei pushed the door in, and after greeting Lin Yushu and Yang Guang, they placed the two contracts in front of Feng Wenwen and Zhang Pinghui in them. Because Zhang Pinghui, Wang Wenshi, and Li Changfeng were in a band, it was sufficient for the three of them to co-sign a contract. Zhang Jingwei opened his mouth and said, this is the signing contract for a few of you. I suggest that you take a good look at it because it involves your own interests, and after this is signed, there will be no room for regret. Unexpectedly, all four of them casually flipped through it and picked up a pen to sign their names on it. This made Zhang Jingwei a bit surprised, thinking if they had signed a bit too casually. Yang Guang looked at them and raised his appraisal of the few of them another notch. After signing, Lin Yushu asked Ding Min to go and get 2 agents over for them, plus another assistant for each of them. Ding Min answered and went out to work with Zhang Jingwei with the contract. As for Feng Wenwen and Zhang Pinghui, the four of them were excited to hear that they were both assistants and agents again, as they had never had this kind of treatment before. Yang Guang said, during this recent period, you guys should first get used to it. It shouldn't be too busy. As for a place to live, Wenwen definitely wants the company to rent an apartment for her. What about Zhang Pinghui and the rest of you? Zhang Pinghui thought about it and said, we'd better go to the recording studio there. It's not far away anyway. Yang Guang thought about it. This is good. There is still a large amount of rent left. He let Lin Yushu call the administration and asked them to find a house in the neighborhood for a long-term rental for Feng Wenwen to live in. Seeing that everything was pretty much arranged, and looking at the time, it was almost 11:30, he asked a few people to go out for a meal together. As a way of welcoming the four of them, Lin Yushu took out her cell phone and dialed the number of a nearby seafood restaurant. Because her membership level there was relatively high, so by the time the four of them went over, the owner had already almost finished fixing a table of wine and food. After the wine and food, Feng Wenwen asked Yang Guang what he was going to do recently. Yang Guang said, Director Hong Lei from Mango Channel found my agent and is going to ask me to participate in the program I Am the King of Songs and be the challenger singer for their 9th installment. If the challenge is unsuccessful, Then it will only record this installment and you can go home. If the challenge is successful, there should be 4 more installments behind it, so it will take almost a month or so, Fong Wonwon said enviously. At that time, when I was recording the program in the capital, I knew that you would definitely be able to catch fire. It seems that I didn't look at the wrong person. Saying this, she picked up her wineglass and said to Yang Guang, "Congratulations." Yang Guang also picked up his wineglass and clinked it with her. "Thank you." Taking a sip, he put the glass back on the table and spoke again. "My goal now is to try to raise my popularity. Only when I'm on fire, then it will be easier for you guys to go below the public's view." Then after chatting for a while, Yang Guang received a call from Hee Yun-lu, telling him that Hong Lei's side had already talked about it. They were going to start recording the program on Monday, asking Yang Guang to get there 2 days in advance, because there would be a large number of outside scenes to be recorded for this program. Yang Guang looked at the time. The meal lasted almost 2 hours, so he let Hee Yun-lu and the girls book a flight for the night, because tomorrow is Saturday, so he will be staying in the hotel that the program group booked for him tonight. Hanging up the phone, he said to Fong Wonwon and Zhang Pinghui's 4 people, "You guys go straight back to rest. There's basically nothing much going on in the recent month, so recuperate well, and when I come back, at that time, you probably won't have the time even if you want to rest." Zhang Pinghui, Wang Wenshi and Li Chengfeng then went straight back. Yang Guang and Lin Yushu brought Fong Wonwon to the company and had the administration take her back to the house they rented for her. Yang Guang couldn't help but sigh. It's true that as long as the money is in place, everything is done very quickly. The rental house was only talked about in the morning, and now just after lunch, it's already done. After arriving at the company, Hee Yun-lu came over to find Yang Guang and said, "The airfare is for 6 p.m., so now I have to go back and pack up to get to the airport an hour earlier." Yang Guang naturally had no problem with that and told her to bring her assistant He Lin to go back and pack up as well and meet her at the airport then. After saying that, he went back to White Heron Garden with Lin Yushu. Yang Guang packed his luggage in White Heron Garden. Just like the last time he went to the capital to record a program, he simply brought a few changes of clothes and a guitar. But the difference between this time and last time was that Lin Yushu was with him. Seeing Yang Guang so perfunctory, Lin Yushu said no matter what, opened his suitcase, and stuffed a lot of things into it. Toiletries, towels and bath towels, and even a 4-piece bed set for him to wear. "Tell him to go to the hotel and let the assistant change it for him." Looking at Lin Yushu, who was packing his things while constantly urging him to pay attention to any details, Yang Guang enjoyed this feeling in his heart. He took her hand and dragged her into his arms. Then Manhwa kissed her on the lips and said, "Do you know what you look like just now?" Lin Yushu also enjoyed the feeling of sitting in Yang Guang's arms and didn't get up, but tilted her head back to look at his face and asked, "Like what?" Yang Guang heatedly smiled, like a wife, instructing her husband who is traveling far away, as if she has to arrange everything for him, afraid that he won't be able to take care of himself anywhere outside. Lin Yushu whispered, "That's what it was supposed to be. I'm just worried about you." The two of them cozied up for a while until it was almost 4 o'clock when Yang Guang wanted to leave. Lin Yushu insisted on driving him to the airport, but Yang Guang wouldn't let her because he was worried that it wouldn't be safe for her to come back alone. Under Yang Guang's insistence, Lin Yushu had to compromise. When he was on his way out, he hugged Lin Yushu. "Yushu, I'll come back as soon as I have time, and also, I'll miss you every day." "Because sister," he said, that the program crew started recording from the time I entered the hotel, so I shouldn't have the chance to call you. Lin Yushu nodded. "I know, when I'm done with my side, I'll come and play with you." After saying goodbye, Yang Guang carried his guitar on his back and pulled his suitcase slowly towards the outside of the villa area. Lin Yushu, on the other hand, stood at the door and watched him disappear from sight before she went back to close the gate and drove back to her parents. She didn't want to live here alone when Yang Guang wasn't around because she was afraid that she would miss him at night and not be able to sleep. Yang Guang walked to the curb, took his cell phone and called a car, waited for about 3 minutes, then got in the car and went straight to the airport. At the security check gate, he met up with Hee Yun-lu and Hee Lin, and after going through the security check, the 3 of them came to the boarding gate just as they started boarding. Because their tickets were for first class, they didn't line up with everyone else, but got on the plane directly from the VLP channel. Although Yang Guang had only participated in a talent show now, he had a lot of fans now, so this whole way, he was masked in sunglasses, covered very tightly, because whether or not anyone recognized himself, this would always reduce a lot of trouble. This journey was safe and sound, and nothing unplanned happened. Out of the airport, all 3 of them saw a sign outside holding a sign prepared by the program, with their names written on it, obviously coming to pick themselves up. Hee Yun-lu jogged a few steps and went up to them to identify his party, then gestured for Yang Guang and Hee Lin to go out directly and get into the vehicle prepared by the program team. At this time in Mango TV, In the office of Hong Lei, the general director of the program group of I Am the King of Song, Hong Lei, who was a bit chubby and had short hair, looked at the several people in front of him and said, "For this phase of the challenge singers, the one that I have invited is Yang Guang. You guys take a look, who wants to be their Mango agent?" Those few people were the internal hosts of Mango Channel. The program group stipulated that every singer who came to the program would have a Mango agent. The reason why they looked for their internal hosts to act as such was that on one hand, they were more familiar with the local situation, and it would be more convenient for them to provide help when the singers wanted to do something. On the other hand, it's the fact that with this program, there's only so much time to sing on stage for 8 songs, and most of the rest of the time is recorded on location or under the stage. If it was just the singer alone, then with such a long recording time, there would inevitably be awkward moments. So being paired with a Mango agent also served to liven up the atmosphere. And there are times when the singer is not satisfied with the program or other contestants and is too embarrassed to say so. These Mango agents can do it for him or her. The most important point is that by choosing these young hosts within the TV station and letting them follow the singers around, they have the opportunity to be seen by more viewers, which is conducive to raising their own popularity. This series of reasons gave birth to the setting of Mango agent. But when a few people heard that the person coming was Yang Guang, they were instantly a bit reluctant. They knew Yang Guang, although he sang good songs. He was only a newcomer who had only participated in one talent show, and some of them thought in their hearts that they were afraid that he didn't have as many fans as they did. Looking at a few people are not too willing. Hong Lei heart a little unhappy. Lao Zia $3 million to invite the music genius. To you here is so worthless? Disappointed and shook his head. These young people in front of him, their vision is still poor. However, these are all voluntary. Hong Lei did not have any blame on them. At this time, Meng Chen, the newcomer host of another variety show on Mango Station, pushed the door in and said to Hong Lei, "Director Hong, do you think I can be the Mango agent on your side?" Looking at Meng Chen, Hong Lei's eyes lit up, but he still didn't move and said, "Do you know who the challenging singer for this installment is?" Meng Chen shook his head. "I don't know, but no matter who it is, I will assist them well." Hong Lei was satisfied with Meng Chen's attitude. "The challenge singer for this installment, I hired Yang Guang." "Yang Guang, you know it, right?" Meng Chen nodded his head repeatedly. "I know. I followed him on Jitterbug when he hadn't participated in the show yet, and I like his songs the most," said also vaguely a little excited. Hong Lei looked at Meng Chen's attitude and no longer hesitated, and confirmed her as Yang Guang's Mango agent on the spot. Somewhat disappointed, he waved his hand and let the remaining ones walk out. Sighed, "Give you guys a chance you can't grasp it, then don't blame me." With a professional vision like Hong Lei's, he believed that it wouldn't take long for Yang Guang to become the brightest one in the domestic music scene. Because of his talent, his old friend who had been writing songs for decades was praising him. Looking at the time, Yang Guang was almost there, so he took Meng Chen to wait in the lobby of the hotel where the program was located. Because the guest contestants of this program were all well-known stars in the entertainment industry, for their safety, so the program group spent a huge amount of money and chartered the entire hotel. The two came to the hotel and found that the vehicle to pick up people from the airport had not yet arrived, so they sat in the lobby and ordered 2 cups of coffee, drinking while waiting. After about 10 minutes, the car finally stopped in front of the hotel. The door opened. He Yunlu and He Linlin took the lead to get out of the car, followed by Yang Guang drilling out from the car door, and Hong Lei and Meng Chen got up to welcome them. Seeing Hong Lei come over, Yang Guang took off his mask and sunglasses and took the initiative to extend his hand towards him. The two of them shook hands. Then Hong Lei introduced Meng Chen to Yang Guang. "This is Meng Chen. During this time when you are recording the program, it is your Mango agent. During this time, if there is anything, you can look for her." Since He Yunlu had already explained the rules of the program to him beforehand, Yang Guang wasn't surprised about this. He just shook hands with Meng Chen again. "Then please take care of me in the future." Meng Chen was really a fan of Yang Guang, and after seeing him, his eyes were filled with little stars. Hearing his idol say over care to him, he hurriedly politely said, "It's okay, this is all what I should do." After being polite, Hong Lei went back. Coming over to greet him had given Yang Guang enough face. As for what to do next, it was up to Meng Chen, the broker, to arrange it, because there is an agent. So the next He Yunlu and He Linlin stay in the hotel is good. During the time when Yang Guang went out, naturally have Meng Chen follow. In addition will be equipped with a camera master full follow shooting. Meng Chen brought Yang Guang. 3 people came to the hotel on the 6th floor, next to the 3 empty rooms. Is to prepare for them, the 3 room cards were given to their hands. Yang Guang opened their own room. A few people walked in together. After going in, simply put things away. Meng Chen began to introduce the rules and contestants of the next program. In fact, in Yang Guang's heart, He didn't care at all about who the contestants were, because Meng Chen was Yang Guang's mango agent. How Yang Guang fared in the program was directly related to her future development, so the rules of the program this time, she spoke extraordinarily carefully. He Yun Lu, on the other hand, took out her notebook and carefully took notes. Through Meng Chen's introduction, Yang Guang realized that there were two other contestants in this time who were his old acquaintances. One was his mentor Zhou Yunxian during Future Star, and the other one was Zhou Qi's helping guest Fan Yuhua during the finals. Meng Chen especially emphasized that Fan Yuhua's popularity is the most horrible, singing how to put aside, but his popularity, enough to support him into the top 5 in every period. There are 5 other contestants, all veterans who have been in the music scene for many years, namely Zhang Xiuqi, Han Mei, Li Xianliang, Wang Bingbing, and among them there is also a Korean named Park Yunchi. Hearing that there were also Koreans, Yang Guang's eyebrows raised upwards, interrupting Meng Chen to ask, "How is that Park Yunchi's performance?" Meng Chen said helplessly, "Every period is almost the first and second place. You know, the domestic music scene really can't handle the Korean stream." Saying that, Meng Chen also had a trace of helplessness, although he couldn't stand to see it. But nah, he wasn't a singer either. Feeling that it was almost time, Yang Guang opened his mouth and asked, "You said that every program group will designate a theme. So what is the theme of this issue?" "Ballad," Meng Chen said without hesitation. "How about it? Are you good at ballads?" Yang Guang smiled and said, "Under this sky, there's no song I can't write." This domineering declaration made the eyes of several people in the room light up. Surprisingly, no one felt that Yang Guang was bragging. After things were all chatted up, and the time had now reached more than 9 o'clock in the evening, Yang Guang touched his hungry grumbling stomach. "Let's go. Let Meng Chen take us to find something to eat. I'll treat you tonight." Saying that, he let a few people out and closed the room door. As for where to go to eat, of course it was to listen to Meng Chen the host. After all, she had been mixing in Mango TV for a few years, where there was good food around. She was definitely clear about it. A meal to eat the guests and hosts. As the first time to eat Hunan cuisine, Yang Guang, this spicy degree he can still barely accept, but inevitably feel a little bit of intestinal discomfort. It seems that in the future to eat or to pay attention to it. After eating, the 3 people went back to their own rooms. Although Meng Chen's home is nearby, but because she is now Yang Guang's mango agent, so it was also arranged by the program team into the hotel to stay down. After tossing and turning from the afternoon until now, Yang Guang felt very tired and lay on the bed and took out his cell phone to send a message to Lin Yushu, mainly to report on today's situation. Lin Yushu told him that she had gone back to her parents' place and told him to have a good time competing on the program and strive to win the championship. After saying goodnight to each other, Yang Guang laid down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, in his sleep, Yang Guang heard someone knocking on the door, casually pulled a piece of clothing on, sleepy eyes and walked over to open the door, not expecting to see who it was at the first glance, but saw a camera lens almost dislike in the face. Immediately in his heart, he understood that by now, the program team had already started recording, because in his last life, he also didn't have a lot of time to be followed by the camera the whole time when recording a variety show, so he adapted quickly this time. Seeing Meng Chen who was following the camera, he smiled at her and greeted her, then said to her, "You sit first, I'll go to the restroom to wash up." "Meng Chen, it's fine, take your time, I'll split my breakfast first." Saying this, he also shook the bag in his hand at Yang Guang. Seeing that he could talk to himself like no one else under the camera, Meng Chen was also relieved in her heart. When she came over she was still worried about whether Yang Guang, a newcomer, could adapt to doing things normally under the camera lens. About 5 minutes, Yang Guang opened the restroom door and walked out. The whole person looked much more spiritual. He simply washed his face and brushed his teeth, then combed his hair. For Yang Guang, he doesn't like to put on makeup when he doesn't perform on stage. Meng Chen looked at Yang Guang, who was so handsome in his face, and praised him in her heart, and hurriedly called him over for breakfast. It seems that the breakfast in the whole country is similar. It is soybean milk, donuts, buns and bean curd brains. These things are exactly what Yang Guang likes to eat. He is not used to eating fried eggs, bread and milk in the morning. Large mouth to eliminate the food in front of him. Yang Guang did not care about his image. It can be said that he simply do not know what the idle baggage is a thing. Including the last life is the same. The so-called idle baggage is their own to put a shackle on themselves. This cannot be done, that cannot be done. To set up a persona, and then a careful to maintain. But the wisdom of 1,000 will be a mistake. Pretending to be a persona, there will always be a time of exposure. Really to that time, the blow to the person, then is fatal. So Yang Guang never engaged in those things. After eating breakfast, Yang Guang let Meng Chen take him to the program group's venue to see, after all, came to come, All have to understand a little. The hotel to the program group walk about 10 minutes. Meng Chen let Yang Guang wait for her to call the car over. Was stopped by Yang Guang. So close to the distance. Or walk over more convenient. Meng Chen said. It's not too far, but it's still a distance. In the middle. I'm afraid your fans will surround you. Yang Guang smiled and said. Where do I have fans? Nobody. It's okay. Saying that, he and Meng Chen were side by side, walking along the road. On the road, looking at the busy crowd around him, and the vehicles that hurriedly passed by, Yang Guang said to Meng Chen, I've always had a habit. That is, when I arrive in a new city, I want to walk around the streets of the city, take a look, and feel the city's rhythm of life and customs. Meng Chen, then this must be the secret of you being able to write so many great songs? Yang Guang thought for a moment and said, pretty much. Only by walking and seeing more can you get a better sense of life. And the usual talk of picking up the breeze should be similar to this. All of this was recorded by the camera that followed along. Came to the program group, because there are Meng Chen and camera follow. So when entering the door, the security did not block. Very smooth in. This time the program, director Hong Lei to all the participating singers are very good conditions. In that I am the king of song program group. Enter the door to see a hall. The center of a row of curved sofas. This is not a waiting area, but after each guest performance, unified to come here to watch the back of the contestants' performance. This time the waiting area is on the second floor. The program group has prepared a room for everyone, waiting for the contestants and Mango agent to rest in it, and can through the TV in the room, fact to see the performance of the front stage. Meng Chen explained. At that time the scene will have 500 public judges come over to join the program. After all the guests perform, each member of the jury can vote for 3 contestants. You are challenging the singers this time. So if the final voting result you enter the top 4, then it is considered successful in the challenge. If you do not enter, then it is considered that the challenge has failed. Yang Guang smiled and said, then if the challenge is not successful, it's considered coming over for a day trip. Looking at the optimistic Yang Guang, Meng Chen didn't know where the bottom line came from in his heart. But I think with your talent, it's definitely not a problem. But the biggest opponent is that Korean Park Yunshi. And that top stream fresh meat Fan Yuhua. Fan Yuhua? Yang Guang pondered for a while and said to Meng Chen, to say that this Fan Yuhua, and I'm still a bit of a fault, when he sang as Zhou Qi's helper, the reaction at the scene wasn't too good, and as in Zhou Qi's one company's artist, so I don't know if the resentment towards me has subsided now. Meng Chen worriedly said, it can't be helped, the music scene is now the world of traffic and Korean flow, so the two of them have always dominated the first and second place. The two chatted as they walked. But suddenly Yang Guang realized that there was a young man standing in front of him, staring at Yang Guang sinisterly, fixing his eyes. Yang Guang almost laughed out loud. Isn't this a coincidence? Speak of Chow Chow is here. If that person wasn't Fan Yuhua, who else could it be? Yo, who did I think it was? Who gave you the courage to come over and challenge? Fan Yuhua looked at Yang Guang with disdain in his eyes. Looking at Fan Yuhua in front of him, Yang Guang knew that he wanted to be here and take revenge on himself for the revenge he and Zhou Qi took at the Future Star Finals at that time. However, he wasn't someone who liked to hold grudges against people and asked seriously, I say, there's no grudge between the two of us, right? As for hating me so much, Fan Yuhua hummed disdainfully, because of the last final broadcast, Lao Zi is becoming someone's joke in the company, all thanks to you. Yang Guang was innocent, it was just a normal performance. I didn't expect it to cause you so much trouble. Do you think it's too late for me to apologize? Fan Yuhua was a bit confused by Yang Guang. Apologize? What are you apologizing for? Since you said you were not at fault, what are you apologizing for? Yang Guang almost laughed out. After a lot of effort, he finally stifled his laughter. So I'm not at fault. Then what am I apologizing for? Saying that, he twisted his head and looked at Meng Chen. Let's go. Meng Chen just now on the side was also enduring very hard. See, Yang Guang greeted himself to leave. Immediately did not hesitate, lifted his feet and left with Yang Guang. To be honest, she didn't really like this kind of Fan Yuhua who didn't have much talent of his own and was just relying on the company to hype up the flow of fresh meat. It was only after Yang Guang left that Fan Yuhua finally reacted to the fact that he had been fooled by Yang Guang, turning around to look at the direction he had left, clenching his fists so tightly that his nails seemed to be digging into his flesh. Hate thought, Yang Guang, you don't have to be arrogant. I heard that your ex-girlfriend whose proposal was stood up is in our company. Seems to be called Huku? Let you first arrogant. Behind me I will let you know. You cannot get the woman. Is how to take the initiative to climb into my bed. Thinking, immediately took out his cell phone and made a call to his agent, saying to him to inquire if the company had recently signed an artist named Huku. Putting away his cell phone, he left with a sinister face. At this time, Meng Chen brought Yang Guang to the room upstairs where the contestants were resting. Looking at the doors on both sides of the aisle with the names of the corresponding contestants, Yang Guang joked, "If I don't make it into the top 4 today, is it true that there won't be any more of my name on the doors here?" Meng Chen hurriedly said, "How can that be? I still have confidence in you." The two of them wandered around for half a day, meeting many staff members, but the contestants didn't meet many of them, because as the competition was approaching, everyone wanted to prepare a bit of a killer, and the most feared thing was to be discovered by others in advance. Walking around, Yang Guang saw a door close tightly, so he asked Meng Chen, "This house, what is it for?" Meng Chen explained, "This is the instrument room provided by the program group for the contestants to create with. All kinds of instruments are prepared inside, but never is until now. Almost no one has come over to use it either." Saying this, Yang Guang was curious and pushed the door and walked in, only to realize that the room was something else. This is a very large room, by the roof of the light shining through. Inside placed all kinds of musical instruments, piano, guzheng, guitar, drums and so on, whatever they think can be used, are placed in. Yang Guang went in and touched this side and looked over there. Meng Chen surprisingly realized that he seemed to be able to play a few of any instrument. However, just as he was playing inside the instrument room, the photo of him and Fan Yuhua confronting each other down there just now was taken and uploaded to Weibo. This was a huge uproar. Now less than 2 hours had passed since the two of them met, and by this time the photos had already spread all over the internet. Meng Chen received a call from the program team. The other party told her the current situation on Weibo. She opened her phone, only to find that the major platforms have already made a big noise. Meng Chen didn't know who actually posted this photo, but according to the program's usual practice, it was very likely that someone saw Yang Guang and Fan Yuhua confronting each other there just now, so they casually took a picture of it, which was then seen by the people on top of it and intentionally leaked out. Because Fan Yuhua had too much traffic on him. Even newcomer Yang Guang had sucked in a huge wave of fans because of his previous perfect performance on the Future Star finale. Seeing the title above the microblog, Earth's Strongest Creative Newcomer Singer Yang Guang vs Domestic Top Traffic Star Fan Yuhua, who actually won and who lost? People who went for this kind of title knew about traffic. Sure enough, a lot of comments went up below in an instant. "Ha ha ha, this blogger really understands me. Yang Guang, the strongest singer-songwriter on the Earth's surface. The strongest on the Earth's surface? You're afraid you're living in a dream. Where did you get the courage to compare yourself to my brother?" "Yes, my brother is the strongest on the Earth's surface." Looking at the picture, where did Yang Guang go again? Isn't Fan Yuhua participating in I Am the King of Song? Case solved. Since the two of them can see it, I guess Yang Guang also went to I Am the King of Song. It has to be me. Yang Guang just graduated from Future Star and turned around and went to I Am the King of Song. Now I listen to Lone Brave Man and Chasing Dreams Red Heart every day. Looking forward to a handful of Yang Guang's new songs. Upstairs, you think too much of Yang Guang. Do you think new songs are cabbage in the market? That's right, just his frustrated face. This time I want my brother to tell him who's really the king in the music world. A tiny newcomer. Doesn't he know how to respect his seniors? Tiny Yang Guang. Ridiculous. Seeing these contents, Meng Chen hurriedly took his cell phone to Yang Guang and told him that the whole internet was now about to make a big noise. Hearing Meng Chen's words, Yang Guang was dumbfounded. This is really a person sitting at home. The pot comes from the sky. He met with Fan Yuhua right there for less than 3 minutes. And he was photographed? This is also too horrible, right? But things had come to this point. Yang Guang didn't have too good a solution. Now, he was even more glad that he hadn't set up any persona and could do things as he pleased. And his fans were all attracted by his own songs. They shouldn't really care about other things. Meanwhile, Hong Lei, who was in the program's general director's office, looked at the cell phone in his hand with a smile of triumphant intrigue. That's right, he was the one who had this photo sent out. And the rhythm was also the one he got someone to bring. Although I Am the King of Song was already hot, and the TV ratings were at the top of the list for every installment, but he wasn't satisfied. He still wanted this program to be even hotter. That's why he invited Yang Guang over to participate in the program, because he had just graduated from Future Star, and the performance of Yang Guang in the program, Hong Lei was completely in his eyes, relying on his songs that almost every song was a classic. Yang Guang now did not even know how hot he really was. Not to mention the fact that there was now a self-traffic fresh meat Fan Yuhua in the program. Coincidentally, because of Zhou Qi, the two of them still had a little bit of a beef. So, this rhythm was very simply brought up by Hong Lei. Now he could already imagine that after this series of hype, the ratings of this installment of I Am the King of Song would definitely reach a terrifying height. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Guang in the past 2 days, besides sleeping, was eating and drinking. and then pulling Meng Chen out to go around. He was quite cozy, but Meng Chen was anxious when she saw that he hadn't been writing any songs, but every time she brought it up, Yang Guang always had a confident look on his face and told her to lighten up. Without a good mood, how can you write a good song? Meng Chen was on the verge of tears. Big brother. Ah, the rehearsal is coming up tonight. Have you written it yet? Yang Guang didn't answer her, but pulled her to find another food store and started the eating frenzy mode. Meng Chen is not the only one who is helpless. The camera is also very helpless. The program group led him to follow Yang Guang. These 2 days down. Other shots are not shot. Net is to shoot some eating and drinking images. In the evening, it was time for the rehearsal. Thinking about these images in the camera was crying. How am I going to deliver this at that time? But some things are not, you worry. He will not happen. Time is the same. The rehearsal started at 8 p.m. In order to maintain the confidentiality of each contestant's program, the program team adopted the way of leaving only one contestant in the studio for the rehearsal, and Yang Guang's accompanying video was handed back to the program group at 6:30. Hong Lei looked at the exported video file and was almost either eating or on his way to eat. He finally understood why that cameraman's expression was like that. It was estimated that his own expression was similar to his right now. It couldn't be helped that because of the 2-hour program time, there were only 8 people performing one song each, so there was still a large amount of program time that needed to be put into some daily follow-up shots. The purpose is to let the audience meet the daily life of those stars, so that they can see that these people's normal life is also similar to theirs, and is not as high-end and mysterious as they think. The distance between the audience and the contestants was narrowed, allowing them to visualize the process of writing a song. Hong Lei called for an editor and handed Yang Guang's follow-up video to him, giving him a more sympathetic look and telling him to make sure to cut it better. The editor did not understand why Hong director with this kind of eyes to see their own. When he got his own computer to open the preview side, almost a mouthful of blood sprayed out. I top your lungs, oh, you let my old man like this cut what? But there is no way. In his heart recited the great compassion mantra countless times, soothed his emotions, suppressed his murderous thoughts, or began to seriously cut up the video, because Yang Guang was the challenging singer. So according to the order of appearance, he was the last one to perform on stage. So today's rehearsal was also in strict order, and it was estimated that by the time Yang Guang arrived, it should almost be the latter part of the night. In order for him to take a break while waiting for the stage, the program team also temporarily gave him a room to take a break in, but because it wasn't an official competition, that TV set inside wasn't connected to the studio screen. The song he was going to sing had already been accompanied and arranged, and handed over to the program's music director, and asked them to find a little girl to harmonize with him. The rehearsal was much more time-consuming than the exact recording, because the rehearsal was a process of discovering problems, and when problems were discovered, they had to be solved. So some people would perform over and over again, until they felt satisfied. Yang Guang lying on the sofa unconsciously fell asleep, and once again opened his eyes. It was Meng Chen who woke him up, telling him that it would soon be time for his rehearsal. Looking at the time, it was now 2 o'clock in the morning. Yang Guang stretched his back, got up and yawned several times in a row before he got up and waddled to the restroom to wash his face with cool water. Only then did he feel that his head was much clearer. This side back to the room and sat for a while. Meng Chen came in and told him to get ready. It was his turn. When he went on stage, Yang Guang said to Meng Chen, I'll try to be faster so that you can go back to rest earlier. Meng Chen was also sleepy now. Hearing Yang Guang say this, he happily gave him a cheering gesture. The ballad Yang Guang chose this time had a simple melody, and it didn't require much skill to sing it, not to mention the need to soar high pitches. So after he went on stage, everything appeared to be very natural. The little girl that the program group found to harmonize was also great, and the lyrics given to her beforehand, she had memorized them very carefully, so she was able to sing them very smoothly. The gentle and lyrical music, together with her clean and ethereal voice, made people listen very comfortably. Just 2 times, Yang Guang ended his own rehearsal tonight. The final program presentation Hong Lei was very satisfied, so after Yang Guang got off the stage, he held his hand and kept saying, I really didn't look at the wrong person. Ah, you're really a genius of music creation. The compliments made Yang Guang's old face red with embarrassment, and he politely said a few words to him. For Yang Guangming's ranking, after tonight's rehearsal, Hong Lei was already very confident. To be honest, he was also fed up with the top 2 of every program being wrapped up by that stick and fresh meat. He hoped that Yang Guang could break this situation. Only then would the program have greater suspense. On a larger scale, only when the rankings of the power singers go up, those artists can really sink their teeth into their creative work and practice the basics. And only then will the music scene enter a virtuous cycle. This is also in the many talent show variety show. Hong Lei had to put a few long-famous singers together on the same stage competition of the original intention. As Yang Guan walked out of the studio, Meng Chen had already sat on a stool and fell asleep against the wall. It was already 2:30 now. Normal people would have pretty much slept already. Walking over and calling out to her to wake her up, they walked back to the hotel together. Today was really a tossing and turning too late, and with the recording starting tomorrow, it was rumored that there was still a big morning to get up. So as soon as he returned to his room, Yang Guan lay straight on the bed and performed a 1-second fall asleep. Just when Yang Guan was still playing chess with the Lord of the Week in his dreams, the knocking on the door outside pulled him back to reality. Taking out his cell phone to see that it was only 6 o'clock, and while getting up, he spat out, "Recording a program. It's really killing me." But still, he walked over and opened the door, and it was still the matching combination of Meng Chen plus the followers shooting the portrait. After this short 3 hours of rest, and probably because of the makeup, Yang Guang now couldn't tell at all that Meng Chen had only slept for 3 hours yesterday. It was a stark contrast to the yawning man at the moment. As usual, after eating the breakfast she brought in her room, she had to go to the recording site early today, because they had a few questions to ask Yang Guang on the way. They didn't walk today, but instead rode in the vehicle prepared by the program team. Just after sitting in the vehicle and seeing that the cameras were ready, Meng Chen opened her mouth and asked, "How did you sleep last night?" According to the usual practice, if someone asked this, they would definitely answer pretty good, or at the very least, they would say an okay sentence. I didn't expect Yang Guang to directly say, "Not good." This time, Meng Chen couldn't figure it out and hurriedly asked, "Then is it that you didn't sleep well or didn't sleep enough?" Yang Guang found a comfortable posture and leaned on the backrest, both almost mean. After learning Yang Guang's general interview style of chatting with the Terminator, Meng Chen slowed down for most of the day next to him, and only slightly slowed down after the car pulled up to the TV station's gate and the two of them got off the car. The two came to the program team. Although most of the contestants know that today's challenge singer is Yang Guang, but in order to give the audience in front of the screen to create a more mysterious feeling, so the program team is still in accordance with the challenge singer confidentiality form to arrange the recording. So Yang Guan was temporarily placed in a room on the second floor away from the other contestants. When he entered the room, he started the interview that he hadn't finished on the way. When he heard Meng Chen ask, "What kind of opinion do you have about I Am the King of Song coming to this stage? Do you have any expectations for yourself?" Yang Guang thought about it and felt that this question should be seriously considered before answering. After all, the relationship between the program group and the contestants is a commercial mutual admiration. Since you are here to make money and earn popularity, then don't be stingy with compliments to the program group. So he answered with a straight face, "In fact, since the first season, I have started to watch I Am the King of Song. At that time, I was still a small sales inside an advertising company. Then every time I watched the program, I seriously stared at the TV, and a lot of thoughts came into my mind. If I had the chance to mount this stage, what would it be like? What would I sing if I got on this stage? It's just that every time I watch the show, there's a lot of little scenes that play out in my head, and it just goes on and on and on. So when someone finally told you in season 3 that you could be on the show, at the time I still couldn't believe it, and was very skeptical, and asked her, 'Is it true what you're saying?' Now since I have such an opportunity, I'll take advantage of it. No matter if today's challenge can be successful or not. I just want to stand on top of this stage and sing, even if the 500 viewers down there, none of them know Yang Guang, none of them like Yang Guang, but maybe after listening to me sing, there'll be one or so many who will know me and will like me. Then, I will be very happy." These words, Yang Guang said with true feelings, while Meng Chen's eyes turned red as she listened. She simply did not expect that Yang Guang, who was the end of chatting, would say such a touching answer. At this time, those contestants outside had already arrived one after another. The first being Zhou Yunxian and his mango manager. As soon as the two of them walked into the rest hall, they saw that Yang Guang's photo had been hung on the big screen on the second floor, and the mango manager saw the words on it and read, "Powerful creative new singer, Yang Guang." When Zhou Yunxian saw Yang Guang's photo, he also had a headache, because he was the mentor of future star, and he knew best what strength Yang Guang had. Immediately, he said helplessly, "This is a tough battle today. This Yang Guang is not that easy to mess with." His mango agent continued, "Usually there are sneak peeks. Watching our rehearsals, this is the first one, hanging such a big picture in the hall. Zhou Yunxian, he's putting a lot of pressure on us by doing this." Saying that, the two went upstairs into their own lounge. Then each of the contestants who came in one after another were surprised to see the large screen above their heads, with a large photo of Yang Guang hanging, because the same people who were also in the music industry, although they knew that Yang Guang was a newcomer. No one who was really doing music would underestimate this newcomer. all the contestants went into their lounge. And because of last night's rehearsal, they turned off the lights and made up for their sleep inside. Only Yang Guang and Meng Chen were hanging out outside, looking at the pictures of the contestants one by one on both sides of the aisle. Meng Chen said, "After tonight, your picture will be hanging here too." Yang Guang said in a domineering manner, "That's a must. I've booked that lounge up there." Meng Chen, "We came over to stay, and since we're here, we have no intention of leaving." Time rushed by, and with 2 hours left before the opening, the 500 audience judges began to enter, and Zhou Yunxian, the other contestant and host, scrambled to familiarize himself with the hosting script. The broadcast prompted a 30-minute countdown to the show, and the contestants who were in the lounge to catch up on their sleep woke up one after another, and got up to let the makeup artist touch up their makeup. When almost everyone was ready, the director Hong Lei started to give out countdown instructions on the intercom. "Okay, get ready for the scene. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then as the main stage lights came on, Zhou Yunxian, as the host, walked onto the stage and began his hosting. "Good evening everyone. Yesterday's rehearsal went into the wee hours of the morning, and it's still less than 20 hours away. This kind of high-intensity recording is a huge challenge for singers, especially for singers of my age." Then it was time to start following the flow of the program with the curtain call. The entire program was recorded and it went very smoothly because the contestants were all seasoned veterans. Especially when Park Yoon-hee and Fan Yu-hwa came on, there were waves of cheers from the audience that didn't stop at all. Finally, after everyone had finished singing, only Yang Guang himself was left on the scene. All the singers and managers who had finished their performances in front of them gathered in the hall prepared by the program team and started chatting and getting close to each other. In addition to observing the scene through the big screen, Zhou Yunxian went up to the stage and started to crosstalk. "Alright, all of our singers have finished performing. Next is the focus of this match. And the last challenging singer of this year's I'm the King of Singers. He is a young musician, although he has not been on the scene for a long time. I believe that everyone has heard his songs. He has a song that has almost become the official background music of the short video platform." After Zhou Yunxian finished his sentence, the popular jury on stage began to shout, "Lone Brave. That's right, it's Lone Braveheart. But today he has brought us another song. A song I haven't heard before, and I can tell by the name that he must be singing about a certain place. And that place is Chengdu. Let's give a round of applause." Then, amidst the cheers of the audience, Yang Guang slowly walked onto the stage with his guitar on his back. It was as simple as when he first participated in Future Star. Seeing Yang Guang on stage, just like that towards the center of the stage, those singers in the backstage hall started to talk. Wang Bingbing said to the crowd, "He's especially talented, and I love every song he wrote." After hearing this comment, most of the people thought deeply, except for Fan Yuhua, who looked at Yang Guang in the screen with disdain in his eyes. Han Mei went on to say, "His lyrics, they're all exceptionally well written." Yang Guang was also ready on the stage, nodding in the direction of the band, and the lights in the room gradually dimmed. Then, soothing music rang out from the studio. The song slowly ended in an ethereal child's voice, and at this moment, at least half of the 500 members of the public jury on stage were silently wiping tears from the corners of their eyes. Whose youth has no regrets? Years later, do you still remember the one who accompanied you on campus? Years later, do you still remember who held your hand and walked with you on the street? Yang Guang is not singing a song today. He is singing about youth and epitomizing the youth of all of us. When we just heard the name of this song, no one would have thought that it would be such a song. Who would associate a commonplace name with lyricism, with regret, with sadness? The contrast between this back and forth gave everyone a big surprise. Those singers who were watching Yang Guang sing in the backstage hall at the moment felt a brain ache, because a singer like Yang Guang was just too difficult to deal with. Not only does he sing well, but he also writes well. So who can stand it? At this moment, they were already sure that Yang Guang's entry into the top 4 was a certainty, and now they were worried about who would be eliminated in this competition. Yang Guang walked off the stage in the applause of the public jury with tears in his eyes, and came to the backstage hall, where he would be waiting for the result of the jury's vote. Just as he walked through the door, the few singers here erupted in applause for Yang Guang. Zhou Yunxian took a few steps forward and came in front of Yang Guang, hammering his shoulder. "Good boy. Came to give me such a big surprise without saying a word." Yang Guang pretended to rub the place where he had just been hammered and said painfully, "Ah, your black hand is too hard." Han Mei, as an old-timer in the music industry, was very fond of Yang Guang, a talented newcomer, and when she saw Yang Guang walking over, she said to him with a smile, "Yang Guang, your performance today is perfect. Remember to treat yourself tonight. Treat, treat, treat." As soon as they heard Han Mei say treat, everyone else chimed in and shouted together, Yang Guang guaranteed on the spot. If the challenge is really successful today, I'll pay for everyone's midnight snack. Yang Guang atmosphere. Time passed quickly in everyone's playfulness, which also largely reduced the tension in their hearts. Finally, nearly an hour later, received the director's instructions to come back to the stage. At this time the studio's public jury has retired. The stage has also placed 2 rows of small sofas, to be after all the people are seated. Sitting in front of the director, Hong Lei began to announce everyone's rankings. Hong Lei, well, all of tonight's performances have come to an end. I will start announcing the rankings. Today's challenge singer Yang Guang, if he can enter the top 4, it will be considered a successful challenge. Then the last place will be eliminated. To say that creating an atmosphere, Hong Lei was a professional. When he spoke, every pause was just right. Feeling that the tension was almost over, he finally announced everyone's rankings. Yang Guang with the song Chengdu won the first place in this challenge, while Fan Yuhua continued to dominate the second position. Park Yunxi dropped to 3rd, and the 4th place went to the music soprano Han Mei. Zhou Yunxian was 5th, Zheng Xiuqi was 6th, and Wang Bingbing was 7th. And in last place was Li Xianlian, which meant that he would leave the stage for a while, and would come back to continue his sprint for a spot in the finals when the breakout rounds came around. Amidst the crowd's congratulations, Hong Lei announced the theme for the next installment, National Wind. After the crowd disbanded, they didn't really let Yang Guang treat them to a late-night snack. After these 2 days of tossing and turning, they were all tired, so they all went back to the hotel and rested individually. Yang Guang and Meng Chen still didn't take a car and walked back in the night. Dream Chen's eyes looked at Yang Guang with a lot more admiration at the moment. She really didn't expect that Yang Guang would write such a beautiful song, and she didn't expect that he would bravely win the first place in his first participation in the challenge. This seemed to be the first person in the history of I Am the King of Song who won the first place in the current program as a challenging singer. That song Chengdu was just written so well. Meng Chen repeatedly recalled those lyrics Yang Guang sang in his mind. Walk with me on the streets of Chengdu. Oh, and don't stop until all the lights go out. You'll hold my sleeve, I'll put my hand in my pants pocket. Superb image of a young man and woman walking slowly under a dim streetlight. The boy looking handsome with his hands in his pockets, and the girl playing with the boy's arm. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but get a little smitten. Once again looking at Yang Guang walking in front of her, there was something more indescribable in those adoring eyes. Yang Guang, who returned to the hotel, seeing that the time was already very late, just took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Yushu, telling her that he had finished recording the program, and now returned to the hotel, ready to sleep. Unexpectedly, she didn't go to sleep yet, but immediately replied with the message. How was the competition? Yang Guang's sleepiness was suddenly 3 times less, holding his cell phone and started chatting. The district is not talented. This challenge won first place. Wow. Really? When have I ever lied to you? I want to watch it so much. When is this program on? It should be Saturday night at 8 o'clock. Mango TV. Looking forward to it. In that case, I'll have to stay on for the later programs. That's fine. Anyway, the company is running normally now and there's nothing else going on. It's just that Feng Wenwen and Zheng Pingwei. They ask 8 times a day when you're going to write a song for them. Tell them that I'll write it when I finish recording this program and go back. I heard from Sister He that your Weibo has nearly 20 million followers now. After recording this program, her idea is that you try to release an album and then organize a concert. No problem. Then I'll start thinking about it now. What are the more appropriate songs to put in the album? Right? The concert shouldn't be a problem either. This program will be almost ready in about a month, plus the time for the album production. Let's try to get the concert up in 3 months. So soon? You won't find some crappy songs to make up the numbers, right? Don't worry. Don't you understand my strength? The two chatted for half a day, and Yang Guang, who was lying there, after being woken up once by his cell phone, finally said good night and went into dreamland as soon as he rolled over. And Fan Yuhua, who had long returned to the hotel, saw that at night Yang Guang took the first place on his head, was even more annoyed, an evil fire in his heart with no place to vent it, and took out his cell phone to call the broker's phone. Asked him in the end did not find who could this person in the company. In the same company, to Fan Yuhua's curiosity, want to check a newcomer's information, or very easy. After a while, the agent sent Huka's photo and information to Fan Yuhua's cell phone, looking at the tall, curvy woman on the cell phone, thinking that this was Yang Guang's ex-girlfriend. His lower abdomen suddenly jumped up a hot stream. Time passed like a white horse. Blink of an eye came to Saturday. This morning, Sunshine Entertainment and Yang Guang's personal microblog account at the same time released a message. Yang Guang participated in I Am the King of Song as a challenging singer. How the results will be, we will see. The picture below was a promotional poster made by the program team for Yang Guang. As soon as this message was posted, It received a large number of likes and retweets, and the comments below exploded straight away. 6666 Ah, our Yang Guang is not idle at all. Going to participate in such a program without saying a word. Is he going to surprise us? Happy. I can hear Yang Guang's new song again. Upstairs. Don't get your hopes up, brother Yarn. Our Yang Guang is the best. Everyday Yang Guang. Are you guys sick of it? I get sick of hearing that name. It's just a little rookie. Going up there is still not being abused. I'll put my words here. If Yang Guang can advance, I'll eat Xian live. Upstairs. I'll take a seat first. Sit and wait for you to go live. The debate on Weibo was going hot and heavy, but the time still quickly came to 8 o'clock in the evening, the time when I Am the King of Song was to be aired. Lin Yushu, because of Yang Guang, also pulled her mom and dad to sit on the sofa early, turned on the TV and tuned it to Mango channel, waiting for the program to start. Because the program I Am the King of Song was already very hot, with a large audience base, plus the previous exposure on Weibo, the confrontation between Yang Guang and Fan Yuhua, so this program, even before it was aired, was already a big hit. At this moment, many people turned on the TV and waited for this program to start, only to see the picture flash on the TV screen. The building of Mango channel appeared, and the sky gradually changed from dark to light. Then, the logo that I Am the King of Song had gotten specialists to design appeared on the screen. The music gradually sounded, and suddenly, with a knock on the door, the screen cut to the interior of the hotel. With a click, the room door was opened from the inside, and Yang Guang's sleepy face appeared on the screen. His hair was disheveled, as if it was a chicken nest. Yang Guang was like this, so unimaginatively displayed in front of millions of viewers. Although there was no way for viewers who watched the program on TV to post pop-ups, young people rarely watched TV anymore, and the synchronized broadcast on the online platform gave them great pleasure. Ha 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 ha, Yang Guang is not awake. I remember the last program. He was sleeping all the time. Is the genius doing his creative work in his sleep? Wow. My Yang Guang, even if he's not groomed, he's still so handsome. I think that if he's veiled, Yang Guang's face value can shake off those little fresh meat for 8 blocks. Humph. You still want to compare with my brother? Your brother. Try shouting at your brother's face. When the pop-ups were arguing, Meng Chen had already entered the door with breakfast in the picture, looking at Yang Guang's 3 bites of a meat bun. The viewers even laughed. Hu Shuangjin also laughed and said to Lin Yao, "Look at this kid, little young. He's on TV and still doesn't pay attention to his image at all." Although she was saying some complaining words, but looking at her expression, she was very happy. After all, the less you pay attention to the image, the more attracted to the little girl. My daughter is the more safe. Lin Yao is also very appreciative of Yang Guang. This point, a word and behavior are revealed in the atmosphere. However, there is one thing, Hu Shuangjin guessed wrong. At this time the live broadcast room of the network platform has exploded. Yang Guang, the way you eat buns is so many. I like it when he's so sloppy. This is my husband. Handsome or not? Upstairs. Will you get lost? Is my husband something you can molest? I want to say, I can also take 3 bites of a bun. How about we get to know each other? Just you, eating so fast because you never had a full meal in your last life? When all the contestants came to the program's lounge to catch up on their sleep, Yang Guang faced the camera with that interview, causing his fans to directly burst into tears. It turned out that the idol also had such humble moments. It turned out that he wasn't an unearthly person either. It turns out that we are all the same. After the 500 members of the public jury entered the venue, the program finally started officially during director Hong Lei's countdown. According to the previous routine, before each contestant went on stage to perform, the big screen would play a video that was shot by the camera during the week. The content of the video is pretty much the same. Everyone is fretting in their room. Start fiddling with their instruments. Start tapping on their computers. Start writing and drawing on paper. Creating an image that they don't think about food or tea for the sake of creation. Audiences nowadays are almost immune to all this. For ballads, it's hard to sing well, but it's also pretty hard to sing hard. So that's always been the reason why ballads aren't hot. The 7 contestants in front of them were all at about the same level. It was all about who had the most traffic, who had the most fans, and who ended up with the higher number of votes. Hu Shuangjin frowned and asked Lin Yushu, "Didn't you say that all the singers participating in this program are very famous? Why is it that the standard of the singers is just average?" Lin Yushu said, "Don't worry, there's still Yang Guang who hasn't appeared yet." Said, the 7th contestant's review has ended. After the host's crosstalk, the screen began to play Yang Guang's off-site picture. Originally, the audience thought that this was an unusual video of the followers, but looked at, found that the picture style is a little bit wrong, because these 2 days, Yang Guang with Meng Chen, either in the food, or on the way to eat, As for writing songs, Yang Guang said, what is that? Does it have anything to do with me? This made the audience happy. Hu Shuangjin covered her mouth and laughed as she watched. Look at this little young. What a foodie. He likes to eat so much? Lin Yao did appreciate it. He still thinks about eating at this time. He doesn't panic in battle. He has the demeanor of a great general. This sentence was said to Lin Yushu's heart, smilingly explaining, that's how he is. The last time he went to the capital, he usually has nothing to do but to eat almost the entire capital's food. The pop-up screen also started to make things happen. I told you, Yang Guang is the strangest singer I've ever seen. The last time he participated in the program, he was different from the others. I thought that was his ceiling. I didn't expect to mess up even more this time. Love it, worthy of being my husband. Hubby, follow me. I'll treat you to eat all over the world. I'm also a foodie. Can we eat together? I just want to know. Isn't he worried at all? Yang Guang, everyone here is trash. The video was finally finished amidst the audience's giggles, and Zhou Yunxian, who was also the host, walked onto the stage and began to announce the curtain. The song that contestant Yang Guang brought today is Chengdu, original singer, Zhao. Applaud with love. When Zhou Yunxian finished his curtain call, the pop-up screen was filled with question marks. Chengdu? Can this be sung too? I'll defy you. I'll see how this Yang Guang can sing about my great Chengdu. Honestly, this name doesn't have anything to do with ballads. As a fan of Yang Guang, I'm in a panic. Whether the audience panicked or not, Yang Guang didn't know. At this moment, he was already carrying that guitar on his back, in his most classic look, standing in the center of the stage. This time, the stage wasn't just Yang Guang himself. Next to him, there were a few kids standing, which were carefully selected by Hong Lei from the art troupe according to Yang Guang's request. Because of the name of the song, the audience's expectation of Yang Guang was lowered a lot. Everyone felt that taking a place name as the title of the song was not at all emotional. So how could the song be good? Therefore, when Yang Guang came on stage, the applause was much smaller than the front. Standing in the center of the stage, Yang Guang, holding his guitar, nodded to the band, indicating that he could start. The soothing music started, making everyone feel a numbness in their scalp. The intro sounded like it was very good. It might not be the same as what they thought. It's not just last night's wine that made me shed a tear. It's not only your tenderness that makes me reluctant to let go. How long do I have to walk on the rainy road with you holding my hand? It's the freedom to struggle that makes me feel embarrassed. Separation is always in September, and memories are the sorrow of longing. The green willow in late fall kisses my forehead. In that rainy town, I never forgot you. Chengdu, you're the only thing I can't take away. Singing a ballad doesn't require a lot of skill, and Yang Guang put all his feelings into it this time. The audience, who didn't expect much from the song, was captivated by the beginning of the song. Is it a song? Is this a song? It's about everyone's youth. Walk with me on the streets of Chengdu. Hoo, until all the lights go out. And don't stop. You'll take me by the sleeve. I'll put my hands in my pants pockets, and walk to the end of Yulin Road, sitting at the door of the tavern. When the chorus comes out, it's like a knife, sticking straight into the audience's heart. In everyone's heart, there is someone who lives there, right? It's not that you can't forget it, nor do you want to resurrect it, but just let him stay there quietly, proving the youth you once had. In those times when youth is like a song, a pair of teenage girls walking in the street, soon to be the graduation season. In order to live, for various reasons, they have to go their own way. So on the eve of the parting, they hold hands. They left their memories in the city of the place to retrace their steps. Even when all the lights in the street went out, they couldn't leave, and walked all the way to the end of this path, where there was a tavern they frequented. By this time, the audience in front of the screen, many of them had red eyes, and many others had forgotten to wipe the tears that flowed from the corners of their eyes. I went to college in Chengdu for 4 years. This song is about me. I won't tell you. On Yulin Road in Chengdu, there really is a bistro, romantic and beautiful. It just caused tears in my eyes. Who the hell is this Yang Guang? How did he write so many deep songs? Yang Guang, put away your divine power. The old man can't hold it any longer. Why didn't he say it back then? Why didn't he say it? If he had said it, we wouldn't be like this now. I graduated from college and missed the girl who would take my arm every time I walked with her. Separation is always in September. Memories are the sorrows of longing. The tender green willow in late fall kisses my forehead. In that rainy town, I never forgot you. Chengdu, you're the only thing I can't take away. Walk with me through the streets of Chengdu. Oh, until all the lights go out. You'll take me by the sleeve. I'll put my hand in my pants pocket. I'll walk to the end of Yulin Road, and sit at the door of the tavern. Yang Guang finished the song. The last chorus, A chorus between him and those kids. An image that surprisingly made people feel surprisingly cozy and magically washed away the regrets in their hearts. Just when the audience thought the song was over, a little girl stepped forward again and sang earnestly into the microphone, bobbing her head, "Walk with me on the streets of Chengdu. Oh, until all the lights go out. And don't stop." The ethereal child's voice instantly sublimated the emotion of the song, making people feel that it is precisely because of the regret that it is called youth. As the last note ended, the scene recalled a warm applause. The camera swept through the audience, and found that a large half of the audience did not have time to dry the tears on their faces. At this time in front of the screen, it was also unknown how many people were wiping the corners of their eyes with tissues. A city, a song, a love, a person. This is my memory. A romantic city, a street with a story. I'm going to Chengdu. Don't even stop me. Sorry, I've already booked the tickets. Yulin Road, Little Tavern. I'll go first. Time has not healed the wounds in my heart. Thank you, Yang Guang. After listening to this song, I've decided to go back to her. I'm going to tell her that I'll never leave again. Yang Guang thanked the audience amidst the applause. Then the stage lights dimmed and Yang Guang quietly returned backstage. When the voting results came out, director Hong Lei read out the rankings of all the contestants, and Yang Guang, with this song Chengdu, undisputedly took the first place. This also represented his unprecedented success in this challenge. At the end of the program, Hong Lei announced the creative theme for the next phase, National Style. After the program ended, Hong Lei was staring at the backstage. From the beginning of the program, the ratings had been stable at the normal level of the previous period. After the seventh singer finished performing, it started to rise. When Yang Guang appeared and half of the song was finished, the ratings reached the peak, and even came to the figure of 6-2. Seeing this, Hong Lei excitedly slapped his thighs red. One of them chanted, "This $3 million is really worth it." If Yang Guang succeeded in his challenge, it means that he will continue to participate in the next program. And at this moment, Hong Lei is full of confidence in the next program. Tomorrow the rehearsal will start. I don't know what kind of surprise Yang Guang will bring to himself again. The program had just ended and Yang Guang had already taken down several hot searches. Yang Guang participated in I Am the King of Song and won first place. Chengdu Yang Guang, a song that cried half the audience. He Yunlu and He Lin Lin together watched this program in the hotel. For Yang Guang's strength, they wouldn't doubt it in the slightest. So when the program ended, they opened their microblogs and saw the top 3 words on the hot search list. They glanced at each other. Both could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Because the two of them, one was Yang Guang's manager and the other was Yang Guang's assistant. So the hotter Yang Guang was, the better off the two of them would be. Just as they were celebrating in their hotel room, Lin Yushu was also happy. When Hong Lei announced that Yang Guang was the first place winner, Hu Shuangjin kept saying, "This little Yang is really powerful." At such a young age, he was able to crush all those old-timers. Lin Yao sipped his tea and commented, "What kind of old-timers are they? Tonight it's only little Yang's song that's still passably listenable." Hu Shuangjin gave a blank look. That's also Xiao Yang, who is great. Watching mom and dad bickering there, Lin Yushu also covered her mouth and snickered. It seems that mom and dad have really taken Yang Guang as their son-in-law. Listening to them praising Yang Guang was even more enjoyable than listening to them praising themselves. Immediately took out her cell phone and sent a message to Yang Guang, congratulating him on his successful challenge. That night, Yang Guang also watched the program in his room, but he didn't watch it on TV. Instead he took his cell phone and watched it on the online platform. He wanted to see what people were saying about him from the audience's pop-ups, but it turned out to be good. The situation was just as he had expected before. A really good piece of work was more likely to resonate with other people. Receiving Lin Yushu's message, Yang Guang was very happy. Remembering that she had said before that every time a program he recorded was aired, she would drag her mom and dad to watch it together. So, he messaged back and asked, "How are aunties and uncles having any problems with me yet?" Lin Yushu thought it was funny. Thinking that what Yang Guang cared about the most right now was what his parents thought of him, she didn't tease him and hurriedly replied, "They've been praising you." Yang Guang sighed in relief. "That's good. That's good. I'm most afraid of embarrassing you in front of them." Lin Yushu asked, "You guys are rehearsing the next installment tomorrow, right?" Yang Guang, yes. Lin Yushu, when I watched the end of the program just now, Hong Lei said that the theme for the next installment would be national style. How are you preparing for that? I don't think I've seen anyone who can take this style of music and sing it as well as they can. Yang Guang, don't worry, I must hold it to death. Just wait and see how I perform in the next installment. Lin Yushu, then I'll wait and see. It's late. You should rest early. Get some energy and perform well tomorrow. Yang Guang, good night. Putting down his cell phone, Yang Guang went to the bathroom and took a shower. The summer here was humid and stuffy, making people feel uncomfortable. Lying on the bed, he saw that his cell phone had received another message, and opened it to find that it was a screenshot sent to him by Hee Lu. The program had only just finished airing, and he had hijacked the top 3 of the hot search list. But all of this was expected by Yang Guang. With the fermentation of the song, the subsequent impact is the most horrible. This night, Yang Guang slept soundly. The next morning, Yang Guang, who slept until he woke up naturally, took out his cell phone and opened Weibo, and found that there was one more item above the hot search as he expected. All tickets to Chengdu in the whole country were sold out. According to the experience of the last life, the follow-up influence of this song is the most horrible. Directly make the tickets to Chengdu hard to find. As if overnight, everyone rushed to Chengdu. Yulin Road and Tavern, also overnight turned into a net red hit points. What's even more horrible is that the house prices around Yulin Road have risen so much overnight. However, all of this needs time to ferment. Yang Guang himself is not very anxious. Now the priority is to prepare for tonight's rehearsal. He then went through the rehearsal step by step. The rehearsal that night was quite smooth. The song still gave Hong Lei a great surprise, and even asserted that tomorrow when recording the program, if Yang Guang can play normally, the first place is still his, because in the last program, Yang Guang was in first place, so this time, he was the first one on stage. The typhoon was still smooth and scary, and Hong Lei couldn't help but confirm in his heart that he was a superstar in the music world. After the rehearsal and official recording, these 2 days had really tired Yang Guang out. However, the program was finally recorded, and Yang Guang could finally take a breather. The theme of the next installment was Heroes, and Yang Guang had long ago determined in his mind the song he was going to sing. So while everyone else was busy writing a song, he, as usual, still ate and slept and ate. Now, the photographer who was assigned to Yang Guang's side to follow him, should be the most relaxed one among all. Even Mango agent Meng Chen, who was with Yang Guang at the moment, felt that he wasn't working, but was on vacation. Day after day, she led Yang Guang to eat, drink and have fun, which made the others envious. Spitting, what kind of person works like this? After a few days of fermentation, the song Chengdu was considered to be officially on fire out of the circle, and hotels in Chengdu were now hard to find a room. People are swarming into Yulin Road, which once led to this ordinary road, which is usually uninvited, now becomes overcrowded, and the traffic police are considering whether to restrict the flow of traffic at different times. People from the Culture and Tourism Bureau have also discovered that the people who have recently traveled to Chengdu are a little bit not quite right, and the director of the bureau is asking the people below in the general meeting if anyone has done a wave of publicity and achieved such good results. At this time, a young man below who had just passed in, Zhou Hang, said, "Director, it wasn't us who did the publicity. It was a recent program that did it for us." The director was then curious, what kind of program can still promote Chengdu tourism for us? Knowing that they wouldn't believe him no matter how he explained, he simply took out his cell phone and after asking for instructions, opened Yang Guang's competition video from the I Am the King of Songs scene. The crowd saw the name of the song displayed on the screen. It was called Chengdu, and the lyrics, composition and singing were all by the same person. After spending a few minutes listening to it, everyone was silent, because what they had worked so hard for years, spent so much money, and found so many people to promote, but had not achieved, was realized by someone else with a song. But it had to be said that the song was really well written. Immediately, someone proposed, "Should we contact this Yang Guang? Let's discuss it and buy the copyright of this song over. For this kind of thing, of course, there is no objection." Immediately on the board, let Zhou Hang contact Yang Guang, tell him the idea of the bureau, explore Yang Guang's ideas. If there is an intention, we'll send additional manpower to negotiate with him. For this kind of task, of course, Zhou Hang is very happy, because originally he is a fan of Yang Guang, this time both to complete the task entrusted by the above, but also to be able to close contact with the idol. This kind of work, it is simply cool. Immediately, he agreed and guaranteed that he would complete the task. Such a dry statement, but also gained a group of leaders' praise, directly boasted Zhou Hang as a dry facts of young people. The future can be expected. After work, Zhou Hang told this matter in the Yang's fan group. In addition to thinking that Yang Guang is bullish, there is a large group of people began to envy him, to have such a bright opportunity to contact the idol. After promising his groupmates that he would definitely take a few more pictures to share in the group, he finally calmed the group's anger. But now he was smiling with the corners of his mouth grinning to the back of his head, feeling that his vanity had been greatly satisfied. At this moment, Yang Guang was with Meng Chen, eating at the snack street, and as he watched Yang Guang stuff a large piece of stinky tofu into his mouth, Meng Chen couldn't help but begin to admire it. This master really is someone who takes singing as a hobby and eating as everything. However, Meng Chen is also really convinced. because she is Yang Guang's Mango agent. Every day on the internet to pay attention to Yang Guang's recent situation. The hot searches a day has not been broken just with a song. For several days in a row has dominated the headline hot search. Ask who else has this kind of strength. Opening his cell phone, he saw that the hot search had been updated again, and it became, Chengdu Culture and Tourism intends to buy the right to use Chengdu for 3 years with $5 million. This time, it was even more so that Yang Guang's fans felt their faces light up, and they have been publicizing it on all the major online platforms. When Meng Chen took his cell phone and showed it to Yang Guang, he was a little surprised. According to the development of The Last Life, although he knew that the other side would make a move, but he did not expect to move so fast. Thinking about it, the music scene in The Last Life, although in the end it also fell, but people after all experienced the era of the gods and goddesses. But the music scene in this life, what kind of stuff is it? Looking at how hot the song was, Meng Chen began to look forward to how much of a shock Yang Guang's national style song would detonate after the next installment of the program was aired. With the task accepted on that day, early the next morning, Zhou Heng sent a private message to Yang Guang's personal account through Weibo, saying that he was from the Chengdu Cultural and Tourism Bureau, and that he was interested in purchasing the right to use that song Chengdu, and wished to discuss it in further detail, because Yang Guang's Weibo account now received a large number of private messages every day. So He Yunlu and He Linlin had to spend a lot of time every day to sift through the important information, and then summarize it together. And if there was any cooperation, it would be verified and handed over to Yang Guang in the company. So when Yang Guang saw this message, it was already noon the next day. Seeing that the other party said that he was called Zhou Heng, a staff member of Chengdu Culture and Tourism, and wanted to come and talk to himself about the transaction, and also said that he was a fan of his own. Yang Guang let He Yunlu contact him and told him to come directly to Mango TV and told him his assistant's phone number so that he could call directly when he arrived. Zhou Heng was so excited to receive He Yunlu's reply that he couldn't even wait a second and immediately ran to the leader's office to tell him the news. And the leader decided on the spot to let him move right away and give feedback on the progress of the negotiation at any time. Zhou Heng came very quickly, the same evening, and got out of the cab the first time to call He Linlin's phone, told her their location. After standing at the door for about 10 minutes, Yang Guang, He Yunlu and He Linlin came over to find Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng was so close to Yang Guang for the first time, and appeared very excited, asking a bit incoherently if he could take a picture with himself. Yang Guang said, "It's too dark to take a clear picture. Let's do it this way. You've come a long way. I'll treat you to a meal, and we'll shoot again at the hotel." After saying that and ignoring Zhou Heng's objections, he pulled him towards the hotel that he felt was similar. He Linlin went in early and asked for a private room, because the private rooms all had a minimum consumption. So in order to save trouble, he directly asked He Linlin to ask for one of the hotel's set menus. The four of them didn't stay in the lobby for much longer. They directly entered the box and closed the door from the inside. Yang Guang removed his disguise. Because of the broadcast of the last program, everyone already knew that his current scope of activities was around the Mango TV station. So almost every day, he could see some paparazzi sneaking around the perimeter, trying to get some first-hand information. Zhou Heng also finally got his wish and took a lot of pictures with Yang Guang, waiting for the dishes, and then took a picture and sent it to the Yang Family Army fan group. Showing off, said, "People have arrived at the Mango TV station. Yang Guang had to invite me to dinner. Alas, no way, cannot be shirked. This time but the fans in the group envied. I go, do people cannot be too Zhou Heng ah. You see what you say is human words? I'm telling you, my house is in that neighborhood. Be careful, I'm going to block you. NVING. Beg Zhou Heng little brother to take more pictures of Yang Guang to send to the group. Intelligence has been received. Probe again." After a simple dinner, Yang Guang brought Zhou Heng to the hotel and contacted Meng Chen, asking her to ask for another room key so that Zhou Heng could stay in it for the night. Then he took him back to his room with him, and the next step was the official negotiation of business. These Yang Guang has no experience, but He Yunlu as a veteran broker. This kind of scene has seen a lot. Like Zhou Heng, this kind of small rookie, simply not her opponent. But for this matter, Yang Guang was not thought to earn them much money. After all, this song they use, the benefit to himself is still very big. So finally determined, at a price of $2 million, sold them the right to use for 3 years. When Zhou Heng came, the leader handed over. Their expectation is 1 million per year. 3 years a total of 3 million. So this time to 2 million price negotiation. He is still very happy. On the spot to determine. He Yunlu let their unit send someone to Magic City. This contract to be signed inside the Sunshine Entertainment. After everything was negotiated, Zhou Heng pestered Yang Guang to take a few more pictures before following He Linlin to her room to rest. On the other hand, He Yunlu went back and reported this news to Lin Yushu, and explained that someone would go to the company to sign the contract in the next 2 days. Lin Yushu was very happy after hearing this, because working with a unit of this nature was enough to prove the artist's character, and would be of great benefit to Yang Guang's popularity, and money, on the contrary, had become the most irrelevant thing. Yang Guang had just finished washing up and laying on the bed when he received a call from Lin Yushu. The two have not seen each other for half a month. They talked to each other about their love for each other, and both reported to each other about their experiences these days, and finally said good night to each other before hanging up the phone and fell asleep. The next day Zhou Hang went back to the unit. The results of their own negotiations made after the report, rightly accepted the leadership of the commendation, and immediately met to determine the candidates to go to the Magic City to sign the contract, still led by Zhou Hang. Until going to sign the contract, Chengdu Culture and Tourism's official certified microblogging account was the first to release this message, after friendly negotiations with it Mr. Yang Guang. It was finally determined that our unit will purchase the copyright of Chengdu for 3 years at a price of $2 million, to be used as city publicity. Yang Guang's account also released at the same time. I am honored to announce that after negotiation with at Chengdu Culture and Tourism, I am offering the right to use the song Chengdu for 3 years. This excited the fans, and the messages below went up by tens of thousands in an instant. It's still Yang Guang ah. This strike is a king bomb. This time Chengdu is going to be on fire. Cooperating with the official is enough to prove Yang Guang's character. I've already booked a flight to Chengdu. My family lives next to Yulin Road, indicating that the crowd here has exploded. I'm the owner of the tavern. Thanks to Yang Guang, I'll give him a lifetime free bill in the future. This matter finally came to an end, and Yang Guang soon resumed his normal life of eating and drinking. It was soon Saturday again, and because of Yang Guang's performance in the last game, many people had immense expectations for him today, expecting what kind of song he would come up with again. Also in anticipation was a group of people in the capital, in the office of the Olympic Organizing Committee. Now that the national stadium had been completed, next year would be the time for the games, so they were now in desperate need of a song to promote themselves. It wasn't as if they hadn't looked for someone to write it. They had even looked for many people and received many lyrics and samples, none of which satisfied them. As the days went by, they still couldn't find a song that would satisfy them. This was a problem that gave them all an immense headache. Sometimes they even wanted to find foreign songwriters to write it, but as the country was hosting the Olympics for the first time, and as a song to promote the local area, they really didn't want to go that far. Just when they felt that their hope was getting smaller and smaller, they suddenly found a song called Chengdu that instantly exploded on the internet. And even though this style wasn't suitable for them to use, it was unparalleled for publicizing a city. The most surprising thing was that the song was composed, written and sung by the same person. This discovery came as a surprise to them, as a young man who can compose both lyrics and music is very rare. So they started to find all of Yang Guang's songs on the music platform again, and listened to them carefully from beginning to end. The more they listened, the more delighted they became, and several of the senior members of the Olympic Organizing Committee seemed to have turned into Yang Guang's fans in an instant, especially when they heard Pursuing Dreams and Red Heart and Lone Brave Man. They were even more impressed with Yang Guang. The person who could write these songs was much better than those mediocre talents they found earlier. Immediately, someone said from the sidelines, "This Yang Guang is now participating in a program on Mango TV. It seems to be called I'm the King of Song, and there's an installment to be aired today." When the crowd heard this news, the crowd decided to watch the program as a sort of final assessment of Yang Guang, and if it could satisfy everyone, then they would send someone to contact him and ask if he had the will to do this. The characteristic of these big brothers is to do things decisively. See, the time is already almost 8 o'clock. Immediately let people open the TV, tune to the Mango channel. A few people just sit there, waiting for the program to start. At 8 o'clock sharp, the picture on the TV cut to the Mango channel's TV building as usual, proving that the program was about to start. Lin Yushu also pulled her mom and dad to make it in front of the TV as usual, waiting for Yang Guang's program. Lin Yao was still helpless about this, but he couldn't argue with his precious daughter and had to go along with her, because Yang Guang ranked first in the last program. He was the first to perform this time. As usual, the program first showed Yang Guang's location shooting, still eating, drinking and having fun as in the last issue, and did not show in front of the camera how hard he had worked and wasted his sleep in order to create. Yang Guang didn't bother to set up this persona for himself, because once he set it up, then whatever he did in the future would be under this disguise, which was extremely inconvenient. He just wanted the audience to get used to this uninspired look of his, because only in this way, in the future, once a paparazzo threw dirty water on himself or broke the news of something bad, as long as his strength was still there, then it wouldn't have too much of an effect on him. Finally, under guest host Zhou Yunchuan's curtain call, Yang Guang once again stood on this stage, Hearing that the song Yang Guang was going to sing this time was called Blue Flower Porcelain, Fan Yuhua was filled with disdain. A vase? What's the point of bringing it to sing? Not only him, even the public jury seated below are very incomprehensible, because they racked their brains cannot figure out. A vase? What is there to sing? The pop-up screen was even more unusually lively. Ha ha ha, can I say a word about Jian Lang's talent? This Yang Guang has only sung a few songs, this won't work anymore? It's still my brother who is more durable. Yang Guang is also too short. Is it possible to ride a car on this kind of crappy road? Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. What's so great about a broken vase? I also can't imagine how this can be related to the national style. Just as the crowd couldn't comprehend it and were discussing it intensely, Yang Guang on the stage nodded to the band, indicating that it could start. When the prelude slowly sounded, a celadon vase appeared on the big screen behind the stage, and the three big words celadon slowly appeared on the side, and the lyrics, music, and singing underneath were all Yang Guang's names. Hearing the prelude, everyone froze, soothing music, as if people saw a landscape painting in front of their eyes slowly presented, like a drop of ink into the water, but also as if in the smoky rain in the Jiangnan town. The plain embryo outlines the blue and white strokes of the brush, which are thick and light. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. I know what's on my mind through the window with the fragrance of sandalwood. Half of the brush strokes on rice paper. The flavor of the glaze rendering of the maiden's picture is hidden in private. And your sweet smile is like a bud waiting to bloom. A wisp of your beauty drifts away, to a place I can't go. Yang Guang took the microphone, on the stage leisurely like a walk, and then opened his mouth and sang the lyrics, without haste, with the design of the choreography, as if walking in the painting. Wow! Open mouth kneeling ah. I'm sorry, I admit it was too loud just now. Yang Guang, you are my god. YYDS. This is what's called a national style. See, this is what's called a national style. Even Lin Yao, who was dragged by Lin Yushu to watch the program, at this moment also lost the idea of leaving, and lamented to Hu Shuangjin. This Xiao Yang is really a genius. This word, the writing's absolute. Lin Yushu on the side covered her mouth and snickered. At this time, the song had already entered the chorus. The sky is green waiting for the smoky rain, and I'm waiting for you. Cooking smoke curls up, 10 million miles across the river. I'm writing on the bottom of a bottle to imitate the elegance of the previous dynasty. Just think of it as a prelude to meeting you. The sky is blue waiting for the rain, and I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is salvaged, and the ending is swirling. The moonlight is salvaged and swirls with the ending, like the beauty of heirloom celadon. Your eyes are smiling. At the end of the first chorus, the audience went completely crazy, and the public jury on the scene was waving the glow sticks in their hands, hissing and shouting Yang Guang's name over and over again. Even if their voices were broken, they didn't care, because this song is really too beautiful. In the office of the Beijing Olympic Organizing Committee, a group of bigwigs who were watching Yang Guang sing in front of the TV, when they finished listening to the chorus of this one time, they immediately clapped their hands and asked the staff to go and contact Yang Guang and tell him what they meant, because he was sitting next to him. Was the domestic music titan? When the song was half sung by Yang Guang, he whispered next to the leader. Just these few lines of lyrics alone have already given domestic lyricists a run for their money. The leader was surprised why he gave him such a high rating and immediately asked, "What about you?" That music titan also shook his head in shame. "He's better than me. I don't mean stronger than when I was young, but don't look at this Xiao Yang so young. He is now much stronger than an old man like me." This kind of words, I can't write them. What hesitation is there to be had at this point? Of course there was no need to hesitate. Even this one said that he was stronger than him, so now he could only pin his hopes on Yang Guang. The koi carp in white and blue jumps out from the bottom of the bowl. I thought of you when I copied the inscription in song style. Your secret hidden in the kiln for 1,000 years, as delicate as an embroidery needle falling to the ground. Outside the curtain, the banana caused the rain and the door ring caused the bronze color. I passed by a small town in the south of the Yangtze River and found you, in a landscape painting. You were hidden from the depths of the ink. The sky is blue, waiting for the rain, and I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is salvaged, and the ending is swept away. The moonlight is salvaged and swirls with the ending like a heirloom porcelain. Your eyes are smiling. Porcelain by Jay Cho. Right after Yang Guang finished singing, when the audience under the stage was shouting frantically, He Lin, who was flipping through the private messages in the backstage of Weibo while watching the program, suddenly screamed. He Yun Lu, who was beside her, was startled and slapped her, saying, "You dead girl, what are you screaming about? You scared me." He Lin took her cell phone and handed it to He Yun Lu. "Sister He, look at this message." He Yun Lu suspiciously took the phone. When she saw the content on the screen, her eyes widened more and more, full of disbelief. Because this message was exactly sent from the official account of the Olympic Organizing Committee, they officially invited Yang Wang to write a promotional song for the Olympics. Immediately grabbing He Lin's arm, the room resounded with piercing screams again. Yang Wang finished singing, and in the midst of the audience's shouts, he got off the stage and came to the backstage rest area. Meng Chen was waiting in the contestant channel at this time. Seeing Yang Wang come over, she excitedly rushed up and had a big hug with Yang Wang. Yang Wang, it's awesome, you're really awesome. Now she has completely crazy, back and forth on this sentence, until Yang Wang slowly pushed her away, jokingly said, you calm down this is just the beginning. This cannot get used to, behind you shall not go crazy said Meng Chen a little embarrassed, then followed Yang Wang one by one to the rest hall, sat on the sofa to watch the performance of the contestants behind. This section of Han Lei did not cut, so that at the moment lying on the hotel bed to watch the program Yang Wang was very surprised, because after all, what he said is a little too crazy, will make the audience feel that, so you even feel just started, is not the back there is a big move? The simple translation is, everyone here is trash. Thinking about it, what they want is this kind of controversy. Controversy will attract eyes. The fact that Yang Wang was the first to sing on stage today gave those singers behind him a lot of pressure, especially Fan Yuhua, since he was the second place finisher. He still clearly remembered that in the final of Future Star, Zhou Qi chose to be the finale. But when Yang Wang finished his performance, that venue was too hot, and as a direct result, he couldn't take over, and even the audience started to yell for him to leave the stage when he was halfway through his performance. This is a fatal effect for a singer. So today he was very reluctant to perform behind Yang Wang because of Zhou Qi's previous experience, but there was nothing he could do this time, because this time it was based on the ranking of the previous installment. Yang Wang was first and he was second. Now, he could only tough it out. As expected, he went cold, and the fiery field that Yang Wang had warmed up began to chill after he went on stage. There were also various question marks on the pop-up screen. What the hell is this singing? You're telling me this is a national style? It's horrible to get used to Yang Wang singing because from now on, I'll only be able to listen to Yang Wang's songs. Ha ha ha, the truth in front of me. Listening to get used to Yang Wang's songs and realizing that everything else is garbage. No wonder the top few of the major platform lists are dominated by Yang Wang. It turns out that there really isn't a single one that can fight. Before Yang Wang appeared, it didn't feel like their songs were bad. What's this called? You don't think it stinks even if you've smelled shit too much. This installment of I Am the King of Song. For some viewers, it was considered to be over after Yang Wang finished his performance and stepped off the stage. So when Han Lei looked at the real-time ratings in the background, it had already slipped from 6.8 at the beginning to 4.2 now, and it was still going down. None of this was something he could stop, but it didn't matter to him because with a peak of 6.8, it was enough for him. The program finally finished airing, and this time, the results of the popular jury vote, Yang Wang still unsurprisingly won the first place, but the second place was not Fan Yuhua, who this time, because he didn't catch Yang Wang's field, and made the audience feel that there was too much contrast, so he only won the fourth place. And at the end, Han Lei also announced the creative theme for the next installment, Heroes. This theme also made the audience talk, because they really couldn't think of how this should be written. But some people mentioned Yang Wang's song Lone Brave Man in the pop-ups, which really fit the theme, but unfortunately it had already been sung on another program, so I don't know if it would surprise everyone again at that time. The program has just ended. Yang Wang is still like the last issue, immediately dominated the top of the list of hot searches. The three big words Chenghua porcelain were hanging there in the open. This makes a lot of showbiz stars hate the teeth itchy. They desperately spend huge sums of money to find Water Army help brush list, but still cannot get on the hot search. But Yang Wang casually participated in a program, casually sang a song, directly on the first place on the hot search. This you find who to say reason to go? They have been complaining. Yang Wang is not on the top of the hot search list to buy a house? How much is a square foot? I also want it. However, he didn't care about this, but picked up his cell phone and Lin Yushu and started messaging and chatting, because he knew that she was now living with her mom and dad. It was inconvenient to call and say some things instead. Suddenly hearing someone knocking on the door, Yang Wang was puzzled. It was so late, no one should be looking for him, but he still put on his shoes and went to open the door. Seeing He Yunlu and He Linlin looking at him at the door with an excited face, Yang Wang was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? It's a big night. Why are you guys so excited? He Linlin was young after all, and kept touching He Yunlu with her arm, telling her to hurry up and speak. Yang Wang looked at He Yunlu suspiciously, meaning, what is it? Say it, I'm listening. He Yunlu directly took out her cell phone and handed it to Yang Wang. Look, I just received a private letter from the Olympic Organizing Committee. They want you to write a promotional song for the Olympics, asking if you have this intention. Yang Guang's eyes lit up. Originally he had this intention, and at that time Lin Yao also said that if he wrote it, he would help himself to deliver it. I didn't expect that someone would send me a pillow just as I dozed off, since someone had taken the initiative to find me. The approval process and everything else would probably be simplified a lot. Immediately, he said to He Yun Lu, reply to them and say that I'm happy and honored to do this work. After saying that, the two of them didn't stay too long and went back to return the message to the Olympic Organizing Committee. Yang Guang, on the other hand, closed the door, said goodnight to Ling Yushu, and lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The night was silent, and the next morning, Yang Guang opened his eyes and saw that He Yun Lu had sent him a few more screenshots that she had taken on Weibo. The first one was a hot search list. Tsinghua Porcelain had dropped to the second place, and the first place became, the Olympic Organizing Committee asked Yang Guang about the song. The third place on the hot search, on the other hand, was still related to herself, famous musicians commenting on Celadon. Although he didn't really care about things like hot search, but as a singer, being on the hot search is always something that makes people happy, and seeing this good news early in the morning, Yang Guang felt that the mood of the day had become very good, then scratched to the second picture. Above is exactly the Olympic Organizing Committee issued a microblogging. The number of words is not but, just talk about a few words composed of a sentence. After examination, the Olympic Committee has contacted the singer Yang Guang for the Olympic Games to write the theme song. So simple a sentence, not even a picture. Indeed, in the netizens set off a furor. The fewer the words, the bigger the story. See, this is strength. My family Yang Guang really made a fortune. Aha, out of the blue. When the fans saw that the organizing committee of the Olympic Games had actually arranged a song with Yang Guang, they immediately felt that they really hadn't powdered the wrong person. This time, in addition to proving Yang Guang's talent in music creation, it also proved Yang Guang's character from the side. Imagine, if it was really an artist with a bad record, would he receive an invitation to the Olympics? If you think about it with your toes, you know it's impossible. After all, it's about the face of the country. Since ancient times, some people are happy and some people are sad. This news was good news for Yang Guang and his fans, but for others, it was naked mockery, especially Fan Yuhua, who had a beef with him. When his assistant told him the news, he slammed his cell phone to the ground on the spot, his mouth roaring, by what right? Yang Guang, this birdman, what does he have the right to do? While yelling, he smashed things in the room until he had smashed everything he could and had pretty much vented his anger before paralyzing himself on the sofa, muttering, in that case, if his song is really chosen, no one in this entertainment industry will be able to suppress him. However, decisions at this level, not to mention him, a small Fan Yuhua, even their company, Sky Arts Entertainment, was in no position to influence. There is even a part of the people, very keen to catch this heat, have sent tweets to congratulate Yang Guang, in which Gu Cc is very direct in the microblogging asked at Yang Guang, please ask the song Promise to me. There is no time to write sister, but a little bit cannot wait it. This petulant tone is almost like directly saying that the relationship between her and Yang Guang is very special. Everything is advantageous and disadvantageous. For their behavior of rubbing heat, at the same time also for Yang Guang to create this heat, alone Gu Si sees this microblogging. Let Yang Guang rose no less than 100,000 fans. Because after all, is the movie and television industry's popular flower girl, her flow is also huge. These things Yang Guang is not concerned about. He continued to scratch to the third picture. Above as a content, He Yun Lu used his account to send a response to the Olympic Organizing Committee. I am honored to receive the invitation from the Organizing Committee of the Olympic Games. I will definitely do my best to come up with a piece of work that will make you all satisfied at an early date. The fourth picture is the one that was third on the Hot 100 list. This is a famous lyricist, also a well-known professor of Chinese literature, wrote a comment on porcelain, in which he said, I have given 50 lectures in the pulpit, but it's not as good as Yang Guang's porcelain. The lyrics of Porcelain are too powerful, depicting the ink painting of a small town in the south of the Yangtze River. There is not a single word of love in the whole song, but the whole song is about love, especially the line the sky is green and waiting for the rain, and I'm waiting for you. This sentence may not be understood by many people, and may even feel that it does not make sense. Why should the sky be blue and wait for the rain? What does it have to do with I am waiting for you? Many people may not know, because when firing glaze, the color azure, if you want to fire successfully, it requires certain conditions. One of the most important is to be able to fire successfully on a rainy day. So if you want to fire this kind of azure, you have to wait for a rainy day to be able to. Just when it rains to start firing, the temperature and humidity are just right. This is why he wrote the phrase waiting for the rain, which is just like you know that there must be a perfect match for you in the world, but you don't know where she is, or when she will show up, and you will be waiting there, and you might be there one day in the future when you happen to be there, and she happens to be here. You'll meet at that most beautiful time. As soon as this comment was posted, it quickly climbed to the 3rd place on the hot search list. Those who saw it were the first to retweet it, and they were going crazy because when they listened to the song Manhwa Porcelain last night, they merely thought that it was a good song, but they never thought that there was a meaning to it. The comments section below was also instantly flooded with a huge wave of people. When I listened to this song, I thought it was good, but I didn't expect it to be so advanced. I'm convinced. If you're convinced, then I'm also convinced. You're all convinced, then I'm also convinced. So this song is a love song. Right. I didn't expect it to be such an advanced love song. Looking at the entire Chinese music scene, this song is also quite a bombastic existence. Upstairs, this is more than blowing up. This is simply a king bomb. The existence of hanging everything. I originally called this song Forever God. One Chengdu, one Manhwa Porcelain. Yang Guang sang 2 songs on top of I Am the King of Song. Let's just ask if you're convinced. Looking forward to the next installment. +1, +2, +10,086. After reading this, Yang Guang got up from his bed, casually put on some clothes and went to the bathroom to do his personal hygiene. For card time. He was a professional. This side had just walked out of the bathroom door, when he heard the door of the room outside being knocked. After opening it, it was still Mang Chen carrying breakfast over. Today's her. Look at Yang Guang's eyes more burning than usual, because the Olympic Games about the song of that hot search she also saw. This is many singers want to dare not think of things. Did not expect it as they took the initiative to find Yang Guang. What does this mean? As long as one hangs out in the entertainment industry, there is no one who is not envious. She was even more thankful now that she was able to take the initiative to apply when others saw Yang Guang as a newcomer who didn't want to be his mango agent, because now his own position in the station obviously feel that there is a little bit of promotion. Those people who used to be able to turn their noses up to the sky when they saw themselves would now take the initiative to greet themselves because of Yang Guang. So for this thigh, Mang Chen must firmly hold on to it. Yang Guang took 3 bites of a big meat bun as usual, but such a vulgar action was so dashing in Mang Chen's eyes at the moment. It really should be that saying, when you think a person is good, everything you look at him is good. After breakfast, Mang Chen asked Yang Guang if he had any arrangements for these days. Yang Guang thought about it and said, "Let's take a day off at the hotel today, because tomorrow is the time for the next program rehearsal again, and I need to make the arrangement and give it to the band teacher." Mang Chen nodded. "Then I won't bother you. I'll be in the room below. If there's anything you can call me." Saying that, she packed up the leftover food on the table, put it inside a plastic bag and carried it out of Yang Guang's room. Seeing that the room was back to its previous quietness, he took out his laptop and started working on the arrangement of the song he was going to perform tomorrow. At this time, his cell phone rang and he found out that it was He Yunlu calling. After connecting, he heard her say, "Yang Guang, this morning Gu Cici circled you on the microblogging site, saying that you promised to write a song for her, so when do you have time?" Hearing this, Yang Guang slapped his head, as if he did promise, only that he had been busy with his own things and forgot to have promised someone something and then forget to do it, and now that it was brought up by someone else, it was really embarrassing. So, Yang Guang hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed Gu Cici's number. "Hello, Yang Guang?" Soon, Gu Cici picked up. Yang Guang, who was already embarrassed, smiled and said, "Ah yes, it's me, Sister Cici." Gu Cici, "Good. Does this count as the return of a missing person for you, kid?" Yang Guang, "Aya, look at what you're saying. I've been too busy lately." Gu Cici, "That's right, you're a very busy man now. While the program hasn't stopped, there's still the Olympic organizing committee looking for a song for you." Listening to her tone full of acidity, suddenly felt, women really do not have a good talk or my family you better. Immediately said, "Sister Cici, I'm wronged you said let me write a song, but I still do not know what type of drama you that drama. At least give me to see it, so that written out is not a better fit with the theme of the TV series?" When Gu Cici heard that, what Yang Guang said was also reliable. Now the post-production of the TV series is almost done. Just one theme song to be recorded, then it can be released. Simply said to Yang Guang, "This way, you are in Mango now, right? I'll go to look for you in the afternoon. Let's exempt ourselves from the negotiation. I'll bring a couple of demo episodes with me over then, so you can take a look at it first." Yang Guang had no reason to keep pushing back, so he nodded his head and agreed. Hanging up the phone, Yang Guang looked at the time, then continued to lower his head and busy himself. When he was almost busy, the time came to 12 noon. Stretching his back, he checked it one last time and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. So he packed up the finished things and sent them to the music director, who would arrange for the band to practice. After getting everything done, Yang Guang called for the hotel's food to be delivered to the room, casually ate lunch, packed up the remnants, and wanted to lie down on the bed for a nap. But before he could, the phone rang. It was Gu Cece who called. I didn't expect her to come so quickly, and after connecting, she told him the hotel address and room number, and told him to come over directly. Feeling that this nap was not going to be possible, he simply called He Yun Lu and told them to go downstairs and wait for Gu Cece, then bring her up. Just when Yang Guang was lying on the sofa thinking nonsense, he heard someone knocking on the door outside, so he went over to open it. The first thing he saw was none other than Gu Cece. When she saw Yang Guang, she smiled and said, "It's not easy to see you." Yang Guang smiled. "How can it be? What's the matter is not a matter of your words." Several people walked into the room together. Good thing this room is a suite. The living room is also big enough. Otherwise these 6 or 7 people really can't sit down. Maybe Gu Cece is really anxious. So without too much politeness, she took out the laptop she was carrying, opened the screen and rushed to Yang Guang. "This is the demo movie I brought. You should probably look at it first." Yang Guang was also not polite, took the mouse and clicked play. The plot is very simple. It is a Qing Palace drama. But what is refreshing is that this time it is the main female character who crosses over. A modern urban white-collar worker who crosses over to the Qing Palace. And the story of love-hate relationship between a brother. There were quite a lot of such dramas in his previous life. So Yang Guang quickly searched his head for a suitable song. And suddenly with a flash of light, he remembered the plot of this drama, which was very similar to the one in his previous life. And the theme song of that one was sung by the female protagonist, which added a lot of points to the drama. Yang Guang pretended to fast forward through it, and after reading it briefly, he closed the computer. Gu Cece saw him reading so fast and hurriedly asked, "How does it feel?" Yang Guang said, "There aren't many dramas with this theme on the market right now, and it's a female-fronted crossover drama, so it should be able to attract a lot of people's eyes. As for the theme song, I already have some ideas now. If you're not in a hurry, just wait here. I'll write it for you in about 2 hours." Hearing Yang Guang say this, Gu Cece was startled. 2 hours to write it? You're afraid you're not trying to fool me? Immediately, she looked at Yang Guang with eyes that were not quite right. "Write it in 2 hours? Are you crazy or do you think I'm crazy?" Yang Guang smiled helplessly. "I'm sure I'm not crazy. You guys go out and wait for 2 hours. Then I'll write it out and show it to you. And I'll record a sample for you to listen to. If you're not satisfied, we'll change it again." Because she had already seen Yang Guang's talent in writing songs, Gu Cece convinced herself to trust Yang Guang. Then Yang Guang let He Yun Lu take them to her own room to rest. After closing the door, Yang Guang took out the paper and sat there, recalling the song's lyrics in his head, spending an hour's time to almost write it out, and then checking it a few more times and modifying a few places. He took out his cell phone and hummed a small sample. All this was busy, and the time was almost just 2 hours. Yang Guang took something out, knocked on the door of He Yun Lu's room next door. Yang Guang went in. Gu Cece was very surprised to raise her hand to look at the time, immediately convinced, which said 2 hours really on 2 hours Looking at Yang Guang with expectant eyes, she asked, "How's the writing going?" Yang Guang took the white paper in his hand and shook it at Gu Cece. Fortunately, only to see Gu Cece get up and run over, snatching the white paper from Yang Guang's hand when he didn't react. Opening the folded white paper, she finally saw the true face of the song. "Holding you in my hands, burning incense with devotion. Cut a piece of candlelight and light up the scriptures. I don't want to be heartwarming, I just want to be in love. In the end, I was hurt and cried in despair. I've spent my whole life to feed you. I just hope you'll stop looking at me. Please give me the power to love and be loved, so that I can quietly contemplate under the Bodhi. Holding you in my heart, I close my palms, silently begging the heavens to guide me. I wish to be by your side for as long as I can. When I'm tired, I'll get drunk and sing softly. I've spent my whole life to feed you. I only hope you'll stop looking at me. Please give me the power to love and be loved, so that I can meditate under the Bodhi. I'll devote my life to you. There are too many troubles to forget in this world. The sea of bitterness is filled with your old self. When I turn around, I realize that I have already stepped out of the red dust." Love's Provision. Originally sung by Yang Mi. After reading the entire lyrics, Gu Cece's eyes turned a little red. This song and her own drama simply matched too well. She really couldn't believe that this was written by Yang Guang in just 2 hours. Yang Guang said at this time, "I recorded a demo. Do you want to hear it?" Gu Cece wasn't a professional musician, so even though there was a musical score written on it, she couldn't understand it. And now that she heard Yang Guang say that he had recorded a demo, of course she wanted to listen to it. Then Yang Guang opened the audio that he had just recorded on his cell phone, and the sound of him playing the guitar and singing slowly came out, and the room was suddenly quiet. Gu Sisi listened to the song very carefully. At the moment she was too excited to speak. The song was written in a way that she was very satisfied. Originally she was still a little worried, but now she felt that it was much better than she had imagined, and it had drastically exceeded her expectations. While listening to the song, she had already gone through the plot of the drama in her head, like a slideshow. At this time, Yang Guang opened his mouth and asked, "How is it? Think there's anywhere that still needs to be modified?" Gu Sisi immediately waved her hand and said, "No need. This song is very well written. I have a hunch that if this TV series can catch fire, then this song's credit will account for at least 1/3 of it." Yang Guang laughed. "It's not that exaggerated, but I still want to give you an opinion. It's this song. You listen to the demo a few more times. When you go back, you go to the studio and record it yourself. Remember, you must sing it yourself for the best effect." Seeing Gu Sisi sitting there thinking, Yang Guang also no longer disturbed her. After about a few minutes, Gu Sisi stretched out her hand to Yang Guang. "I'll accept your suggestion. I'm really thankful to you this time." Yang Guang reached over and shook her hand, politely saying, "A show of hands. No need to be too polite. Gu Sisi, friendship is friendship. Business is business. We'll give you $2 million for this song. What do you think?" Yang Guang froze for a moment. He knew that the other party should pay himself, but he didn't expect to give so much, and immediately asked with some doubts, "Sister CC, I'm just a newcomer. You guys are giving too much, right?" Gu CC said, "Not much. Your song is worth this price." Seeing that the other party had already determined, Yang Guang no longer excused himself, and this matter was considered to have come to a perfect end here. Gu Sisi saw that it was getting late, and insisted on pulling Yang Guang to go to dinner with them, saying that she was thanking Yang Guang for writing such a good song for her. There was no other way but to follow them there. Sometimes you still have to say something about human feelings. A meal of guests and hosts. Out of the hotel, Gu Sisi, because they are in a hurry to record the song, drove away, leaving Yang Guang, He Yunlu, He Linlin, 3 people, accompanied back to the hotel, because Yang Guang go out and not too much stink, like others like big bags with a lot, or eat and drink fussy. Some people even laces open. Let the assistant squat down to him to tie on. Even seen more excessive. Their own walk outside tired. Have to assistant lying on the ground to give him temporarily act as a bench for him to rest. As Yang Guang's assistant, He Linlin just followed him around these days to eat, drink and have fun. And there wasn't much time for real work. To be able to follow such a frugal artist was really a very lucky thing for an assistant. So all this way she was quietly looking at Yang Guang, trying to see clearly what kind of person he really was. When he was about to go back to his room, Yang Guang called out to Yunlu at the door and asked her to go back and tell the people from the Olympic Organizing Committee that he would write the song and send it to them almost a month later. After seeing her promise, he pushed the door into the room. Yang Guang's habit at night now was to lie on his bed and chat with Lin Yushu on his cell phone for a while, reporting to each other about what had happened on both sides. Yang Guang, on the other hand, told her that today Gu Sisi had come to him to write a song, earning the company $2 million. Lin Yushu sent him a kissing emoji, which made him hug his cell phone and get excited for half a day. Lin Yushu, as the eldest miss of Tianshan Group, was actually very plainly dressed on weekdays, and didn't have the fancy feeling of those on the streets. So it wasn't until the last time Yang Guang hugged Lin Yushu to sleep at night that he realized that her figure was also very top-notch, and her pair of beautiful legs made Yang Guang unable to take his eyes off her. At this moment, he couldn't wait to fly back home and hold her for a while longer, tell Lin Yushu about his feelings of longing and just giggle there like a fool. It didn't take long for his cell phone to ring. Yang Guang immediately opened his cell phone and saw Lin Yushu replying back with a phrase, "Fool, then hurry back when you're done with your work. I'll be waiting for you." This sentence, so that Yang Guang feel congested. As a 2-time virgin, this sentence is too much for him to kill. Really cannot stand. So put down the phone to go to the sanitation home to take a cold shower, only to put down that fire. That night, Yang Guang had a dream and cursed himself for being unproductive. So he got up and changed his clothes, and came to the bathroom to wash and dry the pair of pants that he changed out of. When he packed these up, he heard Meng Chen knocking on the door outside, and as usual, he brought breakfast in, and ate breakfast with Yang Guang to discuss the evening rehearsal. In the previous 2 programs, Yang Guang had hardly made any requests, but this time, he opened his mouth in an unprecedented manner and said to Meng Chen, "After breakfast later, you go find a long shirt for me." Meng Chen was surprised and stared at Yang Guang. "Long shirt? What kind?" Yang Guang said, "Just like in the Republic of China, the kind those literati wear." Meng Chen said there was no problem, and immediately called letting the props master of the program group come to Yang Guang's room, taking a ruler to measure his height and circumference. This data even made Meng Chen swallow several times. This figure is too standard, and thought in her heart, if he was my boyfriend, it would be perfect. After the props master finished measuring, he asked Yang Guang if he had any requirements for the color. After thinking about it, for that scene, wearing a dark red color should be more appropriate. It had to be said that the efficiency of the program team was still very high. After measuring the figure in the morning, the clothes were sent to Yang Guang's room in the afternoon. Put on and try it on. It is even more eye-catching, because at this time, Yang Guang, simply from the Republic of China film and television drama, came out of those gentlemen, through a suave and elegant temperament. Take off the clothes to load up. Look at the time. From the director's requirements of the collection time is still an hour short, and Meng Chen about to go to eat a dinner. Almost walked to the studio. The time is just right. Due to the last qualifying round, Yang Guang took first place with a song called Blue Flower Porcelain, so he was still the first to appear in this program. This sequencing made the other singers feel miserable, because Yang Guang knew the stage too well, and always mobilized the atmosphere of the live audience on stage, warming up the venue. The most crucial thing is that his songs are well written and good. From his debut to now, he can always sing into everyone's heart, and lately he has been living on top of the hot search gang, and he has hardly ever fallen off for a day. A few days ago, he even came to a wave of dream language linkage with the Olympic Organizing Committee, which pushed his hotness to the top. It could be imagined that if Yang Guang came up with another high-quality song in this episode, with the premise that the heat searches were constant this week, how explosive his field could be. Until Yang Guang walked onto the stage in a long shirt to start rehearsals, the crowd looked at his back and silently spat in their hearts. You young man, don't talk about martial virtues. Can't you leave us old people a way to live? For the recording of this program, Yang Guang was still very satisfied with the stage effect because he took the time to give Han Lei the backstory of the song, and as a veteran variety director, he naturally knew how to create a stage atmosphere. He immediately let the choreographer make adjustments to the stage lights and the picture on the big screen, so that the whole atmosphere of the scene fit the song perfectly. Han Lei smiled at that time. His mouth was almost grinning to the back of his head, because this time Yang Guang gave him too big a surprise. He had never heard this type of song, not to mention how good the stage effect is. Just listen to it once. It is a kind of enjoyment. So the most direct consequence is to lead to the back of those players directly lost the fighting spirit. Now they have formed a tacit understanding between them. That is the first place is not to think about. The second place is the goal they are fighting for. Whenever you see Yang Guang's light-hearted appearance, other people have no other way but to be envious and jealous, and they can only sigh helplessly when they can't write a song. Time quickly came to Friday. This day early in the morning, Yang Guang received a phone call from Gu Sisi. Excitedly said to him, Yang Guang, that song I have finished recording, and looking for the director to finish cutting the credits. The combination of the two together, the effect is simply stunning. Yang Guang laughed in his heart. What else do you need to say? This has been proven in practice. Okay, but no matter what he thinks in his heart, he must be polite in his mouth. Still, Sisi, you sing well. Gu Sisi listened to the giggle straight smile, found himself more and more like Yang Guang, immediately opened his mouth and said, sister, but more and more like you. If not, I have now become a family. You must get into the hands of. Yang Guang was confused. Are all these women so rogue now? You are a popular flower girl. We are saying, can we pay attention to the image? I told you earlier, you are afraid of thinking too much. You can have my family. Yushu beautiful? Humph. Yang Guang hummed proudly in his heart. Seeing that Yang Guang didn't say anything for such a long time, Gu Sisi hurriedly said, I'm not teasing you. I'm calling to simply thank you. Our director said that this song is bound to be a hit, so if there's a chance to work together in the future, don't refuse. Yang Guang realized, see what you're saying, if you need it, just come to me. Besides, it's not like you won't pay for it, is it? Gu Sisi pretended to be very unhappy. Good you Yang Guang, mentioning money with your mouth open and shut, right? Yang Guang said helplessly. Sisi, I can't help it. While I'm young, save myself a little wife. I'm still a bachelor, not married. Gu Sisi, okay, I'm not going to tease you. If we have another chance to work together, I'm sure I won't let you suffer. Our drama is scheduled to start on the 1st of next month, and it just happens to be broadcast on Mango channel, so you'll have to watch it then. Yang Guang simply agreed and hung up the phone. He was also eager to see who's actually a little bit better in this life. Sung by Gu Sisi, and in the last life, sung by Danini. In his heart counted the days. The 1st of next month is just the end of the final day. Cannot help but sigh. This time is really coincidental. But in the end is not a coincidence. Only Gu Sisi they know. Soon, the time came to Saturday. The new phase of I Am the King of Song elimination match opened in the expectation of millions of viewers. Now these people, most of them are rushing to Yang Guang, because in this era where everyone is almost disappointed with the music scene, Yang Guang's emergence gave them too many surprises. At 8 o'clock sharp, the TV screen cut to the Mango TV building as usual, and the sky in the screen slowly brightened, signifying the official start of the program. This time Lin Yao was not forced to be pulled over by Lin Yushu to watch the program, but he sat here on his own initiative. Lin Yushu was very surprised and asked, "Dad, I didn't pull you over. Why are you sitting here again?" Lin Yao took a sip of tea to cover up his embarrassed expression and said, "Anyway, Xiao Yang is the first one. I'll go and get busy after watching him." Hu Shuangjin and Lin Yushu looked at each other, covered their mouths and snickered, also ignoring him. For the sake of the program's heat, another purpose was also because Gu Cici's drama was also aired on Mango. So this clip of Gu Cici coming to Yang Guang to write a song was cut in by Han Lei. Because Gu Cici had also appeared in a few TV dramas in recent years that still made sense, most viewers still recognized her right away, including Hu Shuangjin. Yu Shu, isn't this woman the one who played that Hu? What's she doing here looking for Xiao Yang? Lin Yushu explained. She's Gu Cici. This time she's shooting a new TV series. She came over to find Yang Guang to write a song for the TV series. Hu Shuangjin, yeah, little Yang is really good. How's the writing going? Lin Yushu, I said I finished writing it on the same day. And Gu Cici was kind enough to give $2 million. Although Hu Shuangjin didn't have much of a concept of money, the fact that she could earn $2 million for writing a song still startled her. When the audience saw the screenplay to Yang Guang saying that he would be able to write the song Gu Cici wanted in about 2 hours, they all showed their heads full of question marks, and the pop-ups floated up. Are you kidding me? When everyone went out and closed the door, Yang Guang started to pick up his notebook and concentrated on writing. Time came 2 hours later. Yang Guang opened the door and walked out, came to the next room and gave the white paper in his hand to Gu Cici. Seeing her excited look, the audience was a bit unsettled. 2 hours to write out something? You are still so excited? Then how talented should this Yang Guang be? Just as the crowd was wondering what song Yang Guang had written, Yang Guang opened his cell phone on the screen and played Gu Cici a small sample of what he had simply recorded earlier. Although the sound wasn't loud and the clarity wasn't high, the audience could barely hear the song and swiped on the pop-up screen. I, Zhao Ritian, am convinced. God, is this really a song written in 2 hours? Why don't you just strike me to death with a thunderbolt? Writing such a good song in 2 hours. I have to say, I'm a bit excited about Gu Cici's drama now. Ditto. Because of a song, a drama has been set on fire. Just as the crowd was swiping the screen, this off-site video finished airing, only to hear the host, Zhou Yunxian, stand on the stage and start crosstalk. Heroes, in our lives appear in many forms. There are soldiers who protect the country, firefighters who protect people's lives and properties, and firefighters who rush to the front line of fires. In addition, there are ordinary people in life, even ourselves. Next, we have the first competing singer. Let's listen to what the heroes in his mouth are really like. Next, please enjoy the song Red Velvet. Many people had revealed puzzled expressions after hearing Zhou Yunxuan's announcement. Red Velvet? Even the pop-ups were brushed up. Chilling? Honestly, I can't figure out what this has to do with the theme of this installment. This Yang Guang can't help but praise him. Just after praising him, he dropped the ball for me. Alas, it should be the first place he's tired of taking. Just as the crowd was spitting, Yang Guang walked onto the stage. A long robe look that brightened up the audience's eyes, and the 500 members of the public jury below shook the glow sticks in their hands and screamed at the top of their voices. When the music slowly sounded, the big screen behind him also appeared a picture. A drop of blood dripped down in the water, dissolved and slowly deformed, and finally turned into 2 big red characters of Qi Ling. This scene was incredibly depressing for the audience to watch. Then the big screen image flashed, and came to a pear garden stage above. A famous actor is singing opera on the stage. That floating body, at a glance, is the hard work. Yang Guang also opened his mouth and sang the lyrics. One twist of the opera, the water sleeves rise and fall, singing of sorrows and joys. No matter what I do, the fan opens and closes, and the gongs and drums sound in silence. Who can say what's going on outside the theater? I'm used to putting all my joys and sorrows into my ink. What's the point of wearing out the cliches? I'm the one with the bones and ashes. I can't bear to watch the flames of war in this chaotic world. I've never dared to forget my country, even if no one knows me. Yang Guang sang this song with great devotion, even with a hint of crying, so that all the audience heard the bleakness of the lyrics. So when he got to the line, I dare not forget my country, there were already many people secretly wiping away their tears. I dare not forget my country. I dare not forget my country. This line is so well written. Although it's very nice, I kind of don't understand it. Yang Guang, is there really no bottleneck in your creation? Although I didn't understand it, what's the reason for wanting to cry all the time? Just as the crowd was getting into it, they only saw the scene on the stage change, and Yang Guang set up his stance to sing opera. People on the stage walk by not seeing the old colors. The man on the stage sings a song of parting with a broken heart. The word love is hard to write, and she sings it with blood. The curtain rises, the curtain falls. Who is the guest? Ah, Ku White, Li Shangjuan. I regret being serious about my love, but when I turn around, it's all a mirage. Who's on the other side? In fact, Yang Guang himself is a young man with a strong patriotic thinking. From childhood to watch those anti-war movies, and from the elders at home to hear those stories, the most intuitive, or modern history textbooks in the string of shocking figures, that era of universal resistance. Our heroes, singing here, his own eyes also shed 2 lines of tears. The camera's close-up to him made the audience in front of the screen tremble inwardly, and those who hadn't understood the song originally seemed to suddenly understand it in this instant. What kind of divine song is this? Help! I'm going crazy. Originally a passerby. I declare that from now on I'm Yang Guang's diehard fan. Ditto. Please someone tell me what this song is really about. When this chorus came out, I felt my whole body tingle. Everyone had never heard this type of song before, including those singers waiting in the lounge, because the rehearsals came one by one, so what the others were going to sing, no one else knew. When they heard the chorus part of Yang Guang's song, they all changed their faces. So, the song can still be sung like this. Han Mei even said to her Mango manager. So it turns out that songs combined with opera singing can be so effective. This Yang Guang is really a genius. Fan Yuhua was even more hateful and gritted his teeth. A pair of fists clenched, nails were going to be inserted into the flesh. One twist of the opera, the water sleeves rise and fall. Singing of sadness and happiness has nothing to do with me. The fan opens and closes, and the gongs and drums sound in silence. Who can say what's going on outside the theater? I'm used to hiding my joys and sorrows in ink. What's the point of singing the same old words? I'm the one who's always there for you. I can't bear to watch the flames of war in this chaotic world. Even if no one knows me, I've never dared to forget my country. The people under the stage pass by and don't see their old colors. The man on stage sings a song of parting with a broken heart. It's hard to write the word love, but she has to sing it with blood. The curtain rises, the curtain falls. We're all guests. I'm on stage when you're on stage. Don't laugh at the play of the moon and the wind. Don't laugh at the absurdity of the people. I've sung about the rise and fall of the world. Tao has no feelings. Tao has feelings. How can I think? There's no love in the world, but there's love in the world. Chilling, originally sung by HLTA. At the end of the song, the picture on the big screen suddenly lit up a sea of fire. And then that theater collapsed in the sea of fire and turned into ashes. After the song was over, this time Yang Guang stood on the stage for a long time before barely easing himself over. And the audience on the spot just sat there, quietly waiting for Yang Guang. The whole audience did not make any sound. Knowing that he took a deep breath, he took the microphone and said to the audience, "Sorry, didn't control my emotions," said bent down and bowed to the audience. Thank you all." After saying that, he walked off the stage and walked back to the backstage rest hall through the contestants' passage. Meng Chen was waiting at the entrance of the passage, and at this moment, her eyes were also red. When she saw Yang Guang come over, she opened her arms from afar and gave him a hug, mouthing, "Yang Guang, you're awesome." With everything on screen, the host reappeared on the stage to start the crosstalk. By this point, for a portion of the audience, this installment of the program had actually ended. Hu Shuangjin was also red-eyed, wiping her eyes with a tissue and said to Lin Yao, "This Xiao Yang, really, singing a song has to make people cry." Lin Yao also admired Yang Guang a little at this time. A lowly position has not dared to forget the country. This little young, good, that's right, for someone who can sing such words, how bad can it be? The program was still going on a little bit. At this point, many people had already lost the interest to watch anymore. Until the end, they were all discussing Yang Guang in the pop-ups, discussing the song he sang today. In the final vote, Yang Guang really won the first place again without any controversy. But the other 4 people in the top 5 were all original resident singers. But the next issue is the final round. Except for the top 5 original resident singers, others, including those who have been eliminated before, will have to compete in the final round. And the top 4 will be promoted to the final round, together with the 4 original resident singers. This installment of the program ended, and Yang Guang, as usual, once again topped the hot search list. This kind of hot search physique was something that other people couldn't envy. This song, Red Velvet, also went viral with the airing of this episode of the program. The exaggeration was that the night the program aired, There were already singing anchors on the Shake Voice platform who had performed covers. This night people swiped the video, and at least half of the 10 were clips of the program intercepted by other people. And they could get hundreds of thousands of likes with a casual post. I don't know how many people's personalized signatures were changed to the line in Yang Wang's lyrics, "A humble position does not dare to forget the country." Yang Wang finished watching the program in his room, and since he really wasn't in the best of moods, he told Lin Yushu and lay down on his bed to sleep. At night, his song was still continuing to ferment all over the internet. At almost nearly midnight, a well-known professor online posted a tweet that made the story behind the song Red Velvet clear. A friend recommended the recent episode of the program I Am the King of Song to me, saying that there was a young man on it who was amazing and sang a song that could move him, an old guy, to tears. I made a point of checking it out and learned that the theme of the episode was heroes. If you ask me, this song is an unparalleled fit for this theme. Thinking that some viewers must not quite understand what Red Velvet has to do with heroes. In the 26th year of the Republic of China, the invaders occupied Anyuan County, and some of the commanders, who were very fond of our operas, demanded that the famous actors of the Pear Orchard in Anyuan County sing a big opera for his soldiers, and if they didn't comply, they would kill all the people in the city. At that time, the most famous actor in the whole Anyuan County, called Pei Yinji, was so famous that the invaders' officers specifically named him to perform the opera. For the safety of the people of the whole city, he did not refuse, but gladly went to the appointment. At night, the whole building of Pearland was filled with invader officers and soldiers, and Pei Yinji painted the most delicate makeup in his life in the backstage. The piece he was going to sing today was called Peach Blossom Fan, because there was a person who dared to love and hate, Li Xiangjuan, in this opera, and it was this Li Xiangjuan that he was playing tonight. The opera singer on stage was singing vigorously, and the invaders under the stage were watching the opera while gulping down wine and meat. They did not know that at this time the entire pear orchard had been sealed doors and windows, and the surrounding area was also full of flammable firewood. Just as they were mesmerized by what they were hearing, the people outside lit the first fire in the night sky. The fire got bigger and bigger. When the invaders inside realized it, it was already too late. The fire instantly engulfed everyone inside. Knowing that at the last moment, Pei Yinji was still singing on the stage. Looking at the invaders under the stage being engulfed by the sea of fire, he finally closed his eyes in relief. And this is what is sung in this song. As soon as this sprawling microblog of a few hundred words was posted, it was seen, and immediately it was liked, commented, retweeted, and a keystroke trifecta topped the microblog. Almost by the next morning, the comments were up to more than 100,000. Yesterday I thought this song was good, but I couldn't understand it, and now that I've read this paraphrase, I want to go back and listen to it a few more times. Yang Wang is really YYDS. What is the structure of his brain? Suggest that experts come and study it. Anyway, I'm convinced. I don't think there's any need to compete in this program. Just give Yang Wang a championship directly. All day long Yang Wang, Yang Wang, Yang Wang. Are you guys sick of it? I'm sick of seeing his name every day now. Oh yo. Let's see who's so bullish. Are you saying this because you're bullying my young family army? One thing to say, I'm not a fan of Yang Wang, but I'm really convinced by this song's writing. I just don't know this kind of song, which category it belongs to. Waiting for Yang Wang to get up. This microblogging also fire, and as expected on the headlines, but Yang Wang did not care. After all, on the headlines of this kind of situation, they have long been accustomed to. Yang Wang washed up, came to the window and pulled the curtains open. The sunlight shone into the house through the glass window, dispersing the slight coolness of the early morning. Now that it was already the end of summer, the morning and evening were no longer as hot as before. Coming to the hotel's restaurant to eat breakfast, Yang Wang took his cell phone and casually swiped Jitterbug. As usual, half of the 10 entries were videos about himself, and there was even a blogger who made a series named about the history of the genius singer Yang Wang's fortune. I clicked in and looked at it, and sure enough, it was all nonsense, and in it, he said that he had an unimaginable amount of capital behind him to speculate on. Yang Wang bristled. Capital? You instead find me I can too much want. While eating and brushing the video, suddenly there was an entry that froze him, and he couldn't help but lament. This matter seemed to be quite a big deal in the last life. I didn't think that I had come to this world, but I still didn't escape. The video was a rap program edited by an Edison, and in the video, he introduced the whole thing. In order to create a gimmick, the show favored a rapper from the stick country called VL, but it was true that he didn't get his fame by bragging. When he was performing, the whole atmosphere of the scene really blew up, and he won first place in every edition. And yesterday was also the final of their program, which just happened to collide with I Am a Singer. This is not the main thing. Really let this video fire up. Is the program performance after the end of this VL won the program overall champion? In fact, he took the overall champion does not matter. After all, in their group of contestants, his strength is also one of the best. The bad thing is that when the final award was given, the host of the program, even holding the medal, kneeled down on one knee to give this VL the award. This kneeling caused the audience watching the program to be in an uproar. Immediately set off a furor, because as a countryman, since ancient times, there is a saying that men have gold under the knees. You in such a big stage, kneeling to a stick country's theater, your backbone where has gone? What is he worth kneeling for? For a while, the 4 words of worshipping foreigners instantly made it to the hot search list of the video platform. Just like this, some other bloggers' videos were also dug out by the almighty netizens, because there are so many people in the country, and there are always so many uneven goods. Without looking, Yang Guang realized today that there are so many video bloggers who specialize in making videos to blow the whistle on how wonderful the outside world is. Some people say that the small Baga home environment is very good. The garbage never falls to the ground. The street environment is clean as if the country in this life cannot catch up with the horse. The most exaggerated statement is that their home flushing the toilet water can be directly served out to drink. This almost didn't choke Yang Guang to death. The heart spit, you blow also want to pick a little reliable place to blow you the water in the toilet. You are drinking let me see. Continue to look down. There are a few of the most famous bloggers, blowing the big beautiful home of all kinds of medical conditions, social welfare, work never overtime. The bosses are all philanthropists. One blogger who was new to the big pretty house even recorded a video specifically to brag about it. Just because he bought 5 donuts at a dessert store and the clerk gave him 6. Sitting on the side of the road while eating, he said, "This donut is so good. I love this donut so much." Then some netizens picked up on his recent situation, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a mat every day, and sending videos to spit out the fact that the grass inside the park of Big Pretty's house was all uneven and uncomfortable to sleep on. Seeing this, Yang Guang did not hold back, just drank into the mouth of a large mouthful of rare rice sprayed out. He could not help but think, this person is afraid that the brain is not sick in the country is not good. See what he said, at least in the past is also a car with a house and deposit people. Why do not want to think? Have to go to the big beautiful home to sleep in the park and look down many videos. Now this topic is very hot, because as soon as someone says big beautiful bad, there will immediately come to the big beautiful home before the people jumped out to refute. Many strange comments were also born. What came over to brush dishes for 3 months and was able to buy a large villa? What since coming to Big Pretty's house? I found that the air here was sweet smelling. What the smell of freedom filled everywhere here. These things are countless, but there are just a lot of people who just believe in it, dumping all their money to go over there, going forward and backward. Just as Yang Guan was reading with great interest, a person suddenly sat in front of him and snapped the table, startling him. He looked up in a panic and realized that Meng Chen was sitting in front of him, not saying a word, and he didn't know who had made her angry. Seeing Yang Guan was looking at himself, Meng Chen puffed up and said, "I'm furious. There are people who are so shameless, kneeling down to a small stick, disgrace to the outside, or my peers, do you say furious?" Yang Guang suddenly realized, it was because of this, but he can't help it. The world is a big place. Some people just feel that the moon is rounder abroad, but looking at Meng Chen like this, still spoke out to comfort. This kind of person is still very few. What's the saying? The forest is big and all birds are there. Got up and patted her head. Don't sulk. Go, take me out for a spin today. Then the two of them walked out of the restaurant one after the other. A week's time passed by in a flash. This time the breakout tournament. Many of the previously eliminated contestants participated. This time there were only 4 spots to advance to the finals. But with Yang Guang here, everyone else naturally felt in their hearts that he would definitely advance. So very tacitly they all aimed for the other 3 spots. Because of the breakout and final rounds, the program group did not specify the theme of the creation for fear of restricting the contestants' play. So this episode was very competitive, and everyone brought out their best, but the slots were all that was available, and it seemed very cruel. Yang Guan lived up to his name and took first place with a song called Old Boy. Because the lyrics of this song were written in an unusually heartfelt way for middle-aged men, the song cried a large portion of the audience. The stage this time didn't have much of an arrangement. Just a chair in the center with Yang Guang sitting on it playing the guitar with a microphone stand in front of him. Up until now, the intro of Yang Guang's songs were all very soothing, and this song was still the same, making one's heart instantly become like water at first listen. That's the person I miss day and night and love deeply. How in the world should I express it? Will she accept me? Maybe I'll never say those words to her. I'm destined to wander the world. How can I be attached to her? Dreams are always out of reach. Should I give up? Flowers bloom and fall in another season. Spring, where are you? This section of the lyrics so that the audience feel instantly through time and space. They saw themselves in that young and frivolous years, saw the crush of that she, like but do not dare to say it out loud, until graduation each go their own way, and never contacted again. But the memories of this deeply buried in the bottom of the heart. Youth is like a running river. It's too late to say goodbye. I'm left numb. I don't have the passion of that year. Look at the flowers in the sky, fading at the most beautiful moment. Who will remember that the world was here? This time when Yang Guang sang, unexpectedly no one in the room made a single sound, because everyone's memories, as if with this song, went on a time travel. The pop-up screen was also devoid of those who were messing around, but were instead lamenting. I can't do it. Brothers, a brick has entered inside my eyes. Who can understand a grown man looking at his cell phone in the subway, crying his eyes out? I can understand it because so can I. A couple of girls sitting across from me are still looking at me with strange eyes. Youth is gone, leaving me to lament where I am. When I was young, I thought my youth was long and could be squandered to the fullest, but it was like fireworks in the sky, passing by in a flash. Everyone has youth. Everyone's youth has regrets. In the blink of an eye, many years have passed. How many sadnesses and sorrows. I was once a young man who aspired to be in all directions, envious of the geese flying south, each one of them running for their own future. They've all gone away in a hurry. Did your wishes come true? Do we have to pay tribute now? Let the years dry up the ideal. I can't find my true self again. I look up at the stars in the sky, the one that was with me at that time. Do you still remember the stories here? If there is a tomorrow, bless you, my dear, old boy. Original song, Chopsticks Brothers. Yang Guang finished singing and finally got up, bowing towards the audience below the stage. Thank you everyone. It wasn't until he walked off the stage and came to the rest hall at the back that he heard a loud applause from the audience. And at this moment the pop-up screen exploded. Flowers have a reblooming day, and people don't become young again. Back then, my dream was really not to buy a car or a house. In the blink of an eye, laborers are almost 30. Alas, I dare say, there is no one. When young, the dream is the car and the house. What is it that bends us? When you first hear the song, you don't know what it means, but when you hear it, you're already in the song. Life has made us into what we hate. In this song, Yang Guang sang about the dead youth, the regrets of the heart, and everyone who runs around for life. The crowd in the backstage lounge, looking at the way the audience applauded vigorously in the monitor in front of them, knew in their hearts that this time Yang Guang was number one again. Obviously, he had only been here for a few programs, but they didn't know when they had gotten used to the fact that Yang Guang was the first place by default. This was the difference in hard power. Sometimes they were jealous. Jealous of why Yang Guang was so talented. Jealous of why Yang Guang's every song was in existence that hung over the entire music scene. Jealous of why the heavens were chasing Yang Guang to feed him. However, there are some things that can't be done just by being jealous, although there is no way out. But it's still time to go on stage. After deducting Yang Guang's quota, there are still 3 more, isn't it? After everyone's performances, the voting results of the public jury also finally came out. Yang Guang, again with a huge advantage, won the first place. As Meng Chen listened to the result, she was now no longer as excited as she was at the beginning. She couldn't help but start asking herself, could it be that by following Yang Guang, she had become accustomed to even taking first place? This was too scary. No, she looked at Yang Guang who was sitting beside her in the clouds. It was him who was too scary. This time, Yang Guang unexpectedly didn't go to the first place on the hot search list, but just with a phrase like old boys, have all your dreams come true? This time, Yang Guang unexpectedly didn't make it to the first place on the hot search list. The number 1 spot was for things that have been festering on the internet since a week ago, which started with the male host kneeling down to the stick artist, VL, for his behavior. It can be said that the public anger. As we all know, the country is the world's most patriotic group. In the country, although some people will spit here and there is not good, but once involved in the outsiders, it is not allowed a trace of denigration. But this person is because he likes that VL, in broad daylight, in full view of the public, in that brightly lit stage above, just like that to give him a kneeling gift. Every time I think of this, Yang Guang will sigh, helplessly shaking his head. There are millions of roads in the world, but you only chose this one dead end. But although Yang Guang despised this kind of behavior, he was just a small artist and could do nothing about it. But his mango agent Meng Chen, at the moment, is holding her cell phone all day and night, and some network water army against the line. Against some of the ill-intentioned information they released on the platform, she all one-line seriously disliked back. Looking at the way she gritted her teeth and sparred with others, Yang Guang found it very novel. He came over to take a look and asked her, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Meng Chen gritted her teeth and said viciously, "These sons of bitches, they're too much. How much money did this charge? It's this time of the day and they're still washing their hands of that host. Looking at her huffing and puffing, Yang Guang got up and said helplessly, "You continue. I'm going back to my room to write a song." Not waiting for her to have any response, he got up and left the place, returning to his room alone, sitting on the sofa thinking about what song he would sing for the next installment. In fact, this time he was a bit torn, because recently these talent shows, the last installment is popular to broadcast with live broadcasting, and according to Hong Lei's urine, he definitely wants to open the microphone, because on this stage you do not dare to open the microphone to sing. You are still considered what singer? Open mic. Then it is more prone to accidents. So for the selection of songs you not only have to have a stage effect, but also more familiar with their own. In addition to the more good singing, only then, you are not easy to turn over on the stage. But the summer afternoon, especially after a full meal, sitting on the sofa, blowing the breeze coming in from outside the window, not long, Yang Guang felt his eyelids began to fight. Simply pulling over a pillow, he laid down on the sofa and started to take a nap. During the time he slept, the storm of public opinion on the network intensified. It can be said that a wave has not yet flattened and a wave has risen again. That afternoon, suddenly a netizen exposed a video on the platform. In the video, he was taking an airplane to a foreign country for business, which was owned by an airline on Hong Kong Island, the specific name of which he had mosaicked. In the middle of the flight attendants issued drinks. Met crooked people. Will be very patient to ask him, need to drink what? That face smile is almost directly called dad. With the words of the netizen, estimated at home to meet his own father, will not have this attitude. But once you see the black hair and yellow skin of the countrymen, their attitude will come to 180 degrees big change. Originally hung full of smiles on the face, instantly changed to cold as ice. Looking at their look, it is very obvious to feel their impatience. This thing makes the netizen very uncomfortable. But in line with the principle of more trouble than less trouble, he did not in their theory, to avoid the quarrel later, both affecting the rest of the other passengers on the plane, but also affect their mood. But in the time to the evening, some passengers really cannot hold out, have to find flight attendants to ask for blankets, want to cover the sleep. Unexpectedly this time they did even more excessive. Some white skin, blue-eyed crooked people, in a foreign language to tell them the request, can be quickly satisfied. However, when the black-haired, yellow-skinned Chinese on board called out to them in Mandarin, they were asked in English whether they could speak English. After receiving a negative answer, they simply told them that they had run out of blankets on board. This is not the most infuriating. And then a few flight attendants got together and started a spitting meeting. The netizen listened carefully for a while, and found that the content of the group of flight attendants spitting was that this group of Chinese, who could not even speak a foreign language, even wanted blankets? If you can't speak a foreign language, you don't deserve to have a blanket brought to you, even if you have one. Finally, the netizen said helplessly, "Which country are these people from?" It's amazing how they show their reverence for foreigners to such an extent. At this point in time right now, the storm of the male host kneeling on stage in front of the stick artist has not yet passed. This side of this video, once exposed, it quickly caught fire all over the internet. Netizens have left comments under the video. A group of waiters who serve tea and water on transportation. I don't know where the sense of superiority comes from. Strongly recommend blocking this kind of airline. Whoever sits on their airplane again in the future. Who is a grandson? The upstairs cannot be said so. The next time I will go specifically to sit on their airline's plane. On top of it to call them waiters. Let them recognize their own identity. There's no need to spend money on animals. I don't think it's a matter of a certain one or a few people. It should be that the whole company is in this kind of trend. Our company once again announces that any future business travelers who purchase tickets from this airline will not be reimbursed. Upstairs, tough. These contents Yang Guang did not see, because this whole afternoon, he was taking a nap, until a cell phone ringing woke him up. Confused, picked up the phone to see. It was Lin Yushu called. He hurriedly sat up and took a sip of ice water to refresh himself before answering the phone. Yang Guang, hello? Yushu. Lin Yushu, Yang Guang, what are you doing? Yang Guang, nothing. I took a nap. I just woke up. Lin Yushu, you're exhausted these days, aren't you? If I had known you were taking a nap, I wouldn't have called you. Hearing Lin Yushu finish this, Yang Guang didn't have time to answer, and immediately heard another person's voice on the other side of the phone. Good for you, Lin Yushu. This nap has gone into the night, and you still feel sorry for him? Showing love isn't like this, is it? Listening to this bold end, Yang Guang knew that this was Lin Yushu's best friend, Zhu Wenshan. Then he heard Lin Yushu say, what do you care how this lady shows her love? If you're not convinced, you can find a man and show it in front of me. Besides, my own man. If I don't care about him, who else will I care about? These words directly put Zhu Wenxin whole broken defense. Directly snatched Lin Yushu's cell phone. Hey, Yang Guang, good control of your woman, or I will put her on the ground. Yang Guang really didn't expect Zhu Wenxin to be so tough. Hearing this sentence from her, he was immediately embarrassed there, and didn't know what to say. He could only heave a dry smile. The phone side should be on speakerphone. So seeing that Yang Guang didn't say anything, just hemmed and hawed and laughed there, Lin Yushu slapped Zhu Wenxin and said, "Didn't you say that you want me to call Yang Guang? What's the matter? You hurry up and say it." Zhu Wenxin saw that it was almost time, and no longer fooling around, coughed twice to clear his throat, and said to Yang Guang, "Great God, have you watched today's short video, Yang Guang was puzzled. He didn't understand that Zhu Wenxin went to such great lengths to call himself just to talk about the short video. Rhetorically, he asked, "Short video? What short video?" Zhu Wenxin said, "It's the one this afternoon." The video of an airline on Hong Kong Island. Yang Guang was embarrassed. That I slept all afternoon today and only just woke up when you guys called." Hearing Yang Guang say that he slept for an afternoon, Zhu Wenxin was speechless and rolled Lin Yushu's eyes. The meaning seemed to say, "Look at this. You still say that your family man is working hard. It's obvious that he slept for an afternoon. He's working hard, my ass." Seeing Zhu Wenxin's eyes, Lin Yushu raised her hand and wanted to hit again. Scared, Zhu Wenxin immediately withdrew her eyes, and honestly talked about this matter to the phone. After 10 minutes of description, Yang Guang finally understood inside that this kind of thing is really a wave. But what does this have to do with Miss Zhu? Seeing Yang Guang asked so bluntly, Zhu Wenxin twisted and turned, not knowing how to speak. Smilingly took the phone. "Yang Guang, it's like this, because Wenxin is the highest level platinum member of this company. So when she saw this kind of situation today, she was so angry that she cut that membership card of hers on the spot. Even also specially recorded a video and sent it online. Did not expect that after this video was sent out, instantly flooded in a large group of people into her comment area. Half of them support her to do well, but the other half is not quite right. All kinds of dirty words can be said. When XIN has been arguing with them in the comment section all afternoon. Nay, it's hard to beat four hands with two fists. It's really one person who can't do it with a group. And what they said all made Wenxin angry and cry. "I called you today because I wanted to ask you, aren't you participating in a program? Can you write a song that scolds those foreign admirers and sing it on the final stage for more people to see? And also give Wenxin an outburst of anger in the meantime." Yang Guang heard this before he realized. He didn't think that Miss Zhu, who was usually so big-hearted, was also a hot-blooded youth. As if she was afraid that Yang Guang would not agree, Lin Yushu spoke again. "This, too, is my idea." Yang Guang could not listen to Zhu Wenxin, but he would listen to Lin Yushu's words 100%, and immediately stated, "Don't worry Yushu, even if you don't say it, I've got this idea, and I've almost written the song." "Really?" Zhu Wenxin heard Yang Guang say this and excitedly grabbed the phone from Lin Yushu's hand and asked with a wide-eyed smile. Yang Guang said, "Of course it's true. How would I lie to Yushu?" Zhu Wenxin didn't know why. The depression in her heart instantly disappeared for the most part, and she resumed her big-hearted personality, patting her chest and saying, "Yang Guang, if you write a song that can satisfy this young lady will be your mistress." As soon as this was said, Yang Guang immediately had a black line on his face. "My Miss Zhu, can this be said casually?" Sure enough, as soon as Zhu Wenxin said it, she was held down and punched by Lin Yushu, then said to Yang Guang, "Hurry up and go write a song. I want to have a good chat with this Zhu Wenxin." Hearing Lin Yushu say these words through gritted teeth, Yang Guang was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything else and only hung up the phone honestly. "Just put down the phone. I found that my stomach has grumbled and started to protest. Also, just ate a little bit at noon. Slept until now. Outside the sky is dark. It's strange not to be hungry. Just go out first to find something to eat, because now Yang Guang's popularity is also very horrible. So walking down the street is very easy to be recognized, but on weekdays he is very greedy. Hot summer night. There is nothing more than a beer barbecue to comfort. So taking advantage of the night, he sneaked to the outside, looking for a hidden in the alley. People are not too many barbecue stalls, a pass to eat and drink. During this time, he heard many young people eating barbecue next to him, all discussing these recent events. It is not difficult to see that the country's education of the younger generation, is still very successful. Yang Guang thought of what Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenxin had called him in the afternoon, and he knew that even though he was a small singer, couldn't he also do what he could for everyone in this big environment? Thinking of the previous life, Mr. Lu's feat of abandoning medicine and turning to literature, let himself use his songs as medicine to try to awaken some of the people. He remembered a song that was really just right for this time of year. After checking out, he quickly walked back to his hotel room, took out his notebook, and relying on his impressions from his previous life, wrote out the lyrics of that song. Then after racking his brain again to finish the arrangement, he looked at the time, and it was already the wee hours of the night. Because he had slept all afternoon, he didn't feel too sleepy until now. Afraid of making a mistake somewhere, Yang Guang hummed softly to the lyrics a few times, and when he felt it was ready, he took his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Yushu, telling her that the task was complete. Then he went to take a shower and lay down on the bed to drift off to sleep. On the other hand, Zhu Wenshan stayed over at Lin Yushu's house tonight. The two of them were chatting soundly at this time, without the slightest bit of sleepiness. Suddenly Lin Yushu heard her cell phone ringing for a bit, opened it to see a message from Yang Guang, and then rushed the screen at Zhu Wenshan, and said to her, "That's good. You can rest assured." Yang Guang said that the mission is complete. Zhu Wenshan, on the other hand, looked at her doubtfully. "Really? I'm afraid it's not a flim-flam, right?" Lin Yushu said with certainty. "I believe in Yang Guang's words. Besides, it's not like you haven't seen his strength in writing songs." Thinking about it, Zhu Wenshan hugged Lin Yushu and pampered her. "Yushu, you're really lucky. Just by shouting on the street, you've recruited such a man with a good face and talent, who's also devoted to you." When Lin Yushu heard Zhu Wenshan's words, she instantly remembered the night of Valentine's Day. The image of herself calling out to the strange Yang Guang and rushing to him to ask for flowers, and a wave of happiness hit her heart. Time flew by amidst the controversies of the major online platforms, and in the blink of an eye it came to Saturday. And today, it was the day of the opening of the final of I Am the King of Song. Hong Lei had invited all the members of the public judging panel from previous installments, about 4,000 people. So this time, the live broadcast of the final was switched to one of the biggest studios of the TV station. At this time, the audience has been in place. The contestants are also in the background waiting. With Hong Lei's countdown to the end of the return, the TV screen cut to the main stage. The final officially opened. Since she knew that Yang Guang was participating in this program with a mission, Zhu Wenshan also came to Lin Yushu's house early and waited with her to watch this episode, as she was also curious as to how Yang Guang would express himself or how he would use a song to scold those who worshipped foreigners for himself. Lin Yao and Hu Shuangjin also seemed to be used to watching a little bit of Xiao Yang's show every Saturday, so they also took the initiative to sit on the sofa, and Hu Shuangjin then opened his mouth and asked, "Yushu, what time does Xiao Yang's program start?" Lin Yushu looked at the time. It was almost exactly 8 o'clock, almost right away. Looking at Zhu Wenshan and the girl's excitement, Lin Yao was curious. "What? It's not the first time we've watched the Xiao Yang's program. Why are you guys so impatient?" Zhu Wenshan smiled. "Uncle Lin, this time is different from the previous one. The song Yang Guang sings this time is more special." "Special? It's just a song. What's so special about it?" Before this side could open their mouths to ask, the TV screen suddenly flashed and cut to the stage above the studio. After the host went on stage and finished the process, the program officially started. Because Yang Guang won first place in the last breakout round, he was the fifth to appear in this final round, and had to wait for the previous 4 resident singers to finish before he could take his turn. Although the recording of the previous program was again tuned, once it was broadcast live, Hong Lei would not engage in those fake singing catfights, because the audience's eyes are bright. If the contestants were found to be fake singing, then it would be fatal to the reputation of their program. Under Hong Lei's insistence, one singer started to perform hard on the stage. Because this live broadcast was different from some parties they used to participate in, this time it was open mic. Once one performed poorly anywhere, it would become a huge black spot in their career in the eyes of the audience. No entertainer was willing to do that. However, it was good that they all still had some strength, and the songs they had chosen had been sung many times, because once they reached the stage, they didn't dare to take the risk of choosing new songs. After Zhou Yunxian, Han Mei, Fan Yuhua and Park Yunxi performed one by one, it was Yang Guang's turn next. After the host finished the curtain call, Yang Guang walked onto the stage. His style this time was very different from the past, a loose Tai Chi suit with red and black underneath, making it look refreshing. Then a group of young people ran out from the backstage, each dressed in white Tai Chi uniforms, and stood scattered on the stage, making the audience under the stage very excited, because in the past, when he performed the program, it was simply a person who sang on the line, and this time, the performance even used backing dancers, so it could be said that for this final, Yang Guang had really raised an army. When everyone stood to the reserved position, the music began to sound. Different from the soothing prelude of his previous songs, this time the music was as fast-paced as the wind and rain, making people feel as if they were facing thousands of horses and armies speeding by in their ears. At this time, the name of the song finally appeared on the big screen, Materia Medica. The lyrics, music and singing were all by Yang Guang, and some audience members were even surprised to find that even the choreography was by Yang Guang himself. As soon as Yang Guang began to sing the first word, he and those backup dancers began to dance a pre-choreographed dance on the stage. If Huatua were to be reincarnated, all reverence for the foreign world would be cured. Foreign nations come to learn Chinese characters, to inspire my national consciousness. Strychnine, cassia seeds, and lotus seeds, yellow yam seed, bitter bean seed, neem. I want to save face. I want to save face. I want to rewrite history in my own way. There's nothing else to do. Repeat after me. Yam, angelica, goji berries, go. Yam, angelica, goji, go. Watch me grab a handful of herbs. Take a post of pride. This kind of fast-paced rap was the first time Yang Guang had ever performed on stage, and the most immediate consequence was that all the audience was going crazy, because in their impression, Yang Guang was the kind of all-round singer who could sing ballads and rock and pop, but never linked the word Yang Guang with rap. What is rap? It is a form of music that originated in the black ghettos of the West, and even when it was introduced to China, the rap music that people heard was full of profanity and all kinds of rebellious words, so most people have no good impression of rap. But today Yang Guang unexpectedly brought a song of this type. The most crucial thing was that he was surprisingly different from all the other rap music, singing without a single swear word throughout, and even satirizing that more popular topic on the internet recently. I got a laid-back expression dancer roughly. Moves with ease you can't learn. Neon signs get in shape. Waiting to wake up in a gorgeous city. I'm just a little bit more relaxed. I'm just a little bit more relaxed. I use calligraphy to write about the dynasty. My inner strength is spread. Wave the block letters in a bold manner and give me a punch of dialogue. The end is flat on the ground. Let's see who's the best. Yang Guang sang this song, but in fact, his heart was still a bit weak, because he hadn't been on stage since he got sick in his last life, and he hadn't practiced much specifically up to now, because singing and dancing while singing like today is the most testing of a singer's physical quality, because it can be very tiring, and if your breath is messed up afterward, it will have a great impact on the lyrics in your mouth. But the good thing is that when he sang here, Yang Guang was pleasantly surprised to find that he didn't have the kind of situation that he was worried about, and his current state of mind. To cope with this kind of fast-paced singing and dancing, he already didn't have any problems. The hard work of these old ancestors, we must not lose. This is the light. This is the light. This is the light. This is the light. Hey, let me make you a prescription. I'll make up a prescription for your internal injuries from pandering. The Chinese medicine has been rooted for thousands of years, has a power no one else knows. Zhu Wenxin, who was sitting next to Lin Yushu, heard Yang Guang's song and her beautiful eyes were colorful. She knew that Yang Guang was talented, but she didn't think that she had still underestimated him. She could even think that after tonight, this song would definitely be spread all over the net by netizens. After all, for one's own laborious dislike of a person, it was much more dry to directly release the song to dislike a group of people. I have a leisurely expression. I'm jumping about. Moves with ease you can't learn. Neon signs get in shape. Waiting to wake up in a gorgeous city. I'm just a little bit more relaxed. I'm just a little bit more relaxed. I use calligraphy to write about the dynasty. My inner strength is spread. I'm going to give you a punch in the face. Let's see who's the best in the end. La 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 la. The Herbal Compendium, originally sung by Jay Cho. In this last chorus, the audience had all stood up and danced along with the beat. The catchy lyrics matched the tight rhythm, making everyone's jeans move. The beginning of the song was like a blistering storm that set people on fire quickly. When the song reached the end, also the moment Yang Guang sang the last beat, the music came to a screeching halt. It was as if you were sitting in a fast-moving automobile and suddenly stopped there with a kick of the brakes. The live audience had a bit of a dizzy feeling in their heads, and more than anything else, they couldn't get enough of it. Yang Guang stood on the stage and panted for a long time before he was able to slow down, and when the backing dancers withdrew from the stage, he came to the center and bowed to the audience to thank them. At this moment, the audience under the stage reacted and started to shout and clap like crazy. Ever since Yang Guang participated in this program, no one has been able to smoothly take over the field he warmed up, and I don't know when it started, but it became a consensus among the other contestants of this program. At this moment, the face of one of the singers who appeared below him was ugly, because Yang Guang hadn't come over when he was eliminated and hadn't competed with him on the same stage, so he had always scoffed at this rumor. Today, coincidentally, it was him who had lined up behind Yang Guang, and looking at the frantic audience under the stage, he was sweating coldly, and his heart was beating a drum, because looking at the situation, the probability was that he was going to flip the car. It couldn't be helped. Since things had developed to this point, he had no choice but to tough it out. Tonight's program might not be very fair to the contestants at the back, because many of the audience, after listening to Yang Guang's song, were already completely unconcerned about what specific program they were going to perform later. So Yang Guang had just walked off the stage, and his song Materia Medica had already been topped by netizens as the #1 microblogging hot search, especially because of the recent incidents of foreign pandering exposed on the internet platform. People especially needed a song of this kind now, and not expecting what they thought to come. Yang Guang brought his song Materia Medica in front of everyone in the evening. This made many people directly excited to the point of madness. One by one, they took this song to go against those who pander to foreigners in the line. And below the comments section of this hot search, it was even more lively. Ha 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 ha, it's still me, Yang Guang, who is the most rigid. This side is going against the line. I didn't expect Yang Guang to backhand a Ben Chao Gangmu. Materia Medica. How does this name fit so well? If Hua Tuo were alive, Chon Yang would all be healed. This phrase is really my mouth replacement. And also, I also like that sentence. I adjust a partial prescription, specializing in curing your pandering to foreign injuries. Laughing my ass off. I wonder how those people will react when they hear this song. Can you even call it a song with this garbage? Come see. Everyone, the man upstairs is in a hurry. He's in a hurry. Before tonight, I didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards rap. That's right. After listening to Yang Guang's rap, I realized that rap can be sung without profanity. Just can't stand those so-called raps that are full of shit. Yang Guang's rap. No profanity. All culture. In addition to these people, those who watched the program at this time were not just some ordinary viewers. Among them was a director, Gao Shang, who was a peer with Hong Lei, but he left the TV station many years ago and came to one of the largest online video platforms in China, Qi Video. Recently he is preparing a rap program. The name has been done for the record, called Century New Rap. The contestants have been found, but the judges are difficult for him, because the domestic rap music is not too developed. Really talented rap musicians cannot say there is no bar, because the content of its rap songs, not quite in line with the values of the program. Gao Sheng thought hard, after nearly 2 months of hard work, but also to determine the two judges, or formerly in foreign bands, only recently returned to the domestic artists' fame, but the strength of the unknown. Just when he was worried, he suddenly thought of his old friend Hong Lei. He knew that Hong Lei is an old music variety show director in China, know a lot more musicians than himself. He didn't expect Hong Lei to recommend Yang Guang to him after hearing his intention. For Yang Guang, Gao Sheng is not without concern. From the beginning of the future star, he has listened to Yang Guang's songs. Have to admit, this young man is really talented, but his own this is a rap type program, and although Yang Guang sings well, but in the end will not rap, no one inside the circle knows. When he hesitated, Hong Lei didn't explain to him and directly told him, tonight we have the final of this program. I suggest you watch it. Hong Lei didn't say much about the other words, and hung up the phone directly after a few polite words. Gao Sheng was curious about where Hong Lei's bottom line came from. Wasn't it just to watch the program? He has spent so much time here. What's so bad about it? So in Gao Sheng's doubt, finally waited for Yang Guang to appear on stage. When he heard Yang Guang open his mouth and sing the first line, he stood up from the sofa with wide eyes. Gao Sheng looked at Yang Guang, who was performing hard on TV in his room, and paced back and forth in excitement. What is this called? This is called stepping through the iron shoes without finding a place. Get all the effort. As expected, Hong Lei is still the one who is interested in him. Basically there is no wrong eye. Since he dared to recommend Yang Guang to himself, he must have his backing. Gao Sheng is very fond of rap, even if most of the rap lyrics have some not so good words. But because of his fondness, Gao Sheng seems to be incredibly tolerant of rap. Today, Yang Guang's song Materia Medica makes him feel that he has opened the door to a new world of rap. So rap can be written in this way. So rap can also be free of profanity. Isn't this one of the purposes of his own strong recommendation to the platform? On the horse this program? Sitting down and pouring a bottle of pure water, Gao Sheng forced himself to calm down, took out the phone and called his assistant. When the assistant came in, Gao Sheng pointed to Yang Guang on the TV and said to him, "You go and communicate with Yang Guang's agent. Just say that we have a new rap variety show, and now there is less of a judge. Ask him if he is interested." The assistant was surprised and asked, "Can he do it? He's just a newcomer who just debuted." Gao Sheng looked at the assistant's eyes with a bit of hatred, suppressed his anger and said, "Don't really look down on him. The current music scene is almost hammered by him alone. In our circle, although seniority is important, the most important thing is talent. What does someone like Yang Guang, who is talented and has a good face value, represent? He just represents the overwhelming traffic. The assistant seemed to somewhat understand what Gao Sheng meant and continued to ask, "Then how do we pay for the notice fee?" Gao Sheng thought about it. According to Hong Lei, Yang Guang went to participate in the I Am the King of Song a notice fee of 3 million. But looking at his performance tonight, this champion can't run away. If he gives another 3 million, in turn, he will feel petty. If you don't, you'll still have to be high up, planning this program with all your heart, and struggling to find the third judge before, and then being recommended by your good friend Hong Lei to participate in his program at the moment. Yang Guang, in the midst of doubt, Yang Guang's song Materia Medica in the final cracked the audience, and also used the song to mock a wave of the hottest topic on the internet at the moment. What surprised Gao Sheng the most was that Yang Guang's rap, placed in this current music scene, was so bombastic. Without a single swear word, he was able to sing so deeply into the hearts of the people. Wasn't this exactly the purpose of running this program by himself? Now that he heard the assistant ask about the notice fee, now that Yang Guang's notice fee for one period had reached 3 million, then since he had already determined to ask him to be a judge, then he must let him feel his sincerity. He immediately instructed his assistant to contact Yang Guang's agent and set the fee at $4 million. This figure really startled the assistant, because the other two judges' notice fee, a period of only 1.5 million only. This Yang Guang, is it worth to put down so much money? But this sentence he did not dare to ask out, because he is just an assistant. The director decided things, he did it. As for whether there will be other trouble, it is not their own decision. At this time, the finals also came to an end. Hong Lei announced the King of Songs in public after the audience voting ended, and Yang Guang won the King of Songs of this season with an absolute vote advantage. After a series of award ceremonies, the final installment of I Am the King of Song finally came to a successful end. Yang Guang didn't go to the celebration banquet. Even though it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, Yang Guang still booked an early morning air ticket and went back to Mordor because he hadn't seen Lin Yushu for so long, and he really missed her. Although Yang Guang had already told Hong Lei when he left, and Hong Lei was also very supportive, but a group of entertainers didn't see Yang Guang's figure at the celebratory banquet site, which still made them think about it. That night went back to someone wrote an article singer celebration banquet. No singer king figure. Behind the hidden reasons for what? Others even gave full play to their imagination as an entertainment reporter, and directly came to a more eye-catching title, Yang Guang and Hong Lei's love-hate relationship. If this article is seen by Yang Guang, must spit out a mouthful of blood. I am a serious man. Sexual orientation is also very normal, right? Who are you writing this to discuss? However, Tiani Entertainment's reporter didn't let go of this opportunity and directly wrote an article entitled No One in Sight. Yang Guang left alone after the match and refused to attend the program's celebration banquet. The article listed all the things Yang Guang had done since he first arrived at the program until he won the championship, such as confronting Fan Yuhua at the beginning, disrespecting the old-timers during the period, having no one else in his sights on the stage, not being humane, and leaving after a big fight with the director, Hong Lei, at the last celebration banquet. As soon as the article was issued, it caused an uproar in the upward. As the saying goes, lies are not scary, but are afraid of lies mixed with a portion of plausible truth. Because of the opening and Fan Yuhua confrontation, this is a real occurrence. During the competition, Yang Guang is the first place in every issue. For some of the audience, Yang Guang is the example of the youthful arrogance of no one else. In the end, did not participate in the celebration banquet is also a fact. Therefore, under this article, it had simply become a sure battlefield for Yang Guang's fans and black fans. I've long looked at Yang Guang that bird person is not good, is not just can write a few songs, just started a small rookie, began to be unself-conscious, disrespect seniors, now finally got retribution. Right. The conflict between Yang Guang and Fan Yuhua started when he was in Future Star. It seems that Zhou Qi, who was brought up by Tianyi Entertainment with a huge amount of money, was stepped on by Yang Guang and hasn't gotten over it yet. Loss. I also quite like Yang Guang before. Did not expect him to be such a person. He and Fan Yuhua's contradiction I can understand. I did not expect that even the director Hong Lei flipped with him. It is said that Hong Lei is the circle is famous for his good temper. Even he flipped with Yang Guang, then Yang Guang's person can be imagined. I swear again today, whoever listens to Yang Guang's songs again in the future is a dog. That kind brother upstairs. I've memorized this comment of yours. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Just because Yang Guang didn't go to the program's celebration banquet. You guys made up such a long comment. You really have it in you. So angry. So easy to take the King of Song title. Angry with you guys little black people. Open all the major music platforms and take a look. The top 10 of the hot song list. Whose songs are they? Tell me out loud. Who else is there? Yang Guang, not a single one that can fight. You guys don't be arrogant either. Yang Guang is so arrogant and bossy. No one in the circle can tolerate him anymore. If he doesn't get blocked, I'll live stream and eat siang. Goo. This is another one to set up a flag. Have taken a screenshot, sitting and waiting for you to open the live room. I like the way you guys can't stand him and can't get rid of him. Although the internet was already noisy at this moment, but Yang Guang didn't care about any of these things. At this moment, he had already carried his own luggage and He Yunlu He Linlin 3 people came to the airport, and was planning to line up to board the plane. Because it was early in the morning, there were still relatively few travelers at the airport, which also reduced Yang Guang's troubles. Before this he had already called Lin Yushu and told her that he would go back tonight overnight, not realizing that Lin Yushu insisted on driving to the airport to pick herself up. So he told He Yunlu that when he arrived at the airport, he told her and He Linlin to take a taxi home, while he himself had other arrangements. After more than 2 hours of flight, the plane landed steadily at the Magic City International Airport. After letting He Yunlu and He Linlin leave, Yang Guang came to the exit alone pulling his suitcase, and from afar, he saw Lin Yushu waiting for herself in front of the exit, a snow-white dress, a pair of simple white shoes. At this moment overflowing with youthfulness Lin Yushu, in the crowd is so eye-catching, and she also happened to see Yang Guang who was smiling at her, and hurriedly rushed to Yang Guang to wave her own arms. Yang Guang was already thinking about Lin Yushu like a tidal wave, but now he saw the person he had been thinking about day and night in front of him. How could he not be excited? Immediately jogged a few steps, stopped in front of Lin Yushu, put down the things in his hands, pulled Lin Yushu into his arms, sniffing the fragrance of her body. Yang Guang's heart was greatly satisfied, because Yang Guang's popularity at this time was already comparable to that of a first-tier star. So Lin Yushu was still very worried about him being secretly photographed, but fortunately it was now after 2 in the morning, and there were very few people in the airport. So when the two of them didn't attract the attention of other people, Lin Yushu hurriedly reminded Yang Guang, and pulled her suitcase to the parking lot. After getting into the car, they went straight to the White Heron Garden. It was about an hour's drive from the airport to the White Heron Garden. Lin Yushu and Yang Guang returned here. It was already more than 3 in the morning. Parked the car. The two of them didn't take down their luggage, but went directly to the kitchen. From 6 in the afternoon, they started tossing and turning. Until now, Yang Guang was really a little hungry. But the good thing was that although Lin Yushu didn't usually come over to stay here, she had been bringing her aunt at home to replace the ingredients in the refrigerator every few days. Yang Guang was busy in the kitchen for 10 minutes and cooked a bowl of noodles with a few slices of greens and a poached egg. Although it was simple, it looked appetizing. Not to mention Yang Guang who had been starving from 6 p.m. until now. Yang Guang brought out the bowl and made his way to Lin Yushu's side, because he knew that she didn't eat at night. So he didn't ask him and picked up his chopsticks and took a big bite. Lin Yushu sat on the chair, propping her head up with one hand, looking at the man in front of her who didn't care about his image as he wolfed down his food, her eyes full of happiness. A big bowl of noodles was eaten by Yang Guang in a few minutes without even soup left. As Yang Guang picked up the bowl and was about to go to the kitchen, he was stopped by Lin Yushu. "Give it to me, you sit there and rest." Only to see Lin Yushu take the bowls and chopsticks from Yang Guang's hands, came to the kitchen and turned on the faucet and started to wash them. Yang Guang looked at Lin Yushu's rusty appearance and was touched. "This Miss Lin, I'm afraid that she has never done a chore like brushing pots and washing dishes since she was a child." Yang Guang got up and walked behind her, snatched the dishes from her hands and said, "This kind of rough work, it's better for me to do it. After all, I'm used to doing it since I was a kid. Besides, your hands are so delicate. If you hurt yourself washing the dishes, I will be heartbroken." Lin Yushu's eyebrows fluttered as she said this. Now it's already 4 o'clock in the morning. Yang Guang washed the bowls and didn't go to take a bath, but came to the second floor with Lin Yushu. What surprised him was that Lin Yushu didn't propose to go back to her own room today, but naturally followed him into the room. Looking at Lin Yushu lying beside him, Yang Guang's little heart was pounding. And what's worse is that today she took the initiative to reach out and put her arms around herself. At this time if Yang Guang still didn't know how to react, it could only mean that he wasn't a man. Immediately turned over and looked at the shy Lin Yushu in front of him. In an instant, the love of love for so long gushed out. A hand pulled her into his arms, and kissed at her delicate fragrant lips. This kiss, the two of them lasted for a long time, until Lin Yushu felt that she was about to run out of breath, before she pushed Yang Guang away with force. Looking at Lin Yushu's annoyed appearance, Yang Guang apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Yushu. I haven't seen you for such a long time. I really didn't have control." Lin Yushu lightly whacked him and said in a delicate voice, "You still say that?" Yang Guang hemmed and hawed and pulled her over again, gently hugging her without making any other moves. Just when Yang Guang was about to fall asleep, Lin Yushu seemed to have summoned up a lot of courage. "Yang Guang, this time you have done a good job." Yang Guang lazily asked. What mission? Lin Yushu said. It's what I told you before. To write a song to help when Xin curse people. Yang Guang asked. So she's still satisfied, right? Lin Yushu, of course. You don't even know. When she was watching the program at my house, when she heard you singing this song, she was shouting without any image in front of my parents. Yang Guang sighed in relief. Oh, fortunately that big lady was satisfied. I was really a bit afraid of her. Lin Yushu asked suspiciously. You're afraid of her? Afraid of what? Yang Guang gently pinched Lin Yushu's nose. I'm afraid of her going crazy. It looks like she can do anything when she's crazy. Lin Yushu, haha, Wen Xin will definitely be mad when she knows you're talking about her like this. Yang Guang begged for mercy. Then don't tell her. As he said this, the sound in the dark room gradually diminished. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yushu opened her mouth again and softly shouted. Yang Guang. Yang Guang was on the verge of falling asleep at this point, but when he heard Lin Yushu call out to him, he still perked up and answered. Lin Yushu, so, aren't you curious about the reward I told you about? After saying this, Lin Yushu felt her face burning hot. That is, the room was now dark. Otherwise now she would want to find a crack in the ground. Yang Guang didn't react. Reward? It had been a long time since he had waited for Lin Yushu's answer, but Lin Yushu's next action made his heart thump again, and his sleepiness dissipated without a trace in an instant. He felt a small soft and smooth hand, slowly groping on his body, and after a long time, rusty grip. When Yang Guang opened his eyes the next day, it was already past 11 in the morning. Glancing towards the side, Lin Yushu had also long since gotten up and was nowhere to be found. Thinking of last night's reward, Yang Guang felt his heart warm again. Although it was the hand he used, this feeling really made him a bit of a food for thought. Yang Guang got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, opened the door and went downstairs. He saw Lin Yushu in the kitchen making dinner. Seeing Yang Guang coming down from the stairs, remembering her bold behavior last night, her face immediately reddened. Yang Guang also knew that this young lady was very thin-skinned, so in order to still have a next time, he intentionally didn't mention this matter and didn't make fun of her. Yang Guang saw the work in Lin Yushu's hands and took the initiative to come over and give her a hand, helping her make this lunch. Simple 4 dishes and 1 soup. 1 person with a bowl of rice. The 2 of them made it to the dining table and slowly ate. This atmosphere quite has some flavor of a newlywed couple. After eating, Yang Guang went to clean the pots and bowls, when he received a call from He Yunlu. On the other side of the phone, He Yunlu told Yang Guang that she had received a new notice invitation, a rap program produced by Chi Video. Yang Guang thought about it and said, I just finished my last program, so I don't have any more ideas to participate in this kind of competition for the time being. He Yunlu said, You've got it wrong. They didn't invite you to compete. They asked you to be a judge. Yang Guang was surprised. Judge? Because he had also just come out of a variety talent show, and this was a director looking at him to be a judge? He Yunlu said seriously, the director of this program is called Gao Shang, a close friend of director Han Lei, and it is said that Han Lei recommended you. If you say that, then things should be explained. Then He Yunlu said, the price they gave is 4 million for 1 period. The program is the 1st of next month to start recording. I counted the time. Almost quite suitable. And this time the recording location is in Magic City. Yang Guang thought about it. What he wanted now was exactly the exposure to maintain the heat. So he directly told He Yunlu to reply to the program group and say that he agreed. Then He Yunlu talked about the articles on the internet last night that weren't too kind to him. Yang Guang just smiled lightly and said, those clowns. What do I care about them? After this program is confirmed, send out a microblog and thank director Han Lei for his recommendation on it. Then the rumors will go away. In order to get a few days of free time, Yang Guang told He Yunlu that he would just look after himself if there was anything, and Lin Yushu did the same. The company had long been on track. She handed over some things to a few department managers of the company, and didn't go to the company anymore. The two got tired of each other every day in the White Heron Garden, talking about love and affection, and their relationship also heated up quickly, during which Xu Wenxin called Lin Yushu to ask her to go out to play, but was rejected by Lin Yushu on the pretext of accompanying Yang Guang at home. For this reason, Xu Wenxin also spit out Lin Yushu heavy color. See color for get friends. Heterosexual but not human nature. Lin Yushu did not refute, but laughed, but also almost drove Xu Wenxin crazy, and even swore in front of Lin Yushu, you give my mother to wait, to see if I do not give you a corner to dig down. In the future, I Xu Wenxin upside down to right. After saying this, she hung up the phone, leaving Lin Yushu in the wind. Cozy life always flies by. In a flash, has been in the White Heron Garden idle for a week. In the evening, Yang Guang suddenly received a call from Gu Sisi, asking him to go to the Mango channel at 8 o'clock in the evening to watch his new drama, but mainly to watch the theme song of the new drama. although her seniority in the entertainment industry is much older than Yang Guang, but because she is not a professional singer. So this time she sang the song written by Yang Guang on her own, and her heart was still a little bit apprehensive, and subconsciously wanted to get Yang Guang's affirmation. For dinner, Yang Guang simply fried 2 dishes and cooked a tomato and egg soup. This kind of home-cooked meal, Lin Yushu and Yang Guang together this period of time, has gradually liked this kind of flavor. She is not clear whether it is like the flavor of the meal, or like the feeling of being together with Yang Guang. Soon after finishing the meal, Lin Yushu grabbed to brush the pots and wash the dishes. Yang Guang couldn't grab her, so he could only give up. If this scene was seen by Lin Yao and Hu Xuangjin, they would definitely be moved to tears, because Lin Yushu had never done this since she was a child, and now she had even started to learn how to wash the dishes. It seemed that she was incredibly serious about her future life. After cleaning up these chores, Yang Guang went to cut a fruit plate, and the two of them sat on the sofa and turned on the TV, tuning it to the Mango channel, waiting for the Golden Theater in a few minutes. At 8 o'clock, Gu Cici's new drama started on time. The opening song still gave the audience a stunning feeling, but laymen listened to the hustle and bustle. Insiders listened to the doorway. Yang Guang listening to the apple in his mouth almost sprayed out. Lin Yushu was surprised and asked, "What's wrong? It sounds pretty good to me." Yang Guang smiled and explained, "This Gu Cici is not a professional singer. It's really hard for her to sing this song, not only for her, but also for the tuner." Lin Yushu nodded with seeming understanding. To be honest, she watched the drama for a while and felt that the title song added a lot of points to the drama. Gu Cici sent a message asking Yang Guang how he sang it himself. Yang Guang wouldn't be stupid enough to tell the truth. "It sounds pretty good to me. You're acting in a drama and you're singing the theme song. It's a good match." Looking at the message sent by Yang Guang, Gu Cici, although she felt that 80% of it was polite, but she was still very happy. Turning off the TV, Yang Guang Lin Yushu, 2 people came to the second floor terrace to blow the wind. Sitting on the bench under the gazebo, Lin Yushu had gently leaning on Yang Guang's shoulder. Very cozy. At this time, Yang Guang remembered an old song. "I dreamed that the most romantic thing is to grow old with you." Because it was now autumn, the wind at night began to carry a hint of coolness. Afraid that Lin Yushu would catch a cold, Yang Guang pulled her back to her room. Since the last time Lin Yushu summoned up the courage and rewarded Yang Guang, the relationship between the two of them went further. So after that, she never went back to her room to sleep. It was always with Yang Guang. Perhaps, she was also used to the feeling of security of being hugged by Yang Guang while sleeping. It was just that she didn't know clearly how hard it was for Yang Guang, who slept with her in his arms every day, to have a hard time at night, and it was still after the excitement of that night. Every time she wrapped her arms around Lin Yushu, her heart was a flurry of heat. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Guang finally fell asleep in the midst of his torment. The night was silent, and the next morning, Yang Guang was woken up by a ringing phone. Picking it up, it was the agent He Yunlu calling, telling him that the side of the Beijing Olympic Organizing Committee had called her, because according to their schedule, they were going to send out their promotional song recently, asking if this side had written the song well. Yang Guang slapped his head. It is said that a gentle land is a hero's mound. He now somewhat understands the history of those despotic and unethical dim-witted kings. If he were to let himself go over there, it would definitely be better than they ever were. He told He Yunlu to tell them that the song was almost written, and that he would go over at noon tomorrow to meet with them. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Today's one day is enough time to write out that song. Knowing that Yang Guang had some business to attend to, Lin Yushu didn't bother him today. After breakfast, she greeted Yang Guang and went out to look for Zhu Wenxin to go shopping. Yang Guang sat on the terrace by himself, holding his guitar, and began to recall the song from his previous life that had set the entire internet on fire upon its release, and was just right for now, especially with that luxurious singing lineup. It made the national audience feel like the cards were stacked against them. The lyrics of the song were actually not complicated, and the tune didn't have any special show-offs, because the group facing it was the ordinary people at home and abroad, and it served one purpose, which was to publicize the country's new outlook. Through recollection, Yang Guang picked up a pen and tried to write out the lyrics on his notebook. With some urgent unfamiliar places, he sang it back and forth a few more times, and completed the lyrics of the song in just one morning's time. At noon, Lin Yushu called Yang Guang said and Zhu Wenxin outside to eat. Yang Guang cooked his own bowl of noodles to deal with it, because when one person, always too lazy to go to the rise in the kitchen busy, can make do to eat and not hungry is good. In the afternoon, Yang Guang made a good arrangement, and according to the impression of his past life, to do the script of the MV, the most complicated part of this song, is that there are too many singers. About 70 to 80 singers took scenes at various places of interest and cultural resorts in the capital before it was finally completed. In the evening, Lin Yushu came back, carrying a big bag in her hand, a large part of which were clothes bought for Yang Guang. Going up to the second floor, she saw Yang Guang still sitting in front of the computer and busy, so she put the things on the floor, walked behind him, hugged him from behind and asked, "Are you almost done?" Yang Guang looked back at her, patted her small hand that was wrapped around his body and said, "Still a little bit short, it'll be done soon." "Lin Yushu, what do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll go cook." "Yang Guang, you do it, is it okay?" It wasn't that he didn't trust her, he was really a bit skeptical. Lin Yushu beamed, "Don't look down on people. When you weren't here I specially learned from my aunt at home." Saying that, she got up and walked towards the kitchen. After about half an hour or so, Yang Guang had just closed his laptop when Lin Yushu came up with 2 dishes and a bowl of soup. Under his surprised gaze, Lin Yushu put the meal in her hand on the table in front of Yang Guang and said, "Let's eat here today. It feels pretty good." Yang Guang nodded, stood up and said, "Then I'll go down and serve the rice." A few minutes later, the two of them were sitting opposite each other, and this meat and veggies in front of them made Yang Guang's heart unusually satisfied. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? After dinner, Yang Guang contacted He Yunlu, telling her that the song was already written, and asked her to dock with the people over in the capital, and go over tomorrow to talk to them in detail. About an hour later, He Yunlu sent a message, saying that they had arranged to meet at 1 p.m. tomorrow, and at noon the opposite side would send someone to the airport to pick them up, and also sent the flight information she had booked for tomorrow. Early the next morning, Yang Guang was woken up by Lin Yushu. After a quick bite to eat, Lin Yushu drove Yang Guang to the airport to meet up with He Yunlu, He Linlin and the others. The 4 of them took their boarding passes and went through the security check, and since it was a first-class ticket, they got on the plane in advance through the VLP channel. With a roar of the engine, the huge airplane shot up into the sky and landed at the Capital International Airport about 2.5 hours later. Walking to the exit, I saw someone holding up He Yunlu's sign, so the 4 of them walked towards that person. In fact, holding up He Yunlu's sign was agreed upon beforehand, because Yang Guang's popularity had now reached a very scary level. If he really held up Yang Guang's name, he was afraid that it would be noticed by someone who had the intention to cause unnecessary trouble. The 4 of them followed the young man into the car, driving them straight to the preparatory office. To the place is almost 12:15. The young man with 4 people to the unit cafeteria simply eat some lunch, to the agreed meeting time. At 1 o'clock, Yang Guang asked Lin Yushu to find a place to rest outside, and he himself followed the young man to the office of their leader. When he pushed the door and walked in, he saw 4 people sitting inside, a director, 2 deputy directors, and an old man with white hair, a very famous lyricist who was now an honorary professor at the Conservatory of Music. Seeing this kind of scene, Yang Guang instantly put himself in a very low position and respectfully greeted them. Seeing Yang Guang so young, even though they had already seen him on TV, they were still a bit surprised to see him in real life at this moment, especially that professor. He couldn't believe that so many classic lyrics were from this young man in front of him. To be seated at the side of the desk, the director did not say anything polite, but went straight to the point. "How about Xiao Yang? Where is the song written? Take it out and let us a few old men take a look." Yang Guang immediately took out a few pages of paper from the bag he was carrying, which were the lyrics and songs printed in advance, and handed them to a few people respectively. When they got them, they lit up at the mere sight of the name. "Professor, Beijing welcomes you." "Good. This name is good. It's simple and straightforward, letting people know what theme the song is going to express before they even listen to it." Looking at the expressions of these other 3 people, it seemed that they were also very satisfied with this name. By this point, Yang Guang's heart was already half put down, because if he was satisfied with the name, it showed that even though he was reborn into this world, the attitude of the people in these 2 worlds towards the classics was unchanged. Then came the words, "Greet another morning sun, bring brand new air, breath change love flavor unchanged, tea aroma wafting with affection. The door to my home is always open, open arms waiting for you, embraced by a tacit understanding. You will love it here. No matter near or far our guests please do not have to be polite. Meet together. We welcome you." The further they looked down, the brighter the eyes of several people. The environment in the room was terribly quiet at the moment. Only the 4 of them could be heard breathing heavily, knowing that after a few people had gone over and over the lyrics several times. That director twisted his head to look at the professor. "Oldly, what do you think?" The professor, who was called Oldly, looked up and said, "Good, very good. This song, from the perspective of our domestic common people, not only uses enthusiastic notes to express the joyful mood of the people when the Olympics arrive and their welcome to the Olympic guests, but also shows the positive gesture and sincere feelings of the domestic musicians who enthusiastically welcome their friends from all over the world to Beijing to participate in the Olympic Games." Hearing Professor Li's appraisal so high, That director raised his eyebrows. So what do you mean? We're set? Prof. Lee, well, I suggest we settle on this song. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Yang Wang. Little Yang, you deserve to be the one who wrote such a classic song. You subdued a few of us old men with this outburst. Yang Wang of course had to be modest at this moment. Professor Lee is too polite. As long as you are satisfied, then I feel very honored. Professional things to find professional people to do. The next discussion of the details of the song. Basically Professor Lee himself and Yang Wang exchanged. The other three just sat there and listened. Not their own field of specialization. They absolutely did not say a word. Prof. Lee, so what are your thoughts on how to record this song next? Yang Wang thought about it. According to the pattern of the last life, it is the best presentation of this song, because the theme is placed here. The more people involved, the more connotation. The more it can show the domestic people's feelings of welcome to the Olympic athletes. He deliberated on the language for a while, then spoke. Professor Lee, this is what I think. For the recording of this song, I suggest that the more people the better. The organizing committee will send out a notice inviting singers in the country to come and participate in the recording. Around 80 to 100 people. I believe that in this kind of extravaganza, there is no one who doesn't want to take part in it. For the songs, one person will sing a line. This will also better reflect our inclusiveness. Yang Wang said. The more the four of them listened, the more they felt it made sense. That's right. Hundreds of people singing a song would better set off the theme of inclusiveness of the song. As for the MV, then it can be simpler and more straightforward. Just take scenes from all the famous places and tourist and cultural shrines in our capital city. One for each person. And bring out the best of our capital city. Professor Lee nodded his head repeatedly as he listened. Good. Xiao Yang's idea is very good. Since we want to publicize our country, there's no need to hide it. Showing our best side directly can show our sincerity and make it easier for them to accept. Yang Wang added. But there is one thing. For this first phrase, I don't recommend using a singer, but finding a small child outside the circle to sing it. One reason is because they are involved in a face-saving issue of seniority. And the second, is that by using a small child, it's more expressive of our country's image of being like the rising sun and prospering. This sentence simply spoke to that director's heart. Hearing Yang Wang say this, he slapped the table. Well, Xiao Yang, this point is very well thought out. Let's do it. Several people chatted for 2 hours in the office with the door closed, and when they walked out everyone had an easy smile on their face, indicating that today's result was a happy one for all. Yang Wang shook hands with the four old men and said goodbye. Several leaders. I'll go back first. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We will definitely be on time. After the four turned around and returned to the office, the young man called Xiao Chen, who started to bring Yang Wang's few people over, came over again, asked them for their personal information and took 4 pictures. Explaining, the leader ordered to get you a temporary work permit so that it's convenient for you to go wherever you want. After finishing these things, it was already almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and He Yunlu had booked a hotel in advance. Because she wasn't sure about Yang Wang and Lin Yushu's relationship, she booked a room for each person. After the four of them walked out of the gate of the preparatory office courtyard and came outside, He Yunlu asked Yang Wang, are we going back to the hotel or where are we going? Yang Wang looked at the color of the sky, the food cells in his body stirred and proposed, it's still early, why don't we go find something to eat? The other three certainly had no objections. After a beat, assistant He Lin took the initiative to come to the side of the road and reached out to stop a cab. After the four of them got in, Yang Wang told the driver, Master, where is the more reliable snack street in the capital? Take us to experience it. The driver answered, okay. Several people sit down. Yang Wang, who was sitting in the back row, always felt that the license plate number of this cab was familiar, and kept sizing up the driver in front. Lin Yushu was curious and asked Yang Wang, what are you looking at? Yang Wang whispered, Yushu, look at this driver, uncle. Isn't it familiar? Although the voice was not loud, but in a car so close, it was still heard by the driver. He glanced at the rearview mirror of the car, and immediately crouched down. You're Yang Wang? Yang Wang heard his voice, immediately also thought of which one he was. You say it's not a coincidence, isn't it? Master Ding Yong instantly surprised. Fate nah. This can be counted on to open the box. Ding Yong just pulled them in the Olympic organizing committee of the preparatory group door on the car. This time, a singer to go to the Olympic organizing committee. In order to what things, as long as it is not too stupid, can guess. Not to mention the Ding Yong? Because when he first pulled Yang Wang, he heard him say in the car that he was going to write a song for the games. Not to mention that the preparatory group had tweeted the official announcement some time ago. Both he and his daughter Ding Shanshan were Yang Wang's loyal fans, and any news about Yang Wang on the internet would not escape them. Immediately, he opened his mouth and asked, Yang Guang, you came here for that, right? Yang Guang put his middle finger to his lips at him and said, confidential, haha. Ding Yang is a northeasterner from the north. Although he has been in the capital for more than 20 years, that kind of northeasterner's brash character is still retained in his body. Don't worry, I have the strictest mouth. Yang Guang suddenly thought that this time, he wanted to turn around all the attractions inside that song, and his own few people came to the capital without a car. If he looked for an unfamiliar vehicle every time, it was always unsafe. At that moment, he opened his mouth and asked, Master Ding, how much money can you earn this day? Although Ding Yang didn't understand what purpose Yang Guang had in asking this, but as his fan, he still said without reservation, I usually work day shift is about $500. Yang Guang then asked him, I probably still have to stay in the capital for a few days. I have to run around every day. It's inconvenient to not have a car. See if it's convenient to release a package for your car, we'll give you 1,000 a day. Hearing Yang Guang say this, Ding Yang got a little excited. Who doesn't want to stay a little longer with the idol? Immediately said excitedly, that's definitely no problem. Let's do it this way. You don't want 1,000 either. Just count it as 500. Yang Guang shook his head. No, you can take a break from pulling your own job. It's hard to follow me. Just say 1,000. In this way, tomorrow morning you will wait at 9 o'clock in our car. Where to go then I will tell you. Ding Yang promised. Okay, I promise I won't miss the time. About half an hour's drive. Yang Guang several people in Sanlitun got off the car. At this moment the sky has been darkened. The lights are on. Looking at the snack street inside the smoke, the thick earthly fireworks gas. Yang Guang very much liked this atmosphere. He gave Ding Yang a word of advice, telling him not to forget about it tomorrow. And then he took Lin Yushu and Lin Yushu He Yun Lu and walked in. After being together for so long, Yang Guang was still quite relieved about the assistants and brokers in front of him, especially the broker He Yun Lu, who was an old man in the circle. So what she could do and what she couldn't do was as clear as a mirror in her heart. As for the assistant He Lin, is He Yun Lu found? That character should also keep up. Since coming to Yang Guang's side, never talk less live good, hard work. So this time Yang Guang didn't hide his relationship with Lin Yushu in front of the two of them, and immediately held Lin Yushu's hand and walked in front. He Yun Lu and He Lin in the back were also very surprised to see this situation, but they didn't show it, just the two of them glanced at each other, unspoken. In fact, He Yun Lu all suspect Yang Guang and Lin Yushu in the end what relationship, but they are after all their boss. Also not convenient to ask. Today, seeing Yang Guang no longer cover up in front of the two of them, He Yun Lu was still very happy in her heart, because it meant that Yang Guang finally fully accepted himself as his manager and He Lin as his assistant. As for Lin Yushu, she was still very happy to see Yang Guang shopping in public, especially holding her hand in front of her agent and assistant. As for whether or not she would be found out, she didn't care and knew that Yang Guang wouldn't care either, because what Yang Guang relied on from his debut until now was not hype, but talent. People with talent could do whatever they wanted in any circle. In this way, the two held hands and walked in front. He Yun Lu and He Lin followed not far behind. He Yun Lu looked at the silhouette of the two people in front of her, and secretly thought in her heart, these two people just looked at them like this. They all thought that they were a young couple who came over to go shopping in the snack street. Who would know that one of them was a powerful singer who was in the midst of the entertainment industry, and the other one was a 1,000-year-old young lady of the top tycoons of the country? Although Yang Guang and Lin Yushu holding hands like this and strolling in public would risk being photographed, but now that the sky was already dark, plus Yang Guang had also made a disguise, and most of the people in the surrounding area's eyes were attracted by Lin Yushu, so she was still relatively relieved. After nearly 2 hours of shopping in the snack street, eating and drinking a whole lot, Yang Guang was finally satisfied, and He Lin was still carrying a big pocket of uneaten things. Lin Yushu was also tired, so she proposed to go back to the hotel to rest. When several people returned to the hotel, the cab master Ding Yang also walked into his house. As soon as Ding Yang walked through the door, his wife and daughter started to bring out the prepared meals from the kitchen. A family of 3 sat around the table. His daughter, Ding Shanshan, saw Ding Yang grinning from the door and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's the matter, Dad? What are you happy about today? Tell us and let us all be happy too." Ding Yang asked triumphantly, "Guess who I met today?" Ding Shanshan bristled. "I don't know who you saw. Besides, who could make you so happy? Look at you. You are happier than seeing my mom." This sentence of trouble. Let Ding Yang hurried to explain, "You this girl piece don't talk nonsense. I saw that is a man." Ding Shanshan froze for a moment. A man? Looking at her dad's smug look, a name immediately floated out of her mind. Although she couldn't believe it herself, she still tried to ask him, "Does it mean you saw Yang Guang again?" After saying that, he looked at Ding Yong with eyes full of anticipation. Ding Yong pretended to be profound and said, "Worthy of being my daughter. Just smart. Follow me." When his wife heard this, she slapped him and scolded him with a smile. "Look at your demeanor." Ding Shanshan ah! Ding Shanshan let out a scream, pulled her dad's hand and said, "Dad, your luck is really unbeatable. Yang Guang came to the capital again? So coincidentally he got into your car again?" Ding Yong nodded his head and said, "Not only did I meet him, these days he has something in the capital and specially chartered my car. So these days your dad I won't go out to pull jobs and go to be a full-time driver for Yang Guang." Ding Shanshan excitedly grabbed Ding Yong's arm. "Dad, beg you for something. Can you see if you can help me ask for a few autographed photos of Yang Guang?" Ding Yong didn't say yes, but thought about it and said, "I'll ask him tomorrow. I can't guarantee if I can get them." Ding Shanshan said, "With Yang Guang's character, as long as you ask, Dad, there will be no problem." The family sat on the sofa in the living room after dinner, chatting and watching TV. This kind of happiness should be the epitome of millions of ordinary families in the country. At this time, Yang Guang and his party also came to the hotel that he Yunlu had booked. The location of the hotel was relatively close to the organizing committee, and it was almost 10 minutes away on foot. Although he asked for 4 rooms, Yang Guang tiptoed to Lin Yushu's room after everyone had rested. There was a word called eating the marrow to know the taste, and Yang Guang had been a little uncomfortable being alone since he started sleeping with Lin Yushu in his arms at night. Lin Yushu's character, in fact, was a bit like Lin Yao's, although she usually seemed to be lighthearted, but she would habitually reveal a decisive and ruthless character when acting at critical moments. This is the reason why almost no one around her dares to make her angry. Even after she grows up, there are a lot of people around her who salivate over her beauty and want to hit her. And those people are the rich kids who are closer to her family on weekdays. But even these people, but also in Lin Yushu's hands under the touch of the nose and face, and never dared to do anything wrong to her. At this moment, if Lin Yushu was seen by those people she had cleaned up, she would definitely be shocked to drop her jaw. She was now curled up in Yang Guang's arms. The expression on her face could tell that she was enjoying Yang Guang's embrace. Early the next morning, Lin Yushu woke up Yang Guang, because there was something very important later, so the two of them cleaned up and opened the door to go out ready to go downstairs for breakfast. Just as they opened the door and walked out, they saw He Yunlu and He Lin each walking out from inside their rooms as well. A few people just stood there staring blankly. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. Yang Guang didn't expect to meet them so coincidentally, and to have them find out that he came to Lin Yushu's room last night. He Yunlu and He Lin were also very embarrassed. They also didn't expect to see the scene when they just came out. But in the end, Yang Guang was a man and had a much thicker skin. In just a moment he reacted and greeted the two as if nothing had happened. "Oops, I was about to go and shout at you guys. It's just as well that we're going down to eat breakfast together." In this kind of awkward situation, as long as there was one person to break the deadlock, the atmosphere would ease up a lot. Hearing Yang Guang say this, He Yunlu quickly reacted as well, treating it as if she hadn't seen anything, smiling and greeting the two of them. The four of them went to the hotel's restaurant for breakfast in company. At 8:50, Yang Guang's group of 4 arrived at the entrance of the organizing committee's compound, and after waiting there for a few minutes, they saw that Xiao Chun from yesterday running over and handing over a few temporary work permits in his hand to Yang Guang. In this way, when they went to any attraction or place of interest in the capital, they could show their cards to the management office, which could provide a great convenience for Yang Guang to prepare for the MV. When they got the work permit, they happened to see Ding Yong's cab parked at the entrance of the compound, and rolled down the glass to greet them on the car. In the car, Yang Guang gave Ding Yong a task. That is, in these few days, he should take himself around all the famous places and tourist attractions in the capital. Originally this matter was very difficult for Yang Guang, but now with the teacher master who had driven a cab in the capital for more than 20 years to lead the way, it was instantly a lot easier, because of the long hours of walking the streets here and there. So Ding Yong was simply a living map of the capital. Whenever Yang Guang arrived at a place, he took a few photos based on his impressions from his previous life, and it wasn't until the afternoon of the 4th day that he basically finished selecting the scenery for the MV. When he went back to make a good script based on these photos, he could have the organizing committee send out a notice to recruit singers. On the way back, Ding Yong tried several times to ask Yang Guang for an autographed photo, but didn't open his mouth. Looking at him like he wanted to say something, Yang Guang took the initiative and asked, "Master Ding, are you going to say something?" Seeing Yang Guang ask this, Ding Yong gathered courage and said out, "That, my daughter is your fan. See if you can give me a few autographed photos. Since she knows that I'm driving for you these days, she has been pestering me for a few days." As soon as Yang Guang heard that this was the case, he smiled and said, "Of course there's no problem. Then he asked He Lin Lin to ask over 5 photos prepared in advance. That a pen swish 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 signed his name. Wait for the ink of the handwriting to dry. Then put the 5 autographed photos inside the storage compartment in front of the passenger side. When he came to the door of the hotel, Yang Guang let He Yun Lu settle the expenses of these days to Ding Yong, because in the future it is inevitable that he will have to come to the capital often. So he asked for his contact information again. He now has to go back to make a good script, tomorrow to the organizing committee people. Let them start recruiting singers. Then his purpose of coming to the capital this time even successfully completed. Imagining the sensational effect of that song in his previous life when it was released 100 days before the start of the games. Although he knew the effect of the filming, Yang Guang was still creating a little bit of anticipation in his heart at the moment. After 2 days, Yang Guang conceptualized a rough script of the MV he remembered. On the 3rd day, he organized and packaged all the documents, and stored them in a flash drive. Because the organizing committee of this work required that the date be determined strictly according to the date, so it was stipulated that it would be released 100 days before the start of the competition, so it definitely couldn't be leaked in advance. Based on security considerations, Yang Guang used the computer are newly bought, and never connected to the internet, and do these things, even more uneasy directly through the network transmission. The most primitive method is the most secure. Because of the temporary work permit, this time again into the courtyard, Yang Guang did not meet the security guards at the door to stop, but directly show the work permit to go in. For this kind of working style and attitude, Yang Guang was very fond of it. All the staff would not look at you differently because you were a star or other reasons. It could make all the people have a sense of security. Taking the flash drive, Yang Guang directly came to Professor Li's office. He was the music director for this preparation until the opening and closing ceremonies. So until the production of this song was completed, Yang Guang was considered a temporary employee under Professor Li's hand. When he saw what Yang Guang handed over, he was even more impressed with the young man in front of him, because he was satisfied with Yang Guang's idea when he spoke it out at that time, and now when he saw the script that was made, with the attached photos of the scenes collected in the field, Prof. Li, a musician of the older generation, could imagine in his head how amazing it would be if it was filmed. Next the two discussed for a long time about certain details, and finally finalized the final plan. Professor Li then called over his assistant and asked him to go and use the organizing committee's microblog to post a recruitment notice. After careful screening, the Olympic promotional theme song has been finalized, and we are now recruiting singers from all over the country to participate in the singing of the song and the shooting of the MV. So please sign up if you have the intention to do so. Email. When Yang Guang bid farewell to Professor Li and returned to the hotel, Lin Yushu, He Yun Lu and the 3 of them were chatting in her room. As soon as Yang Guang came in, He Yun Lu told him that the organizing committee had released the information of recruiting singers on Weibo. Yang Guang smiled. He knew that this incredibly simple recruiting information in the domestic music scene will cause much of a stir. Many singers, in order to grab a spot, not hesitate to start rumors about other people smearing, can be called a microblogging caused by the bloodshed. But these were not things he needed to worry about. He now went back to write a few songs for Zheng Pinghui and Feng Wenwen and the others, striving to release them as soon as possible, and by then it would be a logical thing to get them involved. Professor Li had said that he could just pull in the right people if he had them. This time when he came to the capital, Yang Guang let He Lin Lin check the airfare to Mordor. There was a flight at 2 p.m. And after confirming it, he directly bought the ticket. Looking at the time, it was now 11 o'clock in the morning. They simply ate a simple lunch in the hotel restaurant, then took a car and went straight to the airport. At 4:30 p.m., after arriving at the Magic City Airport, letting He Yun Lu He Lin Lin go back on her own, Yang Guang and Lin Yushu went straight to the parking lot and drove straight back to Rosewood Villa. Because in the morning, they received a call from their mom, Hu Shuangjin, saying that she and Yang Guang hadn't been home for dinner recently, so they should finish their work in the capital and go home. On the way, Lin Yushu called Hu Shuangjin and said that they would arrive home in about an hour and a half. Hu Shuangjin then hurriedly arranged for the aunts at home to start cooking, calculating that the time should be just right. After arranging all this, she then called Lin Yao and asked him to hurry back, because he hadn't seen his daughter for many days recently. So Lin Yao didn't say anything else, and after hanging up the phone, he directly asked the driver to drive himself home. When the meal was ready, Lin Yushu and Yang Guang also drove to the courtyard entrance of the villa. When the two of them arrived at the dining room, the meal had already been set on the table, and that aunt had packed up and gone home. The 4 of them sat around the table and ate the meal happily. At the table, Lin Yao asked about how things went for them in the capital this time. Yang Guang replied seriously, "It's still quite smooth. The lyrics and music are quite satisfactory and they didn't ask for any changes. And I've already done the shooting script for the MV and went to the field to take the scene. Now we're just waiting for the program group to recruit a sufficient number of singers. Then we can start recording the song. Hearing Yang Guang say this, Lin Yao was very satisfied and pulled Yang Guang to accompany him for a couple more drinks. Now the more he looked at Yang Guang, the better he looked at him, and in his heart he thought more than once that his own daughter still had a good eye for people, and this was more along with himself. Of course, he did not dare to say this in front of Hu Shuangjin, because for this, he has more than once suffered her blank stare. After dinner, Hu Shuangjin left them to stay at home. After all, the villa was big enough and had enough rooms. But Lin Yushu knew that Yang Guang had to go back to write songs for Feng Wenwen and Zheng Pinghui and the others, so she refused. Driving back to White Heron Garden, Yang Guang lay on the sofa feeling dizzy, lying on the sofa and letting Lin Yushu pour himself a glass of water. Looking at Yang Guang's appearance, Lin Yushu couldn't help but spit out. This old Lin, every time he drags you to drink so much, next time he does this, I won't be able to spare him. Hearing this, Yang Guang's drunkenness immediately woke up 3 times, hurriedly sat up and said, "Don't you dare. Right now I haven't married you yet. It's better not to provoke old father-in-law to be unhappy at this time." Hearing Yang Guang shouting Lin Yao old father-in-law, blushing face said, "What are you talking about? Who is your old father-in-law?" Yang Guang saw Lin Yushu's appearance. His heart itched, grabbed her hand and pulled it over, letting her sit in his arms. With a bad smile on his face he said, "Does it still need to be asked?" Then he kissed down towards her cherry mouth. Lin Yushu felt like she was about to suffocate, pushed Yang Guang away with force, slapped his chest and said, "Look at your colorful and anxious look. Didn't you say you were going to write a song for them?" Saying that, she stood up from his arms, picked up the cup of water that Yang Guang had finished drinking, and went to get another cup. Yang Guang looked at Lin Yushu and said with a silly smile, "I won't write today. I drank a little too much wine. My head is dizzy. I'll go to bed early tonight, and get up tomorrow to write again." Lin Yushu thought about it and said to Yang Guang, "Alright then, go take a shower and rest early today." Saying that, she pulled him up to the second floor and watched Yang Guang go into the bathroom. She also went back to her room to take a shower. When she changed into her pajamas and came out, and walked to Yang Guang's bedroom, she found that he was already lying on the bed asleep. Lin Yushu didn't disturb him. She just pulled a blanket over Yang Guang, then gently lay beside him, stretching out her arm to rest on him, and in a short while, she also fell into a deep sleep. While Yang Guang was lying in bed sleeping, almost 10 hours had passed since the organizing committee released the recruitment information on Weibo. After such a long time of spreading and proliferation, now basically all of the large and small entertainment companies in China had already seen this microblog and notified all of the artists under their companies. For this kind of thing, no one would be unwilling to participate. Regardless of whether they had the chance or not, they would have to fight for it. Sky Arts Entertainment. Although it was already late at night, the company was still brightly lit. Qin Xiaochuan gathered all of the company's artists to come over for a meeting, including those who were outside catching up on announcements, but also had to sit in front of the computer for a network meeting. This meeting has only one theme, that is the microblogging released by the Olympic Organizing Committee. His request is also very simple, to the company's artists to fight to participate in, as much as possible to participate in the recording of this song. Although there is no money to be made, Qin Xiaochuan believes that all the artists in the country, as long as there is an opportunity, even if they are squeezing their heads to go for it, the promotional theme song for the first Olympics in China. This alone is of extraordinary significance, and it is also a good proof for those artists who are selected. To put it in official terms, this is a way for everyone to contribute to the Olympics. To put it bluntly, who wouldn't want to rub off on this wave of heat? In Qin Xiaochuan's own words, you seize this opportunity to perform. It is equivalent to spending tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars to do a hype. Anyone who doesn't want to seize this opportunity is either a straw man or has a bag in his head. At the same time, there were an unknown number of entertainment companies that were in the same situation as Sky Arts Entertainment. At this moment, they were all having meetings in their offices, discussing how to let their artists seize this opportunity. Some people had even started to plan how to expose the black information of the rival company's artists. For a while, the microblogging site was too lively for the usual crowd. It was like New Year's Eve. The first thing that came to light was that He Jifei of painting brokerage was suddenly exposed on Weibo with a photo of him in a hotel room with a girl. Just a photo does not mean anything, but the source from the time he began to eat with each other in the hotel began to follow. Although the shooting distance is relatively far, but still very clear to see, this girl is certainly not the wife of He Jifei. When eating, the two seem like a couple in general intimate. Even after eating, walk out. Although there is camouflage, but this sneak peek of the paparazzi is very experienced. The characteristics of He Jifei shot unusually prominent. That girl took his arm and walked into the hotel together, laughing and joking. And then this paparazzo filmed the entire process of them opening the room from the front desk to entering the room. This picture agency and Jifei completely exploded. Has always been in front of the public or deliberately in front of the public to create a dedicated, family-oriented, harmonious husband and wife of the good man image. But this violent material came out. He himself and behind the company has always been to give him speculation to set up a personage immediately be knocked back to the prototype. In the comments section under their microblogging, those fans who usually claim to like him so much began to curse. And you can't even find a good word in the comment section after scrolling down for 10 minutes. Painted Brokerage has a clear idea of who exposed this black material, and who wouldn't be on their guard in advance against such a company that usually has competition. So their counterattacks came quite quickly. Less than an hour after Jifei's black material was exposed, Ching Ching, the popular flower girl under another entertainment company, the innocent jade girl that has always been created, was exploded and the director was studying a small script in a hotel late at night. However, her fan base was generally male. And apart from the usual more serious group of people who started to break into a rage, there was also a portion of the melon-eating public who actually flocked in en masse and started to leave messages below begging for a video. This time, Qingqing was so angry that she almost spat out blood. She felt that she had suffered a completely unwarranted disaster this time. Just ask, how many actresses haven't been in a director's room? Immediately began to call that director to complain. The director, soon netizens pick out, is a second-tier director in the country. The name is Qian Xian Yuan. 35 years old, by shooting online drama started, because the number of views is very high, was the investors see, and then shot 3 youth idol dramas, and Qingqing participated in the shooting, is only one of them. At that time, the ratings are quite good. The drama is called In the Name of Youth. Xian is expected to receive the Qingqing's phone, a frown, as a director from scratch. His market sense of smell is still very keen. Heard Qingqing said this thing, he immediately understood the cause of things. The source of all this is that microblogging. He opened the microblog and saw that at this time, his comments section had also been breached inside. Director Qian, very good at playing. Can you say how Qingqing tastes? Classic late-night script study. Even the innocent jade girl Qingqing is like this. So there should be many more actresses who study scripts with Director Qian. Good fortune for Director Qian. I admire you. Looking at the comments section where the melon eaters were talking about you and me, it was quite lively. Qian hopefully's brows were tightly wrinkled, calculating in his mind, this matter is just to make you not qualified to participate in the recording of that song. If ignored, this storm will soon pass. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up the phone and called Qingqing, wanting to tell her to never counterattack the other party on Weibo. As long as it is handled coldly, this storm will soon pass. But he never thought, Qingqing has let the company to find a good water army, began in the other side of a battle without smoke. Qian hopefully good words of advice. Qingqing are biting dead not to let go. Angry, he angrily slammed his cell phone on the ground, cursing, stinking bitch, usually pretending to dress in a heartless and innocent manner, but at the critical time will give themselves hype. Qian hopefully thought right, in this circle, as long as you can be red, black red is also red. At this moment, Qingqing's heart is like this, since it was exposed, there is a stain. Then naturally there is no way to go to the capital to participate in the recording of the song. This hotspot can't rub it. Then create a hotspot out for themselves. At this time, situations like theirs were happening all over the country. After a night of fermentation, until the next day, the entire microblogging has become a pot of porridge. There wasn't a single piece of black material for months on a normal day, and just this night alone, more than 40 pieces were blown out. The melon-eating masses were so excited that they didn't sleep for the whole night. They were busy picking fires all over the place, in addition to taking screenshots in time plus saving the pictures and preserving the evidence, so that they could be useful for the day in the future. And at this time, Yang Guang and Lin Yushu had already gotten up. After a night's rest, his drunkenness had dispersed, except for his head being a bit groggy. He had no other feelings left, although he hadn't paid attention. His manager He Yunlu had messaged him about the situation. Looking at this situation that He Yunlu said inside his cell phone, Yang Guan looked at Lin Yushu and cried and laughed. Lin Yushu, who was eating breakfast, saw Yang Guang's strange expression and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you have this look on your face?" Yang Guang didn't explain, crying and laughing. He handed her his cell phone. "Ugh, take a look yourself. This is too much." Lin Yushu took the cell phone in confusion, and seeing the message inside that He Yunlu had sent to Yang Guang, she also found it unbelievable. Handing the phone back to him, she opened her mouth and asked, "These things last night, it's because of that microblog in the capital, right?" Yang Guang nodded. No surprise it should be. After saying that, he lowered his head and took a sip of millet porridge. Lin Yushu, these people are too brainless. right? They think that by blowing up other people's black information and creating a stain for others, their own chances are greater, not realizing that this is hurting the enemy 1,000 times and harming themselves 800 times. If you have other people's black information, other people will definitely have yours as well. Yang Guang remembered the love-hate relationship between those artists in his previous life, and also sighed with emotion. You haven't seen the darkness of the entertainment circle. These tactics can only be said to still belong to the milder ones. Those people really do anything as long as it is favorable to them and as long as they can catch fire. In fact, for these bad things, Yang Guang was not willing to contact, so he waved his hand. Forget it, don't think about it, don't care what kind of fights are going on outside. In the future, the artists signed by our Sunshine Entertainment, we must not have any black spots, even if it's suspected. It won't work. This sentence Lin Yushu still recognized. The purpose of her running this company was to be with Yang Guang, in order to be able to have a career with Yang Guang that belonged to the two of them together, so she would never allow anyone to discredit their company. After eating, Yang Guang went to wash the dishes and went to his study to write songs, because Feng Wenwen and Zhang Pinghui had been idle for some time since the two of them signed to the company. He decided today to write 2 songs for each of the two and release them as singles. Thinking about it, Yang Guang felt that it wasn't quite enough. Even if the 2 of their songs caught fire, what if the people didn't catch fire? It seems that it is time to plan to release an album by themselves, and then organize a concert. These 2 new songs let them sing in their concert. I believe that the increase in their popularity will be of great help. When he thought of doing it, Yang Guang called out to Lin Yushu, who was busy downstairs, and after she came up, he asked her, I want to call Sister Lu and the others over to discuss our next plan. I don't know if it's convenient. Lin Yushu knew what Yang Guang's concerns were, and immediately smiled and said, What's inconvenient about this? Sister Lu and the girls have been with you for such a long time. They are considered your own people. Come over here. It's fine. Yang Guang nodded, picked up the phone and called He Yun Lu, asking the 2 of them to come here at noon, and sent the address over. He Yun Lu and He Lin Lin, as Yang Guang's manager and assistant, basically stayed inside the company when Yang Guang didn't have any announcements or other tasks. Receiving Yang Guang's phone call, He Yun Lu called on He Lin Lin to drive there together according to the location. The company has given Yang Guang with an MPV. Usually if the notice location is relatively close, driving there will be much more convenient, because the road is not familiar. So 10 minutes of the road they drove for 20 minutes before arriving at the White Heron Park entrance. Looking at the imposing villa area in front of him, He Yun Lu and He Lin Lin glanced at each other, from each other's eyes to see the surprise. This car was not registered with a license plate number, so they could not enter the district. So they had to call Yang Guang. Lin Yushu then took over the phone. Let He Yun Lu give the phone to the security guard at the entrance. On the phone, she instructed the security guards to let the car in, and asked them to remember the license plate number and register the car under their villa. The entire community property including security are Tian Shang Group's people. They know very well who lives inside this villa. Very simply agreed to lift the railing to let the car in. And one person also specifically shot the license plate number, ran all the way to the property office. The license plate registered in the community vehicle management system, because this car is specially prepared for Yang Guang, so when the future may often come over, registration is much more convenient. He Yun Lu drove the car, according to the positioning sent by Yang Guang, finally came to the gate of this villa courtyard, just stopped the car, saw Yang Guang come out from inside the villa, opened the courtyard door to let the 2 go in, since they had just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, and had been walking inside the villa and sitting on the sofa. The shock in He Yun Lu and He Lin Lin's eyes had never disappeared. They knew that Mr. Lin and Yang Guang should be very rich, but they didn't think that it would come to this point, not to mention the price of the villa itself, but also its decoration and those furniture and appliances in the room, etc. All of them revealed 2 words, expensive and taste. At this time, Yang Guang sat across from them and opened his mouth to say, Sister He, today I called you guys over, mainly because I thought about what I was going to do next and wanted to discuss how to proceed. Only then did He Yun Lu come back to her senses and said, So what do you have in mind? Yang Guang then said the ones he thought about in the morning. Isn't this about writing a song for Feng Wenwen and Zhang Pinghui today? It suddenly occurred to me that if it's just a simple matter of writing a song and letting them release a single, it's very easy for there to be a situation where the song is a hit and the person isn't a hit, and that's not what we want to see. I'm going to record that new rap of the century soon. This program I've learned about. It's different from other programs, that is, his system is very focused. They are recorded continuously, probably 2 weeks at the most before it's over. What I think, after it ends, I won't take any more announcements. I want to spend 2 to 3 months writing songs, then release an album, and immediately prepare for a concert. At that time I will drag Feng Wenwen and Zhang Pinghui to sing the songs I gave them at my concert. You're an old manager. You definitely have more experience than us. I just want to discuss with you now to see what good ideas you have for this put. After listening to Yang Guang's plan, Hyun Lu was shocked, because Yang Guang's arrangement was completely unlike what a newcomer could think of. The most favorable way for a newcomer to the company to debut was of course to show up and sing at a top-stream concert. However, Hyun Lu thought about it and still added some different opinions. I don't think there's any problem with anything else. When you get the songs for the album ready, the company will produce the album on this side, and I'll start working on the planning for the concert. But in between, if there's a suitable variety show looking for you, it's advisable to pick one or two of the more fiery ones to take part in it. After all, you're just getting started. If you don't appear in the public's view for too long, it's still very unfavorable to your future development. This Yang Guang agreed with and nodded his head to agree with her. Looking at Yang Guang's listening to advice, Hyun Lu also quietly sighed in relief. She was afraid of serving that kind of stubbornness that didn't listen to advice. After the business talk, it was already 11 o'clock at noon. Yang Guang let Hyun Lu and Lin Lin stay for lunch. Originally they were not too kind, but Yang Guang said, "You're welcome. The future days are still long. You'll surely come here often." Hyun Lu thought about it and simply agreed. Looking at Yang Guang, he opened the refrigerator and wanted to go to the kitchen to cook. Hyun Lu pulled Lin Lin to hurry over and said, "There's no such thing as letting the boss cook. Today you guys try my handiwork," said no matter Yang Guang agreed or not. Rolled up his sleeves, and Lin Lin took over the ingredients, walked to the kitchen and began to work. Yang Guang was also happy to be idle. Around 12 o'clock, more than an hour's time, Hyun Lu and the two of them had already served the meal on the table. The four of them sat around the table in a very harmonious atmosphere. After tasting all the dishes, Lin Yushu gave a thumbs up to Hyun Lu. "Sister, his craftsmanship is so good. Come more often in the future and let us satisfy our cravings," Hyun Lu said politely. "Mr. Lin is overpraising. Don't worry, we will definitely bother often in the future." After lunch, Lin Lin took the initiative to go and wash the pots and bowls, so the two of them bid farewell to Yang Guang and Lin Lin, and drove away from Egret Garden to go back to the company. Yang Guang laid on the sofa for a while, and Lin Yushu said that Zhu Wenshan had asked herself to go play, so she went out. The whole big villa was instantly left with Yang Guang alone. He couldn't sleep, so he simply took out his notebook and said that he was thinking about what song he would write for Feng Wenwen and Zheng Pinghui. Feng Wenwen was good at deciding, because Yang Guang participated in the program with her and knew her voice very well, so determining the song based on her voice would be twice as easy. The key was Zheng Pinghui and the three of them. Yang Guang's idea was to keep their original band, but in the future, the lead singer couldn't be a single person. It still had to be three people singing together to make it more permanent. After racking his brain, he suddenly remembered a relatively hot group in his previous life, known by netizens as the group with the highest average education among the bands. There were many of their classic songs, especially their first album. Once released, it quickly caught fire across the country, because of the youthful nature of their songs, loved by young people in China, especially college and high school students in school. Thinking of this, Yang Guang slapped his thighs a bit excitedly, and decided to choose two songs in this album, so that they can try the water first. If the effect is good, it means that he did not choose the wrong. If it is not good, then the big deal is to change it again. Anyway, he is loaded with his own head. It is the entire library of the previous life's golden songs. Yang Guang quickly presented the lyrics of the two songs in his head on his laptop, and hummed them a few times while playing the guitar against the sheet music. Basically there is nothing wrong with them, so he can take them to the company's recording studio tomorrow for Zheng Pinghui to audition. As for Feng Wenwen, Yang Guang had long thought about which song she could sing with her voice. At 5:30 p.m., Yang Guang closed his laptop and stretched. Finally it was all done. Then he heard his phone ringing. Lin Yushu called. After connecting, he heard the other side of the phone say, "Yang Guang, we're done shopping now. Wenxin said she wants to go over to our side to have some fun. Now we're going to order some food and wine from the hotel and have them send it to our house. See what you want to eat." Yang Guang knew that these rich kids usually don't pack their meals to their homes. The reason why Lin Yushu did this was still for herself. Because of her own identity and popularity, it was indeed better to go to fewer public places where there was more traffic, or else she would not be able to leave without 2 hours if she was recognized. So to Lin Yushu said, "There is nothing. You full watch point on the line. I am not picky about food." Hanging up the phone, Yang Guang thought that since the dinner has fallen, there is a Zhu Wenxin to come over. Then wash some fruits in advance. Want to go to the coffee machine to make some coffee, but think about it is already night. Afraid of not being able to sleep, or forget about it. I have to say, I guess their membership level is higher, so their priority in the hotel is also higher. In just over half an hour, Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenxin drove back in their car. followed by an official car from a nearby hotel. And when they parked, they came down with 3 waitresses in hotel uniforms, and brought out a few food boxes from the trunk. In Lin Yushu's lead the way down to the restaurant. The food box inside the wine and food dish by dish out of the end of the set. This process to see the Yang Guang froze, cannot help but sigh, not worthy of being a professional. Even a drop of soup did not spill out. When the hotel people left, the 3 of them sat around the dining table. Zhu Wenxin, on the other hand, took the corkscrew and started to open a bottle of red wine and poured it in the wine cooler. Lin Yushu also took out 3 tall glasses from the wine cooler. Yang Guang looked at the situation and said worriedly, "Still drinking? Then how are you going to drive at night?" This comment caused Zhu Wenxin to give a big blank stare. "What? At this time of the night? Are you relieved that I'm a little girl driving back by myself?" When this sentence was said, Yang Guang understood. Come on, this is the night to stay here. It seems that he is going to have a hard time sleeping alone today. But thinking about it, he still didn't dare to show it. In the 3 people's bragging and chatting, the red wine woke up almost. Zhu Wenxin poured all the 3 tall glasses, raised a glass for herself, and said seriously to Yang Guang, "This first glass of wine I'll toast to you first. Thank you for singing in front of you to take out the anger for me." Yang Guang also picked up a cup and touched it with her. "It's just a matter of lifting my hand. What's the big deal?" After saying that, he brought the quilt to his mouth and just drank it into his mouth. When he heard Zhu Wenxin continue, "At that time, I said, if you make this girl satisfied, I'll be a mistress for you, and if you ever need anything, this girl is at your beck and call." Saying that, she didn't forget to throw him a wink. Directly scared, Yang Guang almost sprayed the red wine in his mouth. Lin Yushu looked at her helplessly and slapped at her head. "You stinky girl, are you going to die?" The 3 of them were full of wine and rice. Zhu Wenxin then proposed to go up to the 2nd floor large terrace to blow the wind, but was pulled by Lin Yushu, because now it was already autumn. The evening breeze was already very cool, especially the 3 of them had also just finished their wine, so they pulled her back to the bedroom to take a bath. Yang Guang looked at the back of the 2 going upstairs, shook his head in place and secretly sighed. After packing up these things, he also turned off the light and went upstairs to take a shower and go to bed. The next day when Yang Guang woke up, he found that Zhu Wenxin was no longer there, and when he asked, he realized that she had something going on at her company and left early. Yang Guang and Lin Yushu also simply ate a little something and drove to the company. Yang Guang had already contacted Feng Wenwen and Zhang Pinghui in advance, telling them to go to the company's recording studio today. Each of them had 2 songs to audition. Feng Wenwen was shocked when she received the phone call, because she knew that Yang Guang had not been back from the capital for 2 days, and he had already written the songs? I can't help but sigh with emotion. Yang Guang's output is really high, but in her heart, she was still looking forward to what kind of songs Yang Guang could give himself. When Yang Guang and Lin Yushu came to the company, Zhang Pinghui, Wang Wenshi, Li Changfeng and Feng Wenwen were already waiting in their office. Since they hadn't come over for many days, as soon as Lin Yushu arrived, she started to go back to her office to deal with the documents that had piled up over the past few days. On the other hand, Yang Guang went back to his office and handed the documents he had printed out in advance to a few people. "These are the songs I wrote for you. 2 for Feng Wenwen, 2 for Zhang Pinghui, and 2 for this band of yours. Take a look at them first to familiarize yourselves with the lyrics, and we'll then go to the studio to audition for the songs." Then he opened his cell phone and sent them the small sample he had recorded at home. "This is a demo I simply recorded. You guys listen to the lyrics a few more times." Several people took the file and began to seriously listen to it while looking at the content on it. Once, twice, 3 times. Later on, while the 3 of them, Zhang Pinghui, were looking and discussing, Feng Wenwen was getting more and more surprised the more she listened. Worthy of being their own certified talent. The first shot is not a mortal product. Yang Guang felt that it was almost time, so he went with the 4 people to the company's recording studio, which was a room with good airtightness and soundproofing, opened the door and went in, which was separated by a glass room with another small room, which was decorated with various instruments and microphones. On a long table outside the glass room, the most common equipment for recording studios was placed. Yang Guang sat in front of these equipments, put on his earphones, and let Zhang Pinghui's trio enter the glass room to audition. Turning on the equipment and listening to the clean singing of the 3 people inside, Yang Guang nodded with satisfaction. Worthy of being a person who has been mixing with various bars and singing for many years. Although they are from a wild background, their singing skills are still very good, and these 2 songs do not need too much singing skills, they can easily manage. Feeling that it was almost time, Yang Guang pressed the switch of the microphone and said to the inside, "It's okay, you guys sang very well, wait until the official recording, just play at this level and it'll be okay." Then he saw Zhang Pinghui and the others open the small door of the glass room and walk out, their faces full of spring. Obviously for these two songs they liked them very much, and the eyes of a few people looking at Yang Guang were starting to have more than a hint of admiration. Then it was Feng Wenwen who went in to audition. Compared to Zhang Pinghui and his three rich kids, to be an artist is a bit of a playground. All rely on interest. So Yang Guang's requirements for them is to be able to basically satisfy themselves. Then there is no problem. But for Feng Wenwen, she has to be much stricter, because Feng Wenwen's dream is to become a singer, or else she wouldn't have signed up for an entertainment company to be a trainee at such a young age. So this time when Feng Wenwen just went in, Yang Guang said to her through the microphone, "You start singing from the lowest note first, and slowly raise the key. I'll listen to how wide your range is." Feng Wenwen gave an okay sign to Yang Guang outside the glass to indicate that she received it. Then she saw her take 2 deep breaths and close her eyes to the microphone to find her feeling. When she opened her eyes after a while, she opened her mouth and sang, singing from her lowest note to the highest note she could reach. At this time, the surprise in the eyes of Yang Guang who was outside with the mic was getting more and more prevalent. He looked at Feng Wenwen inside as if he was looking at an uncarved diamond. Yang Guang really didn't expect that her range was a full 3-5 octaves across. In this way, then he hears suitable for her to sing too many songs. He is now incomparably sure. Feng Wenwen this kind of voice conditions, follow their own in less than a year, absolutely can become a first-line singers all over the country. Yang Guang told Feng Wenwen the most appropriate voice for these 2 songs, and let her re-sing it again, although there is no accompaniment, but already let him feel very perfect. After tossing and turning in the recording studio for a noon, towards the end, Lin Yushu pushed open the door and walked in, looking at Yang Guang and asked, "How's it going?" Yang Guang turned around and smiled. Today was pretty good. The 4 songs they sang were all very good, especially Feng Wenwen, really gave me a big surprise. At this time Feng Wenwen also came out from inside the glass room. A few people sat on the row of sofas placed against the wall, while Yang Guang looked at them and made a final summary. "Your audition today is still very successful. Zhang Pinghui, you guys wait for the backing tracks to finish recording. When you start the formal recording just keep this level today. Normal play is good. Feng Wenwen, your range is very wide. Remember this pitch today when you get to the formal recording. Don't go lower or sing higher." After hearing this, all 4 of them nodded seriously to show that they knew. Then Yang Guang opened his mouth again and said, "This afternoon we will start arranging and recording the accompaniment. When it's done, we'll call you guys to come over and record the song. In the afternoon, each of you will go back and practice at home, and strive to get through it once and for all when it's time to record." Saying that, she announced the dismissal. Lin Yushu clapped her hands and said, "Everyone has worked hard in the morning. I'll treat you all to dinner at noon today. It's right next to the Bandung Hotel. I've already booked a place." Upon hearing this, Zhang Pinghui and the others, because they were more familiar with Lin Yushu, began to coax, "Boss Lin, great atmosphere, 1,000 generations, a unification of the world." This slogan was met with a blank stare from Lin Yushu, ignoring them and instead pulling sunshine directly outside. Feng Wenwen was originally quite afraid of this boss, young and pretty, with that kind of temperament formed in her body since childhood, so that she didn't even dare to talk to Zhang Pinghui and the others like that in front of Lin Yushu. At this moment, seeing that she was actually pulling Yang Guang's hand, she asked Zhang Pinghui with wide eyes, "They Yang Guang and Mr. Lin they?" Zhang Pinghui bristled. "You just realized. They were together before this company was founded." Feng Wenwen suddenly realized, because when he participated in Future Star, Yang Guang said that his 150,000 yuan guitar was a gift from a friend. Now it seems that his friend should be his girlfriend, General Manager Lin, and they were together back then. Thinking about all this, he couldn't help but spit with Zhang Pinghui. Yang Guang hit it really well. I didn't realize it until now. Saying this, the 4 of them left the recording studio together, quickly catching up with Yang Guang and Lin Yushu who were already waiting for the elevator in front of them. Wanlong Hotel is just 5 minutes away next to the company. A few people entered the hotel lobby. The waiter greeted them and took them directly into the pre-booked box. In less than 10 minutes, a line of a dozen waiters came in with dishes on the table. Because it is not a business banquet, just a few people to eat a meal. There are not so many rules. Eat and drink a meal. Zhang Pinghui, 3 people and Feng Wenwen went back to practice the song, because Yang Guang had to record backing tracks with the company's band in the studio. Lin Yushu followed him back to the company even though she didn't have anything else to do. On the way, she asked Yang Guang, "It looks like you think highly of Feng Wenwen." Yang Guang nodded. "Before, I just thought that her voice condition was better. Today I purposely let her try it out. I didn't expect that it really gave me a big surprise. Her range is very wide. Many types of songs are quite suitable for her to sing. Within a year, she'll turn into a first-line singer in China." Lin Yushu held Yang Guang's hand and said, "I still believe in your vision." With that, She entered the company's special elevator. It took 2 whole days in the recording studio to record the backing tracks for the songs. Of course it wasn't those 4 songs. Yang Guang had prepared a few more songs for the program he was about to record, and recorded them together as well. Early the next morning, he called Feng Wenwen and Zheng Pinghui to the company recording studio. Because of the practice in the past 2 days, the process of recording their songs went very smoothly, and under Yang Guang's strict requirements, the recorded audio almost didn't even need to be tuned, and could be taken to the mixer along with the backing tracks. The recording took 1 noon. Yang Guang had dinner with Lin Yushu and stayed in the office for the afternoon, and near the end of the day, he got the finished product of those 4 songs. After auditioning them in Lin Yushu's office, there was nothing wrong with them, and Lin Yushu also thought they sounded good. Smiling, I didn't realize that Zheng Pinghui and the rest of them were quite talented. You don't know that when he first said he wanted to come out and sing, he almost didn't let Uncle Zheng break his legs. Yang Guang smiled and said, once these 2 songs are released, their families shouldn't be so against it. Lin Yushu agreed with Yang Guang. I guess so. The previous opposition was because they were afraid of them fooling around outside. But now that they can come up with such a successful song, they can also prove like their family that they are serious about this. Then asked Yang Guang, when are you going to release these songs? Yang Guang, I've already made a deal with them. When I finish recording this program, I'll release an album, and when the album starts to go on sale, I'll let Sister He organize a concert, and then I'll let them go on stage to sing these songs. When the concert is over, we'll release these songs on Vapor Music. Lin Yushu nodded. Releasing the 2 singles alone didn't have a great effect, but if they were first hyped up at the concert and then released them in reverse, the effect wasn't half as good. Looking at the time is not early. The company's people in addition to a few, also almost gone. So she got up and took Yang Guang's arm and walked towards the garage. Recently, Lin Yushu had fallen in love with Yang Guang's cooking, so she drove straight back to the White Heron Garden. Because of their refrigerator, every day there would be an auntie who would come over to clean the house to replenish the fresh vegetables, meat, eggs, fish, and other ingredients. So as soon as Yang Guang arrived at the house, he dove into the kitchen. Lin Yushu also changed into a set of homey clothes and rolled up her sleeves to come over to help. The 2 of them washed and sliced, working together as if they had been married for many years. When they were done and brought it to the table, Lin Yushu gave Yang Guang the soup and asked, you're going to record the program this time, will you be back at night? Yang Guang took a sip and put the soup down before answering, tomorrow at noon. Sister He and the girls will drive to pick me up and record right here in Magic City. I should be back at night. Lin Yushu nodded. There's nothing else going on in the company lately. Why don't I go to the site in a few days to watch your program? Yang Guang thought for a moment and said, I heard Sister He say that there is no audience for the first few episodes of this program, so when the audience comes in one of these days, I'll ask for tickets for you in advance. Lin Yushu said, then you can ask for an extra one. I'll go over with Wenxin then. After eating and washing up, the time had already come to more than 9 o'clock in the evening. There wasn't much else to do, so they packed up and went to bed. At noon the next day, He Yunlu drove outside the villa, picked up Yang Guang and rushed over towards the program group. Century New Rap Program Group is in the suburbs of the city to rent the venue. This is a hotel has just opened. The hotel owner is also courageous. Directly rented the whole building to the program group. The purpose is to hit the hotel's popularity. Now, the studio stage lighting those have been built, and has been tested. The judges of this program. The program group is called the producer. A total of 3. Yang Guang is one. The other 2 are from the foreign boy band Solo, back to China to develop. One is called Wu Anming. The other is called He Fei Fei. Their characteristics are very similar and fit the image of boy bands on the stick side, which is young and handsome. Whether or not they can sing specifically is not important. The important thing is to be handsome, because the young girls nowadays eat this the most. Yang Guang came to the door of the program. Gao Shang received a message from the staff and had already walked out. Seeing Yang Guang at the door, he smiled and took the initiative to extend his hand from a long way away, and didn't shake it until he walked in front of him. His mouth said one after another, I've long wanted to see you, but I didn't have the chance. This time, thanks to my old friend Hong Lei who built a bridge in the middle. Otherwise I don't know how much longer I'll have to wait. Yang Guang has always been a person who gives face to others and does not lose face to others. Seeing Gao Shang as the chief director giving himself so much face, he immediately smiled and said, Director is too polite. There are things that are not just a word from you. Being polite for a while, Gao Shang invited Yang Guang to bring his manager's assistant to the office. His assistant also made tea early and served it on the table. Yang Guang and the 3 of them sat on the sofa, while director Gao Shang and his assistant sat on the opposite side. At Gao Shang's gesture, the assistant began to tell them about the specific rules of the program. Mr. Yang Guang, Our program is one that has already had a nationwide audition in front of it, and from the more than 15,000 registered contestants, the current 68 were selected. We start the recording of the program this evening, and it may be different from the ones you participated in before. This program is pre-recorded in one breath. For example, for the first round of the contestants' 1-minute performance, we'll need these 60-some contestants to perform it all in one breath, during which we'll also need the evaluations of the 3 producers. This may be a long time, so it will require you to work hard. Not only that, after the first round of singing, all the past contestants need to gather together for a microphone-grabbing singing session, which follows the first round, with only a half-hour break in between. While the assistant was talking about the rules of the program competition, Yang Wang started chanting in his heart. Sure enough, it's the same as what sister he had said before. Apart from the fact that it will be tough when recording the program, but it will save a lot of time all the same. According to this, it's estimated that it won't take 2 weeks to finish this program. Yang Wang looked at Gao Shang and asked, then this program is pretty much just recording the material and then focusing on editing? Gao Shang nodded. You're right. This will save our program team's time and also your 3 producers' time. The current arrangement, tonight at least we have to record the second round of grabbing the mic to sing before the end of the program. Tomorrow then we will start recording the 1 versus 1 PK match. After saying that, Gao Shang asked Yang Wang, how is it? Is there any problem? Yang Wang shook his head. I'm not a contestant this time. Being a judge should be easier than before. Gao Shang said, even if you are a judge, you still have to perform the program. Yang Wang, don't worry, Director Gao. I'm ready, I won't improvise. At 6 in the evening, the program started recording, one after another. The contestants had already entered the studio's waiting room, which was on the first floor, and if they wanted to head to the stage, they still needed to take an elevator to get up there. Unlike other talent shows, because of the nature of rap music, the stage was not so richly decorated, but looked a bit industrial. Facing the stage, there were 3 sofas. At this time, the contestants who had already entered through the front of the TV real-time screen saw that the sofas did not sit on top of the people, began to sit in the waiting area to discuss. Before this, they did not receive the producer in the end, which several people invited. Around 6:30, 65 rap elites who had passed the national audition and killed their way through more than 15,000 contestants had all sat on the chairs that the program team had set up in advance in the waiting area. And at this point the producers still had not entered. Half an hour later, just when all the contestants were getting a bit impatient and starting to get irritated, the director's voice was suddenly heard from the stereo, let's welcome the 3 producers to the stage. The next thing that happened was that the lights in the studio began to flicker, and in the midst of the exuberant music, Yang Guang, Wu Anming, and Yi Fei walked in from the doorway in turn, and sat down on top of the 3 sofas that were directly facing the stage. I don't know if it was on purpose by the director, but Yang Guang was placed on the center sofa. Seeing that the producers had already taken their seats, the murmurs of the contestants in the waiting area began to ring out again, and it was even noisier than earlier. Look, Wu Anming and Yi Fei. I heard that they just returned to China last year. They used to be in a boy group there in the sticks, and they won the gold medal of MMA and meant many times. If I advance, I'll definitely pick them. What the hell is that one in the middle? His name is Yang Guang, and he just won the overall champion of I Am the King of Song in front of him. A singer who still dares to come to our new rap as a producer? I say buddy, don't you watch TV? Do you still have your cell phone disconnected? His song Animerecap on the finale was a bomb. Okay, you mean he can rap too? Of course, otherwise you think the director would have invited him? I still don't quite believe he can play rap though. Me too. Those who sing should honestly go back to singing. What's the point of coming here to fool around? Yang Guang sat on the sofa. This was his first time in this life to participate in a variety show as a judge, although he often did this kind of thing in his previous life. But in Yang Guang's memory, it was like a lifetime ago. Oh, it wasn't a lifetime ago. Recovering his thoughts, he quietly surveyed his surroundings. A black disc was placed on the sofa. This should be the one that the assistant director said. If he felt that the contestant did not pass, he pressed the button above. Then, Yang Guang looked up at the stage in front of him. The whole stage was laid out in a pretty good style. Industrial style. Just right for this kind of rap art that originated from the Western black ghetto. Just as Yang Guang was mesmerized by what he was looking at, he was suddenly pulled back by the voice coming out of the stereo in the studio. Now, the 1-minute elimination match officially begins. There was no host to read the script. Coming up and stepping directly into the topic. Hearing this, Yang Guang raised his eyebrows. This director's style of doing things, I like it. The next thing was very simple. The 65 so-called rap elite contestants were sitting in the waiting area waiting for their names to be called. all of them showing nervousness as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. However, no matter what kind of mood they were in at the moment, what should come would still come. Finally, the director called out the first name, Li Lei, the school bully from Yenjing University. In the cheers of the contestants who let out a breath, Li Lei got up and left, entered the elevator and slowly went up to the stage on the second floor. After a brief self-introduction, the 1-minute elimination kicked off with a reminder from producer Wu Anming. A 1-minute countdown also appeared above the heads behind the contestants as live music played. I'm not from the underground, nor am I an idol. Inspired by school, only write the most authentic demos. Just by hearing the first contestant perform, Yang Guang frowned. He always had a question. Does rap have to intersperse English inside the words? And this program was also the new rap of the century, a program that had been outwardly advertised to promote new rap in the country. However, because this contestant's sense of rhythm and stage style were better, and there were no major mistakes in this performance, Yang Guang did not press him. In the end, Li Lei finished his performance and passed with 3 votes. After a brief review by the producer, Li Lei retreated from the original way and returned to the contestant's seat to sit down again. Looking at the surrounding contestants who were nervously waiting for the live director to call their names, he was all relaxed at the moment. But the good thing was that the pace was tight, and the director didn't let them wait too long before directly naming the next contestant. When Yang Lishu heard his name being called, he directly got up and high-fived and cheered with the contestants he was more familiar with before walking into the elevator to the stage. Y'all know what time it is. Bow down to the king. I've been longing since I was a kid. Be the only rapper. Walking hard for every kilometer. This time, before he could sing for a minute, Yang Guang pressed that no pass button. At the end of the last minute, Yang Lishu got 2 votes to pass, so it is also considered to be a successful promotion. But Yang Guang still picked up the microphone to say why he pressed off him. Your lyrics are still a bit interesting, but to the second half of the beat is a bit too rushed. I suggest that you have the opportunity to look at their own live performance, so that it is easier to find out the problem. Maybe just a few seconds. The contestants came on stage one by one for a minute each, along with the producer's comments, so the show was still relatively fast-paced, but because there were more contestants and they had to all perform at once, it took a very long time. It wasn't until the past 2 hours that 40 or so contestants took the stage, leaving nearly 20. Some of them passed with 3 votes, while others were eliminated without a single vote, but most of them still got 1 or 2 votes. Among them, there were a few seedlings that Yang Guang himself felt were better, which he quietly kept in his heart. When this program is over, Yang Guang intends to go and talk to them, because after Feng Wenwen and Zhang Pinghui officially debut, the company will only have a few artists, which is still far from enough for Yang Guang's vision. At this moment, he urgently needed to dig out a few good seedlings in this kind of talent show. The contestants were still performing one by one on the stage, waiting for the 3 producers to judge them. Those who had already passed showed joyful faces, and those who had already been eliminated, although their interest was not high, as long as they still wanted to go down this path, they would honestly sit in their seats and watch the other contestants' performances. After all, there was no end to learning. Originally the program went down smoothly. The contestants performed on stage, the producers commented, and everything went by the book. But it wasn't until a very powerful contestant, Ding Yi, came on stage to perform that things started to change. Ding Yi is a very talented rapper, and this time he came to participate in this program with the goal of coming over as the winner. But in just the first round of performances, when he sang up to the 50th second, he unexpectedly found that 3 eliminations appeared on the big screen above the producer's head. I was eliminated? It's only the first round and I'm eliminated? At this moment, Ding Yi was standing on the stage in disbelief. Not only him, even the contestants in the waiting area were in an uproar. What's the situation? Wait. This isn't quite right. What kind of routine is their program group? Why do I feel like it's a bit of a stretch? I thought he passed, but I didn't expect him to press off in the last 10 seconds. Ding Yi didn't even pass. Isn't that too much? At this moment, Ding Yi was standing on the stage with an expression of hopelessness, as the stage began to slowly descend, and he had no way to communicate with the judges as to where he fell short. At this moment, the 3 producers sitting at the judges' table were also a bit confused. Wu Anming turned his head and asked, "Who pressed it last?" Yang Guang smiled. "I pressed it." He Fei, actually, I think he sang quite well, except that there was a small section in the middle where the singing was a bit messy. Wu Anming, me too. Ding Yi is the most natural performer out of all the contestants on stage as of now. I thought for sure that someone would not press him. So also, saying that, both of them looked at Yang Guang in the center. Yang Guang pinched his nose and asked with a smile, "If I say that my hand slipped, do you guys believe me?" When these words came out, He Fei and Wu Anming were directly confused. Can you still say that? Can you still say that? Is this producer so casual? Including the contestant seats below. At this moment, hearing Yang Guang's words, they were already in a mess and talking. WC, I told you this Yang Guang can't be trusted. You go back to being your singer. What's the point of coming over here to rap? Gu, what are you doing? What is the program group thinking? He has only participated in 2 talent shows, and now he can be a mentor? Watching the scene in chaos, some of the staff's faces were already sweating. The assistant rushed over to Gao Shang, director. It's not quite right now. That Yang Guang is also too casual, right? Although Gao Shang was also worried, he still chose to trust Hon Lei, thinking that the person he recommended was always right. So he stared at the monitor without twisting his head a bit, and spoke faintly, don't be in a hurry, keep watching. Just as the scene was running out of ways to clean up, Yang Guang opened his mouth again and said, just kidding everyone. I admit that Ding Yi's performance was quite good, but this time, I can only say that it was just his bad luck that made all 3 of us producers catch this little problem and press him. Actually, I didn't realize that the other 2 had already pressed when I did. At this time, Ding Yi had already returned to the contestant's seat. Hearing Yang Guang's explanation, he instantly felt a black eye. This was pure bad luck, plus his own strength should be considered quite strong, causing the producers to press himself without even realizing that all 3 of them would press off. Facing the crowd's concerned gazes, he pretended to be indifferent and waved his hand. It's okay, I did have bad luck today, but I'll be back next year. Things have already happened, so what can be done? For Ding Yi, one could only say that it was a pity this time, but the program still had to go on as normal. However, the good thing was that in the next match, there was no storm. The remaining contestants that should be promoted were promoted, and those that should be eliminated were eliminated. Until the final scene director prompted all the contestants to finish their matches and the recording ended. A total of 45 advanced contestants were produced. Just as Yang Guang and their 3 producers were leaving, Gao Sheng suddenly walked over and said, as of now every contestant has finished competing, but in order to make up for the producers' regrets, we are now granting each of you a resurrection slot. Saying that, he took Yang Guang and they went down to the first floor. Director Gao Sheng stood in front of a group of contestants, letting the ones who had just advanced leave the stage first and letting the eliminated ones stay behind, without saying what purpose they had. Looking at the program team doing this, those who were eliminated spat out. Is this coming over for a second insult? Seeing that those people were on the verge of a crowd, Gao Sheng spoke up. Based on the performance of all the contestants and the strong suggestions from the 3 producers, the program team has temporarily decided that each producer will have a resurrection slot, so we will give the time to them next. Hearing Gao Sheng say this, the fire of those contestants immediately went out, and they began to stare at Yang Guang's trio in front of them, fearful and expectant in their hearts. However, this suspense didn't last long. Wu Anming and He Feifei quickly finalized the resurrection, and Yang Guang also walked directly to Ding Yi and handed him the card in his hand. Looking at his astonished gaze, Yang Guang smiled and said, your elimination just now was only due to bad luck. It wasn't that your strength wasn't good, so I'll return this spot to you again, and I hope you won't disappoint me. Ding Yi didn't know why, but he was actually very moved at this moment. Receiving the resurrection plaque, he got up and said to Yang Guang, don't worry brother Yang, I will definitely prepare well for the next matches. The 3 resurrected contestants entered the promotion list. There were 48 in total. After everyone gathered in another studio, director Gao Sheng made another announcement. At this time, we have completed the first round of 1-minute elimination. At this time, the advanced players are 48. In addition, we synchronized the elimination tournament in the foreign region, and finally determined to advance 3 players, and now welcome them back to the team. After Gao Sheng finished speaking, 3 people came in from the entrance of the passageway, and after greeting everyone, they entered the area of the advanced contestants. Then director Gao Sheng announced, the next segment, grabbing the microphone to sing, officially begins. After saying that, he left. Amidst the cheers of the contestants, Wu Anming got up and stood across from the audience, picked up the microphone and put it to his mouth, and after posing coolly for a while, he swept over the crowd with a very cold gaze. Seeing him like this, Yang Guang almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but luckily he was trained that when he encountered something even more funny, as long as he didn't want to laugh, he wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. But fortunately today he could not hold it in. When the scene quieted down, Wu Anming opened his mouth and said, there is only one theme for today's grabbing the mic to sing, and that is freestyle. Next I'll ask you guys a question. Saying that, he stretched out his other finger towards the contestants and slowly opened his mouth. Do you have a freestyle? Today, Yang Guang slept at home until 12 o'clock before he started to get up, because last night's recording of the program ended too late, and it was already 3 o'clock in the morning by the time he got home himself. Yesterday's robbing singing, let Yang Guang days like years. In the scene when already yawning, he really can not appreciate the kind of nutrition. Just take a few hard to bet the statement to attack people, but also hard to say is freestyle. This grabbing the microphone singing tossed half a day, only to eliminate 5 people in the end. For this link, Yang Guang's grievances are really very big. Putting on his clothes, Yang Guang walked out of the bedroom with a chicken nest head, and found that Lin Yushu had already gone out at this moment, but she had left breakfast on the table in the dining room downstairs. Going back to wash up, going downstairs and warming up the breakfast, eating 2 meals as one. Such a feeling made Yang Guang very uncomfortable and resolved that he must not take on such a perverted program in the future. Although he is young now, he still needs to pay attention to taking care of his body. Just after eating, he received a call from He Lu, and now she had already driven a car to the outside of the villa. Yang Guang had a headache. This had just gotten up, and it was time to go to the program again. Coming to the lounge outside the studio, Wu Anming and He Feifei had arrived long ago. I don't know why. Yang Guang felt that the two of them seemed to be a bit hostile towards himself today, and he couldn't understand what the reason was even if he thought about it. However, Yang Guang had an advantage. That is, whatever he couldn't figure out, he could quickly put it aside, and never drilled into the bullseye himself. Wu Anming and He Feifei both watched as Yang Guang walked in, and old-fashionedly picked up a cup of coffee for himself and sat on the sofa and slowly drank it. They were really furious. The two of them had just returned to China for a year. Because of the halo of the stick boys, they had ruthlessly harvested a large number of brain-damaged fans in the country. In order to walk a wider path in the future, they had spared no effort to widen their network. And last night after the program was over, they had invited some of the people from the crew to go and get high. One of the assistant directors got drunk and started talking about Yang Guang, and that's when they realized that Yang Guang's fee for each episode of the program was more than the two of them combined. This time, the two of them were furious. Who is he? Wasn't he just participating in 2 variety shows in China? A newcomer who had just debuted now. What gave him the right to ride on top of their heads? The young and exuberant Wu Anming and He Feifei went back that night and started plotting that they must find a chance to give Yang Guang a good time during the recording of the program, to let him know that in this entertainment industry, one has to learn to respect the old, because they have been on the road for many years in the country of the stick. In the entertainment industry, it is also true that they are considered to be an old-timer. Today to record the content is a one-on-one. The order of appearance and each person's opponent. Director Gao Shang already at noon to let the contestants draw lots to determine. That is to say, when the afternoon began to record, these contestants directly in accordance with the predetermined order of appearance on the good. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the program officially started recording. Yang Guang and the 3 of them were still sitting on the same 3 sofas from yesterday, when the live director reminded them. A team of pre-assigned contestants started to perform on stage. Purely in terms of the competition system, this segment was considered relatively cruel, as 2 people were in single combat, and at the end of the program, 1 person had to be eliminated and leave the stage. Which one it is depends on the votes of the 3 producers. As soon as the first pair of contestants finished their performance on stage, Wu Anming and He Feifei looked at each other and quietly nodded their heads, both understanding each other's meaning, and instead of taking the lead, they sat there waiting for Yang Guang to vote. Unbeknownst to them, these small actions were clearly seen by Yang Guang, who was sitting in the center, and in his heart he thought to himself, what kind of enmity and what kind of grudge is this? What kind of grudge is this that makes you two want to gang up on me? However, although he noticed their thoughts, Yang Guang did not care. In front of absolute strength, all conspiracies are paper tigers. Knowing that the two of them would never speak if he didn't, Yang Guang didn't try to make things worse, but picked up the microphone and started to comment on the performance of the 2 players on the field, and finally voted for the player he thought had performed a little better. The next moment was the performance of Wu Anming and He Feifei. Seeing that Yang Guang had already voted for the promotion in his hand, the two of them intentionally went in the opposite direction of Yang Guang. After so many years in the entertainment industry, the two of them still have professionalism, so these words came out seamlessly. The final result was obvious. The contestant Yang Guang voted for was eliminated from the competition. Only at this point did Yang Guang realize what the two of them were planning to do, but there were only 3 producers in total, and the other 2 had united against themselves. There was indeed no way to deal with them in the program now. After all, they were born with 1 more vote than themselves. In the next program, it could be seen that Wu Anming and He Feifei had brains. They didn't mess with every pair like this, merely picking some contestants that Yang Guang showed more appreciation for to be eliminated. And Ding Yi, the contestant who was resurrected by Yang Guang from the first round, didn't escape Wu Anming and the others. At this moment, this unusual situation on the stage, Even the director Gao Sheng, who was staring at the monitor backstage, had discovered it, but not knowing the cause of the matter, he was not in a position to say anything right now, and could only continue to allow the program to move forward normally. The good thing was that it was only a secret rivalry now, and it didn't have any bad effects on the program. When all the contestants had finished their performances, Gao Sheng appeared on the stage once again. This time he called out all the contestants who had just participated in the show and had them divided into two camps, according to those who had advanced and those who had been eliminated. After everyone had taken their positions, Gao Sheng said to the three producers, "The results of the advancement are now out. However, these people who have advanced now do not mean that they can all participate in the subsequent competitions." Everyone's foreheads revealed a big question mark when these words were said. Gao Sheng was satisfied with the reaction from the scene and continued, "Now, I'm granting the three producers a privilege. You can choose one from each of the eliminated group of people, and they can freely pick their opponents from amongst the group of people who have already advanced to have a freestyle duel, and the side that receives the most applause on the scene wins, and only the winner will be able to advance to the next round." As soon as this sentence was said, the corner of Yang Guang's mouth slightly hooked up. This can really just doze off someone to send a pillow. Originally this group of people themselves only optimistic about a ding-e, but also let the two goods next to him vote it out. Now it's good. The opportunity is back in front of him again. Seeing Gao Sheng finished his speech, Yang Guang took out the microphone and said, "It's a great pity that Ding-e, the contestant, was eliminated. Now I'm going to give you another chance. I hope you can grasp it." Seeing that Yang Guang once again fished out himself, who was on the verge of drowning. At this moment, his gratitude towards Yang Guang reached the highest point. Yunlu drove the nanny car to the White Heron Garden while Yang Guang sat in the back row with his eyes closed. It was now 8:30 p.m. Today's program had all been recorded, and in the end, Ding-e did not disappoint Yang Guang's expectations and successfully advanced. Now when he thought about Ding-e's promotion, Wu Anming and He Feifei's expressions that looked as if they had eaten xiang, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart, because tomorrow was the producer's tour. There would be 500 audience members at the scene, and Lin Yushu had been promised to bring her to the scene, so although he had already found someone, Gao Sheng still agreed to give Yang Guang 2 slots. Producer tour. In fact, is the producer on stage to perform the program? Let the live audience vote. The purpose is to give these advanced contestants to show the strength of the producer, so that they can have a clearer goal when choosing the producer grouping. Just as he was lost in thought, Yunlu had already parked her car on the side of the road and turned her head to Yang Guang and said, "Yang Guang, we're already at home. The program group needs to rehearse tomorrow, so I'll come over to pick you up at 7:30 in the morning." Waking up from his contemplation and hearing Yunlu's words, Yang Guang nodded, pulled open the car door and got out, waving goodbye to them before entering the villa gate. And Yunlu and Lin also restarted the vehicle and drove away from the neighborhood. "I came back earlier today, and when I entered the door, I saw Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenxin chatting inside, with a bunch of things that they had bought in the past 2 days of shopping set up in front of them." Seeing Yang Guang back, Lin Yushu pulled him over, took out a set of clothes from her handbag, compared it to his body, found it just right, and said happily, "The clothes I bought for you, try them on at night. If they fit, wear this tomorrow to record the program." Yang Guang finished greeting Zhu Wenxin, turned his head and said to Lin Yushu with a smile, "Tomorrow is the producer tour. I asked Gao Sheng for 2 slots. Do you guys want to go to the live show and have fun?" Hearing Yang Guang finish, before Lin Yushu could say anything, Zhu Wenxin on the side screamed, "Ah, really? This young lady hasn't heard you sing live yet. She definitely wants to go." While saying this, she tugged on Lin Yushu's arm. "Yushu, quickly tell me, are you going tomorrow or not?" Unable to stand her like this, Lin Yushu hurriedly knocked her hand off her arm and said helplessly, "Go go go. We'll go. I say missy, you should at least pay attention to your own image outside. You're making me lose face, okay?" Hearing Lin Yushu agree, Zhu Wenxin didn't care what she said at this point. Then Lin Yushu said to Yang Guang, "You didn't have dinner, did you?" Yang Guang shook his head. "Not yet. I've been recording from the afternoon until now. I'm starving fast." Then in Zhu Wenxin's dumbfoundedness, Lin Yushu started to busy herself in the kitchen to heat up the rice and vegetables. After serving it on the table, she sat on the side and watched with a smile as Yang Guang took a big bite of his dinner. Was this still the Lin family's eldest young lady that she had known since childhood? She was already doing housework just for this man in front of her? Shaking her head vigorously, Zhu Wenxin felt like she was dreaming and tried to shake herself awake, but to no avail. Opening her eyes, she still had that scene in front of her, so tugging at Lin Yushu's clothes from the side. Seeing her turn back to look at herself, Zhu Wenxin pointed at Yang Guang and the meal set before him, and asked in a low voice, "Yushu, now you're starting to do all this work as well, huh?" Lin Yushu smiled and said, "What's wrong with that? I've even started learning to cook from my aunt now." This time Zhu Wenshan was even more surprised. "Aren't you just in love? Are you in love?" Lin Yushu, as for you don't understand. Two people together are loving and being loved. Not just being loved. Learning to love others is just as important. It's a very happy thing. Zhu Wenshan helplessly covered her brain and wailed, "Serves you right. You're really completely hopeless." While talking, Yang Guang had already finished his dinner, carrying those dishes and chopsticks to the kitchen, and after dumping the leftovers, he put those plates and chopsticks into the dishwasher with a brain and pressed the switch. Returning to the living room, sitting on the sofa and chatting with Lin Yushu and the girls, Yang Guang said to her, "I have to leave early tomorrow morning because the theater group has to rehearse, but the audience entrance is at 6 in the afternoon, so you guys will eat something then go over there, and I'll send the location to your phone later." Lin Yushu nodded that she knew. Since there was an event tomorrow, Zhu Wenshan simply didn't go tonight either, and slept with Lin Yushu in her bedroom. Now, Yang Guang looked at the tightly closed bedroom door next door and sighed helplessly. Ugh, it looks like it's going to be hard to sleep alone again tonight. Lying on the bed, Yang Guang thought about the song he was going to sing tomorrow. This song was a king bomb in his previous life, and was later purchased by a state-owned communication carrier, which developed a new series for school students and was liked by this target group, and gained great success. With this one move, it had pressed their opponents for decades without slowing down, silently singing it in his heart to make sure there were no mistakes. Yang Guang slowly entered a deep sleep. The next morning, he was woken up by He Yunlu's phone call, because Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenshan had fought in their room until midnight last night, so the two of them weren't able to get up early this morning either. Hands and knees scrambled to pick up the phone and heard the other party say that they were waiting outside the courtyard gate. Yang Guang said in a daze, "Okay, then wait a bit, I'll clean up and go down." He Yunlu hung up the phone and said to He Lin, "See, what did I say? Told you, as long as you go out with the boss, it's always right to buy an extra breakfast in the morning. Maybe it'll come in handy someday?" He Lin looked at the portion of breakfast in her hand and nodded convincingly. "Still, Sister Lu, you are thoughtful." As the two of them chatted, seeing Yang Guang walk out from the villa, He Lin hurriedly got off the car and handed him the breakfast and helped him open the car door. Yang Guang said thank you and sat in the back row and started to take a big bite. He Yunlu drove the car and didn't take long to arrive at the program set. Entering the studio, he found that Wu Anming, He Fei and the two of them had already arrived. Think about it. They are directly living in a nearby hotel. They don't want to go home every day. They will definitely come earlier. As for whether they will take advantage of their absence to say bad things about themselves, Yang Guang can't care so much, but even if he says it, he doesn't care. After all, he's not a banknote, and it's impossible to make everyone like him. Waiting until 8:30, Gao Shang finally came over. Seeing that all three had arrived, he brought them to the stage of the studio. In order to show the audience and contestants a wonderful tour at night, Gao Shang decided to spend a day rehearsing. At this moment, Wu Anming and He Fei's eyes were full of provocation when they looked at Yang Guang, because they didn't know how many shows they had performed in the boy band over at the Stick, and they were more than familiar with this kind of stage performance. They didn't believe that a newcomer like Yang Guang, who had just debuted, would perform better than them on stage. If Yang Guang knew what they were thinking at this moment, he would have laughed out loud. At 6 p.m., at the entrance of the program's studio, the audience had already formed a long line to start entering. Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenshan had already been brought in by Yang Guang at this time, and the two of them were sitting there curiously surveying everything around them, because the two of them didn't have any friends in the entertainment industry around them in the past. It could also be said that people like them didn't care about making friends in the entertainment industry, so this was the first time they had felt a live performance so closely. At this moment, Lin Yushu was fine because in her eyes, there was only Yang Guang. Zhu Wenshan, on the other hand, was excitedly looking here and there, and every now and then, she let out a scream. 500 audience members began to enter the stage one after another, while Yang Guang returned to the backstage to start his makeup after settling down Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenshan. When the scene was ready, the time came to 8 o'clock. Director Gao Shang announced, "Producer tour officially begins." Because Gao Shang knew Yang Guang's stage effect, if he was ranked first to appear today, then the ones behind him would basically be unplayable, a situation that would not do any good for his program. So the order of appearance was lined up as Wu Anming, He Fei, and Yang Guang. It had to be said that the two in front were also worthy of being from a boy band on the Stick side, and were really good at how to tease the audience on stage, especially when Wu Anming was on stage. He was singing and dancing raps up there and playing all kinds of cool tricks. Suddenly, his eyes swept over Lin Yushu, who was sitting in the first row below the stage, without realizing it, and his heart thumped, and with just this glance, he felt as if he was about to fall. He unconsciously leaned this way when he sang, completely forgetting the position he had reserved during yesterday's rehearsal. When Gao Sheng saw that Wu Anming's position was completely messed up, his face darkened as if he had smeared pots of gray, wondering in his heart. According to the rules, a veteran of stage performances like Wu Anming shouldn't have made this kind of mistake. Regarding Wu Anming's gaze, Lin Yushu was not too sure at first, but as she watched, she felt that something was not quite right, because the way he looked towards himself was indeed a bit too blatant. But this kind of gaze, Lin Yushu didn't know when it started. She had long gotten used to it, so she didn't care about him anymore and continued to watch the performance there. Soon Wu Anming stepped down from the stage amidst the cheers of the audience, and was replaced by He Feifei. He Feifei's stage style was similar to Wu Anming's, and when he finished his performance, warm applause and screams immediately rang out from below the stage as well. He Feifei, I love you. See, it's worthy of coming back from the stick boys. Ah, so handsome. Their rap is so good. This sense of rhythm. This dance. Impeccable. I think it's better for Yang Guang not to come out and disgrace himself. These comments were heard by Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenxin. Xu Wenxin felt that these viewers were going too far. If you guys like Wu Anming He Feifei, just go ahead and like him. Why do you want to belittle Yang Guang? Immediately lying in Lin Yushu's ear, she said, these viewers are too much. Why are they talking about Yang Guang like this? Aren't you angry at all? Lin Yushu smiled lightly. Why should I care what they say? In my heart, Yang Guang is the best. That's enough. After Zhu Wenxin heard this, he gave her a thumbs up. It's still you, my Miss Lin. Next was Yang Guang's appearance. The two of them hurriedly sat upright and concentrated on the movements above the stage. Not letting the two of them wait long, the live director announced, here's to welcome the last producer, Yang Guang, to the stage to perform. Although not as good as the previous two, Yang Guang's fan base in China was still very large, and although there weren't many rap fans, they weren't none, so the scene still resounded with loud applause. Yang Guang today wore a black, slightly loose-fitting dress, which was plastered with small, golden sequins, and walked with a boo-boo, emphasizing a hip-hop style. Standing at the center of the stage, a group of backup dancers quickly took their positions. Looking at this kind of platoon of Yang Guang, Zhu Wenxin couldn't help but heave a smile. I didn't expect your family Yang Guang to dress up, but it's really decent. Lin Yushu blankly ignored her. At Yang Guang's signal, the pre-recorded accompaniment began to play in the background. This intro was very special, dynamic with a hint of quirkiness, but the moment he opened his mouth to sing, it gave people a different feeling. On my turf, you gotta listen to me. I'm harvesting the music. I'm listening to it for pleasure. I'm starting to carve out my own identity. The future's hard to predict. Stick to what you've chosen. On my turf, you'll do what I say. The beats are inviting. I'm making out with the street. I'm a man of principle, cultivating a sense of uniqueness. Fail the concept, the rest is garbage. The moment he opened his mouth, it was a king bomb. And at this moment, Wu Anming and He Feifei backstage were staring at the monitor in front of them, their faces turning blue. What did he mean by writing this song? His territory? Listening to him? Who gave him this courage? In addition, he even secretly called us trash? The more they listened to it, the more the two of them became angry and their hands and feet went numb. The audience below the stage couldn't care less. They had now heard from Yang Guang's song how crazy he really was. It was said not to be too young and exuberant. But if you're not exuberant, is it still called being young? With just these few lines alone, Yang Guang sang into the hearts of the hundreds of young people in the audience. Even Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenxin. When they looked at Yang Guang at this moment, they all felt that he was so unbeatable. The piano-playing children are using their fingers to play future history. I'm using my cell phone to transmit Chinese text. The speed of the transmission will make you give a thumbs up. Life shouldn't have formulas. I can dance ballet at will. I can dance ballet to the beat. Let go of my hands and be still, like a swan on its toes. In these days of fast food, you can still be naive and say love. My Place, by Jay Cho. By the end of the song, there were not many people sitting in the audience. Almost everyone stood up and danced, and even sang along with Yang Guang at the back. This rap song, a strong youthful flavor, was just right for this group of young people below. And to their surprise, Yang Guang is worthy of being Yang Guang. The whole song does not have a foreign language. The whole is the country's text. Not a swear word, but let a person hear the song inside the feeling of lightheartedness. Seeing Yang Guang already standing in the center of the stage, and the live music also stopped, the audience finally couldn't help themselves and shouted at the top of their voices, Yang Guang, you're too good. I would like to call you YYDS. Invincible rhythm, invincible song style. From today, I'm a big fan of Yang's rap. Amidst the shouts of the audience, Yang Guang retreated from the stage and director Gao Shang went up to organize the audience to vote. When everything was done and the audience retreated, because Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenshan didn't want to be too crowded, they let the others finish before standing up from their seats. At this time, Zhu Wenshan said, "Yushu, accompany me to the restroom." Then he pulled Lin Yushu towards the direction of the restroom. When she arrived, Lin Yushu stood at the door and said to her, "Hurry up, I'll wait for you outside the restroom." Zhu Wenshan made a flying kiss at her and flew into the restroom. Just as Lin Yushu stood there waiting for Zhu Wenshan in boredom, she suddenly heard a voice from behind her. "This beautiful young lady. I wonder if I could have the honor of asking for your contact information?" This beautiful young lady. I wonder if I could have the honor of asking for your contact information? Hearing a man's voice coming from behind her, Lin Yushu turned around and saw the man called Wu Anming, standing less than 2 meters behind her, looking at her colorfully. Lin Yushu frowned in disgust and turned to the other side, ignoring him, because her education kept her from doing that kind of shrewish thing. Wu Anming looked at the proud girl in front of him, his heart itching like a cat scratching. He had discovered Lin Yushu's existence just now when she was performing on the stage, and when he first saw her, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck into his heart, causing his entire body to be tingling and electrified. She was like a pearl exposed on the beach, so radiant that one could no longer take their eyes off her. So they went up 2 steps to Lin Yushu in front. "Miss, do not be so rejected outside of 1,000 miles. As the saying goes, once born twice familiar. I invite you out to eat tonight. How about it?" I have to say that Wu Anming's colorful appearance at this time is really very brainless. He has completely forgotten that his agent has told him that he just came to the country to develop, or to pay attention to his own persona. Don't do that kind of bullying things, because the domestic environment and the stick side is still fundamentally different. But Wu Anming did not take his manager's words to heart in the slightest, and wanted to ask for a date in his bed when he saw a pretty girl. In the year or so since he had returned to China, he had lost count of how many people he had asked out, and relying on his status as a member of a boy band, he was simply unbeatable. His mind was now filled with thoughts of how to take this woman in front of him for himself, completely failing to notice the distinctive temperament of Lin Yushu's body, as well as the way she was dressed all over her body, which were not something an ordinary person could have. Looking at Wu Anming's stalkerish appearance, Lin Yushu frowned. She was now getting angry. It just so happened that Zhu Wenshan came out of the restroom at this time, and was about to call out to Lin Yushu to leave with her, but then she saw that she was being pestered by a man. Lin Yushu also saw her, and without moving, she gave her a video gesture, and continued to deal with this annoying man in front of her. Wu Anming completely failed to notice Zhu Wenshan, who was not far to the side, secretly videoing this side with her cell phone. Seeing that Lin Yushu wasn't the least bit moved by herself, his patience was slowly fading, and even at this point his heart had already begun to think of coercion, forcing Lin Yushu back against the wall, one arm blocking her way, his mouth saying some bad words. "Miss, this face is not even given to me. If you follow me, you'll be able to get riches that you wouldn't even dare to think about. Also, do you know what happens after rejecting me?" Just when Lin Yushu couldn't suppress her fire and wanted to raise her hand to slap him, Yang Guang came striding from the side and without saying a word, jumped up and delivered a flying kick, kicking Wu Anming to the ground, then rode on top of him and without any further ado, slapped him left and right on his face. Wu Anming's mournful screams reached the outside, and in a short while a group of people poured in. Yang Guang hurriedly passed a look to Lin Yushu, and saw her pulling Zhu Wenshan to quickly leave the scene. The group of people saw that Yang Guang was riding on Wu Anming's body and slapping him. Each one of them excitedly took out their cell phones and recorded a video. For a while no one even came forward to pull the two apart. For them, Wu Anming was beaten or not is not important. The important thing is that this video, if you miss it, did not shoot on. Later will certainly regret. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Wu Anming's face, which was originally red and swollen from Yang Guang's beating, was even more ironic at this moment. In the end, it was the director Gao Sheng who hurriedly came, pulled the two apart, and had someone help Wu Anming up on the ground. When he left, he dismissed the crowd gathered here. At this time his heart was broken. He had a good program. How did this happen? Yang Guang had beaten up Wu Anming in front of everyone today, and was also recorded on video by so many people, so it seems that this producer won't be able to do it anymore. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart and led the two towards his office. This matter was something he wanted to suppress as far as he could control it. While Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenshan had already come to the car at this time, Zhu Wenshan, who was sitting in the passenger side, looked at Lin Yushu and asked, "Yushu, how do you plan to deal with this matter?" Lin Yushu pondered for a moment and said, "Originally, Yang Guang was even reading to me yesterday, saying that Wu Anming had joined forces with He Feifei to mess with him on purpose, joining forces to eliminate one of the contestants that he had his eye on, and in the end, It was only after an extra round that he was able to climb up the ladder. I didn't expect him to start going after me today. Is this young lady such a good bully? Either we don't mess with him, or we have to make him never get over it. The icy coldness revealed in Lin Yushu's eyes when she said this made Zhu Wenxin mourn for Wu Anming for 3 seconds. Although she was usually a pretty and quiet rich girl in front of Yang Guang, but that was only in front of Yang Guang. Was she, Lin Yushu, something that any cat or dog could bully? Zhu Wenxin asked again. Then how are we going to clean him up in the first step? When she said this, her expression actually had a little bit of excitement. Lin Yushu turned her head and asked, just now I hinted at you to record a video. You recorded it all, right? Zhu Wenxin excitedly said, recorded it, and I also adjusted the resolution to the highest. Saying that, he also took out his cell phone and opened the video to show Lin Yushu. It clearly captured Wu Anming's threatening expression with a hint of lewdness when he was speaking to Lin Yushu. And even the words that came out of his mouth were recorded until Yang Guang ran over and kicked him off later. Seeing this, Zhu Wenxin exclaimed, Yang Guang's kick. It's so cool. Lin Yushu returned the phone to her. We don't need to do anything now. As the saying goes, to make a man perish, you must first make him crazy. Today he was beaten up by Yang Guang and was photographed by many people. This matter will definitely come to light. Zhu Wenxin was a bit anxious when she heard this. Will that affect him in any way? Lin Yushu pointed to her cell phone. As long as this video of yours is there, he won't make any big waves. When it starts to come to light, Yang Guang will definitely suffer from the netizens' verbal abuse. However, this video should not be released yet. I'm going to find someone to investigate Wu Anming's black information. He's such a person. I don't believe he's clean. Since he messed with us, let him be completely destroyed. When his black materials are exposed, let's use this video as the last straw to crush that camel of his. After saying that, Yang Guang went to the parking lot and found Lin Yushu's vehicle and opened the door and sat in it. Then Lin Yushu sped off in her car. Instead of going home, the three of them went directly to that nearby hotel to have a dinner. In the private room, Yang Guang took out his cell phone and called He Yunlu, telling her about today's events and asking her to always pay attention to the public opinion of the major platforms on the internet in order to make a timely response. He Yunlu was shocked when she heard this. In her impression, Yang Guang was a newcomer who had just started his career. But he had always been humble and talented. For him to get up and punch someone, it only meant that the other party had done something even worse, and had really annoyed Yang Guang. With a promise, He Yunlu hurriedly hung up the phone. Just like Yang Guang said, this kind of thing just needs them to keep an eye on the public opinion situation. It seems that they will have to drag He Lin through the night tonight. A night without words. Just the last few days Zhu Wenxin are here to stay did not go back. So tonight Yang Guang is still alone in the room. Woke up in the morning. Saw that there were already several missed calls inside the cell phone, yawned and came to the balcony. Blowing the cool wind to He Yunlu dialed back. Soon the call was answered. It was evident that she did have something urgent to look for Yang Guang. Hey, Yang Guang, it's not good. Yang Guang asked nonchalantly. What's wrong? What's making you fuss? It's that thing you said last night. Now the whole internet has gone crazy. I don't know how many people forwarded that video of you beating up Wu Anming, and this thing was directly topped on the hot search this morning. Feeling that Yang Guang didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter, but she was anxious, immediately blah blah blah, gave him a recounting of the development of the night yesterday. In fact, last night Yang Guang had already learned about what happened from Lin Yushu and had watched the video recorded by Zhu Wenxin. At that time, when he learned that she had not suffered any losses, the anger in his heart instantly subsided for the most part, and since he had already beaten up Wu Anming to the point that his mother could not even recognize him, the other half of his anger naturally subsided as well. Now he could say that he wasn't worried at all about what consequences he would have. The one who should be worried should be the other party, right? Because Lin Yushu had already called Ling Yao yesterday and sent someone to investigate Wu Anming overnight. I believe that it won't take too long for his black information to be spread all over the place, right? Just yesterday after he beat up Wu Anming, he was pulled inside the office by Gao Sheng to talk for half a day. And in the end, in Gao Sheng's helpless sigh, Yang Guang still withdrew from the recording of a century new rap, although Gao Sheng would like to use Yang Guang, but after all, he beat up people in public. If this matter is not handled well, Yang Guang's future in the entertainment industry even if the whole ruined. He did not dare to take this program as a gamble. He dared not gamble with this program, and intended to release the 3 programs Yang Guang participated in recording at once, so that he would not really be verbally abused by the public later on, and his own programs would be rotten in his hands. For Gao Sheng's decision, Yang Guang was very understanding. After all, he are not familiar. There is no need to make himself lose too much in the end just for the sake of the scene. Thinking that he didn't have to record the program today, Yang Guang was happy and relaxed. Now he could focus on preparing his album at home. By the way, I have to let sister he prepare for the concert thing. Time. Just set in 2 months later. Just October Golden Week. Lying on the sofa thinking about these, Yang Wang took out his cell phone to open the microblogging. The above is really covered with yesterday's video of himself riding on the body of Wu Anming to beat him up. There were almost tens of thousands of messages under each video. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. This Wu Anming is not a man just like this to be ridden on the body of the violent beatings. Also do not resist a little? You don't say. Even Yang Wang's posture is so handsome. Humph. Why are you barking upstairs? An artist like Yang Wang with such a bad track record should be blocked all over the net. Oh. I feel so sorry for my brother Wu Anming. Upstairs heartache him just lie there for him ha 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 ha. Strongly recommend blocking Yang Wang. Don't know the truth. Don't comment. Putting aside the reasons, on Yang Wang's strength to hit people, isn't it much better than those sissies? I heard that they fought on the set of recording Century New Rap. Suddenly, Yang Wang saw some strange things inserted inside the comment section, and couldn't help but start to admire Gao Shang. Even this heat he could catch, not afraid of being blackened even with the program? When he was lying down and watching, Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenxin also got up and came next to him. Zhu Wenxin came over and looked at Yang Wang's cell phone screen and asked, "What are you looking at, smiling so lewdly early in the morning?" Yang Wang did not look up, but stared at the screen and replied with a smile, "Look at the microblogging. Yesterday when I beat up Wu Anming was recorded on video. Now the entire microblogging is almost all about this thing, but although it is a fire, but I found that this session of the netizens are too talented. Their focus is completely unknown in what place Zhu Wenxin also became interested upon hearing this. Sitting on her but next to Lin Yushu, she also took out her phone and looked at it with her, and from time to time, there were also sounds of ha 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 laughter. Yang Wang saw that it was almost time, so he stood up and said, "You guys play, I'll go get you some breakfast." Not waiting for any response from them, he directly stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Just as they were eating breakfast, Qin Xiaochuan of Tianyi Entertainment also saw this hot search, because the Zhou Qi that he had spent a lot of money to promote was rubbed on the ground by Yang Wang and Future Star, and his company's popular traffic fresh meat was also stepped down by Yang Wang in the program I Am the King of Song. This led to a rapid loss of fans for both of them, and now even when they took notices, their notice fees had been cut to the waist compared to before. Now that he saw that Yang Wang was going to be unlucky, how could he tell him not to be happy? Thinking of this, Qin Xiaochuan asked his secretary to dial Fan Yue's number and asked him to bring Zhou Qi to his office. This time not only to watch Yang Wang bad luck, he even worried that Yang Wang this time sinking not fast enough, want to find someone in his head to step on 2 feet. Just as Fan Yue brought Zhou Qi to Qin Xiaochuan's office and the three of them closed the door to conspire. Wu Anming, one of the protagonists of this incident, was currently lying on a hospital bed, his entire head wrapped in gauze. His manager Pan Dong was sitting next to the hospital bed at this time, looking at Wu Anming who was lying on the bed moaning in a bad mood. Although he didn't want to believe it, but as far as his understanding of Wu Anming was concerned, he didn't need to think about it to know that Yang Wang would definitely not beat up someone for no reason. Today, he came over to ask what exactly was the cause of this incident yesterday. Although Wu Anming was reluctant to tell the truth, but he was very clear about Pan Dong's position in their company. From the time he returned to China and signed with Pearl Brokerage, it was Pan Dong who was his manager. Pan Dong is an old man who has been involved in the entertainment industry for decades, and can be said to be comfortable with all kinds of tactics inside. I heard that before him there was an artist, because he did not go through him and took on a private job. The whole of the present have not slowed down, disappeared from the public's field of vision. Looking at Pan Dong sitting on the edge of the bed with gloomy eyes looking at himself, thinking about what he did in the past, Wu Anming unconsciously shivered. At that moment, he did not dare to hide anything anymore and told the story of last night's events one by one. After listening to Wu Anming's account, Pan Dong angrily stood up and pointed his finger at him, too angry to speak. After slowing down for half a day, he gritted his teeth and cursed with hatred. "What the hell are you? There are already so many women around you. Why do you still look like a spermatozoa when you see other women?" Wu Anming said aggrievely. "I didn't expect Yang Wang to suddenly come in Moreover I didn't expect him to rush over and start beating me without saying a word. At that time my mind went blank, and then reacted to it, and had already been beaten by him with no strength to resist." After listening to this sentence, Pan Dong was even more angry. "You were fucking beaten up and did not know to fight back. Are you a man? Are you a man or not?" However, he was angry again also did not lose his mind, knowing that in front of this pussy is the company's cash cow, and now although something happened, but the insurance or to protect, should give him out of anger or to find a way to give him out of anger. After he had eased himself a bit, he sat down again and asked, Are you sure that you weren't filmed when you molested that woman in front of you? Wu Anming nodded his head fiercely and said, well, I'm sure, because at that time there was no one there. Otherwise I wouldn't have done that kind of thing. Later when the people outside rushed in, Yang Guang had already pressed me to the ground, and at that time that woman also left, so the video they recorded started from him hitting me. The previous ones were not recorded. Seeing this, Wu Anming in front of him at the moment aggrieved like a little daughter-in-law. Pan Dong hated to pull him down from the hospital bed and beat him severely again, strongly pressed down this impulse in his heart. Pan Dong then asked him, is there any surveillance there? Wu Anming shook his head. I asked Gao Shang yesterday, because there is only a bathroom there, so there is no surveillance installed. Pan Dong sat there contemplating for a long time, and made a plan in his mind. The first thing was to let Wu Anming record a video to sell his misery, and cause his fans to sympathize with him, knowing that Wu Anming's fans in China were still very large, and such a large group of people verbally attacking Yang Guang online, his reputation would be greatly affected. Coupled with those beating videos circulating, it was enough to kick an entertainer into the abyss. In the future, it was inevitable that no program would dare to invite Yang Guang again. Then his showbiz career would end here. When he said he would do it, he took advantage of the fact that Wu Anming's injuries were more serious and he was still in the hospital, so it was easier to record a video now to arouse people's sympathy. He immediately called the company and sent a professional photographer over, and then it was time to test Wu Anming's acting skills. Under Pan Dong's guidance, Wu Anming lay on the hospital bed, pretending to be very weak, and told the story of yesterday's beating in a jealous way. In his words, Yang Guang was a very overbearing, vindictive and evil person, and he had only eliminated the contestant he favored according to the normal rules of the game, and was sneak attacked by Yang Guang when he was going to the bathroom. At that time, I only saw him throw a left positive stomp, a right whip leg, and a left jab, but they were all defended out by me, in addition to putting my fist on his nose without hitting him, and at that time he had already lost. Just as I was closing my hands and preparing to leave, he once again sneaked up on me from behind, and since I had just closed my stance, I was not on guard this time, and was pressed to the ground by him. Again, he is a young man, but Yang Guang does not talk about martial virtues and engages in sneak attacks from behind. Here I advise him to rat tail juice in the future. Wu Anming finished his speech with a sniffle and a tear, portraying himself as the victimized look of a fair producer who decided to do things in accordance with the rules of the show. Even if he was threatened by Yang Guang, he didn't let the contestants off the hook, only to be sneak attacked by Yang Guang afterward because of his carelessness to find an opportunity to sneak attack him. Pan Dong was very satisfied with this video and did not edit it, just sent it out in its original form with Wu Anming's microblogging, because only in this way can it gain more trust from others. In the microblogging sent out anew, the development of things as he expected. Wu Anming's fans have flocked to his microblogging, began all kinds of heartache, all kinds of comfort, and threatened to go to Yang Guang's microblogging below the blast, to make him get out of the entertainment industry. Then Pan Dong opened a small number to Yang Guang's microblogging, and sure enough, he didn't post any clarification. So it seems that Yang Guang and the others haven't figured out how to deal with this crisis, only to see that underneath one of his recent microblogs, all kinds of abuse had taken over his entire comment section. Even the things that happened before his debut had been raked over the coals. Pan Dong knew that this was another person taking advantage of this opportunity to mess with Yang Guang. Otherwise it would be impossible to think of these tricks with just those brain-dead fans of Wu Anming. In his heart secretly sigh, Yang Guang, this cannot be blamed on others, can only be blamed on your usual too arrogant and domineering? Really think that relying on their own talent can do whatever they want in the entertainment industry? See, as long as you have an accident, these people will come out and step on you until they step on you forever. Pan Dong thought correctly. There was indeed someone who was deliberately hacking him, and that person was none other than Qin Xiaochuan of Sky Arts Entertainment. He had spent a large sum of money to hire water armies to start spreading Yang Guang's black information on the internet, whether it was there or not. In any case, it would be right for a brain to be held on his head right now. With Yang Guang's reputation on the internet today, even if he said that he hadn't done these things, no one would believe him. After dinner, Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenshan lay on the bed and brushed the microblogging. Today the two of them had been brushing the whole day in the villa, always watching the development of this beating incident on the internet. But from the afternoon, they feel that something is not quite right, because the internet suddenly appeared a large number of black Yang Guang's trumpet. Have not eaten pork but they have seen the pig run. Know that this is someone deliberately looking for the water army. Immediately Zhu Wenshan was anxious, pulling Lin Yushu to go to the study to find Yang Guang. Heard them say that someone hacked himself. Yang Guang did not care, because in his previous life this kind of thing he experienced too much. At that time, he laughed and said, "It's okay, let them have fun first. It's the most enjoyable when they feel like they're winning, and then they step in to defeat them. Hearing Yang Guang say this, Lin Yushu also very much agreed. So Xu Wenxin had no choice but to sulk alone and desperately play against Blackie there. So until the time she went to bed at night, she had already charged her phone 3 times, until the phone once again prompted to connect the charger. She looked at Lin Yushu, who was smiling at the side, hatefully slammed the phone onto the bed, pulled the quilt over her head, and spat. I really can't figure you two out. This is all on fire, and I don't even see you guys rushing around a bit. Lin Yushu pulled the quilt away, allowing Xu Wenxin to expose her head, then said to her, don't be in a hurry. Let the bullets fly a little longer. A week had passed in the blink of an eye, and this Yang Guang beating incident didn't die down with time, and with the Water Army's push, things intensified. Surprisingly, after such a long time, Yang Guang's fans have not seen him make any response to this matter, and even the microblogging, which used to occasionally update a dynamic, has not moved these days. Seeing their idol seems to give up treatment, but they are anxious. Have to Yang Guang various social accounts below the message. Yang Guang we are saying, in the end why did you hit Wu Anming cannot come out to give an explanation? Anyway, no matter what, I support you. Looking forward to the day the truth comes out. If you ask me, just beat it up. Don't let the music industry lose a genius just because you beat up a pussy. That's right. It's not Yang Guang as a person we like. It's his talent. It's his songs. Just as long as the song is good. As for whether or not he hit someone, why did he hit someone? Does it have anything to do with me? Because the social accounts were usually run in He Yun-Lu's hands. These fan messages were all screenshots from her. Looking at these fan messages, Yang Guan was still very moved in his heart, and disgusted with He Yun-Lu, deciding to wait for all the songs of his album to be recorded, and then look for an opportunity to open a live broadcast on Jitterbug, chatting with his fans, and in the meantime, promoting his own albums and concerts. While Yang Guang recently disappeared from the public's view and concentrated on writing songs at home, Gao Shang was not idle either, because Yang Guang had beaten up Wu Anming, so he was not going to use either of these two people anymore and had already communicated and peacefully terminated their contracts. This left only one producer, He Fei, so he had been busy looking for someone these days, and fortunately, his usual character was still relatively okay, and he liked to make friends, so with his own efforts and the recommendations of his friends, he quickly filled the 2 vacancies with 2 veterans who had begun to play rap more than 20 years ago. Gao Sheng had already finished editing the first 3 installments of New Rap of the Century, and decided that on Saturday night at 8 o'clock, all 3 installments would go online at the same time. Once this news was sent out using the program's official microblog, it was as if a bomb had been dropped on the already turbulent internet. A portion of the fans who were a bit more sensible left comments below. Wow! Looking forward to this. I thought these installments wouldn't be released. I'll put my words here first. Just because of Yang Guang, I'm smashing my cell phone and computer. I won't even take a look at this crap show. Upstairs, I'll remember you. To be honest, I'm quite curious about what this program that's been making so much noise lately is really like. Gao Shang was overjoyed. Originally he thought that with the fermentation of Yang Guang's beating incident, this program would be greatly affected, and even reached the kind that 10,000 people spurned, but he didn't expect the audience to look forward to it so much. In a blink of an eye the time came to Saturday. At 8 p.m., the first 3 installments of Century New Rap were synchronized online. Countless viewers flooded into the platform and clicked the play button of the program. Gao Shang watched the broadcast volume climb in the background, and the heart that was originally hanging in the air was finally put down. As long as these 3 issues can be hot, then this whole program of his own will have the topic of discussion among the netizens. Even if the producer is changed at the back, because of this topic, he has a way to hype up the later programs. I don't know when the audience gradually got used to this mode of sending pop-ups while watching the program, and there was even a part of the audience that flirted with the idea that sometimes the pop-ups were much more interesting than the program. So within a few minutes of the program just going live, those who clicked in to watch it from the back already saw dense pop-ups floating up on the screen. More than 15,000 people elected more than 60. Really fake bragging also did not blow like this. Laughing my ass off. Look at Yang Guang sitting there studying that elimination button. Does he not know how to use it? I'll tell you one thing. This one called Dingy can sing. Ha ha ha. Hand slipped. Hand slipped. Is this going to kill us with laughter? This Dingy is really unlucky. In this group of contestants his singing is considered the best. I didn't expect to be eliminated. Say, does this Yang Guang really know anything about rap? Upstairs, for those who say Yang Guang doesn't know how to rap, what do you know about the materia medica? Humph. Yang Guang is far worse than my brother Wu Anming. Gu. What are you doing? During these days when Yang Guang was writing songs, Zhu Wenxin had been accompanying Lin Yushu without leaving, and on this day, the two of them also hugged their tablets early and got under the covers to turn on the program, giggling as they watched the viewers' quirky content on the pop-up screen. When they saw the end of the round, the director said that each producer has a resurrection slot. Everyone typed the name Ding Yi on the screen, because people with strength are always recognized by more people. Yang Guang didn't let them down and used this slot on Ding Yi. The latter part of the singing session was just a clip released towards the end of the first episode, and because of the length of the program, the entire competition was not put on the program. After watching the first installment, viewers clicked on the second installment. The theme of this installment was one-on-one singles, compared to the first installment's bland elimination matches. This kind of singles was more in line with the viewers' tastes, but Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenxin frowned as they watched. From here, they both could already tell that Yang Guang was starting to be targeted by Wu Anming and He Feifei. In fact, the two of them weren't the only ones who could tell. There was also a considerable portion of the audience who had also realized it. This Wu Anming and He Feifei are dogs, right? Really just teamed up to target Yang Guang? 6, 6, 6, 6. Specializing in eliminating the contestants that Yang Guang is optimistic about. Do they think the audience are all fools? Now I seem to understand Wu Anming being violently beaten by Yang Guang. I think so. This beating Wu Anming received was not unfair. Look, this Ding Yi has been targeted by these two brats again. This time it was clearly him who sang well, and just because Yang Guang voted for him, these two ganged up and gave it to the opposite side. I feel suffocated even looking at it. Yang Guang can still not be angry now. This is really tolerable. He Yun Lu, as an agent, everything about Yang Guang on the internet, she had to understand clearly, including the broadcast of this program. She had to observe in the pop-ups what people really thought about Yang Guang. When she saw these pop-ups, she felt very pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect the audience's eyes to be so sharp. Just from these details, they had subconsciously sided with Yang Guang, and a large portion of the people were now beginning to feel that Yang Guang's brutal beatings of Wu Anming. Was there some reason behind it that hadn't been discovered by anyone? Of course, the one who was paying attention to this program at this time was also Wu Anming's manager, Pan Dong. In fact, his injuries were almost healed now. In order to present his injuries as serious, Wu Anming had stayed in the hospital until now and had not been discharged. Pan Dong sat on the sofa in his hospital room and watched the program on his cell phone. And when he saw Wu Anming and He Feifei's little action in the second phase, coupled with those pop-ups sent by the viewers, his eyes began to slowly become unkind as he looked at Wu Anming. Inwardly, he cursed. What kind of sand sculpture is this Wu Anming? Doesn't he have a brain? Thinking that no one would be able to see his little maneuver? In fact, Pan Dong was not in a good mood these last few days. Not just because hacking Yang Guang on the internet was ineffective. Rather, he had asked Wu Anming to do an injury appraisal, preparing to take the injury inspection report to sue Yang Guang, completely shutting the door on his showbiz career. But he hadn't expected to look at such a serious injury and not even have enough for a minor injury. This idea directly fall through. Let Pan Dong as if a big move stored power to half, suddenly was on a silence. Originally, he was annoyed that his plan had fallen through, but at this time, he saw that on this program, the pop-ups sent by the audience actually had a significant portion of them speaking on behalf of Yang Guang. This was even more fuel to the fire for him, and immediately stood up, took his cell phone and slammed it next to Wu Anming, reprimanding, "Look at the stupid things you've done. Do you think the audience won't be able to see these small actions? There are already people on the pop-up screen now speculating if Yang Guang had other reasons for hitting you. Dumbass." Hearing Pan Dong's angry roar, a trace of panic flashed in Wu Anming's eyes as he sat up from the bed in a panic, his hands scrambling to pick up the cell phone that Pan Dong had thrown to his side as he watched a portion of the viewers on the pop-up screen speculate, his hands trembling slightly. That's right, he panicked. A strong sense of fear now struck him, making his hands and feet feel cold. If the real reason for this matter was dug out, his life would really be over. Looking at his reaction, Pan Dong had a not-so-good feeling in his heart. The third episode was the hottest this time, because not only was this episode the producer's tour, it seemed like the internet rumor that this time Yang Guang violently beat up Wu Anming happened after this episode was finished. When clicking on this installment, the pop-ups in it had already taken off. Ha ha ha, can't believe it. Directly skipped over an issue or two to come here. Fellow travelers, nice to meet you. Truth be told, I came to see Yang Guang's rap. I wonder what song he's singing this time. Strongly holding back from jumping over and seeing the collection here from the first installment. It had to be said that compared to the previous two installments, the level of the producer performances in this installment was still more than a step above them. Wu Anming and He Feifei's stage effects were too good, and although there were some parts of the rap lyrics that were incomprehensible, it didn't matter. The audience was already getting high with their performance. Someone even said on the pop-up screen, "Oh, this Wu Anning's level is okay. I'm now worried about Yang Guang, if he won't be able to do it. Ha ha ha." After watching them, I think Yang Guang was annoyed before he did it. I don't care. I just came to see Yang Guang anyway. Where's the Yang family army? Come over and gather. Finally 2/3 of the third installment had passed. Wu Anning and He Feifei's performances had ended, and after a brief crosstalk, the only thing that could be heard was the live director saying in the microphone, "Please welcome the next producer, Yang Guang." Applause. Then in the warm applause, Yang Guang slowly walked onto the stage. The audience looked at his outfit. They felt bright. The sequins on his clothes, shining under the stage lights. Then a group of people came up and stood behind Yang Guang. The audience was surprised that Yang Guang even used backup dancers this time, which was something that he had never done before in any of his previous programs. When the music started and the title of the song he was going to sing appeared on the screen, the audience started to get excited like chicken blood. My place? Directly using that as a song title? So wild? Don't know the sky and the earth. Sit and wait for Yang Guang to be punched in the face. You don't say. This intro is a bit special, eh? I hope he'll still be as wild after his performance. And Lin Yushu and Zhu Wenxin froze for a moment when they saw this song title. Zhu Wenxin said wistfully, "Look, your family Yang Guang is simply wild in the program. Even though you've seen it once in the scene, but now that it's moved to the screen, this unbearable feeling, it's even more obvious." Lin Yushu stared at Yang Guang in the screen and said with eyes full of joy, "He has the capital to be wild, doesn't he?" This sentence was rewarded with a big blank stare from Zhu Wenxin, so he didn't say anything else, but leaned on Lin Yushu and continued to watch the program seriously. "In my territory here you have to listen to me. Harvesting the music to find happiness with the sense of hearing. Starting to carve out my own personal identity. The future is unpredictable, so I'm sticking to my current choices. Expanding the territory with attitude. What does it mean and what's it all about?" The pigeons in the square are taking over the front page of the paper. A new interpretation of the headlines about the city. About studying for a test and what it takes to be young. How far away from me are the traffic signals of the mobility zone? I said, "Teacher, do I really not know what I'm doing? Listen to my rap lyrics and watch me fight. I'm standing in the classroom practicing boxing. Way you look like the same line." Just seeing Yang Guang dancing and singing on stage, the audience could not even hear a single gasp, which proves how deep his basic skills really are. In addition to this invincible lyrics, Yang Guang's this rap alone is enough to shock all the audience. This kind of rap that focuses on musicality is very difficult compared to just rapping, but Yang Guang is simply at his fingertips. Just not too long ago a song of Materia Medica let everyone's eyes light up. I didn't expect to come back with another song of my land today. Yang Guang's lyrics. I, Zhao Ri Tian, admire it in real name. See, this is the ceiling of rap. I dare say if Yang Guang puts it on the first one, those two in front cannot need to go on stage. This is the feeling that rap wants. Not only to sing, but also to sing well. This every lyric ends with a pentaphonic sound. It's almost like he can be sealed as a god. Yang Guang, there's not a single one in the rap circle that can fight. Just as all the viewers were being taken off by the unbeatable lyrics and fast-paced rap, Yang Guang began to sing the choruses. Youth is clean and pure white, like a green field outside the window. I'll open the door to my memory and write down all the things that happened. If the rap in front made people feel hot, then these chorus lines came out and directly dragged everyone as if they were in the campus, bringing people back to that youth with a faint sweet and sour flavor in the air. And at this time, there was a special group of people who were also watching this program, watching Yang Guang's performance. At the back of Yang Guang's song, everyone saw that there were no longer many sitting audience members in the screen, and as the camera swept through the audience, almost everyone got up and danced along with Yang Guang's rhythm, and a part of them started to sing along. The people watching the program in front of the screen also swayed to the rhythm. After the song was finished, the music came to an abrupt end, and everyone felt that they couldn't get enough of it. Ha, is this the end? That's right. I was having a great time listening to it, and then it suddenly stopped. It's hard. I'm done. After listening to Yang Guang's rap, I realized that I can't listen to what other people sing anymore. Now that I think about it, I realize that all the other raps seem like rats. Alas, is there no one who can come and cure this Yang Guang? After the program was performed, the voting session at the back was no longer important. Now all the viewers knew without looking that Yang Guang was bound to get the first place. All of a sudden, everyone was just popping up in the pop-up screen to pity Yang Guang. It's really too bad. We won't be able to see him in the later programs. If this program doesn't have Yang Guang, then what's the point of watching it? Oh, I announced that Century New Rap will only have these 3 installments. Why in the world did Yang Guang hit someone? Who can come and explain? I'm going crazy. I haven't seen him come out to explain himself until now. Explain? What's there to explain? This kind of ironclad thing. Explanation is useful? Support the entertainment industry to block this kind of bad artist. Block Yang Guang and return justice to my Wu Anming's husband. Just as the audience was arguing. In the product planning department of a company, a group of people had also just finished watching Yang Guang singing, when the manager sat down and knocked on the desktop, pulling everyone's attention back. Come on, let's all say what we feel. One of the staff below spoke up. Manager, I really don't know why the above let us watch this Yang Guang's performance. The manager didn't answer him, but slowly swept his eyes across the faces of the others and asked, what about you guys? Are the thoughts the same as his? Seeing that they didn't say anything, the manager stood up and slowly paced back and forth in the open space behind the crowd, saying as he walked, you're all aware of the company's grand strategy this year, and although we, Bluebonnet Communications, started earlier, we're not the only one in the field of wireless communications. The rival RedNet Communications has risen up to catch up with its user base, and is about to overtake it. In response to this situation, the company has decided to develop a new product line since the beginning of the year, and the target customer group has been set on college students from all universities in China. You all should be clear that this young group is very special. They hardly care whether this product of yours is good or bad, because the current wireless communication technology has already matured long ago, and the products of each family are more or less the same. What they care about is whether this product can attract them or not and make them like it. Then how to attract this group of young people? That's what we have to do now. The company wants us to throw away our old thoughts from the past and think more from the perspective of these young people. Let's bring the topic back. Just now a colleague asked why we should go to Yang Guang's program. A few months ago, he had a song called Chengdu. Everyone has heard it, right? After asking, the manager looked at everyone's reaction. Everyone nodded. I've heard of it. My kid plays this song on his cell phone every day. And you don't say. It's really quite good. The manager asked again. Then do you guys know that this song was bought by Chengdu Culture and Tourism to use the rights? Seeing that no one from the crowd spoke this time, he spoke again. We've tallied a statistic. Since this song caught fire, train and airplane tickets to Chengdu were instantly sold out in those days, and the number of tourists increased by more than 300%. When the manager was talking, he had been paying attention to everyone's reaction. Seeing that they had revealed a look of surprise when they heard this data, he then threw out another heavy bomb. Tell you another secret. Remember not to talk nonsense on the internet after you've heard it. According to the leadership of our group, the Olympic Games to be held in the capital next year has now decided on the promotional theme song, and the lyrics and compositions are all by Yang Guang that we just saw. After this sentence was spoken, the following people were talking to each other. This office was like a food market for a while, no longer quiet. However, the manager was very satisfied with this reaction of theirs. After waiting for a while and coughing, when everyone quieted down, he then continued. That's why the company will ask us to watch more of Yang Guang's programs, to see if he's suitable to work with us. However, I now feel that the song he just sang is quite suitable for the positioning of our new product. Firstly, the rap is very catchy and popular with young people, which you guys know from what you've just seen from the live audience's reactions and the pop-ups. Secondly, the lyrics of this song have a sense of uncontrollable madness, and young people should be mad. Third, those chorus lines in it fit the feeling of campus youth. When he finished speaking, the crowd below felt that it made sense, and began to discuss what was to come next. One sentence at a time. One sentence at a time. About an hour and a half later, the manager began to assign tasks. Group 1. You guys go back and do a research to see how college students accept and like this song. In addition, give us a name for this new product that suits young people, and think of another advertisement line. Group 2. You guys grab a series of package contents. Pay attention. It should be suitable for young people. Not too expensive. Cheaper than all the packages we have on the market now. Group 3. When Group 1 and 2 are done with this, you guys make a proposal based on their report, and I'll submit it to the group for approval. After arranging these tasks, the manager announced that the meeting was adjourned, so everyone packed up their things and left in 2s and 3s. These days, because Yang Guang didn't speak out to explain the beating incident, it caused the heat level to drop slightly from the beginning. But as the third installment of the program aired, this hot search instantly returned to the number 1 spot. The netizens are talking a lot, but the style of the comments section has changed. From the one-sided denunciation of Yang Guang's beating, and even threatened to block him, to now someone is starting to raise the question of whether or not there is a hidden agenda behind the beating incident. Because Yang Guang is so talented and wrote so many good songs, no one would beat up someone without a good reason, so much so as to kill his own future. Once he made this point, he gained the unanimous approval of many people. As for Qin Xiaochuan and Pan Dong, who had been paying attention to everyone's reactions on the internet, after seeing this, their faces turned gloomy, and they all cried out angrily in their hearts. This Yang Guang, why doesn't he just hack and move? As we all know, a smile never disappears. It only transfers from one person's face to another. After Pandong Chin Xiaochuan and a bunch of other people who wanted to mess with Yang Guang saw that the netizens' words had started to favor Yang Guang at this moment, they angrily scolded those people for being big sand sculptures while continuously wailing, because they have never seen this. Obviously Yang Guang hit someone, and many witnesses recorded video has been spread all over the network. Why are these people so tolerant of Yang Guang? Their puzzling question is actually very simple. If someone can hear their questions, certainly will be a big pussy pocket flung over, and then poo in his face saliva, pointing to his nose and tell him, you look at the music industry as what the hell is it now? Have you produced a few songs that are still listenable? It's not easy to come up with a Yang Guang. He's just playing a pussy. Just play it. At this time, He Yunlu and He Linlin, who were paying attention to the wind direction of the major platforms on the internet, saw the comments of the netizens, and really laughed their stomachs hurt. Originally thought that this time was a huge crisis for Yang Guang, but didn't think that nothing was done, and actually looked at it as if it was going to be over soon. Yang Guang was now not listening to anything outside the window and was only thinking about writing songs. About 2 weeks, he finally finished writing the 12 songs of his first album, because this was his first album in this world, so it seemed very important to him. Every song in it was well thought out, and it was very comprehensive, including not only pop, but also rap, ballad, national style and so on. Each of them was a familiar song in his previous life. Standing up and coming to the window, looking at the night scene of the lights outside, stretched his waist. The next step, it was time to go to the recording studio for the recording of the song. Opening the door to the study, Yang Guang saw Lin Yushu on the sofa in the living room talking on the phone. Xu Wenshan had already gone back a few days ago, and now there were only the two of them in this villa, coming to sit beside her. She picked up an apple from the fruit plate on the coffee table and nibbled on it. After finishing half of the apple, Lin Yushu hung up the phone, turned her head and smiled and said to Yang Guang, just now, old Lin called and said that things are almost done, asking when we will start. Yang Guang was surprised to hear this. It's only been 2 short weeks, and he's dug out Wu Anming's old base? Is this the power of capital? Calculating the time, if these 12 songs were recorded plus the album production, it would take almost 2 months, and after 2 months, the heat of this matter should have gone down as well. Taking the cell phone from Lin Yushu's hand, she opened it and saw the information Lin Yao had sent her. The things on it were written in great detail one by one. Casually picking out a few of them would be able to send Wu Anming in to step on the sewing machine. Thinking about it, this Wu Anming dared to harass Lin Yushu. It must not be allowed to stay. In that case, it would be better to send him in early. After all, out of sight, out of mind. The next operation, there is no need to trouble Lin Yao. In this kind of evidence, alone He Yunlu can do things beautifully. Immediately, he gave He Yunlu a call, just saying that he had sent her a few documents and asked her to look at the arrangements. Hanging up the phone, Yang Guang then said to Lin Yushu, the 12 songs in the album have been written today. In addition, Uncle Lin also got these materials, enough for Wu Anming to go in and step on the sewing machine for more than 10 years. Double happiness. How about we go out and celebrate? To Yang Guang's proposal, Lin Yushu of course had no opinion, and immediately went upstairs to change her clothes, holding hands and leaving the villa. Because the hotel they often go to is quite close to the villa area, so today the two didn't drive, so they just held hands and walked slowly on the road. The appearance of a talented man and a beautiful woman drew sideways glances from the neighbors passing by. When they went to eat, He Yunlu also finished reading the documents sent by Yang Guang. At this time her mind was a little confused, not knowing how he got these things in such a short period of time. To know, the things recorded on these documents were enough to ruin the rest of a person's life. If Wu Anming had really done these things, then it would also be inevitable that he would hide them very deeply, or else he would just be messing with himself. But it was these things that were sent to Yang Guang at this time, and were lying peacefully in his cell phone. He Yunlu is now very clear about what Yang Guang wants to do, for these things she is also familiar with, and even inside the address book in the cell phone, there are still many professionals' contact information lying. While calling and arranging things, her heart also mourned for Wu Anming for a few seconds. Who do you think you have to mess with, Yang Guang? 2 hours later, Yang Guang and Lin Yushu returned home after dinner, opened his cell phone and took a look. Those Lin Yao collected. Wu Anming's black information has been many accounts, spread all over the sky. Seeing this situation, Yang Guang smiled happily. He Yunlu's ability to do things also impressed him. Worthy of being an old man in the entertainment industry. This is the degree of fast, accurate and ruthless. Really admirable. The cell phone is thrown. Also do not care. Go to take a shower. Comfortably embrace Lin Yushu into the quilt. He, in order to write a song, has been many days without a good night's sleep. but tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for some people. At this time, Wu Anming was lying on the hospital bed. In his mind imagined Yang Guan was sprayed by the netizens to quit the net, and finally had no choice but to enter the field to play screws in order to survive the miserable appearance. Could not help but he smile. Suddenly the door of the hospital room was pushed open from outside with a bang. Pan Dong took his cell phone and walked quickly to the side of the hospital bed, staring at Wu Anming with gloomy eyes, gritting his teeth and squeezing out a few words from his mouth. You're still laughing? Do you know what's happening online right now? How can you laugh? Pan Dong's appearance startled Wu Anming and asked in panic, what's wrong? What's wrong? Pan Dong slammed his cell phone onto him. See for yourself what's wrong. Wu Anming picked up the cell phone and looked at the content on it. Cold sweat dripped down from his head with a brush. At this time, he knew better than anyone. The things recorded above are true. Their own secrecy obviously do very good. Some even Pan Dong do not know. Why now all exposed to the internet? At that moment also do not care about their own face. Hurriedly rolled over out of bed. Even rolled and crawled to the front of Pan Dong, kneeling at his feet and said, East, you must save me or I will really finished. Please East. Pan Dong had thought that some of the things above were rumors, but at this moment, seeing Wu Anming's appearance, his heart was cold. It seemed that what was said above was true. The company has invested so many resources in him, and now the basket is empty? Not only that, the impact of this incident on the company is also huge. The more he thought the more angry. Pan Dong kicked Wu Anming down to the ground, pressed him as a beating, while beating and cursing. Save you? Do you know how much money the company has invested in you? Is this how you repay the company? You still have the face to say save you? I'll save you. Who the hell is going to save me? The screams in the ward were finally heard by a passing nurse outside, pushing the door to see Wu Anming lying on the floor. His face, which had just recovered more or less, once again turned into a pig's head. That nurse worriedly asked, what happened? Pan Dong squatted beside him and turned his head to the nurse. Nothing, my friend just fell off the bed and fell. Saying so, he also reached out to help Wu Anming who was lying on the ground. The moment Pan Dong's hand touched him, Wu Anming's body uncontrollably began to tremble. However, seeing that the nurse was standing there looking at himself suspiciously, he did not dare to sell Pan Dong, so he could only squeeze out a smile and said to her, It's okay, I just fell asleep and accidentally fell off the bed. Unbeknownst to him, this smile is much harder to see than crying, based on the principle that it is better to do more than less. Since the person in question has said that it is fine, there is no need for him to mind his own business, so he nodded and turned around to close the door and left. After the nurse left, Pan Dong loosened his hand, and Wu Anming, who had just stood up under Pan Dong's assistance, fell to the ground again with less support. Under Pan Dong's threatening gaze, he closed his mouth tightly and didn't dare to scream out, just lying there breathing heavily. Looking at Wu Anming's half-dead appearance, Pan Dong suddenly lost the idea of continuing to clean him up, and instead threw the termination agreement in his hand at his face. Hurry up and sign it. Wu Anming didn't need to look at it to know what was written on it, and casually pulled it aside, shouting like a madman, I won't sign it. I won't sign it. How much money have I earned for the company over such a long period of time? Now that I'm in trouble, you want to walk away? I tell you, no way. Looking at Wu Anming's crazy appearance, where was there a trace of the appearance of a top traffic star? Pan Dong snorted coldly. I'm telling you, if you don't sign this agreement and annoy those shareholders behind it, what will happen? I believe you know very well. Pan Dong's gloomy words, as if a life-suppressing ghost had come out of the underworld, made Wu Anming's body chill. No longer dared to hesitate, hurriedly took over the signature pen, picked up the agreement and wrote his name on it, and then dipped it in the seal clay box handed over by Pan Dong and pressed a handprint on the top of his name. Seeing Wu Anming finish signing the agreement, Pan Dong didn't hesitate for a second and directly took out his cell phone, calling the company's boss. Mr. Zhao, Wu Anming has finished signing. Then after saying two more sentences of something, he hung up the phone, looking at the name and date on the agreement, as well as the bright red handprint on it. After confirming that there were no problems, Pan Dong took the agreement and took one last look at Wu Anming, pulling open the door and walking out of the hospital room. Inside, only the disoriented Wu Anming was left, sitting on the icy cold ground, leaning against the hospital bed and fuming. At this time, the internet completely exploded. Melon masses feel like New Year's Eve. Suddenly overwhelming exposure of so many Wu Anming's black materials. Let them feel dazzled for a moment. Today I really opened my eyes. I didn't expect this Wu Anming to look like a human being, but in private he will play so flowery. It's just that I don't know if his body can handle it. 5 people in one night, how can he play? Sex life of the rich. Seek resources. This is still only one of the things that Wu Anming was exposed. In addition there are even more ruthless, All the melon eaters do not dare to talk nonsense in the comment area, but unified at Police Uncle. Because this microblogging even exposed Wu Anming in his villa to gather a crowd of drug addicts. This kind of thing in the country is simply inexcusable. There are many more, including plastic surgery, recognize the godmother to be subliminal rules, etc. are all sort of child's play. And that night, outside Wu Anming's hospital room there were a few more uniformed police uncles, because his injuries have not yet healed. So now he is allowed to stay in the hospital under surveillance for medical treatment. And when his injuries are not serious, he can be arrested back. Wu Anming, this case is very simple, because the evidence are very sufficient. So after the arrest can be directly transferred to the procuratorate to prosecute. Waiting for him will inevitably be every day to step on the sewing machine days. Someone posted the photo of Wu Anming's hospital room surrounded by police uncles to the internet. At this point in time, it was easy to catch fire, and the melon eaters were running around and celebrating with each other. Yang Guang, never hit innocent people. Look at the situation. Those things exposed on the internet, 80% of them are true. This Wu Anming really deserved to die. Bad habits you picked up in the stick country, right? You say you have this problem, why do you still come back? Sending people's heads over 1,000 miles, even if Wu Anming broke the law. But putting aside the facts, isn't Yang Guang a bit wrong for hitting someone? Putting aside the facts, what are you talking about? Just as the netizens were clapping their hands because of a photo, the group of people who started to wildly blacken Yang Guang had disappeared, because now was the time for Yang Guang's fans to raise their eyebrows. If they were still stupid enough to continue to blacken Yang Guang, they would be drowned by everyone with a mouthful of spittle. The next day when she woke up, Lin Yushu woke up and saw how things were going on the internet and felt that the time had come. She took out her cell phone and dialed 2 numbers. One was to call Zhu Wenshan and ask her to use a small number to send out the full video from that day. The other was to call a girl's parent, an honest middle-aged man. This was a victim's family member that Lin Yushu had sent someone to find. His daughter had been sexually assaulted by Wu Anming a few months ago, just a young girl of 13. Although young, when she was subjected to the unlawful assault, her brain retained the last shred of sanity and secretly hid the intimate apparel stained with Wu Anming's excrement. Originally, her family's thinking was that since they couldn't fight such a rich and powerful person, and they also wanted to protect their child from secondary victimization, they decided to swallow their anger. But Lin Yushu found someone to do their ideological work for several days. Because this, in addition to let those bad people intensify, there is no benefit, only efforts to take legal weapons to defend their interests, see each other by the law. The victim can really out of the shadows, restart a new life. The child's father was still a little hesitant, but the 13-year-old girl was very brave, took the initiative to come forward to agree with them. She from that day onwards, dreaming of sending that beast in, and now since there is an opportunity, and they still have in their hands the most direct evidence, then we should come forward to send this beastly devil in, so that he will accept the trial and sanction of the law. Everything is ready. After the child's father received Lin Yushu's phone, he brought his daughter to the police station to report the case. The police heard that it was about Wu Anming again, received the report and transferred it to the captain who was now in charge of him. After a careful recording of the statement and evidence, including the extraction of clothes on the fecal matter of the DNA and Wu Anming's comparison, a perfect match. This time, the iron evidence is like a mountain. Wu Anming will not be able to fly. Wu Anming was arrested the next day. The police bulletin was issued. The melon crowd looked at this list of his 7 crimes of the bulletin. Have been in the message there to spit. Really know the face of the people, do not know the heart. Now all the dust has settled. Just waiting for the prosecution. And finally see how many years sentence on the line. As of today, Wu Anming is considered to be completely delisted in the entertainment industry. There are even black fans who said under this bulletin, everyone, in the future, the belts we buy, there is a possibility that Wu Anming handmade so touching and Wu Anming's brainwashed fans, at the moment looking at this message, really held a bellyful of fire cannot send out, want to spray against him, but no face fire. In addition to this police bulletin, there is another microblogging. This microblogging is a just registered small number sent out. In her words, they are just a nobody, because at that time after the toilet just walked out. So Wu Anming in the molestation of a girl. The specific content is also not too much to repeat, so that we can see the video by themselves. And she guaranteed that this video is absolutely one shot to the end. Did not do any splicing editing. This video once again refreshed people's perception of Wu Anming. In his contact information, people refused. I did not expect to be more intensified bullying, and also want to move feet. In the immediately about to run into the girl's time, only to see the video Yang Guang ran over. A beautiful flying kick. Wu Anming kicked down to the ground. What happened next? Everyone is already very clear, because the video of Yang Guang riding on top of him snapping and slapping wildly, is still hanging above the hot search. Seeing this, Yang Guang's fans completely climaxed. That said, the girl's body in this video is also too good. It's a pity that the front face wasn't captured, but just this side face alone, I dare to conclude that she's definitely a great beauty. After watching this girl, I now understand Wu Anling's behavior a bit. I knew from the beginning that this Wu wasn't a good thing. Yang Guang wouldn't hit someone for no reason. If you ask me, this is a clean beating. If I saw it, I'd beat him up for a month and he wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Ha 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 ha. Rat tail juice. Yang Guang. This young man does not talk about martial virtues. Fans had played with those stems that Wu Anling had recorded that bitter video telling at the time of the incident. The conference room of the Bluebonnet Communications headquarters building. A meeting was being held at the moment. Previously, the manager of the product planning department had already submitted their program to the group. This meeting was to determine the content of the program. For the idea of cooperating with Yang Guang, it was the old president of the group who came up with the idea. Don't look at his age, but he was still very keen on the market. He knew very well how popular Yang Guang was now in the young people's group. So after determining to develop this product with the theme of youth and with young people as the target customer group, he thought about whether he could have a cooperation with Yang Guang. When the idea was put out, he didn't expect that it was only for how many days. A group of people from the product planning department actually handed over the program. This meeting discussed the content of the product, the reasonableness of the tariff, and the popularity of Yang Guang in the group of college students, but only Yang Guang's character was not discussed, because he was convinced that if the character was really not good, it was impossible to write a song that would make the Olympic organizing committee very satisfied. On this point, he was convinced. The meeting went on from 9 to 12, and the program was finally passed. The next thing is very simple, divided into several ways. The system operation and maintenance of the people to make out the tariffs into the system for testing. The product people began to contact the manufacturer to recreate a number of empty cards, printed with the Youth Zone logo, while the expansion of the Department of Colleges and Universities to select the upgrading and transformation of the business hall. After this series of departments began to operate, the manager of the publicity department brought 2 staff members to Sunshine Entertainment in Magic City after contacting Yang Guang's agent. They came here for several purposes. The first is to invite Yang Guang as the spokesman of Youth Zone. The second is to decide to use the song My Land as the theme song of Youth Zone. And the third is to wait for half a month after the upgrading and renovation of the pilot business hall is completed. They have to go to the campus where they are shooting. The third point is that after half a month, when the upgrading and renovation of the pilot business office is completed, the company will go to the campus to shoot a music video and promotional advertisement. He Yunlu told Yang Guang about this matter after the Bluebonnet Communications team had finalized their itinerary. When Yang Guang heard this news, he froze directly, because he knew very well that in his previous life, this song was actually the advertisement song of the mobile company's series of products, Sense of Motion Zone. He didn't expect that in this life, after he sang this song, Bluebonnet Communications, the giant of the domestic communications industry in this life, also chose this song. Karma is a wonderful thing. For this matter, of course, Yang Guang could not possibly refuse. Imagine the fire of the previous life of dynamic band just know, as long as the brain is not wrong, will not miss this mutually beneficial thing. The next day at noon, Yang Guang met the Bluebonnet Communications team in his office. After some business boasting, the two sides had a heated discussion on endorsement and a series of other issues. Yang Guang did not participate in this process. He just needed to wait for the company's representative to tell him the result of the negotiation. After a noon of negotiation, or failed to reach a unified view, but business negotiations is so, urgent is not urgent. After a simple lunch at the hotel at noon, he returned to the company and continued to talk until more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when both sides were satisfied and shook hands. He Yunlu participated in the whole negotiation. When the final result was determined, she came to Yang Guang's office and gave him a report on the main contents of this cooperation. BlueNet Communications developed a new product this time. The name is Youth Zone. This product is mainly targeted at college students and universities. That's why they came over to ask you to be the spokesperson. The endorsement fee is $10 million per year, and the preliminary determination of the endorsement time is 10 years. But as a condition, in the endorsement period, your song My Land to come out as Youth Zone theme song for them to use. And they are now upgrading the campus business hall of the Capital Media University. About half a month after the completion of the campus, you have to go over to the campus to shoot out the MV. And also there's also a commercial to shoot. Yang Guang nodded after hearing this. I have no problem with all these. Sign the contract directly. He Yunlu saw that Yang Guang didn't have any opinions, so she answered and walked out of the office. When the two sides had only just signed the contract, Bluebonnet Communications sent out a message through their official microblog. After negotiating with Mr. Yang Guang, we are honored to invite him to be the spokesperson for our company's product Youth Zone, and have decided to use the song My Land as the theme song for the new product. And Sunshine Entertainment also released this news through its official microblog. It's an honor to reach a cooperation with Bluebonnet Communications. Our company's artist Yang Guang has become the spokesperson of Bluebonnet Communications product Youth Zone, wishing both parties to work hand in hand for a win-win cooperation. The sudden appearance of these two microblogs was like a nuclear bomb exploding in the entertainment circle. Not only did it blow the heads of the melon-eating masses, but also stunned a group of artists in the entertainment circle. Even the hot news like Wu Anming's arrest these days was eclipsed. These two microblogs from Bluebonnet Communications and Sunshine Entertainment caused ripples in the entertainment circle that were no less than a nuclear bomb explosion, blowing almost everyone's head off. Of course, Yang Guang's fans were ecstatic when they saw it. Ha 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 ha, Yang Guang, this old six, doing great things without saying a word. I said that the matter of him hitting someone in front of him was such a big deal, but I didn't see any response. So it turns out that people are secretly engaging in king bombing. I just want to know when this Youth Zone cell phone card will be available. I want to change my number. Me too. Ditto. I won't tell you. The original Bluebonnet business hall in our school is now being upgraded and remodeled. I asked someone from their company. It's rumored that when the renovation is finished, Yang Guang is coming over to shoot a MV. Crap. Upstairs brother. Which school are you? I'm going to squat in advance. They're filming an MV. Do they need a group actor? I think I can do it. This is a carnival that belongs to Yang Guang's fans alone. This is the BlueNet Communication the domestic cell phone users, they accounted for more than half, and now even chose Yang Guang to endorse. The fans were in tears, even have a kind of their own children since childhood watched the child grow up, and now finally have the feeling of success. It was said that smiles in this world don't disappear, they only transfer from one person's face to another. Yang Guang's side was happy, but not many other people in the entertainment industry could be happy at this time. Even when Yang Guang was caught in a beating storm in front of him, the entire entertainment circle surprisingly didn't have a single person to stand up and give him a voice. For this kind of result, Yang Guang had already been surprised. He knew that almost all people in the entertainment circle were not interested in profit. However, he didn't care so much, since there was still half a month in between. His primary goal now was to hurry up and record the songs inside the album, or else he wouldn't be able to find a place to cry if his schedule was delayed by then. T-on-E Entertainment. This sound lasted about half an hour. Qin Xiaochuan opened the office door from the inside, red eyes looking at the poor secretary standing outside, with a hoarse voice to her. You come in. Guanling knew what she was going to face next, but hearing Qin Xiaochuan's kind of unquestionable tone, she walked in with trepidation despite her reluctance. Qin Xiaochuan, who was sitting on the sofa, didn't say anything when he saw her come in, but pointed to the door behind her. Guanling understood, turned around and closed it and unlocked it from the inside. This skillful action. At a glance it is not the first time to do this kind of thing. After doing so, she stood there looking at Qin Xiaochuan, as if she was a robot waiting for the next command. Qin Xiaochuan grinned, hooked his hand at her, and when Guanling came next to the sofa, he pulled her over and pressed her onto the sofa and started roughly tearing her clothes. Omit 800 words here. Half an hour later, Guanling was lying limp on the sofa. The original white body turned blue and purple, while Qin Xiaochuan was satisfied to put on his clothes. The haze that he had just seen when Bluebonnet Communications asked Yang Guang to endorse the company had already dispersed most of it. Striding behind the desk, he took out a brand new set of ladies' professional clothes and threw them to Guanling's side. Hurry up and put them on. The tone was still so unresisting. At this time, Qin Xiaochuan, who had just finished venting, didn't notice a touch of viciousness hidden in the eyes of Guanling, the female secretary. Pearl Brokerage Company. With the dust settling on the Wu Anming incident, Pan Dong also returned to the office. Because he was the first to follow the boss to start his own business, so he accounted for 5% of the shares in the company, and is also considered to be one of the shareholders of the company. Now, he also saw this message on his cell phone. Seeing Yang Guang's name, Pan Dong's eyes seemed as if they were going to spit out fire. The hand that was gripping the cell phone, the veins were rippling, and it was even slightly trembling. Young, light. Pan Dong gritted his teeth and shouted out this name, because Pearl Brokerage had lost the money tree that was Wu Anming. They had attributed the reason for all of this to Yang Guang, believing that if it wasn't for him meddling in the matter, things wouldn't have gotten to this point at all. Thinking of the board meeting to be held later, Pan Dong temporarily suppressed his anger, straightened his clothes and turned to leave. He knew that relying on his own strength, there was no way to take Yang Guang, but he wasn't alone. This board meeting, he was going to try to push Yang Guang down to the position of culprit of the Wu Anming incident. and gather the company's strength to clean up a freshly minted artist. It wasn't a piece of cake? Gu CC Studio. Looking at the microblogging about Yang Guang's dynamic, can't help but sigh with emotion. This Yang Guang's growth speed is really amazing. I remember when he just participated in the first talent show. I was still the judge of that program. I didn't think that this just 1 year or less than the time he even grew to this height. Say some time ago he violently beat Wu Anning's incident. Although the final exposure of the video shows that the error is not in him, but in public, hands to another peer to beat. This matter put into any one person. His life star is all ruined, but it is Yang Guang. Not only did not suffer the slightest effect, his fans instead than before and rose a little more. Hearing Gu Cici's words, her agent smiled and said, "This is the first time I've seen someone so talented in the field of music. You really found the right person to write songs for your TV series some time ago." Gu Cici sighed sadly when she heard her agent talking about this. "Ugh, it's because of this song. Did you see the comments below the video platform?" The agent was surprised and asked. "I saw that the rating of this drama above the platform is very high. It has 9.1 points. Why are you still so unhappy?" Gu Cici spat. "Those netizens are playing with flowers now. Don't look at them scoring 9.1. But look at what they said in the comments section, saying that 9 points out of this 9.1 is for this title song. I'm crying my eyes out." Hearing this, the agent really couldn't hold back his laughter. "What does this mean? What does this mean? Is this saying that this drama starring my family CC is only worth 0.1 points? Then I heard Gu Cici continue, "But Yang Guang, this great talent, I still have to maintain a good relationship with him. Companies like Bluebonnet Communications have never looked for people from the entertainment industry to work with. This is the first time he's done it. I still have to tweet him to congratulate him." Saying that, he picked up his cell phone, opened the microblogging on it and edited it quickly. Gu Cici suddenly sent out a tweet. "My new drama has finished broadcasting. The audience gave a very good evaluation. I would like to thank Yang Guang for helping to write the theme song. In addition, congratulations to Yang Guang successfully endorsed the BlueNet Communication Youth Zone series of products. I wish the two sites to join hands together to create brilliant." This microblog was issued, which also attracted her fans to come out and say, "It's still our sissy who has a big style. CC and Yang Guang's relationship is so good. Male talent and female beauty. Have the sisters noticed? My CC's wife. Don't abandon me for Yang Guang, whose urine is yellow. Someone come and wake up the one upstairs." I'll come, but I'm diabetic, okay? No, resolutely can't give him any sweetness, because she at Yang Guang's account. Hyunlu saw this microblog of Gu Cici's at the first time. In fact, this kind of interaction between artists is very common. It's just that Yang Guang is a newcomer, and his time in the entertainment industry is relatively short, and there are only a few people who have a fairly good relationship, so there's never been this kind of situation, and it's the first time. Immediately, Hyunlu took a screenshot and sent it to Yang Guang, then took that certified Weibo account of his and posted a reply message. "Thank you for Sister CC's blessing. We'll have the chance to work together more in the future." Yang Guang's followers were much more than Gu Cici's, so once this microblog was released, in less than 2 hours, Gu Cici's agent realized that their account had gone up by 100,000 followers. To know, like her, this kind of microblogging account has been open for many years. Now the rate of increase of fans has been very slow. This just 2 hours has gone up 100,000. From this we can see that Yang Guang's appeal in the fans is simply amazing. Half a month has passed in a flash of time. Yang Guang stayed in the recording studio every day in these days, because this album is his first album in this life. So every song he found out the flaws over and over again, and tried to correct them in the next time, until he felt perfect. Under such strict requirements, after half a month's time, he finally finished recording all the 12 songs within the album and handed them over to the company's mixer. When he was about to open the door and leave the recording studio, Lin Yushu walked over head-on. Seeing Yang Guang, a smile appeared on her originally serious face. "Finished working?" Saying that, she came to Yang Guang's side and naturally took his arm. Yang Guang nodded. "Yes, this half-month has tired me out. Now I can rest for 2 days." Lin Yushu, "Rest for 2 days? You are afraid that this idea of yours is going to fall through?" Yang Guang looked at her stunned, not knowing why she said that. Lin Yushu, "Because I just met Sister she said that Bluebonnet Communications contacted him and asked you to go over tomorrow. Their business hall at Media University has been upgraded and they have found a film crew. So they need you to go over tomorrow to recruit group actors." Hearing these words, Yang Guang wailed. Dying. There's no time for rest. But when this MV recording is done, come back and you can take a break. When it's time for the new album to be released next month, and then the concert in October is also on the schedule. Lin Yushu covered her mouth and snickered. "If you want to take a break, You have to ask Sister He if she has any announcements for you. The two of them chatted and came to the building's parking lot together. Sitting in the car, Lin Yushu drove a short distance. Yang Guang looked at the buildings on the side of the road and said, this isn't our way home. Lin Yushu, MS. Who called today? Saying that she wanted us to come home for dinner tonight, and was complaining there, saying that the two of us are heartless and haven't gone to see them for so long. When Yang Guang heard this, he also immediately felt a little ashamed. He had abducted someone's daughter. It was right to go back to see them more often. It's just that recently he was indeed a little busy. First he went to record a program. Then there was a storm on the internet because of the beating incident. And then he started to write and record songs. And he didn't have much time to rest until today. But since I'm traveling again tomorrow, it's good to go see the two elders tonight. Because Lin Yushu's parents Yang Guang had already been there many times. Now he went there as if he was at his own home. This time the two of them went straight over and didn't bother to buy any gifts. To the villa door, because the knights still have to go back. Lin Yushu directly parked the car on the side of the road. Getting out of the car and walking into the house, she found that the ants in the house had already left, and a large table full of food was emitting a mouth-watering aroma on the dining table. The two of them took off their jackets and hung them above the coat rack at the doorway. When they heard Hu Shuangjin's voice coming out, quickly, dinner is ready. Hurry to the bathroom to wash your hands and come over to eat. After saying that, he turned his head towards the second floor and shouted, Old Lin, hurry down to eat. It just so happens that little Yang is coming over today. You two have a drink. Yang Guang washed his hands and came out, heard Hu Shuangjin shout, and went straight down the stairs to the negative floor of the villa. There was a room below, which Lin Yao had specially made to hide the wine room. In fact, Yang Guang has no idea about what kind of white wine to drink, so he casually took a bottle and came to the top, and found that Lin Yao's three people had already sat down next to the dining table. He opened the white wine in his hand, went to the liquor cabinet and took out 2 cups and poured them full. 1 cup was handed to Lin Yao, and 1 cup was placed in front of himself. After taking the initiative to toast Lin Yao, several people chatted and ate at the same time. The atmosphere was joyful. When Lin Yao pulled Yang Guang to drink the 3rd glass of wine, was stopped by Lin Yushu, frowned and said, Tomorrow morning Yang Guang still have to catch a plane. His sister bought all the air tickets. Tonight can't drink too much. Or tomorrow can't sober up and delay things? When Hu Shuangjin heard this, she hurriedly patted Lin Yao, since the child has something to do. Don't drink too much today. Then she turned her head to look at Lin Yushu. What is Xiaoyang going to do tomorrow? Lin Yushu explained. Didn't Bluebonnet Communications sign Yang Guang as a spokesperson? Tomorrow, I'm going to their place to shoot a commercial. And there's another song they want to use as the theme song. And by the way, they're shooting a MV at the Media University. Hearing that a company like Basket Network Communications is looking for Yang Guang to be their spokesperson, Lin Yao and Hu Shuangjin are both very happy. After all, Yang Guang is also the person their daughter has decided to be with. The more successful he is, the more they feel that this young man has the ambition to get ahead, and they will be more assured of handing their daughter over to him. Since the next day today Hu Shuangjin did not leave them to stay at home. Watching Lin Yushu and Yang Guang drive away, Hu Shuangjin smiled and turned into the villa, said to Lin Yao, Look, it's still our daughter. This vision is not bad. Regarding Yang Guang's current achievements, although Lin Yao was still not seeing it in his eyes, he was still satisfied with him and his heart in general, and when he heard Hu Shuangjin's words, he nodded in agreement. Since he had already confirmed his trip with Yang Guang, on Lin Yushu and Yang Guang's way back, Bluebonnet Communications released a message through their own official microblogging site, which was almost instantly topped by everyone as the #1 hot search. After discussions with Mr. Yang Guang, in order to better promote the Youth Zone series of products, the recruitment of actors, main and supporting roles, for the MV of the song My Land is scheduled to begin tomorrow, August 5th, at the Communication University of the capital. Application location, Youth Zone Sales Office, Communication University. Registration time, August 5th from 9 p.m. to 12 p.m. Students are invited to apply for the program. As soon as this message was sent out, it caused a sensation. Just look at how hot the song My Land is these days. Now on Shake It Off someone has launched a challenge to sing along with My Land to see who can successfully sing it down. As of now, there are tens of thousands of people participating in the challenge every day, but there hasn't been anyone who can succeed in the challenge yet, especially the students of major universities. This song is simply too much for their tastes, and now casually walk in any university campus. You will often hear passing students humming a couple of phrases, in My Land this, you have to listen to me. So they see this microblogging, have left a message below. Goo, I graduated too early. Damn Bluebonnet Communications. I just got home from summer vacation and you released this tweet. Excuse me, is it too late for me to rebuy my ticket back to school? Ha 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 ha. Upstairs, you're laughing at a dura. Luckily the tickets to go home were sold out. I bought the ones for the next few days. Let's not talk about it. Let me laugh for a while first. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Yang Guang was woken up by He Yunlu's phone call, looked at the time and hurriedly got out of bed and dressed gently. For fear of waking Lin Yushu, he didn't even dare to turn on the light. After simply washing up in the bathroom of the next room, Yang Guang returned to the bedroom, gently kissed Lin Yushu on the forehead, then slowly closed the door, pulling the suitcase that he had packed in advance last night, went downstairs and walked out of the villa. Getting into the car that He Yunlu drove, the three of them went straight to the airport, with an 8 o'clock ticket. It was already 10:30 by the time they got off the plane at the capital airport. Yang Guang in full disguise walked towards the outside of the airport along with the flow of people, and from a long way away, he saw a person wearing a professional outfit holding a sign high up there with He Yunlu's name written on it, because he had already sent the photo to them in advance. So when the three came to him, he instantly recognized both He Yunlu and He Lin. And as for the man in full disguise, it must be Yang Guang himself without a doubt. Then he brought the three to the parking lot, got into the vehicle prepared by the company, and took them straight to a hotel next to the Media University. At this time, in the Media University of the Youth Zone Business Hall of the group acting registration point, want to register students have been lined up more than 200 meters long queue. These students are not all the Media University. They are part of the capital of other colleges and universities of the students, as well as the family lives nearby, just from the field back in the summer vacation, because all the students who read this kind of performing arts majors are the ones who want to eat this bowl of rice. This time there is such a good opportunity. If you don't take advantage of it, then it is really a person who regrets for several years. Responsible for the registration is the BlueNet Communication from the outside to find a few members of the film crew. Today at noon their task is to collect these registration forms. Each one must be accompanied by a life photo. After collecting the information of all the registered people, they packaged it and handed it over to Yang Guang, so that he could first do the first step of screening based on this information, and the students who passed the initial screening would be notified by phone for an on-site interview. The whole 3 hours of time. A total of 3,500 registration forms received. Tired into a dog staff to see the scene is still surrounded by a large number of students did not leave. Had to take out the loudspeaker shouted, "Students, quiet. I know you surrounded here is to see Yang Guang, but I can tell you, Yang Guang is not going to come over today, because these materials to be handed over to him to personally screen. Please go back to students to rest assured that waiting through the initial screening of students before tomorrow afternoon will receive a call from us. Please go back and wait at ease. The students who passed the initial screening will receive our telephone notification before tomorrow afternoon, and will tell you the time and place of the interview at that time. This interview, which is hosted by Yang Guang himself. After all, still college students, the basic qualities are still very good. Heard him say Yang Guang will not come over today. Also gradually dispersed. 3 by 3 students left here in groups, discussing as they walked. So nervous. I don't know if I can wait for this call. I heard that more than 3,500 people sign up today. I just don't know how many people they actually want. Yang Guang personally interviewing It's exciting to think about it. Right at this moment, a girl frantically ran to the door of this enrollment point, holding an enrollment form in her hand. Looking at the tightly closed door, she tiredly bent down to hold her knees, panting heavily, looking at the surrounding students who had already handed in their enrollment forms, in 2s and 3s, in pairs, talking and laughing as they left. Her eyes were filled with envy. Her name was Shin Mengqi, and she had loved singing since she was a child. But her poor family deep in the mountains could not support Shin Mengqi's professional instruction, so she was on her own after school hours, herding cows on the big mountain while singing on the side. According to the custom in her hometown, girls usually do not study for a few years, and the deep-rooted idea of the people there is that a girl child should study for a few years to learn to read and write, and then when she grows up, she should find a man to marry, and that would be the end of the story. But Shen Mengqi does not want to succumb to such a fate. Her dream is to get out of the mountains, to realize their own childhood dreams, that buried deep in the heart, the dream of music. So, since childhood, she studied hard. Is their village in recent years the only child to go to college? Because of the family's financial reasons, she gave up their favorite music college, but to get into the University of Communications Journalism. Come to the university. Shin Mengqi also did not put her childhood habits of thrift and frugality thrown away. From the freshman year, she was either in class, or to do part-time jobs, including the school's work-study list. Every semester there will be her name. This year is her 3rd year in college. Shen Mengqi, who had already resigned herself to her fate, happened to hear Yang Guang's song Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart on the internet, and just after listening to it for the first time, She fell in love with Yang Guang as a singer. She felt that Yang Guang's song filled her with power, and the music dream that had been buried deep in her heart was once again stirring, and she would listen to it once a day to cheer herself up. Yesterday, she learned from her classmates that Yang Guang was coming to school to shoot a music video and was recruiting actors. She was very excited that night. She printed out the enrollment form and filled out the information early, and was so excited that she didn't sleep all night. To this morning, because there is a part-time job to do, so she did not have the first time to come to hand in the materials, but after the part-time job she flew to the first time. I did not expect, or came late. At this moment, the girl who was bent over and panting heavily, the light in her eyes was slowly dissipating. Yang Guang at noon and Bluebonnet Communications people ate at the hotel, learned that the registration materials have not yet been organized. Idle boredom proposed to go to the Media University campus inside the turn, and in the meantime to see what the business hall looks like in this world. Because the hotel was still a distance away from the school, He Yunlu asked for a car from Bluebonnet for temporary use. When entering the campus, Yang Guang liked the atmosphere. Although it was a summer vacation holiday, there were still a lot of students on the campus who didn't go home. Some of them were attending tutoring classes at the school because of the exams, and some of them were taking advantage of the opportunity to do some part-time jobs during the summer vacation to earn enough to cover their living expenses for the next semester. Yang Guang and He Yunlu He Linlin were walking leisurely on the campus path, looking at the students sweating on the field, listening to the pleasant birdsong in the forest, and blowing the slightly cool breeze of August, which made people feel so cozy. The Youth Zone Business Hall in the Media University is in a commercial street in the dormitory area. Yang Guang's trio walked over and saw the doorway with orange characters on a white background from a long distance away. There was a clear difference between it and their traditional white characters on a blue background, but Yang Guang felt that this color tone was more refreshing and more suitable for young people. Suddenly, He Linlin pointed to the front and let out an eep. Yang Guang followed the direction of her finger and found a girl dressed plainly with a simple ponytail sitting on the bench in front of the door wiping her tears. As he approached, he realized that she was pinching a piece of paper in her hand, and thanks to Yang Guang's better eyesight, he could see that the paper said My Place MV Actor Enrollment Form. For this girl, Yang Guang looked at her dress and felt that he should help her, in case it could be a success. For her it was a great opportunity. For himself it was just a sudden act of kindness. Why not? Just as Shin Mengqi's fantasies about the future began to blur, and she began to doubt her own choices, she suddenly heard a boy's voice coming from the side. Hello, student, do you need help? Shin Mengqi had instinctively rejected the opposite sex since she entered the university. Because of her family, she was afraid. She was afraid that once she got serious, if the other party disliked her because of these things, this kind of hurt was something she couldn't afford. But because of her pretty looks, she often meets some boys hit on her, and occasionally receives love letters from them, but they are all ignored by her. Now that she was in the midst of her own heartbreak and encountered this situation, Shin Mengqi angrily raised her head and wanted to refuse. But when she saw what the boy in front of her looked like, the words that had just reached her mouth were swallowed back. Yang Guang? Shin Mengqi couldn't believe it. She thought it was her tears covering her eyes, making her hallucinate. So she hurriedly lowered her head and dried her tears with her sleeve, rubbed her eyes again and looked up again. This time, what she saw was still Yang Guang, looking at her eyes wide open in surprise and full of disbelief. Yang Guang smiled gently and said, Classmate, may I ask if you need help? Shin Mengqi jumped up from her chair at once and stood in front of Yang Guang, nervous and at a loss for words. Yang Guang pointed to the enrollment form in her hand and asked, Can you show me this? Only now did she wake up as if from a dream and hurriedly handed the enrollment form she was holding in her hands to Yang Guang with both hands, taking it over and roughly looking at it. Shin Mengqi, very nice name it, Yang Guang said in his heart, then looked up and asked her, Can you tell me why you're here alone in tears? Shin Mengqi heard some hesitation, but seeing Yang Guang's encouraging eyes, she finally made up her mind and nodded. Then, the four of them sat on the bench under the tree, and Yang Guang listened attentively to Shin Mengqi narrating her situation. Although none of them had experienced the kind of life that Shin Mengqi spoke of, they were still touched by the young girl in front of them who was trying to hold on to her dreams, especially He Linlin, because she was the youngest among the three Yang Guangs, and her family was not considered to be much rich, but her living conditions were still on the well-off level. So she couldn't imagine what kind of consequences she would have if she were to live in the kind of family Shin Mengqi was talking about. Although she knew that she was just a small assistant of Yang Guang, and she also knew that it was definitely not right for her to do so, she still looked at Yang Guang with her reddened eyes, hopefully, expecting him to step in and help this little girl. Yang Guang looked at He Linlin's appearance, and for the first time in his heart, he felt that this little assistant of his was also very good. Twisting his head, he looked at Shin Mengqi. Can you sing a couple lines for me? Shin Mengqi was a bit hesitant. Here? Yang Guang nodded undeniably. Yes, Right here. Although she was a little embarrassed, Shin Mengqi finally made up her mind. Because she was a smart girl. Since Yang Guang said to listen to herself sing a couple of lines, it meant that if her voice could satisfy him, then she would walk a smoother path in the pursuit of her music dream. Getting up and standing in front of Yang Guang, he cleared his throat and opened his mouth to sing his more favorite song. Who is it that calls in the spring breeze, bringing thoughts of faraway places? Who is it that remembers your face, surfacing your face? Although Shin Mengqi was a bit shy when she started to sing, once she started to sing, she was the girl with the most confidence. Hearing her voice, Yang Guang was ecstatic. Such a penetrating voice was what Yang Guang had been looking for, and the few songs he remembered were a perfect match for Shin Mengqi. Then, he looked at Shin Mengqi and asked seriously, if I give you a chance to take the path of a singer, what will you do? Hearing Yang Guang ask himself this way, Shin Mengqi's heart thumped wildly. She knew that Yang Guang was very satisfied with his voice, otherwise he wouldn't have asked himself this question. After thinking for a while, she replied seriously, my dream since I was a child is music. If you really give me this opportunity, I will definitely not let you down. Although he didn't say much, Yang Guang could see the sincerity in her eyes. Then he asked, is it okay to sign you to our company? Shin Mengqi was a bit hesitant, but I haven't graduated yet. Is that okay? Yang Guang, this is no problem. Saying that, he glanced at her enrollment form and then said, I see that you're a junior now, right? Just keep reading your books. Singing and going to school don't conflict. Shin Mengqi listened and nodded her head full of joy. Today's events were too dreamy for her, so much so that she herself wondered if this was a dream. Yang Guang looked at her happy appearance, turned his head to look at He Yunlu and said, Sister you leave her contact information. Find a time to call our company legal over. Sign her to Sunshine Entertainment. The female lead of this MV will be given to her. It's considered as a warm-up publicity. Wait for me to be busy during this period of time. I'll write a few songs for her, and I dare to guarantee that she'll be able to become a hit. Originally thought that Yang Guang was just giving himself the opportunity to become a singer, but I didn't realize that listening to what he was saying, he would also personally write songs for himself. Shin Mengqi was on the verge of fainting with happiness now. She had never thought that she would meet Yang Guang one day, much less that she would have the opportunity to sing a song written by Yang Guang. Covering her mouth, she looked at him with incredulous eyes and jumped up in surprise before she opened her mouth to ask, really? I can really sing a song you wrote? Yang Guang looked at Shin Mengqi's reaction and smiled happily. The company had another great general. What a pure girl this girl in front of him is. I hope that the day she catches fire, she won't forget her beginnings. He Yunlu exchanged numbers with her and told her, pay attention to answering the phone in the next few days, and when someone from the company comes over, she will be contacted to sign the contract off. Shin Mengqi nodded her head repeatedly, carefully existing He Yunlu's number on her cell phone for fear of typing a wrong number. After doing this, Yang Guang received a call from the side of Bluebonnet Communications, saying that the registration materials had been organized and asked Yang Guang to go back to the hotel to screen them. After several people said goodbye to Shin Mengqi, they drove back to the hotel. In the lobby, Yang Guang looked at the mountain of enrollment materials piled up in front of him and had a headache. Wailing, how can there be so many? Should it be so exaggerated? That Bluebonnet's publicity manager said. Otherwise I wouldn't have called you back so early. Alas. Yang Guang sighed and rubbed his face vigorously with both hands and said, although there are more enrollments, but this job, what needs to be done still needs to be done. Saying that, he got 2 people to help carry the materials into his room. I wanted to go out at night. According to Yang Guang's habit, every place he goes to, he likes to go to stroll around the snack street there, but today is definitely not able to get out. At that moment, there was no more delay, pulling He Yunlu and He Linlin to look up one by one. For Yang Guang, that the registration form filled in what content is not important. He looked at the main life photo. For what kind of people fire up the probability is relatively large. Yang Guang's heart is really too clear. Some people are obviously very beautiful and handsome, but no matter how the company behind the hype, no matter how many female lead roles for her, but just cannot fire up, and finally can only be forced to give up. Such an example in the last world can be said to be a catch-a-lot, but some people obviously look ugly, but just can let everyone remember very clearly. And some even just the first time in front of the public appearance, can be remembered by everyone? Fire inexplicably. And what Yang Guang wanted to do today was to select such a person among the more than 3,500 photos that had been registered. Therefore, this looking quite a lot of enrollment materials were not too slow to sift through in the hands of Yang Guang's 3 people. If it was known by others, there would definitely be a lot of people saying that this method was unfair. In fact, Yang Guang also knew that it was unfair. But luck was also a very important indicator. And the artists who could catch fire, at least their luck would not be too bad. Just like this. After 1, 2, 3 times, finally Yang Guang had 30 registration forms left in front of him, spreading the photos of these people on the table. Yang Guang took a look at this one, looked at that one, satisfied with the result, calculating in his heart, when the notification comes for the interview, ask how many people are willing to sign up for Yang Guang Entertainment. In particular, there are a few people in here that Yang Guang is very interested in. Looking at their looks in the photos, they look like the movie stars and actresses who were on fire in the movie and television circle in the last life. Yang Guang Entertainment is definitely going to be involved in the movie and television industry in the future. Sign these people in advance, and then write a few scripts based on their memories. I don't believe that they can't be popular. If he let the people from Bluebonnet Communications know about these ideas, they would definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood. He said he was choosing actors for RMV, but he didn't expect us to run around and contribute money and effort until the end. But it turns out that you're choosing people for your own company, and you're carrying too much of your own personal goods, aren't you? Leave the photos of these people, and then let He Linlin organize the materials to the people of the Bluebonnet Communications, telling them that they can call to notify these people to come over to participate in the interview. The time was set for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and the place was inside the Gymnasium of Media University. Because it was summer vacation, the Gymnasium of Media University had been rented by Bluebonnet Communications, and everything would be handled in it during the shooting period. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening, and Bluebonnet Communications gathered a few employees to start calling the 30 students who had passed the screening, informing them of the time and place of the interview. As for Shin Mengqi, since Yang Guang had already confirmed her to be the female lead for the MV, he had He Yunlu personally call her to ask her to go to the gymnasium tomorrow to help with the miscellaneous duties as well. The 6 staff members notified the 30 students, which was still relatively fast, and everything went smoothly in the middle, except that 2 people's phones never got through, so they went to ask Yang Guang what to do. Yang Guang thought about it and threw those 2 people's materials over to the elimination side, and in their dumbfounded stares, lightly said, sometimes not being able to grasp the opportunity also belongs to a kind of bad luck. Then he turned around and went back to his room. For tomorrow's interview Yang Guang was planning to come up with 3 questions. The first one was singing, clearing a song and listening to how their voices were. The second question was to be happy and sad. Let them improvise and see how their acting skills were. The third question was to eat a white steamed bun and act out how they felt when they were very hungry. Yang Guang felt that his 3 questions were very targeted. The first question was to screen which people were suitable for singing, and if he signed with Sunshine Entertainment, he could customize the songs according to their voice characteristics. The second question is to let them perform crying and laughing, because these 2 emotions are most likely to reflect the level of a person's acting skills. If the acting skills are not good, acting crying scenes will be very embarrassing. The third question, the young people nowadays have long lost the spirit of the older generation of actors who put their lives on the line to act. Let them eat a white steamed bun in a state of not being very hungry, in a state of being starved for several days, mainly to see if there will be someone who is so pretentious that they can't even eat a single steamed bun. If such a person appears in the theater group in the future, how else can you expect them to act? At 8 o'clock on the following day, Yang Guang arrived early at the Media University's gymnasium. Entering inside, he found that many people were already busy here, and there were many filming equipments piled up in a corner, while the place where he interviewed himself was in a small room on one side of the gymnasium, on which a piece of paper was printed and pasted on it, which read Actor Interviewing Office. Shen Mengqi, on the other hand, stood there at a loss for words, looking at the busy people around her, wanting to help but not knowing what to do. When she saw Yang Guang and the 3 of them approaching, she seemed to have found a savior and quickly greeted them. Yang Guang, on the other hand, asked He Linlin to take her to the interview waiting area to hand out the test questions printed in advance to the students, and when the 2 of them arrived in front of the group of students, a sharp voice suddenly came out from the crowd. Shen Mengqi, why are you here? Shen Mengqi, why are you here? When Shen Mengqi and He Linlin came to the waiting area to distribute the test questions, a sharp voice suddenly came out from the crowd. Hearing this voice, He Linlin clearly saw Shen Mengqi's body shake a little, and immediately frowned as she looked in the direction from which the voice came, only to see a girl with rather thick makeup and revealing clothes stand up and look at Shen Mengqi with a very provocative gaze. As He Linlin looked at this situation, she seemed to understand a bit in her heart and turned her head to ask Shen Mengqi, Mengqi, who is she? When Shen Mengqi heard He Linlin ask herself, she sneaked a glance towards that girl, and before she had time to speak, she heard that girl open her mouth to taunt again. Do you, a pauper, also want to enter the showbiz industry? Usually I see you acting so noble, but your heart is so deep. These words were a bit vicious. Shen Mengqi's eyes began to redden, tears welling up inside. She tried to hold them back, not wanting to let them flow out in front of so many people. He Linlin glared at the girl and ignored her, instead beckoning for a crew member to help hand out the exam questions in her hand. Hurriedly exchanged words. What I'm giving you now are the test questions that you're going to be auditioning for today. You guys take a look at them first. Prepare yourselves. And an hour later we'll go in and perform according to the list of roll call. After saying that, they hurriedly pulled Shin Mengqi out of the place. After they left, these students began to talk. What is Shin Mengqi here for? Did she sign up too? I didn't see her come over to hand in the forms yesterday. I didn't expect Qin Yao to be there. This is a good show. He Linlin brought Shin Mengqi to the interview room. Yang Guang was sitting inside resting at this time. Seeing Shin Mengqi's eyes red, she hurriedly sat up straight and asked, "What's wrong?" He Linlin told what happened just now, pulled Shin Mengqi and asked, "Do you have any conflicts with that classmate? Why is she targeting you like that?" Shin Mengqi organized her words and began to talk about the beef between the two of them. That girl is called Qin Yao, and Shin Mengqi is the same class, but not the same major. In the freshman half a semester, Qin Yao fell in love with the captain of the school basketball team. Young in gold, handsome, basketball is also very good. These elements add up to the attraction of the girls can be imagined. But the captain of the team turned a blind eye to Qin Yao's goodwill, which made her very chagrined. Originally, these things had absolutely nothing to do with Shin Mengqi, but the moment she received the captain's love letter, Qin Yao's relationship with her was thus knotted. Originally, Shin Mengqi didn't take the love letter seriously, but the captain, who was late in receiving a response, often met with herself unannounced in later days, creating opportunities to meet, while turning a blind eye to her own pursuit. She rushed up to chase Shin Mengqi, which made Qin Yao feel humiliated, and from that time onwards, she held a grudge against Shin Mengqi, and went around looking for people to inquire about everything about her. When Qin Yao learned that her family was in poor condition and had been doing work study at school, she began to spread the word everywhere, trying to tarnish Shin Mengqi's reputation in front of the captain. But the more she made a scene, the more the captain hated her, and the more she hated Shin Mengqi, and she felt that it was all because of Shin Mengqi that she had become like this. So from then on, she would sarcastically say a few words every time she saw Shin Mengqi. Because of the environment she grew up in, Shin Mengqi's character was actually a bit weak, so for Qin Yao's sarcastic taunts, she never fought back, unbeknownst to her. This attitude made Qin Yao even more aggressive. The most ironic thing is that in the end, Shin Mengqi directly and the captain of the team singled out their own do not want to fall in love in the university. She this refused, more so that Qin Yao feel losing face. So since then, whenever Qin Yao meets Shin Mengqi, she will go up to mock a few sentences. Yang Guang heard a proof of laughter out, thinking this is too bloody right? However, since Shin Mengqi is the person he chose, then he definitely can't let her suffer this kind of aggression again. Immediately comforted, you don't need to be afraid of her either. Wait and see how I'll take it out on you. He Linlin also put her arm around Shin Mengqi's shoulder and said, yes, wait and see Yang Guang take it out on you. You'll be one of us. We won't suffer from her. Looking at He Linlin's puffed up appearance, Yang Guang felt funny in his heart, but since he could enlighten Shin Mengqi, he let her be. Seeing Shin Mengqi finally being amused by He Linlin, Yang Guang was also relieved, but self-confidence and courage can't be developed overnight, so Yang Guang wasn't in a hurry. Looking at the time, it was already 9:30, they accidentally chatted in the room for more than an hour, and with a slap on the head, they hurriedly let the two of them go out to take the list and call out the people. However, as soon as they opened the door, they heard the interview waiting area inside is making a buzzing very noisy sound. Listen carefully, it turned out to be that they see that it is already more than 9 o'clock. The interview has not yet begun. Waiting impatiently, Yang Guang let He Linlin take Shin Mengqi over to see is that a few students are provoking everyone's emotions, can directly please out, because this point of patience are not people. Yang Guang does not want to have too many interactions with them. When He Linlin pulled out a few people who were leading the trouble and heard that they could already leave, they were definitely reluctant and began to engage in theories with He Linlin. Yang Guang didn't want to cause too much conflict because of this little thing, so he let He Linlin invite them to this room. Looking at the unconvinced look of each one of them, Yang Guang patiently explained, just now, I purposely stayed half an hour late because I wanted to see whether you guys valued this opportunity or not. Those who really valued it wouldn't care if they waited for an extra half an hour. Got it? Looking at Yang Guang's righteous appearance, He Linlin almost laughed out loud. Obviously you just chatted and forgot about the time. How come you said it in such a righteous way? The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. A few of them had the courage to mess with He Linlin, but they were still restrained in front of Yang Guang. When they saw Yang Guang saying this, they thought about it and it was really their own lack of patience, so they could only sigh and leave the gym. The next thing is very smooth. According to the list from top to bottom shouted in one by one, is fixed those 3 exam questions? Yang Guang let them play at will. Thousands of people, Want to go farther in the entertainment industry? This is exceptionally important. But when Qi Miao picked up the big steamed bun in front of her, she was worried, because she really can't eat if she didn't eat breakfast, she can still make do with it. But now, she wants to say a concubine can't do it. Yang Guang just quietly looked at her and didn't say anything. There was really no way out, because she didn't want to give up this opportunity. Qi Miao frowned and started to pick up the steamed bun and stuffed it into her mouth with a big mouthful, until she was choked straight, rolled her eyes, and then look at Shin Mengqi, casually stood beside Yang Guang, at this time as looking at their own ugly, aggrieved steamed buns to the ground. Lao Miang, do not eat. This reaction of Qi Miao was expected by Yang Guang, because according to Shin Mengqi's description, she is the type of pretentious fairy, so like dry eating white steamed buns, this kind of thing. This kind of person is absolutely not going to do. Seeing her throw the steamed buns to the ground, Yang Guang's brows wrinkled. When you were in compulsory education, your teacher should have taught you to save food. People like Qi Miao, when faced with a young, rich and handsome opposite sex, there was no resistance at all. Not to mention that Yang Guan was also a popular singer who had set the country on fire and was the idol of thousands of young girls, so in the moment she threw the steamed bun out, she regretted it, and at this time, when she heard Yang Guang say this, she immediately ran over and picked up the steamed bun again, trying to salvage the image in Yang Guang's heart. Although he had said earlier that he would take it out on Shin Mengqi during Qi Miao's interview, Yang Guang wasn't so bad that he would really make things difficult for a little girl. Seeing her retrieve the thrown buns, he didn't grab this point again and not let go, but seriously gave her a critique. Qi Miao, right? Qi Miao sat there and nodded. At this time she was still very apprehensive in her heart. She knew that she definitely could not pass today, but looking at Shin Mengqi who stood to Yang Guang's side, she was worried that Yang Guang would embarrass himself for her. But now Qi Miao was obviously overthinking, only to see Yang Guang open his mouth and say, Qi Miao, your voice is not suitable for singing. In addition, acting skills also need to be strengthened. To become a real actor, not to become one of those little fresh meat you see on the internet that fire up by hype. Because an actor, especially the older generation of actors, who acted by putting their lives on the line for every scene, they are the real stars. And they are the ones who can be on fire for a lifetime. As for whether today's results are passed or not, after everyone is finished, someone will contact you, okay? To the very end, Yang Guang didn't mention Shin Mengqi's matter, which made Qi Miao feel greatly relieved in her heart. When she finally heard Yang Guang say this, she hurriedly nodded her head to show that she understood, and was even thanking Yang Guang as she walked out the door. An interview of more than 20 people went on for a whole morning. When everyone was finished, Yang Guang spread out on a chair and spat out, I won't do this kind of thing in the future. This is too tiring. Although he felt very tired, today's noon still let him discover a few good seedlings. Among them there was a boy and a girl. Yang Guang drew big exclamation marks after their names, intending to finish the MV shoot and find someone to talk to them about signing a contract. In the evening, just after returning to the hotel, that manager from Bluebonnet Communications came over with a middle-aged man, and after greeting Yang Guang, he introduced him. This is a well-known screenwriter in China, Mr. Xia Yuanfeng. This time he came over here because he wants to pair up the script with you. Upon hearing that the script had been finalized, Yang Guang's eyes lit up. The two of them shook hands warmly, sat down, and took the script handed over by Xia Yuanfeng and flipped through it. Because of the shooting of the MV, there was no need for lines. All the moods and emotions to be expressed were realized by these scenes that were designed. So the shooting was a bit easier than movies and TV dramas. For how to tell a good story about youth, Xia Yuanfeng was too much of an insider. Even though he had already seen the MV of the song My Place in the previous life, at this time, Yang Guang read the script and went through the images in his mind, and found that this book was surprisingly similar to the MV of the previous life. Immediately, he closed the book and shook hands with Xia Yuanfeng again. Thank you for Mr. Xia's book. I feel very satisfied. Let's settle it like this. There's no need to make any more changes. Seeing Yang Guang say this, Xia Yuanfeng was very happy. There is nothing more exciting than having one's work recognized by someone else, so he also responded enthusiastically. I hope that we will still have the opportunity to work together in the future. Then the two of them chatted about the details of the shooting, which shots to pay special attention to what things, and after looking at the time, it was almost 0 o'clock, so Xia Yuanfeng got up and left. The next day, Yang Guang took out the list of interviews, and on it, according to yesterday's shot design, he ticked off 18 people from the 20 or so, found the staff of Bluebonnet, and asked them to call and inform them that tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, they would still gather at the same stadium where they interviewed, and officially start filming. And this day Yang Guang and the director of the film crew together, in the media university began to step on the spot, and according to the script of the scene to design shots. The story design of this MV is very simple. It is the story of a boy who likes a girl on a college campus, and after a series of misunderstandings and coincidences, finally succeeds in holding hands. The female lead of the MV is Shin Mingchi, but the male lead is not Yang Guang, but a guy Yang Guang found in the interview with great acting skills. His name is Wu Junzuo, not very handsome, but he is the type of person mentioned earlier. That is, you obviously are not very handsome, but you are able to make people memorize you at a glance. Often this type of person. There is no way to go this route of fresh meat. Want to become famous? You can only hone their acting skills. Have to mention is to participate in the interview of the students. There is a fat girl. The name is Lu Xiangshan. 1 meter 6 less than the height. Weight are almost 70 kilograms. This girl is very lively. Not the slightest because of their own body inferiority complex. This kind of optimistic spirit, and the expression of humor in the speech, so that Yang Guang immediately remembered her. Both of them were the objects Yang Guang focused on wanting to sign. After all the complicated shots were designed, the next day's shooting was much simpler. The entire MV was almost 4.5 minutes long. The opening shot was the male lead lying on the window of the dance room, secretly looking at the female lead who was practicing inside. At this time Yang Guang came over, patted him, and then watched with him, and pointed while watching, because the movement was too big, and was suddenly discovered by the female lead. Later, when Yang Guang and the male lead performed on stage at the school party, the male lead waved his hand to greet the female lead in the audience below, but was misunderstood by LV Xiangshan sitting in the front, and a series of hilarious things happened from then on. In addition, there is also the male lead being punished by the teacher in the playground. There is Yang Guang and the male lead together in the roadside peeping at the girls. There is Yang Guang with a cell phone to secretly film the male lead in the moment of embarrassment, through the Blue Network Communication Youth Zone Network, posted to the campus bar above, and in the court sweating like a pig, but does not reduce the passion of the basketball teenager. The theme of the entire MV is just 2 words. Youth. The short 4.5 minutes of MV, but the whole shooting for 2 weeks. In the last shot shooting completed, the director announced the success of the finalization. The scene, whether it is the staff or the actors and actresses, all broke out a round of applause. For those young actors, they had not only participated in a professional filming process this time, but more importantly, they had expressed themselves in front of Yang Guang. The editing of the MV took a week, and on the second day of greening, Yang Guang was pulled by the film crew to the entrance of the Youth Zone Business Hall of the Media University, where he took his cell phone and filmed an advertisement, in which Yang Guang only needed to say one line of the advertisement: Youth Zone. My territory listens to me. This phrase is still Yang Guang's idea, because this phrase was tested in the market in the last life and achieved great success. So as the spokesman, Yang Guang still hopes that his first time to take the endorsement, he can achieve a very good result. A week later, Yang Guang was on the phone with Lin Yushu at the hotel, telling her that he had found 2 good seedlings here and asked her to send a few people over to talk to them about signing. Lin Yushu asked, "Are you almost done over there? When will you be back?" Yang Guang thought about it and said, "Probably in the next 2 days. Now the finished movie is almost out. Wait for the company's people to come over tomorrow. I'll talk to the 2 students and sign into the company and I'll go back." Lin Yushu heard that Yang Guang will be back soon. Her heart was very happy, because every time Yang Guang traveled, she would go back to her parents' place to sleep, which made Lin Yushu, who had already gotten used to Yang Guang's embrace, lying in the same bed she had slept in for more than 10 years. She instead felt that she couldn't sleep. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Yang Guang gave Lin Yushu a word that someone over here was looking for him and hung up. When he got up and opened the door, he saw the director of the film crew coming over with a computer and invited him into the room. The director put the computer on the coffee table and pulled Yang Guang to watch the finished movie together. In Yang Guang's opinion, the overall effect of this movie is still great compared to his last life, because after all, the filming equipment and technical means are much better now than at that time. And now with the songs, it feels like the story is complete all of a sudden. What's more, the frequent appearance of the Youth Zone logo in the MV didn't make people feel abrupt in the slightest, and for Bluebonnet Communications, this should be the most satisfying thing about them. Even Yang Guang, who was involved in the whole shooting, gave a big thumbs up after watching it and said, "Isn't this the college life everyone imagines?" Determined the final film, the director immediately handed over the 2 video files to the Bluebonnet Communications. Not to say that it is still this kind of business. Do things as bold. The same day to replace their own 5-second ads in the CCTV prime time. Unsurprisingly, today's prime time, the audience will be able to see the first advertisement shot by Yang Guang on TV, which is still very monumental. As for the release channel of that MV, Bluebonnet Communications had also signed an agreement in advance with all the major music platforms and video platforms in China. And at 8 p.m., the whole network was synchronized online. including their own official microblogging and official Jitterbug account. In their words, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem, and if it can't be solved, it means that you're not giving enough money. Yang Guang was very fond of this thunderous style of acting. It had only taken himself a few months from signing the endorsement to the commercials and MVs going online. At 7:30 p.m., the domestic news ended on time, and before the weather forecast, there was a 4-minute advertisement, and the one for Bluebonnet Communications was played in the middle of it. And this was the time when thousands of families in the country were sitting in front of their TV sets to eat their dinner. In Chao County, Shandong Province, inside a village, Yang Jiangwo and Li Yuqin were also inside the hall, watching the TV while eating their dinner. Taking advantage of the time when the news broadcast ended, Li Yuqin asked Yang Jiangwo, "I don't know how Xiao Guang is doing out there. He hasn't called home for so long." Yang Jiangwo heard also frowned a little, although he is not yet 50 years old, but every day to do manual labor. The skin is tanned. This life to ask him, what is the most worthwhile thing to make him proud of? That must be his son Yang Guang supply into a college student, and stay in the magic city such as a big city to work. To know, their village in these decades, a total of not many children went to university. At this moment, he heard his daughter-in-law complaining about his son not calling for so long, frowned and chided. "What do you know? He is quite busy working outside. The two of us don't let him worry just fine. Last year he didn't come back for New Year's Eve, but didn't he say he will definitely come back for this year's New Year's Eve?" Then the two of them picked up their bowls and started drinking kanji. Suddenly the picture on the TV flashed, only to see Yang Guang dressed in a handsome outfit, holding a cell phone, with the Youth Zone logo displayed on the screen, dancing a few street dances at the entrance of the business hall, and saying to the camera, "Youth Zone, I'm in charge of my territory." This short 5-second advertisement, but let Yang Jiangwo and Li Yuqin, two old people, like a thunderbolt, because the TV above the person they can be too familiar with. After an unknown amount of time, Li Yuqin painstakingly craned her neck to look at Yang Jiangwo, and asked incredulously, "Old man, did you see it clearly just now? Is that person on the TV our family Xiao Guang ah?" To be honest, Yang Jiangwo was also confused right now and didn't hear Li Yuqin's words at all. Seeing that Yang Jiangwo ignored himself, Li Yuqin reached out and slapped him. "I'm asking you, did you see it clearly just now? Is that person our family Xiao Guang?" This slap made Yang Jiangwo come back to his senses, although his eyes were still a bit dull, but his mouth stammered. Should be. I'm not too sure." The old couple couldn't eat their meal, so they just sat there wide-eyed, not knowing what to do. I don't know how long it took. The weather forecast was over. Li Yuqin finally reacted and slapped her thigh. "Why are we two so stupid? Just give Xiao Guang a call and ask. Won't that do?" Yang Jiangwo woke up as if from a dream, took out his cell phone from his pocket and looked for Yang Guang's phone number while saying, yes, let's ask if Xiao Guang is on TV. With that, he dialed Yang Guang, and at this time, Yang Guang was eating in his room, because now basically the whole country's audience knew that Yang Guang was in the vicinity of the media university, so he was not daring to go out shopping again. Suddenly he felt his cell phone ringing, and when he took it out, he froze. It was his father calling. Yang Guang stared at the cell phone screen a little hesitant. The reason why he didn't dare to contact Yang Jiangwo and Li Yuqin and the two of them for such a long time was because Yang Guang hadn't been mentally prepared. In his last life, his parents died very early, and he felt very unfamiliar about this relationship, and he didn't even know in what way to communicate with them. But now that Yang Jiangwo took the initiative to call him over, Yang Guang knew that it was time to face the reality. Even if he didn't have any contact now, he had to go home at New Year's time, right? If he really spoke to them at that time, would the situation be worse? Throwing these distracting thoughts to the back of his mind, Yang Guang slid the answer button with a trembling finger and softly shouted into the phone, "Dad, Dad." With a slightly trembling voice, Yang Guang shouted out this incomparably unfamiliar title. Yang Jiangwo on the other side of the phone said excitedly, "Xiao Guang ah, just now your mom and I watched TV together. Saw a person on it who looked a lot like you, but the two of us didn't get a good look at the time, so I came to ask you if you were on the TV ah?" Yang Guang listened to Yang Jiangwo's voice. His heart was very unsettled. As an old man who stayed in the countryside all his life, to be on TV, and also on the central station, it was a heavenly thing for them. Yang Guang took 2 deep breaths and said into the phone, "You're not wrong, Dad. That's me." Yang Jiangwo saw his son confirming this matter and was happy as if he was a dozen years younger. In fact, this wasn't Yang Guang's first time on TV. It's just that the two old men didn't have the time or the interest to watch the variety show in front of them, so they only saw this advertisement that was broadcasted in the prime time slot. Then Yang Guang heard on the other side of the phone, "Yang Jiangwo has been repeatedly saying, our family Xiao Guang is on TV. Good luck ah." Good luck. Listening to the words of the old man on the other side, Yang Guang suddenly felt that he was a bit too much. For so long, he had not even called them once. Thinking of this, he choked and said, "Dad, now your son can earn money. You and Mom don't work so hard. When I'm busy with these 2 months, I'll go back to see you." Hearing Yang Guang say this, Yang Jiangwo was very happy. After all, almost 2 years did not go home. Said that do not want a son. That is false. Did not have time to speak. The phone was Li Yuqin snatched over. "Xiao Guang, when you come back to Mom in advance to say a word in advance. In advance for you to clean up a room." Yang Guang nodded his head and said, Okay, I'll go back and tell you in advance." As if hearing Yang Guang's tone of voice was a bit wrong, Li Yuqin asked with concern, "What's wrong with you, Xiao Guang? Have you been wronged outside?" "Mom told you, we are aggrieved cannot hold back. Outside to stay at home. Home can do the same thing." Yang Jiangwo hurriedly pushed her. "Look what you're saying. A man is a big man. How can he not stand a little bit of aggression when he's out there?" Li Yuqin was not happy. "My own son, I own heartache. You are not the real father, ah?" Listening to the old couple their bickering, Yang Guang red-eyed smile. "This is the feeling of home? This is the feeling of home?" After hanging up the phone, Yang Guang had a strong expectation of going home in his heart. Yan Jiangwo and Li Yuqin are very excited now, because parents don't ask their children to have much skill outside and earn much money, but hope that they can often come home to see themselves. Now hearing Yang Guang say that he would be back on the National Day, the two of them were very happy that they would be back in 2 more months. Then, looking at the still unfinished dinner, Yang Jiangwo said, "Go get me a bottle of wine. I'm happy today. I have to have a drink." Time quickly came to 8 o'clock, and the My Place MV went online across the internet. By now, many people had already seen that commercial by Yang Guang, and with just one line, it made everyone remember the Youth Zone brand. "My turf, I'm the master." I believe that after tonight, it will definitely become the mantra of millions of young men and women. And at this time they saw the MV, 4.5 minutes long, full of anti-smiles throughout. The funny images, combined with Yang Guang's godlike rap, made the audience instantly substitute into the main character. Wow! Yang Guang's shooting of this MV is really YYYDS. Although I didn't get into college, this is the perfect college life in my mind. After watching this MV, I'm starting to regret that I didn't study hard at first, but it's too late now. I'm starting my senior year of high school, and I had no hope of getting into college. But after seeing this MV, I've decided to put up a fight in my senior year, and I'm going to have this kind of life when I get into college. I'm in charge of my place. In addition to people's discussion of the MV, there were many people talking about the male and female main characters in the video, but the most surprising thing was the chubby little girl inside. What kind of fairy character did Yang Guang choose? This female lead. I expressed sweetness to my heart, and that chubby girl looks like fun. Upstairs, you better just look. This male lead is also special. This acting is great. The executives of Bluebonnet Communications looked at the report sent from underneath, and the broadcast data on it made them numb with laughter. They kept lamenting that this year's $10 million to hire Yang Guang for endorsement was really the most correct decision made this year. No loss. The next day, the headquarters released a red-head document within the group. All colleges and universities across the country began to synchronize the renovation and upgrading of the business halls. Within half a month to every college and university can be seen inside the business halls of the youth zone. In the summer before the start of the school must be completed before the deployment of this strategy. And in addition to do a good job related to the business staff's professional skills training. At this time, the people from Sunshine Entertainment also came to the room where Yang Guang was, and after a little introduction of the basic information of the 3 students, Yang Guang let He Yunlu contact them by phone, and asked them to a cafe in front of the Communication University. After receiving the call, Shen Mengqi, Wu Junzuo and Lu Xiangshan came to the cafe early in the afternoon. At this time, the people from Sunshine Entertainment had not yet come, and since it was summer vacation, there were not many customers in the cafe. LV Xiangshan is a very lively person. Sitting here waiting for people is not her specialty. Not a moment later, she opened her mouth and asked, "Aya, do you guys know what you are calling us to come here for today?" Wu Junzuo shook his head and said that he was not sure, but Shen Mengqi already had her own guess in her heart. She just didn't dare to be sure and didn't speak out. About 10 minutes later, the door of the cafe was pushed open, and 2 people walked in from outside. The one in the lead they all recognized was Yang Guang's agent He Yunlu. After sitting down, He Yunlu didn't say any polite words, but went straight to the point. "Today, I called you guys over. There is one thing to discuss with you." With that, he waved his hand, and another person took out the signing contract from his bag and placed it in front of them, only to see He Yunlu continue. "This is Sunshine Entertainment's signing contract. A few of you can take a look at it. You are Yang Guang's very optimistic about the people, and signing you into it is also his idea. But the specific decision power is still in your hands. He Yunlu's words were said without haste. Shin Mengqi was a little better because she was already psychologically prepared. But Wu Junzuo and LV Shangshan listened in their ears as if a thunderbolt had risen from the ground, and stared with wide-eyed disbelief. LV Shangshan even stuttered a bit. This you guys, are you sure you want to sign me? He Yunlu still had a good feeling about this girl, and hearing her words, he smiled and nodded at her in response. Gosh, Lu Shangshan couldn't believe it, because her looks and figure, no matter which one, couldn't be related to a star. He Yunlu looked at the three. Besides knowing that Shin Mengqi must be fine, the other two must still have some concerns, so she opened her mouth and asked, what do you have in mind? You can say it out and we'll talk slowly. Wu Junzuo heart is very cherished this contract, because he is also not the kind of handsome man, so to have an entertainment company to sign himself, is usually think about it, he wants to sign, but does not want to sign now. Hearing He Yunlu's question, he finally gathered his courage and opened his mouth to say, I also know that this opportunity is not easy to come by, but I'm only in my junior year now, and it's only my senior year when the school year begins. And even though there are very few classes left, I still have to prepare for my graduation thesis and all that stuff. The words are not finished yet. Heard He Yunlu laughed, said to him, this you do not have to worry. Yang Guang specially ordered. You signed the contract. The company will not publicize. So after the start of the school year, you are as usual at ease to stay in school to do their own things, because even if you want to shoot a movie now, Yang Guang also do not have the time to prepare. I'll wait for your graduation later. These words were tantamount to giving them a peace of mind. Wu Junzuo was also a dry person. Hearing this, he nodded on the spot. In that case, then I don't have to think about it. I'll sign. Then he picked up a pen and wrote his name on top of the contract. Then Shin Mengqi also didn't say a word and signed the contract as well. When He Yunlu saw that both of them had signed it, she turned her head to look at Lu Shangshan and asked, do you have any thoughts? Lu Shangshan hesitantly said what was on her mind. As you can see, with my body and looks, I have absolutely no potential to become a star. I don't know what value I can create for you when I get to the company. He Yunlu said, whether there is potential or not is not for you to say. To tell you the truth, Yang Guang herself is very optimistic about you. She said you have the potential to be a movie queen. Hearing Yang Guang so optimistic about himself, Lu Shangshan froze, eyes full of surprise, in addition also a little incredulous, because although he dreamed of being a star, but never dreamed that there would really be this opportunity. As the saying goes, when you make a break, you will suffer. Since there is now a big star who is so optimistic about you and willing to promote yourself, then what is the point of hesitating? Lu Shangshan gritted her teeth and also picked up a pen to sign her name on it. Seeing that all three had signed the contract, He Yunlu sighed in relief. The task Yang Guang had given himself was finally completed. Then smilingly said to the three, alright, now you are considered to be Sunshine Entertainment's artists. You are all juniors now, and you will be seniors at the beginning of the school year. I hope that you can successfully graduate the next year, and then the company will arrange for you to try out for the songs and auditions. Don't worry, our Sunshine Entertainment's consistent aim is to tailor-make works suitable for its artists, and we not only attach importance to our artists' acting skills, but also their character. As long as these two things you guys can keep the bottom line, then whether you can catch fire in the entertainment circle in the future is not something you need to worry about. It's us. This look, this tone, full of confidence, He Yunlu. This was because she had been with Yang Guang for a long time and unconsciously started to learn that confident tone when he spoke. Hearing this, the three of them simultaneously put their hearts into their stomachs. Seeing that things were already almost busy, they got up to say goodbye and left the cafe with Yang Guang Entertainment's people, leaving only the three youthful youths there to look forward to the future. After having a celebratory dinner with the people from Bluebonnet Communications, Yang Guang took He Yunlu He Linlin back to Magic City. He had sent his itinerary to Lin Yushu in advance, so when Yang Guang had just stepped out of the airport, he saw her waiting for him outside the exit, and He Yunlu and He Linlin glanced at each other. Both of them could see a hint of a smile in the other's eyes. In fact, Yang Guang and Lin Yushu's relationship had long since been kept a secret from them, and at this time, seeing the two embracing together, they secretly praised in their hearts that they were really a pair of golden children. They didn't disturb them either, and directly walked to the parking lot from the side, because when they went to the capital, He Yunlu parked that nanny car there. I don't know how long it took. Lin Yushu drilled out of Yang Guang's embrace. The two of them held hands and came to the parking place, got into the car and went straight to the White Heron Garden. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yang Guang suddenly realized that since he and Lin Yushu met, whenever the two of them went out alone, she was the one driving. In his heart, he wondered if he should buy one himself. On the way, Yang Guang was telling Lin Yushu about the interesting things that happened in the capital, especially the 3 new students he met. Lin Yushu was curious and asked him, "Are the 3 of them really as good as you say?" Yang Guang nodded his head rightfully. "That's for sure. I can't be wrong about people. They have this kind of trait. I can guarantee that when they graduate and officially come to the company, with the added benefit of the customized works I've created for them, they'll surely catch fire all over the country." Lin Yushu didn't argue, but gently nodded her head. "Well, I believe you. Your vision can't be wrong for sure. She is always like this." After being with herself, she has changed from the original proud rich young lady to the attentive girlfriend at this moment. Looking at her exquisite side face, Yang Guang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kind of girl, what reason do you have not to be good to her? Arriving at White Heron Garden, Lin Yushu parked the car in the garage and pulled Yang Guang into the restaurant, where there was a dinner that she had shouted to her aunt to make in advance, because Yang Guang's trip to the capital this time was full of rewards. So Lin Yushu was planning to give him a celebration dinner at home. Letting Yang Guang sit on a chair, Lin Yushu lit the candles that had been set up in advance, and poured the red wine from the wine dispenser into a highball glass, got up and turned off the lights in the villa, and in an instant, the romantic atmosphere came out. Picked up the wine glass and Lin Yushu clinked, gently died a mouthful. When Yang Guang put down the wine glass, "Want to eat?" I did not expect that she drank a large mouthful of red wine, got up and sat across Yang Guang's lap, embraced his neck, kissed down towards his lips. This unexpected action made Yang Guang's brain go blank, tasting the sweetness of the red wine that passed through her mouth, smelling the unique aroma of Lin Yushu's body and feeling her temperature. Yang Guang found it uncontrollable to stand upright. Lin Yushu knew that if she continued like this, something big was going to happen. She stood up in Yang Guang's reluctance and sat back on the chair, looking at Yang Guang, whose eyes were mesmerized. Lin Yushu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. I don't know where Zhu Wenshan learned this trick test from. She hasn't had a boyfriend either. But looking at Yang Guang's reaction, her trick does work quite well. Zhu Wenshan is right. When you're with a man, you must give him a taste of sweetness from time to time. Otherwise things will go wrong over time. But when thinking about the other trick she taught herself, Lin Yushu's face instantly started to redden. Later, when she ate and went to bed, should she use it, or not? Yang Guang didn't know what was going on in Lin Yushu's mind at this time, because he was indeed hungry. So under the protest of his stomach, he discarded all distractions and began to take a big bite of his meal. Lin Yushu usually ate very little in the evening, so after a few bites, she just watched as Yang Guang ate up the large table of food. After burping, Yang Guang comfortably leaned back in his chair, while Lin Yushu took the initiative to get up to turn on the lights and start cleaning up the dishes. When she came out of the kitchen, she suggested to Yang Guang, "You've eaten so much today, let's go for a walk outside." Of course Yang Guang wouldn't refuse. He got up and held Lin Yushu's hand and walked towards the outside of the villa. Egret Garden internal road planning is very reasonable. Park General Villa area specially plans several walking paths for the residents inside to walk. There are those who like to run at night, also like this place, because after all, it's a villa area. Security measures are still very much in place. Yang Guang and Lin Yushu held hands and walked aimlessly inside, during which they encountered several runners. Although they had lived in for so long, except for the one they lived in, it was the first time that Yang Guang strolled around the rest of this villa area. After eating dinner, holding hands with his other half and taking a walk outside, how many people dream of this life? At the moment, Yang Guang was enjoying this feeling. Coming to a lakeside pavilion, Lin Yushu pulled Yang Guang and said, "My legs are a bit sore. Let's sit there and take a rest." Yang Guang took a look. The scenery there was quite good, so he nodded and assisted Lin Yushu to walk over and sit down under the pavilion. Only then did he realize that there was already a young couple there. Yang Guang and Lin Yushu didn't say anything, they just sat there quietly looking at the scenery, while the couple seemed to be arguing about something. Vaguely, Yang Guang heard a generalization. It should be that the man had just returned from leaving his job abroad, while his wife was very unhappy with this kind of decision of his. During their argument, Yang Guang also heard them mention the word special effects. Yang Guang, who originally didn't want to disturb them, had some thoughts at this moment. After exchanging a glance with Lin Yushu, he opened his mouth and said to the young couple, "Hello, I heard you guys arguing. What is it that you can't talk about properly? We are also owners of White Heron Garden and live in Villa number 1. Why did you guys quarrel? Is it convenient to talk about it? If there are any difficulties, let's see if we can help. After all, they are all neighbors." The two men heard Yang Guang say they are the owner of Villa number 1. They are also surprised. After all, looking younger than themselves, Egret Garden Villa number 1 is the best one in the whole neighborhood. The price is certainly also the highest. The man is still hesitating. His wife cannot help it. Would have been because of this issue has been arguing for many days. Up to now have not argued a result. Now it is not easy to have an outsider in. Might as well say it to let other people comment on the reasoning. There is no hesitation. Pointing to the man directly opened his mouth and said, he, in the foreign company work on a good, some time ago did not give me a greeting, directly resigned and came back. You say angry? Yang Guang smiled and said, if he really didn't say hello, then it must be this big brother's fault. The man also admitted, yes, I didn't give you a word in advance, and I also admit that I was wrong, but I still hold on to my idea now. I don't think it's wrong for me to go back to China for development. When his wife heard this, she almost exploded again. You still say you are right? How can you develop this industry? In China? Now none of the domestic special effects companies can compare with the foreign ones. Aren't you destroying your own future by coming back? When Yang Guang heard his wife talking about the special effects industry, he smiled in his heart. It was really hard to find the right place, but it took no effort to get it. Didn't he have the intention to set up a special effects company? In order to draw closer to their relationship, took the initiative to smile and said, big brother and sister-in-law sit down and let's talk slowly. By the way, my name is Yang Guang. He pointed to Lin Yushu beside him and said, this is my girlfriend. Her name is Lin Yushu. As soon as the man heard that Yang Guang had introduced himself, he also opened his mouth and said, my name is Li Xiaoguang. This is my daughter-in-law, Zhang Bailu. The four of them sat under the gazebo. Li Xiaoguang sighed, I went to university abroad, and I've been working at VFX since I graduated. Even though this industry is more developed abroad, it's still abroad. I was mesmerized by the special effects in the foreign sci-fi movies I watched from the very beginning, and at that time I set my mind to the fact that I would also learn special effects production, and dreamed that one day I would be able to make such excellent sci-fi movies in our country. So I worked in Vita for 5 years. I handled the departure. Just came back a few days ago, but my daughter-in-law can't understand me this kind of approach. From the time I came back to now, the two of us quarreled every day, to the point of getting me don't know what to do, and I don't know if my decision is right or wrong. This time Yang Guang finally understand. On Li Xiaoguang's this kind of idea, he is very admirable, so he gave him a thumbs up. Brotherly, you can have this kind of idea. I am very admirable, but you have the idea. In advance to sister-in-law to discuss a little bit, things certainly will not come to such a pass. After all, look at sister-in-law is not unreasonable people. Hearing Yang Guang praising himself for being reasonable, Zhang Bailu was very happy. That's right. You want to come back at least discuss with me, right? If you want to contribute to the country's special effects program, I'm not going to stop you. I'm angry with you, but I'm mainly angry that you didn't even give me a greeting and came back directly. What do you take me for? Seeing Zhang Bailu's attitude soften, but Li Xiaoguang was still unable to understand what she meant. Lin Yushu hurriedly said, Brother Zhang, hurry up and apologize to your sister-in-law. This matter will be considered over. Hearing someone else remind him, he then woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly said to Zhang Bailu, daughter-in-law, this time it is my fault. Don't worry. In the future, what I decide, I will definitely talk to you in advance, and the two of us will discuss it. Zhang Baidir gave him a glance. You'd better remember what you said today. With their conflict resolved, Yang Guang saw that the time was almost right, so he opened his mouth and asked, Brother Li, did you just say that you've been working in Vita for more than 5 years? Li Xiaoguang nodded. Yes, I went in as soon as I graduated from university, and I've been there until a few days ago when I left my job and came back. Yang Guang looked at Lin Yushu in surprise, thinking isn't this a proper talent? This was the person he was looking for. Since he had run into him, he definitely couldn't let him get away. With a glance, Lin Yushu understood what Yang Guang was thinking. He wanted to keep this person for himself. Immediately, she played along and looked at Li Xiaoguang and asked, so what are your next plans? Li Xiaoguang sighed, although he is ambitious, but now he just returned to China. He is still not too clear about the current situation of the domestic special effects industry, so I would like to start with the research, understand the market in order to better do their own thing. Yang Guang suddenly spoke, we plan to set up a special effects technology company. I wonder if Brother Li has any ideas? Saying that, he gave Lin Yushu a wink. Lin Yushu understood and took out a business card from her small bag and handed it to Li Xiaoguang. He took it and took a look, only to see that it was written, General Manager of Sunshine Entertainment. Lin Yushu, surprised, he raised his head and looked at Yang Guang and the two of them and asked, you guys are from an entertainment company? Yang Guang nodded. I'm kind of a newcomer to the entertainment industry, but she's the company's boss. We plan to set up a special effects technology company, specializing in film and television special effects, laying the groundwork for us to shoot sci-fi movies in the future. Li Xiaoguang is very incomprehensible. You want to make a movie can directly find foreign companies to do special effects. Why do you have to set up your own company? It's costly and laborious. Worthy of being a man of science and technology, he asked whatever came to his mind. You can find a foreign special effects company to do the movie. Setting up a company on your own, from scratch, will cost a lot of money. Yang Guang shook his head. I want to shoot sci-fi. Is that group of foreigners cannot understand? And special effects is a sci-fi movie the most critical step. Do not want to put the lifeblood into the hands of others. Li Xiaoguang is the old man who stayed in Vita for more than 5 years. Technology he has, but to say that running a company, he really is not that piece of material. So at this moment, when he heard that Yang Guang intended to invite himself, he was still relatively moved. But they are also just young people that they met for the first time. To believe in them unreservedly like this, it seems like he can't do it. So he smiled awkwardly. Elder brother Yang, thank you for looking up to me. I'll go back tonight and think about it, and I'll definitely give you an answer tomorrow. Yang Guang nodded his head to show his understanding, and then opened his mouth to ask, is it convenient to disclose your salary in Vita? Li Xiaoguang said shyly, generally 10,000 knives a month when I'm not busy, and if I get a project, then there will be a share. Yang Guang realized and felt that Li Xiaoguang should not be lying. In terms of his salary, there was no way he could purchase a villa in White Heron Park, so the project share should be the big part. After thinking about it, he raised his head and said to Li Xiaoguang, in this case, if you come over, I'll let you be the general manager of Sunshine Technology Company. $2 million a year. Bonuses will be counted separately. Hearing the conditions opened by Yang Guang, Li Xiaoguang stared wide-eyed. He could not imagine that Yang Guang was so young that he had such vigor. At this time, her wife Zhang Baidir secretly gave him a wink to let him promise, but found that his own husband as if he did not see the general, also ignoring himself, angry secretly gritted his teeth. In fact, she knows Li Xiaoguang very well. Don't look at his technical aspects are very powerful, but if you really let him open a company to do business, it will definitely die a miserable death. So when she knew that he resigned from Vita, she was furious enough. Now that she happened to meet Yang Guang and the two of them, and also had the intention of setting up a special effects company, and the conditions offered were so good, how could there be any reason not to agree? Just when she was secretly anxious, Yang Guang said, however, I have a condition, that is, after you come over, the company's technical backbone needs you to contact. As for the salary, you look at to give, but not too much if I am here certainly no problem. See Yang Guang said a great deal, and his wife Zhang Bailu also has been to their eyes let first agreed. Li Xiaoguang contemplated for a moment, secretly clenched his teeth and made up his mind. First agreed that there is no harm to go to the company with him at that time to see if it is true. All is well. If it is not true, then they have nothing to lose. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth to Yang Guang and said, since Mr. Yang looks up to me so much, then if I don't agree to it again, it's too ungrateful, so let's do it, just according to what you said. This general manager. I'll be the general manager. Yang Guang laughed and said, good, Brother Li is really a quick man, so let's exchange contact information. Tomorrow I will go to find an office building. When the time comes to decorate and recruit backbone, it all depends on you to keep an eye on it. After the four parted ways, Yang Guang held Lin Yushu's hand and went home. He was in a good mood now. He didn't expect to come out for a walk and be able to meet a special effects elite like Li Xiaoguang. Vital Effects, one of the best special effects companies in the world. He was able to stay there for 5 years and was able to earn a villa in White Heron Park, so his skills must be very good. Back home, Lin Yushu and Yang Guang took separate showers and started to sleep. Lying on the bed, Lin Yushu drilled into Yang Guang's arms and said with great enjoyment, you went to the capital this time and left me alone in bed for many days. I'm not used to it. It's better to sleep in your arms. Yang Guang sniffed and tightened his arms around Lin Yushu again, sighing, I think being able to hold you and fall asleep together is one of the happiest things in this life. This time, he had been busy in the capital for more than a month, and at this time, after a long goodbye, the feeling of longing for each other had grown stronger, and with the jade in his arms, Yang Guang's heart was already in turmoil. Lowering his head towards Lin Yushu's fragrant lips, he kissed her, and she, too, responded fiercely. I don't know how long it took. They kissed a dim sun and moon. When they were about to suffocate, they finally separated, looking at each other with affection. At this time, Lin Yushu remembered the method that Zhu Wenshan had taught herself privately. In her words, men all have needs in that area. If you are with him and don't satisfy him for a long period of time, then something will definitely go wrong after a long period of time. Thinking about it, she felt her face start to burn again, and Yang Guan looked at Lin Yushu in his arms. Her pretty face was scarlet, and he felt that at this moment, she was no longer that proud princess, but had more than a hint of earthly fire. Suddenly, Lin Yushu's voice interrupted the rambling Yang Guang. You will marry me, right? Not knowing why she suddenly asked herself this, Yang Guang still nodded his head affirmatively and said, that's for sure. Being able to get your favor is already a blessing that I've cultivated in my 3 lifetimes. If I were to be negative to you again, would I still be a human being? Tell you what. I was going to go back to my hometown to see my parents after I was busy with this concert. Tell them that I talked about my girlfriend, and when the New Year's Eve comes, I'll take you there to let them meet. If you don't have a problem with it, after the New Year, I'll bring my parents to Magic City, so that they can meet with Uncle Lin, Auntie Hu, and talk about the marriage between the two of us. Even if our careers aren't stabilized right now, let's finalize our relationship first, and in the future, I won't be your boyfriend, but my fiancé. Hearing that Yang Guang wanted to bring himself to meet his parents, and also let both parents get together after the New Year to finalize the relationship, Lin Yushu was very touched. Yang Guang. At this moment, Lin Yushu looked up at him with charming eyes. Yang Guang froze and looked at her. This was the first time Yang Guang had seen such a charming side of Lin Yushu. Just before he could react, Lin Yushu slowly slid down his body, and then in the next moment, she felt wrapped in a wave of warmth. Hiss. Last night, Yang Guang didn't even know how the hell he fell asleep. After that fragrant experience, the love for Lin Yushu in his heart reached its peak. Never in his wildest dreams had he thought that such a proud girl would do such a thing for herself. This morning, Yang Guang woke up feeling refreshed, and Lin Yushu had one of the few lazy beds. After getting up, he looked at Lin Yushu on the bed who still had her eyes closed tightly. Her long eyelashes seemed like a playful fan. He lowered his head and gently kissed her on the lips, then went downstairs to prepare breakfast. When Lin Yushu went downstairs, Yang Guang happened to bring breakfast to the table. Turning his head to look at Lin Yushu who was blushing slightly, Yang Guang walked over with big strides, carrying her to the side of the table, and in the giggle of a delicate smile, Yang Guang let her sit in his arms and fed her one bite at a time. Yang Guang fed her carefully, and Lin Yushu ate happily. Sitting there watching Yang Guang clean up the dishes, Lin Yushu said to him, why don't I give my mom a word, and we'll find an aunt to come over too? Of course Yang Guang would not agree. If there is one more person in the villa, he will feel inconvenient to do anything. Immediately shook his head and rejected Lin Yushu's proposal. Don't do it. We are so young. If we don't do anything, our whole body will be rusty. In fact, how could Lin Yushu not understand his thoughts? She just smiled and didn't break it down. To be honest, he himself was enjoying this two-person world. When all the things were packed up, Yang Guang said, let's go out and find an office location today. Since the people have already been found, let's quickly register the company, so we can hand it over to Li Xiaoguang to make a big splash. Lin Yushu was still not too familiar with the movie and television industry and looked at Yang Guang and asked seriously, is it worth it for you to spend so much money to hire Li Xiaoguang? Worth it? How is it not worth it? Look at the current state of domestic movies. Not to mention those foreigners, even our own people don't have confidence in whether we can make a sci-fi movie in China. I just want to throw this slap in their faces, and then point my nose at them and ask them, are they convinced now or not? Can the country make sci-fi or not? At this moment, Yang Guang shone brightly in Lin Yushu's eyes. She didn't say anything else, but picked up the phone and called Lin Yao. The phone was quickly picked up. Lin Yushu didn't make any polite remarks. She directly said into the cell phone, old Lin we're going to set up 2 new companies. The office space is not enough right now. Do you see if you can still give a hand in assisting? Hearing Lin Yushu say this, Lin Yao was surprised because he had been following the development of her entertainment company. Although he said that the momentum was still good now, it wasn't as exaggerated as what his daughter said. Frowning, he asked, what's wrong Yushu? What kind of company are you going to open? Lin Yushu's big eyes darted around and suddenly brightened up and opened her mouth to say, we met someone yesterday at the White Heron Garden. He just resigned from a top foreign special effects company and came back. Yang Guang wants to pull him in to make a special effects company. In addition, I also want to set up an investment company and an animation company. When Lin Yao heard this, his head went big. Didn't you say 2? How come you're talking about 3? Lin Yushu said, old Lin, don't look down on people. Now that my Sunshine Entertainment is developing so well and has signed a lot of promising newcomers, I believe that in less than a year, we'll definitely become one of the top companies in the entertainment industry. My goal is more than just that. When the time is right, I want to form the company into a group, so it's simply a one-step process, right? Seeing his daughter having such ambition, Lin Yao secretly sighed in his heart, worthy of being my Lin Yao's daughter. This ambition, this vigor, like me. Happy Lin Yao waved his hand. You have this kind of idea. Dad can't help but support you. AO Long building no longer has any free floors, but in the suburbs, there is a 15-story office building in another development. This time I'm not giving it away to you. I'm selling it to you. but the purchase price you guys can owe to pay it back slowly. And hearing this, Lin Yushu beamed. Old Lin do you have to be so petty? And on the other side looking at Lin Yushu who was on the phone at the moment, Yang Guang was also frightened in his heart. He never thought that this soft and weak woman in front of him would be so ambitious. At the same time, he was also touched. Lin Yushu set up these companies. Is not it exactly what he planned at that time? Seeing her say this, he hurriedly gave her a wink. It's already very good to be able to get to this point, saying that it's slowly being paid back. In fact, Lin Yao is just trying to plug the mouths of the other shareholders. As for when the arrears will be paid back, that's not important. Lin Yushu saw Yang Guang scowling at herself. She also giggled. Okay, you send me the address. We'll go over there and take a look. And then the decoration will still have to be done by your decoration company, huh? Hanging up the phone, Lin Yushu made a face at Yang Guang. Not a moment later, Lin Yao sent over the location and basic information of that office building. Seeing the address on it, it turned out to be a commercial area not too far from here, where the office buildings weren't too dense. Instead, the commercial pedestrian street was famous. If the company moved there, it would be a good thing for the employees. While talking, the two of them drove out of White Heron Park. They didn't go to the company first, but wanted to check out the office building first, and renovate it earlier so that their plan could be implemented early. On the way, Yang Guang suddenly received an unexpected phone call. It was none other than Ding Yi, who he was more optimistic about in the previous new rap of the century. Hey, Ding Yi, is there something wrong with calling it this time? Brother Yang, you said before that you would sign me into the company. Does it still count now? Of course, there's no time when what I said doesn't count. Then when will I go to the company to sign? Hearing this, Yang Guang frowned. Ding Yi was in such a hurry. He had encountered something so he asked, Ding Yi, do you have something going on? The other side of the phone laughed awkwardly. Ha, I can't hide anything from Brother Yang. It's like this. I made it to the finals. I want you to write me a song. Ding Yi said, a little embarrassed. After all, he hadn't been in contact for such a long time, and now calling to let someone else write a song for him. It was indeed a little excessive. I didn't expect Yang Guang to quickly say, writing a song, it's a piece of cake. Let's do it this way. I'll go back tonight and think about which type of song to write for you. Tomorrow morning you go to Sunshine Entertainment and try it out in the recording studio then. Ding Yi completely didn't expect Yang Guang to agree so dryly. When he hung up the phone, he was still 1 in 1,000 thanks. Yang Guang put away his cell phone, turned his head to Lin Yushu and said, this Ding Yi, a very good rapper. Sign him in. I want to find him another person. Make a combination. Lin Yushu smiled and said, your eye for people, always good. Lin Yushu brought Yang Guang to the office building. Looking up, although it wasn't even half as high as the Aolong building, Yang Guang's heart still rose up with a 10,000 feet of bravado, because this entire building was theirs. Downstairs is a very mature business district here. Not far away from the surrounding area there are 2 newly built neighborhoods, when the staff, whether it is rented or shopping, are very convenient. Lin Yushu and Yang Guang were very satisfied with this place. The next step was to find a decoration company to design and construct the building. After looking at the office building, Lin Yushu turned to Yang Guang and asked, what are we going to do next? Yang Guang thought for a moment and said, since we're in the business district now, let's just go around, have something to eat, and go back, and I'm going to write a song for Ding Yi. I'm still very optimistic about this kid's strength. Then, the two of them held hands and started to casually stroll around here, because it wasn't a weekend, so there weren't really many people shopping here, which also greatly facilitated Yang Guang, because with his current popularity, it was really quite troublesome to really be recognized outside. Casually finding a hotel to go in, Lin Yushu asked for a private room, then picked and ordered a few dishes that Yang Guang liked more, closed the door and started eating. Now they almost never go out to eat. Even if they do, they basically won't eat in the lobby, because Yang Guang's popularity has now risen, and the number of fans is even more of a huge group. If they eat in the lobby, they might be recognized by the fans at some point. In that case, a meal is definitely going to go down the drain. After eating, Lin Yushu and Yang Guang went back to White Heron Garden, because he had to write a song for Ding Yi. So Lin Yushu rested for a while and said to Yang Guang, you get busy at home, I'll go to Lao Lin's company to talk about it. The sooner the renovation of that building is done, the better. Then when Yang Guang answered, she got up and went out. It was really quite lonely to be left alone in the huge villa. Yang Guang sighed, got up and came to the study on the 2nd floor. Ding Yi's voice he knew, with his rap rhythm. Yang Guang couldn't think of what kind of song was suitable for him for a while. However, since it is the final, it doesn't matter what kind of song. In any case, the venue must be blown up. Thinking of blowing up the venue, Yang Guang's mind immediately came up with a rap song. Thinking about it at the moment, as if it was really tailor-made for Ding Yi. In the notebook quickly wrote down the lyrics. I have a big voice because the line is right. To where it is all the way to heaven. Stride not afraid of the shadow slant. Mess up my heart for a long time or not to see. In the lyrics have their own Chenkuan. Early the next morning, Yang Guang received a phone call from Ding Yi, saying that he had already arrived downstairs at Sunshine Entertainment Company, because Lin Yushu had to go to the decoration company to talk about the design today. Yang Guang called He Yulu to come and pick himself up by car. From a long way away, he saw Ding Yi downstairs by the flower bed boredly paddling the ground with his feet. When the nanny car pulled up beside him and saw Yang Guang opening the door and coming down, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. For Yang Guang, he really admired him too much, and he had dragged himself back from the edge of elimination twice before he could walk to the finals today. Now he wanted to take this championship, so he came over to Yang Guang to write a song again. And now it was rumored in the music circle that finding Yang Guang to write a song was already a sky-high price. There was no way. His strength was there. Since his debut, every song he sang was composed by him, and every song was a classic. Ding Yi couldn't get that much money right now, but he knew that Yang Guang wanted to sign himself, so this time he was going to sell this 100 or so pounds of himself to him. Yang Guang brought Ding Yi upstairs to his office and talked to him about his plans. When he heard that Yang Guang wanted to find someone for himself to form a group, Ding Yi was very puzzled. Because in his consciousness, rappers almost don't have such a thing as a group. However, since Yang Guang said it, he was not skeptical. After all, he had already signed up with his company, and he would definitely not pit himself next, because the more hot he was, the more money he would earn for the company. Yang Guang took out the lyrics and music printed in advance and handed it to Ding Yi. After he read it, his heart admired Yang Guang even more, worthy of being a great god who wrote so many classics. When he came to the company's recording studio, he let Ding Yi go in and sing once according to the small sample, although the effect is not satisfactory, but he is not in a hurry, because this is only the first time after all. After a dozen of revisions, Ding Yi was finally able to achieve the desired effect, after which he left, leaving Ding Yi and the studio staff busy until 10 o'clock in the evening. When Ding Yi imported the final recording file into the flash drive, the song was finally completed. Putting the diskette into his pocket, he became more confident about winning this grand final. The following day, at the finals of a new rap of the century, Ding Yi had already handed over the accompaniment to the band teacher in advance. When it was his turn to appear on stage, the audience under the stage resounded with loud cheers. Standing on the stage, the large screen behind him displayed the name of the song to be performed today, Karen. But what made the crowd murmur was the lyricist and composer below the song title, all followed by the same name, Yang Guang. Seeing this name, these contestants were all in a bit of a trance, and the audience under the stage also began to whisper, because they clearly remembered Yang Guang's first time singing My Land in this program, and that fiery scene made it feel as if it happened yesterday. And now that song had become the commercial song of the biggest communication company in China, Bluebonnet Communications, and Yang Guang had become their spokesperson. He didn't know how the song he wrote for Ding Yi this time was, but just by looking at the name, it made people feel very domineering. The Qilin, in domestic mythology, was a kind of precious beast. As the music started, Ding Yi brought the microphone to his mouth and began his performance for the day. I'm loud because I walk the right way. Everywhere I go, I'm on the road to heaven. I'm not afraid of the shadows when I take big steps. Those who mess with my mind will not look at it for a long time. In the lyrics there's a whole world. Let the sun burn away your foul breath. Why should you be afraid to follow in your footsteps? I have my own breath. One sword opens the gate of heaven. It had to be said that Ding Yi was worthy of being the person Yang Guang had his eye on. And this rapping skill was really nothing to write home about. This song already had a bombastic rhythm, and with his perfect performance, just this one verse sung, it set off the audience. The contestants in the background couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being Yang Guang, if he didn't leave, I would have wanted to be in his group, but it's a pity. The world's wind and clouds come from my generation. Once in the Jianghu, the years rush by. I've laughed and laughed my way to the throne. I can't beat a drunken life. I'm going to turn into I'll become a cloud of fire. From Wudong to Shaolin. From Wudong to southern Shaolin. Just like the unicorn. After Ding Yi sang the last lyrics, the music on the scene came to an abrupt end. And with it, the fiery screams of the audience. At this moment, his heart had already determined that this championship, he had taken it for sure. These days Yang Guang was very happy. He and Lin Yushu since that night, although they hadn't broken through the last layer yet, the feelings between the two of them were rapidly warming up. When they were at home, it was as if she was enjoying the feeling of eating breakfast in her arms, and now she was relying on her arms every day. And naturally, Yang Guang was very happy to do so. The new office building, The design company is coming out with the decoration program. The construction also do not have to worry about themselves, because there are Tian Shang Group's decoration company construction. Save heart and effort. As for Ding Yi, in the finals of a century new rap, with the song Kirin that he wrote for him, he blew up the whole audience and won the championship. People are happy and happy. Now Yang Guang is smiling every day. When he walks inside the neighborhood, he meets other people no matter if he recognizes them or not. He will greet them with a smile. On this day after breakfast, Lin Yushu went to Tian Shang Group's decoration and design company again early. Yang Guang wanted to go out and go around the company, and just changed his clothes, but he received a call from He Yunlu. Yang Guang, I'll tell you a good news. Your first album is ready. Hearing this news, Yang Guang was pleasantly surprised, because many of his next big moves were based on the premise that this album was released before they could go smoothly. Yang Guang casually asked, so the online distribution channel, have you talked about it yet? He Yunlu, well, it's being released at Vapor Music, and it's scheduled to go on sale in the early hours of October 1st. Our plan is to release the 2 demo songs inside the album 2 hours in advance, and then officially put it on sale in the early hours of the morning. The digital album is priced at $25, and the vinyl will have to wait for your concert later. Hearing the concert, Yang Guang slapped his head and forgot about it. Embarrassedly asked, how's the concert preparation going? He Yunlu was worthy of being a veteran agent. This kind of thing she has arranged properly. The concert is scheduled to be held on October 5th. There is still almost a month and a half from now. We have already found a good professional choreography studio. It will be about 5 days ahead of time to put up the stage. Generally singer concerts are sold 2 months in advance. Some longer half a year in advance. But I don't think you need to. I'm thinking we'll be fine with half a month in advance. Yang Guang nodded with satisfaction. Good job sister He Yunlu giggled a few times and then continued. Don't you rush to be touched. Next I'll tell you a news. It's good that you don't scold me. Hearing the other party say this, Yang Guang's head was full of questions. What's wrong? Is something wrong? He Yunlu, that's not true. It's just that I've picked up another notice for you. Half a month from now Mango TV has a leisure life program called Dream Life. It's to go to the countryside to experience life, planting the fields, cooking and eating, but you need to stay with them for 1 night. Hearing this, Yang Guang's head of question marks instantly turned into a head of black lines. But since He Yunlu felt that it should be next, Yang Guang didn't raise any more comments. Alright then, you remember to remind me when the time comes. He Yunlu, I've already talked to the director. You can sing a song on it, and by the way, promote your album and concert. Hearing this, Yang Guang's eyes lit up. Can it be like that? That's quite good. After all, this is my first album, and I'm still worried about the sales issue. The two of them were polite for a while longer, and when they were about to hang up the phone, He Yunlu remembered something else. I heard that you were live streaming on Shake It before? Yang Guang gave a then heard her continue. You can start another live broadcast tonight, and tell them about the fact that you're going to release an album and have a concert. Yang Guang agreed and hung up the phone. He Yunlu had just mentioned the Jitterbug live broadcast. Before his debut, his first wave of popularity was drawn by the live broadcast, so now it sounded like Yang Guang was already looking forward to it a little bit. After all, he hadn't opened that live broadcast himself since his debut. Compared to standing on the stage and singing, Yang Guang felt more comfortable in the live broadcasting room of Jitterbug. Eyes a turn. Since the night is going to start broadcasting, let's record a video now and send it. Tell the fans about it. And in the meantime, see what reaction they have. Immediately sat on the sofa and opened the selfie mode of the cell phone camera. Hello all the friends of Jitterbug. I'm Yang Guang. Tonight at 8 o'clock. I'll open the live broadcast and chat with you all. We won't see each other. After recording, Yang Guang didn't do any post-processing, but directly opened Jitterbit and sent it out. Although he hadn't posted a work or opened a live broadcast for so long, his fans on this account had already reached 20 million. In less than 5 minutes, the comments section was already occupied by fans. Crap, what did I see? Shocking, missing person return event. When was the last time we went live? Who in the family remembers? Whatever, come squatting early at 8 p.m. Finally going to see my husband in the live broadcast? No more talking, I'm going to go pull people in. From the time Yang Guang sent out this entry to Lin Yushu's return at 6 in the evening, in just a few hours time, his likes for this video had already exceeded 2 million. Today's dinner Yang Guang made it very simple. It was just 2 bowls of congee, and it was settled in less than 10 minutes. When Lin Yushu learned that Yang Guang was going to broadcast live at night, she looked very excited, because before the two of them got together, she would watch every one of Yang Guang's live broadcasts, and would giggle there while watching. From the storehouse, the set of equipment that hadn't been used for days was moved out again, and Lin Yushu helped him assemble it in the study. but she hadn't messed around with these things either. And the main worker was still Yang Guang. Finally, when both of them were sweating profusely, they finished debugging the equipment. And now they are waiting for 8 o'clock to start broadcasting on time. Yang Guang originally wanted to sit down and take a rest, but Lin Yushu pulled him up and made him go to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, Yang Guang saw that Lin Yushu had picked out a dress for himself. There was no brand logo on it, but looking at the fabric and workmanship, it should be privately customized. Putting the clothes on his body, looking at himself in the mirror, it is true that the saying that people rely on their clothes is not wrong. He now looks like a proper playboy rich second generation. When he cleaned up, Lin Yushu took a towel and wiped her hair and came over. Seeing Yang Guang's appearance, her eyes lit up. I thought it would be inappropriate. I didn't expect it to be just right. After saying that, she went up to help him organize his clothes again, then patted him on the chest. So handsome. Saying that, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Yang Guang on his lips. Time quickly came to 7:50. Yang Guang came to the study to prepare for the broadcast. Lin Yushu, on the other hand, went back to the bedroom and lay on the bed ready to watch the live broadcast. After all, Yang Guang was an artist who had just made his debut. If he exposed the fact that he was already in a relationship now, it would be extremely unfavorable to his development. Furthermore, he himself didn't want to be exposed to the public like this. Yang Guang spent another 10 minutes in the study checking the equipment and confirming that there were no problems when the time just came to 8 o'clock. Tapping on the live button, Yang Guang's own screen appeared in the Jitterbug live room. Seeing the number of people displayed in the upper right corner clamoring up, Yang Guang greeted the camera. Hello, good evening everyone in the live broadcast room. The imagined greeting pop-up screen was not seen. Instead it suddenly floated up in unison, the return of the missing person. Seeing this, Yang Guang was speechless for a while. Big brother's in the live broadcasting room. Don't mess things up, okay? Besides, where am I missing? Isn't this fine? After messing things up, finally some normal people started sending normal pop-ups. Brother Yang, do you want to sing a few songs on the live broadcast today? That's right, it's not easy to broadcast once. Let's have a good time too. I want to hear new songs. Can you fulfill my wish? Looking at these pop-ups, Yang Guang gently smiled. New song. Since some people talk about this topic, I'll tell you a news. The reason why I haven't started broadcasting recently is because I'm too busy to participate in those programs. You all know, I'm not idle in my spare time. I've written a song for an album, and it's already finished. These words came out. It was like a heavy bomb in the live broadcast room. What are you talking about? I'm giving you a chance to say it all over again. Did I hear you right? Album? My old swan. When will it go on sale? I want to buy it. For the sake of this album, I'll forgive you for not opening your podcast for this matter for so long. Yang Guang waited for a while and secretly glanced at the number of people in the live broadcast room. It was now 8:10. The broadcast had just started for 10 minutes. And 1.5 million viewers had already come in the live broadcast room. Seeing the questions on the pop-up screen, Yang Guang cleared his throat. Don't worry everyone. I'll answer one by one. First of all, the album has been made, and is scheduled to go on sale at Vapor Music starting in the early hours of October 1st. In addition, 2 songs will be released 2 hours in advance for free audition. Who knows that just after Yang Guang finished speaking, someone in the broadcast room asked, is it just a digital album? Is there any vinyl? I want to buy it for my collection. Yang Guang, there will definitely be vinyl. Only there won't be that much of it. In addition, I'll be holding a concert in Magic City on October 5th. I hope that by then, if you have time, you'll be there to support it. Concert? Don't lie to me. I just looked at that website today. There's no ticket information for you at all, okay? Yang Guang, how could I lie? I'm saying it's equivalent to an official announcement. Tickets, you don't have to rush. They'll go on sale on September 20th. Half a month before the concert starts. It is said that where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are fans, there will definitely be black people. When they heard Yang Guang say that his concert tickets would only go on sale half a month in advance, it was as if the hacks in the group had been poked in the G-spot and immediately got excited. Ha, are you trying to laugh me to death? Just you. Half a month in advance? Cry your eyes out when the venue is empty. I'd like to ask, is your concert preparing dozens of tickets? This bad artist who beats people up. No one should go to his concert. Dogs don't even go, okay? Yang Guang looked at these pop-ups. His heart rippled inwardly, because in his last life, his black people were much higher than these segments. At that moment, he coughed and opened his mouth to say, everyone in the live broadcasting room don't need to spray in a hurry first. How many people are specific to my concert? I'm not sure. As for whether the tickets can be sold or not, it's not something you need to worry about. As I said earlier, those who have money and leisure, and who want to listen to the songs can go over to support it. After saying a bunch of things, he picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip of water. And after putting it down, he continued, "As for the beating that you guys are talking about, the one who is being beaten up right now should go in and step on the sewing machine." As soon as this sentence was said, the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. A shutout. Yang Guang, are you trying to laugh me to death so you can inherit my quota? Classic sewing machine ah. I don't know what kind of stuff he makes when he goes in ah. Want to go and support the business. The audience in the live broadcast room. Yang Guang amusingly laugh. The heart of a hard to spit, Agu, cannot stand it ah. You guys wanna not be so good at the whole job ah, but also said that I die of laughter you guys. You guys this is want to laugh at the rhythm of death of me ah. See Yang Guang laughs so happy, some viewers began to be dissatisfied. Obviously you live to us to see. How now feel like we tease you? I don't know who took the lead. The style on the pop-up screen suddenly changed. Yang Guang, I want to listen to a song. It's not easy to come on the air once. If you don't sing a song, can you live with your conscience? Come on, come on, come on. Let's have a song. At this time, the screen of the live broadcast room has been covered by the three words come on. Yang Guang today opened the live broadcast, originally for the publicity of the new album and concert. If you can't satisfy the audience's desire, then the effect of this live broadcast will also be greatly reduced. Immediately got up and went to take off that guitar on the wall. Sat back and opened his mouth to ask, okay, then sing a song. Which song do you guys want to hear? I thought they would order previous songs, but I didn't realize that the audience also knew the routine, and said in unison, I want to hear a new song. Yang Guang felt that the atmosphere was already here. If he didn't sing a new song, it seemed like he really couldn't say anything, so he fiddled with the strings twice. Alright then, I'll sing a new song for everyone. Saying that, he also didn't care how the audience in the live broadcast room reacted. Holding the guitar and contemplating for a while, he directly began to play. Where will I meet you? Could it be that the past is destined? Flying through the distance of time and space, but confined to the light and shadow of the sword. When the grudge is half and half, how can I hold on to it? Seeing the lantern stained with blood, it's too late for revenge. The porter sighs under the moon. Last night was peaceful. When the stars turned in the sky, my destiny is set. When the ink is dry, the enemy has come. I borrowed your loneliness. I'm afraid it's hard to return it in this life. Yang Guang finished singing this song. Only then did he start to have time to look at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Seeing that a large portion of the people were asking what the song was actually called, Yang Guang opened his mouth and replied, the song that I just sang is called Fatal Enemy, original singer, Su Song. I hope that you can enjoy it. It's good. It's really good. Yang Guang, have you gone to study martial arts recently? That's right. Just now I felt like a knight-errant mixing with the Jianghu. Next, he chatted with everyone for a while, and seeing that the time came to 10 o'clock in the evening, Yang Guang said goodbye to everyone and turned off the live broadcasting room. Yang Guang, who went to sleep, didn't see that in just 2 hours, the hot search list was dominated by him again. Yang Guang reopened his live broadcast after 7 months. Yang Guang declared that he wants to release an album and have a concert. Frenemy, Sword and Shadow, Fast and Furious. Overnight, the top 3 spots on the hot search list were dominated by Yang Guang. The more than 20 million viewers who attended the live broadcast last night, after Yang Guang closed the live broadcast room, collectively turned to Weibo and discussed Yang Guang's new album and concert. Take a look. It has to be my home Yang Guang ah. The live broadcast popularity peaked at 23 million. I want to say a word who else. Let's not talk about anything else. But he made an album without saying a word. Do you want it to be such a surprise? If you don't make a move, then it's already a big deal. But if you make a move, it's 3 hot searches. Yang Guang, you're really something. That said, the song that was sung during the live broadcast yesterday was really good, suggesting that those who do martial arts movies or games learn it well. Upstairs, they can't learn it, but they can spend money on the song. Ha 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 ha. For a bad artist like Yang Guang, he still wants to have a concert? Dogs don't even go. Okay? Yang Guang, since the last endorsement of the BlueNet communication, so long time has not been on the hot search list, as if disappeared, which let those who have been concerned about him also a long breath of relief. Did not expect just in the jittery sound opened a live broadcast, in the night dominated the top 3 hot search list, make them dumbfounded. The artists who currently had trouble with Yang Guang, Wu Anming had already gone in, while He Fei, who had also signed with Pearl Brokerage, was hating Yang Guang's teeth at this time. This time, as the producer of Century New Rap was originally an important part of his plan. As a man who had made a name for himself as a boy band in the stick country, he had come to the country, and although he had harvested a large number of fans, he had never been able to reach the popularity that he had achieved there in the stick. so he desperately needed a huge success to prove himself and let the domestic audience know that he Fei Fei, was not just a name. Unexpectedly, all of this was spoiled by Yang Guang. The program group had unexpectedly invited Yang Guang to be the last producer as well. And he didn't realize that Yang Guang's rap skills were so deep that his song My Land was not only a huge success in the scene, but even after the beating incident, it still didn't stop the rising momentum. What really made He Fei Fei's eyes red was that Yang Guang became the spokesman of the biggest communication company in China with this song. And his song My Land also became an advertisement song. Imagine how many subscribers Bluebonnet Communications has just to know. A few days ago he called a friend. Did not expect the color ringtone in it even defaulted to this song. Now that he heard that Yang Guang had released another album and had a concert, how could he not be jealous? And at this time, he was not the only one who was burning with jealousy. There was another person. And that was Fan Yuhua. When he saw that the first 3 items on the hot search list were all Yang Guang this morning, he had smashed everything he could inside the room. These 3 hot searches were like a steel needle sticking into his heart, making him recall the scene of the Future Star final stage, where he helped sing for Zhou Qi but was killed by Yang Guang in seconds. Although the hard power is not as good as others, he still counted his star Waterloo to Yang Guang's head. Since then, although he had little influence on his own name, many capital big fathers who used to look favorably on him and had the intention to cooperate with him had changed their minds about cooperation. At this time, Fan Yuhua with red eyes took out his cell phone and dialed a person's number. I don't care where you are. Come to my room right now. Immediately. This phone call he made was to Hu Ku, this woman who started out as a model and became a movie and TV actress. The reason why Fan Yuhua would get involved with her was because she was Yang Guang's ex-girlfriend. Hu Ku was really capable of doing anything in order to become famous. Not only did she dump Yang Guang, who she had been with for 3 years, but she also climbed into the beds of several men, which gave her the opportunity to sign with Sky Arts Entertainment and star in 2 web series. Because she had a great body, she was now considered a little-known actress. When Fan Yuhua contacted her, without a moment's hesitation, she climbed back into Fan Yuhua's bed. And then, it was also because of Fan Yuhua's position in the company that Hu Ku received a lot of care, and her status improved with the naked eye. Fan Yuhua finished the phone call and reclined on the sofa waiting for Hu Ku to come to the door. It had to be said that Hu Ku's bedside manner was one of the best he had ever seen. And at first glance, she was experienced. Since sleeping with her for the first time, Fan Yuhua had a taste for it, and whenever he saw Yang Guang make any big moves, he would vent his anger into Hu Ku. 20 minutes later, Hu Ku knocked on the door of Fan Yuhua's room, getting up and opening the door, pulling her into the eyes to see the mess. Hu Ku a headache, because whenever this time, Fan Yuhua will be very rough on her. It seems that tonight this meal is again cannot escape. While she was rambling, Fan Yuhua had already unlocked the door and came over, yanking Hu Ku's hair from behind and pulling her to the bedroom amidst screams. This bedroom was not the one that Fan Yuhua usually slept in, and when he opened the door, he only saw that there was a wall inside with various tools hanging. If this room was exposed, then he would surely lose his reputation. 800 words omitted here. Fan Yuhua kept cursing Yang Guang with his mouth, as if this was the only time he would feel like stepping Yang Guang under his feet. Hu Ku looked at Fan Yuhua with contempt. Pewterhead, so long foreplay hasn't lasted 2 minutes and it's not working. Yuck, if it wasn't for the fact that I still have to rely on you to get to the top, you wouldn't even be worthy of licking my shoes. However, she didn't dare to show these thoughts in front of Fan Yuhua, but pretended to be very satisfied and praised him for his bravery and invincibility. At this time, Fan Yuhua, who got venting, got up, put on his clothes and sat on the bed admiring Hu Ku afterward. His heart was incomparably satisfied. Suddenly, his cell phone rang, picked up a look as an unfamiliar number. After connecting, a man's voice came from the opposite side. Fan Yuhua, let's find a time to talk. The first sentence left him confused. Who the hell are you? The opening is to talk to me. In the end, to talk about what? The old man, and what, and you talk about it. He was about to open his mouth to speak, but he didn't expect the other side to say, you want to mess with Yang Guang, right? It just so happens that I also want to. Hearing this sentence, Fan Yuhua put back what he wanted to say and said instead, yes. Unconsciously, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. His heart surged with a sense of revenge. Yang Guang, Yang Guang, it seems that your young fame is still getting carried away. So many people want to screw you. How are you going to live? Fan Yuhua, in what plotting and scheming? Yang Guang did not care in the slightest, because in his eyes, Fan Yuhua's stream is not worth his attention. At this time he was on his way to a small mountain village in southern Hunan to participate in Mango Channel's Life of Dreams. He came to the hotel prepared by the program group one day in advance, and early in the morning of the next day, he got into the vehicle of the program group to go to the recording location, the Mushroom House. There was a part in the car where the new guests had to call into the mushroom house to order food, but this meal, basically, would not be available until dinner time. Yang Guang, who had just sat in the car, saw the accompanying staff handing over a cell phone with only one number stored on it, so he didn't need to think about it to know that it was from the mushroom house. After dialing it, it rang several times before someone picked up. Hello? Is this mushroom house? Because the program team had told Yang Guang in advance not to reveal his identity, he deliberately changed his voice when he spoke. Right. May I ask what you need? Yang Guang heard that it was a young man's voice on the other side and couldn't guess who it really was, so he stopped teasing him and went straight to the point. I want to order. Ordering food, right? Okay. You wait a moment. Then Yang Guang heard a noise over there, followed by a few shouts. Mr. Ding, Teacher Ding, someone's ordering. Yang Guang listened to the movement on the other side of the phone, feeling very interesting. The corner of his mouth also slightly curled up. It seems that this program is not quite the same as before. It should be very interesting. Then he heard a new person on the other side of the phone. Hello, this is Mushroom House. What would you like to order? Since it was a recording program, what was needed was a contrast. So Yang Guang pretended to think for a while and spoke. I'd like to order a Buddha jumping wall, please. Upon hearing Buddha jumping over the wall, Ding Ling, who answered the phone on the other side of the phone, changed his face, and in his heart, he said, Buddha jumping over the wall. I still want to eat Buddha jumping over the wall. Where can I get Buddha jumping over the wall in the middle of nowhere? However, he still hid his emotions well and said with a smile, okay, Buddha jumping wall. I've made a note. Your call. Then hanging up the phone, Yang Guang finally couldn't hold it together and laughed out loud. The program team's car came to the intersection not far from the mushroom house. Here, Yang Guang had to get off the car and pull the suitcase by himself to walk there. Looking at the roadside rice paddies and the distant lakes and mountains, Yang Guang took a deep breath of the fresh air of this mountain village in the morning, and the whole person suddenly felt refreshed. Yang Guang pulled his suitcase and walked slowly on the field path. Coming here, it was as if time had slowed down, thinking, if there is an opportunity in the future, he must bring Yushu over to experience it. After about 10 minutes of walking, Yang Guang came to a small courtyard door according to the program's signage and gently knocked on the courtyard door. Not long afterward, a sound of footsteps could be heard coming from inside. Coming. With that said, the courtyard gate was opened from inside. A young man appeared in front of Yang Guang with an expression that looked very excited. Teacher Yang Guang, you are Teacher Yang Guang, right? Yang Guang smiled and nodded his head, only to see that young man stretching out his hands to shake Yang Guang's hand, saying one after another, I like your songs the most. Really, I listen to them almost every day before I go to bed. Seeing that the other party was so enthusiastic, in turn, Yang Guang was a little embarrassed, and said to him, if you can like my songs, we can exchange ideas later. Then he saw the young man take the suitcase in Yang Guang's hand and welcomed him into the hut. The other two resident guests, Ding Ling and Wang Lei, were there packing up their tools at the moment? Because this show was the first installment of the official recording, so they had to rely on their own hands to prepare everything. And only after they had put in their labor could they exchange the ingredients for their meals with the show's team. Hearing a commotion outside, the two came out from the side utility room. Seeing Yang Guang, Ding Ling's eyes lit up, because he himself was the host of Mango Channel, and Yang Guang had exchanged a few times with him when he went to record I Am the King of Song before. The two of them, although they were not considered to be familiar with each other, they were at least acquainted with each other. Immediately, he opened his arms and walked towards Yang Guang, giving him a big hug. Coming to the program team, Yang Guang also gave them face. After all, they were all considered to be hanging out inside a circle, so Yang Guang also made a warm response. Then Ding Ling pulled Yang Guang to Wang Lei and introduced both sides to each other. Mr. Wang, let me introduce you. This is Yang Guang. Then she said to Yang Guang, this is Mr. Wang Lei, a professor from the Capital Film Academy. Wang Lei smiled and said, you don't need to be introduced. I've been looking forward to meeting this musical genius for a long time. With that, he reached out his hand and shook Yang Guang's hand, bragging about each other before letting go. Then Ding Ling introduced Yang Guang. Yang Guang, this young man is Tao Xichen, a young musician in China, only not really debuted yet. With that, she said to Tao Xichen, Xiao Tao, don't you want to make music? Hurry up and serve Mr. Yang well, it will definitely benefit you greatly. Only to see Tao Xichen trot over and humbly hold Yang Guang's hand with both hands. Teacher Yang, my name is Tao Xichen. I hope you take care of me. Yang Guang hurriedly said, too polite. Let's talk to each other. After the simple introduction to each other was over, a few people were considered to know each other, and next, they stepped into the main topic of the show. and began to exchange their labor for today's ingredients, only to hear the director use a loudspeaker to loudly announce from the side, "Alright, now the first installment of the first season of Our Life of Dreams is considered to have officially begun. The guests have finished ordering, but the ingredients need to be exchanged with your labor." Saying this, he pointed to the farmland in the distance and said, "A large area of corn there, all of which were planted in advance by our show's team, are now ripe. So today your labor is to go break the corn. 100 sticks of corn for $10. And your Buddha jumping wall today, you'll need $500. Once this price was said, Wang Lei several people wailed. Yang Guang, on the other hand, pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Oops, I should have known not to order such an expensive dish. Isn't this a pitfall for myself?" But grumbling was grumbling. The work still needed to be done. Breaking corn, Yang Guang was most familiar with it. Before he got into college, he would go to the fields to collect corn almost every year. Therefore, several people returned to the room, changed into the clothes prepared by the program team for doing farm work, put a towel around their necks, put on a certain straw hat, pulled the cart and headed for the cornfield. Along the way, he saw many village aborigines who were also busy with the fall harvest. Yang Guang greeted them enthusiastically, and those villagers also knew that these people were coming over to record the show, so they also looked very enthusiastic. When he came to the ground, Yang Guang's next action surprised Wan Lei Ding Ling and left him speechless. Coming to the ground, under the cameraman's camera, Yang Guang confirmed the scope of the field that belonged to the program, and then dove headfirst into the cornfield and started breaking the stalks. This stillfulness made it hard to believe that he was Yang Guang who had written so many great classic songs. Wang Lei, Ding Ling, and Tao Si-chen looked dumbfounded, but they weren't idle. After all, they hadn't finished the evening's Buddha jumping wall yet, and soon put in their labor as well. 100 sticks of corn for $10. So $500 would require 5,000 sticks of corn. The four of them kept laboring for the whole noon, and finally piled up the corn in front of the show near lunchtime. Wang Lei took Tao Si-chen to the kitchen to use the remaining ingredients to prepare lunch, while Yang Guang and Ding Ling stayed there to supervise the program staff as they began counting the corn. The process wasn't so uneventful though. Every time he felt that the person counting the corn was a bit confused, Yang Guang would always mess up and make him forget how much he counted and then inexplicably add a lot more. But all this was in the director's eyes, but for the sake of the program's effect, he didn't poke at the situation. When Wang Lei came over to call for lunch, the program team side similarly counted the amount of corn, a total of 5,600 sticks, 100 sticks for $10, so they got the ingredients for the evening's Buddha jumping walls as they had hoped, plus $60 in cash. Ding Ling received the cash from the director with a big smile on her face, and hooked up with Yang Guang to go eat. The ingredients would not be delivered until before the evening's cooking. Sitting on the dining table, Yang Guang looked at the table in front of him with a combination of meat and vegetables, and in his heart, he was sure of Wang Lei's cooking skills. It was rumored in the entertainment circle that Wang Lei was one of the best cooks in the entertainment circle, and now it seemed as if there was really no exaggeration. In one meal, all four people ate with great satisfaction. Yang Guang leaned back in his chair and pulled a dog's tail grass from the side to cast his teeth, and he looked like a street skater with nothing to do. While casting his teeth, he asked, "What are our arrangements for the afternoon?" Ding Ling said, "There is no farm work in the afternoon. Free activities, we can go to find some ingredients. Bring them to Mr. Wang for dinner." Yang Guang heard a bright light. When he came over this morning, he found a reservoir by the roadside. The scenery was excellent, so he proposed, "Why don't we go fishing? I don't know if there are any fishing rods and hooks and those things here." Ding Ling turned her head to look at the director who was filming at the side and opened her mouth to ask, "Director, we're going fishing. Has the program team prepared the tools?" The director's eyes rolled and he was about to speak, but Yang Guang saw his treacherous face and immediately stopped him. Come on, we can't afford to use your place if it's too dark." Wang Lei began to laugh when he said this. "See, Yang Guang has only been here for a morning, and he can see that you are a crooked businessman." Then he turned his head to Yang Guang and said, "You can think now how badly we were set up by him, right?" The director, with a head full of black lines, glared at Wang Lei, but still opened his mouth and said, "We have all these things. If you want to use them, you can come and rent them for $10 an afternoon. How many sets do you want?" Ding Ling's position in the program is the housekeeper. They were tired for a noon, and only saved $60 in their hands. If all four of them went, that went out another $40 at once. So after calculating with a few people, he let Yang Guang and Wang Lei go fishing so that only $20 would be used out, and the remaining 40 he took Tao Si-chen to go to the town store to buy some ingredients. After a very pleasant decision, Yang Guang and Wang Lei took their fishing rods and headed to the lake, where there were many pre-prepared fishing spots. all made by the nearby villagers when they went fishing. When the two of them arrived at the lake, there were already many people fishing there. Finding a free fishing spot and sitting down, Yang Guang began to skillfully mix the bait, hit the nest, and set the hook. Watching his skillful movements, Wang Lei and the program's followers all lit up, thinking that he must be an old hand at fishing. However, half an hour later, their thoughts changed. As if these fish were not happy with Yang Guang, they were teasing the hooks below, and the bait was all eaten up by him. But they just didn't catch a single fish. It just so happens that next to Yang Guang is a teenage boy. Because his parents in the neighborhood to do farm work, he is here to support a fishing rod fishing. In the Yang Guang collapse of this half an hour, he has caught up several. This stark contrast made Yang Guang's old face red. Soon the time came to 4 o'clock. Ding Ling brought Tao Si Chen to them and said, "We bought a lot of ingredients. Mr. Wang should go back and cook," said, lying down to the two people's bucket above to look at. Wang lay that inside, but there are 3 big fish. And see Yang Guang this bucket. Ding Ling's expression changed. "Yang Guang, you catch the fish are released?" This question came out and Wang Lei couldn't stop laughing at all. At this time, Ding Ling probably knew what was going on. And that expression was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. "Ahahaha, sorry, I didn't mean it." Yang Guang also felt that he was not in conflict with the fish today. Otherwise, how come he didn't have a single one? Putting away the fishing rod, the group walked towards the mushroom house. Yang Guang's fishing career ended with the Air Force. Back to the small courtyard of the mushroom house, a few people began to divide up the work. The hands of the dishes to wash the dishes, the fish to kill the fish. Wang Lei's role is the chef. He was in the kitchen at this time to start doing. Yang Guang ordered to get Buddha jumped over the wall. This dish is very time-consuming, but here can only do a simple version. Looking at Yang Guang's skillful action of killing the fish, it seems that he is someone who often goes down to the kitchen. Ding Ling then opened her mouth and asked, "Yang Guang, you are very skillful in this action. It seems that you don't cook by yourself less, right?" Yang Guang didn't stop the work in his hands, but nodded and said, "Usually when I don't have a job and rest at home, I still like to cook by myself, and only go to a hotel for a meal when I don't have the time." Ding Ling, well, it still tastes better when you cook at home yourself. While chatting and cooking, it didn't feel like much time had passed before the sky grew dark. Tao Sikan ran to turn on the lights, while Yang Guang stood in the yard and looked around. Here at night there are no lights like in the city, except for the dots of lights in the village not far away. Everything around is black, as if he was a child. He hadn't seen such a pure black night for a long time. At 7:30, after taking more than 3 hours, a few people finally got dinner ready. This meal was eaten outside in the courtyard. Wang Lei several people brought the meal to the edge of the courtyard under a small pavilion. The 4 people sat down around the dining table. Yang Guang realized that the evening's meal was even richer. When Wang Lei finally brought up the casserole that had been simmering for 3 hours and put it down in the middle of the table. "Hello, this is the Buddha jumping wall you ordered today." Yang Guang laughed. "I didn't expect to order a dish to pit myself. Originally I came over to record the program and wanted to take a break. But I didn't expect to come over and do farm work for a whole noon." The youngest Tao Sikhan was very understanding in this program, and took the initiative to play the role of waiter during the meal, picking up an empty bowl and serving Buddha jumping wall from the casserole, putting it in front of Yang Guang and saying, "Today you are a guest. Come and taste Mr. Wang's craftsmanship." Wang Lei also looked at him smilingly, as if waiting for his critique. "There is no way." Yang Guang had to pick up a spoon and sipped a spoonful of soup, gently blew a little and then drank it into his mouth. Not to mention, this flavor really makes Yang Guang feel quite surprised. Immediately gave a thumbs up. "This soup is really fresh." Mr. Wang's level. Going to a hotel as a chef can also make a name for himself. After saying this, Wang Lei quietly sighed in relief. After all, his own persona was there. He didn't want to roll over here. He was still very happy to hear Yang Guang praising himself, and instantly his favor with Yang Guang rose another level. The 4 of them talked and laughed as they ate. Ding Ling was worthy of being a professional host. He knew that Yang Guang came over today with a mission to promote his album and concert on the program. He immediately opened his mouth and asked Yang Guang, "I heard that you've been quite busy lately. What do you usually do at home?" Yang Guang gave Ding Ling a compliment with his eyes and took over the topic. "Yes, I'm quite busy. Usually when I'm not working, I stay at home and write albums. I hardly ever go out to play." It wasn't a few days ago that sister he said that the album was done, and that's why she let me come to this program to relax and unwind. Tao Si Chan's eyes lit up. "Wow, Mr. Yang, are you going to release an album? Do you have any vinyl? Can you send me a signed vinyl?" Yang Guang turned his head and said to him, "No problem. This vinyl album will have to wait. The first release is the digital album. The vinyl will have to wait for 5 days later. I'll be at the concert to send 10 signed albums. But don't worry, all of us here must have them." Ha ha, Tao Sikhan said excitedly. What date is Mr. Yang's concert? Yang Guang, October 5th. Tickets will go on sale half a month in advance. After saying this, Ding Ling looked at Wang Lei's Tao Sichan. Then let's also organize a group to go to the scene to listen to Yang Guang sing. This is a blessing for the ears. After chatting for a while, Ding Ling began to talk about some of Yang Guang's insider knowledge. Mr. Wang, you may not know, because I'm the host of the Mango Station, usually with director Hong Lei also quite close. He often talked to me about Yang Guang. Wang Lei, oh, what do you guys talk about? Ding Ling, Mr. Hong said that Yang Guang's singing ability is the best among all the singers he has seen since he started working in this field. At that time, when Yang Guang came to Mango to record I Am the King of Song, Mr. Hong said that after Yang Guang recorded it, they didn't have to tune it at all when they cut the show. Wang Lei's unperturbed eyes finally changed, looking at Yang Guang with eyes full of incredulity. Although he was a professor in the film academy, but at the beginning he was also a singer. He knew very well what level not having to tune in after recording represented. Tao Sichen was also looking at Yang Guang with eyes full of admiration at this time. Ding Ling said, do you want me to borrow a guitar for the director? How about Yang Guang sing a song live? Saying this, without waiting for Yang Guang to comment, she got up and went to the director. Not a moment later to bring a guitar to Yang Guang, took over after fiddling twice to try the sound, slowly opened his mouth and said, that's fine. You want to listen to which song? Wang Lei said, aren't you releasing a new album soon? Why don't you sing one of the new songs from it? I don't know if it's convenient. Yang Guang nodded and agreed. What's so inconvenient about that? Let's do it this way. There's a song in my album that's quite suitable for this kind of life. I'll sing that song. Ding Ling asked. What's the name of that song? Yang Guang, Ordinary Day. Then he slowly played his guitar under the crowd's anticipation, and his melodious voice traveled far in this empty and quiet night sky. Every morning I wake up naturally at 7:30 a.m. The wind chimes ring and the clouds are light. The smell of sun-dried clothes is very reassuring. Everything is soft and quiet. Flowers bloom in the sunshine at every intersection. And a nice love song comes from the front of a small store. It doesn't take long to get to your destination. And the people are full of kindness. This is the most ordinary day. Do you miss it too? No chasing, no rushing, walking home slowly, just wasting my time. No worries, just the evening breeze on my cheeks. It's the most perfect day. Do you want it too? Life can be less complicated. You can spend your days like this. No worries, just the evening breeze on my cheeks. One day, we'll find her. At this moment, in this environment, listening to Yang Guang's song, everyone at the scene felt that their hearts came to be purified. It felt too comfortable. Until Yang Guang finished his song, no one in the small courtyard of the mushroom house came back to their senses, especially the director, who was looking at Yang Guang at the moment with eyes full of light, because this song and this program were really too compatible. Isn't this the day that millions of ordinary people dream of? Getting up at 7:30 every morning, enjoying this peace of tranquility in the breeze, not having to travel too far to work, and every time you pass by a familiar small store you'll hear a familiar song coming from inside. Not too slow, not too fast, not too slow. People are not trying to live, but are truly enjoying life. After a long time, Ding Ling, Wang Lei and Tao Sichen have applauded. This Yang Guang, really too good at writing songs. This song is really written into the hearts of millions of people. Ding Ling said, I know you're a musical genius, but I didn't expect it to be so demonic. You really can write and sing any type of song. Tao Sikhen, Mr. Yang, I want to hang out with you. I don't know if it's possible. Wang Lei, Yang Guang, I have a TV series starting soon. We can work together then. The crowd was talking to each other, holding Yang Guang up to the sky. There was no choice but to respond one by one under the camera. This night, they chatted until 10 p.m., and had showered and went to bed. The scariest part of this program was that even if you were sleeping, there would be a camera pointing at you. In the director's words, this is the way to show more reality. Yang Guang was placed in a room with Tao Sichan, because the time was really late and he had to get up early in the morning. So after cleaning up, he said goodnight to each other and started to turn off the lights and went to sleep. Lying on the bed, Yang Guang felt a silence all around, except for the occasional barking of a dog in the distance. Other times people could hardly hear any sound. And at this time the director was having a meeting overnight, discussing the song Ordinary Day that Yang Guang had just sung. Early in the morning, Wang Lei and Ding Ling woke up early to pack breakfast, and only came over to wake up Tao Sichen and Yang Guang at about the same time. Sleeping in a daze, Yang Guang sat up and looked around blankly. At this time his hair was disheveled. Sleepy eyes. This unkempt appearance was recorded by the camera that had long been placed on the opposite side. Putting on his clothes, came outside to brush his teeth and wash his face. While eating breakfast, the phone in the house rang again. Ding Ling rushed over and picked up the phone. Hello, hello, this is the Mushroom House. After a while Ding Ling came out and said with a smile, Mr. Wang, we are alive again. Just now someone ordered food and ordered sweet and sour fish. Wang Lei smiled and said, that's good. It just so happens that the fish Yang Guang and I caught yesterday didn't finish. It's still being kept there, so we can just use it at night. Yang Guang said shamefully, Mr. Wang, don't say that. I didn't catch a single one of these fish. After breakfast, according to the program's rules, Yang Guang knew that his recording this time should be considered over. Just as he was packing up his things, the director quietly walked in off camera and pulled Yang Guang and said, Yang Guang, can I discuss something with you? Stopping the movement in his hands, Yang Guang revealed a puzzled expression and asked, what is it, director? The director scratched his head and was a bit embarrassed. He also knew that this song was from Yang Guang's new album, and had only sung it once in the program, and he wanted to buy it and use it as the theme song of the program. It seemed a bit too that. However, for the sake of the ratings, he still had the cheek to open his mouth and say, that song you sang last night, can we discuss it? I want to buy it over to be the program's theme song. Yang Guang suddenly realized, so it was this, but there's no problem. So he explained to him, this song is one of the songs inside my album, and it's done now. If you want to buy it, it can only be to buy the right to use this song, but inside the album I'm still going to release it normally. The director's eyes lit up when he heard that there was a door for this. That's no problem. As for the price, let's see if it's okay for us to offer $3 million a season? Yang Guang smiled and said, I don't know much about the price. You know what? You guys contact my agent, just communicate directly with her. There's definitely nothing wrong with my side. While talking, Yang Guang packed his suitcase. At this time, when he heard the chaos outside, he knew that it must be today's guests arriving. So he walked out of the room to see who was coming. When he saw the person coming, Yang Guang also had to sigh in his heart. This world is really coincidental. The entire entertainment circle and his own familiar with just a few people. Did not expect to come to this today is actually the most familiar one. Said walked over. The person who saw Yang Guang was also bright. Enthusiastically opened his arms and Yang Guang came to a big hug. Yang Guang, I didn't expect you to be here too. The person who came was none other than Gu Sisi. It could be said that she and Yang Guang were the most familiar in the entire entertainment circle. Yang Guang said, this is really unfortunate. I've just packed up my things and I'm going back. After hearing that Yang Guang was leaving, Gu Sisi also showed a look of regret. I still wanted to play with you here for a day. Since I'm leaving, then remember to get in touch more often in the future. I still want to find you again for a song date. Yang Guang immediately agreed. No problem. Just tell me directly if you need anything. The next few people sat and chatted together for a while, because they were going to do farm work. So Yang Guang also pulled his suitcase out the door and got into the program's car. This director was also quite efficient. Just after Yang Guang got off the airplane and came to Lin Yushu's car, He Yunlu's phone call came over. Hey, Yang Guang, the director of Life of Dreams just called me, saying that he wants to buy the rights to use your song Ordinary Day as the program's theme song. Yang Guang nodded. Well, I know about this, he already told me about it. He Yunlu, I promised him, 3 million a season. It can only be used in this program. They said they will come over to the company this afternoon to sign the contract. Yang Guang heard that they were moving so fast. It seems that they are really quite anxious. He smiled and said, I guess they want to use this song for the end credits of the first installment. It's going to be aired this Saturday. They want to rush to finalize the song before the finished film is cut. He Yunlu expressed her understanding, as it would soon be September 20th, and the stage for the concert had already begun to be built. She introduced Yang Guang on the phone. We've scheduled this concert at the Magic City Stadium and plan to sell 80,000 tickets. The day after tomorrow, September 20th, we'll start selling them. We will publicize it on Weibo. Do you want to see if you want to record a video to publicize it on Jitterbug? This Yang Guang of course had no opinion, and simply agreed, this is no problem. When I get home, I will record a video and post it. Seeing that there was nothing else, Yang Guang hung up the phone. Lin Yushu, who was driving at this time, pursed her lips and snickered. Yang Guang looked at her cute appearance, reached out and pinched her cheeks and asked with a smile, what are you laughing at? Lin Yushu said, you've been busy these past few days, haven't you? I realized that it's not good to be a star. It's better to be busy every day. It's better to be like me. Even though I'm the owner of the company, the work is given to others, and I'm just swinging for the fences myself. Yang Guang was speechless and rolled her eyes. Do you think everyone has this innate condition like you? Arriving at Egret Garden, Yang Guang stuffed the suitcase clothes into the washing machine, came out and went to a hotel near the neighborhood with Lin Yushu to have a meal. Back home after thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and opened the selfie mode, and said to the camera, "Hello all the friends of the Jitterbugs. My first solo concert is scheduled for October 5th at 8 p.m. in the Magic City Stadium to officially start. And tickets will be sold in the early hours of September 20th. Nothing else. It's just that the fans who have the money and the time to go to listen to the songs can be supported." Waiting for Yang Guang to upload the video to the Jitterbug platform, Lin Yushu came over and sat next to him and asked, "Magic City Stadium, I heard that it can hold more than 80,000 people. How many tickets is sister he going to sell?" Yang Guang grabbed her hand and squeezed it back and forth and said, "I heard sister he say it seems like 80,000 tickets too." Lin Yushu was a bit surprised. "This is only your first concert. What if you can't sell so many tickets? Wouldn't you be embarrassed?" When it came to this, Yang Guang was very confident. "I don't have anything else. I'm just confident, especially in this aspect of music. Don't worry. I do think there won't be an empty venue. And by putting so many tickets out this time, the scalpers should be thinking the same way, thinking that the market isn't big. Instead they won't be hoarding the tickets, which is a good thing for me, and for the audience." Yang Guang. This video was uploaded to Jitterbug for an hour. It harvested more than 1 million likes, and the comments section was even more lively. "The alarm clock has been set. The hand speed of being single for 20 years is something you can't imagine. Oh, don't be funny upstairs. Do you really want to go to his concert? Just this kind of artist. Still want to have a concert of 80,000 people. Can go on half of the people? I'm upside down to eat siang. That's right. His concert. Dogs don't even go." Yang Guang just sent out the video and left it alone, because at this time he still had a lot of things to do. After all, his concert was the day he wanted Zheng Pinghui and Feng Wenwen to make their debut, and they were going to go up and sing. So in these few days, Yang Guang was in the company pulling them to practice their songs. In Yang Guang's words, "Although you have all recorded your songs in the studio, on stage, I will not allow any of the company's singers to falsetto. So to be able to skillfully sing each of your songs is the most basic quality of being a singer." And several of them had no complaints about Yang Guang's various requirements in order to pursue their dreams. Today, Yang Guang took them to the company's practice room to finish another day of practicing, and simply ate something to go back home. The issue of Life of Dreams that he had recorded was about to go online. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yang Guang sat on the sofa with his arm around Lin Yushu and started to watch his own episode of the program. Although it was Yang Guang himself who participated in the recording, Yang Guang was quite curious as to what the program could be cut into. At the beginning of the program, it was a picture of Wang Lei's few people packing up in the mushroom house, when suddenly, the phone in the room rang. The screen then cut to Yang Guang, who was sitting in the show's car, and looking at Yang Guang deliberately changing his voice to say that he wanted to order a dish of Buddha jumping over the wall. The viewers saw Ding Ling's expression and felt that his anger value had already risen to its full value at this moment. "I go. Yang Guang is too damaging this time. Buddha jumping wall, I didn't even dare to order it in the hotel. You came here to order it? Laughing my ass off. How is this going to make Mr. Wang and the others cook this dish?" When Yang Guang came to the entrance of the village in his car and pulled his suitcase alone to the mushroom house, the way he looked around to see the scenery was also adorable to a group of young girls. At this moment, this scenery, paired with that fluttering teenager in the picture, that visual effect really blew up. The program continued. The director announced the rules of the program. When the audience heard that a Buddha jumping wall ingredients to $500, and break 100 sticks of corn can only change $10. Looking at Yang Guang, Wang Lei a few people that the expression of hopelessness, but also to cause countless people to spurt with laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, let you order Buddha jumping over the wall. The families who understand I ordered a dish and pit myself. I want to interview Yang Guang now. Do you regret it?" Singer Yang Guang, online regrets. After the director read out the rules of the program, the four of them went to the room to change into the clothes prepared by the program team. When Yang Guang walked out with a straw hat and a scarf around his neck, Lin Yushu leaned in Yang Guang's arms and giggled. "You look quite professional in this outfit," Yang Guang said proudly. "Of course, no matter what. I've been doing farm work for years. Look down. I'm even more professional when I'm working in the back." Lin Yushu was skeptical when she heard this, but quickly dispelled her skepticism, because Yang Guang was right. Breaking sticks in the cornfield, he was really professional, breaking them very quickly, at a glance. He wasn't a raw hand. At this time, Lin Yushu finally stared at Yang Guang with shocked big eyes and said, "Wow, I didn't expect that you can really do farm work. Did you really do it often before?" Yang Guang explained, "Yes, growing up in the countryside, on weekends or vacations, Mom and Dad went to work in the fields. You can't be idle at home either, can you?" What Yang Guang said was too far away from Lin Yushu's life. She had never thought that Yang Guang had the skill of doing farm work. After a few people ate lunch on the program, Yang Guang and Wang Lei went to the lake to fish with fishing rods. Sitting on the fishing seat, looking at the camera inside Yang Guang mixing the bait, hitting the nest, and shaking the hook, the audience began to talk. I go. Yang Guang fishing is very professional. Looks like a veteran. Can anyone know where he fishes in general? I want to find him to learn the technique. Have none of you noticed that the scenery here is great? Even Lin Yushu was surprised when she saw this series of preparatory actions by Yang Guang. I've never seen fishing either. Why does it look so professional? When Yang Guang heard her words, his old face flushed and he didn't dare to chime in. Instead he coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Sure enough, when they saw that little kid next to him catching fish one after another, while Yang Guang had not caught any fish even after the bait was eaten up several times, the audience burst out laughing, knowing that in the end, Dingling brought Tao Sichen over to shout at the two to go back and cook. Seeing Yang Guang packing up his fishing gear and pouring the bucket of pre-filled water into the lake, he was completely tense. Ha 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 ha. Air Force. Look at that kid next to him. One by one for a while, Yang Guang's expression is almost crying. The beginning of the pretense is quite professional. Upstairs, who just said he wanted to learn techniques from Yang Guang? Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything just now. Returning to the mushroom house, the four of them began to prepare for cooking. Watching Yang Guang's skillful fish-killing maneuver still subdued the audience. They apologized for their flirting just now, because although Yang Guang couldn't fish, but there was really nothing wrong with killing fish. This time, it was really certain that he was a person who often went to the kitchen. It really should be the saying, going up to the hall and down to the kitchen, looking at the busy work for more than 3 hours, set up slowly a big table of food. Lin Yushu also lamented, your program is good, not only can you play, but also can eat so many good things. The ingredients here should be all bought from the neighboring farmers, right? Yang Guang nodded, yes, it's really quite good here. I'll definitely take you there when I have the chance. The scenery is huge, and the food is pure green ingredients. When Tao Sikhan Sheng, a bowl of Buddha, jumps over the wall served to Yang Guang, the screen came up with a close-up. It was really a golden soup base, with all kinds of ingredients. Looking at it makes people have an appetite. When a few people sat down under the pavilion to chat after eating, the audience was really envious. This program is called Life of Dreams. It really isn't called wrong. Yeah, this kind of leisurely life. I'm really envious. When I'm rich, I'll also go to the countryside to buy a piece of land, grow vegetables, walk the birds, and fish. That kind. Brother upstairs, wake up. That also has to wait for you to have money, right? A few people chatting. Ding Ling went to the director to borrow a guitar to Yang Guang. Let him sing a song for everyone. When the audience heard the singing of a new album inside a song, have held their breath, began to listen carefully, because for Yang Guang's music, they never doubted. It's the most ordinary day. Do you miss it too? Walking home slowly without chasing, just wasting away the years. No worries, just the evening breeze on my cheeks. It's the most perfect day. Do you want it too? Life could be less complicated. You could spend your years like this. No worries, just the evening breeze on your cheeks. One day, we will find her. When Yang Guang sang, not only did that mushroom house person on the screen not move, even those who were watching the program at this time were listening attentively. At this time, after the song was finished, those who were watching the program on the online platform found that none of the pop-ups were even there. Some people thought that their tablet was broken, and even turned it off and restarted it, and it was still the same. Just when he couldn't find the reason, he suddenly realized that a large and dense swarm of pop-ups instantly surged out on the screen, covering the screen. 666,666. It's so good. This song, Yang Guang said this song is from his new album. If all his new albums are songs of this level, I can now announce that he's this year's king of bestsellers. I want to buy it. I want to buy it. I want to hear the full version of this song in the studio soon. Amidst the audience's discussion, the program still continued. Yang Guang's four people sat in the courtyard at night and chatted until after 10 o'clock, and at Wang Lei's suggestion, they finally went to wash up and go to bed. The director even gave a special shot of the mushroom house after the lights went out at night. Looking at the darkness in the picture, only a little light still exists in the distant village, a quiet environment. Occasionally only hear a few barking dogs. Lin Yushu looked at this but in front of her and lamented. The small mountain village is also too good to be true. Such a quiet environment. You can definitely have a good night's sleep. Yang Guang kissed her on the forehead and asked, do you like it? Lin Yushu didn't say anything, but quietly nodded her head. Yang Guang tightened his arm around her. Then when we're almost retired, we'll find a place like this to retire. You plant flowers in the yard, and I'll go fishing by the small river at the entrance. The atmosphere was quite good, but as soon as she heard Yang Guang say he wanted to fish, Lin Yushu let out a poof of laughter. Yang Guang immediately blushed, because he was the only one who didn't catch a single fish in the program. The good atmosphere was ruined like this, so the two of them had to continue watching the program. When Yang Guang woke up the next day, he sat up from the bed with sleepy eyes, and the audience started to go crazy, especially some female fans. Whoa, what did I see? Is this something that people like me who didn't pay money can watch? Yang Guang's face is really that good. Look at the muscles on his body. So handsome and with such a good body. Look at it this way. Yang Guang usually doesn't wear much makeup. After getting up and having a simple breakfast, Yang Guang went back to the house to pack up his luggage because the day had come to an end and he needed to leave. Just after packing up, he heard a sudden mess in the courtyard. The camera followed Yang Guang to the outside of the courtyard, and realized that it was today's guest who had come over, and it was also his old acquaintance, Gu Cc. After saying a brief goodbye to her, Yang Guang left the mushroom house with his suitcase in hand, and this was the end of the program. However, the ending song also gave the audience a surprise. The director used the very song Yang Guang sang in the program. This director has a fast reaction speed. That's right, I remembered correctly. This episode should have been recorded a week ago, and the copyrights were bought in such a short period of time. Ha 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 ha. To be honest, this song and this program really go quite well together. After the program finished airing, as a regular on the hot search list, Yang Guang was again on the hot search headlines without a doubt. Yang Guang participates in Life of Dreams. Yang Guang's new album songs revealed. For the hot searches, Yang Guang's attitude was that it was better if it was on, and not to force it, so he actually didn't care too much about these. Not to mention that some artists even spent money to buy hot searches. This kind of behavior is something Yang Guang can't understand. In his mind, isn't the hot search something that you can get on if you want to? Why would anyone pay money for it? If this thought of his was known by others, he would definitely be angry and spit out a mouthful of old blood. Where are you shelving this Versailles? Time rushed by. Soon came to September 19th. Now it is already more than 11 o'clock at night. This time there are many people have entered the dreamland. But now there is such a group of people in the country. This time is lying in front of the computer while waiting, while looking at the time. That's right. Today was the day when Yang Guang's concert tickets went on sale. Watching the time jump backward second by second. Some people's hands were sweating while holding the mouse. This was Yang Guang's first concert, and even the tickets were monumental. Not to mention that Sunshine Entertainment had tweeted earlier that Yang Guang would randomly select lucky audience members to give away his autographed vinyl records during the concert. Tickets were divided into infield, center and outfield, with tickets priced at $28.88, $18.88 and $888. Although it was said that 80,000 tickets were released this time. But just look at Yang Guang's fans. These 80,000 tickets were a drop in the bucket for his entire fanbase. Right now, other than Yang Guang, who seemed to have no nervousness whatsoever, Lin Yushu, He Yunlu, He Lin and the others beside him were already very excited. They didn't know how many of these 80,000 tickets would be sold out. If even Lin Yushu was already thinking that if they really couldn't sell them out in the end, should she ask old Lin to buy them all as an employee benefit for their group? If Yang Guang knew about this idea, he would have pinched her face and made fun of her. And at this time, on Weibo, there was still a group of people tirelessly posting comments. There won't really be anyone who wants to go to Yang Guang's concert, right? Ha ha ha, how long has it been since he debuted? And the concert ticket price is set so high that dogs don't even buy them. I don't care if you guys buy them or not. I won't buy them anyway. Just by the fact that he blatantly hit someone in broad daylight, you can see that this Yang Guang's character is not good. And no matter how black they were, at this time, inside Yang Guang's fan groups all over the country was a different scenario. It's 11:55 now. Is there anyone who is in front of the computer like me? Get lost. It's almost time. Don't send messages in the group and distract me. My palms are sweaty. Time passed minute by minute. Finally coming to 11:59 minutes. This time was really quite long for them. And some of them were even counting down second by second. 58, 59, 0 o'clock in the morning. When the time jumped to 0, the buy button on the Yang Guang concert tickets page on the ticketing website also lit up. When everyone clicked on it, many people realized that they couldn't even click on it. Refreshing the page, the purchase became sold out. Bewildered, they looked at the time. It was now just 2 seconds past 0 in the morning. When people saw that it had just been on sale for 2 seconds and the page already showed that it was sold out, countless question marks had floated up on the doors of countless people's heads. And at this time in White Heron Park, Lin Yushu and He Yunlu, who were sitting next to Yang Guang, were watching He Lin querying the background data there. They were even ready to stay up all night now, to which Yang Guang had even protested, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by Lin Yushu, because the website traffic was too high at the moment. The system got stuck when Lin opened the backstage, and after waiting for a few seconds, the data was refreshed, and the results on it left the three of them dumbfounded. 80,000 tickets. The whole 80,000 tickets, even after only 1 second. Sold out. Immediately, the three of them looked at Yang Guang, who was sitting on the sofa and dozing off, as if they were looking at a monster. As if sensing their gaze, Yang Guang opened his eyes and looked blankly at the three of them and asked, "Aren't you guys going to keep an eye on the backstage sales data? Why do you keep looking at me with such eyes?" Lin Yushu reached out and pulled him, pulling his head to the computer. "See for yourself." Yang Guang was also stunned when he saw the data displayed on the computer screen. This is too damn exaggerated, isn't it? 80,000 tickets. Gone in a second? Even though he had held many concerts in his previous life, who had experienced this? Lu had just come back to his senses, and looked at Yang Guang and lamented, "No matter how I say it, I'm also an old man in the entertainment industry, and I've brought more than a dozen celebrities, but if I want you to be so exaggerated, it's still the first time I've encountered it. You are really a monster." Hearing Lu say that Yang Guang was a monster, Lin nodded her head with an agreeable face, indicating that she also agreed with Lu's opinion. Then the two of them packed up their things, went out and drove away, originally planning to stay awake at night to keep an eye on the sales figures, but now that it's all sold out, what else is there to keep an eye on? Sending away Lin, two people, Yang Guang and Lin Yushu looked at each other, also slightly speechless smile, back to the bedroom to rest. And at this time the internet was already in an uproar. A hot search was hanging at the top of the list: Yang Guang's concert. 80,000 tickets sold out in a second. The comments below were even more varied, but the words of cursing actually accounted for the majority. "You guys are real dogs. Thanks for trusting me so much," I cried to death. These days are not all on the internet cursing Yang Guang concert tickets dogs do not buy? I waited until the middle of the night, just a shivering empty. You tell me the tickets are gone? Ha 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 ha. Upstairs, laugh your ass off. I've got it. It's 2888 for the infield. It's a great deal. Upstairs, I have a roommate with terminal cancer who wants to go to Yang Guang's concert before he dies. Can we discuss this? Then I have a roommate too, although it was already 1 a.m. Underneath this hot search, every time it was refreshed, tens of thousands of comments would be added, not only by Yang Guang's fans, but also by a large number of other singers who knew that Yang Guang had started to put tickets on sale today. They had even built a group specifically for this purpose. And after careful counting, there were more than 50 people in it at the moment. But because they were all in the same circle, and they all held themselves to be people with status, they didn't spit out any problems in this group on weekdays. So since this group was built, it was usually very quiet. Until someone sent a screenshot of tonight's hot search to the group. The effect was like dropping a bomb on a calm lake. In an instant, it blew up all these people who were diving. Old Joe, you pee picture also need to pee a little bit like 80,000 tickets. Sold out in a second. Do you think we are fools? Old Zoe's name is Joe Boren, an old man in the domestic music scene. In recent years has been semi-retired, rarely releasing new songs. At this moment, when he saw that someone said that his peace picture, and this person is still the same period of time with his own singer Li Tingyin, immediately reluctant, quickly replied in the group, "I pee your grandmother's leg. You do not believe that you go to microblogging above to see if it's true." The message from the two of them was seen by the others. The first to see it was of course Yang Guang's old enemy, Fan Yuhua, as this group was the first to be set up by a few of them. Open to see that screenshot, he immediately went to Weibo to take a look, and sure enough, the first place of the hot search is hanging there brightly. The more it is confirmed that this is a real message, Fan Yuhua's heart is more and more furious, because this achievement, in the entire music world can be considered unprecedented. After seeing this, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and contacted He Feifei, forwarding him the screenshot that Joe Boren had sent to the group. Sure enough, not many people in the domestic music scene could sleep tonight. Although Yang Guang had been participating in programs before, but that was just participating in programs. Previously, it had been said that Yang Guang's songs were better, but most people in the circle didn't look at him in the eye. After all, he was a newcomer who had just made his debut. Could he still turn the world upside down? This group was established when Yang Guang endorsed Bluebonnet Communications, because he was a small-time player in the past, but this endorsement was finalized, which means that Yang Guang began to really enter everyone's field of vision. What is the purpose of desperately trying to become famous? In the final analysis, isn't it for money? In the past, Yang Guang could be looked down upon, but by taking on this big order from Bluebonnet without saying a word, it was as if Yang Guang was announcing to everyone in the circle that the wolf had come. So, this group chat was born. He Feifei received the screenshot from Fan Yuhua. immediately opened his eyes angrily and viciously returned a message. Yang Guang, this dog, damn it, where did he get all these wronged fans? Fan Yuhua, I fucking saw this picture when I thought it was fake. Immediately went to microblogging to check out. Did not think. A few months ago is not at all see in my eyes Yang Guang. Now has reached such a point. He Fei, then we just watch him get bigger and stronger? Fan Yuhua, now that some people in the group have started to dislike him, I'll observe and watch again. And by the way, see if I can arch the fire. A group of people against him always has a better chance of winning, right? He Fei, seconds who's in that group? You pull me in too. Then Fan Yuhua didn't reply to the message, but directly sent He Fei a message to pull into the group chat for him to confirm. After He Fei entered the group, he found that it was really noisy inside. In the entertainment industry, there are many factors that determine your status. In addition to strength, the other most important is seniority. In public, when after being met seniors, if you do not take the initiative to say hello, was photographed by the paparazzi, then you will face the netizens will be the mouth and pen. But there are also deviants, such as Yang Guang. The news inside this group tonight, if Yang Guang knew about it, he would have laughed until his stomach hurt. More than 50 singers in the music industry, being scared by a newcomer and making a lot of noise. How untalented should you guys be? After almost a whole night of heated discussion, a part of the group finally reached a consensus. They were going to take advantage of the day Yang Guang's new album went on sale to release a new song. They didn't believe that these dozens of people couldn't get through to one Yang Guang. The next day, He Yunlu sent Yang Guang a screenshot, sent to him by a singer called Gu Xian, and upon closer inspection, it was the screenshot of the group chat that was crusading against Yang Guang. According to Gu Xian, there were now more than 30 singers ready to release their new songs on the night of September 30th, at the same time as Yang Guang released his new album. This time, it was a great deal of noise. Some of the songs were recorded a long time ago, and even if some of them didn't have any new songs, a few of their companies had united their songwriters together and rushed their work, in order to strive for each of them to have at least one new song released on that day. The purpose was to muddy the water to block Yang Guang's new album release figures. Yang Guang looked at these messages, not thinking in the slightest, and asked He Yunlu, what does this Gu Xian mean by sending you these? He Yunlu said, Gu Xian is still okay, but he hasn't released any new songs in the last few years and has gradually faded out of sight. He was also dragged into this group by someone else, but he didn't participate in blocking you this time. This time, he told me this because he wants to sign with Sunshine Entertainment. I don't know what you think. Yang Guang nodded. If the character is still good, it's not impossible to sign in, because even if the singing doesn't work, we can let him be an actor later. When He Yunlu heard Yang Guang say this, she didn't say anything else, but nodded her head in agreement. After hanging up with Yang Guang, she took her cell phone and started contacting Gu Xian, telling him Yang Guang's reply. Gu Xian over there was of course very satisfied after hearing this, as he had not been very successful as a singer, and now that he had the opportunity to switch to the movie and television industry, of course, it was something he couldn't wait to do. He Yunlu told him to pay close attention to the movements in that group next, and report back in time if there were any new developments. In this way, Gu Xian became a spy on He Yunlu's side, while those singers who were unaware of the situation were still immersed in the beautiful picture of Yang Guang being beaten up by his own group on October 1st. At 9:30 p.m. on September 30th, countless fans were waiting eagerly in front of their computers for the release of the demo songs of Yang Guang's new album, because one had already been exposed before, and the level of that song had given everyone a big surprise, so there was a lot of anticipation now that the new album was about to be released. Finally, in everyone's non-stop refreshing, Yang Guang's new album's demo song revealed its true colors. At 10 o'clock, Vapor Music released 2 demo songs from Yang Guang's new album, Blue Lotus and Actor. At this time, in the many brightly lit office buildings in Magic City, Wang Shuai, who had worked overtime until now, took boiling water and brewed a cup of instant coffee, sat back at his workstation, and tiredly pinched his brow. Looking at the time, which had already come to 10:05, he remembered that tonight was the time when his idol Yang Guang released his new album, and had now released 2 demo songs. He opened Vapor Music, and sure enough, the homepage had made a main promotion specifically for this album, and anyone who opened Vapor Music at this time would be the first to see it. He clicked in and found 2 songs hanging there, and after only 5 minutes, the number of plays had already surpassed 500,000. The first song was called Actor. Looking at the title, Wang Shuai was puzzled. He couldn't tell what type of song could take this name. However, out of his trust in Yang Guang, he still clicked on the play button for this song. Keep it simple. Speak in a simple way. Omit the progressive emotions. You're not an actor. Don't design those plots. I'm ignoring what you're supposed to be doing. I'm forcing the person who loves you most to improvise. When did we start to lose our boundaries? We've changed with the times and watched those poor performances. But you used to love me so much. Why do you act out the details? What should I become to slow down the boredom? It turns out that when love lets down its defenses, all this and that, that's the test. In fact, I'm the only one in the audience. In fact, I can see that you're a bit reluctant to let go. The scene is used to us pulling back and forth. What's the point? In fact, it's not necessarily true that we can't be separated. In fact, the most frightening thing in a relationship is to drag it out. The more you play the scene, the more you can't cry. Is it still worth it? At first he didn't understand what the song was about. He just thought Yang Guang was awesome and the song was good. But as he listened, his tears flowed out uncontrollably because he had just gone through a breakup. The girl who had been with her for 2 years was full of dissatisfaction with him at every turn. Until that day, when this dissatisfaction came together and finally exploded. There was no argument, no anger. Wang Shui just silently packed up his simple belongings, and then silently left the rented house they shared again. He clicked on the comments, and sure enough, in it, besides the people who complimented the song for being so good, they were all telling their own already dead love stories in the comment section. Everyone in this life is an actor. And that person who has been cooperating with your performance, is it the one who loves you the most? I don't know how long it took, but Wang Shui gently wiped away his tears and sighed softly. It's all in the past. It's time to start a new life. Goodbye, my past. Then he clicked on the second demo song, Blue Lotus. This song, but judging from the title, was the same as the previous one, making him really unable to figure out what type of song it was. But since the previous song had already given him a great surprise, he was likewise looking forward to this one as well. At the same time, the secret chat group was extremely lively. Seeing that Yang Guang had uploaded 2 demo songs, they all clicked in. But after listening to them, they were all dumbfounded. This Yang Guang, is he a monster? The lyrics and music of these 2 songs are all Yang Guang. Not just these 2 songs, all 12 songs in his album are composed by him. Have you guys ever seen Yang Guang sing songs written by other people? It seems like he writes songs for other people, right? It's really scary. Not only is he a singer now, he's also taken over the job of a songwriter. Everyone, this isn't the time to discuss this. Now that Yang Guang has made his move, are we going to take it or not? Take it? With what? Just these 2 songs? Does everyone sitting here have one that can fight? Wang Shui didn't directly click into the song to listen to it this time, but first read the comments. Because he wanted to understand what kind of song it was before he went to listen to it. He didn't expect that when he clicked in, the comments he saw were completely different from what he expected. I hereby announce that Yang Guang, the president of the Resignation Association, has officially taken office. Damn it, was working overtime. When I heard this song, I directly packed up and left. I can't work this shit shift for a day. Jesus Christ, how the hell did Yang Guang sing a song like this? How am I supposed to go to work tomorrow? I'm begging for a pair of ears that haven't heard Blue Lotus before. Wang Shui in this comment section. The more he reads the more puzzled he is. He does not know why everyone after listening to this song is this kind of reaction. Think it's about time. He exits the comment section. Directly clicked on the audition of this song. Nothing can stop. You're yearning for freedom. A career in the sky. Your heart is unattached. The free world in your heart is so clear and far-reaching, blooming and never withering. Blue Lotus. When you look down, you realize the path beneath your feet. The free world in your heart, so clear and far away, blooming and never withering. Blue Lotus. After listening to the song, Wang Shui now looked back at those messages in the comment section, and finally realized why everyone was speaking like this. Because he couldn't control the idea of going on a trip now, and even now he wanted to pick up his cell phone, give his manager a call, and take time off to go out for a wave. Looked at the time, it is now 10:30 p.m., and his work is still a lot of unfinished, but he does not want to do it now. Shut down the computer. Dashingly stood up and put on his own backpack. Handsome kicked the chair back to the desk below. Turn off the lights and go long. It just so happens that tomorrow is the beginning of the 11th Golden Week, so they have a week's time to go around the country. And at this time, in Yang Guang's fan groups across the country, there were already bigwigs who had started organizing self-driving trips. Everyone, I am scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 9 in the morning, to start self-driving 318. Is there any registration? If you are interested, please gather at the 0-kilometer mark in the People's Square of Magic City before 9 o'clock on that day. And let's form a convoy to set off. We will have one day tomorrow to prepare our own supplies, and I will send you a list of specific supplies in the group. So start soliciting now. Self-driving 318. Looking for the Blue Lotus. This solitaire was sent out. The group directly exploded. Have signed up. And some even shouted in the group. There is no car can be. Because after all, So many people, get together a car more people, but also can play happy. For a time, the solitaire of information one by one upward refreshing, so that people's eyes overwhelmed, simply cannot see the flash past in the end is what information. At this time, this situation was happening inside many fan groups across the country, and if other singers knew that one of Yang Guang's songs would be so powerful, their jaws would definitely drop. After 2 hours of waiting, the time finally came to 0 o'clock on October 1st. Yang Guang's album Sunshine is officially on sale. The digital album price is $25. He Yunlu and He Lin Lin, as Yang Guang's manager and assistant, usually live together. And on this special day tonight, they both decided to stay up all night again, because Yang Guang's development directly determined the development of the two of them. The first two demo songs, with 2 hours of airplay, had both surpassed 3 million. This data directly gave the two of them a shot in the arm. So now they weren't the least bit worried about the album's data, and had been monitoring the sales data all night long, in order to be the first to witness if they could make history. He Lin Lin took her cell phone and refreshed the background data over and over again, because other singers wouldn't release their albums on the first day of the Golden Week, and it was still early in the morning for the sale. At that time, when it was set at this time, they had also put forward their opinions, but they were all blocked back by the confident Yang Guang. Now every time He Lin Lin refreshed, the sales figures would jump upwards by a large margin. 110, 1,000, 20,000, 100,000, 1 million. 1 hour after its official release, the album sales had already come to 1 million copies. For this figure, for He Lin Lin, who had just entered the entertainment industry, although she felt that the sales were exaggerated, she didn't really know what it meant. But for He Yunlu, an old man in the entertainment industry, especially a veteran manager who had already brought in several singers, it was a completely different story. When she saw that the 1 hour sales came to 1 million copies, she was already stunned out of her mind. This was a whole million copies. One must know that there were singers who released new albums and couldn't even reach the sales for a month. At this moment, she was ecstatic in her heart, because before, she felt that Yang Guang was bullish simply because she felt that Yang Guang's songs were well written and well sung. Now that this sales data, very intuitively in front of her eyes, she realized how horrible the commercial value on Yang Guang was. The better Yang Guang performed, then his own status as an agent in the circle would naturally become higher and higher. At the same time, this sales data was far more than just the two of them paying attention. All the entertainment companies in the country were paying attention. At 1 in the morning, the screenshot of this $1 million data had been sent to the groups of all the entertainment companies. In the face of this exaggerated to the point of not being able to say anything, they all didn't know what to say. And in that secret chat group, disagreements began to appear. By now everyone knows the sales figures of Yang Guang's album, right? I didn't expect it. Didn't expect it. Why on earth is this? My new song was uploaded 3 hours ago, and as of now the play count is only a measly 50,000. Can I say that my new song has also been stomped down? Ha ha, laughing my ass off. I still say that the 30 giants are surrounding Yang Guang. I didn't realize that the entire music scene is now being stepped on by him. What the hell are you laughing at? Aren't you from the music world? I am, but I have self-knowledge. Don't want some people, don't have this ability, but the heart is higher than the sky. Who the hell are you talking about? That's right, I'm talking about you. What's wrong? Not convinced? Alright. Who in our group hasn't been driven to death by him now? Stop arguing. Isn't the purpose of us building this group because of Yang Guang? Everyone wake up. This time we resolutely can't let Yang Guang be so arrogant, because this will have too much of an impact on all of us. Just imagine, if this trend continues, what will people think? They will think that Yang Guang is the true god of the music industry, and we, just a bunch of losers. So, we must curb his rising momentum this time. Then how should we do it? Isn't he going to hold a concert in 5 days? We can do something about that. Today was the October 1st Golden Week. In China, these were the only days that people could go out and about throughout the year. But there was also a significant portion of people who were afraid of trouble and chose to take a break at home. But this year, the situation was obviously different, because people who hadn't originally planned to go out to play, also began to drag 3 or 5 of their friends out. The most direct consequence is that yesterday was fine, but since the early hours of the morning, train tickets and air tickets to all parts of the country have all been sold out overnight. The staff at airports and stations all over the country looked a little confused at the sudden influx of people, because in previous years, although there would be more people on November 11th, it was not to such an exaggerated extent. And the same thing also happened in the gas stations across the country. Originally the eve of the 11th, each station gave the staff a meeting to target the increased traffic, but really to the 11th day, they gradually found that the situation in the previous year seems to be a little different, because they have been non-stop dry almost a morning. But the back of the vehicle queue has not seen the slightest decrease. Small dynasty with their own team leader spit, today is really evil. In previous years, even if the car is more, a noon did not stop how to get it done. Today how to queue up the vehicle is not seen less it? The leader of the group slapped the back of his head, scolded with a smile, how do you kids so much to say? Do more you earn more well. Car more or what is bad? Wang he straight smile, I do not say it is a bad thing. Just feel strange. The team leader looked at the steady stream of vehicles into the station refueling, is also full of sadness. According to this, they are prepared in front of the station oil cannot be enough to add off. Looking at today's tourism scene, the domestic news media is out in full force, because this situation is the most intuitive expression of the domestic people's happiness index. For such a thing, of course they will not let go. A reporter from a news website interviewed a tourist at a high-speed train station. Reporter, may I ask if you are going out for a trip? The interviewed traveler looked at her with an expression of looking at a retard, shook his head and said helplessly, look at me. I'm not going out for a trip. Why did I come out to suffer so much? The reporter's face was disliked a little bit, but her professionalism made her still smile and asked, then is your outing this time planned or improvised? Instead of disliking her this time, the tourist sang 2 lines of the lyrics. Nothing can stop me from yearning for freedom. After singing, he went on to say, of course it was an impromptu idea. After listening to this Blue Lotus song last night, I couldn't resist my desire to go out. So I booked a train ticket overnight. This kind of interview is taking place in many stations in China, big and small, and their answers are surprisingly consistent. After the interview was broadcast, many viewers who haven't paid attention to the music scene were puzzled because they saw all these people talking about Blue Lotus. Blue Lotus. So what is the magic of this Blue Lotus? Then, more and more people opened their vapor music and started searching for that Blue Lotus. And when they clicked on it and heard the song, they were astonished. Once upon a time, they were still full of hope for the domestic music scene, but more and more mouth-watering songs slowly wore away their patience, eventually leading to more and more people no longer holding any hope for the music scene. So this time, with Yang Guang's appearance, the frenzied traveling phenomenon triggered by this Blue Lotus song, they instantly found the song they had been hoping for. The power of this group of people is very huge, because they are all about 30 years old, and life has been against the line for many years. So when they heard this song, to fulfill their long-standing desire, they did not hesitate to click to buy the album called Sunshine, and then began to listen to the album one after another song. The more they listened to the album, the more curious they became about Yang Guang. In this era of online lip-syncing songs, they didn't know how Yang Guang appeared, but they were grateful for his appearance, because it was precisely because of his appearance that this group of middle-aged people, who had originally been disappointed in the music industry, had rekindled their confidence in the music industry. In an invisible way, the number of Yang Guang's fans had grown by leaps and bounds by more than one more step. Sunshine Entertainment. Although those who did the daily administrative work had already taken a vacation break, Yang Guang still came to the company with Lin Yushu, because there were still 5 days left for his concert, and this was the first time he made sure that it was flawless. Today, there were still a lot of people in the company. Most of them were the staff in charge of the concert. Zhang Pinghui, 3 people and Feng Wenwen would come to the company every day these days to practice their songs. For the songs Yang Guang wrote for them, they were very satisfied. Although they had already finished recording in the studio, but Yang Guang's concert was going to bring them on stage. As their first appearance in front of such a large audience, they would never allow themselves to have an accident because they forgot the words or any other reasons of their own. This would not only be sorry for themselves, but also for Yang Guang. In Yang Guang's office, Yang Guang, Lin Yushu, He Lin, He Yun Lu, Feng Wenwen, Zhang Pinghui, and so on gathered together. These could be considered as the core members of the company. In addition to inviting the participating units such as choreography and sound, their purpose today was to finally check all the processes of the concert, and then buttress the progress of each link. After a noontime, at noon all things will be sorted out pretty much. Yang Guang waved his hand, go, sister. He went to call up all the employees who are now working overtime in the company. Today's lunch Lin always packs it. When this sentence was said, the expressions of the people present, except for He Yunlu and He Lin, started to look not quite right, and they all spat in their hearts. This you just made the decision for Mr. Lin so lightly? They all turned their heads to look at Lin Yushu, not realizing that he pursed his lips and nodded. Sister He, go ahead and notify. I'll call the hotel now to start preparations. It should be almost time for us to go over there. By now, Zhang Pinghui and the 3 of them only glanced at each other. This is 2 people have already established a relationship so long because of practicing the song is more involved. So and Yang Guang Lin Yushu has not seen a few faces, did not expect them to move so fast. just when they went to the hotel to eat. An interesting thing happened online. The former Century New rap producer Hefei released 2 new songs, Trees Are Big and Temporary Clutching, and also posted an article on the microblogging site, stepping on Yang Guang crazily, saying that he is the wind vane of the rap world, and that although Yang Guang is a good singer, you are still a younger brother as far as rap is concerned. But just after these actions, Hefei's agent hurriedly called and said, Fei, hurry up and take down your message, or it's all over.